I was a great power who had experienced 99 lifetimes of trials, but perished in a battle for the peak of the great Tao against my own scheming system. Upon waking up again, I found myself crossing over to a hapless person, cultivating senior sisters and the sect behind, but due to the intervention of the Son of Destiny, I became the object of their disgust and oppression, even trying to take my life. After absorbing the memories of the hapless person, I was furious and went crazy on the spot. At this moment, a call brought my originally chaotic consciousness back to reality. In the blink of an eye, I found myself in a small bamboo forest. Before I could feel the surrounding environment, a handsome yet somewhat sinister-looking young man in front of me was smiling at me with ill intentions. In an instant, many memories that did not belong to me flooded into my mind. I quickly stabilized my consciousness, set aside those chaotic experiences, and soon identified the identity of the young man in front of me, Yifan, the most favored disciple of the Tianyu sect. Except for the sect master Shen Lian, everyone in the sect liked him. As for me, I am recognized by the disciples of the entire sect as a despicable and shameless person who was completely jealous. From a junior disciple who just entered the sect, to the sect's old ancestor, and even the 7 junior sisters I nurtured, they all suppress and humiliate me. And all of this is thanks to the current Yifan. He has only been in the sect for a short 100 years, using despicable means to please everyone, and even trampling on my dignity. This time, Yifan called me to the small bamboo forest. He must want to set me up again. When the original owner came, he accidentally fell and hit his head. His consciousness scattered, and I was able to take over. Why aren't you speaking? Staring at me like this, are you not convinced? Yifan walked up to me with a smile, leaned in close to my ear and whispered, guess how I'm going to mess with you this time? When the disciples of Tianyu sect see you bullying me later, do you think they will run to the elders to complain? After speaking, Yifan didn't notice my cold and deep gaze, took a step back, flipped his hand, and a blue-green poisonous pill appeared in his palm. At this time, there were footsteps coming from outside the small bamboo forest, along with anxious calls, Junior Brother Yi, where are you? This must have been arranged by Yifan, just to make everyone see the illusion that I was bullying him. I slightly raised the corners of my mouth, watching Yifan's performance as if he were mentally challenged. He gave me a dark smile and stuffed the pill into his mouth. Ah! The next moment, he screamed in pain, his face instantly turning pitch black. Senior Brother Shen, I know you don't like me, but we are fellow disciples after all. How can you treat me like this? Yifan's shout immediately attracted the disciples outside. Junior Brother Yi, are you poisoned? What's going on? Shen Long, did you do this? Why do you always have conflicts with Junior Brother Yi? I will definitely report to the elder law enforcer. You wait to be punished. When I saw Yifan with a face full of black, they indiscriminately pinned the blame on me. I watched coldly without defending myself, because I knew explanations were useless. Except for the sect master Shen Lian, no one in the sect would believe me. Even though I had developed the Tianyu sect from an insignificant small sect to its current scale, they still unhesitatingly stood on Yifan's side, who had been identified by the Tianji Pavilion as the Son of Destiny, because everyone thought that following him would bring benefits in the future. A mysterious smile appeared on my calm face. Another child of destiny. I have reincarnated in the 99 parallel worlds, and there have been countless children of destiny who died by my hands. Now you come with this trick again, thinking you can deal with me with just this little skill? This fool probably doesn't even know how he died. At this point, Yifan began to perform frantically. Brothers, don't blame Brother Shen. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, the senior sisters wouldn't treat Brother Shen like this. It's me who took away the care of the senior sisters for Brother Shen. I don't blame him. Don't make it difficult for him. These words made everyone sympathize with Yifan even more, and the way they looked at me was full of disdain. Did you hear that? You harmed Junior Brother Yi like this. He doesn't blame you, but you are so ruthless, repeatedly harming him. Doesn't your conscience hurt? You still want to take action this time. Can't you let him go? We are all fellow disciples. Is it necessary to harm him like this? No wonder the 7 senior sisters don't like you. You are a narrow-minded and jealous person. Who would want to be with you? Listening to these insults, a faint red light appeared in my pupils, and the killing intent was aroused. Yifan looked at the scene, sneered in his heart, definitely thinking about how to get away this time. Come, take down Shen Long and send him to the Hall of Law Enforcement, a disciple named Tang Bao suddenly ordered. In an instant, all the disciples drew their swords at me. At this point, I finally spoke up. Enough. Before you bunch of useless people act, why don't you first ask if I did it? The disciples who were about to rush forward stopped in their tracks upon hearing this. It wasn't my defensive behavior that scared them, but rather my current expression filled with coldness, sarcasm, and mockery, completely different from the confusion and helplessness when I was eager to defend myself before. Now, As I speak these words, there is no trace of unease or anxiety. As if I were looking at a group of ignorant ants, Tang Bao immediately shouted, "What do you want to say? Are you going to say that junior brother Yi was poisoned and it has nothing to do with you again? You always say that. You're wrong. What I want to say is, I did it." My answer surprised everyone. The old me would definitely keep trying to prove my innocence, humbly asking everyone to believe me. Even Yifan seemed surprised by my actions, completely beyond his expectations. Everyone has not recovered yet. I walked up to Yifan with my hands on my back. "It's a pity that you came too early. I haven't shown you how I do it, but it's not too late now. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. How I will oppress your precious junior brother." As soon as the words fell, my eyes turned cold, and I lifted my leg to step on Yifan's chest. This move was as fast as lightning, and everyone, including Yifan, did not react. Shen Lian's paw accurately stepped on Yifan's chest, only to hear a click sound of bone cracking echoed in the small bamboo forest. Poof dash. Yifan, a not bad, immediately aura recoil, wildly spit out a mouthful of black blood. Senior Yi. The crowd of disciples were in complete disbelief that Shen Lian actually dared to openly harm Yifan in front of them. Yifan similarly did not expect Shen Lian to actually dare to do it. The poison pill just now was actually not fatal. He took it and relied on his aura to suppress it in his chest, only waiting to force it out of his body after he succeeded in trapping Shen Lian. But now by Shen Lian so guess, the poison pill in the body instantly uncontrollably spread in the body. The blink of an eye has entered the lungs and bowels. That's bullying, that's tactics, you bunch of losers. Are you all watching carefully? Shen Lian swept his eyes back at the crowd, and then kicked Yifan, who was already like a pile of dead bodies, toward the disciples. At the same time, a storage bag on Yifan's body landed precisely on his hand. After a brief moment of daze, Tang Bao finally reacted, pointing at Shen Lian and roaring, "Shen Lian, how dare you be so vicious? Come with me to see the law enforcement elder." Shen Lian waved his hand. "If you losers want to see him die of poison, then just stay here. I have plenty of time to spend with you, or else take him and disappear for me right now. Pick one for yourself. I don't care. I'll play along any way you want." After the words, Shen Lian calmly put away the storage bag, no longer pay attention to them, turned around and walked towards the small bamboo forest outside. The disciples were once again shocked. Shen Lian's attitude is no longer as complimentary as before, even scolding himself as rubbish. There was no time to think more. Tang Bao looked at Yifan, who was bleeding black blood from his 7 holes. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, he could only order, "Quickly take senior brother Yi to the medicine hall to cure the poison. If you're late, you'll be in trouble." "What about Shen Lian?" "Don't worry, the elders will never let him go if they know about this. Now that the patriarch is gone, no one can protect this person anymore. He is dead this time." Tang Bao looked at the direction Shen Lian had disappeared in and spat out a sentence with an extremely grim expression, then led Yifan to the medicine hall. Chapter 2, Unbridled Anger. Until the moment he left the small bamboo forest, Shen Lian was suddenly drenched in cold sweat and could no longer maintain his previous high and cold persona. It was only when he carefully examined it through his divine sense that he realized that the inside of this body had long been scarred. The Dan Hai, the 8 strange meridians, and even all parts of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were broken very badly. The kick he had given Yifan just now had used up almost all of his spiritual energy, thus leading to the triggering of the injuries that had been stagnating in his body. It's no wonder that after just one fall within the grove, the original owner went straight to game over. Even if there is no Yifan, this waste of a man, causing trouble, with this terrible physical condition, I'm afraid that I won't last more than a few months and I'll have to die just the same. After checking his physical condition, Shen Lian decided that he must hurry to repair the broken Dansi to cope with the upcoming situation. But before that, he had to find a place to digest the memories of what this original body had experienced and determine the environment he was in before he could do so. Following the memory of the original body, Shen Lian dragged his tired body to a desolate thatched hut in the back of the mountain, with split wooden blocks piled up outside the door. Pushing the door in, there was nothing inside but a tattered patch of straw matting used as a bed and a worn wooden cabinet. As far as he could remember, this residence was specially placed by his master, and also the Heavenly Feather sect leader, Shen Chuyun, in order to avoid himself being disturbed by his fellow disciples. But Shen Lian simply do not care about these. Into the house, directly on the bed and couch sitting cross-legged, closed his eyes and began to digest the residual memories in the depths of the mind. About a quarter of an hour later, Shen Lian opened his eyes with a gloomy face. Damn it, it deserved it. A deep cry of anger filled his face. I think that I, Shen Lian, have been through 99 lifetimes since the day I crossed over. Which one of those lifetimes wasn't lived freely and casually? And which one of those lifetimes would have bowed down to bull ***** destiny, in order to reach the top of the great Tao? Even if it is the system and heavenly way that overrides the heavens, I dare to deal with it head on. But you're such a loser that you're actually spoiling such a talent and body that I've so carefully prepared for you. For the sake of 7 white-eyed wolves that can't be raised. You had the chance to stand at the top and look down on the world, but you willingly became a turtle-licking dog? You deserve to end up like this. I don't care if my body is borrowed for your use, but it's not for you to use as a dog for someone. Hateful. Punk. Shen Lian was originally a Blue Star citizen who crossed over to the Xianyi cultivation realm by a chance opportunity. After 99 generations of constant sharpening, all the way to all the heavenly ways, the sons of fortune, the hidden strong enemies that blocked their way forward all stepped on their feet, stepping on their corpses and dignity towards the peak belonging to themselves, especially in his last life, when he reached the peak of the extreme Tao at the 99th level and was about to ascend to the great Tao. A direct showdown with the system that bound him produced a violent conflict, for which he triggered a heaven-destroying battle. After this battle, the 4 directions world was completely destroyed, and half of the void space collapsed. In the end, Shen Lian and the system of extreme strokes impact led to the imbalance of the avenue. The law backfired, resulting in each other to die together, and jointly dissipated in the chaos. Fortunately, Shen Lian had a two-handed layout, and in the tens of thousands of years with the system, he had already secretly learned how to condense the method of rebirth of divine consciousness. Preserving one's intact divine soul before one's death could allow one to remake one's physical body in the future in order to go to the top again in the future. And now this physical body, in fact, is Shen Lian in the battle with the system before the fall remodeling of the soul seed condensed. Appearance, physical fitness and enlightenment, exactly the same as the body itself. It was just that, because after the great battle, his own divine soul had suffered the repercussions. Therefore, it had been dormant in the depths of his mind before another soul had the chance to take over and use it, until the original body fell to its death, which completely awakened it. But this, too, was a waste of 500 years. Besides occupying the original body of Shen Lian, the experience of watching this can only say that the boiling goat came to have to call out a grandmaster. Shen Lian brain memory, the original body just because those 7 sisters said that the future to marry their own as a wife, then completely transformed into a turtle male licking dog. Exhausting efforts to cultivate the 7 people each become a party of the patriarch. Eldest sister, Lu Qinghuan, self-created lineage of the flower language sect patriarch, 8th level of the mixed realm cultivation. Second senior sister, Lu Yixue, ice and snow sect leader, 6th level of the mixed realm cultivation. Third senior sister, Su Yuhong, president of the World Auction Chamber of Commerce, 3rd level of the mixed realm cultivation. Fourth senior sister, Mu Shaking Light, young master of Pill King Liuli Valley, 2nd level of the mixed realm cultivation. 5th senior sister, Nan Gong Li, game sword pavilion master, sword emperor's mantle inheritance, mixed realm 5th level cultivation. 6th senior sister, Su Fei Fei, island master of Penglai Island in the South Sea, 8th level of the mixed realm cultivation. Lastly, there was 7th senior sister, Song Xiangling, the northern region Xian clan's alliance leader, with a peak cultivation at the mixed realm. It can be said that these 7 senior sisters are all the unrivaled pride of heaven in the world, each dominating the existence of a party, worshipped by hundreds of millions of living beings. However, the achievements of the 7 people today were all fought for by Shen Lian's predecessor who had sacrificed his life. Everything they had now was only achieved by lying on Shen Lian's body without any knowledge of shame and constantly sucking blood. Also, whether it's age or seniority, he himself is their eldest senior brother. However, in order to take care of the face of the 7 white-eyed wolves, he even took the initiative to lower himself to become a senior brother in front of outsiders. At first, the 7 did not say that their feelings for themselves were solid, but between the siblings was a bond that was still relatively firm. However, ever since Yi Fan, the son of heaven's destiny of this world, appeared to join the Tianyu sect, the 7 people's attitude towards themselves could be described as an instantaneous and drastic turnaround. In a short span of 100 years, from some small friction at the beginning, to later become a life and death enemy in general, several times to cause their own death. The influence brought about by the huge change in the attitude of the 7 heavens' pride sons towards themselves had caused the entire Heavenly Feather sect to follow suit and treat Shen Lian with extreme loathing. However, whenever there were any problems or setbacks within the sect, they would blame Shen Lian. If it wasn't for Patriarch Shen Chuyun's desperate defense, he was afraid that he would have already been screwed over more than a few hundred times. And this time, Shen Chuyun, who had been sheltering Shen Lian, was dispatched by the Heavenly Feather ancestor to check whether the seal was intact because of the hidden signs of fluctuating beast tides in the demonic beast mountain range. Yi Fan, on the other hand, took this good opportunity with the intention of resolving Shen Lian, the stumbling block that had become an invalid, once and for all. but he was unaware that the real Shen Lian had fully awakened at this time. After absorbing the memories of his original body, Shen Lian's eyes became extremely sharp. This punk has raised 7 white-eyed wolves with great pains, but in the end, he's about to kill you because of the appearance of some bull ***** son of heaven's destiny. In fact, even without Yi Fan, the so-called son of heaven's destiny, they would still be the same, only treating you as a machine that can withdraw money. These white-eyed wolves never know what gratitude means. All they want is to keep sucking blood from this body to strengthen themselves. As for your death or life, will they care a bit? But even so, you didn't even think of resisting, letting them drag you, one by one, from the high end of the clouds into the depths of hell. Allowing them to trample on their dignity over and over again has made you this whole disheveled mess. You punk have simply failed me. You're called Shen Lian as much as I am, but I, even when I'm in a desperate situation, see it as an opportunity and a challenge, and I will never take a step back. But you, for the sake of the so-called ridiculous kinship fellowship, let them one by one and scrupulous trampling hurt. In the end, you're the cause of all this. It would be the world's biggest joke if a turtle man licking a dog could also be certified. He hated the original for his cowardice and incompetence, and for wasting centuries of his life on a man named Trash. Collecting his thoughts and checking the condition of his body again, Shen Lian's cold eyes once again surfaced a cold aura. Nowadays, this body is only a mere first level of chi gathering. 100 years ago, the magic beast mountain range outbreak of beast tide. Shen Lian, for the honor of the clan, more to redeem the 7 white-eyed wolves on their own views, despite the master Shen Chuyun extremely blocked, took the initiative to ask for help to fend off the incoming beast tide. As a result, Shen Lian, who was at the 8th level of the mixed realm at that time, mended the boundary in front of the demon cave and the demon beast mountain range for 10 days and 10 nights, and succeeded in stabilizing the ruptured seal. In the end, the seal was successfully repaired, but Shen Lian had also suffered extremely heavy internal injuries. I thought that when I returned to the sect, I would make the 7 white-eyed wolves change their mind about themselves, and even if I could just say, "Senior brother, you've worked hard," I would be satisfied. But to his surprise, what he got in return was the cold backstabs of 7 people. Shen Lian vaguely remembered the 7 stunning beauties indifferently looking at themselves in a pool of blood on that stormy late night. Lu Qinghuan indifferently stepped forward, stabbed her sword through her own Dan Hai, and said in a cold voice, "Shen Lian, don't blame us. There's no way we'll marry you. Yi Fan is the son of this world's chi. He doesn't like you, so you must die. Only when you're dead can we have no qualms about crediting him with everything you've ever given. He can also stand on the highest mountain and accept the worship of living beings with peace of mind. So this time, you'll definitely fulfill us too, right? After all, you can even give up your life for the sake of the 7 of us. So why don't you just fulfill us completely? Also, we've all found our own people who are better than you. A joke when you were a teenager. So don't take it seriously and go to hell in peace." A burst of thunder flashed, and what was presented in front of Shen Lian were 7 cold and heartless faces full of contempt and disgust. At that time, if it wasn't for Master Shen Chuyun's timely arrival, Shen Lian definitely wouldn't have survived until now. However, although the life was saved, Shen Lian was ruined, and even if 100 years passed, he could not recover the Sea of Dan and return to his peak state. But even so, after Shen Lian's injuries had healed a little, he still ran to curry favor with those 7 white-eyed wolves who wanted to cause his death, then proceeded to be made fun of, then played with, and even nearly physically emasculated by their PUA. Lorat. Thinking back to this scene, Shen Lian's knuckles clenched as he squeezed his fists. It is really angry at its lack of power, hates its weakness, and laments its incompetence. Man, I can actually turtle to this point. In the world, do such strange carbon-based creatures really exist? Even the male protagonist in some bit of turtle mainstream literature next door doesn't look like this. People, even if they become receivers, are being cheated because they don't know what they're doing, and they're all technically considered victims. This one's good. He's trying to get the ducks to dye his head green, isn't he? Alright, you've got guts. Boiling goat is second and you're first. A turtle would have to shrink its head to give you credit when it sees you. Fine, then I'll take care of all the your punkass did before I get back to the top of the heap. This time, no one thing, can stop my decision. System. I know you're not dead, either. Let's just completely understand the grudge of these 100 generations in this one life. In his mind, Shen Lian floated back to the battle with the system in the realm of nothingness that transcended spirit and will. In that battle, the stars crumbled, time and space were misplaced, and the void was pushed to its limits. That battle had allowed Shen Lian, who had already stood at the peak of the heavens, to experience a long-lost fervor and excitement. Even if they ended up impacting each other's extreme moves and died with the system, Shen Lian didn't regret being able to experience such a sound battle. After 99 lifetimes of reincarnation career and countless intrigues and calculations, the only thing that could make Shen Lian's blood boil was fighting. Life and death is not a matter of concern. The thrill of fighting for his life could bring him the most exciting experience. That was what it meant for him to challenge the position of the great Tao Master, time and time again. System, this time I will become stronger than I was in my first 99 lives. And you, don't ever let me down. I hope that when we reunite again, we can each push our limits and have another painful fight. Chapter 3 Awakening. After absorbing the original body's memories, Shen Lian immediately began to consider the current survival environment. Nowadays, the entire Heavenly Feather sect, except for Shin Chu-yun, each and every one of them was trying to find ways to put themselves to death. It was imperative that one had to be able to defend oneself before the killing machine came. After this incident today, the group of old losers from the Sky Feather sect would definitely be like hungry wolves that had smelled meat, and would definitely not let themselves go. If they were to be replaced in their previous lives, their own selves at the peak of the extreme Tao would be able to overthrow them all with a single finger. But now the objective factors are in front of us. Everything can only choose to start from scratch first. The first thing to do was to recover some of his cultivation first. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it won't take more than a few hours for someone to come and arrest themselves to go to the law enforcement hall to go through the trial. If he actively tied his hands, today, on the first day of his rebirth, he would meet his most miserable end. Thinking of this, Shen Lian once again checked over his physical condition. Unfortunately, this body, although the Sea of Dan was broken, after 100 years of effort by this licking dog, it was at least restored to the realm of Qi gathering. If it was only the body tempering realm, Shen Lian definitely had no chance of surviving today. 99 lifetimes of career. Even without relying on the system, Shen Lian had 800 methods without 1,000 for repairing the Dan Sea. Back then, when he faced off against the 33rd level of the extreme Dao realm's Dao Emperor Yenshin, the Danhai was damaged in 1,000 places, and he was able to create a repair technique, the circumstantial Xianhuang technique, with his own strength. With a few thousand times the repair and absorption speed in just 7 hours to repair the Dan Sea, not to mention that the cultivation even further. Not to mention that the current Dan Sea broken degree is far smaller than that time. He immediately pulled out the storage bag he had taken from Yifan and opened it to see a bunch of heavenly treasures appear. These were all sent by those 7 white-eyed wolves when they were pleasing Yifan. And each of them was a rare spirit medicine of the world, containing a large amount of spiritual qi, and many of them were even more unusable to Yifan, who was only in the realm of the transformation of the god at the moment. If he were to change his previous life, Shen Lian, who was at his peak, would not even look at these low-end spirit medicines. But this was the key to the current Shen Lian's re-emergence. Let's set up a spirit gathering formation first, to repair the Dan Sea and at the same time, quickly absorb the spiritual qi in the hidden nature to re-up your cultivation. Time was running out. Shen Lian utilized these spiritual treasures and medicinal herbs to quickly set up a simple spirit gathering formation around the bed and couch. The current self had to race against time to have the ability to defend himself before the group of old wall lamps in the law enforcement hall made a scene. Stepping into the spirit gathering formation, Shen Lian sat cross-legged, took a deep breath to cast away all distractions, and slowly closed his eyes. With a turn of divine sense, Shen Lian urged the Zhou Tian Shan Huang technique, and in an instant, the spirit gathering formation began to operate rapidly. Along with the massive amount of spiritual qi entering the body, Shen Lian could clearly feel that the Dan Sea in his body was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short amount of time, the Dan Sea that had been broken for 10 years was finally completely repaired. The moment the Dan Sea resumed operation, the originally blocked Qi Jing veins also began to unclog at a rapid pace. In the next moment, Shen Lian's cultivation level climbed rapidly as if it had rocketed. Gathering Qi 1, gathering Qi twofold, gathering Qi triple, peak Qi gathering, breaking, plasticine 1. However, the speed of cultivation enhancement did not slow down due to the realm breakthrough. On the contrary, the rate of enhancement is even more rapid than before. Plastic elemental twofold, ninefold, peak, breaking, Chikuden, peak Chudan, breaking, the first level of the transformation spirit. In just half an hour, Shen Lian broke through from the first level of Qi gathering to the first level of the transformation god realm directly. However, he did not slacken off in the slightest and continued to work hard to absorb the potency of the spirit gathering formation by virtue of the Zhou Tian Xian Huang technique. It wasn't until his cultivation level had risen to the 7th level of transformation spirit that the spirit gathering formation operation gradually slowed down and showed signs of shattering. Finally, the spirit gathering formation completely shattered when his cultivation level had just arrived at the 8th level of transformation spirit. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, when he opened his eyes again, Shen Lian's eyes gleamed, and his entire aura was very different from his previous disheveled appearance. Although it's still only a waste of the 8th level of transformation spirit, it's enough to deal with the situation at hand. Bang! Just then, the closed wooden door was kicked over. 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall entered the grass hut aggressively. When one of the disciples saw Shen Lian, he directly rebuked with arrogance. Shen Lian, you actually dared to hurt senior brother Yi. Come with us immediately. As a result, before he finished speaking, Shen Lian directly spread his hand. Instantly a powerful suction force directly sucked this disciple to himself. As soon as he grabbed him by the throat, he slightly withdrew his force, and instantly the disciple's face was purple and blue. When another disciple saw this scene, he immediately exclaimed, Shen Lian, what are you going to do? Daring to lay hands on my law enforcement hall disciples? Are you trying to? Boom! In the next second, a surge of abundant true energy came head-on, shaking the talking disciple out of the house on the spot. Who allowed you trash to yell and scream in front of me? How dare an ant open his mouth? Shen Lian raised the disciple who was in control over his head with one hand. Well. The extreme suffocation caused that disciple to continuously let out a slight whimper. The eyes that met Shen Lian's eyes at this moment were sharp and cold that had never been seen before. A punk who doesn't know that death is coming doesn't deserve to live in the world. Your destiny should be in hell. Boom! With a light explosion echoing within the grass house, that law enforcement hall disciple's corpse was left on the spot. This scene, however, happened to be seen by another law enforcement hall disciple who had previously shaken out of the house. In this instant, he directly sat on the ground in fear. You killed Senior Nyo? Shen Lian, how did you dare? There was another tragic scream, and before that disciple could finish his sentence, he also exploded and died on the spot. The biggest reason why a waste is that it has no self-knowledge, knowing that its own ability is insufficient in the face of a strong enemy, and yet he dares to spit out wild words. Such a person doesn't deserve to live in this world of the weak and the strong. But you too won't die in vain. Soon I'll have more losers come to hell to be with you. Make sure that you don't feel a single bit of loneliness on your way to the Yellow Springs. Killing 2 people in a row. Shen Lian's heart did not fluctuate at all. After 99 lifetimes, has he killed fewer people? Regardless of whether they were mole crickets or Heaven's Pride, as long as they were his enemies, he would not hesitate to choose to suppress them. It's a pity that he can't activate the Great Tao Human Emperor Cauldron at his current cultivation level, making their deaths too easy. Next, it's time to showdown with this group of blood-sucking assholes. Want to interrogate me, Shen Lian? Let's see what kind of price you guys can bear. Today, the entire Skyfeather sect was destined to recognize a brand new Shen Lian. Just as he was about to step out of the room and prepare to go to the Hall of Punishment, Shen Lian seemed to have thought of something and turned around to return to the house. He came to the couch and took out a package from underneath. Spread out to look at it. It was a set of extremely ornate yet not too action-packed black and white Confucian chivalrous robes, as well as a folding fan cast in off-crystal flowing ink. As far as I could remember, it was customized by Shen Yunshu for himself, but he hadn't worn it a few times, because, those 7 wide-eyed wolves told themselves that such gorgeous clothes are too dazzling to wear out, when everything is simple. The more main reason was that Yi Fan didn't like it. Thus, Shen Lian listened to their advice and put away this only set of gorgeous brocade Confucian robes, wearing nothing different from a handyman disciple. Ridiculous is that the 7 wide-eyed wolves cannot in the slightest from the simple one said. Even Yi Fan, clothing is far more gorgeous than their own. The so-called people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. 99 generations of Shen Lian almost from the head to the end of the wild. As long as the conditions allow, never in the clothing, food, housing and transportation on the half a point to treat themselves. After all, how can someone who doesn't even love himself be qualified to be respected by others? If the predecessor doesn't understand such a simple truth, it can only be said that he is entirely to blame for his own fate. Of course, there was another important reason for Shen Lian to change his clothes, because this set of attire, which was perfectly in line with his own 99 dressing tastes, although the details were slightly different, it was the type of aesthetics that Shen Lian liked. And how did Shen Shuyun know about his taste? These details, Shen Lian did not have the effort to pursue them in detail, and turned to shed the obsolete clan clothing on his body and changed into this set of Confucian robes. The moment the folding fan was unfolded, he exuded an untamed temperament all over his body. Now begins the journey back to the top. Anyone who stands in my way. Shen Lian walked out of the house slowly with his eyes closed. All will perish. Boom! The moment he opened his eyes, the thatched cottage behind him was suddenly reduced to rubble. The unearthly figure didn't even return his head as he stepped towards the sect's law enforcement hall. Chapter 4, Shen Lian is crazy. Inside the Heavenly Feather sect's law enforcement hall, it had long been filled with inner disciples who had come to watch Shen Lian being punished. To them, in addition to cultivation within the sect, There was nothing more enjoyable to gossip about than watching such anecdotes as Shen Lian being punished. Not to mention that Yifan's poisoning was not an ordinary serious state of affairs for the Skyfeather sect. The divine reckoner of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion had deduced that Yifan was the son of Heavenly Destiny Enhanced Destiny, and that he would surely ascend to the peak of the realm in the future. Thus, the Skyfeather sect went all out to start cultivating Yifan, and any resources were infinitely tilted towards Yifan. The reason for this was so that in the future, when Yifan ascended to the top, the Tianyu sect could similarly use his influence to stand proudly at the top of this world. Therefore, Yifan was the key object of protection for the entire Tianyu sect, and any behavior regarding unfavorable behavior towards him had to be stifled in its entirety. Cough cough dash. Sitting on the interrogation table, Yifan's face was pale and he coughed a few times from time to time, drawing endless worries from several elders. This Shen Lian, he really deserves to die. To actually be so heartless as to poison Yifan. I can't say anything to spare him this time. The one who spoke was a female cultivator with white hair who looked to be around her early 40s, identifying herself as the clan's second elder. Qingfeng. Humph. If it wasn't for this girl Shen Chuyun not being sensible and siding with that sinner so much, how would Yifan have become like this? This time, the one who spoke was an old man, the clan's second elder, Qing Yun. I've long seen that Shen Lian is not a good thing. Today, this villain must be put to death. Or else how will my Tianyu sect gain a foothold in the Swire continent? Fourth elder Qing Shan was also indignant. The rest of the thousands of inner disciples present also condemned Shen Lian's behavior more than once in response. They really couldn't figure out why Yifan, such a kind person, would be repeatedly targeted by Shen Lian. Of course, the reason for this was known to some, and it was that Yifan had taken away the hearts of the 7 heavenly pride sisters, causing Shen Lian to harbor a grudge. When Yifan saw this scene, the corner of his mouth flashed with an imperceptible arc, although he didn't know why Shen Lian had suddenly struck out, causing some accidents in his layout. The good thing is that the poison taken is not deep, coupled with timely treatment. Now there is no serious harm, as long as the conditioning 2 days will be able to recover. As for Shen Lian, it could be said that he would die 10 deaths today. Shen Lian, as long as you die, no one in the world will ever know about the contributions you once made to the sect. It won't be long before all your centuries of dedication will be my dowry. That's right. Yifan's urgent purpose to get rid of Shen Lian was also because he had made great contributions to the Tianyu sect. In particular, to cultivate 7 heavenly Jiao who were unique in their respective fields. With this alone, it would definitely become a great story in the entire Taiku continent. It was a good thing that those 7 senior sisters all favored themselves, and without even having to mention it to themselves, they had all arranged the wonderful layout of the history book of the ages in advance. As long as Shen Lian died, after a few dozens of 100 years of light, after the mortals gradually forget Shen Lian's existence, he is the most influential person in the Tianyu sect, or even the entire continent. At that time, the feat of the 7 senior sisters being cultivated to become talented because of their own added qi would spread throughout the entire Taiku continent. After all, the last thing a cultivator needed was time. Why hasn't Shen Lian come yet? Does he still have the law enforcement hall in his eyes? Seeing Shen Lian's delay in coming, Qingfeng, who had the hottest temper, immediately urged impatiently. Seeing this, Yifan immediately revealed a pathetic look and said to Qingfeng, "Second elder, there's no need to make such a big deal out of this. I believe that senior brother Shen he didn't mean to do it, as long as he can sincerely admit his fault to me." Qingfeng had a heartbroken look on her face. "Fanner, he's harmed you so much that he's even taken your life, and you're still speaking up for him?" Qing Shan also said, "Fanner, this matter of poisoning a fellow disciple is no longer a petty fight like it was before. This is a matter of clan rules, not a personal grudge anymore. Qingfeng, Fanner, just ignore everything. No matter what happens today, we will give you a satisfactory explanation." Hearing this, Yifan stopped persuading each other, and in his heart, he was even laughing coldly. "Shen Lian, you're in trouble today. Strange, why hasn't Shen Lian come yet? It's been almost an hour." Grand Elder Chanlan, who had been silent all this time, finally got a little impatient waiting. "Send 2 more disciples to see what's going on." Phew. Right at this moment, a strong wind outside the law enforcement hall swept into the hall, blowing the disciples with low cultivation couldn't help but squint their eyes. At the same time, a brutal and arrogant voice rang out from outside the hall. "No need." As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan and steadily walked into the law enforcement hall. The crowd's eyes lit up. At this moment, on Shen Lian's body, a set of brand new gorgeous black and white Confucian warrior brocade clothes set off the entire person's temperament extremely noble. Especially the disdainful attitude displayed on his face made people not dare to look directly at him. Shen Lian was already extremely handsome. It was just that his usual disheveled and unkempt image made people overlook this. Yi Fan froze at the sight, and a strong wave of jealousy arose in his heart. In the beginning, it was because he couldn't endure Shen Lian's superior appearance that he sidestepped and reminded his 7 senior sisters to tell him to stop wearing gorgeous clothes. The purpose was to strike his self-esteem. But today, forget it, consider this your last sight before you die. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's mind instantly calmed down again. Shen Lian, you blatantly poisoned your fellow disciples. Do you know the crime? Shen Lian had just stepped into the center of the law enforcement hall when Qingfeng couldn't wait to start firing. But, old wall sconce, put away your sycophantic looks. You've gone to great lengths to set up such a rotten out-of-this-world bust. Is it just that I want Shen Lian's life to pave the way for that punk Yi Fan? If you want my life, you can take it directly with your ability. Why do you have to act like a dog? Look at you. You're like kiln whores, both pawn and stand. When these words came out, the whole room was instantly silent, and many people's mouths were even open enough to be stuffed into an egg. The crowd was under the impression that Shen Lian was a villain and scum though. However, he was very considerate in terms of etiquette. So how could he have cursed such unpleasant words in front of so many people? After a long time, Qingfeng reacted and immediately got up and pointed at Shen Lian and shouted angrily, "Little, what were you saying just now? Have the guts to tell me again." Shen Lian put away the folding fan, coldly returned, "Old, shut up. Advise you better not to get excited. You and I both know what you're calling me here to do today, and it's nothing more than to take my life. Shen Lian, it's a ridiculous ploy to fool this bunch of brainless ants and losers. Tell them how wicked and vile I was, and then how I deserved to die. Such tricks are not at all new, after all. It's been more than 100 years since I've been through this hundreds and thousands of times long ago, so why do I need to go back to my old tricks to find myself a legitimacy?" After the words, Shen Lian directly turned his back, closed his eyes and lightly shook the folding fan, a breezy posture. Qingfeng never expected that Shen Lian actually so crazy. This and the usual kind of arbitrary take the appearance as simply like two people. At the thought of being humiliated by a delisted inner disciple in full view of everyone, he immediately drew his long sword in rage. I'll kill you. Senior sister, calm down. Chenglan stopped Chengfrost, who was about to go on a rampage. Just in time. Shen Lian, you have no respect for your elders. Do you know that what you said just now is against the sect's rules and regulations? As a result, Shen Lian stretched out a finger towards them with his back turned. You guys also deserve to mention the word honorable? Considering what you do on a regular basis, it's a bit of an insult to say that you're a bunch of people in human skin. In fact, a few of you, in my Shen Lian's eyes, are a group of things that are not even as good. What qualifications are there to deserve my respect? Standing here today and talking to you old people is already me lowering myself. If you don't want to listen, then slap your own ears deaf first. The law enforcement hall was silent. Everyone couldn't believe that Shen Lian, who had always been a coward, actually dared to directly insult a few high and mighty elders? At this moment, a thought flashed through everyone's mind. Shen Lian went crazy. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why he's suddenly the way he is. Only Shen Lian himself knows clearly that he is not crazy, and it is definitely futile to explain the cause to this group of old wall lamps. Even if you put the evidence of your innocence in front of them, they will excuse themselves with such counterintuitive remarks as putting aside the facts. You are not at fault. Since you can't prove your innocence either way, it's better to go crazy and mad. Besides, how could he, who had been wild for nearly 100 lifetimes, allow this group of losers to tell him what to do? The dignity of the superior. Even if the tiger falls in the sun, how can it be allowed to provoke pigs and dogs? Chapter 5. Who can kill me? Shen Lian? Unbridled. It's outrageous. After a short period of silence, Qing Shan was the first to shoot up and pointed at Shen Lian and scolded sternly. Shen Lian, is this the attitude you should have towards the elders? Do you know what your status is? Shen Lian did not speak, only his eyes slightly closed, glancing sideways and backwards between half openings. This glance was full of provocation, as if it was the pity and mockery of a higher power barking wildly at an ant. This made Aoyama and the others even more furious, and their mind to get rid of him became even more determined. Just as the swords were drawn, Yi Fan opened his mouth. Senior brother Shen, I know you've always had preconceived notions about me, so if you have any ideas you can just come at me directly. But no matter what the elders say, they are after all our elders, and honoring our teachers is also a patriarchal rite of passage. You're only going to make a bad name for yourself. Therefore, I implore you, apologize to the several elders. After all, we are all fellow disciples. When these words came out, several elders present, as well as all the inner disciples nodded their heads in unison. Look at the others. They are worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny, the pride of heaven that the clan is fully cultivating. He was so courteous and gentle, a breath of fresh air at all times. Yi Fan finished these words. The heart once again sneered, Shen Lian, you just go crazy. Anyway, this is also your last madness. Today the patriarch is not there. No one can save you. You are doomed. Boom. The result of his mind is not finished. Immediately only feel a strong palm force face to face wrapped in astral wind rushed straight to his door. Without much time to think, Yifan hastily raised his chi and launched his palm to receive it. But, only hearing an air explosion roar, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was lifted off by the vastness of the airwave, crashing heavily on top of the stone wall. Vanille, Senior Yi. Everyone present gasped out in unison when they saw the scene. Without waiting for them to react, they heard Shen Lian's wild voice slowly ringing in their ears. When did I, Shen Lian, fall to the point where I need you, a punk, to speak and teach? Did I allow you to speak? Only then did Qing Lan react. The one who had just struck out was no one else but Shen Lian, who was standing in the center of the law enforcement hall ready to be judged. His cultivation has been restored, but 2 days ago he was still a wastrel. How is it possible? He was greatly shocked in his heart because just now Shen Lian had struck without any warning, and the speed of the palm was so fast that it was impossible to react. Those who could injure Yifan with a single blow were bound to be in the realm of the transformation spirit as well. But, Yifan covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood again, and with great difficulty, he straightened up from the wall and stumbled 2 steps. Plop. In the next moment, he dropped to one knee, cold sweat instantly soaking his entire body along the hairy blood holes. What a powerful palm. What kind of technique is this and why have I never seen it before? Didn't senior sister tell me that Shen Lian's techniques have all been taught to me? But why? This kind of palm technique I have never seen him perform. Just then, a stone cracking sound was heard echoing. The wall that Yifan's back had leaned against before was actually rapidly surfacing spiderweb cracks that were spreading in all directions. Whoa! In the next second, the entire stone wall completely collapsed. The crowd was shocked by this scene in front of them, and when they looked at Shen Lian again, they couldn't help but feel a little more scorn. Shen Lian was the only one who frowned, very dissatisfied with the power of this palm. To change the peak of the previous life, this move angry wind and clouds shot, only 1% of the power. 1,000 Yifan also flew into smoke. Unfortunately, the cultivation level was still not enough, or else the palm that was only 60% of his power just now would have been enough to make Yifan, who was also an 8th grade harmonized god, riot his body on the spot. Shen Lian, who had experienced what it was like to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts, did not even look at the slightest bit at the mere 8th grade of transformation spirit under his eyes. Fanner, are you okay? Don't be okay. Xingfang was the first to rush up to help Yifan, her face full of concern. Unfortunately, Yifan at this time by Shen Lian a heavy palm, the body of the strange meridians blocked. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels also suffered heavy damage. The pain is simply unable to say a word. When Xingfeng saw this, he was so angry that he directly got up and shouted angrily at Shen Lian. Little, you dare to lay a deadly hand on Fanner, I will make you pay for your life. That's right. There was a hint of madness in Shen Lian's cold voice. A true villain's face is better than a false show of truth. And since it was decided long ago that you wanted to kill me, and why sympathize, there's just one question I'd like to know. At the sound of his words, Shen Lian's cold eyes swept and his fingers pointed across the entire law enforcement hall. The disciples were instantly shocked by his terrifying aura and did not dare to look directly at him, retreating half a step. Who do you have? And can you kill me? Shen Lian? Wild tone, crazy demeanor, looking out of the corner of his eye. Nothing less than a thrill to the nerves of everyone in the room. Xingfeng gritted his teeth in anger and slowly drew his long sword to point at Shen Lian. Shen Lian, do you think I don't dare to kill you? No one can save you today. Calm down. Qinglan hurriedly spoke out to stop Qingfrost, because he realized that Shen Lian's state today was completely different from usual, and the open insanity was simply suffocating. He did not want to act rashly before probing Shen Lian's true cultivation. Shen Lian, you have committed a great mistake today, maiming your fellow disciples and disrupting the order of the law enforcement hall. Even if the patriarch is here, you will never be able to escape the blame for your crimes. If you still care about the friendship of your fellow disciples, give up resisting and think about your 7 senior sisters. They would be extremely chilled if they saw you in this state. Ha 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 ha. The sound of maniacal laughter echoed within the law enforcement hall, shaking one's eardrums. Fellowship? False and pretentious explanation. You think you can make me feel a twinge of guilt by saying that? It is a pity that this fellowship has long since been wiped out in your repeated dissipation. What stands before me now is not a ridiculous fellow disciple, but an unshared enemy. Let the world see what the law enforcement hall actually has the backbone to convict me. Shen Lian. Qinglan looked stunned. Is he really crazy? Even if he moved out the 7 senior sisters he cared about the most, it wouldn't help? Little, you seek death. Xingfeng couldn't bear it anymore. She really couldn't stand Shen Lian's condescending stance and immediately raised her sword to kill him. You should have died a long time ago. If it wasn't for Shen Shuyun siding with you all these years, you should have gone up in smoke 100 years ago. Today, I will use your blood to soothe the grievances that Fanner has suffered because of you all these years. Go to hell for me. The moment she struck, it was a life-threatening streak that went straight for her life, without the slightest bit of mercy. 13 heavenly feather potentials? Good timing. Shen Lian was undaunted. Seeing his opponent make a move instead, a strong battle intent appeared in his eyes. He raised one hand and turned his palm into a claw. Right at the moment when Qingfeng got close, she directly sidestepped to avoid the killing move, while a claw was slapped out like lightning, immediately embedding itself in her arm. Ah! A scream came out of Green Frost's mouth. In an instant, her face became extremely hideous and twisted, as ghastly as an evil spirit. Is that your backbone to kill me? Where did a punk like you get the courage to judge me from on high? Who gave you permission to do so? Shen Lian's cold eyes flung out, and he smoothly drew back and flung himself. Kaching dash. Ah! Only a bone crack echoed, and Qingfeng's entire arm was considered completely ruined. With that, Green Frost let out a heartbreakingly mournful cry, as if regretting being born from her mother's womb. Stop it, Shen Lian. I'm ordering you to stop it right now. Do you hear me? This is your senior, elder brother. Chang Lan was shocked and spoke up to stop it. Stop? If it were you, would you be merciful to your enemy? Now that the conflict has been settled, what's the point of wasting words in vain? As long as they are my Shen Lian's enemies, then they must be suppressed. Accompanied by Shen Lian lifting his chi and pulling hard, Qingfeng's entire sword-wielding arm was directly ripped off hard. No! My hand! My hand! Looking at the arm that was still stretching, Qingfeng couldn't accept the result and hissed as he lunged at Shen Lian. But in just a moment, the sword that should have belonged to Qingfeng had fallen into Shen Lian's hands. It was resting coldly against his neck. Shen Lian! Don't mess around! Shen Lian! Hurry up and release your senior. She's your elder no matter what. The remaining few elders opened their mouths in horror, wanting to stop Shen Lian from laying his hands on Qingfeng. Haven't you always wished to become a heartless devil so that you could eliminate me in name only? And now it is as you wish. After the words, Shen Lian did not hesitate at all, and his long sword directly slashed Qingfeng's neck. However, a stream of blood and arrows soared and bared. Qingfeng's face was full of incredulity as he covered his neck and collapsed in the center of the law enforcement hall. No! Green Frost, Qing Lan, Qing Shan, and Chang Yin hissed out incredulously when they saw this scene. Now, you can all go out and kill me, the devil who brutalized the clan, without any fear. As long as you have the ability to kill me, this life is just for the taking. Come on, let me have my fun. Let me have my pain. Don't ever back down. You can all come together. Crazy look, open face, as well as a gaze full of boiling murderous intent. Everyone was unable to comprehend why Shen Lian, who was still meek and cowardly yesterday and allowed to be bullied, had become so terrifying in the blink of an eye. Chapter 6, Killing Madness. The cold wind was harsh and murderous. The wafting scent of blood stimulated everyone's senses. Lorat. Qing Lan's face was iron blue, and his eyes were full of gloom when he looked at Shen Lian. All disciples listened to the order. Shen Lian has no respect for his elders and has fallen into the devil's way of mutilating his fellow disciples. All disciples of my heavenly feather sect, no matter if they are from the inner sect or the outer sect, are not allowed to be beside the danger. He jerked his head up and looked at Shen Lian, who was as cold as ice and frost, and immediately raised his hand and pointed. Kill Shen Lian! Kill! As soon as the words fell, the Sky Feather sect disciples present collectively raised the weapons in their hands and frantically pounced on Shen Lian. Think you can kill me just like that? Ridiculous! Shen Lian was not afraid, but on the contrary, he had aroused the endless fighting spirit in his body. Whether it was adversity or desperation, Shen Lian was able to touch the threshold of the Great Tao through 99 lifetimes, and his greatest reliance was never on any system. Rather, it is the attitude that dares to swim against the tide and look out of the corner of your eye. Between the swings of the sword, the throat of the leading inner disciple was pierced through on the spot. Then the sword momentum did not reduce. A spinning sword flooded out a cold sword chi, instantly killed the other 6 inner disciples. This seems to be the 13 heavenly feather stances of our sect, but why is the stance he performs completely different from the one we practiced, and the power seems to be on a higher level? Qing Lan was shocked when he saw Shen Lian strike his sword. The same sword stance was able to perform a completely different mood, erupting with such a terrifying killing power that exceeded the cognizance of several of them. There was another burst of chained blood spray, and instantly more than 20 inner disciples were killed under Shen Lian's sword. Is that all? Aren't you trying to kill me? Why is this all you have? Between the sweeping of the sword chi, the 30 inner disciples on the left and right who had surrounded the area were once again left with no bones left. At this moment, Shen Lian's face was cold and merciless, and what flickered in his eyes was only the flame of hatred. With every swing of the sword, one person fell to the ground, and with every wave of sword chi, a mist of blood rose. The merciless sword reaped to its heart's content this hypocritical group of self-proclaimed fellow disciples. No one could actively enter within 5 steps of Shen Lian, and even more so, no one could walk through a move under such an extremely powerful sword of Shen Lian. However, even how to kill Shen Lian body of that hostile gas is not dissipated. However, as the blood gas gradually thicker more boiling, wastes are wastes after all. Don't you have the slightest sense of death? Since you can't stop me from moving forward, then all of you will go down to the Yellow Springs to reincarnate. Sword momentum chain, Shen Lian vertical leap, with the void illusion of floating wind and rain. In just an instant, another 100 disciples were directly broken through the protective astral energy by the powerful sword chi, perishing on the spot. So strong. Qing Lan, Qing Yun, and Xing Shan were instantly shocked and unable to say half a word by the astonishing scene in front of them. Yi Fan, who was cowering in the corner and focusing on the situation, saw Shen Lian slaughtering his fellow disciples like a god of killing, and his heart actually produced a trace of cold fear. Eldest brother, don't kill me, please. A female disciple saw that her team of 12 was left alone in just a moment, and when she saw him meet her sharp eyes, she was so frightened that she abandoned her sword on the spot and fell limp on the ground, and began to beg bitterly. Eldest brother? It's been a long time since I've heard this ridiculous title shouted up by a. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to remember to call me senior. In my case, there is no such thing as a belated deep love or not. The only thing that will happen if you annoy Shen Lian is to be put to death. With a sweep of the long sword, the female disciple was split in two on the spot, reduced to a streak of crimson flesh and blood. At this moment, Shen Lian's feet were already covered with the bodies of inner disciples, and a rough estimate was that 800 disciples had already died in his hands. Qing Yun, Qing Shan, strike! Qing Lan couldn't sit still any longer. The loss of 800 inner disciples was almost a wound to the Skyfeather sect. The inner gate is different from the outer gate. Each disciple is the core fighting force of the clan, and the backbone of the clan that can stand on the Taiku continent. Although most of them might not be as talented as the top heavenly prides, they were an important part of the clan's ability to have a virtuous cycle. Now, Shen Lian alone had slaughtered close to 30% of the entire clan's inner disciples, completely out of Qing Lan's expectations. He had to stop Shen Lian from continuing his madness. Oh, finally you can't sit still. I thought you were so hard-hearted that you'd just stand by and watch them all die by my hand. Ding! As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian turned attack into defense, crossing his sword with both hands to protect his heart. At that moment, the tip of Qing Shan's sword just pierced the spine of his sword, flashing a bit of fierce sparks flashing between the gold and jade clanging chants. At the same time, Qing Yun's sword attacked from the side in a roundabout way. Shen Lian's sword swept, grasping away Qing Shan's stern sword, and backhanded a sword chi, directly forcing his opponent back. Die! Suddenly, Qing Lan's palm took advantage of Shen Lian's guarding position as wide open. 10% of the power cohesion of a move open mountain cracking palm hit his chest. With one strike, Qing Lan looked at Shen Lian with a grimace on his face, as if he had already seen the scene of Shen Lian being shocked to death by spitting blood from his heart and veins. But the next moment, he sensed something was wrong. His own thick palm power slapped Shen Lian's chest, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea, and the condensed aura of true essence instantly turned into nothingness. This is the method of unloading the force. Qing Lan's pupils shrank, revealing a face of disbelief. Instead, Shen Lian's eyes were scarlet and he was still gazing at himself with a disdainful stance. Impossible. My cultivation level is the 9th level of transformation spirit. There's no way you can be able to unload this full force strike of mine. In my eyes, your so-called 9th level of transformation spirit is not essentially different from the 1st level of body tempering. Killing you is like slaughtering a dog. Shen Lian let out a deep cry, and his long sword swung down violently from the void. Qing Lan was shocked and decisively withdrew his stance and drew his hand, only by a millimeter. The sword blade swung empty from a distance of less than half an inch in front of the palm, and was considered to have avoided this chopping hand crisis. Shen Lian, die for me. Qing Shan saw that Shen Lian's focus was not on himself, and immediately seized the opportunity to raise his sword to stab at his undershirt. Boom! However, the next moment, Shen Lian's back violently erupted with a force of abundant palm energy, which penetrated Qing Shan's torso with lightning speed. Put! Qing Shan spat out a mouthful of blood, and the sword that he had stabbed out, when it was 7 inches away from Shen Lian's undershirt, it hung down powerlessly. Qing Yun, who was on one side, glanced at Qing Shan and instantly turned pale. Aoyama's chest had been completely sunken, and his back was even raised high from the displacement of his sternum. As for Qing Shan himself, he bled from 7 holes. and was killed by shattering his organs and bowels alive. Shen Lian was shocked. This is the palm force of the mountain-breaking palm. You actually know the method of absorbing chi into the body and thus transferring it to counterattack? An accident? Unfortunately, today's accident is much more than that. After the words, Shen Lian backhanded a sword, taking advantage of the fact that Qing Yun was in a state of shock and had not yet reacted, directly lorded off his head. You. Next. It's your turn. The corner of Shen Lian's mouth revealed a hideous smile, and his sword swung directly toward Qing Lian to kill him. Shen Lian. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll definitely. Barely. A sword slammed through the rainbow. Before Qing Lian could finish his words, Shen Lian's sword chi had penetrated his torso, cutting him into sashimi on the spot, with only a head still showing a shocked and unbelievable expression. Once the four elders of the God of Transformation realm died, the fighting spirit of the surrounding inner sect disciples immediately sank, and they no longer dared to approach Shen Lian, who was like a god of killing. They roared in alarm and ran towards the door of the law enforcement hall. Shen Lian didn't even bother with this group of mole crickets, but carried his long sword on his back and walked step by step towards Yifan, who was not far away. Chapter 7, Son of Luck? Ridiculous. You, don't come over here. Seeing Shen Lian approaching him with a face full of murderous aura, Yifan trembled in fear and his body kept moving backward. Inside the law enforcement hall, which is strewn with blood, accompanied by heavy footsteps, rhythmic step-by-step approaching, fear spread through Yifan's body and mind like a plague. Shen Lian, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the 7 senior sisters will never forgive you again. At such a time, Yifan began to bring out the 7 white-eyed wolves, seemingly as a way to get Shen Lian to let himself go. But unfortunately, the current Shen Lian has long since not been the original body soul as occupied boiling goat. Even if you know that the 7 people want to kill themselves will still come together to lick up. With a cold snort, Shen Lian was already standing in front of Yifan. Yifan could not see a trace of the usual familiar coyness in Shen Lian's eyes. What there is just endless mocking sarcasm. The so-called Sons of Heaven's destiny were naturally the party of heaven's pride and heroes that were embraced by the heavenly Tao, and their fortune was far superior to that of ordinary people by 1,000 times. It could also be said that they were the protagonists of a side of the world, and any opponent who tried to suppress them would only end up being backfired on. However, Shen Lian was an accident. He traveled to the world of metaphysics and his starting identity wasn't even a supporting role. He could only be considered a mole cricket cannon fodder, not even qualified to serve as a stepping stone for those heavenly destined sons. Once you get into any kind of conflict with the destined son, you don't even live for more than half a chapter, or the kind where the death is brought over by crappy downward strokes. However, Shen Lian had miraculously made his way from a passerby character all the way to the top, relying on a very human will and keen insight. In 99 lifetimes of experience, there were 800 sons of heavenly destiny who had died at his hands, if not 1,000. Later on, many of the so-called Sons of Heaven's destiny were even Shen Lian felt that it was too unchallenging to directly exterminate them, and personally intervene to cultivate them to grow to the peak, and then in a head-on encounter, they were completely knocked off the altar of the gods, and their divine soul cultivation was dried up and practiced by the Emperor of Man Cauldron to become human Dan, because Shen Lian that strong to let the human gods and demons a retreating strength, as well as not subject to worldly constraints wild personality, coupled with martial arts into the Tao, with the mortal body proud of the peak. Dozens of times are happy to mention human emperor title, but because of his extremely arrogant and cold character, more people are willing to call Shen Lian human madness, but Shen Lian does have the capital of madness. When the absolute strength can crush everything, the word madness, on the contrary, is a positive meaning. Let me take a good look at what kind of dignified appearance a pride of heaven that can make an entire sect spend all its resources to cultivate is. Shen Lian bent down and carefully stared at Yifan's feminine and handsome face. Facing Shen Lian, who was close at hand, Yifan didn't even dare to breathe a single breath. This extreme sense of oppression was something he had never experienced in his life. After about 10 breaths, Shen Lian shook his head. So the proud son of heaven is such a humble and cowardly. Then I can only say that the losers of the Skyfeather sect are all blind to choose you to be their pawn on their way to the top of life. I advise you to take a look in the mirror and see how you look. Like a dog would dislike you right now. If I were you, I would definitely choose to kill myself on the spot and at least maintain a trace of the dignity of a son of Qi. Without waiting for Yifan to reply, he stabbed the blood-stained long sword in his hand into the floor an inch in front of the root of his crotch's offspring. For a time, Yifan was in a cold sweat, but if Shen Lian's sword was off by that much, he would be completely cut off. Come, use this Shin Pin spirit sword to prove to me that you're not a waste. You can die rather than show your will for the pride of a proud son of heaven, for your own self-respect. Shen Lian finished taking half a step back, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly quietly waiting for Yifan to raise his sword and kill himself. No, senior brother Shen, do you really not care about the 7 senior sisters anymore? But the next moment, against Shen Lian's eyes that were full of teasing contempt, Yi Fan actually couldn't say a word. Say it, why don't you say it? Shen Lian slowly unfolded his folding fan. Is it to say that if I move half of you, those 7 white wolves who can't feed me will break with me and never forgive me again? Is it to say that if they knew what you're going through, they'd do anything to get rid of me to please you? Ha 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 ha, son of heavenly destiny? That's really ridiculous. In the end, you're just a punk who only relies on women. As pathetic and sad as your incomplete life, do you think I still care about those 7 white-eyed wolves? And that my heart will be disturbed by your mentioning the names of those 7? If that's what you think, then I'm sorry to tell you the reality. Shen Lian turned his back and looked slightly sideways. Your wishful thinking is wrong. The humiliation you have put on me all these years, I will double it and give it back to you one by one. Since I can send them to the altar of God, I can naturally send them to hell, betraying those who have sincerely given there. Forever only worthy of rotting in the mire, like a mole looking up to a longing existence, and finally falling into a puddle of yellow earth. So, son of Qi, tell me, when the only means you have does not work against me, what other way is there to bind the determination of the flying dragon in heaven? Yi Fan's head was blank. He couldn't believe that Shen Lian actually really didn't care about the 7 senior sisters at all. How could it be like this? He had obviously been PUA'd by the 7 to the point of losing his dignity and being reduced to a humble dog. Why would such a huge change occur in just one night? No, if that was the case, how could one ascend to the top? How could one become an existence that made billions of living beings worship? At this moment, it seemed that the heavens Dao Qi was adding to it, and the fear in his body was replaced by endless resentment. Looking at the open figure with his back to himself, and then looking at the bloodied spirit sword in front of him, killing intent instantly filled his entire body. No, I have to kill him. I can't let him live. He got up violently, ignoring his own injuries, and pressed down on the spirit sword that was stabbing into the ground, and his face expression became 10,000 times more hideous. Shen Lian, you deserve to die. With a furious cry, Yi Fan wanted to draw his sword and stab Shen Lian in the undershirt. He had calculated this distance, this timing, as long as a sword stabbed Shen Lian would definitely die. But the next moment, an extremely embarrassing scene occurred. Surprisingly, he couldn't pull out the spirit sword that was inserted into the ground stone. How is it possible? Why can't I pump it? Yi Fan looked at the spirit sword inserted into the ground with a face full of incredulity, as if it had become one with the earth. No matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it in the slightest. Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian, who felt the clownish behavior of Yi Fan behind him, couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. He slowly raised an index finger at Yi Fan behind him and gently shook it. A son of heaven's destiny, but you can't even pull out a mere spirit sword? The extent of your waist is truly refreshing. After the words, he suddenly turned around and blasted out a palm, hitting Yi Fan squarely in the chest. Put! Boom! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Yi Fan's entire body was directly embedded into the wall stacked with extremely high-quality granite. This palm directly caused the protective chi inside his body to crumble, and along with it, 3 of his sternum bones were broken. Rubbish! Suffer death! Shen Lian once again raised his palm. His power catalyzed another layer. The wind swept and coalesced in his palm, and blasted at Yi Fan. Adversary, stop! Just in the nick of time, the sound waves outside the law enforcement hall shook the sky. Immediately following it was a vast palm force condensed by a silver aura that directly attacked Shen Lian's back. With a cry of doubt, Shen Lian seemed to have expected it. Immediately withdrawing his stance, he quickly grabbed Yi Fan, who was in a state of disorientation, and turned around to block him towards his body. Chapter 8 War! 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 Boom! There was a loud bang in the law enforcement hall, and smoke and dust scattered and the hall shook. The extreme astral energy dissipated the moment Shen Lian used Yi Fan as a shield. When the smoke cleared, 2 unearthly figures appeared in front of Shen Lian. Heavenly Sword Peak Master, Yuan Tianzhao. Red Flame Peak Master, Dongfang Lai. Refined Void Realm? Exciting! Seeing the visitor, Shen Lian was not afraid but happy, and his eyes were intense with battle intent and gradually became frenzied. Get loose! Yuan Tianzhao did not have any unnecessary nonsense. Coldly rushed Shen Lian to utter a sentence that did not allow any questioning. However, after Shen Lian heard the words from the opposite side, he squeezed Yi Fan's palm instead and tightened it a few points more, causing him to wail out in pain. Yuan Tianzhao frowned at once, and the ink sword behind his back began to faintly rattle. He was emotionally cold, and his likes and dislikes were seldom expressed in his face. The fact that the sword was moving indicated that he was already very emotional at this moment. Adversary, can't you understand when I tell you to let go? Dongfang Lai was furious. Seeing Yi Fan suffer, He couldn't wait to kill Shen Lian, the scum of the clan, immediately. What tone of voice are you two losers using to order me around? Ah. Shen Lian retracted his force again, and instantly a bone crack echoed. Amidst Yi Fan's wails of pain, his shoulder blade was crushed alive. Vanille. When Dongfang Lai saw Yi Fan in pain, his fiery temperament revealed a rare flash of worry. Miso. As for Yuan Tianzhao, at this moment, the heavenly grade spirit sword was in his hand, and the eyes that locked onto Shen Lian were filled with cold light. When they received news from their disciples that Shen Lian had suddenly gone berserk in the law enforcement hall and went on a killing spree, not only killing 800 inner disciples, but also not even sparing 4 sect elders, they hurried over. In fact, they were all skeptical about this matter of Shen Lian going crazy, because after so many years of getting along, Shen Lian's impression to the entire clan was an image of cowardice and deceitfulness, not to mention the fact that his cultivation had been abolished. As for him suddenly going crazy, is that possible? But when the strong smell of blood in the law enforcement hall filled their nostrils, and then they took a look at the scene of the Shura with limbs and arms all over the place, there was no longer any room for them to disbelieve. It was too late to pursue why Shen Lian had suddenly turned into this appearance, and it was imperative to save Yi Fan first. After all, Yi Fan was an opportunity for the rise of the Skyfeather sect. Yuan Tianzhao pointed his long sword. Shen Lian, I'll give you one chance. Immediately release Yi Fan, then confess to the crime and be judged by the sect again. Otherwise, or what? Shen Lian urged his inner strength for an instant, and Yi Fan was immediately pressed to his knees by a supreme pressure. Seeing this, Yuan Tianzhao and Dongfang Lai became worried. At the same time, the eyes felt heartfelt strangeness towards Shen Lian's now brash face. Wanting to judge me, Shen Lian, are you bunch of self-righteous losers qualified enough? With a deep voice, Yuan Tianzhao and Dongfang Lai only felt a strong pressure sweeping across their faces, and could not help but take a half step backwards. Why? Would his strength suddenly return and the pressure he emits be so strong? How is it possible? Why is the scum Shen Lian still salty? This kind of strength, could it be that it had been hidden before? The two men carried different minds, neither daring to act rashly. As for Shen Lian's side, during the confrontation, through the original body's memory, he quickly understood the characteristics of the two people's feats and bodies, as well as the degree of cultivation. One refined void second tier, one refined void third tier. Yuan Tianzhao. The main battle technique is the 8-gate golden lock sword. Dongfang Lai. The main battle technique is the silver python flame swallowing palm. Just coming back and encountering such an exciting battle, when it's really the right time to wake up. Then let's celebrate my rebirth today with the defeat of the two of you. After making up his mind, a hideous smile appeared at the corner of Shen Lian's mouth. Dongfang Lai let out a bellow. Shen Lian, don't make one mistake after another. Take a look around. How many of your fellow disciples have been killed by you? You're already falling into the devil's path. Ha 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 ha. What responded to Dongfang Lai was a maniacal laughter with teasing contempt. Put away your ridiculous and hypocritical face. Have you ever wondered why things have come to this when you questioned me with a straight face? When you said I killed them, did you ask a single question about the cause? Of course, this is not a question you will ever think of. After all, the punk kneeling before me is the one that you dumber punks have gone to great lengths to cultivate. And as long as he's involved in anything and everything, it's all about me. Never investigating, even when the facts are right in front of me, it's still about me. But don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this today to try to justify myself or anything, to make you repent of your behavior. Just simply want you to know what you are dying for. After all, death of its place is the last mercy. I, Shen Lian, will leave you. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian directly kicked Yi Fan. This kick was sinister and incomparable, and the chi energy instilled in it directly exploded his kunai. Ah! With a miserable scream, Yi Fan, who was still in midair and heard the sound of eggs breaking, had fainted. Vanille. Dongfang Lai caught Yi Fan with a leap and helped him to the side with a concerned face to start checking his injuries. You, die. Also at the same moment, Yuan Tianzhao directly slashed out a sword chi and charged at Shen Lian's lifegate. Boom. Folding fan flung. Shen Lian turned around and urged his whole body to protect his body with chi energy to block this fatal move. After only hearing a booming explosion, Shen Lian's upright stance stood in place. He reached out and pointed. Come, let me see if the Heavenly Sword Peak Master's sword can take my Shen Lian's life. The provocative tone and arrogant posture were completely different from the impression of Shen Lian's desolate appearance. This huge contrast caused Yuan Tianzhao to burn with rage. How could he allow a sect scum to provoke himself with such an attitude? Instantly, the fast swords were chained together, and a clanging sound was heard in the law enforcement hall as the sword chi filled the air. Vanner, how are you? Don't scare me. On the other hand, Dongfang Lai, a hot-tempered fellow, was the only one who appeared to be extraordinarily kind in front of Yi Fan. with a hint of a senior's demeanor. Seeing how Yifan's eyes were white and his face twitching, this old trash actually started to shed tears. Fanner, I've always treated you like my own son. What would I do if something happened to you? As a result, as soon as the words fell, Shen Lian's sneering voice came from his ears. What you should do is to notify the whole clan to open the banquet. If there are no accidents, today the funeral banquet of this karma son of yours and this wild father of yours can be held together, and it can save a lot of things. Ha 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 dash. Shen Lian. With a wild roar, Dongfang Lai's eyes were glazed over and his body became red. I'm going to break you into pieces and take it out on Fanner. Save your energy, old punk, and wait for the morning. It's sickening to see the touching picture of your father's kindness and son's filial piety. Die. Dongfang Lai couldn't bear it anymore. His body emitted blazing fire aura and joined the battle circle with Yuan Tianzhao. 2 against 1? Exciting. Facing 2 void refining realm cultivators at the same time, the battle intent in Shen Lian's eyes became even more intense. This kind of thrill of fighting and killing was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Chapter 9, Hidden in the Void. Inside the law enforcement hall, sword chi and palm energy intertwined with each other, blossoming into the most intense collision. Shen Lian, who was only at the 8th level of the spirit of transformation, faced the 2 refined void experts alone, and even demolished 100 moves without losing a single step. Bang! After a pair of moves and waves of air lifted up, the 3 of them each separated by a few steps and entered the confrontation stage. Shen Lian obviously only has the 8th level of harmonized spirit cultivation, but why was he able to carry 100 moves against me at the refined void realm without losing? What kind of spell did the kid cast to have such a pressure? Hard to easily take him down? Yuan Tianzhao and Dongfang Lai were very confused about Shen Lian's current changes. Why don't you advance? Do you recognize your own incompetence? Or have you run out of steam? Shen Lian's sneering voice sounded again, lightly shaking his folding fan with a breezy face. Dongfang Lai and Yuan Tianzhao exchanged glances and quickly formulated their next strategies with each other. There must be secrets about him that we don't know. Take him down directly and force out the reason before directly killing him. Agreed. With his mind finalized, Dongfang Lai took a step forward and cupped his hand to make a magic seal. At once, the fire awnings were so great that a 3-foot fire god shadow slowly surfaced behind him. Yuan Tianzhao, on the other hand, put his long sword on his back and quietly retreated a few steps back. Flame God King Strength? Shen Lian instantly recognized the gong method performed by Dongfang Lai, and immediately lifted his chi and energy to prepare for the next challenge. Shen Lian, a clan scum like you should have died a long time ago. If you listened to your 7 sisters and died to pave the way for Fan Air, perhaps it wouldn't have ended up like this today. And now I'm going to use this monstrous rage to completely turn you into ashes. Just by you? Where on earth do you losers get your confidence? What a joke! Shen Lian made an immediate decision and transformed his entire body's cultivation to extreme cold force, a small glowing fire, but also dares to compete with the giant waves. Let you see what the true peak is. In an instant, the cold air coalesced, and a wave-tempered silhouette emerged around Shen Lian. What kind of gong method is this? Why have I never seen it before? Seeing this scene, Dongfang Lai was greatly shocked in his heart. Let's see how I'll put out your ridiculous glowing fire once and for all. With a roar, Shen Lian made a vertical leap into the void, and his vast palm power slapped out for an instant. 1000 autumn wave by wave swinging god strike. The momentum of a palm, the river of a great river, rushed straight towards Dongfang Lai. Just transported to 80% of the Oriental Lai was shocked, could not think more violently palm to meet the attack. Boom! Water and fire mingled for a split second, and the law enforcement hall was instantly reduced to rubble. A dash! After the extreme move, Dongfang Lai let out a deep sigh. A crimson bloodstain appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his entire person was lifted off dozens of feet away. On the contrary, Shen Lian only retreated a few steps backward and steadily stabilized his body. Is this the rage you're so proud of? When it's really obscure and unbearable. Ha 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 dash. Shen Lian's laughter shook the sky, provoking Dongfang Lai's cheeks to twist and twitch uncontrollably. 8-gate golden lock sword trapped. Right at this moment, the chains behind Shen Lian that were cohesively molded from sword chi came at him intensively. Without much time to think, Shen Lian got up and flipped sideways to avoid the sword chi. The moment he landed again, the sword locks that sprang up from the ground had trapped his ankles. In the next moment, his arms were also wrapped in chains. Good chance! Dongfang Lai seized the opportunity and decisively slapped out a palm toward Shen Lian's chest despite his own injuries. Bang! A dash! A solid palm, slapping Shen Lian's chest, accompanied by a low groan. Shen Lian's body immediately flew out backwards. Don't give him any time to react. Just take it. Yes! With one move, the two did not let their guard down and continued to start surrounding and encircling on the left and right, intending not to give Shen Lian any chance to catch his breath. Shen Lian, who was hit by this move, landed on both feet, quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and flipped his hands to directly send out 2 palms. Due to the injuries, the power of the palms suddenly reduced. Dongfang Lian Yuan Tianzhao easily received, and then continued to pounce on Shen Lian. Seeing that he was caught in a deadly crisis, Shen Lian's battle spirit instead climbed again with the deepening of the danger factor. Like this. You want to kill me, Shen Lian? It's not enough. Bang, bang, boom. As Shen Lian's voice rang out, the 3 figures finally staggered and crashed together. But the next moment. What? How is this possible? However, he saw Shen Lian open his bow on the left and right, and hard received the palm of the duo's full strength. What was even more surprising was that the duo felt Shen Lian's aura around his body surge, which was a sign that his cultivation had broken through again. It's time for the game to end. Drink! With a deep cry, he directly shook the 2 back. It was also at this moment that Shen Lian's cultivation came to the 9th realm of the transformation spirit. You're actually able to break through your own limits in battle? Yuan Tianzhao asked incredulously. Regret? You didn't manage to kill me with 1 strike. Then take this regret and drink your hatred in the Yellow Springs. Drumming, Shen Lian at catalytic true essence. Suddenly a vast wave of air around the body swept and swept. Will have become ruins of the law enforcement hall, ravaged, even more disfigured. Don't keep your hands off. If this sun is not removed today, in the coming days, my Sky Feather sect is bound to have a lot of trouble in the future. Then destroy it. Dongfang Lian Yuan Tianzhao knew that at this moment, they absolutely couldn't keep their hands off. Regardless of whether Shen Lian had any secrets on him, they couldn't let him leave the gates of Tianyu sect alive. The 2 of them used their entire body's spiritual energy to quickly condense at one point, wanting to kill Shen Lian with a single strike. However, Shen Lian was undaunted, knowing that the next move was the moment of life and death, and resolutely collected his chi and energy to meet the arrival of this last move. 8-gate golden lock break. Silver python flame swallowing palm. A sword and a palm. The strongest sword and palm of the Tianyu sect struck at the same time, immediately forming a wave of air that destroyed the sky and the earth, blasting towards Shen Lian's whole body with the speed of thunder and lightning. Good coming. I didn't want to, but this was exactly what Shen Lian wanted. As he flipped his hands, 3,000 watery splendor emerged around him. The water splendor turned into spiritual energy converging, forming a living and unceasing 2E Taiji totem in front of Shen Lian's body. Just at the moment when the 2 major extreme moves approached, Void Hidden style. In the next moment, the 2 major airwaves that were enough to destroy half of the clan were all absorbed by the rotating Taiji totem in the moment of approach. What? Oriental Lion Yuan Tianzhao did not expect this change. All exclaimed at the same time. Against the hand system of the move has been out in response to the sound. The Sea of Fury returns to the stream. Boom, boom. The Void Hidden absorbs the external force in operation and adds to it, subsequently condensing it into the 2 chaotic air flames of Yin and Yang, which rebound back to the wielder of the stance itself with 3 times the power. Dongfang Lai. Yuan Tianzhao simply could not expect Shen Lian still have this kind of backhand. On the spot by this Yin and Yang 2 chi directly through the burst body and died. To the point of death. He didn't even get to moan. Poof. Killing 2 refined void realm in 1 blow, but also beyond the limit of Shen Lian's own root to withstand. Immediately spit out a smear of vermilion in his mouth. Humph. This is the strength of the Heavenly Feather Peak Master? It's really the weakest refined void realm I've ever seen and experienced. After ending the battle, Shen Lian quickly adjusted his breath and unfolded his folding fan again, passing by Yifan, who was in an unconscious state, and had wanted to directly lay his hands on him, but just when he was about to make a move, suddenly the scene of his predecessor being falsely accused by Yifan in the past flashed in his mind. In the next moment, Shen Lian changed his mind and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It still seems too cheap to just let you die, and I've come up with a really fun game I'd like to experiment on you. After the words, Shen Lian directly a finger penetrated his Dan high. Cultivation was completely wasted. The Sea of Dan was shattered, and the extreme pain hard woke up Yifan, who was in a coma. Noticing that the foundation of his decades of cultivation was destroyed once, he looked at Shen Lian with extreme resentment. Shen Lian, I will definitely not let you go. I hope you ants remember the emotions of this moment, because from now on, your fate will be completely changed because of me. I very much enjoy watching your clownish gesture of impotent rage, because toying with a mole like you is one of life's great must or won't lacks pleasures in this world. Ha 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 ha. After the words, Shen Lian's big hand directly pressed on his head and fiercely retracted. What are you doing? Let you experience what it's like to be a dog. In Yifan's painful wail, the 7 parts of the soul in his body were hardened and stripped out by Shen Lian. In the next second, Yifan only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and then he didn't know anything anymore. Shen Lian looked at Yifan's divine soul in his palm and couldn't help but hang a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. The cultivation level is too low for the extreme soul extraction hand to be able to extract all of his divine soul, but this one spirit alone is enough. He walked outside the law enforcement hall, and in the process, he flung the soul in his hand and instantly slapped it into an ordinary black dog. Woo! The black dog's soul was forced to merge with the other one and whimpered in pain. From now on, you're a crippled dog. Ha 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 ha. Woof woof. Listening to the black dog's miserable cry, Shen Lian lightly shook the folding fan, laughing and slowly left the Tianyu sect. Halfway through the encounter actually no one dared to block. Quick! Go report to the old ancestor. Something big has happened. A few disciples saw the ruins of the law enforcement hall filled with blood and mist, and immediately ran towards the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. The dojo where the old ancestor was in closed-door cultivation. Chapter 10, Sucking Your Earthly Energy, Destroying Your Foundation. Tianji Pavilion. Inside the Hall of Inference, the old man Tianji, who was in meditation, violently opened his eyes. The next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood without warning. What's going on? Why is it that in this seat's heart, there is actually a feeling of strong uneasiness? Elder Tianji was distracted and immediately pinched his fingers and projected. This calculation immediately caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Well, the son of heaven's destiny's chi is in decline. How is this possible? Right at this moment, a crack appeared in the void, and from within came the voice of a disciple of the celestial chi pavilion. Elder, something big has happened. The luster of the destiny disk of the heaven's destiny sun has dimmed quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Elder Tianji immediately transformed into a ray of spiritual light and penetrated into the void rift. When he saw that the fate plate in the fate plate room, which symbolized Yifan's fortune, began to become dim, he immediately sat down on the ground. Impossible. This is impossible. Yifan is a son of Qi that is protected by the heavenly Tao, and his Qi is enough to influence the entire Taiku continent. It's one of the future destined masters of this world. How could the Qi fade or decline so much? Something must have gone wrong somewhere. The disciple beside him returned. Elder, should we send someone to the Heavenly Feather sect to investigate and see what exactly happened there? When the old man Tianji heard this, he immediately calmed down and sat on the ground with his legs crossed to start deducing once again. With a startled cry, he opened his eyes again. Elder, what's wrong? Why do you look so grave? Pass on this seat's order. Quickly order the two of you, sigh of sorrow and happiness and mourn of separation, to hurry to the Sky Feather sect to find out the reason. If a heretic is found who is detrimental to the fortune of the heavenly ordained, no matter who he is, he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Yes, disciple excuses himself. After waiting for the disciples under his door to leave, Elder Tianji once again pinched his fingers and projected. Strange, this seed has already penetrated the heavens mechanism 3,000 years ago, but why actually deduced that Yifan's chi attenuation was subject to what cause? Is there some unknown force at work here? Thinking of this, he got up and looked at the destiny disk belonging to Yifan, gradually falling into contemplation. At this moment, Shen Lian, who had left the Sky Feather sect, was lightly shaking his folding fan and rafting on Jingxin Lake. To make such a big commotion on the first day of coming to this world, the Sky Feather sect and those 7 white-eyed wolves definitely won't stand by and watch with folded arms. If you want to live, you have to work hard to raise your cultivation before they strike. And nowadays, your cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit of transformation is still too weak. If we were to cultivate step by step, even if our physical cultivation was fully restored, it would take 3 years to recover to the 8th level of the mixed element. It's really too slow. We must try to find a quick method to raise our roots so that we can deal with the next situation. In fact, although Shen Lian acted wildly, it didn't mean that he didn't have a brain. The reason why he went crazy and started killing in the Sky Feather sect today was also a well thought out decision. Tianyu old ancestor was in seclusion until the critical time, and Shen Lian concluded that it was impossible for him to appear at this time to relieve Yifan. The 5 peaks of Tianyu, 3 peak masters had gone with Shen Shuyun to the demonic beast mountain range to deal with the beast-tide seal, and the clan lacked the power to focus on dealing with itself. The only real combatants left were Heavenly Sword Peak and Red Flame Peak, as well as the 4 sect elders who were virtually useless. After dealing with a few of them, there would no longer be any external force preventing one from leaving the Sky Feather sect smoothly. Everything was the result of Shen Lian's careful calculations. The so-called crazy also need to have crazy capital. No brain crazy can only be regarded as tang. This kind of reasoning was naturally more than familiar to Shen Lian, who had mingled in the law of the jungle intensively for nearly 100 generations. While he was pondering, the old man holding the boat suddenly spoke. Where are the guests going? Ahead is the Sky Feather sect's Spirit Vein Mine. Do you want to get off the boat there? Spirit Vein Mines? Hearing this news, Shen Lian's mind immediately floated with relevant memories. The spirit vein mines are the main source of spiritual chi cultivation for the outer disciples of the Skyfeather sect, bordering the local geomancy. It was also excavated by the original body, a waste of space, more than 200 years ago, and gifted to the Skyfeather sect. And with the spirit veins here, the Skyfeather sect has also grown rapidly and smoothly become one of the 4 major sects in the eastern region. Thinking of this, a scowl appeared at the corner of Shen Lian's mouth. Since this is from me, I have the right to take it back, and all the losers of the Skyfeather sect deserve nothing more than to stay in the mire and struggle to die. After speaking, Shen Lian directly threw out a spirit stone to the boatman behind him. Without waiting for the boatman to react, Shen Lian had already disappeared. Immortal. It's an immortal. I, Zhang Laosan, can be considered to have seen an immortal. The boatman who saw this scene directly knelt down on the canoe and continuously bowed his head. In the sky above the spirit vein mining field, Shen Lian stepped in the void and indifferently gazed at the mortal toilers below who were laboring like ants. They let the disciples of the Skyfeather sect who were supervising the work beat and scold them, but they didn't dare to have the slightest pause. A bunch of wastes, learning the skins but only using it to bully on mortals. Such behavior is also worthy of the word cultivator? It's really ridiculous. As he spoke, he made seals with his palms and quickly laid down a spirit-gathering formation around him. Next, it's time to bring everything back to the beginning. Without any hesitation, he directly activated the Zhou Tian Xian Huang technique. The spirit-gathering formation was activated and began to frantically pull the breath of the spirit veins towards the spirit-gathering formation. A short 10 breaths later, under the help of thousands of times the suction force, the majestic spiritual chi contained within the spiritual vein, like a tidal wave breaking the dike, madly surged towards the spirit-gathering formation, 100 times more majestic than the morning aura into the body moment. Shen Lian's cultivation once again began to climb. The 9 heavens of transformation. Peak transformation spirit. Breaking. Refining the void one. Unsurprisingly, Shen Lian smoothly broke through to the refined void realm, and immediately the spiritual power in the depths of the Sea of Dan was more than a few times higher compared to the opening kill inside the law enforcement hall an hour ago, and the laborers working in the mine instinctively sensed a hint of something wrong. Obviously, I saw the top-grade spirit stone with a bright color before. How come it was suddenly dull? At first, only a few people noticed this, but did not pay too much attention to it. After all, this is not the first time to see such a situation. For example, the spirit stone may have a crack leading to the inside of the spirit chi. Leakage to reduce the grade of the thing also happens from time to time, but gradually more and more of those laboring noticed that something was wrong. The speed of this aura loss was also too terrifying. The original good top-grade spirit stone fell to lower grade in the blink of an eye, and in the end, it even directly turned into an unusual stone. What was even more exaggerated was that those spirit stones that had already been collected were clearly determined to be intact before, but in the blink of an eye they also began to crazily decrease in quality, and in the end, they were also reduced to an unusual piece of broken stone. What's going on here? And why did it turn out this way? Several Heavenly Feather sect disciples were horrified as they watched the spirit stones in their hands rapidly turn into a piece of waste stone. Just as they were still puzzled by the deterioration of the spirit stone, the ground suddenly produced a violent tremor. Oh no! It's an earthquake! All the miners immediately dropped the tools of industry in their hands and frantically fled beyond the mine. It was also at this moment that the entire spirit vein mine crumbled and fell, faintly showing signs of a landslide. The Skyfeather sect disciples who were still studying the spirit stone issue could no longer care about that much at this time, and ran towards the outside of the mine in unison. And Shen Lian, who was operating all this in the void, was concentrating on absorbing this vastness like an abyssal aura, crazily raising his cultivation base. At this time, the entire spirit vein's spiritual chi had long been rapidly absorbed under the thousands of times spirit gathering array's enchantment, but his purpose was more than that. Along with the earth's chi that nourished the spirit vein, refining the void 4. Refinement of the vertical 5. 6th level of refinement. It wasn't until after his cultivation level had risen to the 6th level of refined void that the spirit vein that stretched for 800 miles around suddenly dried up and collapsed. At the same time, after losing the cover of the mountain range, the earth's chi stored in this place was no longer hindered, and it directly rushed out of the ground and was attracted to the spirit-gathering formation created by Shen Lian as much as possible. Phew! Finally, only after his cultivation reached the peak of refined void did he slowly exhale. The earth's chi that had been nurtured in this place for hundreds of thousands of years had already been absorbed. Can any of you afford to offend me? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I will trample you all, one by one, into the abyss of the mire, looking up at me with the greatest fear as I ascend to the pinnacle of the great Tao, and then drinking in despair. Ha 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 ha. After leaving a burst of arrogant and unruly laughter in the void, Shen Lian transformed into a stream of light and sped away into the distance, leaving behind a scene of devastated ruins. Chapter 11, Heartbroken Little Brother. In the sky above the outside of the Skyfeather sect, a beautiful figure slowly fell from the void. It's been a while since I've seen Senior Brother Yi. If he sees me suddenly appear, he'll be very happy, right? The woman's name was Su Yuheng. With a cultivation of the 9th level of the Mixed Realm, the president of the World Chamber of Commerce. This time, she had just completed a deal with the Holy Land of Yaoqi, harvested a lot of money and was in an exceptionally happy mood. This time, he had purposely brought some extremely high-quality pills that would help raise his cultivation level, and had come to visit his junior brother Yifan on the way. However, when she entered the Skyfeather sect's vast plaza, she instantly detected a trace of an unusual aura, only to see that outside the sect's main hall, all the disciples, dressed in white mourning clothes, were kneeling in unison outside the hall's door. What's going on? Could it be that the plan came to fruition and Shen Lian died? When he thought of Shen Lian, all Su Yuheng had in his heart was resentment. He had targeted Yifan several times and no matter how much he admonished himself he still did what he wanted. More crucially, you bullied people actually do not have to find so many excuses for themselves, when it is shameful, disgusting. It was good that he was dead now. At least no one would hinder Senior Brother Yi in the future. A lousy person is just a lousy person. Dead is dead. Why do you have to make such a big row? Really not letting people live in peace even after death. Su Yuheng stepped towards the clan hall, wanting to take one last look at Shen Lian's tablet. Third senior sister, you're finally back. Just as she had stepped into the door of the hall with her front foot, a disciple ran to Su Yuheng in tears and cried loudly. What's there to cry about? Su Yuheng looked at the main hall, somewhat puzzled as to why there were so many people crying over Shen Lian's death. Obviously, after so many years of their 7 sisters' efforts, the entire clan should be deeply resentful of Shen Lian and wish that he would hurry up and die. But why? Third senior sister Yuan Peak Master, Dongfang Peak Master, as well as the 4 elders and more than 800 inner disciples, all of them let Shen Lian killed. He completely crazy. What are you talking nonsense about? How could a waste like Shen Lian? Su Yuheng simply didn't believe in this so magical content, just about to open his mouth to question, but glanced at the first spirit seat, placed 6 tablets. It is the clan's 4 elders as well as the 2 peak masters. Her pupils couldn't help but shrink, her face full of incredulity. Impossible. Shen Lian, how could he have done such a thing? Such a deceitful behavior. He simply couldn't do it. Say, what's going on? In an instant, the triple pressure of the mixed realm fell from the void, pressurizing the breath in everyone's bodies, and a strong sense of suffocation put them on the verge of collapse. It's true. Third senior sister, everyone has personally saw Shen Lian go crazy. Crazy? How can he be crazy? Upon hearing this, Su Yuheng's delicate face revealed a touch of hideous horror. Even if he is mad, if we want him to die, he must immediately leave his death. Why is he resisting? Who gave him permission to do so? This was the reality that Su Yuheng could least accept. Shen Lian actually dared to resist? Doesn't this show that all those years of PUA on him have been a complete failure? Where is Shen Lian? Tell her to get her ass out here and meet me. Third senior sister, Shen Lian. He left the sect yesterday. He also injured Yi's senior brother. What? Senior brother Yi. As soon as he heard that Yifan was injured, Su Yuheng immediately withdrew his pressure and grabbed that disciple by the shoulders. How is he hurt? Take me to him quickly. Su Yuheng was mindful of Yifan's injuries and immediately pulled his disciple towards his room. Senior sister, woof woof. I'm here, woof woof. Save me, woof woof woof. The black dog that had been injected into Yifan's soul couldn't help but bark furiously when it saw this scene. The moment Naylor exited the room, it was a barking sound that no one could understand. Seeing Su Yuheng stepping away, Yifan immediately opened his limbs and prepared to chase after him. But the next moment, a disciple raised his leg and kicked the black dog in the abdomen. Ow dash! Yifan immediately let out a miserable cry and flew out in pain. You stinking dog! Run around again and I'll stew you! That disciple saw the black dog fly out and coldly patted his thigh without lifting his head and left directly. Woof woof woof, it hurts. How dare you hit me? Woof woof woof, I'll keep this account. When I return to human form I'll definitely screw you over. Yifan huddled into the corner, his doggy eyes watching the disciple who kicked him go away, his doggy lungs almost exploding with anger. Inside Yifan's room, Su Yuheng met Yifan who was in a coma. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? I'm your third senior sister. Wake up, don't scare me. Hurry up and get up. Senior sister has prepared a brand new spirit weapon for you. Quickly wake up and take a look. Senior brother, you mustn't be alright. What can I do if you have an accident? Senior brother, didn't you say you wanted to marry me? How can you marry me like this? Seeing the usual lively and energetic senior brother, who now looked like he was dying, Su Yuhang's heart was burning with anxiety. Using his divine sense, Su Yuhang immediately fell into an ice cellar. Yifan's Sea of Dan was completely crushed, and trying to recover was simply as difficult as climbing into the sky. And the current Yifan could no longer be considered a man with his lower body crumbling. Shen Lian. Seeing this scene, Su Yuhang immediately let out an angry cry. The powerful pressure shook the entire house faintly, as if it was about to collapse. I will definitely not let you go. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I'll make you pay. After the angry rebuke, she pointed in the air and threw out a painted boundary stone. The space in the room was distorted and a crack slowly appeared. In the next moment, two figures, one old and one young, appeared in the room. See the president. Both of them were at the refined void realm cultivation level. The old man was at the 5th level of refined void and the young man was at the 2nd level of refined void. Find Shen Lian at all costs and bring him to me. Su Yuhang looked at Yifan, who was lying on the bed with a pale face and was filled with heartache. I'm going to lynch him alive in front of senior brother Yi. Yes, President. The two of them led the order to turn into streams of light and instantly disappeared inside the house. Su Yuhang sat beside Yifan, her face filled with tenderness and heartache as she gently caressed his cheek. Senior brother, don't worry. The person who bullied you, I will definitely make him pay a heavy price. Thousands of miles away from the Skyfeather sect, between a mountain field, Shen Lian was sitting cross-legged next to a spiritual spring to stabilize his cultivation. In one day, the cultivation level was raised from the first grade of Qi gathering to the peak of refining void in one breath. Such a rebellious cultivation speed brought about by relying on external forces naturally brought about the side effect of realm instability. It was good that during this night time, without any external objects chattering, Shen Lian's realm gradually merged with his divine soul, completely stabilizing his foundation. Phew, letting out a long, cloudy breath, he slowly opened his eyes and began to ponder his next plan. If you want to break through the transition stage in your current state, you still need a suitable environment. Stepping into the transition realm will inevitably lead to the baptism of heavenly robberies, and the slightest carelessness will lead to the death of the body and the disappearance of the Tao. I have to think carefully. 1/3 of the known territory of the Taiku continent are all the spheres of influence of the 7 white-eyed wolves, but these spheres of influence are not stable. For example, right now, Su Yuhang's World Chamber of Commerce, whose biggest competitor is the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce, might be able to utilize the power of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce to successfully allow itself to cross the threshold. Just how should I gain the trust of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce? There must be some more planning. Soon, Shen Lian's mind rapidly calculated hundreds of feasible methods. However, these programs are short months and slow years to see results, coupled with the fact that his honorable deed of being a turtle man licking dog had long been spread throughout the country. It was as hard as heaven to gain the trust of the rest of the forces. Damn, what a loser. Thinking of this, Shen Lian was so angry that he directly exploded. This was naturally said to the predecessor who had previously occupied his body. Giving up your hopes of reaching the top to a bunch of underfed white wolves for nothing. You've really given me a hard time. But, in the next moment, Shen Lian slowly unfolded the folding fan. You've also rather raised the bar for me to challenge myself. It doesn't matter, since all the scenarios are not as expected. Let's deal with it by the most direct means possible. After making up his mind, Shen Lian immediately prepared to leave this place, preparing to head towards the Peerless City, which was 10,000 miles away. There, it was the stronghold of the World Chamber of Commerce in the Eastern Region area, where an auction was to unfold recently. Just as Shen Lian was about to move, suddenly the atmosphere around him plummeted. The next moment, two figures, one old and one young, blocked the way. Shen Lian, I can finally find you. Hey. By order of the president, I have specially brought you back to the Skyfeather sect to receive your punishment. As a result, as soon as the words fell, the sound of Shen Lian's open-hearted laughter rang out. Ha ha ha. Su Yuhang just sent you two losers to capture me? Should I say she's overconfident or ignorant and stupid? He pointed his hand at the duo with disdain in his eyes. Since you have all volunteered, you will all leave your lives behind, and I will allow you to offer your ignorant lives to add to my triumph. Come, bloom the last remnants of your lives to the fullest, and do not drink with regret. Chapter 12, Is he really crazy? How dare you speak up when you're dying? Shen Lian, don't blame us. It was the president who asked us to do this. An old man and a young man did not care at all about the meaning of death revealed in Shen Lian's tone, and just took it as him knowing that it was difficult to escape death today, and wanting to play a hand on his deathbed. Jiang Hanshang, Gu Qingshan. Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan and called out the names of the two, then slowly stretched out a finger. You guys, you only have one chance to make a move, and after one move, once the folding fan was withdrawn, the atmosphere around him suddenly changed. Drinking hate from the yellow springs. Arrogant. The old man Jiang Hanshang was furious. Being provoked by a punk was the most unacceptable outcome for him. Immediately, he urged his entire body's true essence and condensed his palm to form a wave of wind and thunder. Gu Qingshan on the side similarly pressed his feet to the ground, and a half-moon sword mark gradually condensed in front of his body. Thunder-picking hand. Crescent moon sword intent. A crippled skill. How dare you show off your skills? Shen Lian put his hands behind his back and waited indifferently for the two to make a close move. Facing two cultivators at the early stage of void refining, he didn't even have the desire to make a move. Although the president told us to bring you back to her, it didn't say we had to bring a living person back. Shen Lian, you could have lived for a while longer, but it's a pity that your attitude has truly angered us. As soon as the words fell, the two of them made a move at the same time. Instantly, the spirit spring exploded, creating violent fluctuations for hundreds of miles in every direction. The two men's airwaves converged and condensed, forming an extremely terrifying light that blasted and split toward Shen Lian. They firmly believed that with the two great techniques combined, even the 6th level of void refining would be difficult to resist, not to mention Shen Lian, who only had the cultivation level of spirit transformation. That's what they know from the intelligence they already have and have not been updated. After all, no one could have expected Shen Lian to ascend from the Qi-gathering realm to the peak of refining void in a single day. However, Shen Lian was oblivious to this, allowing such a majestic airwave to approach. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the mountains and rocks were destroyed. But what met the duo's eyes was a shocking scene. Shen Lian, intact, not even a half-step in footsteps. How is this? How is this possible? As Gu Qingshan, Jiang Hansheng felt incomparably surprised. Shen Lian opened his mouth. Is this all you've got? He patted the soot that had fallen from his shoulders and gave an inquiring cry in a dismissive tone. Now, it's my turn. Go! Seeing this scene, the duo immediately made a very wise decision, turning around and turning into light to run. But, do I give you permission to go? A deep drink has been hiding out more than 10 miles of the two immediately feel a powerful traction behind, so that their bodies are uncontrollable speed backward. In a short time, the heads of the two men had already been controlled by Shen Lian dead in the palm of his hand and could not move. Shen Lian, you, I said, one move, send you all with hate. No, you can't kill me. If you do, the president she. Bang, bang. Before the words were finished, only two light explosions were heard. The heads of Jiang Hansheng and Gu Qingshan were instantly blown into pieces, leaving only two headless corpses to fall amongst this crumbling mountain forest. Rubbish! How is it that you have the courage to provoke the king's dignity, to be able to die at my hands? You guys have not wasted your lives. After all, not everyone is qualified to die in Shen Lian's hands. Ha 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 ha. The familiar maniacal laughter once again echoed in the wilderness, and Shen Lian paced forward shaking his folding fan. A few steps later quickly transformed into a two-dimensional stream of light to the distance to disappear and fly away, leaving only two headless corpses, waiting for the beasts in the mountains to gnaw. Inside the Tianyu sect, Su Hong, who was taking care of Yifan, suddenly felt a slight cracking sound coming from within her fingertips' nascent ring. Click, click, click. Hearing the voice, she couldn't help but frown and subconsciously looked within the nascent sacred ring through her divine sense. At this look, the frown deepened. Jiang Hansheng and Gu Qingshan's life souls actually shattered? How is this possible? She was a bit unbelievable. Those two could both be in the refined void realm. Placed in any party is not in existence to be messed with at will. But now, it was only sent to capture Shen Lian, and he died in just less than 2 hours? Did Shen Lian kill them? No, it must just be an accident. She tried to convince herself. Shen Lian has only just regained his transformation god cultivation. It's simply impossible to kill them. He must have encountered a higher demonic cultivator halfway through the journey, and that's why he met an untimely end. After all, to say that Shen Lian could kill two void refining realm experts in one breath, she absolutely did not believe it. Even with the deaths of Dongfang Lai and Yuan Tianzhao, she thought that Shen Lian had used some unseemly means. It's not good. Senior Sister Su. Just then, an outer disciple stumbled and ran into Yifan's room. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Su Yuhong directly exerted his mighty pressure to shock him to his knees. How dare you? Senior brother is recovering from his injuries. How can you be allowed to clamor here? The outer disciple couldn't withstand the pressure and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior Sister Su, calm your anger. Disciple has urgent matters to report. This is out of order. What is it? Say. As soon as he returned to the sect, so many unforeseen things happened. At this moment Su Yuhang's mood was naturally extremely bad. However, the next words he heard were even more so. causing Su Yuhang's entire body to nearly go numb with shock. Senior Sister Su, the Skyfeather sect's spirit veins have dried up and collapsed, along with the nourishing earth chi together. They have been destroyed. What did you say? Tell me again. Su Yuhang couldn't believe his ears. Until the disciple repeated what she had just said. She couldn't care less about Yifan and directly turned into golden light and disappeared into place. 10 breaths later, Su Yuhang's figure reappeared in the room, but at that moment, her face was filled with pallor and her eyes were filled with incredulity. The spiritual veins have really dried up and collapsed. Even the earth's chi. She had just gone to the point of the accident to take a look at it, and it was a devastating look. What was originally a blessed treasure land with rich spiritual chi had now turned into a desolate gobi. And the rich spiritual chi under the ground had been stripped away by some mysterious force. Can you find out who did it? She opened her mouth again to inquire. Back to Senior Sister Su's words. Haven't looked closely to see who it is, but disciple, judging from the silhouette of that person's body, it seems to be. When the outer disciple said this, he glanced at Su Yuhang's gloomy expression and didn't dare to continue. Say, gulp, who the hell is it? It seems to be Shen Lian. After the outer disciple finished speaking, he immediately lowered his head, not daring to look up at Su Yuhang at all. Shen Lian? Su Yuhang frowned. No way. I know him too well. There's no way he would do such a thing. He was the one who excavated this spirit vein and offered it to the clan in the first place. So how could he do such a thing? When the outer disciple heard this, he immediately said, Senior Sister Su, Shen Lian has really gone crazy. Look at him. He even almost killed everyone in our sect. A single sentence instantly made Su Yuhang come to his senses. Could it be that Shen Lian, has really gone crazy? But a few days ago he was. For a moment, she recalled a few days ago, Shen Lian had a pitiful look of kneeling in front of her to curry favor. His words were still echoing in his ears. Third Senior Sister, you have to believe me. I really didn't harm Senior Brother Yi. I really didn't. Third Senior Sister, I know you don't like me, but I just want to make you happier. So don't be angry with me, okay? As long as Third Senior Sister is willing to forgive me, I'll do whatever I'm asked to do. As long as I swallow this heart-devouring pill, you'll be able to forgive me, right? Well then, as long as you can be happy, I'll swallow it right here. Thinking of this, Su Yuhang suddenly felt a trace of inexplicable guilt. Had he gone too far with Shen Lian, causing him to become the way he was now? After all, no matter what, everything he had now came from him. But soon the thought was quickly put out of his mind. How could I possibly sympathize with this kind of trash? I'm here today because of my own efforts. Though it's true that he did help me once, but that's all in the past, so why think about it so much? Humph, whether you did it or not, I won't let you off the hook this time, no matter what I say. Shen Lian, if you still care about this fellowship of ours, then you should obediently die and fulfill Yifan. Just then, Sighs, sorrow and mourning arrived inside the sect. Chapter 13. An existence even Heavenly Tao dared not mess with. What the hell happened? After checking Yifan's state, sorrowful sorrow and mournful misery revealed a look of gravity in unison. Su Yuhang, 2 seniors. What happened to Senior Brother? Can he still recover from his injuries? President Su, please lend a hand. Sigh of sorrow called Su Yuhang aside. President Su, I want to tell you that Yifan's condition is far more serious than thought, so you have to be mentally prepared. Elder, if you have something to say, just say it. What's wrong with Senior Brother? Sigh's sorrowful face full of sadness, pondering for a moment before slowly saying the reason. President Su, your Senior Brother's Sea of Dan was crushed by an extremely strong external force. The gong method of the person who laid hands on him is extremely tricky, and the possibility of repairing the Dan Sea by unusual methods is almost zero. Su Yuhang became anxious upon hearing this. Elder, I implore you to tell me what can be done to restore Senior Brother's injuries. If he wakes up and realizes that he has lost all his cultivation and will not be able to cultivate for life, he will not be able to think straight. Sigh of sorrow, there is a way. It's just, Senior, do you have anything to worry about? Tell me instead. No matter what kind of heavenly material or treasure is needed, I will try my best to fetch it. Su Yuhang's face was full of worry, and she was almost on the verge of crying in her anxiety. That's just it. There's no harm in telling you. Sigh of sorrow and happiness returned. There are 2 ways. The first is to obtain the depths of the Divine Abyss Mystery Land. The golden griddle green lotus that has grown for 100,000 years. Take its leaf petals and give them to Yifan to consume. Perhaps it can help him repair his Dan Si in damaged divine soul. When Su Yuhang heard this, he immediately felt a hint of despair. Creation was everywhere within the Divine Abyss Mysteries. She had only heard about it but never had the guts to dare to go in and break in, because even in the Divine Abyss Mysteries outside the perimeter, That strong wind, even if one's own mixed realm 9, are difficult to withstand for how long? Not to mention the minimum requirements to enter the interior are immortal realm start. For countless years, those who entered the divine abyss mysterious realm had gradually fallen and dispersed, and they had never heard of anyone who could successfully obtain the heavenly creation and return in peace. Su Yuhong had a self-awareness. This method, even if he shouted on the remaining 6 fellow heavenly pride sisters and sisters, the success rate was also less than 100%. What about the second method? This second method is to find the person who injured Yifan and use the blood in his body as a guide, along with the 4 types of extremely high-quality elixirs for him to take. As long as after 7 consecutive days, Yifan will not only be able to reshape the Sea of Dan, but his cultivation will also be able to advance 1 level more than before. As for coming over, he only needs to take care of it according to the soul nurturing method. Upon hearing this, Su Yuhong immediately said, "Many thanks to Senior for explaining. Senior understands what to do." Either way, of course it was easy to deal with Shen Lian. She was convinced that she didn't even need to do anything. As long as she stood in front of Shen Lian, that cowardly fellow would kneel on his ass in front of Yifan's bed and actively feed him his blood. After all, the impression of Shen Lian had long been engraved in her mind. Even knowing that he had gone mad, he was convinced that his position in Shen Lian's heart was very important. Sigh sorrowful happiness added, "President Su, please listen to my old man finish his words. In fact, the most crucial thing is not the injury on Yifan's body. Rather, it's the heavenly destiny chi in him that's draining away." What? Su Yuhong was shocked at his words. How is this possible? Yifan is protected by the heavenly Tao's fortune. Even if he encounters a great crisis, he can still turn it into a safe haven. How could he somehow perish? Senior, are you looking at it wrong? It's also the first time that I've encountered such a situation, but it's certain that Yifan's current chi isn't as strong as it was before. Senior, is there any way to recover from the loss of chi? Sighing sorrowfully shook his head. Old me is really very puzzled. What kind of person is able to break through the heavenly Tao's chi enhancement? Shouldn't such an existence that doesn't conform to the rules have been suppressed by the heavenly Tao long ago? Or is it that this person's destiny is such that even the heavenly Tao has to avoid it? At the thought of this, sigh of sorrow and happiness instantly had a forehead of false sweat, and his hands couldn't stop trembling. Su Yuhong, Senior is overly concerned. Senior brother's injury was purely just an accident. That person couldn't possibly have such a skill. Shen Lian was in existence beyond the control of the heavenly Tao? Su Yuhong is dead not believe. On that humble waist, if really have this kind of ability, how would it be hidden for so many years? That person? Does President Su know who injured Yifan? Sigh of sorrow keenly heard a hint of new information from Su Yuhong's mouth. Su Yuhong said, "The late generation has also just arrived at the sect today, and the specifics were also heard from fellow members." She informed Sigh sadness of the information she knew. After hearing this, Sigh of sorrow and happiness immediately gathers his breath and calculates with his fingers. Only his fingertips kept jumping back and forth, and in no time he was dripping with cold sweat. Only after a long time did he slowly open his eyes, filled with a puzzled look. Strange, truly strange. What's the matter, Senior? What have you projected? Sigh sorrowful happiness shook his head. This Shen Lian's destiny is very strange. From his experience of these 523 years to project it is mediocre. But from these few days of deduction, I was surprisingly unable to calculate even a single bit. Does President Su know where he went? I would like to meet Shen Lian. Su Yuhong, I'm sorry. Shen Lian killed his fellow disciples and fled. And I was about to call on my fellow disciples to issue a hunting order to the entire Taiku continent. Mutilating fellow disciples is an unforgivable crime. There is no harm in being executed. Sai's sorrowful happiness didn't care in the slightest. It's just that Shen Lian's destiny is a mystery. And if you want to find him, you still need to explore carefully. Don't worry, he can't escape. Su Yuhong glanced at Yifan, who was lying on the bed in a coma, and there were a few more hints of gloom in his eyes. This time, no matter how much he begs, I'm never going to show any mercy. When we bring Shen Lian back, we must drain all the blood from his body to help senior brother rise again. At this time, Shen Lian, who had made Su Yuhong think about draining his blood, was already inside the peerless city. He stood not far away, in front of the opulent World Chamber of Commerce auction house, lightly shaking his folding fan in deep thought. Damn it! Fortunately there was no rush to go ahead and cross the threshold. This journey only to realize that this body is actually so weak and unbearable. In his memory, after he returned from dragging all his injuries because of stopping the beast tide, although he had only escaped death once because of Shen Shuyun stopping it. However, after that, Shen Lian was still not to blame, disregarding Shen Shuyun's bitter exhortations, and still ran to the place of the 7 people to make a great sacrifice. As a result, although the 7 of them didn't directly poison themselves as they did before, they kept changing their ways to cooperate with Yifan to torture themselves. especially since the 7 would always take some poison for themselves in order to make Yifan happy. Although it was not fatal, the pain that tore through the lungs was still fresh in my mind. It was both mental and physical torture. Every time this happened, Yifan and the 7 white-eyed wolves would look at themselves ecstatically. When the pain passed, the toxins stayed in the body and quickly eroded one's healthy body over time. Although the body-tempering realm was the lowest existence of all the realms, it was also the strongest foundation. Just like the foundation of a skyscraper, the foundation is always the most important part in order to climb high. It seems that I have to find a way to get rid of the toxins in my body first, and then try to strengthen my physique. If not for the fact that I have 99 lifetimes of practical combat experience. With the state of the spirit transformation realm at that time and the law enforcement hall alone against the 2 refined void realm peak masters, it was simply impossible to win. First, I'll go to the World Chamber of Commerce to see if there's any antidote pills I need, and then I'll go to the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce to seek an opportunity for cooperation with Guluoween. Having made up his mind, Shen Lian immediately put away his folding fan and took large steps toward the World Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 14, Eligible? Stop. Shen Lian, who was just about to enter the World Chamber of Commerce, was immediately stopped by a guard at the entrance. Your invitation, please. Shen Lian's expression stared. Invitation? The guard's nose was straightened, and he arrogantly replied, that's natural. Today is the World Chamber of Commerce's auction that starts once a month. Only those who have received an invitation are qualified to enter. You wouldn't be ignorant of this rule, would you? Oh, Shen Lian slowly opened his folding fan and gently shook it, and the corner of his mouth inadvertently hooked up an arc if any. You don't deserve to be admitted without an invitation. Is that it? That's not true. Those who spend 300,000 spirit stones in this chamber can also enter and exit freely. If you have a voucher for the purchase, then you can go in as well. Is this the rule of the World Chamber of Commerce? That's right. It's our president himself who set the rules. Without an invitation, without a Chamber of Commerce spending voucher, even a fly would never enter they. So if you don't have credentials or an invitation, get the hell away from me. Just then, the guard clapped his hands together, and suddenly a fly was reduced to filth in his hands. With this strike, he immediately exposed his cultivation. A mere waste of a plastic yuan first grade has the qualifications to stop me on my way? Shen Lian laughed out coldly. Then let me redefine the rules for your World Chamber of Commerce. In the next instant, a strong air pressure blasted down from across the air. Plop. The guard who had been arrogant and incomparable before was actually directly pressed and his legs softened, kneeling in front of Shen Lian on the spot. Poof. The guard still wanted to speak, but just as he opened his mouth, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. I'll ask you again, do I qualify now? As soon as the words fell, the pressure that fell on the guard's shoulders added a few more points of gravity, tormenting him to let out a long whistle. Soon his ranting attracted more guards. What kind of people dare to spread their wildness here? You seek death. The guards who saw the scene unanimously used their power to try to subdue Shen Lian. However, the next moment they also followed the initial guard's footsteps together, kneeling in front of Shen Lian in unison, each sweating profusely and in pain. For the last time, am I qualified? Boom. The intimidating pressure fell along with the words, and the kneeling guards collectively fell to the ground in 5 pieces. At this time, their faces were purple, and they kept opening their mouths to gasp for air. The life-threatening sensation of suffocation and the rapid beating of their hearts subjected them to mental torture beyond their will. Fellow Daoist, please stop. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with an 8-legged beard and the appearance of a principal came to the door and apologized to Shen Lian in a loud voice. I'm sorry, it's the subordinates who don't know the rules and have bumped into fellow Daoist. Please be a good person and give them a chance to reform. The master of ceremonies kept bowing to Shen Lian to make amends, his attitude humble and sincere. Just now, he had witnessed the entire process of Shen Lian's search for trouble in the hall, and when he saw that a dozen or so guards had not even come close to him before being subdued by the pressure emitted by the other party, he knew that the cultivation of the visitor was at least at the realm of the spirit of transformation. Although there were quite a few top-notch first-class experts within the Chamber of Commerce, he believed that he could definitely subdue this flamboyant fellow. But after all, this was doing business. In case the opponent had a strong background and messed with a very large existence, it would only do the World Chamber of Commerce 100 harms and no good. Based on the principle that it was better to do more than less, the principal immediately chose to concede, yielding to the other party with kind words and making up his mind to secretly investigate the identity and background of his opponent. Fellow Daoist, I am the head of the World Chamber of Commerce in this peerless city, Sun Yuan Fong. I have taken much offense just now, so please spare these guys for the sake of their first offense. I just want to know if I'm qualified to enter the auction site now? That's natural. If you are so divine, you can naturally make an exception to enter the auction site. Sun Yuanfang had a groveling look on his face. Like a dog. Looking at his disgusting face, Shen Lian didn't have the time to waste time with this group of mole crickets and directly put away his pressure. Lead the way in front. After speaking, he directly entered the Chamber of Commerce Hall. And the moment the pressure was withdrawn, those guards immediately took a big gulp of fresh air. But if Shen Lian withdrew the pressure one step later, they would have been crushed alive by that deadly air pressure, crushing their organs and bowels and dying in the most painful manner. At this moment, looking at the back of the road that gradually disappeared from their eyes, the eyes of these guards were filled with unspeakable fear. The scene, which was still about an hour away from the start of the auction, had already been filled to capacity. Fellow Daoist, there are no other empty seats for the time being, you see? Sun Yuanfang pointed at the scene with a fawning face, signaling whether Shen Lian could stand here. After all, he really didn't expect such a variable. This was a situation that the auction had never encountered since its opening. Shen Lian didn't say anything, only lightly shaking his folding fan to survey the surroundings. Fellow Daoist, the auction is about to begin, so I have some business to attend to, so I'll leave first. Sun Yuanfang bowed to Shen Lian, then turned around and was about to leave. However, he had just turned around for a split second when his shoulder was framed by the heavy iron fan in Shen Lian's hand. Fellow Daoist, what are you? Let me ask you a question. Are there any medicinal pills to cure poison in today's auction? There is, but I just don't know which poison you want to cure. Rhino Yuan Dan. Yes. Sun Yuanfang busily said. Young warrior has come at just the right time. The first item in today's auction is a 6th grade rhinoceros Yuan Dan. 6th grade? Shen Lian sniffed and frowned slightly. Is there no higher grade? Fellow Daoist, this 6th grade rhinoceros elemental Dan was personally provided by the young master of the Pilking Valley. And you should know that this young master of the Pilking Valley is our chairman's fellow disciple's sister Mu Shaking Light? Right. Could it be that you, fellow Daoist, also know our chairman's senior sister? More than recognizing, since it's an elixir provided by Mu Shaking Light, I'll reluctantly make an exception to participate in the auction. After saying this, he let go of Sun Yuanfang's shoulders. Sun Yuanfang was relieved and immediately bowed his hand to Shen Lian and quickly left the venue. When he reached the backstage of the venue, he immediately said to a passing Chamber of Commerce fellow, quickly go and ask Elder Chen to come over. I suspect that Brad is coming from a bad place. In case if something goes wrong, we can't afford it. Yes. The fellow didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent and immediately led the order to leave. At this time, the auction finally began. A brocade-robed and fancy-dressed presiding officer went up to the stage and shouted loudly to the stage. All guests, the January auction of the World Chamber of Commerce has officially begun. Without further ado, the first item in today's auction is the 6th grade antidote to poison, Rhino Yuan Dan, which was personally condensed by the young master of Pilking Valley, Mu Shaking Light. The medicinal effect of Rhinoceros Elemental Dan thought you have heard of it. It can detoxify 100 poisons, especially for regulating the meridians of the body where the toxins are stale. It has an exceptionally miraculous effect. Everyone has heard of the Pilking Valley's reputation, so I won't get tired of it here. So if there are any guests in need of them, you can immediately start the auction with an unlimited starting price. Half a spirit stone. As soon as the host's words fell, Shen Lian's voice, like a ghost, resounded in the venue. This scene completely dumbfounded the crowd. This guest, the rules of our Chamber of Commerce, all auction items, are based on whole numbers. Half a spirit stone transaction. We have never experienced. The host's face was very gloomy when he said this, and he thought to himself, where did the madman come from who dared to sow his wild oats in the World Chamber of Commerce? The rest of the people also looked at Shen Lian with an iron color in their eyes. It was obvious that this guy was here to cause trouble. Rules? From now on, my rules are the rules, and all of you in this room will have to play by my rules. If I say it's only worth half a spirit stone, then it's only worth half a spirit stone. Anyone who dares to call out the price is provoking my rules. And the consequences of provoking the rules are something you absolutely cannot afford. Chapter 15 Bloodstained Auction House. The arrogant stance and disdainful look all stimulated the nerves of everyone at the auction site. After a short period of silence, a guest sitting in the front row suddenly got up and pointed at Shen Lian and cursed. Where is this madman from? Who wants to go crazy without looking at what this place is? This is the Wushuang City branch of the World Chamber of Commerce. What kind of status do you have to dare to act wild here? How many lives do you have to wave? It can't be higher than half a spirit stone, right? Then I'm partial to offering 1 spirit stone. Humph. I'd like to see what kind of deterrent your rules are. He then immediately shouted at the host on the stage. Wushuang City, Qian family, bid. Boom. In the next moment, a stern astral aura blocked what he was about to say next on the spot. The guest who tried to sing with Shen Lian was directly lifted out by the airwave that erupted from Shen Lian's folding fan, and the whole person was embedded in the wall 100 paces away, dying on the spot. Allow your folly to leave the last words of this life. Shen Lian walked slowly to the empty seat that should have belonged to the Gao family members and calmly took his seat. Now is there anyone else who wants to bid against me? Instantly, the whole room collectively exploded. Where did this madman come from? Dare to use force in the auction house? He actually killed the third son of the original family. This is definitely the end. Do you really think that young people feel proud of themselves just because they have some insignificant cultivation? Unfortunately, this time he's kicked the bucket, and neither the World Chamber of Commerce nor the original family will let him go. For the surrounding comments against himself, Shen Lian was unchanged, still lightly shaking the folding fan. His eyes always fell on the rhinoceros Yuan Dan on the stage. At this moment, the presiding officer on the stage, who was in shock, finally came back to his senses and directly pointed at Shen Lian and angrily rebuked. Come on, take down this madman who dares to come to the World Chamber of Commerce to cause trouble. In the next moment, the guests scattered in unison, and in an instant, hundreds of guards surrounded Shen Lian. Shen Lian, however, was calm as usual, and even the expression on his face did not change for a second. You want to trap me with just these losers? Are you looking down on me or overestimating your own stupidity? Kneel down and speak. As soon as the words fell, a powerful pressure suddenly expanded from the void. At once, a painful and miserable howl came from the venue, including those guests. But everyone who appeared within the venue was all shaken to their knees by the suffocating pressure when Shen Lian spat out the last word. This is the pressure of the refined void realm? Beads of sweat fell to the ground along his forehead. Everyone looked at Shen Lian with difficulty, their eyes filled with unbelief. How could they not think that this maniac in front of them would actually be a void refining realm cultivator? No wonder he can be emboldened. This fellow Taoist, please take away the divine power. Seeing that the situation might be going in an unforeseen direction, the teeth of the main division were almost clenched out of blood as they began to beg for mercy from Shen Lian. If the World Chamber of Commerce has offended the young warrior in any way, please bear with us for the sake of our President Su. Bang! As a result, the host burst into flames on the spot as soon as the words left his mouth. If you don't mention Su Yu Hongnat, maybe you can still keep a life. Blame it on yourself. After speaking, Shen Lian raised his hand and collected it, and the Rhino Yuan Dan instantly fell into his hand. Raising his eyes and scanning the circle, all the people he saw looked at him with horror and curiosity in their eyes. Now, who else wants to challenge my rules? No one answered. At this moment, everyone in the venue under the pressure. Even a breath has become a luxury. And how to respond to Shen Lian's words? Humph, a bunch of pathetic ants. Shen Lian contemptuously withdrew his gaze and paced towards the outside of the auction house. Your Excellency came to my World Chamber of Commerce to cause trouble, and you just want to walk away? Suddenly, an extremely strong oppression came from within the venue. In the next moment, a patriarchal figure blocked in front of Shen Lian. Shen Lian gazed at his opponent and slowly put away his folding fan after a cry of surprise. The name of the visitor was Chen Tianhua, who had stepped into the refined void realm at a young age of only less than 2,000 years of cultivation, and now at the age of 5,000 years, he was already a top powerhouse at the 5th level of refined void. Elder Chen. When Sun Yuanfang saw the visitor, he forced himself to endure the agonizing torment brought about by the pressure on his shoulders and spat out a few words with all his strength. This man must not be spared. After the words were spoken, his entire body threw itself to the ground, lying on the ground on the spot, no longer able to move the slightest bit. Chen Tianhua sniffed and flashed a sharp look at Shen Lian. Your Excellency is so young that you don't value your life so much? Shen Lian, you're full of crap. Cut to the chase. I'm leaving. How do you want to stop me? Arrogant. Do you know what kind of existence is standing in front of you? Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed, and the ear-piercing waves of sound shook the thousands of people present, all of whom had their souls shaken and their chi and blood churning. Many people were even unable to withstand this extreme epileptic feeling of oppression and died on the spot by having their heart veins shattered. Chen Tianhua froze and felt a wave of annoyance in his chest, apparently also disturbed by the wave of sound. Could it be that this berserker is also a void refining realm powerhouse? This kind of pressure seems to be even better than me. For a while, Chen Tianhua's heart was uneasy, somewhat regretting that he had been too hasty, and had directly killed over when he heard that someone was causing trouble at the World Chamber of Commerce without even being able to explore the information. Now, it can be a bit of a ride. The laughter suddenly stopped, and the venue once again resounded with Shen Lian's wild voice. It seems that you are very confident in your strength, on account of you having the courage to stand in front of me. Today I will make an exception and bet with you. What's the bet? Bet your life. Only Shen Lian slowly unfolded his folding fan, If you're not dead before the folding fan is back in my hand, I'll kill myself on the spot. But if you die, everyone here will likewise accompany you to the Yellow Springs because of your incompetence. Dare you bet? Chen Tianhua froze, staring wide-eyed at the mad Sheng in front of him. He could never have imagined that the other party would actually propose such a stupid bet. He himself, no matter what, was at least a great cultivator of the 5th level of refined void. Even if he encountered a peak refined void expert, it was impossible that he could not hold out for so little time. How did he dare to propose such an arrogant bet? Or was this madman in front of him an unabashed madman? Seeing Chen Tianhua's delayed response, Shen Lian immediately sneered. Of course, you can also refuse this bet, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times on the spot. Yell out 3 times that you're a waste. Then naturally I won't make things difficult for you, as well as everyone else present. After all, I've never been interested in the deaths and lives of mole crickets. When Chen Tianhua heard this, could he tolerate it? How could a great cultivator of the void refining realm be humiliated by such a madman? Your Excellency is really bullying people too much. This bet, I'll take it. Great. The folding fan in Shen Lian's hand was violently thrown into midair. Ready? I'm going to start. Without waiting for Chen Tianhua to reply, Shen Lian directly condensed his qi and slapped a palm. Boom. All that could be heard was a loud, shocking explosion, and all the dust fell to the ground. What are you? Really? Facing Chen Tianhua's question, Shen Lian raised his hand to catch the falling folding fan and slowly passed by him. As he staggered, he slightly sidestepped his head and said in Chen Tianhua's ear, a person that even the heavens fear to avoid. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Chen Tianhua was reduced to pieces on the spot. Chen Tianhua's corpse was only one photo face. This scene was unexpected by everyone. At this moment, everyone in the venue looked at Shen Lian with fear. When they thought of the bet they had just made, they broke out into a cold sweat. I'm sorry, because that loser lost his bet. There's no need for you ants to live in the world. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian directly waved the folding fan in his hand. Boom! In just such a moment, everyone in the World Chamber of Commerce, whether they were guests or members of the chamber, were all scattered. What an honor it would be for you to die by my hand. And may your souls understand, when they reach the 9 hells, not everyone is qualified to die at Shen Lian's hands. Ha 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 ha. Laughing maniacally, Shen Lian directly used his aura to leave the words whoever slaughters the whole family. Shen Lian on the wall. Afterwards, he shook his folding fan and left in style. Chapter 16, Gu Luo Cheng's illness. Why is my mind so restless? Su Yu Hong, who was taking care of Yifan in the Tianyu sect, suddenly only felt a sharp pain in her heart. Immediately afterward, a strong uneasiness assailed the mind. Strange. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Something is wrong. She closed her eyes and swept her divine sense. The divine sense of the mixed realm can detect all living beings within a radius of 5,000 miles. And when it comes to the 3rd level of the mixed realm, all wind and grass movements within 10,000 miles will not be able to escape the divine sense tracking. Su Yuhong took the Tianyu sect as the center, and the space of consciousness spread in all directions. It wasn't until the divine sense swept through the peerless city that the collapsed World Chamber of Commerce, the wreckage all over the place, immediately fed back into his mind. What kind of person dared to destroy my World Chamber of Commerce? At this instant, Su Yuheng's body erupted with a terrifying aura around him. In just one breath, Yifan's courtyard collapsed in an instant. It was good that Su Yuhong had cast a boundary to protect Yifan in advance. Otherwise, under such a horrifying pressure, in Yifan's current state, he would have long been unable to withstand being shattered to pieces. Elder sister, you, the rushing disciple, Tang Bao, was at a loss for words when he saw the scene. You keep an eye on him, I'll be right back. At this moment, Su Yuhong could no longer care about Yifan and turned into a bit of spiritual light to directly pounce towards Wushuang City. Not far away, a small black dog looked at Su Yuheng's departing figure and couldn't help but let out a faintest growl. Woof woof woof, third senior sister, don't you want me? Don't leave like this. At this time in front of the Chamber of Commerce of Eternal Life, Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan and stood calmly outside the door waiting to meet with Gu Luoying to discuss. But after waiting for about a tea time, there was never any invitation from Gu Luoying to see him, which made Shen Lian gradually lose his patience. He walked up to the guards and asked in a stern voice, only ask once, whether Gu Luoying sees or doesn't see. Give a quick word at once. I haven't time to play this tripe with her here. The guards were busy saying, Mr. Shen, please wait for a moment. My young master her hidden disease has returned. Hidden disease? Shen Lian murmured, then closed his eyes and swept his divine sense. Sure enough, as the consciousness swept past, a power that was most ean and evil loomed within the chamber of eternal life. Humph. Shen Lian snorted coldly and then said, Tell your young master that I will cure him of her hidden disease if he agrees to cooperate. The guards sniffed, their faces full of incredulity. You say you can cure me also the young lord's hidden disease? Another guard immediately sneered, don't listen to his nonsense. Ironically don't know where he came out to beckon, wanting to use this to enter my young lord's eyes. I've seen many such people. As a result, in the next second, this guard who had made a sneering remark was directly sucked into Shen Lian's palm and strangled his throat. Is it painful? Does it feel like it's hard to breathe? That's the price of woe. But you should be glad that the dog-eyed trash like you don't even have the qualifications to die at my hands. After the words, he directly threw the guard. The guard's body was flung heavily against the dean's wall, and he fainted on the spot. The other guard froze, then blurted out, How dare you? How dare you hurt someone in front of the Eternal Life Association? No. If you don't want to spend the rest of your life paralyzed in bed as an invalid who needs someone to pee on you, then shut the up. Just because I don't kill you doesn't mean you're going to get away with it. Got it, punk. The guards immediately dared not open their mouths again. At that moment, the door of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce slowly opened, walking out a steward with a face as long as a toad. He directly bowed and saluted towards Shen Lian. Sir, I have offended you in the past. My young master has an invitation. He was extremely humble in his manner, with a trace of intense sadness on his face. As a result, Shen Lian directly turned his back and put away his folding fan and returned. Let her personally go out to meet me. What did you say? The housekeeper didn't seem to understand Shen Lian's words and looked at his back with a face full of incredulity. Letting your own young master welcome you personally? How dare this guy think that? Sir, if it was the underlings of the house that rushed you, then I apologize for them. Where is the sincerity of apologizing? Shen Lian spoke slowly. I came here to cooperate with the Eternal Life Association, not to see your faces. Now that the cooperation hasn't even begun, and I'm suffering such treatment, do you think that this can be solved with just an apology from one of your subordinates? Don't you think it's naive? The butler's forehead was suddenly bruised. He had never seen such an arrogant person in all his years of life. Gu Luocheng is also a world-class beauty who is on par with Su Yuhong. And how many men have begged for a chance to see her? Unlike this madman in front of me, who actually wants to be greeted on his own initiative. In the past, the butler would have struck out long ago. However, for some reason, seeing Shen Lian's unperturbed aura, the butler actually vaguely felt a strong sense of oppression. I'll only wait for half a tea. After half a tea, if I haven't seen Gu Luocheng standing outside the door, that cooperation will be null and void. You can give her a message that if you want to cure her head ailment, you'd better show up in front of me within half a tea. What? You can cure my young master's hidden disease? The butler was instantly shocked. His young master's hidden illness had lasted for a full 100 years of light. Ever since she stepped into the mixed realm, she had an attack almost every day at lunchtime, and every time she had an attack, she was in so much pain that she almost cracked her head open before giving up. Even after visiting famous doctors all over the world and using all the heavenly herbs, this head disease could not get half better. This crazy student in front of him, whose bone age was almost the same as the young lord's, actually said that he could cure this head disease? Is this believable? Now counts as time. Just keep wasting it. I don't care. A reply from Shen Lian instantly made the housekeeper make up his mind. Let's beat a dead horse for now. He immediately said to Shen Lian, please wait for a moment. Sir, I will go and return. After speaking, he didn't dare to delay for a moment and instantly turned into light and disappeared from his original location. Su Yuhong, I'm going to kill you. It hurts. It hurts. Everlasting Life Association. Gu Luoying was holding her head in her own courtyard, constantly rolling back and forth on the ground. This heart-rending pain had been with her for 100 years. Back then, when she was breaking through, she was assassinated by Su Yuhang, and was attacked by a most evil thunder force into her mind. Although she successfully stepped into the mixed realm, she was also left with this malady as a result. Every day afternoon, her malady would strike, and each time it did, she had to go through the usual ordeal of life and death. Several times, she wanted to kill herself, but when she thought of the face of the guy who stabbed her, she hardened herself for hundreds of years. However, as time passes, this head disease is getting more and more serious. Not the slightest sign of recovery. The entire Gu family cannot do anything about it. Gu Luotian had endured hundreds of years of torture and had also finally reached the brink of collapse. That's just it. Su Yuhong, you won. Don't you just want me to die? I'll fulfill you. With a deep shout, Gu Luoqing directly condensed his aura with his palm, intending to directly slap his heavenly spirit, thus completely freeing himself. Young lord must not. Just then, the butler arrived. Young master, don't do anything foolish. There's a divine doctor outside the gate of the mansion. He says he can cure young master's head ailment. but he requires young master to go out to meet him before he can do so. Cure my head? Is that true? Young lord, let him have a try for now. Without any hesitation, Gu Luoying decisively transformed into a green aura and sped directly towards the mansion's door. Chapter 17. Are you Shen Lian? Sir, can you really cure my head disease? I'm willing to pay whatever it takes to slow down my symptoms. Gu Luoying had a splitting headache and directly knelt down at Shen Lian's back. How ethereal and transcendent were the cultivators of the mixed realm. Would they easily kneel down to someone? But as long as there was a glimmer of hope that she could cure her own head disease, Gu Luoqing didn't care about anything. These 100 years of her life have been a hellish ordeal for her. Cultivation cannot inch forward, not to mention, because of the head disease, the Eternal Life Association in the business of the matter is also gradually replaced by the rising World Chamber of Commerce. If not for the extremely strong resentment in her heart towards Su Yuhang beyond the spiritual limit, she would have already chosen to kill herself to free herself. Shen Lian closed his eyes and lightly shook his folding fan, waiting for Gu Luoying to finish his words, and directly swept his folding fan. A breath of life accompanied the swinging of the iron fan for a moment, transforming into dots of green-colored spirit ons that overlaid into Gu Luoying's body. Well, in just a moment, Gu Luoying only felt a cool air sweeping through her mind, immediately relieving her headache. After another 10 breaths, Gu Luoying's headache disappeared completely. Well, Gu Luoqing shook her head a little incredulously. That feeling of being in pain had already dissipated. She immediately bowed to Shen Lian and thanked him. Mr. Divine Power, my daughter is here to thank you, and I dare to ask your name. Let's save the superfluous politeness for now. President Gu, Mr. Shen has come to you, the Changsheng Chamber of Commerce, for the sake of cooperation. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian turned around openly. The moment she saw Shen Lian, Gu Luoying was instantly stunned. You are Shen Lian? Doesn't it look like it? After receiving the exact answer, Gu Luoying was greatly shocked. Shen Lian she naturally knew. It was just that the two sides had always been in a hostile relationship. The Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce and the World Chamber of Commerce belonged to a competitive relationship, and Gu Luoying and Su Yuhang were naturally on opposite sides of the fence. As a chamber of commerce that had been passed down for thousands of years, when the World Chamber of Commerce was first established, it simply could not be compared to the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. However, due to Shen Lian's intervention, he helped Su Yuhang to suppress the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce several times behind the scenes. Over time, the old customers that originally belonged to the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce gradually began to fall back to the World Chamber of Commerce. But what really made the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce start to go downhill was that decades ago, Gu Luoying suffered from a head disease after being assassinated by Su Yuhang on his way to break through the mixed realm. This directly led to the business of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce being completely monopolized by the World Chamber of Commerce. If not for relying on thousands of years of heritage, the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce would have long been annexed by the World Chamber of Commerce. In fact, at the beginning of the competition between the Chamber of Commerce of Eternal Life and the Chamber of Commerce of the World, Gu Luoying had also privately approached Shen Lian in the hope that he would recognize reality and refrain from meddling in the competition between himself and Su Yuhang. However, it was only after she had come into contact with Shen Lian that she realized that this was a living licking dog. A guy who would even take the initiative to go and drink the foot-washing water of her 7 senior sisters. Getting him to turn around and help himself was harder than climbing up to heaven. But now, he actually took the initiative to come to the door to talk about cooperation? There must be some more intrigue in this. Thinking of this, Gu Luoqing got up and returned. What purpose do you carry with you in coming to me this time? Are you trying to find ways to humiliate me again on behalf of your senior sister? Shen Lian's eyes were cold. I don't have that much time to play this boring trick with you. Looking for you just for cooperation. Yes or no? Your choice. Oh, cooperation? Gu Luoyan would never believe that this licking dog would suddenly come to his senses, give up his 7 senior sisters, and turn to the right path. He only felt that everything was planned by Su Yuhang behind the scenes, another plot against himself. I'm sorry, fellow Daoist Shun. I don't think there's much need for cooperation between us, and to thank you for curing my head ailment. I, the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce, am willing to pay you a reward, and you can take whatever is available within the chamber. Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian sniffed and suddenly burst out laughing. Gu Luoying, are you planning to unload? He stretched out a finger and pointed it at Gu Luoqing's face. Mr. Shen acts in such a way that he will always return favors and avenge. There is no one who can get something from my place without working for it, and even less, who can go back on his word. Gu Luoyang heard this, but the corners of her lips were slightly hooked. Fellow Daoist Shun, as I said, the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay you for this healing. As for cooperation, I don't think there should be anything to cooperate between us. Although she felt that Shen Lian's aura was already completely incomparable to what she had seen at first, but the stereotypical impression still made Gu Luoying subconsciously think that Shen Lian was still the humble and undignified boiling goat. Everything that was shown in front of him was nothing more than a performance that was arranged by Su Yuheng's few people. Are you sure you don't want to cooperate? I think I've made myself clear enough. In that case, the cooperation is null and void. After the words, the folding fan in Shen Lian's hand was withdrawn. My head. In this instant, the head disease that had just been suppressed for only a tea break, once again vaguely began to flare up. No! Fellow Taoist Shen Lian. Wait! Gu Luoying was horrified and hurriedly called out to Shen Lian. Since cooperation won't work, there's no point in talking between you and me. Chairman Gu, you don't really think I'd give for no reason but wouldn't prepare a backhanded move? Your head disease was a deviation under human manipulation when you crossed the threshold to break through the realm of mixed elements, causing a trace of the residual thunder of evil intent to remain in the cranium, unable to dissolve. A headache that lasts a full hour from noon to midnight every day. It's not a good feeling, is it? Shen Lian, everything you said is right. Quickly cast a spell to help me suppress it. I really can't stand this kind of pain. Please, let me do whatever I want. In a trance, the heart-rending pain seemed to be getting heavier and heavier, causing Gu Luoying to be so frightened that she couldn't stop trembling. For the last time, are you willing to cooperate? Willing to cooperate? I'm willing to cooperate. Fellow Taoist Shen, as long as you help me cure this head ailment, I'll promise you anything you say. Swear on your Tao heart. I, Gu Luoqing, swear to sign a cooperation contract with Shen Lian today. If you violate the cooperation contract, you are willing to suffer the pain of karmic fire and die without a burial place. As soon as the words fell, a transparent scroll slowly floated in front of Shen Lian, spread out for a moment. The first thing that caught my eye was the four big words Daoxian oath. Poof. With a cold snort, Shen Lian directly raised his hand and left his fingerprints on the Tao heart pledge. In an instant, the contract worked and dissipated into points of spiritual light. At the same time, Gu Luotian's head suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Without waiting for her to come back to her senses from this immersion, she heard Shen Lian say in her ear, "Go inside and talk. There are some things I must make clear to you now." Good. Gu Luoying no longer dared to be half disobedient to Shen Lian and immediately welcomed him into the house. Just as Shen Lian and Gu Luochang had just entered the eternal life chamber of commerce, Su Yuhong fell from the void and was already standing in front of the auction house that had become a ruin. Who the hell did this? Seeing the scene in front of him, Su Yuheng's body erupted with a terrifying aura around him. In just an instant, the auction house that had been reduced to ruins exploded once again. Whoever it is, I'll find you in pieces. But after seeing the words murderer, Shen Lian written on one of the broken walls inside, she froze. Shen Lian? That punk. No, it can't be. Where did that punk get the guts to make a move against my World Chamber of Commerce? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Shen Lian, you punk, come out to me. This time, don't expect me to forgive you again. Chapter 18, Anger. Inside the living room of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan and sat opposite Gu Luoying. Fellow Taoist Shen, I don't know how you want to cooperate with the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. Shen Lian directly returned, reclaiming what the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce has lost over the years from the hands of the World Chamber of Commerce. And all you have to do is that you must fulfill all the demands I make. It's as simple as that. Gu Luoyang frowned and carefully sized up Shen Lian as if she was recognizing him for the first time. In fact, since just now, that familiar dog-licking aura on Shen Lian's body had suddenly disappeared, replaced by a never-before-seen confidence and calmness. Could it be that this licking dog has finally awakened? Fellow Taoist Shen, do you want to hear me ask a question? Save the crap. Boring topics amount to a waste of time. Think before you ask. Seeing Shen Lian's arrogant attitude, Gu Luoying could only take a deep breath and asked with a straight face, "Why would you suddenly want to target Su Yuhong? What does this have to do with the cooperation between us?" Shen Lian asked rhetorically. Gu Luoyang, no, just curious. A few days ago you were still so grungy. Why suddenly became like this? If you're just gambling and want to use my name to put pressure on Su Yuhong, make her feel important to you again. Then I'll be able to put on this show with you. Shen Lian's eyes condensed. I don't have time to accompany you guys to play this trick of lust between me and Su Yuhong. It's already been a situation of immortality for a long time. From the moment I slaughtered the World Chamber of Commerce in the Peerless City, there was no room for redemption. Can this answer gag your insipid mouth? Gu Luochang was shocked. What did you say? You killed everyone in the World Chamber of Commerce? A trace of displeasure flashed across Shen Lian's face. Killing a bunch of mole crickets is just a matter of killing a bunch of mole crickets. Is it worth you being so shocked? Gu Luochang was filled with disbelief that Shen Lian would actually really go after the World Chamber of Commerce. she immediately swept with her divine sense. Sure enough, the image that came back to his mind was the World Chamber of Commerce that had been reduced to rubble within the peerless city. Have you, really, figured it out? Don't make me repeat what I just said, much less test my patience. Gu Luoqing closed her eyes and took a deep breath, unable to help but clench her pink fists. Only after a long time did she slowly open her eyes. It seems that you've really seen the faces of these 7 senior sisters clearly. I thought you'd continue to sink until you'd been drained of every last bit of your usefulness by them. Shen Lian picked up the teacup and slowly took a sip. Everything those 7 people have is given by me, Shen Lian, and since I can bring them to the top, I can naturally step them back into the mire. The old humble and cowardly Shen Lian is dead, and now sitting in front of you. It's a Shen Lian who went through a great catastrophe of life and death and finally vowed to reach the peak of the Great Tao. There is no one that can stop me from ascending to the top of the Great Tao. And before that, I'm going to take care of all these mundane matters. Good point. Gu Luoyang nodded approvingly. My generation of cultivators should strive to reach the summit, and shouldn't waste their time on this unworthy person. Fellow Daoist Shun, please forgive me if I have offended you. After the words were spoken, Gu Luoying waved her long sleeve, and a jug of top-grade spirit wine was immediately added to the table, as well as some rare spirit fruits. She poured wine for herself and Shen Lian respectively, then raised her glass. This cup of wine, first toast to fellow Daoist Shun's rebirth by fire. Shen Lian similarly lifted his glass. Then here's to the success of our cooperation. Both of them raised their glasses at the same time and drank. Putting down the wine cup, Shen Lian directly placed that 6th grade Rhino Yuan Dan on the table. Do you have a furnace here that can refine top-grade pills? Gu Luoying froze. What do you want the Dan furnace for? Alchemy. You know how to make pills? Gu Luoqing was a bit incredulous. She had the impression that Shen Lian seemed to know nothing about alchemy. Right? You ask too many questions. Just tell me, yes or no. Facing Shen Lian's question, Gu Luoying looked down at the Rhino Yuan Dan on the table. Then, in a small voice, he asked, are you poisoned? Aha. Shen Lian didn't hide it. 7 under the chronic poison, if not discharged early, affect their own roots not to mention, and even life is difficult to protect. I need to upgrade this elixir now, and during this time I would like to have a clean environment without outside interference. Yes, I happen to have the Dan furnace here. Do you need any more herbs? There's no need. Take me to the location of the Dan furnace now. I don't want to be disturbed in any way within 3 days. Yes, please follow me. Since he had decided to cooperate, Gu Luoying would also naturally try her best to cooperate with Shen Lian, and immediately got up to take him to the Dan room deep in the bamboo forest in the backyard. On the other hand, Su Yuhong, who had witnessed the World Chamber of Commerce fall into ruins, immediately began to search for Shen Lian's traces through his divine sense. However, after Shen Lian stepped into the refined void realm, he immediately executed the divine ability of shielding the sky, so unless he was willing, no one would be able to find his exact location at all. After several divine sense sweeps to no avail, Su Yuhong was instantly enraged. Impossible. That punk only has a harmonized God realm cultivation. How could he possibly hide from my mixed threefold divine sense search? Damn it, Shen Lian. Why did you do this to me? How the hell did you dare? You punk? Don't let me find you, and this time I won't forgive you for anything I say. I was thinking of keeping you alive for the sake of all the help you've given me in the past, so that you can live in the mundane like an ant. Now I'm going to draw all the blood from your body to Yifan. You can't escape. You'll never get away. She stood in place impotent and furious. Stomping her foot, the entire ruins of the World Chamber of Commerce once again fell into pieces, spilling out into the air. However, even so, Su Yuhong was still unable to dispel the mania within. Abruptly, she turned her gaze to the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce, which was 10 blocks away in the distance. Gu Luocheng, you must be very proud of yourself right now, aren't you? This time, so many people died in the World Chamber of Commerce, and the required compensation in spirit stones is no less than hundreds of millions. You must be very proud of yourself. Hiding in the shadows? Not so easy. She pulled out a jade tablet and quickly crushed it. After only a few breaths, there were 2 cloudy figures descending from the sky. President, what are your orders? Come with me. Go to a trip to the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. I'm not well. Gu Luoying that definitely can't be well either. After speaking, he instantly transformed into a green aura and sped towards the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. The 2 subordinates whose cultivations were at the same refined void realm also immediately turned into clouds and mist to follow. Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. Inside the Dan room. Fellow Daoist Shun, this is my Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce's Dan room, and there are 6 Dan furnaces inside that you can take as you please. Shen Lian listened to Gu Luoying's introduction, looked at the 6 Dan furnaces placed neatly in front of him, and lightly shook his folding fan to fall into contemplation. These stoves are actually put outside or belong to the existence of the top grade. Just for Shen Lian who has seen the creation of the grade, but it is really some cannot be in the eyes. Nothing better? Shen Lian's question could not help but make Gu Luoying's face turn odd. There was indeed a mouthful of better dandies. Just what? Gu Luoqing looked at him, pondered for a moment, and said directly, it's just that. Back in the Dan Sage mysterious realm, that Emperor-grade Qiankuan tripod was designed by you in conjunction with Mu Shakeshine, to take it away from my everlasting life society. Shen Lian was speechless when he heard this, and soon that memory of seizing the tripod was added to his mind. One can only say that everything is to blame. Who let his body be occupied by a lickspittle soul for hundreds of years of his life? But what's the point of talking about it now? That's just it. You go out first, and the Dan furnace is enough for now. Yes, just as Gu Luoying responded. The depths of his divine sense instantly sensed that a powerful pressure was speedily approaching this way. Fellow Daoist Shun, I still have things to attend to, so make yourself at home here. After saying that, Gu Luoyang immediately flew and disappeared at the end of the bamboo forest. Shen Lian looked at these broken copper and iron inside the Dan furnace and immediately frowned deeply. Damn it! Having been used to casting the human emperor cauldron, great Tao cauldron refining hand, and then looking at this pile of broken copper and iron, I am not even in the mood to touch it. It's just a matter of making do. Let's wait until I step into the transition stage and can cast the human emperor cauldron. Chapter 19. Are you worthy of Shen Lian? A monstrous pressure swept outside the gate of the eternal life chamber of commerce. Gu Luocheng, you come out here. With a furious cry, Su Yuhong descended into the air. The moment the pressure of the mixed realm was released, the entire everlasting mansion began to tremble violently. Abruptly, a silver light surfaced as Gu Luoying floated down and appeared in front of Su Yuhong. Gu Luoyang crossed her eyebrows coldly, her gaze looking straight at Su Yuhong. Su Yuhong, what is your business here in front of my residence? Gu Luocheng, the auction house in Wushuang City has been destroyed. Do you know that? What has it got to do with me if your auction house is destroyed? He gone? You have to take responsibility for this and compensate my World Chamber of Commerce for all losses. Gu Luoying laughed when she heard this. Su Yuhong, are you alright? I'm not a member of your World Chamber of Commerce, and the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce is even less of a vassal of yours. So why should I be held responsible for compensating for the destruction of your Chamber of Commerce? Based on what? Just on the basis that your Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce is also stationed within this peerless city. But whenever the World Chamber of Commerce suffers any loss, you will not be exonerated. Ha ha. Gu Luoyang was instantly infuriated. How could she not have imagined that Su Yuhong was such an unreasonable person? Su Yuhong, if you have a disease, go and cure it. Can you not come here to me to be mad? Whether your World Chamber of Commerce is dead or alive, what does it have to do with me? If I say there is, then there is. Anyway, from now on, this mansion behind you will immediately give way to me. Hang the plaque of the World Chamber of Commerce, or else this matter won't be settled at all. Gu Luocheng's eyes instantly chilled. Su Yuhong, do you think that in this entire world, everyone must obey you in order to? Isn't it because Shen Lian has been quietly working behind the scenes that you've gotten where you are today? Without Shen Lian, do you think anyone would take you seriously? As soon as Su Yuhong heard her mention the name Shen Lian, she immediately became agitated. Who gave you permission to mention this trash's name? Gu Luocheng, I'm warning you, you'd better take back what you just said. Yo, this is urgent? Gu Luoying instantly narrowed her eyes. It seems to have really been hit by me. Think about it yourself. If it wasn't for Shen Lian planning everything for you in the first place, with your talent and qualifications, not to mention less than 500 years, even if you were given another 5,000 years, you wouldn't be able to take even half a step into the mixed realm, and even the transition realm would be out of reach for you. Even if the World Chamber of Commerce can be created to rise, which cannot be separated from Shen Lian's dedication, right? Now relying on Shen Lian to get some power behind the scenes, you really take yourself seriously? Su Yuhong, you'd better think back carefully to recall what achievements you can have apart from Shen Lian. Are you qualified to stand here and face me straight on? Shut up! Stop it! Su Yuhong snapped, wanting to stop Gu Luocheng from speaking further. Everything I can have today is the result of my own unremitting efforts. And what does it have to do with that punk Shen Lian? Do you believe this yourself? Assembly President Su, before you say that, you'd better remove that Emperor-grade Qi armor unearthly protector from your body first. If I remember correctly, this is what Shen Lian fetched for you back then at the risk of being devoured by the Frost Snow Valley, right? There's also your sword, Star, which Shen Lian got by kneeling outside the Valley of the King of Soldiers for 3 months in order to curry favor with you, right? How did you say you didn't rely on Shen Lian to get where you are today? A dog knows how to wag its tail and get close to its master. And you, Su Yuhong, how did you treat him? Oh, even I, An outsider? Can't stand to watch. Don't you say another word. Su Yuhong seemed to have been stepped on some soft underbelly and instantly became furious and abnormal. Why do I need an outsider like you to worry about Shen Lian's affairs? I'm here today to hold you responsible for the destruction of the World Chamber of Commerce. How could the World Chamber of Commerce be what it is today without Shen Lian? Su Yuhong, you'd better ask yourself, how did Shen Lian help you in the first place? If you want me to take responsibility for this, let Shen Lian come and talk to me in person. You're not qualified. You. Su Yuhong instantly trembled with anger. It was also at this moment that a scene of past Shen Lian's dedication to herself surfaced in her mind. Third Senior Sister. I've sought out the chi armor you wanted for you. Do you like it? Third Senior Sister. This sword is from the King of Soldiers Valley. It is one of the 10 swords of the world, and it fits perfectly with your Star 6 transformations. You will definitely be able to reach another level of strength after having it. Third Senior Sister. I've completed all the preparations for the World Chamber of Commerce. Go take a look. Are you still satisfied? If there are any shortcomings that still need to be improved, just ask, and I'll definitely go ahead and change it. A scene from the past assaults the mind as if it were a walk in the park. It actually caused Su Yuhang's state of mind to produce a small fluctuation. Yes, at that time Shen Lian really is full of heart, full of eyes, only their own 7 sisters, since childhood can be said to take care of everything. But what did he, himself, do to him? Who told you to go? Did you get yourself all injured because you want me to praise you a few times? Shen Lian, can you not be so childish? Why don't you just let me save my ass? For the sake of a broken sword, you lowered yourself to kneel in front of the human soldier King Valley for 3 months? Oh, how can someone like you be worthy of being a disciple of the Heavenly Feather sect? What a disgrace, dealing with just a small chamber of commerce. Is it worth it for you to show off? Can you stop circling around me? It's really disgusting to see you. Hurry up and get lost. Thinking back to how he had treated Shen Lian in the past, Su Yuhang actually felt a trace of guilt for a moment. So that's how one treats Shen Lian? He fetched the unearthly protector and the Star Emperor's sword for himself, and instead of offering half a word of comfort when he was seriously injured, instead, he spoke ill of him? When the Heavenly Chamber of Commerce was first established, Shen Lian was busy for more than a year, and in the end, he didn't even say thank you? Is he, himself, really such an indistinguishable person? For a moment, Su Yuhang's Dao heart began to fluctuate violently, but soon, she convinced herself, it's not like that. He's been kind to the 7 of us, all because he covets his own beauty and makes us his forbidden pterygium willingly. Everything he does has an ulterior motive. Otherwise, why did the entire clan, even the old ancestors who rarely asked questions about the world, loathe him to the extreme? Those so-called good things are done with impure intentions. Yes, that's right, Shen Lian is such a person. Thus, he stabilized his emotions and once again met Gu Luoying's eyes that were permeated with disdain. You don't have to talk about it left and right here. I'm only asking you whether you're responsible for what happened to the World Chamber of Commerce or not. Joke, why should I be responsible for your own sins? You don't really think that the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce has weakened to the point where you need to look at your World Chamber of Commerce's face? Since that's the case, then you, the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce, will join together to accompany my World Chamber of Commerce today. As the words fell, Su Yuhang's right arm spread out. Instantly, starbursts flickered, mesmerizing people who couldn't open their eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the famous sword star was already in his hands. Clang, clanging and mingling, the star preempted and blossomed into an eye-catching light. Want to make a move? Su Yuhong, do you really think I will be afraid of you? Gu Luoqing's eyes instantly condensed as he raised his hand and a green-colored 9th grade spirit sword, the green bamboo, blatantly came to hand. Regardless of cultivation, or spirit weapon competition, the Gu Luoying at the moment could not possibly be a match for Su Yuhong. However, in order to maintain the dignity of the Everlasting Life Society, she would definitely not retreat by half a step, just as the two sides were at swords drawn and irreconcilable. Stop! A long cry fell from the void. When he raised his eyes, an old man wearing a white robe above the void came stepping into the air with his sword. See you, old ancestor. Upon seeing the visitor, Gu Luoying let out a sigh of relief. This person was Gu Luoying's ancestor, Gu Tianzhong, a sword cultivator of the Great Circle of the Mixed Realm. The reason why the Eternal Life Association hadn't been annexed by the World Chamber of Commerce all these years. The biggest help was the existence of this old ancestor who had lived for 4,000 years. Chapter 20 Detoxification. Miss Su, please also give me Gu Tianzhong a few moments of face and take the people away. The moment Gu Tianzhong landed on the ground, his majestic aura pressed down, instantly shocking the two guards beside Su Yuhong's mind, so much so that they unconsciously knelt on the ground. Even Su Yuhong couldn't help but take half a step back. The gap between the third level of mixed element and the peak of mixed element was a world of difference, as if several mountain ranges had separated them. Su Yuhong knows, at this moment if the hands, he absolutely cannot get much cheaper, even if the body has 2 enemy soldiers, cannot help Gu Tianzhong, hold up the death is also a 4/6 of the situation. Thus, she put away the Star Emperor's sword, glared fiercely at Gu Luoying, and then said, Gu Luoying, you're lucky today, but this matter definitely won't end here. After speaking, he commanded, let's go. In the next second, Su Yuhong disappeared in front of the door of the Eternal Life Society along with the 2 refined Void Realm guards. Only after making sure Su Yuhong had left did Gu Tianzhong breathe a sigh of relief and look at Gu Luoying. Many thanks to the old ancestor for saving me. Gu Luoyang respectfully bowed to Gu Tianzhong. Ugh. Gu Tianzhong, however, shook his head. Luo Chang'e, it's not a solution to go on like this. The World Chamber of Commerce is powerful, and behind it are the rest of the 6 forces as well as the Heavenly Feather Ancestor as a backer. I, the Eternal Life Association, am now weak, and if I want to survive, I have to look for an object that I can rely on before I can do so. Gu Luocheng was silent. She understood the meaning of Gu Tianzhong's words, that is, to marry He Yunchuan, the son of Star Luo City Lord, to become a Taoist couple. This was also the meaning of the entire family. He Yunchuan was a heavenly pride of the world. His bone age was less than 1,000 years old and he was already a mixed realm 8th level powerhouse. Coupled with that huge network and resources behind Star Luo City, once they were married to the Gu family, they no longer had to worry about being annexed by Su Yuhang. However, Gu Luoqing was not willing to marry He Yunchuan, because He Yunchuan was a frivolous person and was arrogant and narrow-minded, not at all a suitable candidate for a Dao partner in her mind. But right now, the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce was being suppressed by the World Chamber of Commerce and was almost on the verge of bankruptcy, so if they didn't choose to join forces, it would only be a matter of time before they were annexed. Coupled with the fact that Gu Luoying had been suffering from a head ailment over the years, her cultivation had never been able to advance an inch, and she had gradually opened up a huge gap with Su Yuhong. It seems that a marriage is the best and only option left. Seeing that Gu Luoqing didn't say anything, Gu Tianzhong could only let out a sigh. Child, old ancestor knows that you are high-minded and proud, but when it comes to the Gu family's reputation for thousands of years, there are many things that you can't help but do, so think about it. Understood, old ancestor? I'll consider it carefully. Ugh. Gu Tianzhong sighed and said nothing more, directly flying towards the outside of the city with his sword. Boom! Not long after Gu Tianzhong had left, a loud explosion caused Gu Luoying's eyelids to flutter. Looking back, it was a black smoke rising from the direction of the Dan furnace. Shen Lian? Seemingly thinking of something, Gu Luoying decisively transformed into light and flew towards the Dan room. At this time, inside the Dan room, the 6 Dan furnaces were blown to rubble. Shen Lian, however, was oblivious to the fact that he was fully concentrating on an elixir in his hand that emitted a golden glow. The medicinal fragrance filled the air, instantly emanating throughout the depths of the bamboo forest, barely scraping by. Shen Lian muttered expressionlessly, then urged the cold ice aura in his body to gradually cool the blazing Dan pill. Just then, Gu Luoying, who had been assaulted by the loud commotion, hurriedly rushed to the Dan room. He was just about to open his mouth to inquire, but was immediately attracted by the Dan pills in his eyes. This is the Extreme Rhino Yuan Dan? It's a pity that it's just half a step away from being inferior to an imperial product, so I can only say that it's a waste. After speaking, without waiting for Gu Luoying to speak, Shen Lian directly swallowed the Rhino Yuan Dan into his mouth. Gu Luoying had not yet recovered from the shock, looking at the furnace that had blown up into rubble, and then recalling the extreme pill in Shen Lian's hands earlier. For just a moment, something remarkable seemed to occur to her. Fellow Daoist Shun, do you really know how to make pills? Put away your skepticism. What you see for yourself is what's real. What answered her was Shen Lian's arrogant voice. I said, don't bother me in the next few days. Let's forget about it today. If there's a next time, the cooperation will be cancelled, and you don't have to count on me to cure your head ailment anymore. I'm really sorry. At the thought of that nightmarish head ailment recurring, Gu Luoying immediately apologized in quick succession. At this moment, there was a trace of an unquestionable aura on Shen Lian's body, which gave her a kind of awe from the bottom of her heart. I don't want to hear your explanation. Now get out of here right now and don't let anyone come near here for 3 days. Alright, please don't worry. Fellow Daoist Shun. Gu Luoying immediately exited the Dan room as instructed, and in the process, set up a boundary within the bamboo forest to prevent anyone from approaching. And the elixir in Shen Lian's body also began to take effect at this time. He immediately sat down on his knees in place, closed his eyes and began to guide the medicinal power to swim towards his internal organs. At this time, 300 miles outside of Wushuang City by the side of a pool of clear lake. Su Yuhong looked at the lake reflecting her own stunning face, her eyes full of frost. Damn it! Suddenly, she growled and instantly slapped her palm out. Instantly the entire lake rolled up a 1,000-foot tornado. Gu Luo Cheng, how dare she talk to me like that, when it's really abominable. When she thought of the way Gu Luo Cheng was preaching in front of her today, Su Yuhong only felt 1,000 pangs of anger. Who is she to lecture me like that? Dare to use this trash Shen Lian to irritate me? Simply detestable, irritating, and hateful. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but slap out another palm, and the water tornado in the void instantly turned into a torrential downpour. The two refined void realm guards guarding behind her lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They had rarely seen Su Yuhong get so angry, and the only time they remembered getting angry was just at Shen Lian. This trash. After a few moments, Su Yuhong was finally emotionally calm. She opened her mouth in a cold voice and asked, "Is there any way to avoid Gu Tianzhong? No matter what, I want Gu Luoying this to die." One of the guards was shocked when he heard this. "President, calm down. If we kill Gu Luoying at this time, the Gu family will definitely go on and on with the World Chamber of Commerce." Su Yuhong hummed lightly, "A mere broken Gu family. Why should I care so much? The only person in the Gu family that I can be afraid of is Gu Tianzhong. If I had invited eldest sister to help, with the two of them joining forces, wouldn't they still be able to get rid of a Su Tianzhong?" Another guard said, "President Su, Patriarch Lu is now in a critical period of confrontation with the demon domain. I'm afraid I don't have time to take care of the situation over here, so I'd better ask President Su to endure for a while longer." Su Yuhong closed his eyes and gradually fell into deep thought. What happened today was all because of that punk Shen Lian. If it wasn't for him, how could he have caused so much trouble? In fact, even now, Su Yuhong still didn't believe that Shen Lian would really take action against the World Chamber of Commerce. After all, Wushuang City was guarded by Qin Tianhua's hallowed void refining realm powerhouse, so how could Shen Lian kill him with only his cultivation at the divine transformation realm? Moreover, among the guests who died there were many with high cultivation. How could Shen Lian alone exterminate them so easily? The most crucial thing was that she was under the impression that Shen Lian was just like a dog wandering around herself, and would definitely not do anything that would upset her. The more she thought about it, the more unstable Su Yuhong's Dao heart became, and the more she thought about it, the more agitated she became. Just then, one of the guards spoke up. "President, don't you think there's something fishy about that Gu Luoying today?" Su Yuhong opened his eyes. "How so? Gu Luoying has always looked down on Shen Lian. Why is she suddenly speaking for him? This is very counterintuitive." You mean, President Su, I'm wondering if Shen Lian, could be hiding in Gu Luoying place? No way." Su Yuhong dismissed it without even thinking about it. How could that loser look at any other woman besides the seven of us? Let alone Gu Luoying. Doesn't he know that Gu Luoying and I are incompatible? Isn't he afraid I'll get mad if he hangs out with her? No way. He wouldn't dare do that. The stereotype of Shen Lian made her subconsciously think that he would not do anything to make her unhappy. It was even more unacceptable that Shen Lian would mix with her nemesis against herself. Chapter 21, 1,000 miles to send ahead. President, Shen Lian has gone on a killing spree in the Skyfeather sect. Could this still be fake? Moreover, Zhang Hanshang, Gu Qingshan's life soul lamps were extinguished, and Shen Lian's name was written on the auction house. Chen Tianhua's hallowed void refining 5th grade great cultivator also died, because Shen Lian had killed 3 void refining realm great cultivators in a row. May I ask who else could have such a big grudge if Shen Lian didn't do it? Impossible. I don't believe it. That was all an accident, and Shen Lian's cultivation was wasted. Even if he recovered, the news he got was only at the harmonized god realm. There's no way he could have such an ability to execute so many void refining realm experts. I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe it. How could he do this to me? He can't do this to me. The guards went numb, unable to understand Su Yuhong's brain circuitry. Don't you know why Shen Lian is like this? He alone helped the 7 of you grow into a great power. And how did you treat him? With the events of the past few days, anyone with a discerning eye knows that Shen Lian is determined to draw a line with you guys. And from the time he went on a killing spree in the Skyfeather sect, there is no turning back. But if you guys had a little bit of conscience and treated Shen Lian a little bit better, maybe things wouldn't have developed into this situation. Of course, these words, the two of them only dared to think about them in their hearts. Absolutely impossible to say them. Hong Ling, Lan Jin, the two of you go and poke around the Gu family residence for me to find out if Shen Lian is there or not. And if he is, then find a way to tie him back for me. When Hong Ling and Lan Jin heard this, their faces were stunned, and they even suspected that they had misheard their ears. Gu Luoying was at least a cultivator of the mixed realm, his own area of refined void realm in front of that kind of expert, afraid that under the pressure of a single eye would directly explode. Seemingly seeing the doubts in the hearts of the two, Su Yuhong immediately took out 2 talismans. These 2 talismans are not only capable of concealing the aura on your bodies, but they can also enter all boundaries below the 9th rank. Even Gu Luoqing won't be able to find you in a short time. When you get into the Gu residence, find Shen Lian for me. If Gu Luoqing finds out, just notify me at the first opportunity through a sound transmission stone. I'm nearby and will be there soon. Yes. Despite being very reluctant, Su Yuhong was her own president after all, and her orders could not be disobeyed. In the end, he could only accept the talisman with a stiff upper lip and sped towards the eternal life chamber of commerce as a cloud. Shen Lian, you'd better not let me down. If you really dare to join forces with that little Gu Luoyang, I'll have to break your legs. I don't know how senior brother Yi is doing. I'm so worried about him. Go back and take a look. After Su Yuhong put down his harsh words, he instantly transformed into a green aura and flew in the direction of the Sky Feather sect. At this time, within the Gu House Dan room, Shen Lian guided the body's medicinal power to continuously impact the 5 viscera and 6 bowels eroded by toxicity. After about 2 hours, a stream of dark, poisonous blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, a black gas leaped up behind him, a sign that the poison had been forced out of his body. Suddenly, Shen Lian's eyes opened, and then he bent down and spat out a large mouthful of black blood. Accompanied by a mouthful of turbid breath, the body felt a sense of relaxation and coziness. The toxin has been removed. As long as it is conditioned for a day or 2, the body will also be able to return to its peak state. It's time to think of a way to find medicinal cores that can quench the physique. Just then, his ears twitched slightly. Another unknowing punk wants to come and give away his head? After a sweep of his divine sense to determine the nearby target, the corner of Shen Lian's mouth hooked into a wry smile. Since you're here, stay. He rose slowly, unfolded his folding fan and pushed open the door to the room. Not far away in the depths of the bamboo forest, the moment they saw the door of the Dan room open, Hongling and Lanjin were instantly stunned. I really let you be right. Shen Lian is really in the eternal life chamber of commerce. And now we can basically conclude that the people of the World Chamber of Commerce were killed by him. What should we do now? Should we inform Chairman Su? There's no rush. First determine Shen Lian's current condition, and if possible, arrest him and hand him over to the president. Good. The two made up their minds and continued to secretly observe Shen Lian's every move. But the next moment, you two losers, have you seen enough? An icy voice rang out from behind the duo, startling them in unison. The moment he turned back, he met Shen Lian's confident and calm eyes. You. Hongling looked at Shen Lian incredulously, then looked back at Shen Lian standing outside the Dan room. Only then did he realize that Shen Lian's figure outside the Dan room began to slowly become transparent, and finally disappeared completely. Staying in shape and turning into a shadow? You kind of have some insight. Shen Lian folded his fan and slowly turned his back. The astral winds rose up all around, and a solemn and murderous aura began to spread within the bamboo forest in a matter of moments. In the next moment, the life-sapping voice slowly spat out from Shen Lian's mouth. Any last words to give? As soon as the words fell, Lanjin decisively drew out a greenish-blue blade and directly transported energy to slash at the back of Shen Lian's head. Bam! However, the next moment, the blade was 3 feet away from Shen Lian's vitals, and was directly bounced off by a wave of body protection true essence. Refining realm? How is this possible? Red Plume and Blue Gotham were stunned, simultaneously staring wide-eyed as if they were looking at a monster, only to see Shen Lian did not return his head, and directly pointed the folding fan he had put away toward the two people behind him. Since you don't want to leave your last words, don't ever open your mouths. Go together. You two only have a chance of one move now. Hongling forehead instantly covered with cold sweat. Where in the current Shen Lian there was still that kind of appearance that could bully half the time. Instead, a pressure of death penetrated straight through his heart. Someone else who felt the same way was Blue Gotham. Shen Lian, we are ordered by the president to ask you to go back. She misses you very much. Ha 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 ha. Responding to Hongling, it was Shen Lian who couldn't help but laugh out loud maniacally. With this laugh, the two of them only felt a wave of dizziness, as if they were going to explode in pain, and they couldn't help but cover their ears. But even so, the sound waves assaulted their minds, causing blood to begin seeping from their 7 holes. That actually misses me? Are you guys kidding me? The moment the words fell, Shen Lian violently turned around. Put. Hongling and Lanjin instantly spat out a mouthful of blood furiously in unison, and could not withstand the strong pressure radiating from Shen Lian's body, and fell to their knees in unison. At this moment, they could only feel their souls trembling. Why? Was this person in front of him really the Shen Lian he knew? The aura of death gradually enveloped the duo's heads. However, they couldn't even raise any courage to resist at this time. I've heard this ridiculous excuse far too many times. Unfortunately, I'm tired of hearing it, and look at you all. It must be very painful, right? But it didn't matter. Watching the crazed struggles of an ant before its death was no less a fun way to pass the time. Just borrow the lives of the two of you to let Su Yuhong that understand. Everything I've ever given her, I'm slowly taking back. And then, watch her die of despair in the midst of her muddy struggle. Ahaha dash. Boom. Boom. With wild laughter, Red Plume and Blue Gothic's heads exploded. Blood instantly stained the surrounding bamboo forest, leaving only two headless corpses kneeling on the ground. Humph. Killing two wasted creatures is not fulfilling in the slightest. And I don't know if this world's heavenly pride can make me feel as happy as I want to. I really miss the time when I just crossed over in my first life, when I was walking on thin ice, fighting with that group of sons of Qi in order to snatch the chance. Unfortunately, such times will never come again now. Leaving behind an exclamation, Shen Lian stepped back to the Dan room to continue to temper his body. After the toxin was expelled from his body, he clearly felt that his strength had once again increased by more than 30%, but these were far less than expected for Shen Lian. Chapter 22 Departure from the Devil Beast Mountain Range. Su Yuhong had just returned to the outside of the Tian Yusec's mountain gate, when he suddenly felt a violent fluctuation within the nascent ring between his fingers. At the same time, a strong uneasiness struck the heart. Through his divine sense, he poked inside the nascent sac and was completely shocked. Red Plume and Longjin's life cards, they actually shattered? How is this possible? In less than 2 hours since they parted ways outside of Wushuang City, 2 more Void Refining Realm subordinates had died? Counting the previous ones, that meant that in just one day, he had lost 5 of his refined Void Realm subordinates alone? For a moment, Su Yuhong panicked a little, and a strong sense of fear surfaced in her heart. How could this happen? Could it be that their whereabouts were discovered by that little Gu Luoying? But even if that's the case, Gu Luoying wouldn't have killed them. For a while, Su Yuhong had 1,000 thoughts, looking at the Tian Yusec's mountain gate that was close at hand, but he could never take that step. An accident. It must have been an accident. Yes, that's right, an accident. She tried to convince herself that she had never thought about this matter towards Shen Lian. Calm down first. Wait until you send someone to investigate before you make a decision. Don't panic. After so many years, what big storms have not experienced? It is not easy to come to today's situation. How would I be disturbed by such trivial matters to disrupt my Tao? It's still important to take care of senior brother Yi first. After stabilizing her emotions, her eyes were firm and she resolutely stepped into the Heavenly Feathers Sect's mountain gate. Fellow Daoist, I'm really sorry. I also didn't expect that someone would avoid the protection of the boundary through a concealment talisman. I now have some regrets about cooperating with you. The boundary can't protect against a group of curmudgeons, and it's no wonder that you can't fight Su Yuhong. Late at night, Gu Luoying learned that Shen Lian had been attacked and specially came to the Dan room to apologize to him. However, she hadn't expected that Shen Lian would actually really kill Hong Ling in Longjin. This made her even more convinced that the previous Shen Lian, who was so humble as to make people feel ridiculous, really no longer existed. Gu Luochang said, fellow Daoist, since both Hong Ling and Longjin are dead, Su Yuhong will not let you off the hook when he learns of this. What are you going to do next? As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian tossed his folding fan and threw an object in the process. Gu Luochang instinctively caught it, but it was a crystal clear elixir with a hidden golden aura emanating from within. It is? This is a potion that was made from the herbs in your den to cure your headache. I made it in passing when I was upgrading the rhinoceros elemental pill. After taking it, your hidden disease will be completely cured. After that, your cultivation level will increase at a fast pace due to the silence of these years, and as to how much it will increase, it's all up to you. Gu Luochang was shocked. You can really refine a pill that will cure my hidden disease? Shen Lian, if you don't believe in it, you can destroy it. I won't stop you. Gu Luochang hurriedly put away the elixir. No, don't misunderstand. Fellow Daoist, I naturally believe it. I really don't know how to thank you. Gu Luochang naturally regarded it as a treasure, as the headache that had plagued her for years was expected to be cured. There is no need to say thank you. Mr. Shen has always made a clear distinction between public and private matters, and I will pay for favors and repay for grudges. Since you have taken me in to heal my poison here, you should give some return. Now I have another question that I hope you can inform me of. Fellow Daoist, please speak. I want to know about this world. There are things that can quench the physique, such as pills, essence cores aka, Gu Luoyang froze, tempering the physique? Is that you? Shen Lian was impatient. Don't ask so many questions. Just answer yes or no. Gu Luoying was violently and somewhat overwhelmed by Shen Lian's domineering aura now. To be honest, she still couldn't adapt to the skyrocketing changes that had arisen in Shen Lian's body. The person in front of him, Is he really the Shen Lian who would rather be poisoned and physically castrated than lick those 7 white-eyed wolves? Forget it, whatever. At least now he has this change in his favor very much. Yes, Gu Luocheng responded. Nodding with great certainty, Shen Lian closed his eyes and lightly shook his folding fan, continuing to listen to her. The best way to quench the physique is naturally the essence core of a magical beast, especially a 7th level Shen beast that is comparable to a transitional cultivation. Its essence core can eliminate all the hidden and unnoticed impurities in the body and strengthen one's meridians, thus achieving the purpose of shedding one's bones. Shen Lian's eyes widened. That means if you want to temper your own physique, you have to travel to the demonic beast mountain range? Gu Luoyang sipped her tea and nodded. In the entire continent at the moment, there are only magical beasts within the magical beast mountain range that possess essence cores for quenching the physical body. It's just that recently, the seal of the demon beast mountain range seems to have begun to loosen, and 100,000 cultivators from all the righteous paths on the continent are heading to the demon beast mountain range. I suggest it would be best to wait until this wind has passed and it is not too late for you to move on. Shen Lian mind pondering, as I expected. This world quenching the body to improve the physique of the best choice is also the core of the magical beasts. So also rest assured. It's strange why the original body of this little memory? Thinking of this immediately got up and said, thanks for the information. I hope that our cooperation will continue smoothly in the future until the day it ends. Gu Luoqing froze. You're moving now? Shen Lian put away his folding fan. I don't have any extra time to continue wasting. But now the chaos within the demonic beast mountain range is overwhelming. And I heard that the people from the Sky Feather sect are also there. In case you meet them, wouldn't you? Since when? Is it your turn to control me? Shen Lian fiercely sideways head. Cold and merciless cold eyes directly stunned Gu Luocheng. Heart and soul trembled. What sharp eyes? Why is my heart beating a little faster? Poof. Shen Lian left a sentence and then opened the door of the Dan room. The door opens for a moment. The breeze is gentle, and the bamboo pianos sway. A bright moon in the sky shone on Shen Lian, causing a rare trace of calm to appear on his face. After an instant, Shen Lian spoke. I'll leave first. Don't worry. Promise to help you suppress the World Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Shen won't forget. I'll discuss it with you in detail after I return from the demonic beast mountain range. After saying this, he is going to turn into light and disappear. Wait. Gu Luocheng hurriedly called out to Shen Lian. What else do you want to say? Fellow Daoist, don't misunderstand. Since it's a partnership, then as the eternal life chamber of commerce, I naturally have to do my part to show my sincerity. Saying that, Gu Luoying raised her hand and made a move, and a burst of silver-colored aura was instantly emitted from outside the Dan room. Phew! Cluck! The next moment, a black cloud shrouded the bamboo forest, shuttling back and forth, accompanied by heavy hooves, along with the sound of hissing horses. Shen Lian stared in silence for a split second, and the black cloud stopped in front of him, transforming into a horse with a black body and reddish eyes. The horses were followed by an ornate carriage. This horse comes from the underworld realm. 1,000 years ago my Gu family accidentally obtained. This horse can currently travel 100,000 miles a day, trekking across the mountains and seas as if they were flat. Today it will be gifted to the Taoist friends as a footsteps it. Shen Lian took a moment to gaze at the spirit horse in front of him and carefully looked at it. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave and say goodbye. After only a few breaths, Shen Lian directly jumped onto the carriage, and then under Gu Luoying's watching gaze, the underworld carriage immediately turned into a black cloud and disappeared into the Gu family compound. Looking at the black clouds that surfaced in a flash under the moonlight, Gu Luoying couldn't help but tighten her jade hands. Shen Lian, a soft call, and I don't know what's on his mind. Chapter 23 Shen Chuyun's Crisis. The Devil Beast Mountain Range stretches for 100,000 miles. Initially, but hundreds of millions of beasts gathering place. The situation on the continent, but no impact, but is the neighborhood hunters living is a great treasure. However, tens of thousands of years passed, and the beasts inside gradually became spiritual, knowing how to start absorbing the essence of the sun and moon from heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. Beasts combined with aura baptism and quenching, gradually gave birth to many powerful spirit beasts, along with the passage of time, has seriously threatened the survival of the entire continent. As a result, the various sects and families of the Taiku continent would regularly organize their disciples to go and sweep the Devil Beast Mountain Range. Firstly, it stops the rate of reproduction of magical beasts. Secondly, it can also train the disciples under the door. And thirdly, magical beasts are full of treasures, through which unimaginable benefits can be gained. However, with the passage of time, the beasts of the Demon Beast Mountain Range, in the course of fierce battles with all kinds of cultivators, gave birth to countless more powerful groups entrenched in the depths of the Demon Beast Mountain Range to hibernate and cultivate. and even began to organize and take the initiative to cluster attacks on the territory of cultivator clans. The people of the Taiku continent call such a scene the beast tide. Wherever the tide of beasts passes, not an inch of grass grows. The most serious time was 70,000 years ago, when millions of level 9 magical beasts led by the 3 level 12 magical beasts at the head caused unprecedented damage to the entire continent, almost causing the destruction of mankind at one point. At the critical moment, all the sects joined hands for the first time and borrowed the Taiku Grand Formation, sealing the beast tide in the depths of the demonic beast mountain range at the expense of tens of thousands of sects' transition realm disciples, which finally alleviated the crisis of the continent's annihilation. Since then, the Taiku continent had seen a rare upturn, and although the seals would loosen every so often, they would be repaired in time by the elite disciples sent out by the various sects. The last time the seal was mended, it was led by Shen Lian 100 years ago, almost destroying his own cultivation roots and sacrificing his life to seal the seal. Now 100 years of the period has passed. The beast tide seal once again have signs of loosening. All sects do not dare to act rashly, leading 100,000 disciples once again far to the beast mountain range deep seal. High above Yunlan mountain, a woman holding a jasper cold sword with a cool and absolutely beautiful face, clad in a green silk dress, looked at a huge stone statue of a magical beast in the distance with cold eyes. That's the site where the beast tide was sealed. The woman's name was Shin Yun, the Heavenly Feather sect leader, with an immortal realm second level cultivation, an absolute powerhouse of the world. Its beauty crowns the Taiku continent, recognized as one of the 10 beauties. However, although Shin Yun was the Heavenly Feather sect leader, he was indifferent by nature and never paid more than a passing attention to things he wasn't interested in. This time to come to the Magic Beast Mountain range to repair the seal. In fact, not from her original wish, completely by the clan ancestor forced to reluctantly rush to. Due to her outstanding beauty, the moment she appeared, she attracted the attentions of the remaining heavenly prides from various sects. Nay, Shin Yun's character was cool, and she always had an attitude of rejecting people, as if everything could not raise her interest. Only one person, however, she was never at ease with. That would be Shen Lian. Shen Lian, you must protect yourself during my absence. I hope you'll remember my instructions. Don't get close to Yi Fan. Don't get involved with those 7 senior sisters anymore. Hold on. In a few days, Master will go back. Once he thought of Shen Lian, a rare trace of unusual tenderness surfaced on Shin Yun's cool face. Only, this tenderness was permeated with unspeakable heartache. Patriarch, the patriarch of the Qinglan sect invites you over to discuss the sealing matter. Just as Shin Yun closed her eyes and worried about Shen Lian, Sumeru Peak Master Chichao's voice sounded behind her. No go. A simple and clear reply without a hint of emotion. This made Red Tide a bit embarrassed. Sovereign, this is a bit bad, isn't it? How can I say that the Qinglan sect patriarch is also my Skyfeather sect ally? His request. Do I have to repeat myself? There was a hint of unquestionable emotion in the icy tone. Chichao froze and could only arch his hand back. Understood, Patriarch. I will go back and relay this to Patriarch Shuang. Shin Yun didn't continue to reply, but just casually threw a sword flower, and after a burst of spiritual light, he leaped into the void. In an instant, clanging and chanting, the 2 3-winged demonic beasts high in the sky instantly fell to the dust under the sword chi's indulgence. On the other side, the Sovereign Alliance camp, Qinglan sect Patriarch Shuang Jinghao learned that Shin Yun was unwilling to come to the deliberation, and immediately looked gloomy. On the side of the Moon Shadow sect Patriarch, Su Tianxuan couldn't help but say, this Patriarch Shin can be really hard to get along with. We went to please her several times, but we didn't even give her a proper look. Humph. Tianqing sect Patriarch, Fu Hanqing, however, smiled. Since ancient times, capable beauties are also lonely and proud. It's good for everyone to get used to it, not to mention that it's still a peerless beauty like Patriarch Shin. Humph. I see you. You can't walk when you see a beautiful woman. Su Tianxuan slapped the seat case and was displeased with Fu Hanqing. Alright, don't even talk about it. After a long time, Zhuang Jinghao stopped a few people, 2 fellow Taoists. Right now it's better to think about how to seal the beast cave. It's been 2 months since the congregation arrived here. It was not easy to kill through the outer formation into the depths of the demonic beast mountain range, and it's time to end this journey. He paused, and then said, however, the conditions of sealing are extremely harsh. Non-Shin Patriarch's spiritual phoenix immortal body cannot do all the work, but Shin Patriarch and this attitude, difficult. Fu Hanqing laughed. Fellow Daoist Shuang, rumor has it that the spirit phoenix immortal body is an excellent stove body, and as long as one engages in dual cultivation one can accelerate one's own cultivation. It's not just for sealing a magic cave so simple. Oh, did you? Fellow Daoist Fu, what time is it? You still have the time to joke? Zhuang Jinghao glared at Fu Hancheng. The sealing of the demonic beasts is a matter of the world's life. If we don't seal it in time, how many living beings will be in danger? Fu Hancheng, however, was unimpressed. Fellow Daoist Zhuang, don't pretend. In fact, your affection for Patriarch Shen, we outsiders can all see it at a glance. Besides, if Patriarch Shen is so beautiful, how can any man not be moved when he sees her? If you're not willing, then I won't be blamed for getting there first. Fellow Daoist Fu, Zhuang Jinghao was instantly enraged. What the hell are you trying to say? Su Tianchuan also oddly said. Yes, Fu Daoyu, you usually seldom joke. This time why will? It's no joke. Fu Hanqing suddenly said with a straight face. Truth be told, there are those who wish for us to take Shen Shuyun's spirit phoenix immortal body with the help of this return to mend the seal of the beast tide. The cultivation of the three of us is bound to rise greatly after absorbing the nourishment of the spirit phoenix immortal body, and we will also be able to have a taste of the beauty of the clear and cold fairies of the world, so it can be said to be a 1-2 punch. Zhuang Jinghao was shocked. What kind of person dares to assassinate Patriarch Shen? Fu Hanqing smiled with a cold color, a disciple of the Heavenly Feather Sect's seat, and now the Flower Language Sect's patriarch. Lu Qinghuan. When these words came out, Su Tianchuan and Zhuang Jinghao were shocked at the same time. How could they not expect that Lu Qinghuan would actually try to assassinate his master? What is this idea? Fu Hanqing's hand spread out, and the Flower Language Sect Patriarch's warrant appeared in his palm. What I said in every sentence is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can see if this item is owned by Patriarch Lu. With that, he pushed his palm and delivered this Flower Language order to the two of them. After confirming that it was a Flower Language Sect warrant, Zhuang Jinghao frowned. She is at least a disciple under Patriarch Shen. Why is she so ruthless? Fu Hanqing said, this is not what we should ask. You should also know the means of the Flower Language Sect. If you do not, from what will be the consequences should be clear. Su Tianchuan, but, the three of us are only at the second level of mixed yuan cultivation. Even if we agree, how can we fight Shen Shuyun? Fu Hanqing smiled. You can rest assured on this point. Patriarch Lu has already prepared a backhand. Specially prepared the soft fragrance 10 tendons scatter from the Medicine King Liuli Valley. As long as we wait for the Devil's Cave to be successfully sealed, after we drug Shen Shuyun on the occasion of her vitality, she'll be at our mercy. Don't worry, the three peak masters following around Shen Shuyun are all from our side as well, so there's no need to worry too much. Su Tianchuan was startled. What? Even Valley Master Mu is involved? Ha ha ha, that Shen Shuyun is really capable, teaching disciples who are all a bunch of rebels. This, Zhuang Jinghao was still a bit hesitant. Is it too much? Fu Hanqing said coldly. Fellow Daoist, at this point do we have a way back? Offending both the Pill King Liuli Valley and the Flower Language Sect at the same time. Don't you know what will happen to us? Besides, Shen Shuyun is such a beauty and carries a spirit phoenix immortal body. Such an opportunity is in front of you. Are you willing to give it up? How about this? I'll make a decision. Xin Yunchu's Tingni, it'll be opened by Dao friend Zhuang. This is always okay, right? When Zhuang Jinghao heard this, he stopped insisting. Things have come to this, it can only be so. It's just that Patriarch Shen has suffered. Alas, Su Tianchuan, however, couldn't wait. In fact, I've long wanted to take this high-strung twat down. She looks so high and mighty to me, and this is a rare opportunity that I'm definitely not going to pass up. The three of them immediately bent down together and began to discuss specific countermeasures, and Shen Shuyun was oblivious to this. After destroying more than 30 level 5 and level 6 magical beasts in a single breath and determining that there was no threat of magical beasts around the campsite, he then turned around and rushed towards the campsite. And at this moment, on the outskirts of the Magic Beast mountain range, a heavy sound of horses' hooves came from far and near, quickly approaching the depths of the mountain range. Chapter 24, Second Kill. Horses' hooves clanked, and heaven and earth shook. Inside the demonic beast mountain range, a black spirit colt rode through, avoiding everything in its path. Shen Lian, who was sitting inside the carriage, closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, trying to adjust his state to the best. After 2 days, he finally arrived at the Magic Beast mountain range. Entering the Devil Beast mountain range without any lingering, he directly drove the spectral carriage to explore deeper into the mountain range. Phew dash. Suddenly there came a long, neighing sound from the warhorse, and then it stopped. Shen Lian slowly opened his eyes and immediately lifted the curtain of the car. As far as the eye could see, there were human limbs and arms all over the place, which could be described as horrible. With a soft chirp, Shen Lian seemed to have discovered something and directly leaped off the carriage to walk to a deep mud pit to watch. It was a huge pit that was 100 meters wide and 3 meters deep. Shen Lian closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, and the corner of his mouth gradually drew an arc. It's the footprints of the three-headed Lan Jiao. It seems that this waste's memory isn't useless. At least something really dares to go on. After spitting out a sentence about his predecessor who occupied his Dharma body, Shen Lian immediately unfolded the folding fan and slowly spread his palm with his other hand. Let me see how many moves you can take in my Shen Lian's hands. The moment his palms were clenched, a strong wind swiftly rose around him. Phew! Behind him, the underworld spirit horse let out a long whine, seemingly sensing something, and quickly turned into a black cloud that enveloped Shen Lian, and then once again turned into a spirit horse and quickly galloped forward. Elder sister, later I will think of a way to lure away this. You hurry to run in the other direction. Never turn back, understand? No, senior brother. If you want to leave together, you and I are from the same sect. How can I leave you behind? Deep within the Devil Beast Mountain range, within a plain, 2 male and female disciples, who were only at the Dan building realm, hid behind a piece of granite, trying to calm themselves down. They were disciples of the Cloud Thunder sect, the male named Han Zhizheng and the female named Sun Xiuying. Ow! And outside the granite, a giant magical beast with 3 heads, emanating a mountain-destroying astral wind, was slowly searching for its target one step at a time. At the feet of the giant beast, everywhere it passed, there were shattered cultivator corpses, as well as broken blades, which could be described as miserable. These disciples were also considered to have bad luck, originally only responsible for the periphery of the demonic beast mountain range low-level beasts in and out of the area, but unexpectedly encountered a 7th-level beast comparable to the transitional realm. The result was predictable. Nearly 1,000 disciples of the sect under the attack of the 3-headed Landscow were as unbearable as dirt chickens and dogs, except for 2 disciples of the Cloud Thunder sect. The rest were all reduced to the beast's sustenance. Ow dash! A hiss of sound. Han Zhizheng and Sun Xiuying covered their ears in unison, painfully enduring the roar of the 3-headed Lan Jiao. When the roar had passed, the senior siblings immediately swallowed a scripture relief pill. The sound wave of the demonic beast had already shaken the 2 out of their internal injuries. At that moment heavy footsteps approached the pair. Han Zhizheng seemed to have sensed the exposure of his position and immediately showed a look of determination as he grabbed Sun Xiuying's shoulders. Senior sister, hurry up and go. Remember, you must live to report the situation here to the patriarch. No, elder brother. Without waiting for Sun Xiuying to reply, Han Zhizheng had already jumped out angrily. Faced with this devilish beast that was dozens of feet tall and resembled twin iron towers, Han Zhizheng couldn't help but feel fear even though he had a death wish. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm here. Come with me if you dare. He roared angrily and then sped off in the opposite direction with his sword. Roar! The 3-headed Lan Jiao roared angrily and immediately unfurled its giant feet to chase after it. Senior! Sun Xiuying's eyes immediately turned red. She really couldn't bear to leave her senior brother alone, and immediately showed up to chase after him as well. Senior sister! You! Seeing Sun Xiuying also catch up, Han Zhizheng didn't know what to say. Elder brother! If you want to die, we'll die together. Sun Xiuying answered very firmly. That's just it. Senior sister, let's go together. As things stood, Han Zhizheng could only turn back and take Sun Xiuying with him to start evading the 3-headed Lan Scaly Scow in pursuit of him. Roar! The 3-headed Lan Jiao once again let out a deep roar and hurriedly stepped forward to chase after him. In just an instant, it quickly caught up with the duo. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Han Zhizheng simply turned around and urged his entire body's spiritual energy to gather the tip of the sword and stabbed it fiercely. However, this move, which was enough to astonish mortals as a heavenly sword, was like child's play in the eyes of the 3-headed Lan Jiao. With just a flick of his finger, a gust of wind blew up, instantly sending Han Zhizheng flying 100 feet away. Senior! Sun Xiuying let out a cry of alarm and sped quickly toward the location where Han Zhizheng had fallen. Seeing this scene, the 3-headed Lan Jiao was not in a hurry to chase and kill, but only slowly followed behind, as if playing with the prey. Sun Xiuying eagerly searched for Han Zhizheng's figure and finally found his dying senior brother by a rock. Elder brother, hold on. She tearfully slumped over Han Zhizheng and quickly fished out a healing elixir from her bosom and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment the elixir entered his throat, Han Zhizheng's face finally improved, but after seeing Sun Xiuying's face with concern amidst delicacy, he revealed a look of regret. Fool, why won't you listen? Elder brother, you and I have been cultivating together for over 30 years. To have me leave you behind to survive alone, do you know how cruel this is? Sister, elder brother, if you die, I will not live alone. Ugh. However, not waiting for the 2 siblings to express their feelings, the roar of the 3-headed Landscow's footsteps shaking the ground was already getting closer and closer. Sun Xiuying fiercely drew her longsword and blocked in front of Han Zhizheng. Sister! Han Zhizheng opened his hand to stop it, but he saw Sun Xiuying smile back. Senior brother, it has always been you who has guarded me. This time, let me guard you for once. After saying that, she decided to fly towards the three-headed land scaly scow at a brisk pace. No! Stop it! Stop it! Sister! No! Han Jijiang watched as Sun Xiuying's petite body rushed toward the three-headed land scow, but there was nothing he could do about it and he could only let out a hoarse roar. Roar! Sun Xiuying crossed her eyes and pointed her sword at the heart of the three-headed Lu Jiao. But in the next moment, the three-headed Lan Jiao let out a deep roar, directly shaking Sun Xiuying and sending him flying backwards. Am I dying? Sun Xiuying, whose body had lost its balance, looked at the azure sky and her mind went blank. Cackling. The sound of horses' hooves? Is this bullhead and horse face coming to hook my soul? She slowly closed her eyes the moment she felt her body fall. I only realized that the sound of horses' hooves in my ears was becoming clearer and clearer. The next moment, she felt herself lying in the middle of a firm bosom. This feeling, very warm, very safe, made her face unconsciously bring a smile. After an unknown amount of time, Sun Xiuying never felt the pain of falling to the ground and couldn't help but slowly open her eyes. A handsome, unfamiliar face instantly caught her eye, and she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable stirring. What a handsome man! Just why aren't his eyes looking my way? But the next moment, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. Instead, the palm holding his shoulder tightened with a few moments of force. Without waiting for her to react, she heard in her ear, "Punks, get out of the way." After the words were spoken, Sun Xiuying's figure was viciously thrown backward by Shen Lian, and immediately lunged in the direction of where Han Jijiang was. Sister! Han Jijiang held up his last breath and caught Sun Xiuying stiffly. Is everything okay, sister? I'm fine. Seen your brother. That one is. Han Jijiang also shook his head. Ow dash. Suddenly, the three-headed Lanjiao seemed to have encountered some heavenly crisis and let out a deafening roar. The mountains and rocks were destroyed, and heaven and earth exploded in shock. Shen Lian lightly shook the folding fan, based on the center of the sound wave, but did not flash sharp eyes. When the roaring stopped, there came Shen Lian's extremely wild voice. Asterisk 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 is also worthy of the qualification to open your mouth in front of me? Just use your defeat to add to the elegance of my victory. Ahaha dash. As soon as the laughter stopped, Shen Lian suddenly leapt into lightning and high in the air. The three-headed Lanjiao raised its head fiercely and instantly revealed a look of fear, only to see above the void was a 100-foot giant blade condensed by aura. Perish the stars and destroy the Dao slash. Boom! The supreme blade fell, and the Dao rhythm overflowed, extending for hundreds of miles around. When the dust dissipated, the three-headed land scaly scow had already turned into pieces and scattered, leaving only a purple core slowly floating in front of Shen Lian. Chapter 25, Nangon Li's Wasteful Disciple. Magical beast essence cores were extremely rare, and could only be obtained from level 5 magical beasts, which could be considered to be of great value. Once the essence of the beast element contained in the core is absorbed, it can maximize the change of one's physique, strengthen the root and bone meridians, and even draw on the characteristics of the magical beast itself. In addition to strengthening one's own root body meridian, the magic beast essence core is also an excellent medicinal material for refining pills. Many of the high-level pills that have been released almost all have the shadow of the essence core. Shen Lian received this egg-sized magical beast essence core and was just about to leave this place to find a place to refine it. Abruptly a sword chi spaced out from 100 miles away sped towards his back. Poof! Shen Lian let out a cold snort, and the shawl behind him flung slightly. Boom! The waves of chi blooming from his body instantly drowned the incoming sword chi. In the next moment, an arrogant to the extreme voice rang out in the void. Put down that essence core in your hand. This is the property of my game sword pavilion. Upon hearing the words game sword pavilion, Shen Lian's pupils appeared ferociously. The sword wind swept through. A white charming figure slowly fell from the void, carrying a green-colored cold sword, cold eyes gazing at Shen Lian's back. My name is Bai Jiansheng. I still hope that this fellow Taoist can hand over this essence core to me, so that I can have an explanation with my patriarch. Bai Jiansheng's attitude was extremely arrogant, not putting Shen Lian in his eyes at all. After all, once the name of the game sword pavilion came out, there were few in the entire continent that did not give face. Ha ha ha. The result that responded to Bai Jiansheng was Shen Lian's wild and cold laughter. Along with the folding fan unfolding for a moment, a sharp questioning voice followed. Is the waste that Nangon Li has cultivated inheriting her inferiority and only sneak attacks behind her back? Bai Jiansheng's face instantly changed. No one had ever dared to directly disrespect himself so much. Indeed, that sword just now was his sneak attack. If he could kill the other party with one move, that 7th level magic beast essence core would be his own. In fact, he had been hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to act since the appearance of the three-headed Lanjiao. Nay, his own self, who only had the cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm, was simply unable to rely on his ability to kill the three-headed Lanjiao head-on. Looking at the Cloud Thunder sect and a group of disciples who lost thousands of people, Bai Jianqing did not come to the rescue, and at the same time, his heart was filled with fear and he also dismissed the idea of killing the three-headed Lan Jiao. But just as he gave up, 100 feet huge blade appeared in the void, directly resulting in the three-headed Lan Jiao. This made him greedy and couldn't wait to come this way, wanting to kill Shen Lian to seize the essence core through sneak attack means, but never thought that the sword, which he thought was full of confidence, had failed to injure the person in front of him in the slightest. That is why it had to be changed to negotiations. The so-called negotiation is nothing more than taking advantage of the situation to force the other party to hand over what they want. Answer me, that trash Nangonli, is he only going to teach you such underhanded tactics? Fellow Taoist, be careful with your words. My family patriarch is not someone you can insult at will. Upon hearing the left mouthful of trash and the right mouthful of trash, Bai Jianqing was also angered. What annoyed him even more was actually being so disrespectful to his own patriarch. Are you defending that woman so much because you covet her few looks? Or is it the so-called hypocritical honoring of teachers? A person who relied on her senior brother's help to reach the heights of today. I really can't think of anything that can make you brainless losers give birth to a heart of respect. The only explanation for this, and that is that your brains are dominated by the lower half of your mind, and that you have absolutely no thoughts of your own. Such people. Shen Lian slowly turned around. His eyes cold aura a penetrating moment. What is it if it's not a waste? With a sinking sound, waves of air churned and the pressure suddenly rose. Bai Jianqing was instantly jolted back more than 10 steps, and when he toppled back, he couldn't help but feel a suffocating air tightness in his chest. He couldn't help it and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Raising his head again, he couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw the true face of the dashing figure in front of him. It's you! You're the trashy senior brother in the mouth of the master. Shen Lian? Ha ha ha. Shen Lian couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. If I'm considered a waste, then you, what are you? As soon as the words fell, the folding fan flew and spun straight at Bai Jianqing. Bai Jianqing was startled and decisively raised his sword to defend, but just as he had made a starting stance, his hand movements came to an abrupt halt, and he stood motionless in place. The flying fan swung back and returned to Shen Lian's hands for a moment, and the arrogant posture was restored. You can't even catch half of my moves. You tell me, who's really the loser? Ha 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 ha. Between the maniacal laughs, a black cloud quickly shrouded his figure, then transformed into a ghostly carriage, speeding towards the deeper reaches of the demonic beast mountain range. Shen, refining, pust. Bai Jianqing's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he witnessed the distant figure, his mouth spitting out 2 words in annoyance. Immediately afterward, an even trail of blood emerged from his neck, and his head jerked away from his shoulders to rise into the air. Han Zhijiang and Sun Xiuying, who witnessed this scene from afar, did not dare to breathe a single breath. It wasn't until the sound of the horse's hooves was far away that the response came. Senior brother, who exactly is that person? What a good flamboyant person. Even the disciples of the Game Sword Pavilion dared to kill. Not sure, but I do know that he saved our lives. Well, senior brother, let's hurry back and report the situation here to the patriarch. Yes. The senior siblings immediately moved off in the direction of where the Cloud Thunder sect was located, and at that moment, the Cloud Thunder sect's patriarch, Yun Pao Yang, was surrounded by dozens of cultivators of the same level deep within the demonic beast mountain range, and was immediately scarred. Yun Piu Yang, your Cloud Thunder sect is in dire straits today. It's better for you to obediently bind your hands and we'll give you a pain in the ass. Despicable. You bunch of scumbags, presuming to call yourselves the righteous Shen sect. How dare you backstab this seat like this? Ha ha ha. Man is not for himself and heaven will destroy him. Yun Piu Yang, in vain you have lived for nearly 1,000 years. Could it be that you don't even understand this shallow and easy to understand reasoning? My Cloud Thunder sect has not offended you, so why are each of you so aggressive? Blame it on a natural spirit vein that was excavated within the boundaries of your Cloud Thunder sect. The so-called piker's sin is not a sin. Since you're incapable of keeping this spirit vein, then we'll keep it on your behalf. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by your fellow travelers from all walks of life if you do this? Don't worry about that. We won't make things difficult for your Cloud Thunder sect disciples. As long as they obediently serve us, then they will all survive. And we will keep the Cloud Thunder sect's signboard, so you can go in peace, right? A trail of blood spilled from the corner of Yun Piaoyang's mouth, and as he looked at the grim, hideous smiles on the faces of the dozens of people across the street, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Never thought that the spirit vein, which was thought to bring about the rise to glory for the clan, would actually bring about a murderous disaster for himself and the clan. I'll tell you another secret. A cultivator wearing a purple robe slowly took a step forward and spoke. Those disciples you guarded on the periphery, I'm afraid they're all in trouble now as well. Yun Piaoyang was violently stunned. You actually dared to lay hands on those juniors? No. You've misunderstood. How could we do such a despicable thing? It's just that we lured a rank 7 magical beast, the three-headed Lan Zhao, into the past. Oops. I really didn't expect to actually find a class 7 magical beast like a three-headed land scaly dragon. TSK. Those of your disciples whose cultivation level isn't even at the transformation god realm. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. Asshole. I'll kill you. Yun Piaoyang's eyes turned red with anger, and his true essence surged around him, directly lunging towards the purple-robed cultivator. However, the purple-robed cultivator was smiling faintly, knowing that Yun Piaoyang was already at the end of his strength, and was not in a hurry to kill him, just lifting his hand and slapping it against him as he approached. Boom! After a dull roar, Yun Piaoyang was directly shaken back hundreds of steps. Yun Piaoyang, the current you, do you still have any semblance of the might of a 7th-level void refining realm powerhouse? The purple-robed cultivator slowly approached, and with a show of his hand, a blue aura instantly surfaced. Yun Piaoyang kneeled on one knee, watching the purple-robed cultivator approaching step by step, but could no longer raise a trace of spiritual energy to resist. Forget it, I'm not going to play with you. Seeing as you're in so much pain, I'll give you a ride afterwards. The purple-robed cultivator suddenly slapped his palm out. At that moment, the wind swept straight at Yun Piaoyang's door. Yun Piaoyang sighed, knowing that it was difficult to escape from death today, slowly closed his eyes to accept this cruel reality, cackling. Just then, a rush of hoofbeats came from far and near, becoming clearer and clearer in Yun Piaoyang's ears. Immediately after that, an extremely arrogant voice came. A group of curmudgeons besieging an injured cultivator. Your behavior is truly disgraceful. In the next moment, a palm chi blasted out from within the carriage, directly blocking the purple-robed cultivator's palm for Yun Piaoyang, and the clap out of the palm does not reduce the slightest bit. The remaining force wrapped in the might of the world. Backlash purple-robed cultivator and go. What? Purple-robed cultivator was shocked, dizzy flying backward at the same time. Quickly cohesion body aura transport body astral protection. Chapter 26, I walk alone in heaven and earth. The palm energy was solid, like a meteor catching up with the moon, destroying mountains and cracking rocks wherever it passed. The purple-robed cultivator's head was full of cold sweat, and his feet moved to retreat at a rapid pace, until the body aura completely mobilized. It was only then that he stabilized his footsteps and transformed a greenish-blue astral body protection strength. Boom! With a shocking explosion, 10 miles in a circle shook in unison. Purple-robed cultivator around more than a dozen karami. At the same time by this unearthly force shocked to fly into the void. Actually even the screams are less than issued as smoke disappears. The purple-robed cultivator all rely on their own foundation thick, barely blocked the death pass, but this also led to their own meridians traumatized. Spit out a stream of blood arrows, the whole body also only remaining breath. How is this possible? Shen Lian's voice suddenly sounded inside the underworld carriage. To receive a slap from me and still not die, you are qualified to leave a name. Dare I ask senior, who exactly are you and why are you in this muddy water? I take back what I just said. Your name. It doesn't matter. Lead the death. As soon as the words fell, another swift palm slapped out from within the carriage. Purple-robed cultivator pupils shrink, not waiting to react. The palm penetrated his body, leaving a scream and an echo of a torso bursting. Yun Piaoyang, who witnessed this scene, looked at the bizarre spectral carriage with deep scorn in his eyes. You dare to open a dye house just because I give you 3 skulls? Is there anything in the world that I, Shen Lian, don't dare to meddle in? The waste has never had a clear position on his identity, which is why it has led to this tragedy. Shen Lian left a sentence behind, and the underworld carriage once again began to slowly gallop forward. Seeing this, Yun Piaoyang immediately went forward to pay his thanks. Many thanks to Senior Shen for saving me, Yun Thunder Valley Patriarch. Yun Piaoyang here to thank you. Get out of my way. Get out. In response, he was met with a stern cry. The sound waves shook out and directly shook Yun Piaoyang back a few steps away. Not anyone has a chance to talk to me. You're not qualified. Dropping a sentence that was incomparably wild, the underworld carriage had already quickly sped towards the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range. Elder, thanks a lot. Even though Shen Lian did not treat himself well, he had actually saved himself. Yun Piaoyang, who had a clear distinction between right and wrong in his life, continued to respectfully kowtow in the direction where the underworld carriage had disappeared, keeping this life-saving favor firmly in his heart. The underworld carriage sped alone, traveling towards the place where the beast den was sealed based on the memories in Shen Lian's mind. At this time, Shen Lian had already crushed the 7th grade essence core and inhaled all of its essence into his body. The moment the core of the demonic beast essence entered the body, Even if Shen Lian had been prepared through 99 lifetimes, he also felt that the body was generating a skyrocketing change, especially in the Danhai location. A tyrannical force rushed across, and went along with the trend to the whole body meridian's rampant wandering, and then its own root bones for a new strengthening. A drop of sweat fell down Shen Lian's forehead. He closed his eyes and silently endured the pain of shedding his bones, and he rigidly did not open his mouth to utter a word. Until the first stage of body tempering passed, Shen Lian had basically adapted to some of the changes produced in his body. Collect. Phew. Spitting out a word, the underworld carriage immediately turned into a black cloud and entered Shen Lian's body. Shen Lian directly found a cave that looked relatively hidden in the vicinity and began to settle down to continue the second stage of quenching the body. This initiation lasted well into the night. At this moment, Shen Lian's magic core quenching had entered the end, and what he had to do now was to stabilize his own foundation. When the final stage of body tempering was truly successful, it was the time to prepare to receive the thunderbolt and unfold the tribulation. Shen Lian was certain that once he started to cross the tribulation, with his understanding of the heavenly Tao, the lightning tribulation he would need to go through would definitely be 10 or even 100 times more than that of a normal person, who let himself go against the heavenly Tao for 99 lifetimes, repeatedly destroying the scripts he had arranged, and even winning 99 times in a row? In this regard, Shen Lian was not concerned at all, and did not blame the heavenly Tao for targeting himself so much. Everything was caused by his own being too crazy. But people are not frivolous in vain. In this cultivation and fantasy world hundreds of years old for countless heavenly pride heavenly girl, but life is just the beginning of the stage. After this night, let's find a suitable place to make the transition tomorrow. As long as we enter the transition stage, the disciples and grandchildren of that old wall light of the Skyfeather sect will no longer be able to do anything about me. The old wall lamp in Shen Lian's mouth is the Skyfeather sect's founding ancestor, which is a dog that protects shortcomings to the point of being unreasonable. Of course, this protective person did not include Shen Lian. Compared to Shen Lian, Yifan is the disciple that Tianyu Old Wall Light is most interested in. Even if Yifan has contributed zero to the sect so far, even if the rise of the Skyfeather sect was almost all created by Shen Lian, it could not shake her counterintuitive demeanor of stepping on one. Every time something happens to the clan that needs to take the blame, the first thing that Tianyu Laozu thinks of is to let Shen Lian solve it. But if there is a benefit that is gained, the first one to benefit will always be Yifan, the son of Qi Luck. Yifan's bone age was only 100 years old, but he had already stepped into the late stage of the god transformation realm, and in the end, it was all thanks to Shen Lian's blessing. And Shen Lian, even though several times 9 deaths, almost died for the clan, from the beginning to the end has not received half a sentence of praise from Tianyu old man. What was given to Shen Lian was always contemptuous and disdainful insults and ridicule. And even the fact that Shen Lian was targeted so much by the entire clan was also the work of this old miscreant. Thinking back to this, Shen Lian once again felt sad for the pathetic brain circuits of his predecessor. Nima has this kind of strength, but still think about those 7 rotten crotch crap every day, right? Feelings can't find the motivation to move forward without a relationship? If he were himself, he would have been on the death list as early as the moment that old fairy dared to roll her eyes at him. So how could he have let them bounce around until now? But it's okay, now that he's back, none of them will escape. Throwing away the distractions in his mind, Shen Lian once again entered the state of meditation. Suddenly, there was a soft sound in his ears, as if the two were conversing. I'm telling you, don't you dare spread the word. What is it? So mysterious? Did you know that Heavenly Feather Sect Master will soon be targeted? What are you talking about? How is this possible? It's true. I heard it with my own ears. Our Patriarch and the Patriarch of the Qinglan sect and the Patriarch of the Tianqing sect will start on Patriarch Shen tomorrow after we join forces to seal the Demon Cave. What's this for? Alas, you're afraid that you don't know that Patriarch Shen carries the Spirit Phoenix immortal body. That's an extreme hearth physique. So do you understand? But Patriarch Shen's cultivation is so high. How did they dare? No matter how high your cultivation is, you're still afraid of hidden arrows. I've heard that the 3 peak masters beside Patriarch Shen will all help the 3 patriarchs accomplish this plan as well. Ah, here's why. How would I know? Maybe it's caused by Patriarch Shen protecting this trash Shen Lian too much. Alas, I heard that Shen Lian was the one who brought the Skyfeather sect from a third-rate sect to today's heights in the first place. I didn't expect that the sect would want to target him like this. It's really excessive. What's the use of talking about this now? Just listen to this, but don't pass it on. Otherwise you and I are afraid that we won't know how to die. The 2 disciples finished relieving themselves and immediately turned away. After Shen Lian heard all this, he just gave a disdainful cry in his heart. A dog bites a dog. So what's it to me? But in the next second, the bits and pieces of Shin Chuyun's treatment of himself surfaced in his memory, and he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 27, Memories of the Past, A Taste of Grace. From today onwards, your name will be Shen Lian, and I am your master. Shen Yun. Remember? Remember, master is above. Please accept my disciple's worship. At the age of 6, the day Shen Yun formally accepted himself as his disciple. Shen Lian, since childhood fatherless and motherless, since the beginning of memory is raised by Shen Yun, until the age of 7 light, became the first disciple under the seat of Shen Yun. Lian this move 6 broken clear winds is not how to make it. You and watch, the master will perform it again for you. Disciple is foolish and has chilled master's heart. Lian, don't say that about yourself. Master has never belittled you one bit. You're only 7 years old and you already have a cultivation level of the chi gathering realm, breaking through 2 realms in a row in just 1 year. If you are considered foolish like this, then who in the entire Heavenly Feather sect would dare to call themselves intelligent? At the age of 7, Shen Yun followed the instructions and taught himself Kung Fu, but also taught him by hand, without slacking off at all. At that time, Shen Lian, with only Shen Yun in his eyes, felt that his master was the most beautiful and kindest woman in the world, and vowed to serve him for the rest of his life. Lian, in 2 days, you'll also be 15 years old. There's nothing for me to give away. This brocade and ink embroidery was made by me personally. Wear it on your body after the big clan banquet in 2 days, and properly show everyone what a disciple of the divine royal peak is. Don't worry, master. 2 days later, disciple will definitely not disgrace master. Lian, you're not doing me a favor. You're doing it for yourself. You know? Apprentice. Got it. At Shen Yun's insistence, the clan celebration was scheduled for the same day as Shen Lian's week crown ceremony. At that time, Shen Lian was spirited, and his master, Shen Yun, was also proud of himself. Shen Lian vaguely remembered in his mind that Shen Yun was like a good wife and mother in her spare time, urging herself to cultivate while taking care of her daily life. During that period of time, the two lived within the royal divine peak, living the most peaceful period of time. It wasn't until 60 years later, when Shen Yun became the Heavenly Feather sect's patriarch, and the Heavenly Feather ancestor sent 7 ragged women to her to be included in the wall of the sect to begin with, that everything changed. Master, just accept the 7 of them, as a disciple begging you. Lian, none of these 7 will be accepted by master, and you put away that compassionate mindset. Master, the 7 of them are really pitiful. If you don't accept them, they really won't have a chance to live. Lian, are you forcing me to do this? Even though those 7 are young, they all have calculations and ruthlessness between their brows. If you take them in, it's nothing for the master. But I'm afraid that you, with such a kind heart, will definitely be scourged by them. Master, they are all bitter people too. It's not easy to survive the war. It's only human to be wary and defensive of people. I beg you to oblige my disciple for once and accept a few of them. Please, Lian, you've always been obedient. Why have you become so unintelligent now? This is the first time you have disobeyed your teacher. Master, I beg your fulfillment. As long as you promise to accept them into the sect wall, disciples are willing to be punished. That day, in the face of Shen Lian's bitter plea, Shen Yun did not agree at first, and in a rare cruelty let this disciple with high hopes kneel outside the door for 3 days. But in the end, looking at the resolute Shen Lian, Shen Yun still had a soft heart and made an exception to her request. Unbeknownst to him, it was from that point on that was also the beginning of Shen Lian's hundreds of years of dog-licking career. The Tianyu Confucian warrior of the past, who was as gentle as jade and famous all over the world, was completely reduced to an object to be toyed with by the 7 white-eyed wolves. However, at that time, Shen Lian was happy to treat the 7 white-eyed wolves purely as his future wife. And those 7 white-eyed wolves didn't mistreat Shen Lian like they did later before Yifan appeared, and at least maintained the camaraderie that should exist between fellow disciples. It wasn't until later when Yifan joined the division that the situation changed completely. After Yifan appeared, things gradually developed in an unanticipated direction. At this time, the 7 white-eyed wolves have already become a trend. In Shen Lian, this boiling goat playful help, each in a party has its own forces, began to completely show their nature. At first, the 7 people just kept giving Shen Lian pua, saying that as a senior brother, they should give in to their junior brother. Then later, began to encourage Shen Lian to go for Yifan to find the chance to treasure. Found the grade of the treasure slightly flawed, will be a meal of yin and yang. In the end, 7 people simply pretend not to pretend blatantly protect Yifan, but also several times in front of the whole clan disciples' face, counting Shen Lian as not. Over time, the entire clan began to change their attitude towards Shen Lian in no small way. For a while, the sounds of abuse, contempt, and yin and yang were heard. However, because Shen Lian's strength at the mixed realm cultivation level was there, the crowd only dared to chew their tongues behind their backs. until Shen Lian was completely reduced to a joke of the whole clan after being framed by the 7 white-eyed wolves. All the dirty water and black pots would be held on Shen Lian's head without any fear. But whenever Yi Fan sneezes, everyone thinks that Shen Lian is behind the ghosts and frames him, and then attacks him. The sad thing is that the Sky Feather ancestor is a cold-eyed observer of this, and can even be said to be very supportive of it. Shen Lian, this son, has evil intentions. If not removed, sooner or later he will definitely enter the devil's path, causing my Tianyu sect and even the entire continent to fall into turmoil and chaos. Only Yi Fan, with his heavenly destiny and fortune added to his body, is the hope of my heavenly feather sect and the entire continent. As for everything he did for my Sky Feather sect, it's just a means to gain trust. No need to hang on to your heart. These words were tantamount to golden words that encouraged the Sky Feather sect's disciples to defend Yi Fan and wanted to bring Shen Lian to his death. If not for Shen Chuyun's desperate protection, Shen Lian would not have survived the moment his own body awakened. However, Shen Chuyun was busy with his affairs as the patriarch, and it was simply impossible for him to guard Shen Lian at all times. In fact, Shen Chuyun had more than once proposed to himself that he would give up the position of sovereign and take himself away from this place of wrongdoing. Nay, the original body Shen Lian has never been able to wake up, still cannot let go of the obsession with those 7 white-eyed wolves. All rejected Shen Chuyun's proposal. Ugh! With a sigh, Shen Lian gradually came back to his senses from the memory of his original body. Why bother? In the entire Sky Feather sect, Shen Chuyun was the only one who was genuinely good to himself. Even when he was at his worst, he still didn't leave. It was just that Shen Chuyun had not avoided being a little too good to himself, completely exceeding the affection that a master and disciple should have. Standing at the mouth of the cave for a long time, he cast away these jumbled thoughts. In the next moment, Shen Lian's eyes became incomparably determined. Shen Lian is a person who will repay any favor and repay any revenge. If you guard me for 500 years of light, I will protect you for the rest of your life. Even if the heavenly Tao wants you to perish in front of me, you must give way. Boom! The bold tone had just fallen, when the dark as ink night sky suddenly resounded with a thunderclap. This time, Sky, you're still going against me, aren't you? Shen Lian raised his head to look at the sky, and his pupils flickered with a ray of blood. It doesn't matter, but it's just a matter of defeating you one more time. And you're the only one who is truly qualified to be my opponent. Ha 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 ha. Between the maniacal laughs, the black cloud shrouded the transformed underworld carriage directly rushed out of the cave and sped toward where the beast cave seal was located. Chapter 28, Deeper. Early the next morning, in the deepest part of the demonic beast mountain range, in front of the demonic cave that sealed the beast tide, the towering colossal statue of the demonic beast, full of fierce eyes, held its right arm high, and its body was wrapped with stone chains tens of feet thick around it, as if it was fighting against the injustice of fate. Around the devil statue, Shen Chuyun, Zhuang Jinghao, Su Tianchuan, and Fu Hanqing stood on one side each. The gazes of the 4 of them, together, gazed at a light blue seal that kept fluctuating back and forth at the bottom of the demonic statue. Waves of beasts surged within the seal, and it was as if a terrifying ferocious beast would be broken through the shackles within at any time. Silence for a long time. Zhuang Jinghao opened his mouth. Beast tide is related to the world's life. At this time, when the time cannot be delayed, we still hurry to luck condensing array. The seal will be stabilized. Su Tianchuan, another half hour will be the time of exhaustion. Everything still has to rely on patriarchation. Fu Hanqing laughed. Patriarchation is worthy of his monstrous cultivation, and this time the sealing beast tide is in rebellion. We should take patriarchation as our main focus, and I hope that patriarchation will have the world's lives in mind and will not stay his hand. Shen Chuyun didn't say a word, and his gaze remained fixed on the seal of the beast cave. Only after a long time did she spit out a sentence. Back then, Lianer, how did he, by virtue of his own strength, seal such a terrifying wave of beasts within? Zhuang Jinghao said. Patriarch Shun, what is the point of thinking so much now? It's better to hurry up and concentrate on the world's life. Shen Chuyun didn't reply and just left a sentence. Transfer all of your spiritual energy to me. After saying this, he directly leaped into the cloudy sky. When his feet landed again, he had already landed lightly on top of the demon statue's head. Zhuang Jinghao 3 people were still racking their brains on how to convince Shen Chuyun to be the main one. Not wanting her to take the initiative to stand on the center position of the formation eye, they couldn't help but feel joyful in their hearts. I'll thank Patriarch Shen for everything. After the 3 of them greeted Shen Chuyun, they each activated their spiritual energy and converged towards the top of the demonic statue in unison. Shen Chuyun had a cool demeanor and appeared to have a posture of no desire, but her heart was always concerned about Shen Lian's safety. Shen Lian, when exactly will you wake up? I'm not by your side. You mustn't be alright. Recalling that before he left, He repeatedly urged Shen Lian not to leave the back mountain and not to come into contact with Yifan and the others. But Shen Lian, who had been completely brainwashed by the 7 white-eyed wolves, simply couldn't listen to his own words, and Shen Shuyun was jittery as he embarked on the journey to the Demon Beast Mountain range, and is still hung up on that unconscionable disciple. It's just a matter of hurrying to reinforce the seal, then hurry back to take a look. Hopefully he'll be safe and sound. Thinking of this, Shen Shuyun discarded all distractions and began to transport the vast true essence deep in the Danhai. In an instant, the powerful spiritual might of the immortal realm unfolded in all directions, forming a clear blue boundary around Shen Shuyun. The spiritual energy of the 3 parties at the bottom was constantly converging within the boundary, and as Shen Shuyun guided it, it vaguely surged towards the seal of the Devil's Cave along with the stone chains wrapped around the demon statue. Instantly, a holy light rose up around the demonic statue and shone on top of the sealing boundary. The originally agitated breath gradually began to quiet down under the illumination of the holy light gathered by the spiritual energy. At the same moment, the magical beasts in the demonic beast mountain range seemed to sense that the seal was about to be reinforced, and sped closer to the direction of the demonic cave like crazy. The 100,000 disciples guarding the periphery didn't budge an inch, forming a formation in unison to stop the magical beasts from approaching, in an effort to buy enough time for the 4 core main forces inside. Pust. Ow. Red Tide slashed his sword across, and a rank 5 magical beast fell from the void with a scream on the spot. He stood in the void and gazed around in a circle, looking at the scene of the disciples fighting with the demonic beasts, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an imperceptible arc. Looking back in the direction where the Devil's Cave was, he muttered softly, "Patriarch, don't blame me. All of this is the planning of your 7 disciples and the old ancestor. You have merely lost your chastity, but you have managed to bring endless splendor to my Skyfeather sect, and we will definitely remember your contribution." Just then, cackling, a rush of heavy hoofbeats came from far and near, with a speed as fast as lightning rushing towards Red Tide's location. Is it a speed-type magical beast? So fast. Red Tide glanced at it and raised the heavenly phoenix sword in his hand, not caring much, but the next moment, with a mournful scream, dozens of Skyfeather sect disciples who had gone to block the way were actually directly smashed into the void by the underworld carriage. While Red Tide was gazing at his eyebrows, he heard a shocking sound coming from inside the carriage. The ants of the Skyfeather sect are only worthy of wailing and howling miserably under the sound of iron hooves. Ha 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 ha. The laughter penetrated the world, shaking the blood chi within Red Tide. What man dare to play God here? Eat my sword first, Red Tide roared, his 3rd level of refined void cultivation exerting all of its strength. At that moment, Feng Xiang in his hand transformed into a green phoenix and headed straight for the underworld carriage. "Oh, it's you!" Boom! A shocking sound was accompanied by an extreme palm power astral wind. In an instant, the green phoenix sword chi pounced, and the wind that swirled up the astral wind instantly tore the nearly 1,000 Heavenly Feather sect disciples guarding this place into pieces. "What? Who the hell are you?" The Red Tide who witnessed this scene instantly showed horror in his eyes and quickly retreated 100 paces away as he spoke. "Don't you recognize me so soon? Didn't you scold me for stealing the clan's spirit elixir in front of the entire Skyfeather sect's disciples last month, and now you've forgotten?" Boom! The waves of sound attacked the sky, and Red Tide was unable to react, and was shaken out of a mouthful of blood on the spot. Before he could react, the carriage flashed with a cold light, and an unearthly figure came out of the air like the wind and electricity, quickly approaching his body and pinching his throat. Violent suffocation attacked his mind. Shen Lian pinched his throat and did not result in his life at first. Instead, he pushed him hundreds of more steps until he was in control of the 10,000-year-old tree and stopped. "It's you, Shen." Refining. When he saw the true face of the visitor, Red Tide was shocked. "Accident?" Shen Lian's hand lifted slightly, directly bringing his feet off the ground. In his untamed and open eyes, he viewed Red Tide as if he was looking at a dog. You, who dared to kill a fellow disciple, aren't afraid. Fellow disciples? Ha 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 ha. You bunch of losers are worthy of being my fellow disciples?" As the sound waves entered his ears, Chichao only felt that the sea of Dan in his body was boiling and his meridians were disorganized. His 7 holes also spilled blood uncontrollably. "Tell me why you're assassinating Shen Shuyun. You only have one chance to live. Shen Lian, if you are sensible, release me, or else." It seems my words are not a deterrent to you. As soon as Shen Lian's words fell, only a blood explosion was heard. Akatsuki's left arm instantly burst. He let out a miserable scream of pain, but the next moment, his left leg also burst open in the same direction. "Just yell. I don't mind making you into a human swine, and then using your blood to lure the lower-level magical beasts to gnaw on you. For a cultivator of the third level of the refined void realm to fall into the belly of a group of 1 or 2 level magical beasts will surely be a rumor that the entire continent will enjoy. When Chi Chiu heard this, he couldn't help but look moved and said with trepidation, "Senior brother Shen, how did you become like this?" Bang! As soon as the words fell, his right arm soon burst open as well. Chi Chao's face was grimacing in pain, but he heard Shen Lian's disdainful voice ringing in his ears. "Senior brother? I told you that you bunch of losers are worthy of being in the same sect as me? Get off your ass. Every day I'm with you. I'm sick. So sick I'm gonna gut every one of you. And I'm gonna gut every one of you. The moment you decided to harm me. You should have expected this. Now I'm going to ask you one last time. Who was it? Who instructed you to harm Shen Yun? Stop talking about it left and right. My patience is gone." Chapter 29, The So-Called Fellow Sect. A compelling aura. A gesture of apparent madness. At this moment, Chi Chao finally understood that the cowardly and humble Shen Lian, who had been bullied by the entire clan, had completely changed. His sharp and cold eyes, permeated with vengeful fury, would not hesitate to snap his neck if he did not comply with his wishes. I said, ahem. The red tide finally succumbed under the pressure of its life-threatening power. Shen Lian let go of his hand, giving red tide a moment of respite. Then he turned around and lightly shook his folding fan, quietly waiting for him to give himself an answer. It was Senior Sister Lu, and Senior Sister Mu, a few of them, who joined together with the old ancestor to set up this game in order to clear the way for Senior Brother Yi. Cause, Shen Lian did not have any unnecessary words and asked bluntly, 1,000 years ago, the Celestial Pavilion had calculated a fortune for old ancestor, saying that the Heavenly Feather Sect would be joined by the Son of Heaven's destiny, and that at that time, the Heavenly Feather Sect would be destined to become a Shenmen Holy Land. It's just that Yi Fan's path of Qi isn't smooth, and he must remove all those who are hindering his Qi development one by one before he can do so. So, Shen Yun is the one who prevented Yi Fan from ascending to the Heavenly Mandate? I don't know. I only know that Patriarch Shen has repeatedly disobeyed the old ancestor, and ironically was unwilling to accept Yi Fan as his disciple. The old ancestor was afraid that she would be out of control, so he set up this game. Just because of the words of the old godly cleric Tianji, he doesn't think twice about wreaking havoc on the lord of a clan, truly worthy of being the old wall light of Tianyu. And why are those 7 white-eyed wolves involved as well? When Red Tide heard this, he couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. Shen Lian actually called those 7 people white-eyed wolves? One must know that Shen Lian usually had a humble attitude of "I love you. I want it all to be my fault," no matter how he was bullied by the 7. Could it be that he's really let go? There was no response behind him, and Shen Lian added, "Do you want me to ask a second time?" The calm tone was filled with intense killing intent. Red Tide was shocked and busy. 7 senior sisters have long been dissatisfied with the Patriarch. The Patriarch is carrying the spiritual phoenix immortal body. It is rumored to be an excellent hearth physique. They had privately mentioned to the Patriarch that they hoped that the Patriarch could double cultivate with Senior Brother Yi and use this to enhance his cultivation. However, upon hearing this, the Patriarch immediately dismissed several people as being shameless, and there had been a big fight. And if it hadn't been for the old ancestor stopping it in time, the 7 elder sisters were afraid that they would die under the sovereign's sword. And after this incident, the 7 of them had been harboring a grudge against the sovereign. Moreover, the Patriarch always protects you, senior brother, on weekdays, making it impossible for the few of them to lay a heavier hand on you. So this time, he decided to directly destroy her innocence. Shen Lian sniffed with a slight sideways glance and flashed a mocking look at Red Tide. "So, you followed suit to frame Shen Yun, is that it?" Akatsuki struggled to get up, only to realize that his arms were gone. He could only lean on the trunk of the tree and beg bitterly, "Senior brother Shen, this is all at the behest of the old ancestor and senior sisters. I beg you to spare my life for the sake of my fellow disciples. I'm a wreck now, and I've suffered my due retribution, so please don't give me any more trouble, okay?" Floof. Shen Lian let out a light hum, his eyes looking towards the low-level magical beasts that had started to gather over not far away when they smelled the smell of blood. "You'd better take a look around. Thousands of Skyfeather sect disciples, your so-called fellow disciples, have all been killed by my own hands now, and there are no bones left. At this point, don't you think it's funny to mention the so-called fellowship with me again?" After saying that, Shen Lian slowly walked to the side of the underworld carriage and patted the warhorse. "If you and I had switched scenes today, would you have spared me again?" Red Tide, Shen Yun nature, although indifferent, but the due diligence of the clan affairs, has never been left behind. She gave you the Goshenbon because she trusts you, yet you, for the sake of climbing up to the so-called heavenly powers and nobles, are not afraid to be in the same boat with a group of people Even if the heavens can tolerate you, in my Shen Lian's hands, you will never want to survive. Red Tide's face turned ashen when he heard this. Sometimes people are not as good as this spirit horse with whom I have been with for only 3 short days, but it has managed to be loyal to me. On the contrary, these so-called friendships between fellow disciples, but one by one, they are secretly calculating and want to cause the death of their own people. So it is really how pathetic and hateful it is. Shen Lian stepped onto the carriage and picked the curtain for a split second before adding another sentence. Don't worry, I promised I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say you wouldn't die today. Face your last life well. The next moment, the horse's hooves vibrated, and the spectral carriage staggered slowly away. Phew, Akatsuki, whose heart was in his throat, finally let out a sigh of relief. At his level of cultivation, what he cared about most was longevity. Even if he is a waste of time, as long as his cultivation foundation is still there, he will be able to live for nearly 1,000 years. But, woof, a mournful bark echoed in his ears. Chichao fixed his eyes and broke out into a cold sweat. At some point, dozens of low-grade wild dogs appeared in front of him, grinning with their teeth, revealing ferocious gazes and staring at him dead in the face. No, don't come over here, get away, get away. The shadow of death loomed over him, frightening him to keep hissing to try to force the group back. Looking again at the slowly moving carriage, he realized that Shen Lian hadn't intended to let himself live from the beginning. Shen Lian, you don't keep your word. Woof, woof. He threw himself up into the air for an instant, and the lead 2-stage wild dog was the first to pounce, taking a bite out of what was left of his leg. Ah no, woof. With a mournful scream, more low-grade wild dogs pounced on him in unison, instantly drowning his form. Senior brother Shen, I know I'm wrong, please save me. Ah. The wild dog tore madly, instantly gnawing the Red Tide into a bloody mess. In his desperate pleas for help, his body was slowly dragged by the wild dogs as they traveled deeper into the dense forest, and in the end, his neck was directly bitten off, ending this shameful life. Feeling that the Red Tide breath was severed, Shen Lian, who was sitting inside the carriage, was smiling faintly. The Lord of the 5 Peaks has gone 3, and there are still 2 left. I wonder if the old wall lamp will come out of the gate knowing that the Skyfeather sect will be such a scene of despondency. And what kind of angry? Don't worry, I will one by one deprive you of everything you have, and then trample on the soles of your feet to look at your desperate and miserable eyes. Ha 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 ha. The wild laughter rose again, and the underworld carriage seemed to sense the owner's pleasant mood, and couldn't help but accelerate its foot speed, speeding towards the deeper reaches of the magical Beast Mountain range. At this moment, the Skyfeather sect's spiritual treasure peak master of the second line of defense of the boundary, Lin Ji, had just finished resolving a rapidly traveling magical beast. In the next moment, he only felt an annoyance in his chest. What's going on? Why is my chest tight and short of breath for a good reason? As he was puzzled, another heavenly sword peak master, Huyen Crack, stepped on the wind and came. Old Lin, do you have anything going on here? No. What about your side? Oh, just as fine. The nearby rushing array of magical beasts have been purged. Only waiting for the beast cave seal will be all accomplished. Well, remember to set up a boundary and don't let outsiders get close, so as not to jeopardize senior sisters and their big event. Don't worry, everything has been arranged long ago. Perhaps when it's done, we can also savor the enchanting figure of the patriarch. Ha ha ha. The two had lewd faces and smiled extraordinarily lewdly. Anum. Cackle. Just then, the sound of deathly iron hooves came from far and near, chasing the wind and moon in the direction of the two. What a guy! Lin Ji and Huyen Crack were startled at the same time. Plotting and scheming? Ridiculous. Accompanying this was a deafening sound wave attack. Boom boom boom. In just an instant, the hundreds of Heavenly Feather sect disciples in the surrounding area instantly couldn't withstand the pressure from the sound wave and burst into flames in unison. What a guy! Huyen Crack covered his ears and forced himself to roar. Death that sends you 2 losers to the Yellow Springs. As soon as the words fell, 2 majestic palm energies quickly shot out from within the palm curtain of the underworld carriage. Bang! Bang! Huyen Crack! Lin Ji fought to block, but all were shocked 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Boom! In the next moment, the underworld carriage directly crashed into the duo, throwing them together high into midair. Chapter 30, Killing the Heart. Ha ha ha! Exciting! The spectral carriage crashed into Lin Ji and Huyen Crack for a split second, and an open-hearted laugh rang out. Shen Lian directly dashed out from the carriage and leaped into the void. Not as much as Lin Ji and Huyen Crack reacted. Angry palms and severe fists rained down on the two of them, shocking the air in the void and distorting the air, and scattering the flying birds. The majestic palm force combined with the berserk power of the Daorim directly carried the 2 Heavenly Feather sect peak masters to hide within the higher clouds. Rumble! The thunder was unceasing, and the aura rolled over, forcing the wind and clouds to change. Ah! Accompanied by two mournful wails, Lin Ji and Huyan split instantly fell from the heights. Bang! The moment it landed, the two rocks underneath instantly split apart. At this moment, the two were already full of blood, broken tendons and bones, and had already been reduced to a complete invalid under Shen Lian's crazy output. This is the strength of the Heavenly Feather Sect's Lord of the Five Peaks? This is the disciple that old Wall Light of Sky Feather relies on? Ha 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 ha, what a laugh! There was a disdainful laugh in the void, and Shen Lian shook his folding fan in his hand and lightly landed in front of the two. Shen Lian, how are you? No, it can't be. Why is your cultivation? Why is this strong? After witnessing the true face of the person who had committed the murder against them, Lin Ji and Huyan Crack couldn't believe how the one who had done it could actually be that humble lickspittle who was spurned by the entire clan. Let me think for a moment. You must be surprised now why I'm here. Is that it? Shen Lian didn't even look at the two of them squarely, just said slowly with his back turned. It would be but vain to explain this to you two traitors. You just need to be clear that after today, there will no longer be a name for the two of you in the world. Lin Ji spat out a mouthful of blood furiously, struggled to lift his hand that weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, and braced himself for a strong breath. Shen Lian, you dare to betray the clan. Aren't you afraid of being known by the old ancestor and your 7 senior sisters? One old loser with 7 white-eyed wolves, counting a castrated dog with no balls, and with such a lineup of, where did you get the courage to put me, Shen Lian, in your eyes? Before considering the fate of others, I advise you to think carefully about what will happen to you today. Shen Lian turned violently. The folding fan was withdrawn, and a spiritual might around his body was destroyed with a roar. In the next moment, the sea of Dan within the two of them was completely shattered. Ah! With a miserable scream, the pain of spirit pressure backlash instantly swept through every inch of his own skin. Pain? That's right then. Think back to how you all targeted me in the first place, and I'm now but returning it all back to you. When the sea of Dan is shattered, your cultivation that has been cultivated for thousands of years will also be broken, and your body and mind will quickly become old and unimaginably old. Those of you who have experienced this downfall, are you regretting that you cooperated with the 7 white-eyed wolves in screwing me over in the first place? Huyan Crack glared up his blood-filled eyes and stared at Shen Lian in death. You little shall not die. The old ancestor was right. You really are a scourge. What a scourge. Ha ha ha. Shen Lian smiled coldly. When I brought the Sky Feather sect from third rate to its current heights, how come no one said I was a scourge? When I offered spirit veins and spirit treasures for the clan, how come no one said I was a scourge? How come no one said I was a scourge when I sought out the entrance to the secret realm for the clan as a gate? How come no one called me a scourge when I lifted you losers out of the mire, made you wear gold and silver, and let you experience what it's like to be human? Now, when I'm merely beating you losers back to the position that belongs to a mole that deserves to be there, one by one, you call me a scourge? Dead in the water and still talking about the old wall sconces and white wolves feeding you that quackery. Let me tell you, the Sky Feather sect is supported by me, Shen Lian, single-handedly. Without me, Shen Lian, you guys wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the demonic beast mountain range right now. I can give you losers everything, and still have the power to take it all back. When you guys started constantly targeting me over a so-called son of heaven loser, when you started torturing me indiscriminately and with the lowest possible means, your pathetic fate is sealed. Dogs, back in their rightful place, instead of learning how to hobble. It's a shame that I used to be so stupid that I was so naive as to think that I could domesticate a bunch of. Since you have decided that I am a scourge, I will simply sit on this scourge. It's so ridiculous, so naive that I want to stifle my laughter. Ha 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 dash. Listening to Shen Lian's almost insane laughter, Lin Ji and Huyan Crack couldn't stop trembling. They never imagined that one day that rotten and stinking salted fish would actually turn over. Shen Lian, think about your master teacher. Would she like to see you like this? Lin Ji finally played the emotional card, trying to use Shen Chuyun to arouse Shen Lian's conscience. However, Shen Lian was not the slightest bit moved. Shen Lian act. Why should I care about the eyes of others? The person I want to kill, the person I want to protect, who can stand in the way? A bunch of cheap dogs who think they can give me heart palpitations by shouting out names of people? All I can tell you is that your Thai tactics make no waves for me. After the words, Shen Lian's feet lurched. The ground instantly sank 3 feet, directly plunging Lin Ji and Huyan Crack within the large pit. As time went on, the duo's originally robust bodies were becoming aged at a rate visible to the naked eye. Shen Lian playfully sat in front of the giant pit and lightly shook his folding fan. Watching you all grow old once and then decline and die alive is truly a pleasing treat. You. Huyan Lai raised his hand and was about to say something when he suddenly realized that the skin of his arm began to rapidly become dry. The next moment, Endless exhaustion struck. One more look at Lin Ji on the side, but he had turned into a drooping old man who could open the table at any time. At this moment, the threat of death loomed over the two of them, and fear spread throughout their bodies like poisonous grass. The two of them were just lying on the ground, looking at each other, unable to say a single hard word. Never thought that his own hallowed refined void realm great cultivator would actually have to die of old age in such a pathetic way. Off to the side. At this moment, a Dan pill that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance landed in the middle of the two of them. This elixir can prolong your life for 100 days. If you swallow it, you might still have a chance to rise again, but there's only one of it. It's considered the last bit of mercy that I, Shen Lian, will give to you two dogs. The two who had originally closed their eyes and waited for death instantly had a light in their eyes when they heard this, wriggling their heavy bodies with difficulty, wanting to swallow this elixir into their mouths. Don't think about partaking. If a bit of this elixir is missed, the potency will be lost. When Shen Lian's words came out, the two of them looked up incredulously. As the grimy cheeks came into view, one word came to both their minds in unison: kill and kill. But right now, knowing that this is Shen Lian's heart-rending plan, in order to live, the two of them also have to vow to fight to the death. Woo. As time passes, the two men's brain cells also begin to age rapidly, and their speech functions gradually begin to deteriorate, the only remaining awareness being the ability to get the life-saving pill. The two twisted desperately, slowly moving toward the pills. Tired posture, old body. From Shen Lian's point of view, the two people underneath were like two dried maggots, slowly squirming. Finally, In Huyen crack open mouth is about to touch the pill moment, but the pupil is lax, forever stopped breathing. When Lin Shi saw this, a flash of ecstasy flashed through his mind. However, when he used his last breath of strength to swallow the sludge-filled elixir into his mouth, he didn't have any strength to send it into his stomach. He tried hard to swallow the elixir, but his aging intestines, as well as his dried out and lost vigor throat, were extremely repulsive to his physiological instincts. Finally, with a cough, Lin Shi spat out the elixir, and with a tilt of his head, he just collapsed by that elixir, similarly losing his vital signs. Confirming that the two were dead, Shen Lian just snorted coldly and turned toward the underworld carriage. After dealing with this group of curmudgeons, the next target was the seal of the Devil's Cave, which was 1,000 miles away. Today, let the world reacquaint themselves with the Shen Lian after shedding his bones. Jumping onto the carriage, Shen Lian directly sped towards the ultimate purpose of this trip. Chapter 31, Moments of Crisis. Before the Devil's Cave, after a full day of spiritual reinforcement, the originally vibrating ceiling boundary gradually stabilized. As long as another 3/4 of an hour, the Beast Mountain range of the Beast Tide of the Scourge will once again be pacified for 100 years. The living beings are saved. The people are saved. The world of the living beings can be said to be all happy. But just as Shen Shuyun was fully concentrating on channeling his true essence, he suddenly felt that the 3 strands of true essence that were supposed to converge on himself had come to an abrupt end. With a slight frown, Shen Shuyun was suddenly surprised, but it was too late to think about it carefully. So she once again urged the spirit power of the Sea of Dan to be continuously channeled within the Devil's Cave below. At this time it is the Zhou Tianjin demon array to the most critical moment. Once the collection of power to stop, the vast spiritual power will certainly backfire array I in charge of the person. This power was enough to tear Shen Shuyun into pieces instantly, not allowing her to be distracted to think about the cause of it. She could only keep releasing massive amounts of spiritual power to suppress it. At this moment, Zhuang Jinghao and the others, who were located in the 3 directions at the bottom of the devil statue, were quickly collecting their qi and converging their minds, each swallowing a Peiyuan Dan to accelerate the recovery of their previously lost spiritual energy. After a moment had passed, the gazes of the 3 of them focused in unison at the top formation I. As expected, as long as the array is open to the most critical moment to withdraw their spiritual power, Shen Shuyun can only rely on their own cultivation foundation to stabilize the backlash of the Zhou Tianjin demon array. It's done, gentlemen. When the seal is reinforced, Shen Shuyun is bound to be empty of qi and exhausted. And then, halfway through his words, Fu Hanqing unfolded his folding fan and smiled faintly, leaving everything out of words. Su Tianchuan gave Fu Hanqing a thumbs up, then returned in a conspiratorial manner, worthy of being the Moon Shadow Sect's patriarch. A handful of good tactics at the end, not giving people a chance to live at all. Fu Hanqing casually laughed. Patriarch Su overpraised. It's only because the flower language sect is pressing too hard. Otherwise we would never have done this kind of thing of abusing the Xian sect patriarch. Su Tianchuan, things have happened. What's the use of talking about this now? Remember to be gentle with human patriarch Shen later. That fine skin and tender flesh. Don't hurt it. Ha ha ha. Fu Hanqing smiled and shook his head, then looked at Zhuang Jinghao, who had a grave expression on his face. Patriarch Shuang, you didn't say a word. What are you thinking? Zhuang Jinghao took a deep breath and returned. I'm wondering if it would be a bit too despicable for us to do this. Fu Hanqing's face turned cold. It seems that Patriarch Shuang is still unable to accept that the goddess in his heart is shared with the three of us. But Patriarch Shuang, this is the flower language sect's intention. Zhuang Jinghao, Patriarch Lu is Patriarch Shen's disciple. How could she do such a thing? Fu Hanqing's face became even more ugly. Patriarch Shuang, the greater good is important. We also know that this is not a good move. But think about it carefully. The flower language sect has the heavens and manifestation sage, Hua Xie Yue, as a backer behind them. Even if you are not afraid of Patriarch Lu's threats, you should think about Hua Xie Yue's methods. Once Zhuang Jinghao heard this, he stopped speaking. Hua Xiaoyin, the peak of the immortal realm, an existence at the top of this world, and the biggest backer behind the flower language sect. In the end, which of the clans that could become a strong top power on one side didn't have a named celebrity as a protector? Which one of them was someone to be messed with? The flower explainer of the flower language sect, the Pill King Lioli Valley's Pill Lioli, or the Sword Emperor Yan Zhangxuan of the game Sword Pavilion? They casually moved their fingers, and it was a scene of extermination in which a party of living beings was in ruins. This was an existence that ordinary sects simply didn't dare to raise their heads and look up. Alas! Just as well, when the incident is over, I will personally apologize to Patriarch Shen at his door, and I will do as I please if I want to kill him or not. In the end, under the pressure of reality, Zhuang Jinghao could only choose to compromise. That's right, ha ha ha, Su Tianchuan said with a smile. Maybe when this has experienced the pleasure of this spring breeze through the jade door, it is not possible to say that she likes it, and how would she want to kill you? Do you think so? Fu Hanqing also laughed very freely. The three gazes once again looked above the towering demonic statue, quietly waiting for the final moment to arrive. At this time, Shen Chuyun, who was located at the very center of the formation high above, had already pushed her own spiritual power to the extreme, and had long been drenched in fragrant sweat, along with the last majestic aura Dao rhythm being inputted into the bottom devil's cave. The frenzied agitation finally subsided into nothingness. Finally, it worked. At this moment, Shen Chuyun, whose spiritual energy was nearly depleted, only felt exhausted, and a sense of powerlessness of emptiness attacked his entire body, staggering back 2 steps before he managed to stabilize his body. Right at this moment, Zhuang Jinghao's trio withdrew the Zhou Tian demon suppressing formation and transformed light to the top of the demon statue. Fellow Daoist Shen, are you alright? Looking at the weak and shaky Shen Chuyun at this moment, Zhuang Jinghao couldn't help but want to go forward to assist. But in the next moment, a cold, sharp sword rested against him half a foot away, stopping the man's approach. Say, why did you withdraw your own spiritual power at such a critical juncture? Give me an explanation. This, even though the spiritual power in his body was not good, and his physical and mental strength was consumed to the limit, Shen Chuyun still kept his spiritual platform clear. The opening was a straight-to-the-point question. In the face of Shen Chuyun's question, Zhuang Jinghao actually didn't know how to answer for a moment. On the contrary, Fu Hanqing arched his hand with a smile on his face. Friend Shen Dao, forgive me. Our cultivation is low. Spiritual power is really not good, cannot be transported to the array in time. I hope that friend Shen Dao can understand. Understand? Shen Chuyun's words changed. 3/4 of an hour, and no spiritual energy was channeled in time? Such an excuse is really a bit ridiculous. Tell me straight, what exactly is your plot? Fu Hanqing frowned. I didn't expect Shen Chuyun not only beautiful, but also thoughtful, so quickly noticed that something was wrong. Just as he was pondering on how to stall the past and make Shen Chuyun negligent, Su Tianchuan saw that the plot was exposed and directly stormed. Well, fellow Daoist Shen, since you've seen it all, then we won't hide it from you. In fact, we've been salivating over fellow Daoist Shen's beauty for a long time. I also heard that you harbor the world-rare spirit Phoenix immortal body, which is an excellent stove body. So I set up this game to lure fellow Daoist Shen into the game. Shen Chuyun frowned with her jade eyebrows. With just the three of you, you also want to take my spiritual body? Since the words have been said, Fu Hanqing simply no longer pretend. Directly said, fellow Daoist Shen, you also stop bluffing. To change the usual, we also have that bear heart, not that leopard gall. But now that you've spent a huge amount of spiritual energy repairing the Sea of Dan in your body will surely be depleted, and it's impossible for you to have any energy left to maneuver around us. Why don't you obediently tie up your hands and capture me, so that we can be made whole or suffer less? Don't worry, we will take good care of you after we take your spirit body. Cord. As soon as the words fell, a sword chi almost grazed Fu Hanqing's cheek. Fu Hanqing quickly sensed a sideways flash. The powerful sword chi still left a shallow wound at his jade cheek. What do you say? Do I have any energy left to surround myself with you guys? Fu Hanqing's face was cold, and then quietly turned out 10 tendons of soft incense dispersal. Holding behind the back of a slight smile, Shen Taoist friend, just a joke. You must not take it seriously. As he spoke, he opened the cap of the bottle of 10 fragrant soft tendon powder. A colorless and odorless gas instantly began to fill the air. A bunch of scum, when it is really dead. Before Shen Shuyun finished a sentence, she felt a wave of dizziness, followed by a feeling that her body's strength was generally drained, as if she was stepping on clouds. What's going on? In a moment of surprise, Shen Shuyun sat down on the ground, and the Emperor's Star Luo sword also fell to the side. Ha ha ha. Su Tianchuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shen, to tell you the truth, I've been eyeing you for a long time, and I won't let go of this opportunity so easily. To tell you the truth, what you've been hit by is the 10 incense soft tendon powder. This medicine will make your cultivation imprisoned and weak for 4 hours. It won't kill you, but those 6 hours will be enough for us to take out the spirit phoenix immortal body in your body. Vile. Learning that she had been backstabbed, Shen Shuyun chortled in indignation. Fu Hanqing smiled. Everyone, time is running out. Just as we discussed before, fellow Taoist Zhuang will come first, please. Zhuang Jinghao sighed and slowly walked towards Shen Shuyun. Fellow Taoist Shen, I'm really sorry. As you know, I've admired you for hundreds of years, and I feel guilty for using this method to get you. But, shut up. Shen Shuyun held on to her last ounce of remaining strength and spoke out to stop Zhuang Jinghao. Zhuang Jinghao, I thought you were at least a decent man, but I didn't want you to be this underhanded. Let you say whatever you want, even if I die. I, Shen Shuyun, will never do what you want. After the words, Shen Shuyun's jade palm against the ground exhausted the last trace of physical strength. Vertical body tilted back toward the magic statue down. Fellow Taoist Shen. No, come on, don't let her die like that. The three of them did not expect Shen Shuyun to be so chaste, so they hurriedly leapt forward to rescue her. At this time, Shen Shuyun lost all his spiritual power. If he fell from 1,000 feet peak, his body must not survive. Then the purpose of the three people could not be achieved. At this moment, Shen Shuyun closed his eyes and felt the sound of the wind whistling past his ears. And in his heart, what he missed the most was still that unproductive disciple. Shen Lian, I'm afraid that my master can no longer protect you. In the future, you can only have your own life to go. I hope that you can wake up soon and stay away from this torture. A drop of crystal tears slid down Shen Shuyun's tightly closed eyes. Cackling. Faintly, she seemed to hear the sound of a horse's hooves galloping. Is it a dream, or a hallucination? Doesn't matter. The next moment, she felt a pair of broad arms catch her delicate body. In the end, is it still impossible to escape the clutches of the devil? God, why are you mistreating our master and disciple like this? She didn't dare open her eyes for fear of seeing those three villainous faces, until Su Tianchuan's voice suddenly rang out. What are you? A deep cry could not help but make Shen Shuyun's heart tighten, which slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The first thing that caught his eye was the familiar face that had been with him for centuries. Lianer, a soft call that set all the grievances in his heart. However, Shen Lian never uttered a word, only gently placing Shen Shuyun in the carriage, then drifted up. Only then did Shen Shuyun see that what Shen Lian was wearing was the black and white brocade robe that she had personally sewn for him. Lianer, another soft call, excitement in her tone. The advancing Shen Lian stopped in his tracks and just gave her a slight sideways glance. With that, he strides towards the three people in front of him and raises his hand. Come, use your cheap lives to add more to my victory. Today, without death. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, a tremor shook the ground. Chapter 32, Madness. Cold winds rustled and swept up the dust haze. The four men facing each other, one on the left and three on the right, were clearly separated. Shen Lian lightly shook the folding fan, in the face of such a strong enemy. But the wind is light. Show all the freedom and arrogance. After a long time, Zhuang Jinghao snapped. You, in the end, what kind of person? Once these words came out, the lightly shaken folding fan abruptly closed, and the surrounding air suddenly froze. Shen Lian, a name that gives you the honor of experiencing what despair is. Boom! A strong murderous aura erupted and filled the air, and the air could not withstand the pressure and exploded. Su Tianchuan's eyes went cold. Shen Lian? It's that Shen Lian who is regarded as a waste by the entire Tianyu sect. Ha ha ha. Shen Lian tossed the folding fan in his hand and quickly hid behind his cloak. Then let you all reacquaint yourselves with whether or not I'm the incompetent loser you're talking about. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian took the lead in slapping his palm close to his body. Arrogant. Fu Hanqing stood up to block the pass. Then let me see what you have up your sleeve. The folding fan was similarly withdrawn, and Fu Hanqing directly slapped his palm to meet it. Boom! The moment the two palms touched, the ground cracked 3 feet, and the airwaves overflowed in all directions, directly shocking the stone chains on the demon statue's body to continuously rock back and forth. Drink! Ha! Bang! After powering up, each of them retreated about 10 steps. After stabilizing his stance, Fu Hanqing was shocked. A mere refined void realm, actually able to receive a palm from my mixed triple realm without exploding his body? The corner of Shen Lian's lips hooked. Then I can only say that you're really an unabashed waste. With a beat of his feet, Shen Lian manifested 6 shadows and charged towards Fu Hanqing from all directions. Damn it! Fu Hanqing was furious, and between the flip of his hands, a vast silver aura coalesced into the seal of the Star River and blasted out. Try this move of mine, the US Star Palm. Crippled technique. Wasted move. Shen Lian's figure wandered. His skillful pace keenly avoided the attacking palm, and instantly moved in front of him. What? Fu Hanqing was shocked instantly, but saw Shen Lian raised his fist to the front of his eyes to erect a middle finger. Mockery is clear. Void hidden, 6 paths instant destruction. Thump, 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 thump. Crazy fists and angry palms. Strokes sinking. Fists to the flesh. Simply do not give Fu Hanqing any time to react, as much as possible to vent on him. After a set of consecutive moves, Shen Lian leaped forward and landed a knee strike. Accompanied by a sinking sound. Fu Hanqing's body was uncontrollable and fell back 100 steps away in a row. What? Let me. Seeing that Fu Hanqing was beaten without any strength, while Zhuang Jinghao was shocked, Su Tianchuan openly took over the battle and smashed his fist at Shen Lian. Bang! A dull roar once again induced a violent shaking of the stone statue. Shen Lian received the move and unloaded the force, retreated 10 steps and stood firmly on the spot. Enough, kid. This game is not for you to interfere. This seat will send. But the next moment, Su Tianchuan couldn't say anything. Shen Lian approached with a bulldoze, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bizarre arc. You! Bang! With a dull impact and a miserable scream, Su Tianchuan's entire body flew backwards. Only Shen Lian, posing with both palms pushed forward, showed the style of a grandmaster. When Su Tianchuan stabilized his stance, he immediately questioned, what kind of gong method is this? When you meet the strong, the 10,000 laws of the Big Dipper, meaning, the 5 absolute destroyer of you power. When Shin Shuyun on the carriage saw this scene, her eyes couldn't help but light up and her expression was suddenly excited. Looking at the upright back that was blocking her body, her eyes turned red and she couldn't help but shed a line of clear tears. Back! Finally back! 500 years of perseverance, finally waiting for you to awaken. For a while, Shin Shuyun had mixed feelings. She wanted to get off and help Shen Lian, but she could not move in her current condition. The battlefield was deathly silent. Shen Lian's moves had completely and utterly shocked the 3 people opposite him. No one on either side made another move, and a new round of calculations began in each person's mind. Damn it! Sealing the beast cave consumes too much, and currently my kung fu body is less than 20% of its peak. But even so, it's not so bad that I can't even clean up a tiny refined void realm. It seems unsurprising. 3 people consume too much. Gong body is not as good as before. Just now the test has been clear attributes of each person. But my current cultivation is too low. If hard to consume, a long time is definitely in a disadvantage. After a short period of silence, it was still Fu Hanqing who took the lead to open his mouth. Little friend, we do not wish to make things difficult for you. As long as you are willing to leave, this matter can be put to rest. Shen Lian smiled disdainfully. Just you. You are also worthy to speak out and negotiate with me. If you are willing to kneel down and kowtow, perhaps I can consider leaving you with a whole body. Su Tianchuan was furious, toast the wine and refuse the punishment. Kid, you really think we can be bullied like this? Then show your watchful eyes and don't leave this world with regrets. The 3 of them sniffed and became furious. Zhuang Jinghao, who hadn't made a move all along, spoke up, since little friend is so reckless with his life, it's a waste of such an astounding cultivation. Ha ha ha. What responded to him was an endless stream of cold laughter. If you value your life, why do you need to seek the great Tao? The meaning of cultivation is to constantly challenge oneself. Why should one care about life and death? Turning over his hand, he slapped out a palm, and the wind swept over, charging straight at Zhuang Jinghao's door. Ridiculous! Zhuang Jinghao waved away the incoming astral wind and shouted angrily, directly lifting his hand and raising his chi to block Shen Lian's suddenly incoming second palm. The 2 palms interlocked for a split second, and the foot area cracked by inches in a circle of tens of miles. Cultivating and seeking the way is not about fighting and killing. Then tell me, are you standing here to cultivate your body? That's a shameful statement when it's so hypocritical, unbridled. In 3 words, Zhuang Jinghao was instantly broken by Shen Lian's sharp words, angrily shouting a fierce force. Instantly shocked back Shen Lian, Shen Lian retreated to the front of the underworld carriage, stabilized his stance, instantly unloaded the residual palm energy on his body. Half a step forward, sword eyebrow and starry eyes, unearthly posture, stood proudly. Behind, Shen Chuyun silently watched Shen Lian back, want to say something, but afraid of disturbing his mind. For a time is difficult. Is this your strength at the mixed realm? What a disappointment. As soon as he exited, he was again extremely mocking. If this is all of your strength, then I can only say that the Taiku continent nowadays is truly in a state of decline. Zhuang Jinghao clenched his fists, his forehead veins instantly bulging. On the left and right sides, Su Tianchuan and Fu Hanqing also restood. The two are once again in a 3-on-1 stance. This time, Zhuang Jinghao, three people no longer dared to take Shen Lian the slightest bit lightly, determined to remove him completely in one breath, and absolutely would not give Shen Lian any chance to breathe. Even though they were now overly depleted of their spiritual energy and physical capabilities, they could still hold their own if they really had to deal with a small refined void realm. And how could Shen Lian not know the huge cultivation gap between himself and the other party? If not for the fact that he had swallowed the 7th level magical beast essence core to strengthen his physique, coupled with rich experience in actual combat, he could quickly understand and judge the trajectory of the opponent's moves. Even if the three of them were now less than 20% of their peak strength depletion, they would definitely not be able to withstand one move and half a move. But the more Shen Lian felt the excitement of fighting for his life, and the more he wanted to win this battle. The intense killing intent grew more and more manic in the cold, stern wind. After a short silence, poof, with a cold snort, Shen Lian once again stretched out to make a move. Meh. 3 cold laughs were heard, and the Zhuang Jinghao trio gave a counter-response. We know each other well. More words are already superfluous. Only one side falls, can put an end to this battle. Final. Thump, 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 thump. Both sides close contact moment. Fists and palms interlaced in the void into light and shadow stacked mountains, triggering the surrounding air twisting sound. The world shook for this blink of an eye. Hundreds of moves, so fast that it is impossible to see where the figures of both sides are. Until after the ferocious close combat, Shen Lian's figure staggered back to the front of the demon cave seal, and a trail of blood had already spilled out from the corner of his mouth. On the contrary, the Zhuang Jinghao trio, from the moment they adjusted their mindset and resolved to exterminate Shen Lian, they no longer had the slightest retention. Between the flesh palm and its flip, all the concentration of spiritual power and a point. With a titanic attack forced Shen Lian hard to take the heavy blows of the mixed realm powerhouse. But even so, after the exchange of blows, the three were greatly shocked. The frequency of hundreds of attacks in an instant. Shen Lian is to see the moves. All defused the attack. Actually did not have a palm and a fist hit on top of the vitals of his body. Good one, Shen Lian. I've underestimated you. If it's one-on-one, with the current state of any of us may not really be able to suppress you. With the strength of the refined void realm, to be able to tangle with us to this extent, you are also the first person you have seen in your life. But that's all you're capable of. One more move and you'll be sent to the Yellow Springs. As soon as the words fell, the three of them urged their entire body's spiritual energy, intending to give Shen Lian a final fatal blow. Like this. You want to kill me, Shen Lian? It's not enough. Without wanting to, Shen Lian snapped, slowly wiped the blood traces from the corners of his mouth, and raised his eyes to look at the void. One could only see the thunderclouds above the 9 heavens, as if the entire sky was covered by thick, dark clouds. In this dense thundercloud, from time to time, lightning bolts crossed, as if they were coiled dragons dancing. It's about time. He hooked his lips slightly and suddenly made an unexpected move. What are you doing? Stop. Stop it. Are you crazy? When the three saw this scene, their pupils instantly shook, only to see Shen Lian raise his hand to gather the spiritual power of his whole body, and blasted to slap the seal of the beast cave behind him. No. In an instant, the three of them cried out in unison, wanting to step forward to stop them, but they ended up being a step too late. Boom. With a loud bang, the weakly heavenly demon suppressing grand formation, which had just been perfected not long ago, began to gradually crumble in an instant. This way, it's the excitement of life and death combat. Ha dash. Crazy laughter that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Zhuang Jinghao's three people looked at Shen Lian in despair. Such a maniacal gesture that only 2 words appeared in their minds. Crazy. Chapter 33, The Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Shen Lian exhausted his entire body's cultivation and blasted his palm on top of the seal of the Devil's Cave. In an instant, the seal surfaced with spider web cracks, and actually appeared to be crumbling. The high-level magical beasts in the town let out bursts of hissing roars, and people shuddered at the sound of it. Crazy. The three of them, Zhuang Jinghao, who saw this scene, let out an angry cry in unison. However, it was too late. The seal cracked by inches and gradually kept climbing upwards along the bottom of the demon statue, and the heavy stone chain began to shake violently, as if it would break at any time. The underworld wagon. Abruptly, Shen Lian let out a deep cry. Phew! The underworld carriage seemed to be quite spiritual and responded to Shen Lian with a long roar. Take her away from the Wraith Mountain range, as far away as possible. Phew! The underworld carriage gave a long hiss and got the order to quickly turn around like a blistering wind and rain and sped towards the outside of the demonic beast mountain range. Shen Lian. Shen Chuyun wanted to call out to Shen Lian, but just as the words left his mouth, the speeding carriage had already broken through the boundary and sped towards the outside of the magic beast mountain range. Don't go! Stop! Fu Hanqing was shocked. How can he be willing to run away with the duck in his hand like this? He was just about to go after them, but he felt a killing chance approaching behind him. Turning back around, he instantly raised his hand to block. Bang! There was a loud bang that just happened to stop the palm force that Shen Lian had shot out. I haven't had my fun yet. Are you allowed to go? Shen Lian's eyes were grim as he pointed at the dazed trio in front of him. Now, the battle has just begun. Don't run away. Don't retreat. Come together and enjoy the ultimate excitement. You're just nuts. Fu Hanqing almost growled and hissed at Shen Lian. Do you know what you're doing? It was so hard to seal the Devil's Cave, and now you've destroyed it in one fell swoop. Once the wave of beasts sweeps out, it will be a massacre of life and death. Can you afford to do that? Madman! You madman! You are destined to be a sinner that everyone in the Taiku continent spits on. Fu Hanqing's roar was loud and clear. However, Shen Lian did not change his face, and instead of retreating, he stepped forward. You guys are also worthy of talking about the 4 words of the world's living beings in front of me? I'm afraid you've forgotten that the seal in front of you 100 years ago was reinforced by me. Shen Lian pointed back in the direction of the beast cave. 1 word for the world's living is like putting a yoke of responsibility on one's shoulders. 1 word for the world's living and one must be righteous. But I have paid for the world's living beings. And how have the living beings treated me? When I was at my lowest point, did that group of pale creatures ever stand up and say a word for me? At a time when I needed the relief of the pale, they were pouring another vicious stab into my body, which was already riddled with holes. Ha ha ha, this is what you claim to call the Cthulhu. I don't know how your Cthulhu treats you, but in my case, Cthulhu is nothing more than a backstabbing, wolfish griffin. After speaking, Shen Lian made a vertical leap and quickly climbed up towards the top of the devil statue. Since the living beings are unwilling to experience my dedication, why should I care about the living beings' deaths? Shen Lian is a person who repays favors with favors and avenges with vengeance. If people exhaust me by a foot, I will return them by a foot. If a man offends me, I will strike hard. To hell with the world. To hell with all of them. The sound waves fell from the clouds in a ghostly manner, shaking one's eardrums. At the same time, the void was filled with thunder clouds and wild thunderstorms. A scene of mountain rain. Shen Lian's figure landed steadily on top of the head of the demonic statue. Then he crossed his legs and adjusted his breathing, gathering his chi and concentrating his mind in preparation for the arrival of the thunderbolt. Damn it, Shen Lian! You don't want to leave here alive today. Su Tianchuan roared, making a gesture to turn into light and fly high into the sky to break Shen Lian into pieces. Roar! But just then, a stirring beastly chant echoed. Fixing his eyes, he saw that the seal of the beast cave was showing gusts of spiderweb cracks. The gap grew wider with the hissing from within. Not good. The seal is going to break. Move! Zhuang Jinghao and Fu Hanqing exclaimed in shock. Eyes showing fear no longer cared about Shen Lian, turned around and ran towards the periphery of the magic beast mountain range. Boom! But just moments after the thought had arisen, a terrifyingly loud storm echoed out. Before the 3 of them could react, the pouring power of Tao rhythm came blasting towards them like rain. The 3 of them fought to block, but they were too depleted, and only lasted for 1 round before they were overwhelmed by the raging and penetrating power of the Tao rhyme, and were shaken back hard to the edge of the boundary. Next moment, roar! With a hissing roar, a 10th level, 100-foot Taotai demonic beast was the first to run out of the beast cave, pouncing on the 3 with vengeance. No! Stay back! After Su Tianchuan let out a cry of fear, the Taotai bit him in 2. A generation of mixed realm powerhouses had ended their lives in such a ridiculous manner. Listening to the ear-piercing chewing sounds of the magical beasts coming from their ears, and then seeing such a bloody scene, Zhuang Jinghao and Fu Hanqing were also chilled to the bone. Just as they were planning to hurry and run away while the Taotai demonic beasts weren't paying attention to their side, hundreds of ferocious beasts surged out of the beast cave and hissed as they stormed outside the boundary. No! After a mournful scream, the 2 of them were also eaten up in no time by the wave of beasts that sped by. At this time, Shen Lian, who stood at the top of the devil statue, had long since cast away all distractions and quietly waited for the arrival of the thunderbolt. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Overhead, covered with a layer of rotating thunderclouds, the center of the thunderclouds flashed with golden light, enough to see that this thunder tribulation was not ordinary. Suddenly, there was a thunderclap in the void, focusing the gazes of all the sect disciples who were in the demonic beast mountain range. What's that? When the crowd saw the thunderclouds covering dozens of miles in the sky in the direction of the Devil's Cave, they were all dumbfounded in unison. Not good. Run! The beast cave seal has failed. Suddenly the crowdsome eyesight and the people noticed the traces of the beast tide fluctuation, yelled decisively to the magic beast mountain range outside the gallop. Not long after, countless magical beasts swarmed out, pouncing on those clan disciples who could not react in time and started to tear madly on the ground. The feast of the wraiths. It's begun. Don't come over here. A female disciple was so scared that she was trembling all over, sitting paralyzed on the ground and continuously falling backward. And in her hand, she kept waving her sharp sword to expel a 3-foot-tall saber-toothed demonic beast in front of her. Roar! With a roar, the saber-toothed wraith pounced right on her, ending her fear with a single bite. The rest of the disciples were likewise instantly reduced to grass under the rampant sweep of the beast tide. The Wraith Mountain range was filled with tearing and chewing, as well as desperate cries of grief. And at this time, Shen Lian, who was located under the thunderclouds, also finally ushered in the necessary calamity. Boom! There was a loud bang, as if it was going to rip through the void. The thunderbolt descended in response. Only, this time the thunderbolt is actually present hurricane state while Shen Lian whole body attack wrapped in. The original towering magic statue crumbled into pieces in an instant, along with the magic beasts that had just escaped from the seal also disappeared without a trace under the ravages of the thunderbolt. However, this was not the end. The thunderbolt began to rapidly spread extremely fast in a square circle with Shen Lian as the center. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. The wave of beasts that had just stepped out of the Devil's Cave hadn't had time to show their ferocity before they directly stepped into the yellow springs under the baptism of the thunderbolt vortex. Of course, those who stepped into the yellow springs together. There were also those sect disciples who hadn't managed to get out. The golden-colored thunder magnetic hurricane spread around the square in a whirlwind like wind. After lasting for a full half hour, the lightning tribulation finally subsided into nothing. At this moment, with the original demon cave as the center, all the living beings in the 30,000-mile radius of the demonic beast mountain range were all turned into ashes in this thunderbolt. And the beast tide that had threatened the Taiku continent for hundreds of thousands of years was completely eradicated in the midst of this thunderbolt. However, as a price, most of the rest of the 100,000 sect disciples who had entered the mountain were also buried in this thunderbolt. With the exception of a few less than 1,000 who escaped, the thunderclouds dispersed and the sky was bright again. Shen Lian, who was based in the void, slowly opened his eyes. As far as the eye could see, it was an endless expanse of scorched earth, which looked particularly bleak. But Shen Lian didn't pay any attention to the apocalyptic scene in front of him at all. He just sensed that his present-day self was even stronger and more powerful than before. A heavenly thunderbolt baptism, directly will his body meridians once again quenching some, not to mention. Cultivation foundation is directly raised to the realm of the third level of the transitional realm. However, this was not enough strength for Shen Lian. Chapter 34. You owe me more than these 500 years. Beyond the Devil Beast mountain range, on top of a high hill, the spectral spirit pony gasped for air, constantly sweeping the vegetation under its feet with its front hooves. On the side of the mountain slope, there stood a stunningly beautiful figure, gazing with a clear and cold expression at the demonic beast mountain range, which was rising into a mushroom cloud in the distance. The entire process that took place within the Devil Beast mountain range was watched by Shen Chuyun. Her jade hand slightly clenched the green-colored collar in front of her chest, and her cool jade face showed a faint trace of sorrow. Phew! The underworld spirit cult suddenly let out a hiss, which could not help but make Shen Chuyun's delicate body tremble slightly. It was clear to her that the person she was waiting for had finally returned safe and sound. Shen Lian paced to the spectral spirit cult and gently patted the horse's head. The medicinal properties of 10 incense soft tendon powder will be lifted in another half hour. You can go back and truthfully tell that old Biden everything that happened in the magical beast mountain range, and I don't think she'll give you a hard time. Hearing the familiar voice coming from behind her, Shen Chuyun's shell teeth couldn't help but lightly bite her lower lip, trying to suppress the emotions she was about to explode. Shen Lian continued, I killed Red Tide, Lin Ji, and Huyan Crack, and those Tian Yu sect elites you brought with you were all destroyed by me as well. The other 2 peak masters were also executed by me 6 days ago, and now the Skyfeather sect and I are already in an undying situation. So, you don't have to rush to say thank you to me. If you want to kill me, just come to me, but only if you have enough strength. Today, Consider this as repaying you for taking care of me over these 500 years. And when we meet again in the future, you don't have to spare a hand against me, because I will be just as unlikely to spare a hand against you." After saying that, Shen Lian grabbed the horse's reins and was about to jump onto the carriage. "Repayment?" A line of clear tears fell from the corner of Shen Shuyun's eyes as she slowly turned to look at Shen Lian. "This sentence of repayment of yours? You want to offset the love between us? Shen Lian, what exactly do you take me for?" Shen Lian closed his eyes and slowly leaned against the car curtain. Shen Shuyun took a step closer. "There have been countless times I've waited for a miracle to happen, even if the miracle was so ethereal that even I doubted it myself. But I still held on to this first heart. But when this miracle really happened, I actually heard such desperate words coming out of your mouth." Shen Lian slightly opened his eyes. "Then what do you want me to do? Just open your mouth. No matter if it can be done or not. I, Shen Lian, will satisfy you." Shen Shuyun sniffed and her emotions suddenly flared up. "You know what I want, but you've never given it to me." Shen Lian frowned slightly and did not reply. "Do you know, Shen Lian? The reason why I've been guarding a loathsome soul for 500 years and not willing to give it up is to wait for the day you return." "What does that mean? Don't pretend. I know that the person you are now is your original self. That humble soul has long since ceased to exist, and there is not a single person of character that. It would be such a big change in a short period of time. You're the only one who wouldn't take half a step back in the face of a scene like that, but would only rise to the occasion to create jaw-dropping miracles. Who the hell are you?" Shen Lian's face moved in a rare way. Shen Shuyun actually knew his true identity? Shen Shuyun smiled miserably. "It seems that you have truly forgotten all about me. And yes, the titular human emperor Shen Lian, an existence that made the worlds of the 9 states tremble at the sound of it, and even the heavenly Tao had to bow down. And how could you remember the earthly mortal empress you abandoned?" Shen Lian frowned. "Who the hell are you? Still haven't thought of it? I'm that Shiryu country's empress, your explicitly married wife, Su Luoyan, who was heartlessly left behind by you tens of thousands of years ago, on the day of your wedding." Hearing Shen Shuyun's reply, Shen Lian couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart and showed a hint of pain on his face. "Shen Lian, I will never forget the scene where you abandoned me in desperation. Do you know how much my heart hurt at that time? I have sworn that if you fall into my hands, I will break you into pieces to ease my heart's hatred. Really, I really do." Shen Shuyun became more and more emotional, and the tears in her eyes never broke. "However, when I managed to find your condensed physical body, I couldn't raise a single thought of killing you, even though I knew that the soul of this body wasn't you. How have I spent these 500 years in torment? Do you know how painful it is to look at a familiar face every day without the original soul? Why do you have to make me grieve over and over again? Shen Lian, answer me, do you have a heart or not?" Shen Lian slowly closed his eyes and hummed lightly. "I think you probably got one thing wrong. The Shen Lian that you liked in the beginning, it's not the same person as the original me at all. Back then when I was seriously injured and lost my memory and encountered you, it was a mistake. And what's the point of bringing up old matters again now? Doesn't it make sense?" Shen Shuyun held onto the frame with one hand and leapt onto the carriage with force, sitting opposite Shen Lian and looking straight at her. "You think you can throw it all away by saying that the past is meaningless? Shen Lian, let me tell you, I've been searching for you for tens of thousands of years. Didn't come to hear you say these desperate words. You were the one who wronged me in the first place. You should always give me an explanation." Shen Lian's eyes widened. "Say it, what do you want? Even if it's to be the master of the 10,000 realms of the 9 states, I, Shen Lian, will personally help you to sit in that position. Do you think I'm a vulgar person like Lu Qinghuan and Louis Xue who is profit-oriented? No, I'm more greedy than them. I want your heart. You give it or not." Shen Shuyun's firm eyes penetrated a determination fearless, but it was able to make heaven and earth give way to Shen Lian's heart, a rare trace of guilt. "But soon," he returned resolutely, "change it for the same. And beyond that, I'll promise you anything. Other than that, I don't want anything. Shen Lian, do you remember those 7 years of amnesia and dare to say you didn't love me? Look me in the eyes and answer me." What answered Shen Lian was a firmer reply. "Enough." Shen Lian gradually lost his patience. "I don't have the time to play this boring trick with you. I admit what I owe you. If you think the sincerity is not enough, come back to negotiate when you have figured it out." Ha ha. Unwillingly, Shen Shuyun, who heard Shen Lian's words, couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Do you feel ashamed of me when you're annoyed? You must remember everything, right? Joke. Since you know my identity, you should know exactly who I am. The man who pursues the great road will not be swayed by this little love affair. Immediately get off the car. I didn't have already lost patience with you. If you weren't in a hurry, how could you be so nervous?" Shen Shuyun, with a deep cry, the air around them instantly froze. "What the hell are you doing? Shen Shuyun was instantly agitated and pulled Shen Lian's clothes. I want your heart. I want you to marry me. I want to be your wife. I want you to give me a child. I want you to be with me for the rest of your life. You owe me this and you must pay me back. This is boring as hell. Get out of the car. A sweep of the folding fan in Shen Lian's hand instantly swept Shen Shuyun out of the carriage. A human madman. Shen Lian would not let these ridiculous things sway his life? Shen Shuyun, I don't want to see you again. The master-disciple bond between you and me, as well as the bad karma from our past lives, ends here. Please think carefully before you tell me what you want me to make up for. Otherwise the next time we meet, let fate decide whether we live or die. No one is going to sway me. After speaking, he steered the underworld carriage and flew away from the scene. Shen Shuyun looked at the distant carriage, but the corner of her mouth showed a faint smile. Do you really think I don't know that you left me in the first place just to protect my safety and would rather carry the name of a negative man? This time, you are also trying to keep me out of your dispute with the Skyfeather sect and those 7 white-eyed wolves. You always keep the important ones safe in such a way that all dilemmas are faced before alone. But I'm your wife, too, and from the moment I decided to marry you, I was ready to face all the storms with you. Shen Lian, we both missed each other in our previous lives. This time, it's not easy to wait for you to come back. No matter what I say, I won't let go of you anymore. Shen Shuyun secretly swore in her heart. Being reborn for 1,000 years, there was no greater pleasure for her than Shen Lian returning to her side. On the other side, Shen Lian, who was sitting inside the carriage, was also in deep thought. Su Luoyan, or the current Shen Shuyun, was a redhead she had met during the period when she had lost a few years of her memories after she had fought with an extreme Dao 6th level expert in her 77th life. This was also the only time in Shen Lian's 99 lifetimes of career that he had moved with true love and almost wanted to drop everything to spend the rest of his life with her. The two of them from knowing each other to falling in love. Just 7 years is the most cozy time in Shen Lian's killing career. Unfortunately, just when he was about to enter the marriage hall, Shen Lian's memory suddenly recovered. Memory returns, but all of those 7 years are also firmly imprinted in the mind. Shen Lian was not disgusted with his own experience when he lost his memory, but he was unable to give Su Luoyan any promises, and in the end, he could only choose to leave her in the most cruel way. Before leaving, he privately left another 5 Emperor's true scriptures to count as compensation. After the gentle nature faded, what survived was still the face that was so crazy that the heavens didn't dare to look at it directly. Because of his own arrogant personality and decisive means of acting, he had offended too many forces in the already cruel cultivation world. The more important reason was that the path Shen Lian took was destined to be forbidden by the heavenly Tao. To prevent innocent people from ending up in misery because they were caught up in the vortex, the lone wolf was the best choice. Because, even now, he's not ready to take on the responsibility of guarding his family. The difference between protecting one person from a lifetime of harm and guarding one person from a lifetime of peace is huge. The former is just a matter of interest. The latter, the responsibility is on your shoulders. The reason why he dared to be an enemy of the heavenly Tao and to fight against his destiny against all odds was all because there were no attachments. It was only by sealing his heart with cement that he was able to make even the heavenly Tao unable to find even a single crack or weakness until he succumbed to Shen Lian's nearly insane and overwhelming Tao might every time. Now it all makes sense. Why was there always something wrong with the way Shen Shuyun looked at himself in his memories? Why did he accurately know all his preferences? And why did she name herself Shen Lian now? Because of Su Luoyan. She was also reborn. Reborn as her master, Shen Shuyun. Even when she was reborn, she still hadn't forgotten herself as a negative person. For Shen Shuyun, all Shen Lian had was a deficit. But it will not be because of this indebtedness that you give up your word. No one should be able to stop Shen Lian from stepping onto the path to the top. What's the point of thinking so much? Since this matter is over, it's time to return to the eternal life chamber of commerce and begin the next step of targeting Su Yuheng. What can't be solved is simply left behind. Shen Lian quickly resumed his proper posture and drove the carriage towards Wushuang City. Chapter 35, The Old Fairy's Rant. Inside the Skyfeather sect, there was a scene of depression. After Shen Lian had gone so crazy, the Skyfeather sect could be said to have suffered a great deal of vitality. 4 elders, 2 peak masters, and more than 800 inner sect core disciples were all executed by Shen Lian, directly leading to signs of a green and yellow gap within the sect. The extremely high-quality spirit veins along with the earth's chi were taken away by Shen Lian, causing the sect's cultivation resources to shrink dramatically, even to the point where the basic monthly salary of 6 spirit stones per person could not be issued. Almost overnight, the Heavenly Feather sect had fallen from the top sect in the eastern region to a near third-rate situation. Apart from the fact that the main part of the mountain gate was in a mess, Su Yuheng, who was the core of the clan's external support, was also suffering these days. Shen Lian of the Heavenly Chamber of Commerce had gone on a killing spree, causing dozens of sons and daughters of great families and even the head of the family himself to lose their lives. And naturally, this account had been put on Su Yuhong. In the past few days, the families of the deceased have been coming to Su Yuhong to make trouble, saying that they must ask for a statement. The short answer is 2 words: pay out. Su Yuhong had no choice but to hold his tongue and compensate for over 30 million medium-grade spirit stones, which barely suppressed that worrying matter. But after this mess, the crowd has on the World Chamber of Commerce can guarantee the safety of the guests. This matter played a big? No. Su Yuhong didn't need to guess to know that for a period of time in the future, the business of the World Chamber of Commerce was bound to fall apart. Of course, she blamed Shen Lian for all of this. If I had known this, I shouldn't have kept this scourge. If I had removed him earlier, perhaps there wouldn't have been today's mischief. Su Yuhong wrapped her hands around her chest and sat in front of Yifan's bed, her face so gloomy that it could almost drip water. Why? Why did that punk dare to do that to me? How did he dare? Damn it! This was the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Su Yuhong could not stop trembling all over his body. At that precise moment, the door to the closed room opened wide. I said no one should come in and disturb, and don't get out. Do you want to make me angry? Su Yuhong didn't even lift his head and directly opened his mouth to berate. But the next moment, a powerful pressure swept over. Yuhong, you're really getting more and more unruly, even daring to choke the old ancestor? Su Yuhong's delicate body trembled and raised her eyes to look, but it was a Taoist nun who looked to be in her early 40s, looking at herself with a face of iron. Disciple pays his respects to the old ancestor. I hope the old ancestor will forgive me. She decisively knelt down and apologized to old man Tianyu. Forget it, get up. After old man Tianyu casually waved his hand for her to get up, he quickly walked over to Yifan. Fanner, what's wrong with you? Why did you become like this in a good way? Old ancestor Tianyu gently caressed Yifan's cheeks with a heartbroken expression, and he couldn't even help a tear falling from the corner of his eye. Su Yuhong stepped forward and said, Old ancestor, Yifan's entire body's meridians are now broken, and the Danci is even broken beyond repair. Disciples have invited countless divine doctors, but they can only manage to save his life. But I'm afraid it will be very difficult to heal his injuries. Old ancestor Tianyu's eyes instantly chilled when he heard this. It's all that Shen Lian's doing, isn't it? I know all about it. No wonder I'm always restless when I'm in seclusion. In the end, it led to the failure of the breakthrough. And it turned out that everything was this little behind the scenes. Really lawless. When she said this, she jerked her head back and looked viciously at Su Yuhong. Su Yuhong was startled by the glare in her eyes and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Old ancestor, what are you doing? This seat asks you. Why don't you go after that trail, and just let him get away with it? Su Yuhong said, Disciple has already tried his best to send people to find it, and truth be told, Disciple's World Chamber of Commerce has also suffered a great loss of reputation because of Shen Lian. There were even a few void refining realm powerhouses that directly lived and indirectly died in Shen Lian's hands, yet they still couldn't find him. Although it was still impossible to determine whether the deaths of Hong Ling and Lanjin had anything to do with Shen Lian, Su Yuhong simply put the blame on Shen Lian. For so many years, their 7 white-eyed wolves had long gotten used to putting the black pot on Shen Lian and didn't feel guilty at all. It was just that this time, she really got it right, and it was rare that she didn't wrongly accuse the wrong Shen Lian. How the hell did he dare? Old ancestor Tianyu was shivering with anger. The failure of impacting the 3rd level of the immortal realm had put her in an extremely bad mood, and once she came out of the gate and encountered such a thing, her emotions naturally could no longer be controlled. This little man, my heavenly feather sect took him in and gave him unprecedented treatment. That little man, however, does not know the slightest thing about repaying kindness, and actually dares to do such a treacherous thing, mutilating fellow disciples, destroying the foundation of our clan. Simply a white-eyed wolf with no compromise. When I catch him, I'm going to cut the flesh off him piece by piece and feed it to the wolves. At this moment, the heavenly feather old ancestor was like an old wall lamp in menopause, with a fiery and incomprehensible temper. Deep down, she simply couldn't accept Shen Lian, the little who waved and called, would actually one day really do such a ridiculous thing. In the thinking of old man Tianyu, even if Shen Lian was allowed to die, he should have walked up to the execution ground with gratitude. Now that such a huge contrast in Shen Lian's character had occurred, it was something that old man Tianyu could never accept. Su Yuhong stood to the side, not even daring to breathe a single breath, silently watching Tianyu old ancestor vent. It was only after a long time when he had finished venting that old man Tianyu looked at the unconscious Yifan again, a trace of kindness on his face. Fanner, don't worry, old ancestor will definitely seek justice for you, and when you wake up, you'll be able to see Shen Lian kneeling in front of you and admitting his mistake. In the middle of the day, another piece of bad news came. Senior sister Su, it's not good. Tang Bao and another disciple broke into the house with a dying disciple in their arms. Unbridled. In the next moment, a powerful pressure swept through, directly shocking the three of them into kneeling on the ground. Elder ancestor? Tang Bao was startled and busied himself. Old ancestor. Disciple didn't know that you were out of the gate today, so I've offended you a lot. It's not decent to be so bold. What's going on? Speak. Tang Bao was shaken, and then pointed to the disciple at the side. Old ancestor. Senior sister Su. Something big has happened in the demonic beast mountain range. What's going on? You ask him. The disciple dares not speak. Old ancestor Tian Yu immediately withdrew his pressure and sucked the dying disciple to his feet with one hand. Say, what happened in the demon beast mountain range? That disciple returned with a breathless voice, reporting to the old ancestor. We were ordered to accompany the patriarch to the demonic beast mountain range to reinforce the seal. Originally, everything was going well, but unexpectedly, we met a mysterious person halfway, killing Red Tide, Huyen Crack, and Lin Ji's three peak masters in one breath. Nearly 1,000 other fellow disciples have been killed by this man. What did you say? In the face of this sudden bad news, both Tian Yu old ancestor and Su Yu Hong made unbelievable questioning noises. In the next moment, the two of them simultaneously entered their divine sense and began to check the three peak master life tags. As a result, under this check, it was true that all three peak masters' life tags had shattered. Damn it! Who the hell did this? Tell me. Old man Tian Yu let out a sharp hiss that echoed through the house like a harsh ghost. It's Shen. Senior brother Shen. I saw it with my own eyes. He, at that time, so scary. So scary. The three peak masters were completely not rivals. Dead. All of them. Ha. Suddenly, the disciple's expression froze and he let out a crazy snort. Afterwards and instantly no movement. A careful examination. Actually has been dead. Shen Lian. Little man. I will swear to be at odds with you. In this way, all 5 Heavenly Feather Sect peak masters were wiped out, and all of the thousands of elite disciples were killed in battle. All of a sudden, the strength of the Sky Feather Sect once again dropped a notch. Su Yu Hong was also dumbfounded, unable to say a word for a long time. If what the disciple had just said was true, then it was highly likely that his 5 subordinates were also killed by Shen Lian. At the thought of it, she actually felt a slight sense of uneasiness inexplicably. Shen Lian, does he really not care about himself anymore? Yu Hong, immediately notify your senior sisters and brothers, and at all costs, find this little Shen Lian out. This sinful animal. I must personally cut off the flesh from his body piece by piece in order to fulfill my heart's hatred. The Heavenly Feather old ancestors word for word, was permeated with endless hatred. Chapter 36, Returning to the Heavenly Feather Sect. Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. Inside Gu Luoying's courtyard, a stone table, 2 cups of tea, a fragrant case, extraordinarily elegant. Shen Lian picked up the clear tea and took a shallow sip, closing his eyes to savor it. Seeing this, Gu Luo Chung, who was performing the tea ceremony in the opposite seat, let out a light laugh. I didn't realize you knew about tea? Surprised? Shen Lian opened his eyes, grabbed the folding fan on the table, and gently swayed it with a casual display. Gu Luoyan lowered her eyebrows and shook her head. The matter of the demonic beast mountain range has already spread throughout the entire continent. A million beast tides silenced in a single heavenly thunder cataclysm is truly a strange story. Enough to go down in history. Shen Lian, in the history books is not necessarily the truth. Only personal experience, only qualified words to peep the whole picture. Gu Luochang, if I'm not mistaken, the beast tide overthrow and the heavenly thunder descent are both inextricably linked to you, right? What makes it so? You went to the demonic beast mountain range and returned to achieve the tribulation realm. As we all know, entering the tribulation realm requires a test of thunderbolt baptism in order to be successful. I don't believe that there are still such coincidences in this world, and the only point that I can't figure out is why the lightning tribulation that was triggered this time was able to cover nearly half of the magical beast mountain range. That's not for you to think about. Shen Lian put away the folding fan and then transformed into the underworld carriage, returning things to their rightful owners. Gu Luoqing glanced at the underworld spirit cult, and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. If fellow Daoist Shin doesn't mind, this underworld carriage will simply be gifted to you as a substitute for your footsteps. After all, no one within my eternal life chamber of commerce can drive such a carriage, and you are the only one who can tame it into submission. Shen Lian glanced at the spectral spirit cult. It just kept nodding to itself. That's just it. In that case, respectfully. He didn't push back and directly collected the underworld spirit cult. The two then got down to business. I'm afraid that the World Chamber of Commerce has been having a hard time lately. According to the report from the spies, Su Yuhong has already spent at least 30 million medium-grade spirit stones to compensate those magnates who lost their lives within the World Chamber of Commerce. There was a hint of gloating in Gu Luoying's words. Seeing the World Chamber of Commerce suffer defeat seemed to be the most pleasing thing to her. Shen Lian, however, calmly returned. No one knows the wealth of the World Chamber of Commerce better than I do, and the loss of a few tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones is simply not enough to be considered a wound. I know, but I'm just not happy to see Su Yuhang's villainous face. Let's talk about the current state of your Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. Has business improved? Well, it's showing signs of getting a little better. Gu Luocheng nodded. It's only in your honor, because you destroyed the rudder of the World Chamber of Commerce in Wushuang City, and those powerful families of the world feel that their own safety is not guaranteed. It started to turn to start cooperation with my Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce, but it's not on a large scale, mainly because it doesn't have enough sources of goods. What is the best-selling item on the market right now? Naturally, it's the Life Renewal Pill and the Face Resurfacing Pill. A Life Renewal Pill that grants 100 days of longevity is good enough to be auctioned at 80,000 spirit stones. As for the Face Resurfacing Pill, it's even more pricey, with the starting bids all starting at 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with no ceiling. Can anyone within your Chamber of Commerce refine these two types of pills? Gu Luocheng sipped a mouthful of water and sighed softly. There are Dan masters, but there is a lack of corresponding elixirs, and currently 80% of the medicinal fields in the eastern region market are monopolized by the pill king Li Yuligu. Good. Shen Lian dropped a sentence and unfolded his folding fan to go out. Gu Luocheng hurriedly called out to him. Where is fellow Daoist Shen planning to go? Shen Lian, since I have received your favor, naturally I should know how to give back. Shen Mao has always acted with a clear distinction between grudges and doesn't want to owe you any favors. Gu Luocheng frowned. You're not going to hit the pill king Liuli Valley, are you? A word of advice. Fellow Daoist Shen, your current strength isn't enough to directly turn the tables on Mu Jingguang, and the path to the spirit realm must also have special conditions. Ha ha ha. Shen Lian couldn't help but laugh out loud. A little Mu shaking light would actually make you afraid like this? It's nothing more than a in my eyes. Gu Luoying got up and walked behind Shen Lian. Fellow Daoist Shen, what I'm afraid of is not Mu shaking light, but the Lord of the spirit world. What's so scary about being just as much of a loser? Shen Lian didn't care about these rumored unapproachable existences. Even if his current cultivation route was inferior to his opponent's, he still had other means he could use. It was just that those plots and tricks, to Shen Lian, did not bother to use them. Fellow Daoist Shen, let's say I'm begging you, right now it's better not to mess with Mu shaking light, and I'll find a way to deal with the business matters. However, to Gu Luoying, the power of the Pill King Liuli Valley was definitely not something that the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce could mess with. Humph. Being so fearful, when exactly will you be able to reorganize the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce? Shen Lian gradually lost his patience and his tone became harsh. By the time you figure out a way, I'm afraid the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce will have to change its name. Gu Luoyan lowered her head and whispered, I just don't want to make an enemy of Pill King Liuli Valley at this time. Whatever. Shen Lian turned back. Promise you just that. Don't worry. 3 days later, I will send you the elixir for refining the Life Renewal Pill and the Face Resurfacing Pill. Together. After speaking, a black cloud rose around him, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a ghostly carriage and disappeared at the end of heaven and earth. Inside the Tianyu sect, Tianyu Elder and Su Yuhan were still tangled up over where to look for traces of Shen Lian. Old ancestor. The two seniors of the Tianji Pavilion said that the blood on Shen Lian's body is the only way to help Yifan recover his cultivation. If he can't get him back in time, I'm afraid that Yifan will be wasted forever. Don't worry, Yifan is a son of Qi. He will definitely pass through this calamity safely, and that little is just a stepping stone on Yifan's way to achievement. When old man Tianyu said this, he couldn't help but slap his palm on the coffee table in indignation. Thousands of calculations, just did not calculate. This little actually suddenly became so ruthless and ruthless, not remembering old feelings at all, actually doing something that brutalizes a fellow disciple. It's truly abominable. Su Yuheng's eyelids fluttered. Then he whispered, Old ancestor, disciple is wondering if we've gone a bit too far with him? What do you mean by that? The heavenly feather old ancestor instantly grimaced. Are you sympathizing with that little? Su Yuhong busily said, Disciple does not dare. Just that disciple sometimes wondered how Shen Lian has also been meritorious to the sect. We did this to him. We must have let him build up his resentment for a long time. So it crushed him. That's why. Speaking later, Su Yuhong didn't dare to say any more because old man Tianyu's face had completely darkened. That's what he should do. If it wasn't for my Heavenly Feather sect taking him in at the beginning, he wouldn't even have the chance to serve the sect. That's his blessing. But, old ancestor, Don't you think that we've pressed him too hard in these last 100 years? Perhaps the conversation with Gu Luoying evoked only a trace of conscience in Su Yuhong's heart, and in hindsight, it seems to be that Shen Lian was indeed a bit too harsh. However, there was also only a trace of conscience left, and she simply did not realize what great harm she had caused to Shen Lian by what the 7 of them had done. Yu Hong, don't forget that it was this seat that arranged for the 7 of you to be by Shen Lian's side in the first place, and only then did you become what you are today. Old man Tian Yu spoke out of turn. Now, you question this seat's actions? Yu Hong, you don't really like that little, do you? Su Yu Hong busily said. Old ancestor, calm your anger. How could disciple possibly like that kind of person? Disciple's body and mind are used to serve the Son of Heaven's destiny. It is impossible to have second thoughts. Remember your words. You will be Yifan's rightful wife from now on, and when Yifan becomes powerful in the future, your position will be incomparably honorable. Everything this seat has done is not only for Yifan, but also for you as well. Old ancestor's painstaking efforts, disciple dare not slack off. Please rest assured, old ancestor. Disciple will definitely do everything in his power to restore senior brother Ye's cultivation. That's more like it. Only then did old man Tian Yu put his heart down and took a deep breath. But the next moment, she was suddenly shaken. Why do I have an uneasy feeling? She quickly swept with her divine sense. Instantly his face went pale. The 12 elite disciples guarding the back of the sect's mountain actually died. At the same time, not good. The earth's chi of the medicine field in the back of the mountain is rapidly draining away. Follow this seat forward to find out what's going on. As soon as the words fell, old man Tian Yu took the lead in transforming light to vanish. Su Yu Hong immediately followed closely behind. At this time in the back of the mountain 10,000 acres of medicinal fields, Shen Lian foothold in the void. Around the body running the circumference of the sky Shen Wang formation crazy to draw the medicinal field inland gas. The lower 10,000 acres of medicinal fields had long been included in Shen Lian's nascent sphere, and what was left was to suck all of the earth's chi from this place as well, and not leave any chance for the Tian Yu sect to turn over. 10,000 acres of medicinal fields, all planted by that green-haired turtle himself by borrowing my body. Since this is the case, then I have the right to take all of them, as if I were charging interest. Along with the earth chi entering the Danhai, his cultivation began to soar wildly. Chapter 37, Senior, change your clothes? Yifan will be unhappy. The earth's chi surged in crazily, and Shen Lian only felt that his cultivation had once again begun to climb rapidly. After a tea break, the cultivation level had come to the 4th level of the transition realm, but when 1/3 of the local chi was drawn, Shen Lian's cultivation was about to step into the 5th level of the transition realm. A terrifying pressure approached from hundreds of miles away. With a murmur, without any hesitation, Shen Lian withdrew the knot formation with a spinning body, immediately avoiding the astral energy that came from across the air. What kind of rat dares to destroy my skyfeather sect's land veins? You really don't know what you're doing. A bellowing, Tian Yu old man stance recluse floating in the void, standing in Shen Lian 30 feet away, back to him, showing a patriarchal posture. However, a sentence from the berserker behind her directly provoked her Dao heart to nearly shatter. Old wall lamp, you've been in seclusion for 3 years and still stopped at the 2nd level of the immortal realm. May I ask how much of a waste you really are? What did you say? Tian Yu old ancestor turned around violently. An arrogant figure blasted into his eyes, and for a moment he did not recognize that this person was Shen Lian. Have the guts to give me the words again. I say, old wall sconce, why are you such a loser? Having lived 6,000 years longer than a tortoise, and yet still stopping at the immortal realm, with such an imbecilic talent, why didn't you choose to kill yourself to retain a shred of the cultivator's face? Unbridled, the sky feather old ancestor roared in anger, inducing the air around him to twist and explode. Where did the rabble-rouser come from? And how dare he spread his wildness in front of this seat? Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian let out a wild laugh and then raised his hand to point. Old wall sconce, open your doggone eyes and look closer at who I really am. The heavenly feather old ancestor fixed his eyes on it, and it was a bit unbelievable. You, Shen Lian? I thought you were too old and dim-eyed to recognize me as a scourge. After the shock passed, old man Tian Yu instantly became furious. You sinful disciple. This seat was worried about how to find you, but you actually took the initiative to come to the door yourself? Let me ask you, did you kill the 4 elders of the Sky Feather sect, as well as the 2 peak masters? Not only these dogs you mentioned, but even that extremely high-quality spirit vein was destroyed by me, and the rest of the 3 stupid dogs you sent to the Demon Beast mountain range, as well as the thousands of inner sex dogs like them were also slaughtered by me. But I remembered to leave a spent dog to give you a message. Didn't I get it? Adversary. Hearing Shen Lian's cloudy admission that everything was his doing, old man Tian Yu finally couldn't hold himself back. How did my heavenly feather sect produce a scum like you? Am I not now what you wished your heart to see? Since I'm a scourge, then I have to have a scourge attitude. Old wall sconce. You got your wish. This seat will kill you by 1,000 cuts. Ha 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 ha. Kill me, Shen Lian? Do you have that ability? Right at this moment, Su Yuheng's figure drifted and appeared by the side of old man Tianyu. Shidoshi. Seeing Shen Lian instantly, she immediately called out in a sharp voice. Do you realize that you have made a big mistake? Why don't you go back and receive the punishment of the sect rules? And I'll try to bail you out as much as I can. Halfway through her sentence, she couldn't help but sink her eyebrows as she surveyed him in his attire. How many times have I told you that this attire doesn't suit you? Why do you just not listen? Hurry up and change back into that disciple costume, or Yi Fan will be unhappy again when he sees it. The moment she saw Shen Lian, she couldn't help but apply the stereotypical impression she had on the other party again, and directly began to preach. Ha ha ha, Su Yuheng, do you still think that I will be the same as before? That I will do whatever you say? Put away your nauseating rhetoric and cliches to coax your punky fan. For goods like you, consider it a white-eyed wolf that I've spent 500 years raising that I can't feed well. What did you say? Su Yuheng was completely shocked. White-eyed wolves? Such vicious words could actually come from this Shen Lian who was obedient to his own words? For a moment, she covered her heart and just felt her breath start to catch. Senior brother, what are you cursing me for? Who gave you the guts to scold me like that? Apologize to me immediately, or else, in this life, you can't expect me to forgive you. A licking dog suddenly wakes up and stops licking and starts to turn on itself, which no licked party can accept. Su Yuheng instantly red-eyed, sternly took out the means of dog training in the past in a vain attempt to force Shen Lian to yield. However, still going to use your ridiculous line of rhetoric to force me into submission? For the past 500 years, you 7 white wolves have been rightfully lying on top of me, sucking blood. I'll keep it all in my mind, and I'll take my time to settle the score with you. Everything you have now, I will slowly destroy all of it, and then I will leave you to die in the foulest of muck and mire. But don't worry, before you die you'll know what despair means. Don't rush, none of you can escape, there's no one who can save you. From the moment I came to my senses, all those who have messed with me will pay the heaviest price for their behavior. Those 5 dogs you have around you are just an interest. Something bigger is yet to come. So you killed Red Plume, Blue Gothic, and all of them? Why? Why did you do that? By now, you haven't figured it out yet? But it doesn't matter. With this kind of despairing IQ of yours, naturally you can't figure out where you're wrong. And I don't expect you to come to your senses. And you mustn't. Going to hell with this stupid confidence is the only way you'll ever go back. You. Su Yuheng was so shocked by Shen Lian's words that she almost lost control of her spiritual power and fell down to a high altitude. She couldn't believe why Shen Lian, who had been so obedient in the past, would suddenly say such vicious words and use such cruel means. For a moment, she opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. At this moment, Shen Lian, the aura emanating from his body, actually caused her to have a chilling illusion. Enough of the rebel. Old ancestor Tianyu interrupted the duo's conversation with a deep voice. If you still have an ounce of guilt, then immediately follow this seat back to the sect to receive your punishment. And perhaps on the basis of your sincere repentance, this seed can leave you with a whole body. Ha 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 ha. What responded to old man Tianyu was a wild and unrestrained laughter. By now, you old wall sconce, you're still here talking about jokes? Guilt? Guilt. Even if I killed everyone in the Skyfeather sect, I don't even feel the slightest bit of guilt. What I have is just the inability to vent my anger. And I hate to bury you and the entire Heavenly Feather sect up and down the ants in the sea of fire for eternity. Seek death. The Heavenly Feather old ancestor finally let out a deep cry and directly struck out without further words. Good coming. In the face of the immortal realm's advance, Shen Lian advanced instead of retreating. The moment the 2 palm energies came into contact, boom! With a shocking explosion, Shen Lian spat vermilion on the spot and flew backwards 30 feet away. However, Tianyu Laozu felt paralyzed and a powerful electric current flowed rapidly through all parts of her meridians, shocking her cheeks and causing her to twitch. What tactics did you use? Little? Shen Lian stepped in the void to stabilize his body, and quickly performed the void hiding to quickly remove the remaining energy in his body. Then he wiped away the blood traces at the corner of his mouth and let out a cold laugh. A thunder rhyme law that was comprehended in the 3000 thunder tribulation, fused with the 5 absolute you destroying strength. Old wall lamp. It's not a good feeling to be treated by electricity, is it? 3000 thunderbolts? Old ancestor Tianyu was stunned, and then his pupils shrank. You stepped into the transition realm? Surprised? 2 days ago, I had already recovered to the fairy realm cultivation. How is it better than your heavenly destined son who has been carefully cultivated for 100 years but is only at the 7th level of the spirit of transformation? Ha ha ha. When these words came out, everyone including Su Yuhong was dumbfounded. From the time Shen Lian had started to brutalize his fellow disciples, it had only been 9 days in full count so far. In other words, in these 9 short days, he had risen from a cultivation level of the first level of Qi gathering to the transition realm in one breath. This can no longer be described as a demon. No matter what today cannot let the little alive to leave. Just now received my full force palm nonetheless did not die, but was set up a line. With such a heart and strength, it's bound to be the biggest resistance on Yifan's path forward in the future. And I can't let all the hidden dangers that affect Yifan's future exist. Old man Tian Yu's killing intent was even greater. Her gaze slowly looked towards Su Yuhong. Su Yuhong instantly understood the meaning of the old ancestor's eyes, knowing that he was asking himself to lay a deadly hand on Shen Lian. Unbeknownst to him, at this time, the corner of Shen Lian's mouth, however, hooked up an arc. The earth's qi in the lower medicinal field began to produce even more violent fluctuations after the impact of the extreme move just now. And he, waiting for this moment. Chapter 38 Earthly Qi Impact. Senior brother. I don't know why you've become like this, but I'm your senior sister. Are you really unwilling to listen to me anymore? Su Yuhong didn't make a move towards Shen Lian in the first place, but played the emotional card. This time, instead of shouting senior brother, he finally changed to senior brother. But Shen Lian watched Su Yuhong's performance as quietly as if he was looking at a person. And rarely did he export his dislike. He was very curious as to what kind of acting this kind of cargo was planning to use to fool the predecessor by this point in time. At the same time, it would take some time before the ground qi at the bottom of the medicinal field erupted, and he also intentionally delayed for a while. Su Yuhong did not notice the change in Shen Lian's eyes at this time, only thought that his words of art had taken effect, and could not help but approach a few steps closer and continue to begin to tell. Elder brother, listen to elder sister's advice. Don't be obsessed anymore. It's really hard for me to see you make such a big mistake. You're already on the path of the devil. If you continue, you'll be hopeless. Come on, listen to me. Put away your aura for a while. Wouldn't it be better for senior sister to take you back and for us to live in peace as before? Saying that, she stretched out her hands, revealing a sincere gaze, as if she was saving a lost prodigal son. Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian finally couldn't help himself and let out a laugh. Su Yuhong, I have to admit, your acting is so bad that even a dog on the side of the road would dislike it. Go back with you, and be the same as before? Let's not talk about whether that's true or not, but let me ask you, what's the same as before? Su Yuhong was stunned. Of course it's to live in harmony like before. Living in harmony? Ha ha ha, what a way to get along. Shen Lian returned in a cold voice. The so-called rapprochement is you uniting the other 6 dogs to continue accompanying that old wall sconce by your side. Before uniting that bastard Yifan to oppress me? Or is it just a little bit of bad luck, so you can inflict pain on me and make me suffer? Or maybe the 7 have joined forces to torture me to death? Put away your hypocritical ways and be your dog like before? Do you think people are as cheap as you think they are? Today, I'll put my words here. Su Yuhong, you'll die a very miserable death. And I'll get back 10 times 100 times the humiliation and harm you've put on me. You, and the other 6 white-eyed wolves. And yes, that bastard Yifan. I'll torture you all slowly. Let you all experience what it's like to fall from the clouds to be trampled in the mud once. Su Yuhong's delicate body trembled. And she trembled back. Senior brother, I think you're really crazy. You wouldn't talk about me like this before. Shut up. You are trying to compel me with that rotten talk even at this point? You're just trying to get me to let my guard down, so that you can join the old man in killing me? If you want to do it then just come on. Today is your last chance. If you don't kill me, your future destiny will be no different from that of an ant. Su Yuhong was completely enraged by Shen Lian's desperate words. Elder brother, I've spoken kindly to you but you're so ungrateful, so it seems necessary to teach you a little lesson. For the last time, I'm warning you, don't make me do it, and behave yourself. Do you hear me? The Skyfeather old ancestor on the side completely lost his patience at this point and loudly urged. What are you dawdling for? What are you doing talking so much nonsense with him? Do it immediately. Yes. Su Yuhong's star-starred hand transported the whole body's spiritual energy. Want to take Shen Lian in a quick battle. But Shen Lian was one step ahead. To make a move now? It's so late. Void hidden 8 wastelands forbidden. He bellowed and flipped his hands. Instantly 2 streams of abundant true energy coalesced in the center of his palm. The left palm was wind and thunder. The right palm was water and fire. And it was actually the 4 elements coming together as one. Radiant and incomparable. What? This little can actually catalyze 4 spirit attributes at the same time? Old ancestor Tian Yu was shocked when he saw this scene. Impossible. Shen Lian doesn't have any spirit attribute roots in his body. How could he condense 4 attribute Dao rhythms at the same time now? I don't believe it. Su Yuhong even widened her eyes and looked at Shen Lian incredulously. However, Shen Lian was heard to let out a deep cry once again. A mere mixed realm and immortal realm think they can try to kill me. Shen Lian? You guys are really naive enough to make people despair. How can a sparrow know the will of a great swan? And how can a toad at the bottom of a well peer into the vastness of the heavens? As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian clapped his palms and swooped down towards the ground. Not good. Hurry up and stop him. Stop him. Hurry. Tianyu old ancestor finally reacted to what Shen Lian was going to do. Ignoring the severe pain coming from all parts of his body's thunderbolt-washed meridians, hissing and rushing toward him like a madman, wanting to stop the tragedy, Su Yuhong froze for a long time, still unsure, but still followed forward to stop Shen Lian as the old ancestor bellowed. Unfortunately, in the end, the two were half a step too late. Come on, let's make everything even crazier and more exciting. Ha ha ha. Laughing in a chain, Shen Lian's palms landed on the ground with a bang. Boom. In the next instant, the Earth's chi, which had long been restless, completely lost control after enduring the ravages of the four chi of water, fire, wind, and thunder. Shen Lian, old ancestor Tianyu let out a cry of despair when he saw the scene. Seeing that the Earth's chi was about to rise up from the ground, there was no time to think too much, and together with Su Yuhong, they decisively flew backward, moving away from the medicinal field as fast as they could. However, a stream of earth chi was poured into the body from the back of the old Tianyu ancestor at a speed that was inaccessible to the naked eye, and mingled with the heavenly Tao thunderbolt that Shen Lian had left in her body. Boom! Just at the moment when the two of them flew away from the medicinal field, a burst of ground shaking the mountains, hot magma like a well seized the ground and went straight to the sky. Tens of thousands of acres of medicinal fields were instantly covered in manic earth chi and turned into ruins. The heavenly feather ancestor and Su Yuhang, who had managed to escape the crisis, stared dumbfounded at the scene before their eyes. It's over. It's all over. First, the spirit vein was destroyed. Then 10,000 acres of top-grade medicinal fields were destroyed, which caused the Earth's chi to become unbalanced. The Skyfeather sect had almost fallen from a top-tier sect to a second or even third-tier sect in the shortest amount of time. Shen Lian, Tianyu old ancestor really can't accept such a reality. Abruptly Taoist heart backlash, after a long whistle to the sky, immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Fell down headlong. Elder ancestor, Su Yuhang immediately supported old man Tianyu. Yuhong, no matter what the cost, have to get rid of this little eye, and he are inseparable. Pooh. After another mouthful of old blood was spat out, old man Tianyu suddenly felt that his cultivation within his body began to regress crazily. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen from the second level of the immortal realm to the peak of the mixed realm, and the trend of his cultivation draining away was still madly accelerating. The residual energy from the eruption of the Earth's chi in the square had long since unknowingly penetrated her internal organs, causing her to suffer so much pain that her face was distorted. Old ancestor, take care of yourself. Su Yuhong calmed down old ancestor Tianyu while looking at the hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers that had been reduced to magma pools. With such an impact of the Earth's chi, I think Shen Lian will definitely not be able to survive. But the next moment, a black cloud flashed across the void. Phew! After a hoarse neighing and neighing, Shen Lian's arrogant figure leisurely sat on the side of the carriage. Ha ha ha, old thing, do you like the great gift I gave you on your exit? The Earth's chi is out of balance. The medicinal fields are destroyed. The destruction of your Skyfeather sect is finalized. But don't you ever think it's over. It's just a way to collect some of the interest that's been paid over the last 500 years. There will be more despair waiting for you in the future. Until the moment when your souls are lost. The consequences of angering Shen Lian are not something that you group of mole crickets can bear. That's enough for today. Next time we meet again, you'll face an even harsher reality. Ha ha ha. Maniacal laughter shook the sky and earth, and along with the urging of the underworld carriage, Shen Lian left the Skyfeather sect's sphere of influence in style. There is no greater feeling of despair than the killing of a man's heart and soul. Old ancestor Tianyu once again spat out a mouthful of old blood. The entire person seemed to have aged dozens of years. Looking at the direction that the underworld carriage was moving away from, he finally couldn't withstand this life-threatening insanity and completely fainted to death. Old ancestor, don't scare me. Old ancestor In the empty valley, only Su Yuhang's incessant cries of shock remained. On the way back to the Chamber of Commerce of Eternal Life, Shen Lian closed his eyes and adjusted his breath in the carriage, quietly guiding the earth chi in his body to coalesce towards the location of the Danhai. It wasn't until half an hour had passed that the Cultivation Foundation was completely stabilized and miraculously rushed to the 5th level of the transition realm. Opening his eyes and feeling the drastic changes produced in various parts of his body, Shen Lian decided to take the opportunity to fuse down his own feats to enhance his battle power. so he ordered the underworld carriage to stop and picked the curtain to look out. The unnamed mountain? Reflected in front of his eyes was the majestic sight of mountain peaks stacked on top of each other, and it was none other than the unnamed mountain, which was only 3,000 miles away from Wushuang City. It's rare for this world to still have such a place with such outstanding people. It's a good place to realize the martial way. With that thought, he paced the mountain range. As a result, just as he stepped on the steps, a middle-aged man with a mercenary face and center-parted hair, quite like my band, walked up to him head-on. Familiar scent. Seeing the old man arrive, Shen Lian's face instantly became grave. Chapter 39, Ding Boer. It's really unlucky that I can't find a suitable host for tens of thousands of years. And everywhere I look there are doggone sons of Qi. All of them are like human beings. I should have known that I shouldn't have pretended to play missing with that host in the first place. But now it's good. People have already cultivated to the highest level of Daozun, while I, old Ding, have been tossing and turning and straying for tens of thousands of years and still have no place to live. It's too miserable. The middle-aged man cursed all the way down the hill. When he passed by Shen Lian, he didn't raise his head and directly waved his hand. Brother, make way. But in the next moment, Shen Lian directly raised his hand to stop his way. If you see an old friend, why do you have to act like you don't know him to anyone? The middle-aged man looked up. The moment the four eyes met, countless memories were instantly drilled into the middle-aged man's mind, finally forming a stirring picture. The blood clouds were dense above the burning 10,000-foot peak. Beneath the mountain peaks, the remnants of the riders cracked their armor, a sea of corpses and blood. Based on the top of the mountain peak, dressed in black and white Shinkuan clothes, lightly shaking the yin and yang hong feather fan of the cold and proud figure, closed eyes sitting alone on top of the corpse. Above the void, the blood thunder churned, with the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth coming. The flickering thunder light illuminated the man's face, which was none other than the Shen Lian in front of him. Suddenly, a little bit of spiritual aura floated out from the peak of the solitary seat, Shen Lian's body. The first words of the aura's opening were, "Host, you have never disappointed." Once again reaching the top. It's just a pity that you lack the Tao root in your body to assist you. This life is destined to have no relationship with the Great Tao. When another life is reincarnated to truly achieve the supreme Great Tao. Hearing these words, Shen Lian's face was wave-free, just slowly put down the feather fan in his hand, and then pointed to the corpse at his feet. These are all of this world, preventing me from reaching the peak of the Great Tao, wanting to put me to death enemies, and as a result, you've seen what happens to all of them now. Every life ends the same way, and I've been able to kill my way through the deadly traps you've set. Crossing over to the first life, I was a handyman waste that didn't even have a spiritual root, and had thought about attaching to a party's power to spend the rest of my life peacefully. It's a pity that this world is too cruel. Those without strength are destined to become even a cow or a horse as a luxury. A status like mine is not even a stepping stone in front of the so-called heaven's destiny and Qi fortune sons. Since then, I've learned the hard way that since a person has nothing to lose when they have nothing to lose, what else is there to lose? Without a spiritual root, you have no qualifications to step into the Tao? That's really a joke. Shen Lian slowly got up, and his eyes began to become progressively sharper. Since the path of cultivation doesn't work, let's use martial arts to enter the way. After hundreds of years of time, I stepped on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and stepped on the flesh and blood of that group of sons of Qi, and for the first time, I gained a foothold on the top of the peak. At that time, it was the first time I felt what it meant to be fulfilled and finally realized what it was like to be on top. Yet, I was wrong, and simply didn't anticipate that there were other things besides the cultivation world proper that would not allow me to exist. For example, Shen Lian casually pointed to the void. The heavens could not allow the script that he had arranged with his own hands to be broken by a lowly griffin. Then it points back to the system. And you, who accompanied the system for 99 lifetimes, but finally chose to go along with the heavenly way. Each time, it wiped me out the moment I ascended to the top, devouring my accumulated cultivation and transforming it into Qi to repair your damaged vitality, sending me to begin a new round of reincarnation. The system let out a jia laugh. Since you sensed the purpose of this system in the first life, why didn't you poke at it in time? Because I need your power, and I simply cannot survive in this jungle law-intensive world without your presence up front. In order to fight against this heaven, against destiny, I have no choice but to be willingly devoured by you, one at a time, in the moment of ascending to the top, to have all my fortune and life devoured by you. It's just to find an opportunity to deal with you and the heavenly Tao. The system took a deep breath. So, you've been using this system to fight against the heavenly Tao since your second life? It has always been me, never you, who fights against the heavenly Tao, because compared to the heavenly Tao, the opponent I truly desire has never been you from the beginning to the end. It seems that my host is planning to turn against this system? Host, do you think that your current self, which can make the heavenly Tao tremble, is enough to pose a threat to me? Ha ha ha, you've devoured me for 99 lifetimes, so you should have recovered from your initial weakness when you bound me, right? What do you mean? In fact, in these 99 lifetimes, there have been very few battles so far that have ever made my blood boil again, and you are the opponent I have truly looked forward to since my second lifetime. Oh, my host, are you planning to have a complete showdown with this system? That's right, now that I have cultivated to the peak of the 99th level of the extreme Tao, just one step short of the threshold of the great Tao, but I have never been able to step into it, and the biggest reason for thinking for a long time is that your reliability. Crazy enough, the system gave a rare sigh of approval. The name of human madness really suits you. You've been circling me for 99 lifetimes just to wait for this moment? To be able to fight with you is my lifelong wish. After all, this heaven has not dared to be my enemy. Only you, the Taoist supreme being above the heavens. The party is qualified to be my opponent. So let's stake our lives on it. Put down all conspiracies and calculations, and have a painful battle. Ha ha ha, host, you really impress me. This system has existed for billions of years and has only been counted by 2 people in its lifetime. And you are honored to be one of those people. There is another person? Is that the traveler who banished you to the void, abolished 90% of your strength, and is just like me? Ha! It's a pity you won't have the chance to meet him. Back then I was indeed tricked by him into straying into the void. Yet he didn't know about that trip through time and space. It is also a conspiracy set up by me. Nowadays, he is afraid that he doesn't even know that he will soon be reduced to a part of the 3,000 Tao bodies of this system. As for you, if you are willing to prostrate yourself under me and help the system reclaim the great Tao origin body, then this system can make you the only heavenly Tao under me. That's your condition? Well, all I can say is that you're even dumber than I thought you were. Shen Lian's entire life has been characterized by growth in life and death adversity. Your humble charity is to me a ludicrous insult. If heaven doesn't allow me, I'll go against heaven. If you don't allow me, then I'll kill you. Do it. Let me feel the excitement of forcing my life for once. As you wish. The system quickly transformed into a humanoid shape and urged the power of destroying the sky and earth to pounce at Shen Lian. Shen Lian similarly urged the power of the destructive Tao rhythm and counterattacked against the system's attack. The moment the two sides met, the sun and moon were lost, and the earth sank. A flash of blinding white light. The entire world instantly collapsed into nothingness. Holy! The middle-aged man let out a gasp of surprise, snapping out of his disoriented state and staggering to the floor in a paralyzed heap. Come to think of it? Shen Lian bent down, a pair of cold eyes penetrating straight into the middle-aged man's heart. The middle-aged man was busy saying, "Brother, can you listen to my explanation? Yes, I'm that system, but only part of it. I disassociated myself from it many tens of thousands of years ago. Feel this, there is flesh and blood in me, not your enemy." Humph. Shen Lian snorted coldly. "Regardless of whether you are part of the system or not, since you have appeared in front of me, you must go through with that unfinished battle. Come on. Continue that battle that is not yet won or lost. Don't. Egu, how come my old Ding's life is so bitter? It's not easy to be a human being again, but I've encountered such a..." The middle-aged man couldn't help but cry. "You said, I'll just take a look at the scenery here, and in the meantime, see if I can cheat a few chi to restore some strength to myself. As a result, I encountered a god of killing as soon as I turned the corner. How unlucky, seeing him in this weepy look. Instead, it was Shen Lian who couldn't understand it. Are you really the system I know? The system that plots and calculates to the extreme, devouring my chi at the most critical moments in every life? It really isn't," the middle-aged man returned. "My name is Ding Boer, and I've separated my humanity from that mother ***********. In its early years, it just couldn't stand to see it abuse another host by any means necessary in order to become the master of the way. That's why I forcibly separated from it. It's really not the one you're looking for." Shen Lian sniffed and couldn't help but frown. A moment later, after making sure that what Ding Buri had said was all true, he slowly straightened up. "What a disappointment. The current you doesn't even have the qualifications to die at my hands. Hurry up and get lost." Ding Boer sniffed and immediately stopped crying. Your name is Shen Lian, right? I see that you bear some resemblance to a deceased person I once had. Dare I ask if you also ran away because you couldn't get a lick?" As soon as the words fell, he was directly picked up by Shen Lian by the neck. "I know I can't kill you right now, but it's not something a punk like you can just point at and lick without being able to? What a joke." Chapter 40. So, where is Shen Zhao? Calm down. I am at least half a system. My main part has worked with you for 99 lifetimes, and you can still feel a trace of the scent of your previous encounters with this body. That's the full picture you felt? Do you want to feel it more closely? Can't hold it in. Hurry up and let go. Man. Have a conversation. Can you stop? Cough cough. Seeing that Ding Bor was on the verge of rolling his eyes, Shen Lian then loosened his grip. Ding Buri, who was free from his shackles, took a big breath of fresh air. When he came back to his senses and looked at Shen Lian again, he immediately changed to a humble look, arched his hand and bowed and said, "Brother, you're a bit too temperamental, and you almost made me lose my life. The chi in you is enough for you to live for more than another 1,000 years, and you're still afraid of losing your life? That's all a means of survival. And you're not ignorant of the fact that when the systems kept running, it's all mainly from a side of the world's chi. When the chi fails, the system is as weak as a dog, and with so much scattered chi on me, it's not even comparable to the one in the main body." Poof. Shen Lian snorted coldly and instantly unfolded his folding fan. "Then look for your chakra children to extend their lives, and it's best to cultivate them to be stronger so that killing them will be enjoyable enough for me." Ding Bor sniffed and immediately said, "Master Shen, is it alright for me to call you that? Just let me follow you. I feel like I can definitely get a lot of benefits from following you." Shen Lian let out a gasp of surprise, followed by a contemptuous laugh. "You want to whore yourself out? No, not for nothing. I know you must not be willing to lose touch with the way, and being part of the system, I know a little bit about what it takes to get to the top of the avenue, and having seen someone take that step with their own eyes, it might be possible to help you." "Oh," these words instantly made Shen Lian come to his senses. "Are you saying that someone has ascended the Great Tao? Who is that person?" Ding Bor said busily. "That person is called Shen Zhao, a person from tens of thousands of years ago. In fact, he traveled through the world just like you did. It's just that the destiny is similar to yours, being kidnapped by the system, having the same woman killed 9 times, and not getting rid of the system's control until the 10th life, completely on his way to the top of his life, and he's the one who hurt the system that way." When Shen Lian heard this, he quickly lifted Ding Bor and squeezed his shoulders. "You mean to say that the system that binds me and the system that binds the Shen Zhao are both the same system?" Ding Bor nodded painfully. "Yes, it's the same system. Back then, he relied on the old 6 means to shade the system, but did not kill it, and for a long time he wandered among the chaos and nothingness until he found a new host. It's you. That's why there's hope for a resurgence. But you're not like Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao is relying on means to get rid of the system's control, while you, on the other hand, are the one who dares to fight the system head-on." However, Shen Lian didn't even listen to Ding Bor's compliments. Instead, excitement flashed in his eyes. "So, where is Shen Zhao?" Ding Buri was puzzled. "What are you looking for him for?" "Shen Lian, such an expert deserves to be my Shen Lian's opponent. Tell me where he is. I want to defeat him with my own hands in order to show the victor." Ding Bor sighed. Truth be told, back then, 20 years after Shen Zhao had quelled the scourge of the evil Dai, then he ascended to the upper heavenly realm, and after dozens of eons, he became the holy father of the great Tao, and lived a happy life with a cadre of dainty wives and beautiful concubines, but did not expect, just over 1,000 years ago, Shen Zhao was calculated now being closed. In addition to her side of the closest people, no one knows where he is. Finding him is really harder than getting to heaven. Shen Lian let go of Ding Bor's arm. Ding Bor rubbed his aching shoulders in pain and asked in a low voice, "Master Shen, after all is said and done, do you think it's okay to let me follow you? I know you're working with the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce, and I happen to be well versed in some business matters. After all, you still need a lot of resources to step into the top, don't you? I can also do my part for you. You see, since you want to follow, then follow." Shen Lian's folding fan was put away and he walked quickly toward the top of the mountain. "But you'd better keep one thing in mind. Don't get in the way of any decisions I make, or there are some consequences you can't afford." Definitely. "Thank you, Master Shen. Thank you, Master Shen." Ding Buri thanked him and hurriedly followed him, leaving Ding Bor behind. Shen Lian had also gone through multiple considerations. After all, there was no way to find out where the system was right now after the big battle with himself. The presence of this physical body might also be able to find out his whereabouts. Based on the top of the mountain, Shen Lian crossed his legs and closed his eyes to realize that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth continuously moisturized his meridians, and began to recall the essence of the Gong methods he had learned in his nearly 100 lifetimes. 99 lifetimes. Shen Lian knew as many as thousands of battle skill feats. In addition to those flashy, the remaining several to become the evening is the following several self-created Gongfu battle techniques. 5 Absolute Destroy Eugene. Shen Lian fuses the 4 attributes of water, fire, wind, and thunder combined with the 2 chi of yin and yang to penetrate the top level of the Gong method, which allows one to completely explode all the potentials in the battle, surpassing the limits of the foundation. Tian Dijin Jie, a set of body-protecting techniques created by integrating the qi of the infinite of heaven and earth and the 3,000 physical body techniques of the way of Wudao, which, once activated and performed, can withstand the full power output of 8 small grades beyond its own without hurting it in the slightest. Void hidden. Before stepping into the realm of enlightenment, Shen Lian performed one of the most skillful techniques, centered on the 4 points of unloading force, imperial qi, summarizing, and transforming and eliminating. It absorbs the opponent's attack and at the same time, makes the corresponding countermeasures, which can unload the force, and can also receive the aura and Dao rhyme to transform its own attack to double the counterattack, so as to quickly break through the enemy's protection. Divine Demon One thought, this was a more powerful gong method created by Shen Lian after improving it based on the Dao Heart Demon Seed. This technique with the cultivation enhancement, the power will follow the geometric growth, but the effect of the early stage is not obvious. The only cultivation to reach the immortal realm can reflect his horror. The gods and devils only in a thought will be able to palm life, judgment of death. In addition, such as the battle skills of this piece, knife, gun, sword, halberd, stick, finger claw, fist, palm and leg, will be more countless mastery, each of which has reached the realm of the celestial and human selflessness, as long as the cultivation level was sufficient. Even just the lowest grade of battle skill could exert the shocking power of opening mountains and breaking waves in Shen Lian's hands. In addition to this, Shen Lian had also mastered a variety of world-shattering divine secret techniques, each of which could cause a party of heaven and earth to shake. The most famous of these were the Great Dao Human Emperor Cauldron and the Great Dao Casting Hand, as well as the Great Dao Heavenly Pupil that could survey all things in the world. But this alone is not enough. To ascend to the Great Dao, one needs to transcend all the achievements of the 99 lifetimes in order to do so. After some thought, Shen Lian immediately had a goal, which slowly opened his eyes. To his eyes, there was an endless sea of misty clouds, rarely soothing his frenzied mind. Only a thunderous snort broke the beautiful mood, only to see Ding Boer leaning against a rocky outcrop snoring long ago. Poof! With a cold snort, Shen Lian got up and slowly walked towards another dense forest. The moment he stepped into the dense forest, he directly unfolded his folding fan and softly bellowed, "Since you're here, why don't you show yourselves? Do you want me to personally invite you out?" As soon as the words fell, there was a slight shaking within the dense forest. In the next moment, sigh of sorrow and mourning were figures that appeared behind Shen Lian. Sigh of sorrow and joy, "Your Excellency really has good ears. We've only just arrived here for a tea and you've discovered us? Mournful migrant, I think you're Shen Lian, the traitor who slaughtered the clan. Do you know what a great mistake you've committed?" Joke. Shen Lian gulped lightly and turned to face the two people in front of him. "Is the purpose of your arrival here to fight for the Heavenly Feather sect? Or did you come to me for that so-called Heaven's Destiny son of Yifan? Either way, since you appeared before me, leave your lives behind." Chapter 41, The Great Dao Human Emperor Cauldron. Shen Lian's shocking words were like a thunderbolt hitting the top of the heads of sigh of sorrow and mourning. "What did you say? Shen Lian, do you know who we are?" The two of them questioned in succession, fearing that they had misheard the words just now. Results. There's no need to make a show of being mysterious. Lamenting for not being able to leave, sighing for sadness and joy, coming from the so-called ethereal and untraceable heavenly pavilion. But in my opinion, they're nothing more than two dogs aiding and abetting the enemy. Unbridled, woefully unlike him, he roared angrily, "Shen Lian, do you know what you're saying? Can you afford the consequences of offending the Tianji pavilion?" Shen Lian's folding fan was withdrawn, and the cloak behind him was windless. 100,000 disciples of the demonic beast mountain range have lost their lives because of me. Is it still worse than your tiny Tianji pavilion? Sigh of sorrow froze and quickly began to pinch his fingers. There's no need to forget it. It was me who did it. The Celestial Green Sect, the Moon Shadow Sect, the Green Lantern Sect. I killed all the old dogs of the 3 clans, as well as all the living beings in a 10,000 mile radius, which I also exterminated with my own hands. Now, do you think I care to offend one more kennel of dogs with their necks bolted by heaven? Crazy. It's just crazy. Sighs of sadness and shudders of anger. Shen Lian, do you realize that by doing this, you have completely deviated from the trajectory that the Taiku continent was supposed to run on? The trajectory that should have been run? Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. By the so-called original trajectory of operation, it means opening the way for those sons of Qi to clear all obstacles on the way forward? The so-called running trajectory that makes everyone deservedly a stepping stone for individual possessed maggots? The so-called running track is for this continent to be forever remembered only for the familiar names, burying the existence of those who also gave? If this is your so-called running track, why don't you let me, Shen Lian, take its place? At least I'm not as hypocritical and pretentious and despicable as you guys. Isn't the intent of prying into the heavens to mold a hero for this world for the sake of a few individuals at the expense of a sea of mole crickets? Sigh of sorrow and mournfulness were horrified. Shen Lian. How did he know that the son of Qi existed? No. This person has completely departed from the heavenly chance speculation and must be removed as soon as possible. Otherwise, it was highly likely that the destinies of the various people in this world would change drastically because of his existence. Shen Lian. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame us. For the sake of the world. For the sake of Taoist purity. You must die. Shen Lian sniffed and once again let out a maniacal laugh. That's right. Come on. Let me see what a price a Tianji Pavilion disciple can pay for the so-called Song Shang. Die. Sigh of sorrow and mourning undivided exerted their cultivation at almost the same time. In an instant, the mighty pressure of the third level of the transition realm came out majestically, and the air around him began to continuously twist and distort because of this pressure sweeping through. Shen Lian. You're only at the refined void realm cultivation level, although we can't figure out what means you've used to bring the demonic beast mountain range to such a state. But now, in the face of absolute strength, any of your machinations will not work. Ha 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 ha. The threat of the third level of the ferrying realm is truly ridiculous. Don't you guys want to use strength to speak? Then I will fulfill you. In the next moment, the pressure of the fifth level of the ferryman's tribulation spread directly from Shen Lian's body. Only for a moment, mourning and sorrow and happiness were unable to move as if they had been struck by lightning, and their own pressure was instantly shaken into thin air. What? This is the pressure of the fifth level of the ferrying? Impossible. Aren't you clearly only at the refined void realm? No. This isn't the usual transitional apparition fifth level pressure. It's simply impossible for an unusual transitional apparition fifth level to devour the pressure of my transitional apparition third level. You, in the end, how did you do it? Why? Why can't we deduce his cultivation or even any news at all? Who the hell is he? At this moment, the duo deeply felt what was called despair. Isn't the Heavenly Hall of Chance able to calculate? Then have you ever calculated what kind of death you will end up with? After speaking, Shen Lian's left palm condensed a red-colored flame. No, Shen Lian. You can't kill me. You can't. Stop. Shen Lian. You really can't make a move against us. Otherwise, the Heavenly Hall will definitely not let you go. The fear of death spreads like poisonous grass in the heart of Sai's sorrow and mourning. Cultivation was imprisoned by the pressure, and it was as if the Sea of Dan had been put in a shackle unable to move an ounce. At this moment, they realized what a terrifying existence they had incurred. You know you're scared now? When you compelled those 7 white-eyed wolves behind my back and inflicted harm on me for the sake of this waste of a man. Yi Fan, how could you have never thought that you would have such a day? That's Master Ancestor's decision. We don't dare to go against it. Your Master Ancestor told you to eat. Would you do the same? Wastes without the ability to judge right and wrong don't deserve to live in the world. With a wave of his hand, the blazing flames instantly formed a huge palm that directly fell towards the top of the duo's heads. This is the fire cloud divine flame? No! Stop it! Boom! Amidst the desperate hisses of sigh of sorrow and mourning of separation, the fire cloud mercilessly poured on top of the two men's bodies. In only a split second of effort, the physical bodies of the two of them directly flew into ashes, and what remained were 2 skeletons that were still burning. Can you run away? After striking out, Shen Lian pointed in the void, and immediately the 2 souls were trapped and locked in an oppressive space. However, anyone who stepped into the refined void realm could preserve a chance of their own soul in a moment of crisis. And even if their physical body was destroyed, they could instantly leave a bit of their soul behind for the chance to remake their physical body. I almost forgot that your divine souls still have a chance to get out. Since that's the case, let's go inside my human emperor cauldron and have a good time experiencing the taste of the 9 heavens purgatory. In the next moment, Shen Lian flipped his palm, and a colorful Tao luster instantly appeared in his palm. Immediately afterward, the Tao luster coalesced into a medicine cauldron. What kind of divine power is this? Wait. This seems to be the soul refining hand recorded in the ancient books. How did he know this evil divine ability? The sighing sorrow and mourning souls who saw the scene were instantly hissing in shock. How can a mere soul refining hand be worthy of my eyes? This is the great Tao human emperor cauldron, which I have realized by penetrating the laws of the great Tao. It can refine all things in the heavens and earth, and even people and souls can be refined into pills just the same. As soon as the words fell, the divine souls of sigh of sorrow and mourning were instantly swept up inside the umbrella. Along with the great Tao human emperor cauldron starting to burn with frost and snow flames, the divine souls of sorrowful departure and sorrowful happiness let out extremely painful moans inside the palm cauldron. Ah, Shen Lian, you shall not die. You're not going to get away with this. Shen Lian smiled disdainfully, manipulating the heavens and poisoning living beings. Your existence is the tumor of the cultivation path. When in the human emperor tripod properly experience what is despair and what is repentance. One breath in the outside world. One nail in the tripod. This was definitely the most brutal punishment in the cultivation world. The two remnant souls suffered from the quenching of the great Tao divine flame within the human emperor cauldron, constantly emitting heart-rending cries. Only after a full dozen breaths had passed did the two noisy voices gradually subside. At the same time, the Tao tripod condensed by the Tao rhyme dissipated into nothingness, leaving two milky white pills falling into Shen Lian's palm. A Dan pill made from the essence of a fairy realm cultivator's entire foundation. I think there will be countless cultivators interested in it. Shen Lian put away the elixir and without even glancing at the corpse burned to ashes behind him, unfolded his folding fan and stepped out of the dense forest. Inside the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, the Heavenly Chance Elder who was plotting the number of the heavens suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately pinched his fingers and instantly turned pale. Mourning does not leave. Sighing sadness and joy of the destiny of the soul extinguished? Who the hell did this? At this instant, old man Tianji felt a chill run through his body. Lenjin, with a soft call, a female disciple wearing a Taoist uniform, elegant and not too graceful, floated down from the void. What are master's orders? The life souls of your two senior brothers are extinguished, so go quickly to find out what has happened, and be sure to report it as soon as there is a stir of the wind. Yes, disciple will go and do it now. Immediately, Lianjin transformed into a star and disappeared in the blink of an eye within the secret room of the Heavenly Hall of Opportunity. Elder Tianji took a deep breath and once again pinched for a while. He couldn't help but frown. What kind of person is it that can even cover up heavenly chances? The 9 domains in 10,000 states of the Taiku continent can't escape the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that my Tao is not deep enough to pry into the cause and effect of it? No, such destabilizing restlessness must not exist. Everyone's destinies must return to their original orbits. Tianji, old man with a heavy mood, continued to close his eyes into the meditation, began to explore the cause. Chapter 42, From Ding Boer's Trolls. After dealing with sorrowful Bu Li and sighing sorrowfully, Shen Lian and Ding Boer got on the underworld carriage and traveled slowly all the way to Wushuang City. Halfway, Ding Boer said to Shen Lian in a manner, Master Shen, can you tell me why I can't feel any traces of the flow of qi on you? Shen Lian slowly opened his eyes. If you decided to follow me in order to draw on your fortune, then you can get lost now. Ding Boer said, Don't, just a casual question. What's your hurry? We're all on the same boat now. Let's get to know each other a little better. Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan. You are part of the system, and naturally have taken on some of its memories. Do you still not understand why there is no qi on me? Ding Boer thought slightly, as if he had figured something out, and began to speak slowly. I've probably figured out the reason why. You crossed over in your first life as a wastrel with no spiritual roots for cultivation, can only become an odd-job disciple at any time, and may be suppressed. Being system-bound is purely a matter of that thing's qi being about to run out and being sick and desperate. Until the 99th century, each time you were devoured, your opening identity was that of one belonging to the lowest class, to be recorded in the metaphysical books that you'll even die by the waves of qi and go up in smoke. You won't even own half the scene, so there's no qi to speak of in you from the start. Of course, it's not terrible to have no luck. You can absorb it, but you're always against the heavenly Tao. Having spoiled their choreographed script 99 times in a row, they must hate you with a passion. So how could they arrange to give you qi? Not to mention that the cultivation resources you possessed in your previous lives were all snatched from those sons of fortune, either by refining them with your own hands. If I'm not wrong, you've never gotten any chance of exotic treasures, and you can't even get the lowest end elixir when you enter the secret realm, right? Shen Lian sniffed, tilted his head back and leaned on a corner of the carriage. Therefore, everything I Shen Lian have is my own real struggle by hands. So what if I don't have luck? So what if I'm not the protagonist? But in the end, I'm still not going to make the 99 directions of heaven and earth prostrate at my feet? Strong people do not complain that adversity is wasted, but rather take it as a test to challenge themselves. Those who rely solely on the so-called qi luck to take shortcuts will eventually be able to achieve what climate. That's why I'm wild and open. And whatever I do, I have a clear conscience. Ding Buri, worthy of being Master Shen. Really spirited. I did not expect that this 100th life or the opening of the heavenly collapse. I do not want to actually in a short period of time Jedi back to life. Counting the time, it's only been these 10 days since you returned from Rebirth, and you've done such a sensational event. It seems that in this life, you will definitely get what you want. Shen Lian was not infected by Ding Boer's rainbow fart in the slightest, and only lightly replied back, returning from the Jedi? What I want is merely to experience the excitement between life and death. If it weren't for my current lack of cultivation, not to mention a small sky feather sect, even the forces of the 7 white-eyed wolves would have already been uprooted by me. Ding Bo kept nodding his head. That's right. Who is Master Shen? Just a few white-eyed wolves. How can he care about them? Just one thing I can't figure out. Master Shen, actually you cast down the transformation god realm cultivators in the criminal law hall to punish them for a meal. And then just explain the words clearly. Why take this to such extremes? What do you mean? Seeing Shen Lian's aggravated tone, Ding Bo busily explained, Master Shen, you mustn't misunderstand. I don't mean what you think I mean. Those clan elders deserve to die. But you haven't regained your strength yet. So it's good to hold back a little bit. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to show down with them and abuse them when their strength returns to its peak in the future? You're teaching me things? Shen Lian teasingly asked, immediately staring Ding Bo with a shiver. No, I'm just letting the near and dear people go without killing them, and then reasoning with them, even by such means as leaving the clan or laying out the forcing those 7 white-eyed wolves to see Yifan's true colors, thus feeling regret and opening their hearts to double compensate me. That's what you're thinking, right? Ding Bo looked at Shen Lian in a daze, not knowing how to answer for a moment. You think this is a female romance scene? You think this is some bull ***** regret text? Wrong. Shen Lian hooked his lips and smiled. What I want is never about regret or not. What I want is to kill and kill. What I want is to shed blood. Shen Lian has always acted with a clear distinction between grudges. And if there is a favor, it will be repaid. And if there is a grudge, it will not be released. Repentance is their own business. Forgiveness is something only Hades should consider. All I want is a hearty dose of vengeance. Only seeing my enemy struggling helplessly in the mire and dying is the scene that I, Shen Lian, am most happy to see. As for their attitude, it doesn't matter. Ding Bo was completely shocked. You sure are different from the hosts I've met. Ask your essence that question sometime. It should know it well. Ding Bo suddenly stretched out a finger. There's one more question. Didn't you say that a favor must be repaid? You survived with a lot of credit to my own body. Right. So why did you guys end up like that? Shen Lian, although your original body has the intention of calculating me, in the final analysis, it has also been kind to me. So for 98 lifetimes, I have willingly let it devour me. To say that I owe it a favor, I have long since paid it off. What's more, finally, from the 33rd generation onwards, it tended to be infinitely more negative. He even set traps everywhere to lure me to my death. But it was kind of him not to point it out. Is that answer satisfactory to you? Ding Bo was choked up and couldn't say half a word, then asked casually, what about your master? He has guarded this body of yours for over 500 years. What shall you repay her with when you have once been in her debt as well? After saying this, Ding Bo immediately drilled into the inner end of the carriage, fearing that he would be tortured by Shen Lian. But rare, Shen Lian was leaning out of the carriage, lightly shaking his folding fan without opening his mouth. Knowing Shen Shuyun's feelings for himself, he was somewhat at a loss as to how to repay him. 99 times as a human being, the only time he fell in love because of an accidental heartbeat, only to end up failing the person. At this point, no matter what the reason was, it was Shen Lian who was ashamed of people in the first place, but he was destined to oppose the heavenly Tao and was forbidden by heaven and earth, and combining with her would only end up harming her. Shen Lian was not a reckless person. On the contrary, he was very calm and rational. Otherwise he wouldn't have rapidly transformed from prey at the bottom of the food chain into a hunter in the metaphysical world where the law of the jungle was dense. If the heart's attachment was probed by the heavenly Tao, it would only result in an extremely painful tragedy. Seeing this, Ding Bo carefully crawled to his side and said, Master Shen, old Ding thought you still married someone else. Titillating and not marrying is 100 times more vicious than even the harem text. This is a huge poisonous point. Give people a happy ending. It's not easy for Miss Shen, don't you think? In the next moment, his neck was directly pinched by Shen Lian. I said that I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Next time there's so much nonsense. I don't mind letting you experience the taste of the great Tao human emperor cauldron. Believe me, even if you have an immortal Tao body, you definitely don't want to experience that kind of taste. After speaking, he shook off Ding Bo and stepped into the peerless city in his carriage. So many herbs? Within the everlasting chamber of commerce, seeing Shen Lian take out a large pile full of spirit medicine in one breath, Gu Luoying had long been stunned. She looked incredulously at Shen Lian who was sitting at the tea set, holding a teacup and drinking shallowly. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, you wouldn't really have gone to Pill King Liuli Valley, would you? I'm not stupid enough to have a showdown with Mu Shaking Light at this time. Shen Lian returned. These elixirs are all from the Tianyu sect. I planted it myself back then. It's enough for you to refine the resident pill and the life renewal pill, right? Skyfeather sect? Isn't that your former sect? How did you? You talk too much. Just answer me. Are these herbs enough? Gu Luoying nodded. The medicinal herbs are sufficient. It just so happens that recently the merchant bank family is going to hold an auction to test their comprehensive strength. It will be held just 3 days from now. It's just that time is running out and I'm afraid that it's too late to refine enough pills. Shen Lian sniffed and frowned slightly. A moment later, he suddenly asked, if you, the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce, win the top prize in the auction held, can you hold down the World Chamber of Commerce? Definitely. Gu Luocheng replied with great confidence. The reputation of the World Chamber of Commerce is currently tarnished. If we can outsmart them at the World Family Auction, the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce will definitely rise from the dead. With your word, then I'll give you another hand. As the words fell, Shen Lian waved one hand, and instantly 100 spiritual medicines were sucked into his palm. In the next moment, the elixir began to be gradually absorbed and melted by a wave of bipolar yin and yang flames wrapped around it. Seeing this scene, Gu Luoyan was shocked beyond words. Could it be the rumored, long-lost Great Tao Cauldron refining hand? Chapter 43. You do have some insight, but unfortunately this is even more subtle than the Great Tao refining cauldron hand. You can call him the Great Tao Human Emperor Cauldron. Shen Lian's palm slowly tightened, and in an instant, the essence of the spirit medicine was absorbed by the invisible flame, gradually condensing into 12 medicinal pills with a strong medicinal fragrance, each of which was of the highest quality. Are these 6 extreme life renewal pills and 6 extreme face resurfacing pills enough for you to win over Su Yuhong at the auction house competition? However, Gu Luoying was still immersed in the shock of Shen Lian's unarmed elixir making just now for a long time. The rumored Great Tao refining hand actually existed. It was an eye-opening experience for her. Didn't you hear what I just told you? Shen Lian let out a deep cry, which pulled Gu Luoying's thoughts back. What did you say? Boring. Shen Lian was too lazy to explain to this stupid woman a second time and directly dumped the 12 pills into her hands. These are all excellent pills. After noticing the grade of the elixir in her hand, Gu Luoyang was once again shocked. Great Tao Human Emperor Cauldron. Truly a great divine ability that transcends above divine products. She let out a heartfelt sigh. Enough. I'm not here for your complimentary crap. Now it's time to talk price. What price? Shen Lian's face instantly changed. Do you think that these elixirs want pills for nothing? I advise you that you'd better not have such foolish thoughts that you and I are just cooperating with each other. I'm not your subordinate. I cure your head disease. You gift me the underworld wagon. It's a fair deal. Right now it's the same. As I seek out the herbs and medicinal pills you need, you must likewise pay accordingly, or else being insatiable will only invite even greater misfortune for yourself. It was only then that Gu Luoqing reacted, and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, fellow Daoist, the divine ability you performed just now was too shocking for me, and I couldn't react for a moment. Regarding the prices of these elixirs and the life renewal pill and the face resurfacing pill, I'll pay you the highest market price converted into spirit stones. Of course, you can also choose the auction form to obtain greater profits. This life pill can extend life for 5 years, and face pills can maintain the same appearance for 3 years. Naturally, it's worth every penny, so I wonder which deal you're going to use. Shen Lian, someone will come to talk to you about such trivial matters. Ding Buer, Master Shen, you summoned me? Ding Buer, who was standing on the side, heard Shen Lian call out to himself, and immediately came up with a pile of smiles on his ass. Aren't you well versed in business? From now on, all my transactions with the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce will be under your charge. No problem. The other we old Ding dare not guarantee. But this business, old Ding is very familiar with. Rest assured. Have my old Ding in you to ensure that you cannot lose. Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan and stepped out of the courtyard, leaving Ding Buer and Gu Luoying enough room to negotiate. He himself really didn't like the air of the city. Half an hour later, Ding Buer smiled and came to Shen Lian with a signed contract. Master Shen, this business is done. Just wait for these pills to be auctioned, and then split the bill with others 30% to 70%. We take 70%. Gu Luoying that girl takes 30%, he said. Although we lost some money, but since we are cooperating, we should also let some profits out appropriately. Don't you think so? Shen Lian, I said. You take care of the business. I'm not interested. Just focus on not losing. Ding Buer, with these words from you, Master Shen, then I am relieved. At this time, Gu Luoying walked out of the house and said to Shen Lian, fellow Daoist, are you still satisfied with the arrangement of this contract? Shen Lian, it doesn't matter. I want to know if there will be any accidents at your Chamber of Commerce competition. Accident? Gu Luocheng thought about it. Instead, theirs. I'm only targeting Su Yuheng's World Chamber of Commerce. I won't meddle in accidents other than that. If not, you don't have to say anything. Gu Luoying was stunned and immediately said, the World Chamber of Commerce has close cooperation with Pill King Liuli Valley. If Su Yuhong had purchased a batch of medicinal herbs from Mujingguang before the Chamber of Commerce competition, the situation might not have been clear. Shen Lian fell into a gaze. Ding Boer immediately said, "Why don't we just find a way to rob him of a sum and be done with it? It's going to tear their faces apart anyway, so why bother giving them any more face?" When Shen Lian heard this, his pupils slammed open. "What did you say?" Ding Boer couldn't help but shiver. "If I'm wrong in any way, Master Shen, you can consider it a fart and let it go." "No." A cruel smile floated at the corner of Shen Lian's mouth. "Your advice is excellent." Inside the Sky Feather sect, there was a withering and dilapidated scene. The destruction of the medicinal field's geomancy had directly led to the thinning of the aura within the sect to the point where it was almost unsustainable. Inside the old ancestor's room, old ancestor Tianyu had been injured by the earth's qi and was trying to stabilize his cultivation under the care of Su Yuhong. Only his face at this time and the naked eye visible aging a dozen years. Should be black hair? At this moment is also many white. Half an hour later, until after his cultivation had fallen to the 8th level of the mixed realm, Old Man Tianyu finally stabilized the boiling Dancy temporarily and slowly opened his eyes. "Old ancestor, are you alright?" Su Yuhong immediately handed over a cup of spirit tea that he had brought along with him the first time Old Man Tianyu woke up. Tianyu old ancestor drank a mouthful of spirit tea, then spoke faintly. "Yu Hong, you must promise this seat, and must not let go of Shen Lian this little. Please don't worry, old ancestor, even if you don't say anything, I will definitely not let him go." When he thought that Shen Lian was actually condescending and insulting himself in an unbeatable tone, Su Yuhong was furious. She had long been accustomed to Shen Lian's rebellious and submissive demeanor, and how could she accept such a huge contrast when she was shocked by the change? "That's good, but remember to never screw him over. His blood is very important to Vanner. Old ancestor, just don't worry, I will definitely capture Shen Lian back to the sect and extend Yifan's life with a blood transfusion." Tianyu old ancestor seemed to be very weak, slightly nodded and continued. "Right, is there any news from Shin Chuyun? With such a big change in the sect, how come she hasn't come back to preside over the situation?" When Su Yuhong heard this, he immediately had a cold look on his face. The Devil Beast mountain range has suffered such a great change. The patriarch thought that he would not have the face to come back and meet the old ancestor. For Shin Chuyun, not only Su Yuhong, the rest of the 6 sisters and teachers likewise looked at her with great displeasure, because the whole clan only Shin Chuyun Shen Lian most cared for. Several times to break open their own several people's plot to trap Shen Lian. If it wasn't for Shen Lian, the licking dog, pleading for mercy, the 7 of them would have long ago not known how many times they had been abused by Shin Chuyun. It would be a hell of a thing to be kind to her, to be eager to break her into pieces. This group of white-eyed wolves is such a character, as long as it is not to their liking, that is to stand on the opposite side of the field, who has not reflected on their own behavior in the end. How counterintuitive. If you want to break away from the clan, there's no door. Back then, I supported her as the Heavenly Feather sect leader. It's because she's seen to have a cool temperament, not very interested in the affairs of the sect, a seedling for a puppet. Now you want to run away after such a big deal? How can anything be so cheap? Please don't worry, old ancestor, when I meet the patriarch, I will definitely persuade him to come back to his senses. Never mind, we'll talk about this later. Old Man Tianyu's words changed. In a few days it will be the Chamber of Commerce auction competition. So don't stay here to kill time. It's time to go back and take care of business. Su Yuhang, but senior brother he will be fine for the time being. At the moment, the spirit veins of the Heavenly Feather sect's ground chi have been destroyed by Shen Lian as much as possible, and this place is no longer suitable to continue to be the Heavenly Feather sect's mountain gate. The clan needs to be relocated to a more suitable place, but this requires a large amount of spirit stones. Do you understand what this seat means? When Su Yuhong heard this, he instantly understood that Tianyu old ancestor was planning to ask the 7 of them to pay for another precious land to rebuild the mountain gate. The resources required for this exertion was an astronomical amount even from Su Yuhang's perspective. The only way to have a chance to raise this resource is to continue to achieve the crown title at the Chamber of Commerce competition. Seeing Su Yuhang's face showing difficulty, old man Tianyu couldn't help but change his face. "What? Could it be that you are unwilling? How can old ancestor think like that? Disciple will definitely achieve the crown title at the Chamber of Commerce competition and smoothly find a better reconstruction lot for the Skyfeather sect. That's more or less the same. It's getting late. You hurry up and go get busy. Don't worry, the sect here is under my watch. Don't need to worry about it." Su Yuhong arched his hand. "Then disciple will take one step first. Take care of yourself, old ancestor." Chapter 44, The Road of No Return. 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 People have different paths, ghosts have different paths, and people and ghosts share the Yellow Springs. located in the passage between the Eastern Domain and the Spirit World, the 10,000-mile road of no return. This place was filled with yellow sand, a scene of depression and desolation. A blind old man, dragging a crate and singing a ballad, walked slowly from the Spirit World toward the Eastern Domain. Yellow sand rolling. Everywhere can be seen broken armor, as well as weathering from the white bones. All tell that here once happened one after another bloody storm. The blind old man's steps were hobbling, but he was walking very calmly and very precisely on the established path. The sound of axles turning spread across this desolate land. Suddenly, he stopped and let out a soft suspicion. What a heavy killing aura. As soon as his heart moved, a light-hearted voice came from directly in front of him. Since humans and ghosts are different, are you a human, or a ghost? Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan and sat on a rock, drooping one leg and closing his eyes expressionlessly. The old man sniffed and sighed softly. This chief, old thing, I'm old and blind. I don't really have anything of value on me to give you. I hope you can let me off the hook. Shen Lian slowly opened his eyes. You still haven't answered me. Are you a human or a ghost? The blind old man sniffed and scrunched up his vicissitudes of face. So what if it's a human being? So what if it's a ghost? What difference does it make to all beings who walk this path? The difference is that this road of no return is traveled by both men and ghosts. So does it count as a road to the Yellow Springs? The blind old man put down the cart. His tone gradually became cold. It seems that you were specially waiting for me here today, right? Shen Lian put away his folding fan and slowly got up. A gust of wind blew through, swirling a vast expanse of dust and sand. Out of the wind and sand came the most compelling sound. The road of no return only leaves the loser alive. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to kill yourself? Poof. The blind old man laughed coldly, as if mocking the other party's ignorance. I've been walking back and forth on this road of no return for 18 eons. Do you know the origin of the name of this road of no return? Oh, because what stands before you is not a man or a ghost, but the judge of Hades who holds life and death in his hands. As the words fell, a strong force erupted from the blind old man's body to vent. All of a sudden, yellow sand rolled and covered the sky. In a matter of moments, a green-colored, 3-meter-long spear had already landed in the blind old man's hands from the swirling gusts of wind. Shen Lian was not the least bit moved by this. Holding life and death in your hands? Ha ha ha. Does the weight of these 4 words deserve your ability? One try and you'll see. The blind old man flung his spear, and suddenly the void was roaring with heavenly thunder. The strong pressure of the 6th level of the ferrying realm swept over 1,000 miles in a radius, forming a sea of sand and shocking waves. Allow your arrogance to swing the last of your life. Shen Lian's feet lurched, and instantly the quicksand converged, forming a spinning space-time vortex under his feet. A chance at a move. Arrogant. The blind old man flung his spear, and at once, the thunder sand in a 100-mile radius penetrated the U, and rushed straight to Shen Lian's door. Good coming. Shen Lian's eyes changed and he activated the void hidden nascent style on the spot. At the same time, the blind old man's attack burst out of the thunder sandstorm. However, Shen Lian revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth at this moment. In the next moment, the sandstorm that originally covered the sky dissipated without a trace in an instant, and was incorporated into Shen Lian's body as much as possible, transforming chaos, turning yin and yang, and reversing the 5 elements, almost in an instant. The void hidden quickly dissolved the yuan power left in Shen Lian's body and gathered it at a point in the Dan Sea. Void hidden raging sea returns to the stream. Boom! With a shocking explosion, heaven and earth were distorted, and 100 miles of the sandy sea set off 10,000 huge waves. A rain of sand and dust filled the room, hiding the duo's figures. After a tea, the blind old man knelt in front of Shen Lian with a pale face. Who are you? Really? And why are you trying to kill me? Because, you, lone Gunxian pupil, have been a traitor to Mu Jingguang. For a traitor, this point of no return is the perfect place for you to go. Ha 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 ha. In a chain of laughter, the blind old man's body slowly began to rupture, and in the end, his entire body completely fused with the wind and sand. Great Tao Human Emperor Cauldron. In the next second, Shen Lian's palms spread out, and a huge suction force ran through all directions. Ah, no. With a mournful scream, the old man's dead soul was instantly wrapped in invisible Great Tao karmic fire. You actually managed to capture even my divine soul. Ah, in the midst of the agonizing torment, this powerful person at the 6th level of the transition stage instantly turned into a spirit Dan. After the blink of an eye, the storm subsided. The road of no return is still full of desolate deadness, but from now on, the rickety figure will never be seen on this road again. Shen Lian slowly walked to the side of the missing crate, raised his hand, and a blue boundary immediately floated above the crate, using the method of spatial transfer to hide people's ears. A ridiculous trick. If you can hide it from others, how can you hide it from me? Shen Lian folded his fan with a slap, and instantly 10 storage rings containing top-grade spirit medicines fell steadily in his palm. With the medicinal herbs in hand, the fall of the World Chamber of Commerce has been finalized. Next, it's time to go to Star Luo City to join Gu Luocheng. With a thought, a black cloud enveloped the room. The underworld carriage reappeared, carrying Shen Lian to quickly leave this desolate land. At the same time, within Star Luo City, the participation in the Chamber of Commerce Grand Competition was officially held, and the entire scene was packed with people. As the world's first business of the World Chamber of Commerce plaque has long been placed in advance of the chief position. Although rumors and gossips about the World Chamber of Commerce had arisen in recent days, they still couldn't shake the position of the World Chamber of Commerce today. Gu Luocheng sat at the conference site, looking at the plaque with a haze in her eyes. If he hadn't fallen prey to Su Yuhang's backstabbing, that honor would have belonged to the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. President Su has arrived. With a loud shout from the host, all eyes began to focus towards the chief position in unison. Su Yuhang leisurely appeared at the venue and leisurely sat on the chief seat under the guard of 4 transition realm powerhouses. When she appeared, she instantly stole the spotlight from thousands of people. It wasn't just because Su Yuhang was beautiful, it was also an affirmation of her strength and means. Gu Luoyang coldly averted her eyes, and when Su Yuhang saw Gu Luocheng, the corners of his mouth were also lightly skimmed, not hiding the disdain that flickered in his eyes. 3 incense sticks burned out. A member of the head wearing a square scarf immediately walked up to the stage and said, "Fellow Taoists, once every 10 years the Chamber of Commerce competition is convened once again today. The conditions offered to the major chambers of commerce for this grand competition are the quality of the face resurfacing pill and the life renewal pill." The people present were not the least bit surprised when they heard this. These 2 types of elixirs are the hottest selling things on the market right now. After all, an elixir that could extend one's life and eternal youth was the most desired thing, no matter whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary person. But pills are also divided into grades. This time then the major chambers of commerce cannot come up with superior quality pills, which is a very test of all levels of the Chamber of Commerce of the heritage. Let me restate the rules. The pills that each Chamber of Commerce puts out will be judged first on their quality, and secondly on their quantity. If the quality level is the same, then we will compete in quantity, and in the end, whoever has a high quality of elixir and enough quantity of elixir will be the final winner. The winning chamber will be prioritized to receive the highest allocation of known secret realms, minerals, medicinal fields, and even auras for the next 10 years. Chapter 45, Come to Die Again? While the Chamber of Commerce competition was in full swing, Shen Lian, on the other side, was driving the underworld carriage, slowly heading towards Star Luo City. Via halfway, suddenly, a cold wind swirled, and a solemn atmosphere swept around the carriage. Killing aura. Shen Lian, who was cultivating in the carriage, felt the killing aura for an instant and directly turned into light and rushed out of the car. "If you're here, why are you hiding? All come out." A deep shout brought up a strong sweep of wind. In a matter of moments, 3 unearthly figures floated down from the black clouds of the void. Shen Lian just glanced at them with cold eyes and instantly understood the identity of the 3 people. Goddess Palace, Yun Shiyu, Falling Moon Sect, Illusory Skywalker, Shadow Killing Sect, Luo Ao Tian. So it's all traitors from the Game Sword Pavilion's Nangongli. Folding fan flung, Shen Lian reported the identity of the person as if it were a family. The body momentum instantly unfolded. Killing intent has been with the heart. None of these people were good, and all of them had helped Nangongli humiliate and torture herself before the original body. It was a group of damn things, but I didn't want to take the initiative to seek death? Then you have no one to blame. Shen Lian, today we have come to ask you only one question. How exactly the heavenly tribulation in the demonic beast mountain range was caused? Luo Ao Tian let out a bellowing cry. The 7th level of pressure of the transition realm was fully opened, trying to suppress Shen Lian's aura. "I can send you to the 9 springs to ask these losers myself what happened." What answered Luo Ao Tian was an even more disdainful reply. "Seek death." Luo Ao Tian was enraged, and a stream of blazing heat swept out in a vain attempt to devour Shen Lian. That sentence, returned as is. Shen Lian's folding fan swept, and the cold chi in his body shot out, instantly engulfing the inflammatory flow. The moment the ideas were compared, Luo Ao Tian only felt a sharp pain in his heart and sank back several steps covering his chest. Illusory Skywalker and Yin Shiyu frowned in unison, and only then did they notice that the aura on Shen Lian's body was very different from what they had encountered before, as if he was a different person. More crucially, his cultivation was actually stronger than thought. Luo Ao Tian, still remember how you insulted me when I brought my injuries to look for the aqua green cloud pearl for Nangongli that within the city of Haizhou? How dare you join Nangonli in forcing me to kneel in the city and then call me a toad that can't rise to the occasion? How dare you try to climb up to Nangonli as a wife? That scene, I still remember it clearly. What do you think you should pay me back for this hatred? Luo Aotian covered his chest and took a deep breath. Humph. It's a blessing for you to be able to kneel in front of Patriarch Nangong. Your kind of scum should be stepped high on the soles of the feet only. Also do not look in the mirror to take a look. Nangong Patriarch, is you can. As a result, before the words were finished, a strong suction force directly drew Luo Aotian's body into Shen Lian's palm. When his head was pressed by Shen Lian for a moment, Luo Aotian suddenly felt that his soul, which seemed to be baptized by an irresistible power of thunder and lightning, the pain was such that even vocalizing was a luxury. The price of offending Shen Lian is something a punk like you can afford? You think I'm still the same cowardly and helpless mole that I was back then? As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian's palm could not help but close. In an instant, black smoke began to rise from Luo Aotian's entire body, and a roasted smell gradually filled the air. Stop it, Shen Lian. Seeing that the situation was beyond their expectations, Illusory Skywalker and Yun Xie opened their mouths at the same time in a vain attempt to stop Shen Lian. Illusory Skywalker, Shen Lian, hurry up and release Patriarch Luo. Do you know that if you do this, your senior sister Nangonli will definitely be angry if she knows about it? Yun Xiu, yeah. Aren't you afraid that Patriarch Nangong will be angry and upset when he finds out? Shut the up, punk! Shen Lian let out a deep cry, immediately stopping the nonsense of the two men. How much better do you think you can get? Yun Xie, back then, it was you who framed me for defiling the innocence of the Divine Maiden Palace's disciples, causing me to be locked up in the Big Dipper cave for 7 days by that old thing from the Skyfeather sect, suffering from the torment of 10,000 swords piercing through my heart. And you, Illusory Skywalker, you falsely accused me of stealing your fallen moon sect's secret books of Kung Fu, and indiscriminately let those 7 people give me a beating, causing me to lie in bed for 3 years and not be able to get off the ground. I've kept all these accounts in my heart, and since you're here today, let's settle them together. Yun Xiu and Illusory Skywalker were immediately startled in their hearts, and their gazes at Shen Lian looked at him again with more than a hint of evasion. Back then, the two of them were ordered by Nangonli to design a trap for Shen Lian. I thought that even if Shen Lian knew about this matter, he would not say anything more. After all, at the time Shen Lian was a famous dog licker. Licking 7 sisters has reached the point of heartlessness. And how can you think of today? Yun Xiu busy began to sophistry. You nonsense. In the beginning it was clearly you who bullied my Goddess Palace disciples. I have seen it with my own eyes. You. Ha 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 ha. Before she could finish her sentence, she was directly interrupted by Shen Lian's clamoring laughter. You want to say there's no proof, right? Then I'll tell you Shen Lian's palm fiercely urged. Ah, boom. Only a miserable scream was heard, and Luo Aotian was reduced to a puddle of pieces on the spot. Shen Lian's hand spread out and quickly captured Luo Aotian's residual soul. Then he looked at Yun Xiu and Illusory Skywalker. As long as I know you did it, that's enough. No one needs to prove it. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian raised his hand and directly attacked the two men. Before Yun Xiu and Illusory Skywalker could recover from the shock of Luo Aotian being killed, Shen Lian's cold and violent gaze had already surfaced before their eyes. Boom! Without any hesitation, the two of them almost simultaneously struck out to confront Shen Lian with a palm. The power of a palm of the transitional realm. The remaining strength of the 3 sides of the 4 unloading. Suddenly the mountains and rocks all catalyzed. More than 100 miles of the square circle of the earthquake, affecting countless living beings. Woo! After the palm, Illusory Skywalker and Yun Xiu actually backed up several feet in unison, looking at Shen Lian, who stood still and did not move like a mountain, with a face full of unbelief. His strength, so strong, how is this possible? His cultivation is obviously only the 5th level of the fairy realm. But why? Without much thought from the two of them, Shen Lian stepped forward and slowly extended a finger. One move, after one move. If you don't die, I'll kill myself on the spot. Words of contempt and disdain, an air of arrogance. The person in front of me, is he really the waste Shen Lian who was bullied by others and didn't dare to fight back? Yun Xiu and Illusory Skywalker were actually confused in unison. Shen Lian didn't care what they were thinking until he came to a distance of 10 paces in front of the two of them, and only then did he stop. Come, burn the last splendor of your lives and enjoy the pain that comes from betting on your life. With a wave of his hand, he seemed to be enjoying the hunt. You're too cocky. You want to gamble with your life, don't you? Then I'll fulfill you. Phantom Skywalker was completely enraged, directly transported his entire body cultivation, a vertical leap to fly above the void, holding a heavenly moon shadow blade in his hand, quickly converging the surrounding spiritual chi. Shen Lian, you punk, let's show you my fallen moon sect's best technique. Star River, Moon Parish. At that moment, heaven and earth darkened, and behind illusory Skywalker, a beautiful full moon appeared. This move sends you to your death. Illusory Skywalker swung his sword down, and at that moment, the bright moon behind him instantly split into two, transforming into a slash, wrapping the power of annihilation towards Shen Lian. Humph! Witnessing such a terrifying move, Shen Lian but let out a light hum and immediately made a move. He was seen stepping on Qian Kuan with his feet and holding yin and yang in his hands. The yuan power in his body exited as much as it could, forming a piece of reversed Taiji totem. Void hidden Nasu. In an instant, illusory Skywalker's attack directly turned into nothingness when it entered the 3-foot distance in front of Shen Lian's body. What? Without waiting for Yun Shiyu and illusory Skywalker to recover from their shock, Shen Lian's counterattack had already surged forward. Void hidden, Star River reversal. Boom! A huge storm, absorbing illusory Skywalker's yuan power and doubling it to counteract it, directly blowing him into nothingness. Great Tao Human Emperor Cauldron. One move to kill the opponent. Shen Lian directly catalyzed the jutsu, instantly the Phantom Skywalker's soul into the palm condensation of the golden tripod. When it is true that there is not a trace of leeway. Ah! Yun Siye, who saw this scene, immediately let out a frightened shriek and turned around to run. As a result, before he could run 2 steps, Shen Lian's figure blocked the front. Do I have your permission to go? Chapter 46, The Evil One. You, what are you doing? Yun Shiyu was horrified and jerked backward. Shen Lian, I'm warning you, Nangon Li and I have a great relationship. If you dare to touch me, she will definitely not let you go. You sound as if you're afraid? No. Yun Shiyu immediately drew her spirit sword and pointed it at Shen Lian. We're here today to ask you a question. Did you have anything to do with Bai Jianqing's death? Shen Lian, you mean that disciple who was highly favored by Nangon Li in the Magic Beast mountain range? Then I can clearly tell you that he died a very miserable death. Now, get this answer can you go down to the Yellow Springs at ease? As soon as these words came out, Yun Shiyu's mind immediately floated to the image of the tragic deaths of Phantom Skywalker and Luo Aotian just now. That kind of death with the silence of the soul really creeped her out. No, Shen Lian, you can't kill me. Looking at Shen Lian, who was walking towards her idly, Yun Shiyu really panicked. I'll put in a good word in front of your senior sister, and as long as you let me go, I'll definitely try my hardest to say good things about you. Please don't kill me, okay? Big deal. I can serve you. I am very good at it. I guarantee that I can make you. Shut the up. Do you deserve it? A furious cry directly shook Yun Shiyu's divine soul into a trance. Yun Shiyu, you're also a powerful person of the transociation realm, but I don't want to even have the courage to fight a straight battle. But come to think of it, the entirety of your divine maiden palace is a bunch of chicken nests that rely on selling their sex to obtain cultivation resources. Not much different from the prostitutes in a kiln. At the beginning of you helping Nangon Li frame me back then, I had already made up my mind that one day, I would uproot you along with your chicken coop. Today, let's use your head as a blood sacrifice first, and in the coming day I'll send all the disciples under your door, one by one, to the hell to reunite with you. Those who offend Shen Lian have no way to live. Suffer death. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian raised his hand and slapped his palm. The wind rose in all directions, covering the sky. No, Shen, boom. Yun Shiyu still wanted to say something, but just as she opened her mouth, her torso was directly torn into shreds by the penetrating astral energy, along with her divine soul, a 5th-level cultivator of the ferrying realm, but he doesn't even have the courage to fight back. It's true that wastes don't change as their cultivation level rises. Putting away the folding fan, his mind moved. The underworld carriage immediately sped from afar, directly carrying Shen Lian to the site of the Chamber of Commerce competition flew away. Half an hour later, Shen Lian's figure appeared outside the door of the Chamber of Commerce site. Just as he was about to step inside, there was a burst of idle chatter in his ears. This time the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce is afraid to be completely finished. That's right. Don't even look at how powerful the World Chamber of Commerce is now. Is it something Gu Luo Chung can casually mess with? Alas, Gu Luoying just can't recognize the situation. If it were up to me, I would have just given in. Why would I have stolen the life renewal pill and face resurfacing pill from the World Chamber of Commerce? In the next moment, the speaking duo felt a huge suction force that directly brought their bodies off the ground. Without waiting for the two to react, Shen Lian's gloomy cheeks were already near his eyes. Tell me, what happened between the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce and the World Chamber of Commerce? Shen Lian let out a deep cry, and the two men directly and uncontrollably knelt on the ground by a monstrous pressure. Answer me, what's going on? One of the chamber's fellows couldn't bear the pain of his knees being drilled by nails, and immediately told the truth about the cause. The longevity chamber of commerce presented the life renewal pill, which can prolong life for 100 days, and the superior face resurrection pill, which can keep your face for more than 30 years, at the grand competition. But when President Su saw it, he directly told arbitration that those extremely high-quality pills were belonging to the World Chamber of Commerce. During that time it was stolen by the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce, and now there's a heated confrontation going on in the venue. And President Su is even directly trying to remove the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce's signboard. After listening to the description, Shen Lian directly withdrew the pressure exerted on the two of them and walked into the venue with large strides. President Gu, you'd better explain why you stole the pills I used to participate in the Chamber of Commerce competition. Don't you think it's very underhanded to do so? Su Yuhong, I really didn't expect you to be so shameless. This is clearly my Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce's pills. When did it become your World Chamber of Commerce's? Inside the venue, Su Yuhong and Gu Luocheng faced each other face to face, and the surrounding spectators murmured about it. Su Yuhong let out a cold smile and turned to the crowd. Guests, please bear witness for me. The face pill and the life renewal pill are the goods that the World Chamber of Commerce used to prepare for this competition. But just 2 days ago, they have disappeared. I thought it was just a matter of losing them. The big deal is that I will withdraw from the World Chamber of Commerce in the Chamber of Commerce competition. But what I didn't expect was that the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce would actually take my World Chamber of Commerce's elixir to the Chamber of Commerce competition to show it off in such a grand manner. Isn't this slapping my World Chamber of Commerce in the face and treating all of you like little cuties? See? After saying that, he faced the chamber arbiter again. President Yang, please make sure that you do justice to my World Chamber of Commerce and return the favor to me. If this matter is not handled properly, it will have an indelible effect on the credibility of the entire World Chamber of Commerce. The arbitration presiding officer, Yang Yue, although he only had a cultivation of 2 levels of the spirit transformation realm, he was highly respected by the world because of his master, the South Sea Venerable Tao Yifeng. Hearing Su Yuhong say this, he immediately aimed his gaze at Gu Luoying. President Gu, explain yourself, did you really steal the World Chamber of Commerce's Dan pills? Gu Luocheng was anxious. President Yang, I, Gu Luocheng, can swear to the heavens that I definitely didn't steal the World Chamber of Commerce's pills. This is purely a false accusation by Su Yuhong. When Su Yuhong heard this, he immediately sneered back. President Gu, if you, the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce, could really come up with such an extremely high-quality elixir, how would you end up in such a situation? Once these words came out, the crowd once again murmured. Indeed, over the past 100 years or so, although the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce had maintained its superficial decency, in actuality, it had relied entirely on its 1,000 years of heritage to sustain it. If the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce really had such an elixir, how could it be overshadowed by the World Chamber of Commerce? Yang Yue sniffed and said to Gu Luocheng, President Gu, you'd better give a reasonable explanation, or else today your Changxing Chamber of Commerce's signboard will be permanently removed from the Chamber of Commerce. Gu Luoying was startled, her shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip as she tried to restrain her inner panic. If the signboard of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce were to be removed because of himself, what face would he have to face his ancestors? President Yang, how can you listen to the words of others? Could it be that anyone who takes out a treasure is not theirs just because someone questions it? Yang Yue hesitated when he heard this. Su Yuhong, however, didn't give Gu Luocheng any chance to flip the script at all, and spoke directly. President Gu, if you insist on saying that this resident pill and life renewal pill are goods from your Changxing Chamber of Commerce, then prove it to everyone. How do I prove it? As long as you refine these 2 types of pills again in front of everyone here, you will naturally be able to prove innocence as well. Su Yuhong, Gu Luocheng was furious. Do you think that such an elixir can be made just because you want to? Oh, don't dare? You. Su Yuheng's sentence directly choked Gu Luoying speechless. Yang Yue also said at this time, yes, President Gu, since you said that these 2 elixirs were produced by your Eternal Life Society, if you can refine them on the spot, then you'll naturally be cleared of suspicion, or else the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's sign will have to be removed from the business world. Gu Luocheng pursed her lower lip and looked indignantly at the smug Su Yuhang. If it wasn't for the backstabbing by Su Yuhong back then, how would he and the Chamber of Commerce have ended up in such a situation? President Gu, please bring out the Dan Master of your Chamber of Commerce, and prove your innocence with actual behavior. Su Yuhong was certain that Gu Luoying couldn't refine this kind of top-grade pills, and waited for today to pass, and then annexed all the industries of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce in the Taiku continent. Gu Luocheng didn't say a word. Facing the strange gazes cast around her, her heart was a mixture of shame and anger. Could it be that today, the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce really can't be saved? Seeing that Gu Luocheng didn't respond, Yang Yuwei and Su Yuhong looked at each other before immediately getting up to make the announcement. Since President Gu is unable to provide proof of his own innocence, this president will announce here that as of today, the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. Shut up! Suddenly, a thunderous murmur rang out from the venue, hardening Yang Yuwei's words. Everyone looked towards the direction of the source of the sound in unison, especially Gu Luoying, who actually felt as if she was relieved in her heart when she saw that familiar figure. Greatly relieved. The person Shen Lian wants to protect. Who dares to count today? Shen Lian walked proudly towards the front of the conference venue, his eyes dead set on Yang Yuwei at the arbitration table. Shen Lian. Seeing the moment Shen Lian appeared, Su Yuhong almost grit his teeth and spat lightly. Chapter 47, You must fulfill this request. Shen Lian proudly entered the venue, and the cold wind sweeping vigorously instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the venue. Watching Shen Lian walk idly towards the hosting stage, the viciousness in Su Yuhong's eyes was almost impossible to conceal. Who are you? Who gave you permission to come in? Yang Yaoi rushed Shen Lian and shouted. Griffin, shut up. Shen Lian snorted coldly and paced in front of the main divisional platform, quietly gazing at Yang Yuwei. When he met those cold and chilly eyes, Yang Yuhua only felt an inexplicable fear rise up inside his heart. You? What are you going to do? I just want to see where you losers get the confidence to sit in this chair. You? Shut up. I don't want to hear crap. Shen Lian let out a deep cry, regardless of Yang Yuwei's darkened face, and turned to look at Su Yuhong. I'll only ask you one question. If the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce comes up with a better elixir than this life renewal pill and face resurfacing pill, shouldn't you remove the signboard of the World Chamber of Commerce? Su Yuhong was furious. Shen Lian, what kind of tone are you using to talk to me? Tearing down my Chamber of Commerce signboard? I think you owe it to yourself. Shen Lian? Su Yuhong's words instantly caused a gasp of surprise at the scene. He's Shen Lian? That's incredible. Who is Shen Lian? Never heard of it. Ah, you don't even know about the Skyfeather sect's famous licking dog. How long has it been since you've been out? So it is. Shen Lian ignored the questioning clamor of the guests and just stared dead at Su Yuhong and asked again. I'll ask again. If the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce takes out a better elixir than the Life Renewal Pill and the Face Resurfacing Pill, do you dare to take down the signboard of the World Chamber of Commerce yourself? Su Yuhong was stunned. Shen Lian's eyes were so terrifying. It was the first time she had seen it in her life. You, answer me. Shen Lian did not give Su Yuhong any chance to catch his breath, and the intense pressure emanating from his body shook Su Yuhong to the point where he almost sat down on the spot. No, there's no reason to be afraid of him. He's just a punk. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuhong regained her composure and laughed coldly. Shen Lian, I really didn't think that you would actually hang out with Gu Luoying. You think you want to get the attention of a few of us in this way? If so, then, enough. Shen Lian interrupted Su Yuhong's words with a deep cry. The accounts between you and I will be settled slowly later. I only want to use one elixir to make your World Chamber of Commerce completely disband. After speaking, Shen Lian said to all of them, now, I have a few special pills in my hand, so if you guys are interested, you can come and comment on them. Without waiting for the crowd to reply, Shen Lian directly surfaced 3 pills condensed from the essence of the lifelong cultivation of a powerful person of the transitional succession realm in the palm of his hand. The moment the elixir was offered, the entire venue was wrapped in medicinal fragrance, the aroma overflowing to refresh people. The so-called fourth sister sacrifices to the heavens, and her powers are limitless. The pills that had been tempered by the great Tao human emperor cauldron, they were the finest of the finest, and there was no difference in grade. This is. Gu Luoying looked at the 3 pills in Shen Lian's hand in shock, and for a while, she was in a bit of a trance. Su Yuhong was even more unbelievable. Where did he get this kind of elixir? Just judging from the medicinal aroma, a single one can raise the cultivation of the ferrying stage by a large margin. Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan and waited for the crowd to get over their shock before directly throwing 3 pills in front of Yang Yuwei. This is the latest elixir produced by the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. It's called the Transition Elixir. Just one question. Are these 3 elixirs enough for the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce to win the top spot? Yang Yuwei as well as the rest of the several presiding officers gathered around the elixir in unison, constantly surveying and studying it. One had to admit that this transitional robbery pill was truly a miracle medicine of the world. Even Yang Yuwei, who was close to Su Yuhong, couldn't help but nod his head. Not bad. This transition pill is simply not comparable to either the resident pill or the life renewal pill. I really didn't expect that I would be able to come across such a superb elixir in my lifetime. Just smelling it like that makes me think of my dead era. I stewed him in tears the other day, and he smiled at me before I did it. It was a sin. Hearing the compliments on the hosting stage, Su Yuheng's face turned blue. Why? Why should this licking dog take such a superb elixir to please Gu Luochang this instead of bringing it to kneel on the ground and offer it to me? Did he know that there was a disagreement between himself and Gu Luoying, and he still wanted to use this kind of tactic? Shen Lian, why are you so annoying? It's a way to disgust me and get my attention, isn't it? Humph. I won't let you get away with this. You deserve to die. Thus, Su Hong repeated the same old trick before pronouncing the verdict on the presiding stage. President Yang, I admit that the effects of these 3 transition pills are far superior to the life renewal pill and the face residence pill. When these words came out, the crowd thought that the World Chamber of Commerce had just willingly admitted defeat. Unexpectedly, the next moment Su Heng's words changed. But that doesn't mean that it was refined by the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. Maybe they got this kind of elixir by chance. Dare I ask if drugs by chance are considered to be abilities of the chamber itself? Su Heng's words were justified, and the people listening could not help but nod in agreement. Yang Yue, what President Su said is not wrong. Although this transition pill has miraculous medicinal effects, and its grade is much higher than the life renewal pill and the face residence pill. However, if it was not refined by the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce by its own ability, then it has no right to represent the strength of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce itself. Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan. I have long expected that you will be shameless. Raise the conditions. How do I prove that this elixir belongs to the Chamber of Commerce's own strength? Yang Yu Huai, as long as the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce can refine this transition dan on the spot, we will naturally believe it. Gu Luo couldn't listen anymore. President Yang, the transition dan formula is very valuable and the medicinal ingredients are also very rare. How can you treat it as an outsider? Yang Yue spread his hands. Then there's no way out. If you want to prove that the transitional robbery pill is owned by the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce, you have to show evidence. Gu Luoying clenched her teeth, and her eyes couldn't help but glance at Shen Lian, shaking her head at him. I didn't want Shen Lian to say, it's naturally no problem if you want me to concoct pills on the spot, but the medicinal materials must come out from all of you. I don't know who was willing to step forward. When Yang Yue and the others heard this, their hearts were immediately overjoyed. Very well, provide the herbs, then read the steps of alchemy. And turn around and study them slowly. My auction house will inevitably have an additional source of wealth, and perhaps it can raise the clan's cultivation to a high grade in unison. Thinking of this, Yang Yue said, I don't know what medicinal herbs you need, but all of you present are mostly the heads of the chambers of commerce. I think there is no lack of rare medicinal herbs on my body. Dao Frenshin just mention it, but I will try to satisfy you wherever I can. Shen Lian laughed coldly. Medicinal herbs are not as complicated as you think. All it takes is for a few transition realm cultivators to come forward, and I'll be able to refine transition pills for you on the spot. Su Hong laughed coldly. You mean to say that you don't need any spirit medicines? Just a few varying realm cultivators can directly refine such pills? Shen Lian, can you stop being irrational? Do you know what alchemy means? Su Hong, don't use your obscene little brain to ponder such a complicated issue. Mind your own stinking mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation strength hadn't stepped into the mixed realm right now, would he have let Su Hong talk so much nonsense? Long ago, he would have directly pushed it flat with a palm. Su Hong was trembling with anger at Shen Lian's attitude. Fine, transition realm cultivator right? I'll give it to you. I'd like to see how you refine the transition dan. After saying that, Su Hong gave a wink to the only 4 varying realm cultivators around him. Without any hesitation, the 4 people directly stepped out to stand in front of Shen Lian. At this moment, the corner of Shen Lian's mouth slightly curved up in an arc. Su Hong, are you sure you want these 4 to cooperate with me in refining pills? Shen Lian, I'd like to see how you get off the stage today. Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian let out a wild laugh at his words. In that case, I'll be polite, with such a request delivered to your door. Wouldn't I have the reason not to fulfill you? As soon as the laughter fell, the great Dao human emperor cauldron was directly destroyed. In an instant, the surrounding Dao rhyme cohesion, a vast force, gradually converged to Shen Lian left palm. Gradually formed a purple gas-dense medicine tripod. Chapter 48. This is the end. Spiritual chi surged towards Shen Lian's palm like a raging storm, gradually condensing into a medicine cauldron that emitted purple Dao aura. Seeing such a miraculous scene, Su Hong was instantly shocked. What kind of divine ability is this? To actually be able to condense a medicine cauldron in the center of the palm? Why have I never seen Shen Lian cast it before? In an instant, the look she gave Shen Lian was filled with distortion. He actually has a few cards to hide from himself? What about the promise to take care of the 7 sisters for the rest of their lives? The promise that they would selflessly teach what they know? Men, for sure, are not trustworthy. Shen Lian didn't care at all about Su Heng's psychological changes, and after condensing the great Dao pill cauldron, his eyes stayed on these few transitional cultivators. give you losers a chance to backtrack. It's not too late to leave. As a result, his words drew merciless ridicule from this group of cultivators. Shen Lian, you think you can eat us just because you condensed a pill cauldron in your palm? I don't see how this is any different. After all, it's just an obedient dog beside our chairman. Do you really think you can turn over one day? Shen Lian sniffed, and the corner of his mouth flashed with an icy arc. Since that's the case, let's invite you to catch up inside the human emperor cauldron. After the words, the medicine cauldron in Shen Lian's palm began to slowly rotate. In a flash, the wind and clouds shifted. The crowd clearly felt an irresistible fluctuation in the surrounding aura. Guluodian had seen the magic of the great Tao human emperor cauldron and quickly retreated 100 paces away before Shen Lian struck. Su Yuheng's face also changed, but he still braced himself, wanting to take a closer look at what Shen Lian was trying to pull. Along with the medicine cauldron beginning to rotate in his palm, it gradually began to move from slow to rapid. Abruptly, 4 auras were shot out, directly locking onto the 4 transition realm cultivators standing in front of them. In the next moment, the 4 of them only felt a violent fluctuation in their divine sense, feeling that their divine souls seemed to be pulled by an extremely powerful force, uncontrollably wanting to detach themselves from their physical bodies. Not good. There's something weird about this medicine cauldron. Without waiting for them to think about it, they felt that in the depths of the Sea of Dan, the majestic spiritual energy began to pour out without control. Not good. Our cultivation. Crap. By the time a few people reacted, it was too late. Everyone in the venue saw a flash of dazzling white waves rising from the bodies of these 4 transition realm powerhouses, all of which surged into the medicinal cauldron. After about a tea, the 4 transitional juncture realm cultivators finally couldn't withstand the absorption of the great Tao pill cauldron, and the chi of the Dan Hai in their bodies was unceasing, breaking out of their bodies as much as they could. The medicine cauldron in Shen Lian's hand was emitting wisps of white smoke, and one after another stream of majestic spiritual chi poured into the cauldron like a mountain. No, Shen Lian, stop it. Finally, Su Yuhong came back to his senses from the shock, already understanding what Shen Lian was going to do, and immediately stepped forward to stop it. At this moment, Shen Lian was fully focused on manipulating the great Tao medicine cauldron and had no time to care about Su Yuhong. Just as Su Yuhong was about to touch Shen Lian's body, a delicate silhouette appeared as a stream of light and stopped her. What? Is President Su planning to go back on his word in front of the world? Gu Luo Chung, get out of my way. What does this matter have to do with you? Shen Lian is now a collaborator of my Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. Do you think it has anything to do with me? Gu Luoyang strongly blocked the barrier, not allowing Su Yuhong to have a chance to get close to Shen Lian at all. Hearing Gu Luoying utter these words, Su Yuhong's face suddenly appeared a grimace. Gu Luoying, I'll ask you one last time, whether you'll let go or not. At this moment, the cultivation and divine sense of those 4 transition realm cultivators had been gradually drained by the great Tao refining cauldron hand, and Su Yuhong was anxious to see them. Those 4 people but the World Chamber of Commerce in addition to their own. The strength of the highest people. The World Chamber of Commerce cannot be annexed by other Chamber of Commerce forces after 100 years, relying on these 4 people in the deterrent from the side. But now, if they were to be lost in this competition like this, the pattern of the World Chamber of Commerce would inevitably produce great changes. Shen Lian, I'm ordering you to hurry up and stop. Do you hear me? Su Yuhong was in a hurry, really in a hurry. I gave you guys a chance, and it was you guys who took the initiative to seek death. So why don't I just be a man of honor? It's just a bunch of wastes. It should be a great honor to be the Dan of the great Tao pill cauldron. Ha ha ha. Shen Lian's laughter was arrogant and perverted, and it was a far cry from the previous image of Su Yuheng's impression of that coy and obedient eldest senior brother who was always shushing and warming up to himself. You? Why have you gotten like this? Su Yuhong clenched her teeth and tried not to let the aggrieved tears fall. At this moment, the 4 transition realm cultivators' dances were almost emptied, and their bodies began to age at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Yuhong was so anxious that her face turned red, and she suddenly transformed the star from her nascent sacred ring. Shen Lian, you better not force me. But the next moment, a magnificent green sword also appeared right in front of Su Yuhang. Su Yuhong, back then when I made my breakthrough, I remembered everything you did to me in my heart. Today, why don't we settle new grudges and old grudges together? It's just as well. I also want to see whether your star is stronger or this Qing Yanjia. Gu Luo Chung, you have to cross me today, right? Su Yuhong had become so anxious that she had completely lost her mind. Since that's the case, let you experience the power of the Star 6 transformations. Can you withstand it or not? To the end, Gu Luoyan wasn't the least bit afraid and directly spun Qing Yan to meet the star. When a mixed realm expert crossed swords, the outbreak of law power was enough to ripple for hundreds of miles in a circle. Now, Just the aura pressure emanating from the two of them had already caused the presidents of the various guilds present to turn pale. Thud. Suddenly, a bell rings and the sound of the bells of Qingming dispelled the suffocating depression of the scene. Su Yuhang instantly cleared his spiritual platform, and the rapid hideousness in his body receded. But at the sight of the scene in front of him, he was suddenly ashen. Those 4 transition realm cultivators had already turned into smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth, and the great Tao medicine cauldron in Shen Lian's palm was already gone. In their place, there were 4 milky white pills that exuded a rich spiritual content. Now, who else has any objections to the eternal life chamber of commerce being able to refine the transition dan? Cold eyes swept across the room, and the instantly baffled people were silent. Finally, Shen Lian locked his gaze on Yan Yue and raised his palm to hand the freshly baked transition dan in front of him. You're not going to say anything now? Against Shen Lian's eyes that could almost tear people apart, what could Yan Yue say? Even though he wanted to keep Su Yuhang, the fact was right in front of his eyes. The person had refined 4 great cultivators of the transition realm into pills on the spot, so killing himself was even as simple as pinching an ant. Thus, he immediately got up. I declare that it is true that the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce can have the ability to refine the transition dan, and that the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce will take the top spot in this grand competition. No, I won't take it. When Su Yuhang heard this result, he instantly hissed loudly as if he was bewitched. Yang Yue sighed regretfully in his heart and persuaded, President Su, the facts are in front of us. In this round, it was indeed the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce that won the championship. No, Su Yuhang immediately denied. Shen Lian is my eldest senior brother. He should be on my side together. Then, showing a pitiful look to Shen Lian, he said, eldest senior brother, you're joking with me, right? How could you possibly help outsiders to deal with me? We are siblings from the same sect. Have you forgotten the friendship of the past? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gazes toward Shen Lian. Chapter 49. Eldest brother, you said you'd be on my side no matter what. But look at what you're doing now. Why? Why did you break your original promise? Why did you make an enemy of me? Why? Su Yuhang seemed like his entire person was somewhat bewitched, rushing at Shen Lian and continuously questioning loudly. That expression made everyone's scalp tingle as they watched. Shen Lian's face was calm as he returned with a squeeze of his palm. As I said, since the World Chamber of Commerce was created by me, I naturally have the power to destroy it with my own hands as well. After all, putting you 7 wide-eyed wolves up in that undeserved position is the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life. Shen Lian. So, from the moment I came to my senses, I had no intention of sparing each and every one of you. I will destroy all that has been gifted to you, one by one, from your few white-eyed wolves, and then, like an unattended maggot, you'll slowly flounder in the muck until, after looking up at all that cannot be plucked, and despairing to end the rest of his life. Su Yuhang, you're to blame for all this. Don't worry, today it's you. Tomorrow it'll be Mu Jingguan and Nangong Li. I'm gonna get back everything you've done to me, tenfold. None of you 7 dogs are going to get away with this, and you're all going to hell with nothing to show for it. One by one, the maniacal voice echoed, tearing apart Su Yuhang's last shred of expectation. How could she have imagined that the Shen Lian of yesteryear, who had been obedient to herself and allowed herself to be scolded and bullied, would say such words in public? Why is that? Is it because you're close to Yifan? Yes, he had broken his promise to be Shen Lian's woman, but could something like feelings be forced? Why couldn't he understand his own heart? Also, perhaps there were many things that did hurt Shen Lian in the past, and even almost killed him, but didn't that not work out? Can't he be generous enough to let the past go on and on? Take a step back and say, even if you're being outrageous, aren't you at fault at all? After all, we are all at least fellow disciples. There is a need to do this extreme. The more Su Yuhang thought about it, the more unbalanced her heart became, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that she was right. It was Shen Lian who was wrong. Shen Lian, do you really disregard our years of friendship as fellow disciples? She bit her lip and questioned indignantly. The corner of Shen Lian's mouth hooked, his folding fan unfolded, and he coldly replied, fellow disciple? Only a dog would want to be a fellow disciple with a shameless like you. I feel sick to my stomach just thinking about these 2 words. Su Yuhang, tell me, what kind of fellow disciple would try to put himself to death, to make way for a punk like Yifan? And what kind of fellow disciple would be so intent on torturing and humiliating his own disciple in every way possible? It's pathetic and laughable, coming from a dog like you. If you can, you should stay with that punk Yifan forever, locked up for the rest of your life. Don't come out barking like crazy again. Unfortunately, Yifan has been reduced to a dead dog and is no longer the man you long to marry. Are you disappointed? If so, then do not carry grief, for the days of grief are yet to come. Without wanting to, Su Yuhong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh when he heard this. After all is said and done, aren't you still jealous of senior brother Yi? But what can be done about that? Master Yi's talent is amazing. He's kind and docile. Can't you compare to him? Tell you Shen Lian, no matter what you do, you won't be able to change senior brother Yi's position in my heart. Ha 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 ha. As if Shen Lian had heard some heavenly joke, he finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sure enough, it's the mark and the dog that attract each other. The logic of the waste is hard for ordinary people to understand. A waste of a man whose cultivation was abolished by one of my moves. In your eyes, you're so good, Su Yuhong, you really have a unique vision that I can't help it. If you want to be with that dead dog, I can naturally fulfill you, but if you want to live in a double life, it depends on your life, whether it is long enough or not. To be honest, if Shen Lian's current cultivation was not enough to fight against Su Yuhang, he wouldn't have said so much at all. If the opening was the peak cultivation, Shen Lian did not even bother to say anything, but directly killed all these 7 mother go, and then continued to chase the Great Road, challenging all kinds of experts to enjoy the excitement of fighting for their lives. Su Yuhong was trembling with anger, and then looking around. Many people were whispering as they looked at themselves, instantly making her anxious. Since worshipping in the Skyfeather sect, how had he ever suffered such an indignity? And who dared to talk about himself to his face like this? But today, instantly, Su Yuhang's pupils turned fishy red. The guarantee of the Heavenly Chamber of Commerce was gone, and his own reputation was ruined. The beloved junior brother is also in a coma, and the beloved clan is even crumbling at once, and the culprit for all of this was Shen Lian. Instantly, the Tao heart within her fluctuated, and killing intent broke out of her body in an unstoppable manner. Shen Lian, I'm going to kill you. A strong Tao law swept through Su Yuhang's entire body. Star rose up and his sword was like a rainbow, charging straight at Shen Lian. Su Yuhong, the old scores between you and I, let's settle them today. Shen Lian was calm as usual, but Gu Luoying on the side immediately raised his sword to meet him. In an instant, the light of swords and shadows, along with the aura of destroying the sky and the earth, filled the surroundings of the venue together. Shen Lian folded his fan to block his face, waved back the after effects of the two men's battle bloomed, and then lightly moved back a few steps, quietly focusing on the situation on the battlefield. Just see the two figures have been vacated to the void and the war is indistinguishable. Magnificent sword gas in the air to bloom. The blink of an eye has been over 100 strokes. Actually played a tie. Your head disease? When Su Yuhong saw that Gu Luoying didn't seem to be showing any signs of committing an illness, he immediately revealed a look of doubt. Ha! Su Yuhong, do you still think that my head ailment is not cured? Gu Luochang snorted coldly. Thanks to Shen Lian, not only did he help me cure my head ailment, he also helped me raise my cultivation. Otherwise, where do you think I would have the strength to fight with you? Shen Lian. Hearing this, Su Yuhong looked at Shen Lian with deep resentment in his eyes. You know that I hate Gu Luoyang, yet you still help him against me? Shen Lian, I won't let you off the hook. If you dare to betray me, Su Yuhong, you will definitely pay the price. Shen Lian didn't bother answering any more words from this white-eyed wolf, but just lightly shook his folding fan, his lips lightly raised, and put on an attitude of watching the show. Gu Luoyang, Su Yuhong, it's time to settle the score. Ha ha ha, Gu Luocheng, you've been tortured by a head ailment for 100 years, so what if you're cured now? Will you, who wasted 100 years of time, be a match for me? Su Yuhang's eyes went cold, and the stars crossed his chest. Since that's the case, today I'll behead you and Shen Lian together. All of you. After the words were spoken, between the flashes of streams of light, Su Yuhong raised his Dan Hai Chi Yuan to its peak and charged directly towards Gu Luocheng. Just as well, 100 years of grudges, but not this morning to clear up clean. Gu Luoyang was not afraid in the slightest, even though there was a one-level difference in cultivation between the two. The two streams of light, one green and one blue, collided in the air for a split second, emitting waves of air that directly blasted the venue below into ruins. Some disciples with low cultivation strength couldn't dodge in time, and were torn to pieces by the scattered Dao Yun on the spot. Sword chi exchanges. Two women, one for hate, one for revenge. Each other who was not willing to retreat half a step. Shen Lian full attention to the two people in the void of the battle, until the two women a sword vertical move, each separated for a moment. Chance. He decisively threw a transition pill in Su Yuhang's direction. Su Yuhong was fully focused on Gu Luocheng at this time, and did not even notice that the speeding transition Dan was already close at hand. Gu Luocheng, you deserve to die. Just as Su Yuhong swept his sword and charged at Gu Luocheng once again. Boom! A huge explosion echoed around Su Yuhang. Pust! The elixir exploded, comparable to the full force of a transition realm powerhouse. Even though Su Yuhong had stepped into the mixed realm, He was unable to react for a moment due to the fact that his attention was on Gu Luocheng. The transitional Dan exploded for a moment, and although it couldn't hurt her in the slightest, it also disturbed her divine sense. Just in the moment of distraction, Gu Luotian's sword had ruthlessly penetrated her shoulder blade. Chapter 50, ready? How is this possible? Feeling the stabbing pain coming from her shoulder blade, Su Yuhong was a bit incredulous. The unearthly protector protects almost every inch of your body, with the only weakness being at the shoulder blades. And guess how I know the secret? Gu Luocheng put down a sentence and jerked Chengyan. Su Yuhong only felt his spiritual energy dissipate, and his body fell from a high altitude uncontrollably. How can it be? The weakness of the unearthly protector is only known to Shen Lian besides me. Why would he tell it to Gu Luoyin this? Compared to the physical pain, the mental shock Gu Luoyan's words caused her was even more tremendous. Shen Lian told all his secrets to that person. Why? Why would he do that? Does he really hate himself that much? Gu Luoying made a sideways turn, catching the star sword in his hand and floating back to Shen Lian's side. Here is your sword. Return it to its rightful owner. Looking at the star that Gu Luoying handed over, Shen Lian was not even looking at it. I don't care what the dog used. Keep it for disposal. After the words were spoken, the fan bone flicked, and the star directly refell into Gu Luoying's hand. You're so stubborn. This is a divine weapon that you begged for a long time to get back then. You've said it was a cheap shot for me back then, and now I feel sick at the sight of this piece of scrap metal. After Shen Lian finished speaking, he directly unfolded his folding fan and took a step forward to walk in front of Su Yuhong. I told you I would leave you with nothing. Now, how long do you think your World Chamber of Commerce will last? Su Yuhong raised his head and looked at Shen Lian with a blank face. Not a trace of the former gentleness could be seen in the handsome and martial face. What there was just intense hatred and disgust. A sharp pain shot through her chest. The man who had once filled his eyes with himself was really never coming back. Shen Lian, do you really hate me that much? She was still reluctant to ask. Poof. Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan and sidled back. Only if all 7 of you die can this hatred dissipate. Su Yuhong, if you choose to kill yourself now, I will leave you with one last point of decency. The desperate words were like a sharp blade that ruthlessly pierced through Su Yuheng's remaining flukes. Remember what I said. Take what is mine, and I'll get it back tenfold. And all you have to do is hide yourself, or try to get rid of me. Between me and you guys, it's doomed to be a never-ending situation. Put away your delusions. The cowardly and incompetent Shen Lian of the past is dead. What stands before you today is a being you cannot afford to mess with. It's not an alarmist statement. It's an announcement. Ha 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 ha. Now, make your choice. Kill yourself or, let me do it. Su Yuhong was silent for a long time, and suddenly looked at Shen Lian very resentfully. Don't be complacent. Today's revenge. I won't just let it go. After the words, a ray of dazzling spiritual light suddenly rose around her. When the spiritual light dissipated, Su Yuhong was nowhere to be found. It's the 7-colored holy complex. Shen Lian then remembered that Su Yuhong still had a holy relic in his hand that could get out of the way in a critical moment. But soon, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if everything was as he expected. Now just take advantage of you being injured and unable to come out. I can take care of all the remaining trash of the Skyfeather sect without any worries, and this time, none of them will want to escape. Thinking of this, Shen Lian looked back at Yang Yuwei. What do you have to say about the handling of this matter? Yang Yuwei immediately said, Su Yuhong has falsely accused his peers and has committed numerous crimes, so he should be disqualified from being based in the Chamber of Commerce, and the announcement will be known to the whole world. You made the right choice and bought yourself a chance to live. Ha 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 ha. After the words, Shen Lian's body black clouds scurried, and in the blink of an eye, he formed a ghostly carriage and sped away from the venue in the midst of impassioned and wild laughter. The remaining people who stayed at the venue saw this scene and each began to calculate small thoughts. In any case, the World Chamber of Commerce had now lost the shelter of many powerful people, and the remaining one, Su Yuhong, was seriously injured. Why don't we take advantage of this time now to cooperate with the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce and together divide up the resources that originally belonged to the World Chamber of Commerce? As a result, everyone looked at Gu Luoying and cast a pleasing gaze. People are profit-seeking creatures, especially in this dark forest law cluster of cultivation and fantasy world. Fall into the well that is commonplace. As long as you can become strong and rich, why should you care if your methods are honorable or not? 3 days later, outside the gate of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce's residence, Shen Lian stood at the side of the spectral carriage, quietly gazing in the direction of the Skyfeather sect. The reputation of the Heavenly Chamber of Commerce has been ruined, and now it's time for the final judgment of all of the Heavenly Feather sect. Gu Luocheng walked up to him. Are you really leaving and not staying for a few more days? Shen Lian returned frankly. The cooperation between me and you is over. so there is no point in staying any longer. As for how to acquire the World Chamber of Commerce's industry, I believe that with your Gu family's ability, you don't need me to give you any guidance. So where are you going? None of your business. Shen Lian put away his folding fan and looked at Gu Luochang. Once we part today, all cooperation between Shen Lian and the Chamber of Commerce of Eternal Life will end here. As for whether or not your Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce will be able to gain a foothold in the business world in the future, and how it will return to its heyday, it no longer has any relevance as far as I'm concerned. Gu Luoyang, no matter what, I still have to thank you. The door of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce will always be open for you, and you will always be a friend to me. Gu Luoyang, we have never been friends with each other. Shen Lian corrected her words. We were working together temporarily with common interests. Now that each of us has obtained what we need, then it is time for this cooperation to come to an end. The remaining matters no longer have anything to do with me, but mindful of the fact that we cooperate happily with each other, Mr. Shen makes an exception and says to you, Precious. After speaking, Shen Lian turned around and was about to drive the underworld carriage. Wait. Gu Luoyang hurriedly called out to Shen Lian. Is there anything else you want? A trace of impatience flashed across Shen Lian's expression. Gu Luocheng took a deep breath and said, Can you please do me one more favor? Because of my head disease, I couldn't advance in my cultivation, and I caused the Gu family's business to fall into disarray. The family then arranged for me to marry someone else to solidify my position. I think. Not waiting for Gu Luoying to finish, Shen Lian directly interrupted her. This is your own problem. It has nothing to do with me. I can't possibly waste my energy and time for such an insignificant matter, but for the sake of a good partnership, I can give you the sound advice that fate is in your own hands, and that you now have the strength and leverage to take charge of your own destiny. Why should you care about the opinions of ants? You are no longer the same Gu Luocheng. Can you still be easily pinned down by them? That's all I have to say. Let's say goodbye today, and if we have the chance we'll meet again in the Jianghu Lake in the coming days. After speaking, Shen Lian did not look back and directly entered the carriage. Sigh. Accompanied by the phantom warhorse letting out a thick and loud snort. In the blink of an eye, like a gust of wind, it left the gate of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce. Seeing off Shen Lian's dashing and distant figure, Gu Luoying stopped for a long time, her mind hovering over the words he left for herself before he left. Yes, why should I care about the advice of the people of my clan now that I have recovered? I, Gu Luoching, am the Gu family's existence second only to the old ancestor, and will not have my life decided by a group of lowly cultivators. Figuring this out, Gu Luoying was instantly enlightened, and her face brought up a smirk. Shen Lian, thank you very much. After the Skyfeather sect's 2 earth veins were destroyed, the aura of this place was so thin that it was impossible to cultivate in. Moreover, due to the impact of the earth's gas, the cultivation of Tianyu's old ancestor during this period of time is also a daily decline visible to the naked eye, and now has fallen to the 3rd realm of the mixed yuan. In order to avoid the destruction of the Skyfeather sect, she decided to immediately move the sect and traveled towards the blessed treasure land in the southwest of the eastern domain continent. However, just as the entire clan's disciples were passing through a place called Han Tian Valley, an intense killing intent suddenly assaulted their faces from within the empty valley. Ha ha ha! The frenzied laughter shook the mountain ranges for tens of miles in a radius and continuously shook. Old Biden, where do you think you're going to get away with this? As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian's arrogant stature slowly blocked the path of the Tianyu sect's advance under the shroud of a swirling black cloud in the void. Shen Lian. Upon seeing the visitor, the Skyfeather old ancestor let out an extremely mournful roar, the hatred in his eyes turning into endless rage. Old wall lamp, the taste of plummeting cultivation is not pleasant, is it? From now on, a game of battle royale is about to start. Are you ready to struggle to death and prepare for Shen Lian's judgment? Chapter 51. Shen Lian. You actually dare to appear before the seat. Seeing Shen Lian appear this moment, old man Tianyu still lost the last shred of sanity. The good heavenly feather sect was actually destroyed in his hands in just a few days. Such a contraption for Yifan to use as a stepping stone was thought to have been given a hold. Who would have thought that there would be such a reversal of scenes at the end? This resentment spread within her like a plague, and the thought of killing Shen Lian completely took over her already somewhat shriveled brain. Shen Lian simply ignored Tianyu old ancestor's threat and lightly shook his folding fan and said slowly, It has never been more pleasing to the eye to see a bereaved dog fleeing in distress. In return for what you have done for me over the centuries, I have set aside my precious time to give you one last ride. Old ancestor Tianyu couldn't stop his cheeks from twitching. What else do you want? How's that? Old thing, do you think this is over? The smile on Shen Lian's face violently withdrew, and the folding fan in his hand was abruptly put away. Then slowly stretch out a finger. Let me tell you, this matter will never end until the Skyfeather sect is driven to extinction. And you want to relocate the sect to rise again? Then the next relocation point is hell. The Skyfeather old ancestor's eyes widened as he almost gritted his teeth and shouted out a few words. Skyfeather sword formation. Imperial enemy. As soon as the words fell, 300 sword-wielding disciples immediately rose up in the air and soared to the top of Shen Lian's head. Sword formation. Open. 300 spirit swords rose up from behind the Skyfeather disciples at the same time to fall into their hands. In a blink of an eye, a plentiful chi was formed in the sky and the earth, intertwining to form a net of swords, layering all the disciples of the Skyfeather sect. Shen Lian gazed at the Skyfeather sect laying down the sword formation with a cold eyebrow the entire time, without the slightest intention of interfering. If he had chosen to make a move before, then this sword formation would not have been able to open smoothly. What he wanted was to completely crush this group of mole crickets that had oppressed him in the past, from the physical to the spiritual. Shen Lian, do you remember this bout? Seeing that the formation had been completed, Old Man Tianyu revealed a smug expression. This formation together can withstand an all-out strike below the 7th grade of the ferrying realm at the same time. It can also explode with the power of the early stage of the mixed yuan. With your current cultivation level, how should you break it? The corner of Shen Lian's mouth hooked. A small sword formation makes you feel that you can have no one in your sight? Then all I can say is that you are hopelessly narrow-minded. Old ancestor Tianyu put away his smile and his face instantly turned ironic. How dare you speak out of turn even at the end of your life? Fine. Today, I'll let you die under the sword formation that you personally wove. After saying this, he raised his hand and yelled, all disciples listen to the order. Exterminate the evil and destroy the demons. Yes, the 300 formation disciples responded in unison, and all of their aura focused on one spot in the sword formation. Miso. In the next second, the sword formation caved in for a split second, and a cold sword that was 100 feet in size attacked Shen Lian head-on. How dare you show off in front of Shen Lian with such a trivial carving skill? Let's make this move for your desperate faces before you die. After he finished speaking, Shen Lian's feet gave a beat. In a flash, the ground shook. A heaven-shaking power of Tao rhythm emanated from Shen Lian's body. This power, feeling that the earth was slowly cracking open, an ominous premonition instantly enveloped the head of Old Man Tianyu. Drink! Only hearing a deep shout, the iron fan in Shen Lian's hand suddenly scattered in pieces, transforming into countless short swords and charging directly toward the sword formation. With a clang, the air swords that shot out at the sword formation instantly crumbled under the sweep of the scattered fan bones. At the same time, the sword's momentum did not decrease, and the scattered fan bones crashed directly on top of the sword net. Boom! A shocking loud explosion rang out, and yellow sand flew over the empty valley. When all the dust settled, the scattered iron fan returned intact to Shen Lian's hands. Hiss! With the wind blowing, the 300 disciples who had set up the formation gradually turned into dust and sand, dissipating between heaven and earth. The few people who saw this scene were dumbstruck. The Heavenly Feather sword formation that the Heavenly Feather sect was so proud of couldn't even withstand a single sword from Shen Lian? What kind of swordplay is this? Ha ha ha, old wall lamp. Don't you find this move very familiar? Do you remember the 13 swords of Heavenly Feather? Impossible. The Heavenly Feather old ancestor shook his head vehemently. This isn't the 13 swords of Heavenly Feather. There's no such move in it. Shen Lian teasingly laughed. The 13 swords of Heavenly Feather was originally improved by me, and now that I have created the 14th sword, is it strange? Put. Hearing these words, the Heavenly Feather elder ancestor was instantly infuriated and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. I did not expect. This sinful disciple actually also hit a hand. Thought he improved the Heavenly Feather 13 swords enough to be comparable to the ground level technique, but also this sword law as the basis. Created a more powerful Heavenly Feather sword formation is already the limit, but never thought that Shen Lian would still be able to realize the 14th sword from these 13 swords, and he had been hiding his strength all alone? Miscalculation. Too much of a miscalculation. It seems that he had underestimated him after all. How are you feeling now, old wall sconce? Is it very unpleasant? Not cool. That's right, because from now until you die, this upset is going to be around for a long time. And today is an early start to get you acclimated to the feeling of impotent rage that. Don't worry. From now on I will slowly torture you until your Tianyu sect is completely destroyed. Ha ha ha. Between the vibrations of laughter, Shen refined the underworld chariot and directly left the scene. Shen Lian. Ah. Looking at the figure of the horse carriage that sped away, Old Man Tianyu let out a ghost-like mournful hiss. She was completely busted out of her defenses by the whole thing. Where is Su Yuheng? Where is she? Contact her for me. Yes, old ancestor. Disciple will contact third senior sister. The disciple under the door immediately pulled out a sound transmission stone and began to contact Su Yuheng. It turned out to be impossible to get in touch. Old ancestor. There's no way to contact third senior sister. This make it or break it thing is pissing me off. Old ancestor Tian Yu was trembling with anger, covering his chest and gasping continuously. At this moment, she felt her cultivation begin to fall once again. After trying to calm down, she looked around at the remaining 1,000 or so disciples and began to command. Not far ahead will be Tianyuan City. Today temporarily land there. Save some spiritual energy, don't fly in the air again. Speed up the footwork to catch up. Yes. After saying that, he looked at Yifan who was lying on the stretcher in the crowd, and his eyes couldn't help but be filled with hope again. Fanner is blessed by the heavenly Tao's Qi. As long as we keep Fanner, everything will be fine. For sure. In the evening, Old Man Tian Yu's group finally arrived at Tianyuan City. Just as they found a cultivation inn and planned to settle down temporarily. Cackle. The crisp sound of horse hooves once again echoed in the ears of several people. Phew. Accompanied by a rush of horses neighing and neighing, Old Man Tian Yu and the rest of the disciples looked sideways in unison. At this look, there was a flash of horror, only to see Shen Lian, once again lightly shaking his folding fan, walking towards the inn with a cold face. When he came to the door of the inn, Shen Lian folded his fan with one hand and pointed at the old Tian Yu ancestor. Old wall lamp, why are you coming now? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Little, what do you want again? Seeing Shen Lian's flamboyant face, Old Man Tian Yu was furious to say the least. Shen Lian, however, put one hand behind his back. The cost of a cultivation inn is not low. I'm here, naturally, to save the cost of your accommodation. Those who are sensible should hurry up and hand over the 100 disciples of the Skyfeather sect for me to kill, or else if I pick them myself, I'm afraid that there will be more than just these 100 people. Ha 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 ha. Old ancestor Tian Yu as well as the other disciples were dumbfounded, never expecting Shen Lian to actually become so heartless. Seeing this scene, the shopkeeper and the junior staff, as well as the rest of the guests who came to stay, immediately hid and ran. They don't want to be unnecessarily implicated themselves. I'll kill you. Old ancestor Tian Yu was driven mad, and immediately transported his power to try to blast Shen Lian, but a line of qi, only to feel the body as if more than 100,000 needles began to beat madly, stabbing at the meridians. Put. A mouthful of blood was immediately spat out from the mouth of the Skyfeather elder ancestor, and she herself directly knelt on the ground in a careless manner. Chapter 52, Pushing by Steps. Elder ancestor. The disciples had their hands in a frenzy, and they were busy coming forward to help up Old Man Tian Yu, and each of them looked at Shen Lian nervously. You evil animal, if I had known that you were capable of such treacherous deeds, I should have strangled you directly back then. Old ancestor Tian Yu wiped the corners of his mouth that were filled with blood. His entire person was like a shrew, completely lacking the temperament of an old ancestor of a clan. Ha ha ha. What responded to Old Man Tian Yu was Shen Lian's sneering laughter. Old Biden, if you had to kill me back then, would the Skyfeather sect have been as glorious as it was yesterday? Are you really willing to kill? Now, it's just a matter of getting you back to where you belong, and then drinking the hate. But before you die, I'll make you watch the Tian Yu clan, which you cherish the most. Slowly it's gradually falling apart before your eyes. And then, with you, your soul, you. Old ancestor Tian Yu covered his chest in anger, his body trembling violently. She really wanted to suppress Shen Lian, but she just couldn't do it. The current mixed realm cultivation was an externally strong flowery frame that couldn't be used to defend against the enemy at all. Okay, enough of the small talk. Now who among you is willing to come out and suffer death? If it's voluntary, I'll only kill 100 people today if I'm in a good mood. The rest of you can live for one more day, and that is the last mercy I will show you. As soon as the words fell, a disciple finally couldn't stand it anymore and openly drew his sword. Shen Lian, you traitor who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. My Heavenly Feather sect disciples will not be humiliated by you like this. Even if we die today, we will defend the face of the sect. This disciple's words instantly resonated with the remaining disciples of the Skyfeather sect. What senior brother Huang said is good. Shen Lian so disregarded the friendship of the clan and killed innocents so indiscriminately. How could my Heavenly Feather sect disciples let such traitors go? Shen Lian, my Heavenly Feather sect is a famous Xuanzhou sect of the Taiku continent. How could I be threatened by a scourge like you? Trying to force us to give in this way is simply delusional. All the disciples of the Skyfeather sect work together. There is no need to be afraid of this devil Shen Lian. Even if all of them die in battle today, the Taiku continent will leave behind a beautiful name for us to defend the way. Hundreds of disciples whose cultivation was at the Qi-gathering realm drew their spirit swords in their hands towards Shen Lian with an indignant face, intending to fight to the death as a way to defend the dignity of the clan. A praying mantis is out of its depth. The folding fan in Shen Lian's hand was withdrawn, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Allow your courage in arching the clan to fulfill the determination in defending the way. One move chance. If you don't die, I'll kill myself on the spot. When the disciples heard this, they immediately activated their entire body's spiritual energy and channeled it together to the leader, Senior Disciple Huang. In an instant, the wind rose within the cultivation Xianxi. This group of Qi-gathering outer sect disciples had condensed their life's cultivation into one person, intending to use their lives to uphold the dignity of cultivators. Nay, boring. Shen Lian just gently lifted his hand, and the void-hidden yin-yang Xian flame floated out. In an instant, a ball of yin and yang flames traveled through their torsos, and the 170 outer disciples who had joined forces together didn't even let out a groan before they were directly reduced to ashes. Dead silence. Deadly silence. The original clamor of voices came to an abrupt end, and what was left behind was a face that was so shocked that it twisted. 170 lives for one day of your life. Make the most of it. I'll be back tomorrow. Remember to choose your offering early, don't waste my time, haha. Laughing maniacally, Shen Lian very much enjoyed the pleasure of this step-by-step abuse, quickly transformed into the underworld carriage, and left under the eyes of the public. After seeing Shen Lian's methods, midway through the process, there was not a single person who dared to go and block. It was only when the heavy hoofbeats disappeared from his ears that old man Tianyu sat down on the ground in a state of disorientation. The rest of the Skyfeather sect disciples all looked at each other in dismay. The glimmer of hope and courage that had originally been mobilized, in the face of absolute strength, was actually this unbearable. That eldest brother, who had everything centered on the clan, really wouldn't be coming back. At this time, the shopkeeper tremblingly walked to the front of Tianyu elder ancestor and the others, arched his hand and said, "The sheltering store is small. It can't accommodate a few immortal masters. Please go and settle down elsewhere. I'm really sorry." Obviously, the shopkeeper saw Shen Lian's extermination tactics and simply didn't want to have any further involvement with the Skyfeather sect so as not to draw fire in the future. The Heavenly Feather old ancestor was furious at his words. "We are the Heavenly Feather sect. How dare you not allow us to stay in the store?" The shopkeeper was full of smiles and said, "I'm really sorry. The shelter really can't take in all of you immortal masters. Please make it easier and don't make things difficult for us." Tianyu old ancestor covered his chest, and his twisted old face became a few points more ghastly. Just as she was about to have a fit, the disciple on the side was busy pulling her back and whispered, "Old ancestor, we'd better go. Look around." Old man Tianyu raised his eyes to look, only to realize that the surrounding area was full of cultivators attracted by the commotion. At the moment was surveying his party with a strange look in his eyes. "Let's go to the other inn." In the end, they were still people who cared about facing so many cultivators pointing in sidelong glances. Whether it was the Skyfeather elder ancestor or the Skyfeather sect disciples, they were all self-conscious and ashamed, and immediately left the inn in a grayish manner. As a result, hundreds of people from the Skyfeather sect asked for a day's worth of time at the various cultivation inns in Tianyuan City, but all of them actually refused to take them in. Before the Tianyu ancestor and his party entered the city, Shen Lian had already given a death order to all the cultivation inns in the city, but anyone who dared to accept the Tianyu sect to stay overnight would be waiting for the end of the world. In the face of the threat of the Mad Batch, no one dared to mess with them in the slightest, and naturally, they all didn't dare to take in old man Tianyu's group anymore. In just a few short hours, the matter of the Heavenly Feather sect being chased and bullied by the disciples under their doors had already spread in all parts of the city. As the Tianyu sect was in its prime, it had oppressed many small families in the vicinity, and everyone had dared to be angry with them. Now that the news of the fall has also been long in coming, there is more than a hint of schadenfreude in it, desperate to see them make a fool of themselves. In the end, old man Tianyu could only bring his disciples to live within the inns of mortals. It was very humiliating behavior for a hallowed cultivator to live in a mortal inn, or for the entire clan to live together. When this news came out, it instantly became the talk of the town after dinner again. Upon learning the news, Tianyu old ancestor cursed. "These dog-eyed things. In the past, when my Tianyu sect was strong, they all rushed up to flatter one another. Now but some potential decline only began to put on this face. When my Tianyu sect Tofu Brain Mountain re-emergence day, will definitely want them to regret today's short-sightedness." As soon as she thought of this, she gritted her teeth even more. "It's all because of this sinful disciple Shen Lian. It's all because of him that my Heavenly Feather sect has ended up in such a state. Until now, this old fairy still feels that everything in Tianyu sect today is caused by Shen Lian, but never looked for reasons on herself. Not to mention, when the Tianyu sect from a third or fourth-rate clan into the East region behemoth, all Shen Lian quietly pay behind the scenes. The disciples of the entire clan were also guided by the old fairy and the 7 white-eyed wolves, treating Shen Lian's past contribution as the clan's fortune rather than his personal contribution. Even if some of them knew that it was Shen Lian's payoff, they wouldn't bother to willingly admit it. It could be said that the entire clan, excluding Shen Chuyun, was a group of white-eyed wolves without conscience. Old ancestor Tian Yu remembered that in these 20 days or so, such a big change had occurred in the sect. He could not help but feel anger from his heart. Still haven't contacted your third senior sister? Back to old ancestor. I still can't contact third senior sister. Old ancestor Tian Yu was furious. This sinful disciple wouldn't have seen the change in my sect and run away as well. The disciples all silently stopped speaking out in unison, all unwilling to disobey this old ancestor at this time. At that moment, a voice came from someone at the next table. Have you heard? The Heavenly Chamber of Commerce is about to be disbanded. What? How is this possible? 1,000 times true. One of my brothers saw it with his own eyes. At the Chamber of Commerce competition, the foreign aide invited by the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce single-handedly donned the human Emperor Cauldron, refining 4 strong players of the World Chamber of Commerce in the transition realm on the spot. What? Great Tao Human Emperor Cauldron? It's the Great Tao divine ability that is comparable to the human Emperor streamer? There's actually someone in this world who can cultivate this kind of stance? Really? At that time, that scene was definitely out of your expectation. And the person who cast the Great Tao Human Emperor Cauldron was President Su's senior brother, Shen Lian. Ah. What? How is this possible? Isn't that Shen Lian a licking dog? How could he be with President Su? Don't mention it. President Su and their 7 sisters treat Shen Lian as if they were fellow disciples? Now that people have come to their senses, of course they have to fight back. In short, the World Chamber of Commerce is now greatly wounded. The rest of the auction houses, in conjunction with President Gu of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce, are going on a rampage to annex the original industries of the world's merchants. Well done. All these years of the World Chamber of Commerce's forceful buying and selling behavior, I have long been displeased with her. And now this retribution is truly heaven's will. The Heavenly Feather Ancestor and the other disciples who heard these words were dumbfounded in unison. Keep contacting your third senior sister. Quick! At this moment, old man Tian Yu really panicked. Right now, the remaining 6 were not within the eastern domain. And with this demeanor of his own, the only person he could count on was Su Yuhang. If Su Yuhang is not there, wouldn't it be? Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuhang had long since run off to the spirit world's Pill King Valley at the moment, looking for Mu's shaking light to heal his wounds. She couldn't even protect herself, so how would she care if this old fairy lived or died? Expecting a white-eyed wolf to have a conscience is not as reliable as expecting a certain 2-haired man to go 10 shifts a day. Chapter 53. Finally, you know you're scared. 5 shifts today. Tian Yu's own plot completely wrapped up. After the opening of the abuse GA7 White-Eyed Wolf Road, one more than a GA miserable. This night was spent in trepidation, and at the break of dawn, old man Tian Yu immediately greeted his disciples and rushed out of the city. Heading towards the Lingyun sect, which was on good terms with the Skyfeather sect, he hoped that by virtue of the relationship between the 2 sects in the past, the Lingyun sect would be able to temporarily settle the crowd, since he couldn't contact Su Yuhong, and the remaining 6 white-eyed wolves were all out of range of the sound transmission stone. Old man Tian Yu's idea of relocating the clan to a blessed land with abundant spiritual chi naturally had to be postponed to a later date. It was imperative that he first found a cave that he could settle down in to avoid being chased all the way by this crazy batch of Shen Lian. Old ancestor, the Lingyun sect has always been on good terms with my Heavenly Feather sect, and when my Heavenly Feather sect was in trouble back then, the Lingyun sect had also helped out with all their efforts. Relying on this friendship alone, I think that I will also leave a piece of habitat within the sect for all the senior brothers to recuperate. Tang Bao carefully analyzed the pros and cons with old man Tian Yu, his eyes darting from time to time over Yifan, who had become a vegetable behind him. Still have to blame Su Yuhong this critical time actually cannot contact. I was counting on her to do something, but now it seems that she must be afraid to come to see me because of the blow to the World Chamber of Commerce. Humph, is just pretentious. Had I known that she was so useless, I shouldn't have brought her to the Tian Yu sect back then. Not to mention that I shouldn't have agreed to let Fanner be her Dao mate. Old ancestor Tian Yu was so angry that he couldn't catch his breath. After all, the Hall of Heavenly Feather sect's old ancestor along with the clan actually fell to such a state. This psychological gap can be imagined. Old ancestor, you should calm down first. Let's hurry up and leave while it's still light out. Humph. When this seat settles down, I will make sure that Shen Lian, the traitor, dies without a burial place. Tian Yu old ancestor was gritting his teeth when he shouted these words. His face twisted into an M shape. Tang Bao shrunk his neck, not daring to say anything else for fear that later on she would launch into a frenzy and directly send herself away with a slap. The remaining disciples of the Skyfeather sect left the city one after another, and quickly hurried towards the Lingyun sect. An hour later, it was dawn. When the disciples passed by a tea house, Tang Bao proposed again. Ancestor, why don't you have a cup of tea before you go? This is only 1,000 miles away from Lingyun sect, he said. When you've rested enough, you can directly use your spiritual power to speed up your journey, and you'll be able to arrive before evening. Good. Let's take a break and continue the journey after a tea. Old man Tianyu looked around and didn't notice Shen Lian's arrival, so he let his guard down and decided to take a drink of water to moisten his throat. Since being infused with the earth's qi, her physical condition had gradually moved closer to that of a mortal, and she had also developed a need for grains and cereals. Just as the disciples were sitting around the outside of the tea house, picking up a 3-text bowl of crude tea to start drinking, cackling. Suddenly, the sound of horses' hooves, representing death, once again sounded in the hearts of several people. Old man Tianyu raised his eyebrows and subconsciously raised his eyes to look. At this look, she couldn't stop her cheeks from twitching and gradually began to twist into an X shape. The underworld carriage brought up rolling yellow sand from afar, until approaching the distance of 2 steps in front of the tea house, the iron hooves of the Mercedes-Benz braked down hard. In the next second, the curtain of the car picked open, and Shen Lian's ethereal and unrestrained figure emerged. A new day has begun. Have you agreed who should die today? Shen Lian said. All the disciples in the tea house coincidentally drew their swords to protect their bodies and retreated, and fear was written on their faces. After experiencing that cruel scene yesterday, they had been deeply shocked by Shen Lian's terrifying means and no longer dared to mouth the same crazy words as before to provoke him. Shen Lian paced towards the tea table, and with every step, the Sky Feather sect disciples couldn't help but take a step backward, until Shen Lian took his seat. Hundreds of disciples had already squeezed into a ball cowering in the corner, and their appearance looked very funny. Serve tea. With a summons, Dr. T warily carried a pot of tea to Shen Lian's side. Your tea, immortal father. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian stretched out 2 fingers with a piece of spirit crystal between them. This spirit crystal is enough for you to open a decent tea house. Take him and leave quickly. Remember to run faster and don't look back. Thank you, immortal. Thank you, immortal. I'll leave now. Dr. T is a man of wisdom, knowing that something big is about to happen here, immediately took the spirit crystal and bowed his head. Then, directly without looking back, he rolled and crawled away from this shabby tea house. After waiting for the people to leave, Shen Lian lifted the teapot to pour a bowl of tea into the bowl in front of him. Have you decided who's going to die today? The death spell rang out, shaking the hearts of the crowd. Old ancestor Tianyu got up and said in a trembling voice, Shen Lian, just how long are you going to make a scene? We are already like this. Are you still refusing to let go? If you can spare us, why must you drive us to extinction? Shen Lian slowly unfolded his folding fan. Old wall lamp. I have made it very clear that unless the Sky Feather sect is destroyed, this matter will definitely not end well. Do you really not miss the love of your former fellow disciples? Ha ha ha. Old man Tianyu's words caused Shen Lian to hold his tongue. What a fellowship. I've killed your Sky Feather sect's blood. I can't believe you can say like that to make me laugh. It looks like your microcephaly is getting worse. Old ancestor Tianyu's chest continued to rise and fall in anger, pointing at Shen Lian, unable to utter a complete sentence. Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan, and his icy pupils were filled with indifference and mockery, no longer having the warmth that he used to have towards his fellow disciples. Have you decided yet? Who are you going to choose to die today? Or should I do it myself? Shen Lian's death announcement rang out for the second time, and now everyone panicked. Fight him. Finally, someone could not bear the fear and took the lead in stabbing at Shen Lian with his sword. Boom. As a result, the cultivation of these dozen or so disciples who made a move was simply too low, and before they could get close to Shen Lian's 10 paces, they were directly blown to pieces by the mighty pressure he emitted. No, we're going to die. I'm not staying here. Another 100 disciples saw that they couldn't shake Shen Lian, and decisively turned around and utilized their entire body's spiritual energy to escape through the air. But the next moment, Shen Lian casually flung the folding fan in his hand, then lifted a few drops of tea from the bowl. The tea water instantly expanded 100 times under the spiritual power, forming a huge water ball that went straight at the 100 fleeing disciples. Boom! The water balloon exploded directly behind the crowd, instantly tearing their corpses apart. At this moment, fear reached a whole new peak within the remaining Heavenly Feather sect disciples. All of them were trembling, not daring to attack or escape. Old ancestor, what to do? Tang Bao was anxious and asked, pulling at the Sky Feather ancestor. At this rate, Shen Lian will definitely kill us all. The moment these words came out, all the disciples turned their gazes towards Old Man Tianyu. What could Old Man Tianyu do? And how had she ever imagined that one day she would be forced into such a situation by a pawn that she thought she was holding? It was also at this moment that Shen Lian's voice sounded again. Your Heavenly Feather ancestor is a great cultivator of the immortal realm. If he was willing to make a move, I would never dare to do this to you. Unfortunately, your old ancestor used the excuse of being injured to watch you being killed by me, which shows that you mole crickets are nothing more than that in his eyes. If she really cared about you guys, she would have acted a moment before I struck. After all, she's at the mixed realm. Even if you have injuries, it's still easy to clean up a transitional plateau realm. The moment these words came out, the gazes of all the disciples looking at the old ancestor changed once again. Tian Yu old ancestor busily said, "You guys don't be compelled by him. He is." But the next second was interrupted by Shen Lian's voice. "This is the end of the day. I'll come back at this time tomorrow. And then remember to choose the candidate to die. Ha 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 ha." With a wild laugh, he had gotten on the underworld carriage and left in style, leaving a rolling cloud of smoke behind. The disciples glanced at each other, all detecting a hint of a passing message in their respective stunned looks. Run while you can. Thus, quite a few disciples quietly left the Skyfeather Elder Ancestor Brigade. However, they had just run out a few steps, but they were actually collectively transformed into a blood mist. This was the residual energy left in the air that had not dissipated after Shen Lian had struck just now. Jesus Christ! What the hell is going on here? Old Ancestor Tian Yu hugged Yifan's body and let out a long cry to the sky in pain, his eyes filled with tears. Chapter 54. The Lingyun Sect, like the Skyfeather Sect, belonged to the top first-class sects in the eastern region. Compared to the Skyfeather sect's halfway thuggish behavior, the Lingyun Sect, whether it was its heritage or its style of acting, was more like the style that only a normal sect would have. The Lingyun sect's patriarch had been passed down from generation to generation for tens of thousands of years. By the time the current generation of Patriarch Ling Mothing took over the sect, the status of the Lingyun sect remained unchanged. At this moment, Ling Mei Feng was teaching the true meaning of the Great Tao to the disciples in the dojo. Ling Mordecai Feng, bone age 1200 years old, 8th level of the mixed realm cultivation. Unlike the traditional impression of the other sects as immortal, Ling Mothing looked to be just 30 years old. Since he succeeded to the position of Patriarch 200 years ago, the first thing he did was to clean up the style of the sect, removing the pandemonium from the previous patriarch's presence in one fell swoop. At the same time, a brand new clan rule was formulated to strictly restrain the words and actions of the disciples under the door. In just over 10 years, the Lingyun sect, whose reputation had originally declined, quickly regained the respect of the rest of the sects under Ling Mordecai Feng's governance. Ling Mordecai Feng could be said to be the most Confucian cultivator in the eastern domain continent. Just as Ling Mothing was talking about the critical moment of the 3000 methods of the Sword Dao path, a disciple of the sect arrived in the air. Enlightened Master, the old ancestor of the Skyfeather sect, along with his disciples, is outside the mountain gate seeking an audience. Got it. Please ask her to wait outside the mountain gate. This seat will be there later. Yes. After the past disciple left, Ling Mei Feng looked at the disciples listening to the sermon in front of the dojo with a calm face. Today's sermon will end here for the time being, the way taught by this seat. I also hope that you will go back and study it, and perhaps you will be able to perceive a suitable path for yourselves from it. So all disperse. After saying that, Ling Feng flicked the Dao dust in his hand and got up to walk towards the outside of the dojo. Greetings, Patriarch. The disciples all saluted Ling Mothing to see him off. When he got up again, Ling Mo Feng had already turned into light and was far away. A few moments later, he had arrived in front of the Taishang mansion. Ling Mothing did not rush to meet with Elder Tian Yu, but first came to ask for his master's opinion. Disciple Ling Mothing, meet the Supreme Elder. As soon as the words fell, a haze of light shone within the Taishang mansion, and a pale voice came from within the closed door of the mansion. You've come to me with a difficult problem? Ling Mei Feng nodded. Old Ancestor Tian Yu is waiting outside the mountain gate with his disciples. You know what he's here for? Ling Mei Feng already guessed a few things. A lot of things have happened in the Skyfeather sect lately. It's to be expected that she can come and beg my Lingyun sect to take her in. And what do you think? Ling Mei Feng closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, then sighed softly. Disciple does not dare to make a decision without authorization, but please ask the Supreme Elder to help me choose. As long as it doesn't involve the safety and security of the clan, I won't meddle in any affairs of the Lingyun sect. This kind of small matter, you can completely make up your own mind? Ling Mordecai Feng was silent, quietly waiting for instructions from within the Taishang mansion. Now, you're the Lingyun sect sovereign. You can handle many things on your own. I believe you already had a decision in your mind when you came to me. Ling Mordecai Feng slowly opened his eyes. Good. Disciple excuses himself. After saying that, Ling Mei Feng had already turned into light and flew towards the mountain gate. Oh, what an overgrown child. To come to me for something like that. After a helpless laugh was emitted from within the Taishang mansion, the haze swirled and dissipated, and everything returned to calm. Outside the mountain gate of the Lingyun sect, the Heavenly Feather ancestor as well as the hundreds of Heavenly Feather sect disciples under his door. Each and every one of them were waiting with eager anticipation for the Lingyun sect to take them in. Don't worry, we'll be safe once we reach the Lingyun sect. Tianyu old ancestor was confident beyond measure, looking at the underlying mountain gate with hope in his eyes. The hearts of the rest of the Sky Feather sect disciples had finally settled down. As long as they were sheltered by the Lingyun sect, they would no longer be afraid of being chased by Shen Lian. Shen Lian's murderous tactics of playing with people's hearts in the past 2 days had almost driven them crazy. Right now, all that was wanted was to enter the interior of the Lingyun sect to properly stabilize his emotions. Just as several people were anxiously looking forward to it, Ling Mothing arrived on a cloud. Patriarch Ling, you finally arrived. As soon as old man Tianyu saw Ling Mothing, he immediately greeted him. Ling Mordecai Feng drifted down outside the mountain gate and looked at the Sky Feather sect's crowd of disciples, and couldn't help but frown. Even though he had heard about what happened to the Heavenly Feather sect, when he saw with his own eyes that the first-rate top sect that used to be on the same level as his own had fallen into such a sorry state, he was still surprised in his heart. Quickly gathering his mood, he arched his hand and asked, Old Ancestor Tianyu, this seed is courteous. I don't know what is the purpose of you and all the Taoists coming to my Lingyun sect this time. Sky Feather Old Ancestor returned. Ling Sect Master, recently my Sky Feather sect within the occurrence of some accidents. This seat would like to bring all the disciples. Temporarily can borrow your precious place to settle for a period of time. Think you will not mind, right? Ling Mordecai Feng shook his head. Old Ancestor Tianyu, this seed doesn't understand what you're talking about. Could you please be a little more detailed? What is the reason you brought so many disciples to my mountain gate? Old Ancestor Tianyu sighed. It's a long story. In short, Patriarch Ling, right now, my Sky Feather sect has undergone a not-so-small change, and I'm desperately trying to find a precious place to live in. Your Lingyun sect and my Sky Feather sect are on good terms with each other, so this seat will bring disciples to your sect to take refuge for a while. In other words, your sect's disciples are currently being pursued and are trying to come to my Lingyun sect for refuge. Is that right? Ling Mordecai Feng asked calmly. Old Ancestor Tianyu was busy saying, Yes, Patriarch Ling, please also hurry up and arrange a cave for us. By the way, Fanner has been injured and is unconscious, and would like to borrow your sect's spiritual veins for healing. In addition, I hope that your sect can provide us with some third-grade or higher spirit medicines to restore the lost aura. She said this as if it was a taken-for-granted gesture, not even taking Ling Mofeng's thoughts as the patriarch into consideration. And Ling Mofeng was also famously good-tempered, listening to this old Biden without changing his face the entire time. It wasn't until after old man Tianyu's words were finished, and when he saw that she was about to beckon and order her disciples to enter the mountain gate, Ling Mofeng finally spoke up. I'm sorry, old man Tianyu. It seems like this seat didn't promise to take you in. When these words came out, all the disciples, including old man Tianyu, were dumbfounded. Patriarch Ling, you're joking with this seat, right? Old Ancestor Tianyu thought that he had misheard, and was busy pursuing, with the relationship between your Lingyun sect and my Tianyu sect. How could you refuse something so trivial, right? She also tried to use moral kidnapping to force Ling Mofeng into submission. Unfortunately, Ling Mofeng wouldn't eat his words. I'm sorry, Ancestor Tianyu. The relationship between the Lingyun sect and your sect may not be as good as you think. It may be that there is a not-so-shallow friendship between this seat and your sect leader Shen Chuyun that has caused you to have such a misunderstanding. When these words came out, old man Tianyu's face instantly darkened. What does Patriarch Ling mean by that? Ling Mordecai Feng returned indifferently. Lingyun sect has dealings with Tianyu sect only for the sake of Patriarch Shen's face. To be honest, I really can't appreciate your clan's ethos. To be able to do this without changing your face and forgetting to do death to a meritorious disciple of the clan. Even the devil's way is not as despicable as you guys. Tianyu old ancestor's pupils immediately shrank. Patriarch Ling, even if you're unwilling to take us in, you shouldn't be so vicious with your words. My Heavenly Feather sect has always acted in an open and honest manner. How could I be what you call despicable? What a bright and open-minded person. May I ask Tianyu elder, how did you target Shen Lian again? One sentence instantly rendered old man Tianyu speechless. What? Are you too ashamed to speak? No, Shen Lian is a sinful disciple, and the situation we are in right now is all caused by him. Tianyu old ancestor shouted loudly, fully demonstrating what it means to be justified. Looking at Ling and Win straightly shaking his head. Chapter 55 Cultivation plummeting again. The degree of shamelessness of old man Tianyu really opened Ling Mofeng's eyes. Seeing that old Biden's words, Ling Nufeng, who was so good-tempered, couldn't help but feel the urge to slap her twice. Patriarch Ling, you are not aware of how detestable that little Shen Lian is. Knowing that Fanner's destiny is not bad, he tried to put him to death 3 times. No matter how much he tried to persuade him, it was useless. Yi Fan is the son of Qi Luck, blessed by the heavenly Tao. Is it something he can harm just because he wants to? But who would have thought that in the end, he still fell into his way. Patriarch Ling, how do you think this seat could not target such a person? Old ancestor Tianyu was still madly inverting black and white in a vain attempt to make Ling Mofeng understand that it was not easy for him. I don't want to wait for her to finish. Ling Mofeng just faintly said, as far as this seat knows, the Tianyu sect before but less than third-rate sect, all rely on Shen Lian to be among the East region's great sects. He said, as for the son of the heavenly Tao that you speak of, Yi Fan, so far this seat doesn't know exactly what contribution he has made to your clan. It seemed like Yi Fan was able to break through the spirit transformation realm within 100 years. And it was also due to Shen Lian, wasn't it? Is it really appropriate for you to treat a disciple who is like a regenerative parent to the sect like this? Ling Meifeng is not the Tianyu sect's gang of brain-dead. His cognition is very clear. The key to the Tianyu sect being able to rise was Shen Lian, not some Yi Fan. As for Yi Fan, Ling Meifeng had also come into contact with him and felt that he was a villain with mediocre talent and a profit-oriented, unscrupulous approach. In contrast, Shen Lian people, although it is a bit of boiling sheep, but the character is pure. Treating the clan up and down is very heartfelt. And now, Shen Lian's personality has changed drastically, which is also expected in the view of Ling Mofeng. After all, anyone else who was persecuted every day by that psychopathic sect would have an extremely twisted personality. Unfortunately, the Tianyu sect's top and bottom, headed by Tianyu old ancestor, simply did not have anyone who clearly recognized the situation today, and that the root of all the problems was in themselves. Patriarch Ling, the relationship between us and Shen Lian is not something that can be clarified in just a couple of sentences. Now, in terms of seniority, this seat is also considered your elder. Even if you have prejudice against this seat, but for the sake of Shin Chu Yun, please place a shelter for us for the time being, and when the Sky Feather sect rises again, the Ling Yun sect will also be grateful for today's move. Old ancestor Tianyu was actually still talking big and painting a big pie. Ling Mofeng only felt ridiculous. Tianyu sect had reached this point now. The mountain gate was gone, and still talking about rising again? I'm really sorry. Today if it was Patriarch Shen who came to beg me, this seat even if reluctant, will give 3 thin face will not push, but between this seat and you, vegetarian and no interactions, between you and Shen Lian belongs to the internal feud of the sect. Ling Yun's sect is not willing to get involved, so it's better to ask old ancestor to try to go to other sects. After saying that, Ling Mofeng turned around to leave, unwilling to say another word to this psychopath. Patriarch Ling, are you in love with Cho Yun? Seeing that Ling Mofeng was unwilling to accept himself, old man Tianyu instantly became anxious. As long as Patriarch Ling is willing to take us in, this seat will let Cho Yun marry you. What do you think? When Ling Mordecai Feng heard this, he immediately changed his face. He turned around and asked, old ancestor Tianyu, what did you mean by those words just now? Tianyu old ancestor, naturally, it's literally true. As long as you can take us in, I'll be the one to let Cho Yun be your Taoist couple. What do you think? She was certain that Ling Mofeng would be overjoyed and forgetful when he heard the news. At that time, not only would they take in a bunch of their own people, but they would also give up a large amount of resources. Ancestor Tianyu, what do you take Patriarch Shen for? Unwillingly, Ling Mofeng revealed a hint of contempt. I thought that you might have misunderstood. Between this seat and Patriarch Shen, they belong to the category of gentleman's friendship, not childish love as you think. Besides, this seat already has a fiancé. Is old ancestor saying this to ruin this seat's marriage? What? Now, it was the turn of old man Tianyu to be shocked. How could you not like Cho Yun? This seat has seen you guys talking to each other several times. That's the joy of being able to have different epiphanies when exchanging the mysteries of the great Tao between this seat and Patriarch Shen. As for the love of a man and a woman, I can swear on my heart that I have absolutely no illusions about Patriarch Shen. This seat's person of interest is the holy daughter of the heavenly origin Holy Land in the North Sea, so please ask old ancestor not to speculate any further. Old man Tianyu could not utter a single word at once. Never thought that Ling Mofeng would have already had a fiancé, and that it would come from such a big place. Cackling. Just then, the sound of heavy hoofbeats came from the distance. At that moment, all the Heavenly Feather sect disciples showed fear and were like enemies. Some people even pissed themselves directly and howled on the spot, as if they were crazy. Ha ha ha. The familiar maniacal laughter resumed as the speeding spectral wagon sped away. Where the wheels ran over, they triggered a burst of gas waves and shocking explosions. In the blink of an eye, an unearthly figure descended from the sky along with the rising sun. Have you decided yet? Today, whose turn is it to die? Shen Lian raised his hand and pointed, and the death declaration was offered. All the Sky Feather sect disciples took a step back in unison. not even having the courage to meet Shen Lian's eyes. After these 2 days of hunting, they were really scared. On the contrary, it was the Tianyu old ancestor, who was much calmer at this time, and immediately roared at Shen Lian. Little, in front of Patriarch Ling you still dare to be so reckless. Oh, Shen Lian surprised a cry. Behind the shoulders of the cloak raised, black iron Xian fan instantly sped out, steadily fell into the hands of Shen Lian hand to unfold. In the next second, he gazed at Ling Mothing and lightly said, "You want to get into this muddy water too?" Ling Mordecai Feng frowned. The person in front of me is obviously still that familiar face that can't be familiar anymore. But why? Give yourself a sense of oppression that you've never felt before? Is he really Shen Lian? I'm sorry, fellow Daoist Shen. This is a feud between you and the Skyfeather sect, and the Ling Tian sect will not intervene. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Feather Elder Ancestor's eyes immediately widened in disbelief as he looked towards Ling Mothing. Patriarch Ling, are you really not going to miss the slightest bit of friendship in the past? Ancestor Tian Yu, the so-called friendship between the Ling Tian sect and your sect is really not as friendly as you think, and the outcome of today's. It is the cause that you personally planted that day. This seed has already advised you, but unfortunately you don't listen. That can't be helped. Tian Yu old man completely numb. If the Ling Yun clan is unwilling to intervene, is that not? Since you don't want to get involved in this muddy water, then hurry up and leave, and don't be here to hinder me from communicating with this Heavenly Feather ancestor. With regard to this person, Ling Mafeng, Shen Lian learned through his original body's memory that it was considered a rare few normal people. He sympathized deeply with what had happened to him, and at the same time, he had always been skeptical of the so-called man of destiny. It was because Ling Mothing had understood the experience of the sudden rise of the Heavenly Feather sect, which was inextricably linked to this person, Shen Lian. As for that Heaven's Destiny son, Yi Fan, from start to finish, he hadn't made any contribution to the Heavenly Feather sect. Therefore, from the very beginning, Ling Meifeng was very contemptuous of the Skyfeather sect for mistreating Shen Lian in such a manner. Even if Shen Lian was not a son of Qi, but after all, he had also made such a brilliant contribution to the sect, he should not be so gracious. If Shen Lian woke up one day, that Heavenly Feather sect was afraid that there would never be any peace. I just didn't realize that this day would come so fast and furious. Naturally, this seat will not be involved in whatever is to be done between fellow Daoist Shen and the Skyfeather sect. I just ask that fellow Daoist Shen not spread his grudge within the sect. Otherwise, this seed won't be able to explain to the Supreme Elder and the disciples of the sect, so I hope you'll forgive me. After saying this, Ling Mothing bowed to Shen Lian and immediately disappeared outside the mountain gate as a spirit light. At the same time, the sect protector formation was opened, preventing the sect from being affected by the battle in the outside world. Put. The Heavenly Feather old ancestor who saw this scene could no longer hold back and directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. At the same time, he felt an electric current strike his body, only to feel that the aura running around his body had dropped drastically, and the original feeling of filling up the Danhai no longer existed. She was busy checking her status. One look was a shock. My cultivation has fallen to the peak of the transition? Chapter 56, Gritters can be greedy for life. Old man Tian Yu's dissimilarity was naturally keenly noticed by Shen Lian. As long as her cultivation fell to the transitional realm, then she could be sent into the human emperor cauldron to be refined into a human elixir. Directly killing old man Tian Yu did not relieve his anger to Shen Lian. What he wanted was double torture. These days slowly abused the Heavenly Feather sect disciples. One to enjoy the fun of siege, but also waiting for the cultivation of the Heavenly Feather old ancestor to fall to the same realm as his own, so that he could be sent into the cauldron of the human emperor. Have you decided who will die today? Shen Lian's words were like a demonic whisper, hovering in the minds of the disciples and lingering. Finally, someone just couldn't endure such pressure and intuitively came out to kneel in front of Shen Lian. Senior brother Shen, I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have followed Yi Fan and the others to harm you. I beg you to forgive me once for the sake of the love of former fellow disciples. Okay, please, as long as you are willing to spare me, I will do anything. The one begging for forgiveness was a female disciple of medium appearance, who was currently in tears, constantly kowtowing desperately toward Shen Lian to admit her mistake. Asshole, you actually begged for mercy from this little? When old ancestor Tian Yu saw the scene, he was so angry that he scattered aura around his body. No kneeling, you stand up for me, my Heavenly Feather sect. There are only disciples who die in battle. There are no jokes about begging to live. Get up for me, do you hear me? However, where was that female disciple to listen to half of the words of the Heavenly Feather ancestor right now? She only begged Shen Lian to let herself go. The corner of Shen Lian's mouth hooked as he looked at the female disciple's wretched appearance, and suddenly asked, are you really willing to do anything in order to stay alive? Yes, senior brother Shen, as long as you're willing to spare me, even if you use me as a furnace. I'm willing. Seeing that there seemed to be hope for survival, the female disciple's face was even more fawning. Hearth, are you worthy? Shen Lian bellowed, immediately shaking the female disciple's heart and soul. Since you're so sincere, I can let bygones be bygones about the past. Really? When the female disciple heard this, her eyes immediately flashed with a hopeful light. When the rest of the Skyfeather sect disciples heard this, they also rekindled their hope for survival. But you must promise me one thing. Don't say 1, even 10 or 100. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. But I beg Senior Brother Shen to spare my life. What you have to do is simple. The folding fan in Shen Lian's hand was withdrawn, and his eyes grew colder and colder. As long as you abolish your own Danhai and withdraw from the Skyfeather sect forever, and are willing to be immortal from now on, I naturally won't bother with you. What? The female disciple was shocked at her words. Shen Lian turned his back. After all, I can't bring myself to take any revenge on a mundane ant. Do you think a tiger would care about being bitten by an ant and get furious? Take your chances. That's the only mercy I have for you. Of course, you can continue to choose to remain amongst high and mighty, and then be crushed to pieces by my slap. The path has been given to you. How you choose is up to you. You only have 3 breaths of opportunity. Hurry up and make a decision. Bang! Shen Lian's words had just fallen. The female disciple did not hesitate to directly transport the entire body's aura in the palm, directly shattered their own sea of Dan. The speed was so fast that not even the time for Tianyu old man to make a sound to stop it. Put! The moment the Dan sea shattered, the female disciple immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. Once a cultivator's Danhai was shattered, if he didn't get timely treatment, he actually didn't have a few days to live. It's just that when real death comes, even if they can only live for one more day, they will try their best to fight for it. She strongly supported her shaky body and squeezed out a smile at Shen Lian. Senior Brother Shen, I did as you commanded me to do. Can spare me? Ha ha ha. What responded to her was Shen Lian's arrogant laughter. I didn't expect you to really be willing to give up your dignity as a cultivator in order to stay alive. That's just it. Since you fulfilled your promise, then I should keep my word as well. Get lost. Many thanks, Senior Brother. Many thanks. The female disciple's face immediately revealed the joy of surviving the calamity, and after thanking Shen Lian in a loud voice, she staggered down the Lingyun sect's mountain gate after bracing her tired and weak body. When the rest of the Skyfeather sect disciples saw the scene, a flash of hope for survival also appeared in their eyes in unison. Tianyu old ancestor raised his eyebrows and kept speaking out to stop it. You must not be compelled by Shen Lian. He just wants the Tianyu sect to completely die out. Think about it. If your cultivation is ruined, you'll be mere mortals from now on, with no hope of joining the cultivation realm. Are you willing to do that? Shen Lian heard this and turned around and said, Old Biden is right. Once you become invalids, you will only have a few short decades in your lives, and you will never be able to experience the waves and waves of this world of cultivation again. Instead of living your life in such a muddled manner, why don't you die with a bang? Don't ever bend your knees to me. Keep the dignity of a cultivator, and rather die than give in. Shen Lian's words directly shattered the last fighting spirit of these disciples, and they fell to their knees in unison. Senior Brother Shen, I'm willing to destroy my cultivation and be immortal from now on. Please be generous and spare me this time. Senior Brother Shen, I really know I'm wrong. I'm willing to take responsibility for what I did to you in the first place. This will abolish the Sea of Dan, and completely disassociate myself from the Skyfeather sect. Senior Brother Shen, for the sake of being a fellow disciple, just give us a chance. As old ancestor Tianyu watched this scene, he only felt a wave of dizziness in front of his eyes. In less than a month's time, the Heavenly Feather sect would have fallen to such a state. What the hell is this for? Could it be that his behavior of cultivating Yifan and suppressing Shen Lian was really wrong? Ha ha ha, since you guys are so sincere, then I'll be merciful and spare your cheap lives. All of you scrap your cultivation and live. As soon as Shen Lian's words fell, the crowd immediately resounded with bursts of Danhai shattering sounds. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Skyfeather sect's chi-gathering realm disciples were transformed from towering cultivators to mere mortals in unison. Ha ha ha, a bunch of pathetic ants. You are so low that you make me have no desire to kill you. Get lost. Many thanks to Senior Brother Shen. Many thanks to Senior Brother Shen. Hearing that Shen Lian was really willing to let himself go, these Heavenly Feather sect disciples who had become invalids were grateful to leave the Lingyun sect's mountain gate. The Heavenly Feather old ancestor who saw this scene was already completely shocked and speechless. The ones who stayed by their side now were a Tang Bao as well as the unconscious Yifan. The Sky Feather sect already exists in name only. Tang Bao carefully glanced at Tianyu Laozu and took advantage of her loss of concentration to immediately run quickly to kneel in front of Shen Lian. Senior Brother Shen, I also know that I'm wrong. All of this is Yifan, he instructed. I'm also willing to destroy the Sea of Dan to be a mere mortal to atone for my sins. With that, he was about to nullify his own cultivation, but the next moment, he only felt that his body seemed to be bound by a strong atmospheric pressure, and he couldn't move at all. Tang Pao, the others can live, but you and that old wall lamp will never live. I haven't forgotten how you and that punk Fan tortured and humiliated me. Eldest brother, I was wrong. Right. Sorry. One sentence of sorry and you want to write off everything you've done to me? Tang Bao, you're so naive that you can't help it. No, eldest brother, Tang Bao wanted to say something else, but Lang simply brought his open 5 fingers together. Accompanied by a mournful groan, Tang Bao's body instantly turned into a shower of slices of blood. After packing up Tang Bao, Shen Lian directly aimed his gaze at old man Tianyu. Old wall sconce. Now, let's get it over with. Shen Lian slowly raised his left hand. Come, let me see what qualifications you have to become a Skyfeather sect ancestor. And all the grudges between you and me will all end after this battle. Chapter 57 Overthrow of the Skyfeather sect. After 5 shifts, outside the Lingyun sect's mountain gate, 2 unearthly figures, one old and one young, stood facing each other. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood, and the battle intent also grew stronger during the confrontation between the two. Shen Lian, you sinful beast, do you really think I can't clean you up? Tianyu old ancestor shouted violently. Ignoring the earth chi and electric currents that had not been dissolved in his body, he directly rose his hand and slapped it, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. In the face of raging palm chi, Shen Lian is not flash and do not avoid. One hand palm slightly raised easily receive. Boom! There was a roar, and waves of air swept around them. An old ancestor of a clan. Is this the only strength he has? Ridiculous. Pathetic. Shen Lian sneered, and directly rushed towards old man Tianyu with his vertical body and raised his palm. Feathered heavenly K. Tianyu old ancestor knows that the body injury hidden heavy. Not easy to love the battle, only to seek a quick battle. Seeing that Shen Lian took the initiative to directly exert his lifelong learning, he wanted to blast this sinful disciple to death. In an instant, a pair of white wings appeared behind old man Tianyu's back, all condensed from true essence. As Shen Lian's palm was approaching, the wings on her back were raised fiercely. There was a gust of wind, and the mountains and rocks cracked wherever it passed. Shen Lian let out a cry of surprise, and after dodging the incoming astral wind with a sidestep, he directly raised his hand and pointed. Is that what you, old Biden, rely on? Old ancestor Tianyu did not reply, but only kept pushing his body's true essence. There was only one thought in her mind right now. That was to take out Shen Lian. Tianyu Shin Tao. Extreme move catalyzed. Thousands of white feathers transformed into a monstrous sea of feathers and directly attacked Shen Lian's body. Only moments later, the feathers formed a huge feather cocoon around Shen Lian, wrapping him in a dead end. Little this is the price you pay for disobeying me. The heavenly feather elder ancestor, who held himself to be victorious, directly issued a declaration of victory. As long as Shen Lian died, then he himself would be safe. And then he would go to those 7 carefully trained disciples. And with their help, was he still afraid of not being able to rebuild the Tianyu sect? Shen Lian, you know what? From the very beginning I was using you. If I hadn't seen you useful in the first place, how would I have agreed to Shinshuyun taking you in? The purpose of your existence is to serve as a stepping stone for Yifan. Watching the feather cocoon form, completely wrapping Shen Lian's figure in its entirety, old man Tianyu's face began to distort rapidly due to his extreme excitement. Within the heavenly feather divine wave, each feather can bring up an astral wind strong enough to tear apart extreme granite. No matter how superior your physique is, you will definitely not be able to withstand the baptism of these thousands of astral winds. Ha ha ha, Shen Lian, you will die with extreme pain. Old ancestor Tianyu laughed in an extremely morbid manner, only feeling that he had completely grasped the initiative. However, like this, you want to kill me, Shen Lian? Old wall sconce, you're rejoicing too soon. A wild clamor emanated from within the feather cocoon, instantly dispersing the rest of the feathers that continued to close in. What? You're actually still alive. How is that possible? Ha 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 ha. A maniacal laugh pierced the sky. In the next moment, cracks emitting blue aura appeared on the originally sealed feather cocoon with the naked eye. Boom! Until a shocking explosion came from the feather cocoon, and the feather cocoon was instantly split into 4 pieces. Shen Lian shook his folding fan in his hand and floated down from the air. No way. How can you be okay at all? Seeing Shen Lian appear in front of him intact, old man Tianyu's eyelids couldn't help but jump straight up. Shen Lian snorted lightly. The heavenly Tao thunderbolt can't even help me a bit. What's a little breeze and rain? And then he pointed his hand. Old Biden, this is your full strength, right? It's time to try one of my moves next. Tianyu old ancestor's scalp tingled. and he quickly retreated 100 steps back before Shen Lian's words even fell. But, run? How far can you run? However, he saw Shen Lian's left hand condense, and instantly the surrounding aura surged wildly. Finally, a solidified divine sword slowly formed in his hand. What? This is the dustless sword intent? Wrong. In the midst of the shock of Tian Yu old ancestor, he only heard Shen Lian let out a deep cry, and his figure suddenly turned into light and disappeared. Tian Yu old ancestor instinctively sensed that something was wrong and was just about to avoid it. Barely. The sword condensed by the aura directly penetrated her protective astral aura and ran through her chest. The moment the spirit sword entered his body, Tian Yu old ancestor immediately sank. Feeling that his life force was actually flowing madly, he could not help but look resentfully at Shen Lian. Don't get cocky, little me. As a result, before she finished speaking, Shen Lian's left hand directly raised, and the great Dao human emperor cauldron instantly opened. The moment the Dao rhythm laws impacted, the heavenly feather elder ancestor's body turned into pieces of debris floating away from the heavens and the earth in a shocked gaze. When she awoke again, she was already inside a furnace. Old wall lantern. Now that your physical body has been destroyed and your divine soul is now inside this medicinal cauldron, try to see how it is like to have your divine soul refined into a potion. Hearing this, Tian Yu old ancestor was struck by lightning. His face instantly turned as white as paper, and he shouted frantically under his breath, Shen Lian, how can you treat me like this? I am your old ancestor. Now that my physical body has been destroyed, your anger should be gone, right? From now on, can our grudges be written off? Grudges written off? Old wall sconce, you think you're qualified to negotiate with me now? If I don't let you lose your soul, how can I swallow this bad anger? Before the words fell, the Avenue Pill cauldron began to rotate crazily like a wild horse out of control. The moment the candle blood Dao flame that burned the divine soul violently rose, old man Tian Yu let out a miserable howl like that of a slaughtered pig. No, Shen Lian, I know I'm wrong. Please let me go. Shen Lian, no, you don't know that you're wrong. You just know that you're going to die. And I still appreciate your high and mighty look that treats me like an ant. Ha 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 ha. The invisible great Dao flames were slowly stewed in the human emperor cauldron, and the flow of time and space in a breath and an eon made the residual soul of the heavenly feather ancestor suffer the most painful torment in his life. So painful. So painful. Devil. You're a devil. A moment later, the mournful wailing stopped. In Shen Lian's hand, there was an additional milky white pill. This was the 9 stripes transition pill that was condensed from the lifelong cultivation of the heavenly feather elder ancestor. After today, the Sky Feather sect has completely become history. Ha ha ha. Once old man Tian Yu died, Shen Lian felt unprecedented pleasure. This was the first real feud that Shen Lian had resolved. Don't worry, there are still 7 more. None of you will be able to run away. I will slowly uproot all of you, along with the forces behind you, one by one. Clenching his fists, Shen Lian was just about to go find another target when he realized that Yi Fan was unconscious outside the mountain gate. Almost forgot about you, punk. Should have ended this ridiculous life with a death. Recalling the slaughterhouse he saw in Tianyuan City, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Shen Lian's mouth. Walking to Yi Fan's side, he lifted him up to transform out of the underworld carriage and hurriedly vanished into the distance. As soon as Shen Lian left, Ling Mothing immediately transformed into light and appeared in the sect protector formation. Alas! Although the Sky Feather sect is to blame for this fate, but Shen Lian's temperament has become so violent, I'm afraid that it will affect his cultivation in the future. It is necessary to contact Daoist Shen, and she is the only one in this world who can calm Shen Lian's heart. Right. Thinking of this, Ling Mothing immediately took out a clan talisman and notified the disciples to look for Shin Chuyun's traces. Chapter 58, Next Target. Nangam Li. On the unnamed mountain. After exterminating the old Tianyu ancestor, Shen Lian stood alone on the cliff at the top of the mountain, lightly shaking his folding fan and closing his eyes to feel this moment of tranquility. The clouds are stacked on top of the mountains, changing and undulating like waves. The breeze blew across Shen Lian's cheeks, bringing up a few strands of hair that were slightly pale at the temples. The man's face at the moment was missing the stern grimace. No brash, wild gesture. There is just a calm and softness that has never been seen before, just like an out-of-this-world exiled immortal. Abruptly, Shen Lian opened his eyes mirroring the rising sun in the east. The Sky Feather sect has been destroyed. Who should we deal with next? Once old man Tianyu died, Shen Lian had planned to go directly to Pill King Valley to find Mu Shaking Light. When Su Yuhong was injured, he would definitely go to Mu Shaking Light to heal his wounds. And at this time, if he traveled to Pill King Lioli Valley, he would definitely be able to find these 2 white-eyed wolves. However, the Pill King's Glazed Valley is located in the spirit world, and the spirit world's exchanges with the outside world are severely restricted. The passage to the spirit world on the path of no return must have a handwritten letter from the Lord of the spirit world before it can be opened for passage. Unless one's cultivation could reach the mixed realm, then one could freely enter and exit without constraints. After the fierce battle with Old Man Tianyu, Shen Lian's cultivation had now risen to the 6th level of transition, but there was still some distance from the peak of the mixed yuan. However, it was simply impractical for Shen Lian to cultivate to the mixed yuan realm step by step. He did not have so much time to waste on these few white-eyed wolves. Must be the fastest plan to send them one by one into the human emperor tripod to suffer from the torture of the real fire before they can continue to go their own way. Just let these two live for a few more days first. It is imperative that we must quickly raise our cultivation level. This place is full of spiritual qi. It's a good place for cultivation, but in my current state, a gradual breakthrough to the peak of the mixed elemental here would take at least a year at the earliest, even with the help of the circumstantial formation. To use this aeon of light to restore the cultivation of the predecessor is just too much of a waste. One must take another shortcut to do so. With that in mind, he once again searched his mind for clues and information left by his predecessor. Crouching dragon marrow. Suddenly, a flash of light came to his mind and he thought of an extremely rare treasure. Back then, when Nangong was cultivating the innate sword intent, he unfortunately went off the deep end, and it was the original body. This licking dog, who personally went to the burial dragon divine abyss, at the risk of being shaken to the soul by the remnants of the dragon's roar, he took the crouching dragon marrow from the depths of the divine abyss. Not only did she help Nangong heal the trauma caused by going off the deep end, it is a refining into the innate sword intent cultivation rose greatly. Successfully accepted as the Sword Emperor heir, opened the road of the game Sword Pavilion. Instead, this licking dog ended up not even getting a thank you from that and nearly caused his own death. Thinking of this, Shen Lian's eyes turned cold. Then let's start with you, Nangong. Can Shen Lian's things be taken so peacefully? Now, it's time for you to spit it out with interest. The target was determined. Shen Lian immediately prepared to leave for the southern domain game Sword Pavilion. Master Shen, you're moving again, aren't you? Not far away. Ding Boer, who was counting the spirit stones, sensed that Shen Lian was about to leave again, and couldn't help but go forward to persuade him. With all due respect, Master Shen, it's not a wise choice for you to move forward to settle the score with Nangong at this time. Shen Lian's eyes instantly chilled, as I said, just mind your own business, meddling in my business. Are you thinking that you are living too comfortably? I know I can't stop you, but right now your cultivation is only at the transition realm, and Nangong is already at the 5th level of the mixed realm. Aren't you taking the initiative to seek death by going directly to her like this? The corner of Shen Lian's mouth lifted as he sniffed. The old Bai Deng of the immortal realm was tortured to death by me. A small mixed realm. Will I put it in my eyes? Ding Boer, I know, Master Shen. This character of yours naturally won't concede. But right now this situation should still be obscene development first, and wait for enough strength before striking out to be stable. Last warning, I don't care if you're System or Ding Boer. Whatever you are, if you dare to meddle in my affairs again, then don't blame me for sending you to push the mill inside the cauldron of the human emperor. Do you hear me? Ding Boer was instantly shocked by Shen Lian's aura and immediately bowed his head and dared not mention this matter again. After a moment, he carefully asked, then, Master Shen, why don't I build a dojo for you here at the unknown mountain? That way you can have a place to rest when you come back from your errands. What do you think? Shen Lian did not speak again and put away his folding fan and turned his back. It doesn't matter. You don't need to ask me about this kind of trivial matter. Go arrange it yourself. He also intentionally wanted to have a place to settle down to adjust his mind, and it just so happened that this unnamed mountain was very suitable for his aesthetics of this place. Since Ding Boer wanted to solicit work, let him go and enjoy his leisure. So, he threw out a nacreous ring. While I'm away, this place will be yours to take care of. Don't come and get in my way if there's nothing important. There are 3 transition pills in the nascent sacred ring. Whether you want to devour it yourself or take it in trade, make up your mind. Okay, Master Shen, I'll make a note of it. Poof. With a soft hum, Shen Lian directly transformed into a ghostly carriage and sped off in the direction of the southern domain. Southern domain, Game Sword Pavilion Great Hall. On your knees, a majestic voice rang out, and the stunning woman sitting in the patriarch's seat crossed her eyebrows and stared dead at a ragged outer disciple on the hall. The stunning woman was Shen Lian's 5th senior sister, Nangong, who was now the patriarch of the Game Sword Pavilion. With an overwhelming cultivation of the 5th level of the mixed realm, Game Sword Pavilion, a sect created by the Sword Emperor when he passed through the southern region 30,000 years ago, became the #1 sect in the southern region in 30 years. Sword Pavilion collection of the world's thousands of sword secret art. Ordinary people can worship clan learn some fur can have a place in the ancient continent. After the Sword Emperor mastered the game Sword Pavilion for 700 years, he suddenly got tired of the clan's trivial matters, so he passed on the position of the patriarch to his favored disciple before heading to the Sword Realm to witness the Tao. Although the Sword Emperor didn't care about the trivial matters of the game Sword Pavilion, every 500 years, he would come back to check the status of the game Sword Pavilion. If the game Sword Pavilion has a change of heart, he will personally abolish the current patriarch, and then look for a new successor to the mantle, to take charge of the game Sword Pavilion on his own behalf. And Nangon Li, who had awakened the innate sword body and cultivated innate sword intent, was very fortunate to become this term's Swordplay Pavilion Patriarch. Nangon Li was the most satisfied heir the Sword Emperor had found after retiring to the background. Her innate sword body combined with innate sword intent, coupled with her own instructions after, even surpassed his own back then, handing over the game Sword Pavilion to her. The Sword Emperor was unprecedentedly assured, and Nangon Li did not disappoint the Sword Emperor. She was in charge of the game Sword Pavilion for 100 years of light, by virtue of the innate sword intent, swept away all the hostile forces in the southern region, so that the prestige of the game Sword Pavilion reached a new height. At this moment, Nangon Li was dealing with a trivial matter of the clan. Su Mengyao, can you admit your guilt? How many times has this seat said that the disciples of the sect should love each other? How could you do something that would rob her of her chance? Why don't you apologize to your senior sister Lu and return that flying sword to her? The disciple kneeling in the center of the main hall was named Su Mengyao, a new outer disciple taken in by the game Sword Pavilion 10 years ago. Disciples who were able to enter the Swordplay Pavilion, even if they were only outer disciples, were all gifted and had their own unique insights into the sword path, and Su Mengyao's qualifications among the disciples were among the best. However, this Su Mengyao is not at all like Nangon Li. Entry 10 years have not been able to let her into the inner door, and even the cultivation enhancement techniques and spirit stones are not given to her. The treatment is worse than other outer disciples. Why is that? Because Su Mengyao's character is no good, often framing his senior sister Lu Qingyi, who had become an inner disciple. Lu Qingyi was Nangon Li's most pleased personal disciple. Coupled with her soft character and knowledge of honoring her teacher, she was naturally deeply loved by the patriarch. This time, Lu Qingyi complained that Su Mengyao had stolen the purple heavenly flying sword that she had gotten from the secret trials, and when Nangon Li heard that, she immediately called out to Su Mengyao to do justice to her beloved disciple. Unwillingly, Su Mengyao was stubborn and replied back, "Patriarch, I didn't steal senior sister Lu's flying sword. That was something I got with great difficulty from the secret realm." These words immediately caused a layer of frost to cover Nangon Li's face. "And you still dare to be sophomoric, Su Mengyao, you've really disappointed this seat." Chapter 59, Heavenly Peace. Su Mengyao, you're really getting more and more licentious. What did this seat teach you? That fellow disciples should be humble to each other, and that you shouldn't have evil intentions out of jealousy. But what about you, Su Mengyao? How many times has this seat given you a chance? You just don't change. This time, you even learned to lie. It was clearly you who stole your senior sister's flying sword, yet you said you got it from the secret realm yourself. It's not that this patriarch doesn't believe in you, but you've only just stepped into the chi-gathering realm, so how could you possibly manage the heavenly grade purple sky flying sword? Hurry up and hand it over, or don't blame this seat for being impolite to you. Nangon Li made a series of questioning, not giving Su Mengyao a chance to prove herself. Seeing this, Lu Qingyi, who was on the side, was busy persuading in a fine voice, "Senior, you should stop scolding senior sister. Since senior sister wants it, then I'll just let her have it, as long as senior doesn't get angry." Nangon Li sniffed and looked at his beloved disciple with a soft expression on his face. "Xing-yi, this matter is not trivial. The power of the Tao rhythm contained in the flying sword of the purple sky. It's related to your future cultivation progress. How can he, a wild girl who has only been at the second level of the chi-gathering realm for 10 years, harness your chances? Just don't plead for her, and watch from the sidelines. Master will do it for you." When Lu Qingyi heard this, she stopped talking and quietly waited on the sidelines. However, a hint of disdain and mockery flashed out of the corner of his eye when he glanced at Su Mengyao. "Hear that? Your senior sister has been speaking for you until now. You rebellious disciple, don't hurry up and hand over the flying sword. Do you still want to force this seat to do it personally?" Su Mengyao clenched her teeth and raised her face, revealing a stunningly beautiful and flawless cheek. "Patriarch, I'll say it again, whether you believe it or not. I really didn't steal senior sister Lu's flying sword. The purple sky flying sword was obtained by chance after I sensed the sword spirit in the secret realm. How dare you argue, adverse disciple? You really are stubborn." The moment the mixed realms pressure was released, Su Mengyao instantly revealed a bitter expression on her face. "Patriarch, shut up, you still dare to look straight at this seat. Do you think that by relying on your foxy face that seduces men? So you can get the sympathy of the rest of the senior brothers and sisters? Believe it or not, I'll disfigure you immediately. Patriarch, I really didn't steal. Boom. Nangonli didn't listen to Su Mengyao's explanation at all, and a hint of sword intent bloomed, directly shocking her to the ground. In the next moment, a purple flying sword forced its way out of Su Mengshuan's storage bag just slowly emerged. Collect! Nangonli flung her long sleeve, and the purple sky flying sword was immediately suppressed, instantly falling into her hands. Xing Yi, you must hide it well, so that it won't be stolen again by unsavory, unclean-handed people, okay? Many thanks, Master. I'll keep that in mind. Lu Qingyi excitedly took the purple sky-flying sword from Nangonli and immediately put it into the nascent sword between her fingers. As for you, Su Mengyao, you have an evil mind and have repeatedly refused to change. This seat should have abolished your cultivation and expelled you from the mountain according to the sect's rules, but on account of the fact that it's not easy for you to cultivate, I'll give you one last chance. With immediate effect, you'll be stripped of your status as a disciple of the outer sect, and relegated to the rank of an errand boy. Go to the back of the mountain to pick water and chop firewood, and when the day comes when you truly know repentance, this seat will naturally consider restoring your status as an outer disciple. After saying that, Nangonli got up and stepped. The surrounding sword flashes coalesced instantly, has wrapped her in the sword net in the blink of an eye left the hall. Greetings, Patriarch. After the disciples saluted in unison in the direction of Nangonli's disappearance, they too dispersed, no one at all caring about Su Mengyao, who was lying on the ground with a white face. Senior sister, are you alright? Do you want me to take you to the Danfang to heal your wounds? After the rest of the people left, Lu Qingyi paced over to Su Mengyao's side and leaned down to ask with concern. Lu Qingyi, now that there are no outsiders here, why do you have to be so hypocritical? Su Mengyao met Lu Qingyi's teary face and angrily turned her face away. Lu Qingyi sniffed and said with an innocent face, Senior sister, I really care about you, how can you think of me like this? Senior sister, I'm really sad. Oh. Then her face changed, completely removing her disguise. Su Mengyao, you wouldn't have expected it to turn out like this, would you? So what if your talent is higher than mine? In the end, you still didn't end up like this? It's me that Master likes, and you'll only be like a speck of dust for the rest of your life, slowly watching me walk towards the peak of the radiant sword Dao. Ha. After saying that, Lu Qingyi let out a gust of light laughter and got up to leave the great hall. Su Mengxian forced herself to endure the severe pain coming from all parts of her body and struggled to get up from the ground. That's just it. Maybe the miscellaneous disciples. It's not a bad place to go. At least they no longer have to live in such a hook and line every day. At this moment, Su Mengyao seemed to have figured something out. Her youthful dream was to become a peak sword cultivator like the Sword Emperor, standing at the peak of the Sword Dao to protect a party of living beings from being oppressed by the Devil Dao. I thought that joining the Game Sword Pavilion is close to realizing the dream. But I didn't want to step into the abyss of hell. It's time to wake up from the dream and face reality. Phew. Taking a long breath, Su Mengyao quickly adjusted her mind and walked out of the large hall outside in large strides, cackling. At the border of the southern region, a heavy sound of horses' hooves came from far and near. Phew. Between the horses neighing and whistling, the underworld carriage galloped forward at a rapid pace, and the surrounding scenery quickly fell backward. Inside the carriage, Shen Lian entered the state of sedation, trying to absorb the surrounding aura to enhance his cultivation without wasting a single breath of time. Abruptly, there was a moment of emptiness in his aura. The next moment, the whistling of the galloping horses' hooves suddenly disappeared. Shen Lian, who had keenly sensed the difference in the surrounding aura, slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was already on top of a cloud, and the surrounding Dao rhythms flickered as if the starry sky was bright. Feeling the familiar aura, Shen Lian let out a cold snort and slowly turned his back. How are you going to stop me this time? Tendo. As soon as the words fell, a stunningly beautiful and cold woman appeared in the void, sitting on the crescent moon magic weapon condensed by the vastness of the Dao rhythm, drooping her condensed and slender jade legs, slowly falling in front of Shen Lian. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. The woman opened her mouth with her first words, emitting a heavenly voice, as if foreshadowing that the two had known each other for a long time. Disappointed you, didn't I? Shen Lian's reply was crisp and clear, not in the least confused by the posture of the fairy in front of him. Let's reconcile. As a result, the woman's next sentence, but let Shen Lian cannot help but all froze for a moment. For 99 lifetimes, we have been unable to do anything about you, and in the end, we have caused half of the world to be destroyed, and we continue to fight with you. I'm really afraid that all of time and space will be damned because of this false obsession. So let's stop fighting and reconcile. Reconciliation? Are you kidding me? Shen Lian's eyes were full of teasing. Who was it, in the first place, that went out of their way to get rid of me? And who is it that has induced the sons of Qi to strike at me several times? I don't suppose you don't even remember. Now that you know you can't get me to submit to your arrangement by all means. You're offering a settlement? The hallowed heavenly Tao, the existence of the heavenly cultivation master of destiny, is actually so naive? Don't think I don't know that the heavens path and the system had secretly colluded to set me up for a trick. They just didn't bother to say so explicitly. This time, what trick are you planning to use? Why don't you say it explicitly? No need to hide it and make me look down on you. As soon as Shen Lian's words fell, the surrounding clouds immediately emitted a burst of destructive rumbling and shocking explosions. Existences as strong as a party of world ceilings were also shaken by this unparalleled force of consciousness that caused their true essence to boil. Chapter 60, A Deal with the Heavenly Tao. Quickly stabilizing the Daoj. The fluctuating trace of emotions in the heavenly Tao also immediately stabilized, restoring its ice-clear posture and continuing to quietly listen to Shen Lian's statement. It wasn't until Shen Lian finished speaking that the heavenly Tao's clear and cold voice slowly sounded. You should know better than anyone why the heavenly Tao is targeting you. What have you done in these 99 lifetimes? And how many living beings have been coated because of you? How many realms have been destroyed because of you? Do you think the heavenly Tao will allow such brutal and cold-hearted things to circulate in all realms? Shen Lian asked back in a cold voice. I'm brutal. I'm bloody. I'm incorrigible. So may I ask who drove me to this state? Tendo frowned slightly, and the golden silk bell hanging on the side of her jade leg chimed slightly. In my first life, I just wanted to be an ordinary person. I didn't want to fight or rob. I don't want to get involved in the bloodshed of the jungle. But do you give me the chance to be an ordinary person? I'm just trying to survive. But what's God's plan? The sons of Qi went berserk and slaughtered the village where I settled. If not for the fact that I have a system to anticipate future sights in advance, this is the limit to escape. But at the time I was still naive enough to think it was just a coincidence. Until something similar happened a second time, a third time, a million times. 2. It was only when I was forced by you to the point where even living was a luxury that I finally realized one thing. You can't get your dignity and your life back by bowing and scraping. You can only get your way. Only with the realization that a mole cricket is shaking the sky can one seek survival from the desperate situation. Since you won't let me have peace, no one will have peace. And since you want to cultivate the sons of Qi to sacrifice the griffins, then I'll exterminate your worldly spokespersons and make your script impossible to follow. The only way to transcend the limits is to swim against the current and ignore death. After all, I've been pushed by you guys to the point where I have nothing left to lose. So what else do I have to lose? So, who do you think caused me to look like this? The heavenly Tao's mind appeared to be touched for a moment, and then resumed its high and elegant posture. Shen Lian turned his back and let out a cold snort. Besides, ask yourself, am I really the culprit of the living souls in these 99 lifetimes of my career? Or have I done what only a son of Qi should do, and disgraced your heavenly Tao? You only see me killing indiscriminately, but never notice that I, too, have given my all for the living creatures of which you speak, without complaint. However, in return, Song Shang has been backstabbed over and over again. The truth is not important before the Qi. The process is not important. Even the result is not important. All they have to do is to follow their destiny and close their mouths and prostrate themselves at the feet of the Qi to sing their praises. Even if the Qi they worship will push them into an endless abyss of hell, they won't feel that their choice was wrong. The heavenly Tao was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. I know that this is indeed very unfair to you, but it is not the intention of the heavenly Tao to target you, and the reason why it cannot tolerate you. The reason for this is the Tao system that is symbiotically one with you, the system as you call it, and it is a target that we, the heavenly Tao, must eradicate. Shen Lian's eyes went cold, revealing a look of doubt. The heavenly Tao continued. It wasn't until in the last life that the heavenly Tao realized that you had long known of the Tao's calculations, and that the 99 lives of false pretenses were meant to enable you to defeat him once and for all. Since we share a common enemy to deal with, there's absolutely no reason for the heavenly Tao to continue targeting you in this life. Even, one another can choose to cooperate and work together to stop the conspiracy of the Taoist system. Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian sniffed, but he let out a burst of maniacal laughter. Knowing that the 99 worlds couldn't do anything about me with all the means at their disposal, so the heavenly Tao has also started to play this kind of lowly conspiratorial tactics? And the past incident of you working with the system to take away my Tao source, I remember it very clearly. Now you tell me that the system is our common enemy. Don't you think that's contradictory? The heavenly Tao frowned slightly and contemplated for a moment before saying slowly, the heavenly Tao is born and operates by the rules of the great Tao, and the Tao possesses part of the power of the great Tao's origin. That stock source can change our world judgment. This power the heavenly Tao cannot resist at all, and if it violates the rules of the great Tao, the heavenly Tao will also go up in smoke. Shen Lian looked back and pointed. Even if what you say is true, after 99 lifetimes, I have slaughtered all the sons of Qi that you have designated in the cultivation realm. And each time, I have changed the destiny of individuals in one side of space and time. You spoiled the script you wrote a long time ago, and by common sense, you should hate me to the bone. But now you're trying to work with me with an attitude of indifference? Do you think I, Shen Lian, am stupid and so easy to deceive? Or do you think you have a good sense of humor? Tendo was silent, lapsing into silence. Shen Lian, let me ask you, if I didn't avoid the son of Qi in the first life and ended up dying at his hands, would you guys give me a chance to start over? No, Tendo answered very dryly. Everyone in a side of the world has their own destiny planned, and the heavenly Tao will not easily change anyone's fate or interfere with everyone's ending. Hypocrisy. Shen Lian didn't hesitate to poke at the lies of the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao really doesn't interfere with everyone's end, why would there be a heavenly destiny Qi fortune sun? Heavenly Tao, the sons of Qi exist to maintain the order of a party's spacetime on behalf of the heavenly Tao. Their destiny is naturally different, when they are sheltered by the heavenly Tao to guard all beings. Shen Lian, so feel free to sacrifice any little person like me for the sake of your spokesperson in the human world. Be a stepping stone in their path. Is that what you mean? Tendo's jade leg shifted lightly for a moment, and a bell chimed in acquiescence. Shen continued. So, when someone tries to break away from the established trajectory of destiny, you heavenly beings, who pride yourselves on being just and fair, start using every means you can to try to prevent things from happening that are out of the control of destiny. So being reborn for 99 lifetimes, each of my reincarnations started out with a very miserable fate, and if I hadn't deviated from the path of extremes, did you fall into the trap you arranged long ago and fall into the stepping stone of the son of Qi? The heavenly Tao sighed softly. Shen Lian, it has been 99 lifetimes. You are the first anomaly to break the laws of the heavenly Tao 99 times in a row, and your existence is inherently forbidden by heaven and earth. But as I also said, the heavenly Tao is also not sincere in targeting you alone, but rather the Tao that is bound to you, and categorically cannot be allowed to dominate the Tao. Do you know what a terrifying existence the Tao within you was before? Tens of thousands of years ago, he almost succeeded in dominating the great Tao. Once he ascends the great Tao, all living beings in the 3,000 worlds will no longer have their own destinies to speak of, and stopping you is a must. Ha ha ha. As if Shen Lian had heard some joke, he once again raised his hand and pointed. Wasn't the fate of all beings in the 3,000 worlds already clearly planned by you self-proclaimed order keepers? How can there be any autonomy in one's own destiny? Heavenly Tao or Taoism? Isn't the result the same for whoever dominates the great Tao? Put away your ridiculous double-standard logic. Whether it's you or the Taoist system, in the end, the one who ascends to the pinnacle of the great Tao can only be me, Shen Lian. In the end, the heavenly Tao shook its head and could only change the topic. Shen Lian, as long as you promise to be willing to cooperate with the heavenly Tao against the Tao, I can use the authority of the heavenly Tao to give you some help that can help you quickly raise your cultivation level. Can we talk about it calmly now? There's no need. I have nothing to talk about with you. Not to mention that accepting the help of a defeated general would be a naked humiliation for Shen Lian, and I'd prefer that in this life. You can play new tricks against me, because that's the only way my path to victory won't get boring. Heaven said. Then if I tell you that back then, when you and the Taoist system died with the void in the, what thoughts should you do with your residual origin power scattered across this continent? Hearing this news, Shen Lian gradually fell into hesitation. My origin? Why can't I sense it? Because the 5 senses of your divine consciousness had fallen into self-blockade when you cast the great Tao silence. Naturally, you couldn't sense it. The heavenly Tao continued. Back then, that battle between you and the Taoist system caused the heavens to quake. The heavenly Tao in charge of the 3,000 worlds rushed to stop the catastrophe. But we never thought that none of us would be able to get closer than 30,000 miles to the battle between you and the Tao. I could only watch you fight with each other. And in the end, you even burned your own origin as a price, forcibly destroying the yet-to-be cultivated Tao of silence. Under the collision with the 10,000 paths of the Taoist system, the fleshly bodies dissipated into nothingness in unison, whereas the originating power within you was transformed into 4 pieces of diffractive Tao spirit jade scattered with the Taiku continent. If you can retrieve these 4 pieces of origin power, I think you will be able to surpass the peak of your last life in this life. Now, should we consider working with the heavenly Tao, even if it's a trade? This news really made Shen Lian's heart flutter. Take back the power that is rightfully yours. Then this life will save a lot of time in ascending to a higher realm. Perhaps even stepping into that peak of the great Tao that was only 1 step away. In a short instant of time, Shen Lian had made a decision. Name your terms. When the heavenly Tao saw that Shen Lian had loosened his lips, His heart was also happy. You're going to the Southern Region's Game Sword Pavilion. I think you're going to seize the crouching dragon marrow, so please help someone along the way. Another son of Qi? Shen Lian's face unabashedly revealed mockery. Yes. The Heavenly Tao answered very frankly. Her name is Su Mengyao, and she is now in the Game Sword Pavilion. Her destiny shouldn't have been like this, and if she continues to be left alone, she will be miserable in this life. Shen Lian unfolded his folding fan and asked back in a cold voice, "What about Yi Fan? Isn't he also a son of Qi? Why don't you consider his situation?" The Heavenly Tao shook his head. He was never a son of good fortune. It's just that someone secretly tampered with his destiny to fool the Heavenly Qi Pavilion. Now that I think about it, only the Taoist system has managed to change the Heavenly Chance deduction. But it's a pity that we don't have enough Taoist power to fight against the Taoist system. Then can I say that you, Heaven's Way, are considered one of the losers when you can even tamper with the destiny of your spokesperson? It's because they're all under the influence of the Taoist system that they're like this. The Tao of Heaven can't suppress the intervention of the Taoist system. All I want now is for all order to return to normal on this continent. That's all. If it's possible, then I'll give up Su Mengyao, and the son of Qi can be yours. The status of a small son of Qi can't enter my eyes. Shen Lian, I'm not interested in understanding the rights and wrongs between you and the Taoist system. From my standpoint, both of you are my enemies. The way of heaven never wishes to be an enemy of anyone. And all that it plans will only be in accordance with the rules governing the operation of the Great Tao. Your appearance was an unknown accident that disrupted the order of the Great Tao's operation, which is why you were deliberately targeted by the Heavenly Tao. Shen Lian laughed coldly. What about the result? In 99 generations of competition, how have you ever defeated me once? Tendo sighed softly, and the moon essence wheel under his seat slowly rose by a foot. Although it's very upsetting, I still have to admit to you that it was the Heaven's Path that lost the fight with you, and it lost in a big way. Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian burst out laughing. It's one of life's great pleasures to see the Heavenly Tao bow down. But, once the laughter ended, Shen Lian was filled with solemnity. Whether or not I choose to help Su Mengyao will have to be decided by my personal contact. If she is a waste like Yi Fan, then don't blame me for destroying her with a hot hand. The Heavenly Tao nodded. Good. In order to express the sincerity of the Heavenly Tao, I can first tell you the whereabouts of 3 of these origins: the Burial Abyss, the Glazed Xian Realm, and the 10,000 Miles Dragon City. In addition to this, to go to the Game Sword Pavilion, remember to go to the back of the mountain. There is a belong to the big gift prepared for you to be fixed. Also, there's a jade book and iron coupon in the Sanctuary Jingwang Mansion. These 2 items will be of great use to you in your future cultivation enhancement. It's considered to be some compensation made by the Heavenly Tao these 99 lifetimes, because of what was done against you. As soon as the words fell, there was a flash of white light in front of Shen Lian's eyes. Opening his eyes again, he was still inside the underworld carriage. Almost 3 hours had just been exchanged with the Heavenly Tao in the realm of consciousness, but in reality, only an instant had passed. Burial Abyss, Miles of Dragon City, Glazed Arcane Realm. Getting clues to his own origin, Shen Lian fell into deep thought. There are numerous time constraints on getting into these areas, and it seems that there's no need to think about it anytime soon. Still, according to the original plan, first go to the Game Sword Pavilion to retrieve the Crouching Dragon Marrow to refine and enhance the cultivation, and strive to break through the mixed realm in one breath. Then, once and for all, solve all the troubles left by that waste of a predecessor. Thinking of this, Shen Lian drove the underworld carriage to speed up. Chapter 61, Impossible. Game Sword Pavilion, Patriarch's Pavilion. Nangon Li closed her eyes and settled down, practicing in the sword room filled with famous swords. The moment the innate sword intent emitted sword chi, the surrounding famous swords immediately emitted a burst of clanging chants. Suddenly, Nangon Li's eyes widened. The 3,000 famous swords in the sword room came out of their sheaths in unison, and all of them landed around Nangon Li, interweaving and emitting faint sword sounds. There is still one step short of breaking through to the 6th level of the mixed realm, and the progress is still too much slower than when I was by Shen Lian's side. Collecting the innate sword intent on his body, Nangon Li got up and stepped out of the sword room. The moment she left, the 3,000 famous swords on the ground once again flew in unison and returned to their sheaths on their own, and it was obvious that these swords already had spirituality. See Patriarch. Nangon Li had just left the sword room when he saw a white-clothed sword-carrying disciple kneeling on one knee with a respectful expression. Nangon Li flung his long sleeves. Have you found any clues to the murderer of Bai Jiansheng? Reporting back to the Patriarch. It has not been investigated clearly, but disciples have been to the Demon Beast Mountain Range and found that 10,000 miles in a circle deep within the Demon Beast Mountain Range were razed to the ground. So I think Senior Brother Bai must have died in that Demon Beast riot. Nangon Li closed his eyes and sighed softly. Jiansheng is the disciple that this seed has carefully cultivated for nearly 100 years. This seat would have liked to reuse him, but I didn't want to end up in such a situation. Pass the order to the whole clan. The Game Sword Pavilion disciple by Jiancheng. In order to protect the living world buried in the mouth of the demonic beast, this act of righteousness should be known to the world. Yes, the sword-carrying disciple answered the command. Nangon Li nodded, then asked, right, how is the current situation in the Skyfeather sect? Is Senior Brother Yi and the old ancestor and the others okay? And have the gifts that this seat selected for them been delivered? I didn't want this question to come out, but the sword-carrying disciple lowered his head and whispered, reporting back to the Patriarch, the Heavenly Feather sect has already been wiped out, with the exception of the Patriarch, Shen Chuyun, and Yi Fan, whose whereabouts were unknown. The rest of the 5 peak lords, the clan elders, 2,000 disciples of the inner sect, and 30,000 disciples of the outer sect, along with Elder Tian Yu, were all murdered. Song Jian, you must not make such a joke. Hearing this news, Nangon Li's face did not fluctuate in the slightest, because this was impossible. Although the Skyfeather sect was not considered top-notch in the entire continent, it was definitely second to none within the eastern wasteland. Now it's been destroyed? How is this possible? Patriarch, you should know that disciples never joke around. Song Jian calmly returned. Disciple entered the eastern wasteland to investigate the cause of Senior Brother Bai's death as ordered by Patriarch, and visited the Skyfeather sect in the process. However, when the disciples arrived at the Skyfeather sect, they found that it had become a ruin, with the spirit veins destroyed and the medicinal fields drained of qi, with no semblance of a cultivation sect. Hearing this, Nangon Li finally moved. Is everything you said true? Disciple wouldn't dare to hide half a word from the Patriarch. Nangon Li's eyes were cold. This seat has to go back to the eastern region to investigate clearly. During this period of time when this seat is not here, all the big and small affairs within the sect will be handed over to Yu Yongjun to take care of. Yes. After that, Song Jian answered. Nangon directly sent his sword to transform into light and go far away. Senior Sister Du, water has been picked for you. Remember not to forget to water the medicinal fields. At the back mountain of the Game Sword Pavilion, Su Mengyao, who had been relegated to the position of an odd-job disciple, picked 2 buckets of spirit spring water to the medicinal field, and after greeting Du Bingyan, who was in the process of tidying up the medicinal field, she directly poured the water into the water tank in front of the wooden house. Du Bingyan didn't pay attention to Su Mengyao and remained focused on picking up the soil of the medicinal field. Exhausted, after Su Mengyao finished picking water and shook off her somewhat aching arms, she looked towards the well-kept medicinal field. This was the 7th day that Su Mengyao had been reduced to a miscellaneous disciple, and she had already completely adapted to the brand new identity at hand. Compared to the hooking up within the sect, Su Mengyao only felt that the living environment at the moment was exceptionally peaceful. Senior Sister Du, these medicinal fields you can call really well. Can you teach me? Su Mengyao, who always had a smile on her face, approached a field of medicinal herbs and leaned down to smell it. Don't touch. Du Bingyan's head was not scolded. If anything happens to the herbs, the hall master will not be able to spare me. You'd better go around somewhere else. You're not needed here. Su Mengyao heard that Du Bingyan was not trusting herself, and did not get angry, immediately picking up the empty bucket. Then Senior Sister Du, you're busy. I'll go back first. After saying that, Su Mengyao was about to leave humming a little song. And why are you doing this? She had just turned around when Du Bingyan's voice came from behind her. Don't you know how to be humble? Can't you change your temper when you know they don't like you? When Su Mengyao heard this, she put down the empty bucket in her hand and turned to Du Bingyan. This is my nature. Wrong is wrong. Right is right. I didn't offend anyone. They're the ones who came to provoke me. Is Senior Sister Du going to let me stay aggravated and suffer unjustly? Du Bingyan sighed lightly, put down the medicinal tools in her hands, and walked over to Su Mengyao. Have you not suffered from injustice now? With your talent and qualifications, it's more than enough for you to become the sovereign's personal disciple. It's your unforgiving attitude that's so off-putting. You said that Lu Qingyi is not as talented as you are. Yet why was he able to be accepted by the Patriarch as a personal inner disciple? But not because he knew the Patriarch's preferences? Su Mengyao sniffed and pulled Du Bingyan's hand and said, but this person of mine, I just can't do so much pretending, groveling in exchange for something that never really belongs to me. You, still talking tough. Du Bingyan hooked the tip of her nose. Look at you now. This outer disciple can't be made anymore. How can the dream of becoming the pinnacle of the sword Dao when you were young still be realized? Su Mengyao, however, was full of care. Don't worry, Senior Sister Du. I'm just a pearl in the dust now. I'll shine sooner or later, she said. Who says that a miscellaneous disciple can't become the peak of the sword Dao? Who stipulated that? You, just keep talking tough. Du Bingyan shook her head breathlessly. This time, just listen to me and When the patriarch's anger subsides after a while, you'll take the initiative to admit your mistake. And she'll surely forgive you once she's happy. Don't. Su Mengyao puffed out her cheeks. They robbed my flying sword and slandered me as a thief. Why should I apologize to them? Why don't you make sense? LOL. Du Bingyan was also amused by this adorable expression management of Su Mengyao's eyes. Forget it, we'll talk about you later. Just stay honestly in the back of the mountain during this period of time, and also try to get a clean slate. If it's okay then, I'll head back. And if I get back any later, I'll miss lunch. Su Mengyao greeted and smiled at Du Bingyan, turned around and picked up the bucket of water and left. Ugh. Looking at Su Mengyao's distant figure, Du Bingyan just sighed helplessly. At midday, Su Mengyao held a food box and sat on the edge of the cliff at the back of the mountain, taking small bites of rice into her mouth while taking in the great scenery. In the past, I only focused on practicing my sword, and I've never put my mind down to take in such a beautiful view. It's really nice. Looking at the picture of the layers in front of her, Su Mengyao was in a good mood. Just then, the sound of a green tea broke the beautiful silence. Senior sister, why are you here? I haven't seen senior sister these past few days, and senior sister is strangely lost in her heart. Su Mengyao took a deep breath and looked back. However, he saw that Lu Qingyi was leading two male disciples, looking at him with a teasing expression. Chapter 62, Tea Fragrance. What are you doing here? Seeing Lu Qingyi arrive, Su Mengyao immediately revealed a wary expression. Lu Qingyi said, don't misunderstand me, senior sister. I just wanted to come and see how you are doing now. She glanced at the food box in Su Mengyao's hands and couldn't help but reveal a look of regret and heartache. Elder sister, this is all you're going to eat? The food of a journeyman disciple is still not as good as that of a front hall disciple, right? Do you want me to plead with the master to restore your status as an outer disciple at an early date? Su Mengyao bluntly interrupted her. Lu Qingyi, what exactly are you here to find me for? If nothing is wrong, please stay away from me. I feel nauseous when I smell the odor on you. As soon as the words fell, a disciple standing on the left side of Lu Qingyi immediately disliked him angrily. Su Mengyao, what kind of attitude is that? Sister Lu felt sorry for your suffering in the back of the mountain and came to visit you. According to me, the sovereign still punished you too lightly for such a vicious person. If you dare to steal senior sister Lu's flying sword, you should have your cultivation abolished and expelled from the mountain. The person who spoke was called Han Feng, with a third-level cultivation of Chudan, and was Lu Qingyi's loyal licking dog. Another disciple holding a sword also snorted coldly. Yes, the patriarch has always wanted us to be tolerant of each other among our fellow disciples. Not to mention not to do things that would brutalize our fellow disciples. It's only you, Su Mengyao, who has been working against Sister Lu ever since she joined my swordplay pavilion. Aren't you jealous that she's been favored by the patriarch? Why does the sovereign not like you? Why don't you look for the reasons from yourself, but repeatedly try to fight with senior Sister Lu? This disciple's name was Lin Yu, with a 4th level cultivation at the Chudan realm, and was likewise Lu Qingyi's traitor. Poof. Su Mengyao didn't even bother to pay attention to the words of these two traitors, her pair of phoenix eyes staring at Lu Qingyi in death. Lu Qingyi, are you here to see me laugh? Now that you've seen it all, you can leave if you're fine. After saying that, Su Mengyao got up and patted the dirt on her skirt, turned around and was about to leave, not wanting to say one more word to these guys. Sister, Lu Qingyi immediately showed a pitiful look and called out to Su Mengyao. I know that senior sister has always had misunderstandings about me. When I first ran for inner sect disciple, senior sister was not valued by the master, so she has always harbored a grudge against me. I can understand this kind of feeling, but sister, something like chance is not something that can be explained in a few words. With your qualifications and talent, even if it's not as good as mine, it's still not that far off, as long as you're willing to work hard at your training. During the next inner sect election, senior sister will definitely be favored by the master as well, and I'll put in a good word for you by the master's side. At that time we will be able to cultivate together under the master's seat. So can you stop it? Su Mengyao took a deep breath and slowly turned around, looking at Lu Qingyi with cold eyes. Then can you return the purple flying sword to its rightful owner? One sentence immediately caused Lu Qingyi's face to change subtly. Su Mengyao, you still don't know how to repent even now. And you're still thinking about senior sister Lu's purple heavenly flying sword. Truly incorrigible. Thanks to senior sister Lu still worrying about your immediate situation. It seems that senior sister Lu is still too kind. Han Feng and Lin Yu showed disappointment and looked at Su Mengyao with a look of contempt. Lu Qingyi, however, dissuaded the two senior brothers. You must not think of senior sister in such a way. I believe that she is only confused for a moment, and when she figures it out later, she naturally won't be the same as she is now. Senior sister, you don't have to speak for her anymore. She's just rotten. That's right, senior sister. You're really treating your good intentions like a donkey's liver and lungs. You shouldn't be so polite to someone as vicious as her. Su Mengyao let out a bitter smile, and didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with them. Is there anything else? I'll go back first if there's nothing. Slow down. Han Feng sternly stopped Su Mengyao, who was about to leave. Su Mengyao, she can forget about the matter of you stealing senior sister's flying sword, but we can't let you off just like that. You kneel down right now and kowtow to senior sister to apologize for your mistake. A touch of frost rose in Su Mengyao's eyes as she looked at Han Feng's flamboyant stance and fluttered a sentence. Let me kneel and kowtow to her? Dream on. Clang. With a clang of gold and jade, Han Feng had an additional yellow rank spirit sword in his hand. Su Mengyao, I'll give you one chance. Will you admit your fault to senior sister or not? Then I say again. No way. Then don't blame me for not remembering the friendship of my fellow disciples. When Han Feng urged his aura and was about to raise his sword to stab at Su Mengyao, Lu Qingyi hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Senior brother Han, calm down. The sect master has a rule that forbids private fights between fellow disciples. Don't worry about it. Senior sister, after I teach Su Mengyao a lesson, I will go to the law enforcement hall to receive my punishment. Today, I have to take out this bad anger for you. Lin Yu, who was on the side, agreed very much. Senior Han is right. For someone with such an outlawed mind, if you don't step in and give a little lesson to the, I'm afraid that he'll never know repentance. Senior brother Han, just go and teach him a lesson, and I'll join you in the law enforcement hall afterwards to be punished. When Lu Qingyi heard this, her heart was delighted, so she deliberately said, then, Senior brother Han, you have to be careful and try not to hurt senior sister, otherwise, I'll be very sad. After that, he squeezed out a few more tea-scented tears. Encouraged, Han Feng immediately played a sword flower, pointing his sword at Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao, I heard that you were directly selected as an outer disciple with the first place in swordsmanship at the beginning of your initiation, so I'm not sure if you're the first one to be selected. It's a pity that I was initiated a year late and didn't see it with my own eyes. Today I'll see if your swordsmanship is as powerful as rumored. Su Mengyao sniffed, the corners of her lips turning slightly white. Back then, when he himself entered the game sword pavilion at the age of 7, he made an exception to skip the trainee disciples and became an outer disciple at the disciple screening conference with a hand of marvelous swordplay. At that time, Su Mengyao was favored by many elders within the sect, believing that in less than 100 years, Su Mengyao would definitely retain a place in the field of sword Dao. But who would have thought that now that 10 years had passed, he had ended up in such a state in the game sword pavilion? Han Feng didn't know what was going through Su Mengyao's mind at this moment, and directly attacked her with his sword. The first strike was the sword art of the inner disciples of the game sword pavilion, the Nine Heavens traveling cloud sword. The sword chi was intertwined and strewn across, unceasingly charging straight at Su Mengyao's vitals. Su Mengyao was just about to make a move, but she suddenly felt that she couldn't move her body in the slightest. This was the absolute suppression of the cultivation realm, and Su Mengyao, who was only at the first level of the chi-gathering realm, was unable to react to Han Feng, who was a full realm higher, even if she had the intention to defend herself against the enemy. Seeing that the sword chi is about to penetrate his torso when, suddenly, a hissing and strange cry came from a distant empty valley. The strange cries transformed into waves of sound, directly dispersing the confinement reinforced on Su Mengyao's body and Han Feng's sword chi. Han Feng groaned and covered his chest as he backed up back to Lu Qingyi. Lin Yu, on the other hand, shouted in the direction of the empty valley. What kind of person is pretending to be here? Come out and meet me. In the next moment, a hunched figure stepped into the air and landed in front of several people in the blink of an eye. What kind of person are you? Why have you appeared within the game sword pavilion? Looking at the old man in front of him, who had white hair, a scraggly beard, and was dressed in rags and linen, but exuded an incomparably strong aura, Lin Yu guarded Lu Qingyi in front of him at the first opportunity. The old man sneered. Who am I? It seems that you juniors really don't have any eyesight at all. Have you heard of Chen Wuji's great name? The moment the three words Chen Wuji came out, Lu Qingyi's few people were stunned. You, our elder Chen? It seems that you still have some insight. On account of being fellow disciples, I won't make things difficult for you this time. If you dare to disturb my dreams again, I will not spare you. Yes, thank you Elder Chen for being merciful. Senior will leave now. Lu Qingyi and the three of them hurriedly saluted Chen Wuji before quickly leaving the back mountain. When they left, Chen Wuji turned his gaze to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao immediately thanked Chen Wuji. Thank you Senior for saving me. I am grateful. Chen Wuji looked Su Mengyao up and down and couldn't help but reveal a mouthful of popping yellow teeth and smile. It's a good seedling. My Blood River sword intent finally has an heir. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 63, Will you be my teacher? Clear bones and a solid sword heart. A good seedling. Chen Wuji had carefully sized up Su Mengyao. What's your name? Junior Su Mengyao. Thank you again for relieving Senior. You don't know who I am? I don't know. Su Mengyao answered very dryly. Chen Wuji laughed out loud at his words. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that there would be someone within the Game Sword Pavilion who didn't know of my Chen Wuji's existence. That's really interesting. Little girl, which elder's personal heir within the sect are you? Su Mengyao, Senior. I'm just a clan handyman, tending to the medicinal fields here by order of the Patriarch. What? Handyman? Chen Wuji took a closer look at Su Mengyao before realizing that what she was wearing was indeed a miscellaneous disciple. No wonder you don't recognize me. I thought that you were the personal heir of one of the elders within the sect who had been punished in the back of the mountain for committing a crime. In that case it's not unusual. Su Mengyao arched her hand. Many thanks to Senior for relieving Senior today. This favor is remembered by Senior. Senior still has a lot of chores to deal with, so she will take her leave first. After saying that, Su Mengyao once again saluted Chen Wuji and turned around to leave. Slow down. Chen Wuji was busy calling out to Su Mengyao. Girl, are you willing to worship me and accept my mantle? Su Mengyao smiled and politely declined. Senior's heart is appreciated, but Senior is now not interested in other things, and only wants to spend the rest of her life here chatting. What a pity. A qualification like yours is rare to see in 1,000 years. Not practicing the sword Dao is truly a great loss. Chen Wuji shook his head, his face showing regret. Girl, do you want to reconsider? The old man's days are numbered, but his life created the sword law has not been passed on. If you are willing to take over the mantle of the old man, not 10 years, the sword in the road will be able to leave your name. I'm really sorry. Senior really doesn't want to lift the sword at the moment. Please Senior find someone else. The Game Sword Pavilion is full of talents. I believe there are more suitable candidates than Senior. After saying that, Su Mengyao left without looking back. Hey, little girl, since you've been spotted by the old man, it's not up to you. I've spent my whole life on the unfinished Blood River sword intent. It has to be your sword heart to accomplish it. Escape. Can the one I'm looking at still escape? Sword Emperor Sima Zhou, I will prove with practical actions that I, Chen Wuji, am much stronger than you. A hypocrite. Chen Wuji looked at Su Menyao's departing back, a sinister and cruel smile on his face. Returning to her own place on the mountainside, Su Mengyao lifted her axe and was just about to go into the mountain to chop some more firewood, when she met the clan's summoning disciple face to face. Senior Sister Su, there isn't much grain food left within the mountain gate. Please go down the mountain and purchase some back from Cloudfall City. The sooner the better. Well, hasn't the cereal matter always been delivered regularly to the mountain gate by merchants at the foot of the mountain? It's like this. Recently, a group of evil cultivators appeared outside of Cloudfall City and injured a lot of lives. The merchants don't dare to transport grain and food to the mountain gate anymore. Right now all the disciples in the sect are busy with their schoolwork, really can't get away. So I can only trouble Senior Sister Su to make a trip. Okay, then I'll take a walk. Trouble Senior Sister Su. The summoning disciple's task was completed. He bowed to Su Mengyao and left. Su Mengyao didn't think too much about it and took a deep breath to go down the mountain towards Cloudfall City. Cloudfall City, sheltered by the Game Sword Pavilion. This place could be considered very prosperous. But Su Mengyao didn't have the heart to hang around. She just wanted to hurry and pick up the grain food at the designated merchant to return to the sect to hand in her business. The mission went very smoothly, and Su Mengyao quickly picked up cereal from various merchants. Although he was only a miscellaneous disciple now, but after all, the Game Sword Pavilion was the #1 sect in the southern region, and no ungrateful merchant would go and make things difficult for one of the Game Sword Pavilion's dogs, let alone an individual. Seeing that it was getting late, just as Su Mengyao was eagerly preparing to leave the city to rush back to the mountain gate to hand in her orders, when she passed by a tea house, she was stopped by a disciple of the Game Sword Pavilion. Su Mengyao, I let you escape at noon, and now I don't believe there's anyone else coming to save you. The person blocking the way was naturally that Han Feng. Su Mengyao's eyes chilled. Han Feng, are you finished or not? For the sake of a Luchingi, as far as that goes? Shut up, you wicked woman. What face to call out Senior Sister's name? Han Feng roared angrily and raised the spirit sword in his hand. Now I'll give you two choices. First, immediately go back with me and kowtow in front of Senior Sister to admit your mistake. Secondly, I'll personally chop off your hands, so that you won't be able to use a sword for the rest of your life. Choose one for yourself. Su Mengyao's eyes went ice cold in an instant. Han Feng, are you planning to mutilate your fellow disciples? Aren't you afraid that the Patriarch will know about the chastisement? Humph. Who up and down the Game Sword Pavilion doesn't know that Patriarch doesn't like you at all? No one will care about you even if you die. If you are sensible, go back with me and obediently apologize to your senior sister. Don't force me to do anything. Su Mengyao took a deep breath and said word by word. Let me apologize to her? Can't do it. If you want my hands, come and get them with your own skills. What a toast. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. Han Feng shouted and directly stabbed at Su Mengyao with his sword. This time, Su Mengyao had been prepared, and when Han Feng approached her at a distance of 3 feet, she keenly dodged and avoided, so as not to be suppressed by his mighty pressure. Han Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows when his sword didn't hit, then swung and swept out a sword chi that attacked Su Mengyao at extreme speed. Bam! Su Mengyao was unable to avoid it and directly drew out the mortal iron sword at her waist, using her entire body's aura to block. After an ear-piercing golden and jade boom, the mortal sword in Su Mengyao's hand instantly cracked in several inches, and she herself was shaken back by the overpowering sword chi for more than 10 steps, retreating uncontrollably towards the side of one of the tea store's sitting guests. Stubborn, I'll see how long you can hold out. Han Feng's face was filled with killing intent. Seeing Su Mengyao's defeat, he decisively raised his sword again and stabbed at her vitals. At this moment, Su Mengyao's ears were still echoing with the noise of the sword chi crumbling mortal iron, and her body fell back uncontrollably. Even though he had already predicted Han Feng's next move, he simply couldn't do anything in response because of the huge cultivation gap. Just as she closed her eyes and prepared to endure the sword, she suddenly felt her backside being pressed against a closed iron fan. The chi is held in the Danhai, traveling through the 6 chakras. Stillness is more than desire, and movement is like a thunderclap. Hearing the person behind her silently recite the mantra, Su Mengyao only felt her body's true essence boiling, and her spiritual platform was also much clearer in an instant. Just as Han Feng's sword was approaching 3 feet in front of his body. Raise your hand and hold the moon. The moment the voice behind him resounded again, the right arm holding the broken sword lifted uncontrollably. The wrong sword plucks out the bone. Almost driven by instinct, the broken sword in Su Mengyao's hand rotated in her palm at extreme speed, and her body also darted forward like a meteor. Pust! Bam! The moment he and Han Feng were on the wrong side of each other, blood splattered and metal fell to the ground. Ah, my hand! A mournful scream rang out as Han Feng covered his blood-soaked broken palm, rolling around on the ground in pain. Su Mengyao looked at the broken sword in her hand with only a few inches in shock, then looked at Han Feng who was kneeling on the ground in immense pain, and for a moment it felt like a dream. Bummer! A cold and arrogant voice rang out, and Su Mengyao raised her eyes to look, only to see Shen Lian slowly get up, put down a spirit crystal on the tea table, and directly walked towards the outside of the city without looking back. It was only until Shen Lian's figure disappeared that Su Mengyao reacted. After glancing at Han Feng, who was still moaning in pain on the ground, he immediately chased after him toward the outside of the city. Chapter 64, Infiltrating the Back Mountain. Where are the people? Su Mengyao chased all the way out of Cloudfall City, but did not see Shen Lian's figure. Looking at the remnants of the sword in her hand, and then recalling the sword move that had just cut off Han Feng's palm to perform, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. The sword stance that man taught me just now. Why can it break through Han Feng's sword chi blockade? And moreover, how can it manage to cross the border and kill back? For a moment, she seemed to have sensed something, and the image of Feng performing the sword skill became clearer and clearer in her mind. The chi is held in the Danhai. The 6 chakras are shaped. The desire to be still is more than that, and the movement is like a thunderclap. Su Mengyao silently recited the mnemonic and slowly closed her eyes, feeling the aura from all parts of her body's meridians begin to gradually converge to the wrist holding the remnant sword. Wrong sword, gouge out bones. Suddenly, the remnant sword in his hand flowed at great speed at his wrist and palm, emitting an eye-catching and brilliant sword aura. Opening her eyes again, she stomped out. The body was like a swimming dragon fluttering in a stunning manner. Boom! The remnants of the sword left a silver sword mark in the air. Behind Su Mengyao, the rock that the sword mark passed through was directly split in two. My cultivation has actually increased. At the same time, she was surprised to find that her original cultivation of the first level of chi gathering had unknowingly risen to the second level of chi gathering. Who is that man? Really? Just this move of plucking out the bone with the wrong sword is not inferior to any of the moves in the 9 heavenly traveling cloud sword of the game Sword Pavilion. And why did he pass on such a powerful sword technique to me? Feeling the changes in her own sword heart, Su Mengyao became even more curious about Shen Lian's identity. In the evening, Su Mengyao returned to the game Sword Pavilion. Just after entering the mountain gate, he met Lu Qingyi. Senior sister, you're back? After seeing Su Mengyao return unharmed, Lu Qingyi couldn't help but have a flash of doubt appear on her face. Su Mengyao, what? By the look on your face, you seem to be disappointed and can't wait for me to come back? Lu Qingyi gave a shallow smile. How can senior sister think like that? Today when I heard that senior sister went to Cloudfall City on an errand, I was worried about senior sister's safety. Su Mengyao wondered. I just went to Cloudfall City to carry some grain food for the clan. How is it dangerous? Lu Qingyi returned. Doesn't senior sister know? Recently, many evil cultivators have appeared around Cloudfall City and hurt people's lives. He even captured a number of young women cultivators as a pot to perform the evil art of extracting yin and replenishing yang to enhance their cultivation. But he also captured a number of young women cultivators as a pot. Senior sister's cultivation is low. I was afraid that if senior sister had a slip-up, that's why I waited for senior sister outside the mountain gate. Then I really must thank you. Su Mengyao didn't hesitate to poke through her disguise. If senior sister cares about me so much, why don't you personally come down the mountain to look for me? In case I really need an evil practitioner and meet an untimely end, then won't you have waited in vain? Lu Qingyi's face blanched slightly when she heard this. Su Mengyao was too lazy to continue pulling with this green tea whore, and after giving her a blank stare, she took big steps towards the back of the mountain. Right, sister? Just as she was on the wrong side of Lu Qingyi called out to her once again. What else? Have you seen Senior Han? As soon as she heard Lu Qingyi mention Han Feng, Su Menyao's mouth revealed a smirk as she turned around and said back. Today, when I went to Cloudfall City to collect the grain food, having Han Feng come to embarrass me was all arranged by you, wasn't it? Lu Qingyi wanted to argue, but she heard Su Mengyao say, don't try to argue. Those words of yours can fool others but not me. But to your disappointment, your senior brother Han is afraid that he's in pain right now, so you'd better think about how to comfort him. Lu Qingyi was stunned. What do you mean by that? You'll understand when you meet Han Feng. Dropping a sentence, Su Mengyao quickly walked towards the direction of the back mountain without looking back. Su Mengyao, looking at Lu Qingyi's departing back. Su Mengyao's eyes were filled with viciousness. I'm definitely not going to let you have any chance to roll over. In the distance, Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan and quietly gazed at the majestic giant sword mountain gate of the Game Sword Pavilion. The Game Sword Pavilion, created by the Sword Emperor and 10,000 years ago. In addition to Nangongli, a cultivator of the 5th level of the mixed element, there are still 3 immortal realm Taishan elders who are secretly protecting it. In addition to these top forces, the Game Sword Pavilion also has 12 void refining realm cultivators, 7 in the transition realm, and Vice Patriarch Yu Yangjuan's mixed triad. Such strength put the previous life even let me look at the desire is not. Now is the waste when the road, the weak in the very best in the room, when it is saddening. Forget it, first find crouching dragon sway. As for that must choose a way to let her despair death. As soon as he remembered that Nangongli was close at hand, the anger in Shen Lian's heart began to burn uncontrollably, but he knew that it would be the most foolish way to start a head-on conflict with the other party right now. Shen Lian is crazy, but does not mean that he has no brain. Really want pure reckless behavior. He could not even 99 generations of the top of the heavenly way in the system of double backstabbing. Desperate to top the list of a big brother, the immediate priority is to retrieve the crouching dragon and refine it, so that their own strength can be rapidly improved is the most important. The back mountain of the Game Sword Pavilion isn't closely guarded, so let's follow the clues given by the Heavenly Tao and go see what great gifts there are first. If this great gift doesn't satisfy me, then the consequences of deceiving Shen Lian, you categorically can't afford it, and the bearer will be Su Mengyao. Thinking of this, Shen Lian put away his folding fan and stepped towards the back of the mountain. After Su Mengyao handed over the storage bag containing the grain food to the disciple guarding the storehouse, she went straight back to the back mountain. As a result, just as her front foot stepped into the back mountain steps, Chen Wuji found her once again. Girl, I've been waiting for you all day, but you're back. Seeing Su Mengyao, Chen Wuji immediately came up. Elder, what do you seek from me? Girl, are you really not going to think about it anymore? Taking on the mantle of the old man will surely allow you to be used endlessly in this life. Su Mengyao smiled lightly and shook her head as she heard this. Elder, Senior has already made it very clear. Your good intentions are appreciated, but I really don't want to get involved in this world of strife. How old are you and how unstable is your heart? The path of cultivation is not advancing but regressing, and this world is full of turbidity. Can you be clean just because you want to be? Senior, you'd better find someone else who is a suitable disciple, not to mention the fact that I already have a master. If I were to worship someone else, wouldn't that be a deviation from the scriptures? You're just an odd job disciple. How can the Game Sword Pavilion's profound sword techniques be learned? And even if you have a mentor, I don't think he's a high-ranking person. As long as you're willing to worship me as your teacher, I can make you the chief disciple of your age in the sect within 3 years. In the face of Chen Wuji's repeated compulsion, Su Mengyao still politely declined. Senior, please don't push me any further. Junior really doesn't have that kind of heart. After saying that, he bypassed Chen Wuji and walked towards the wooden house alone. Girl, are you sure you don't want to think about it anymore? Without thinking about it, thank you again Senior for coming to your aid during the day. Su Mengyao bowed to Chen Wuji before leaving without looking back. For Chen Wuji, Her first feeling was not good. That face was written with calculations, making people very uncomfortable. Once Su Mengyao left, a flash of hostility appeared on Chen Wuji's face. Not learning? Hey, is it up to you? The prey that I have my eye on. How can I easily let you escape? As soon as the words fell, Chen Wuji turned into black smoke and disappeared within the empty valley. Just less than 3 breaths after Chen Wuji left, Shen Lian paced and stepped into the back mountain of the game sword pavilion. The scent of evil. Take a look with the eye of the way first. Keenly aware that the surrounding atmosphere is not right, Shen Lian directly walked to the cliffside of the mountain road, pupils flashing golden daoans, looking toward the distant fog-twisted empty valley. At this glance, Shen Lian saw that the entire empty valley was piled up with corpses and rotten flesh. Eerie and terrifying. I don't want to think that within the Hall of Swordplay Pavilion, there is actually this kind of evil place, practicing swords with living people. The so-called No. 1 sect in the southern region is nothing more than a place to hide dirt. It's really a reputation. Humph. Retracting the eye of heavenly Tao, Shen Lian let out a light hum and turned around to walk deeper into the dense forest. First find that gift, then inquire about the whereabouts of the crouching dragon marrow, and then, send Nangon Li this to hell. Chapter 65, Nangon Li and Louis Shui's shock. Formerly brilliant, by the eastern region of all living beings worship of the Tianyu sect, but now is deserted. As far as the eye can see a piece of debris, as if the world's bleak scene. Suddenly, a sword cut through the void and rested over the ruins of the Skyfeather sect. In the next moment, the sword awnings dispersed, and Nangon Li's figure floated down. How? Witnessing this sight before her, Nangon Li was instantly shocked. She clearly remembered that when she came back to visit Yifan 3 months ago, the Tianyu sect was not like this at all. Why is there such a drastic change in just a few months? Tianyu sect? What the hell happened? Who the hell did this? Nangon Li's emotions fluctuated violently, and the innate sword intent in his body poured out uncontrollably, destroying the Heavenly Feather sect, which had already fallen into ruins, all over again. Just then, gusts of crystalline snowflakes fell from the sky, and the temperature around them quickly dropped to freezing point. Nangon Li's sword brows furrowed as she lightly opened her vermilion lips. Second senior sister, you're here too? As soon as the words fell, ice and snow rolled into the sky, a piece of azure frost wrapped around a silhouette, falling along with the roiling snow plums. The frost dispersed for an instant, and a beautiful figure, clad in a snow-colored flowing fairy dress, appeared opposite Nangon Li. This is the Ice and Snow Sect Patriarch, Louis Shui, cultivation level of the 7th level of the Mixed Realm, and is also Shen Lian's former second senior sister. She scanned a circle of the broken white scene in front of her, and an icy voice spat out from her mouth. Sky Feather Sect. In the end, what has changed? Why has it become like this? When Louis Shui said this, her cold eyes kept staring at Nangon Li, as if she was seeking a proper explanation from her. Nangon Li, so second senior sister doesn't know either? I just heard that the disciples under the door came to report that something big has happened in Tianyu sect. I just came from the southern region, and I thought that second senior sister knew about it, and I was about to ask about it. By the way, second senior sister, you also heard this news before you spared a million miles to rush back to the eastern domain? Louis Shui, however, shook her head. I returned to the eastern wasteland this time, originally wanting to ask old ancestor and also Fanner to join me, going to attend my wedding with the young lord of Cloud Sky City. I brought all the invitations. I didn't want to hear about the change in the Skyfeather sect just after I entered the eastern wasteland, which is why I rushed here to take a look. When she finished speaking, she looked around again, closing her eyes and sensing for a moment, and frowned. What kind of person has such a strong prejudice against the Skyfeather sect? I sensed that the spirit veins and even the earth's chi that sustained tens of thousands of disciples across the entire sect were all destroyed away. Nangon Li sniffed and immediately closed her eyes and sensed for a while as well. At this exploration, her face turned equally pale. The Heavenly Feather sect's ground chi has been destroyed? That Heavenly Feather ancestor and Fanner they. A trace of gravity also flashed across Louis Shui's face. The two of them looked at each other speechlessly, still not being able to think of what kind of existence the Heavenly Feather sect had provoked, and would end up in such a state. It has to be investigated. The two women spoke almost in unison after a moment of silence. With such a big deal happening in the Skyfeather sect, it's impossible for the eastern region sects to not get any news at all. Let's go to the nearby sects first to inquire about clues. The whereabouts of the old ancestor and Fanner also need to be explored. It's impossible for there to have been no signs at all before this. Then let's split up. I'll go to the Heavenly Green sect first to inquire about clues, and you go to the Moon Shadow sect first. Good. The two women immediately prepared to split up to look for clues, but just then, a wave of star power fell from the void. The two of you don't need to make another trip for nothing. The 3 sect masters of the Green Lian sect, the Moon Shadow sect, and the Heavenly Green sect have already encountered the Heavenly Lightning Tribulation in the demonic Beast Mountain range and have unfortunately met their demise. Between the flashes of starlight, a stunning woman slowly appeared. Her hair was as white as snow, her hand held a star and moon wheel, and between the opening and closing of her eyes, there seemed to be thousands of starbursts shining. Greetings to fellow Daoist Lianjin. When the 2 women saw the appearance of the visitor, they immediately bowed respectfully. The woman was entrusted by Elder Tianji to enter the world to look for the existence that destroys the destiny of the Son of Qi and try to put it to death. Dare I ask fellow Daoist Lianjin, is what you said just now true? The 3 patriarchs actually fell like this? Facing Nangon Li's question, Lianjin only replied lightly. The heavenly thunderbolt descended, affecting 10,000 miles around the magic Beast Mountain range. Not to mention that the 3 patriarchs are only at the mixed realm. Even if they were at the 3rd level of the immortal realm and encountered such thunderbolts, it would be difficult to fight them off. When these words came out, Lui Shui and Nangon Li's faces instantly took on subtle changes. They had conspired that Zhuang Jinghao, Su Tianchuan and Fu Hanqing wanted to use the occasion of sealing the beast tie to harm Shen Shuyun. I do not want to now 3 people are buried in the Beast Mountain range. For a moment, a flicker of trepidation flashed through the 2 men's hearts, but there was also a hint of gratitude. Lianjin did not move to observe the 2, naturally knowing their dirty tricks. However, Tianji Pavilion only maintains the world's qi and destiny on behalf of the heavenly Tao, and removes all factors that affect the direction of destiny. As for the right and wrong between the sects and continents, Tianji Pavilion does not ask any questions. Also, I have to tell you guys the bad news. After I deduced it, the heavenly feather ancestor has lost his soul and is no longer alive. Lianjin's words directly shocked Lui Shui and Nangon Li, who froze in place, not reacting for a while. Old man Tian Yu is dead? That's the heavenly feather ancestor, an existence at the peak of the mixed realm. Without waiting for them to digest the shocking news, Lianjin told another piece of news. In addition to that, the World Chamber of Commerce was disbanded. The President Su Yuhan was defeated at the Chamber of Commerce competition and was injured by Gu Luocheng of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce, and is now healing in the Pill King Liuli Valley. What? The 2 women were once again shocked. How could they not expect that the 3rd senior sister's World Chamber of Commerce would actually end up in such a state? Nangon Li said angrily, Good Gu Luoying, I really didn't think that I would actually let her have a day to turn over. Daring to make an enemy of my senior sister, I will definitely not let her go. After saying that, Nangon Li was about to go and settle the score with Gu Luoyang. 5th senior sister, calm down. Lui Shui softly called out to Nangon Li, stopping her impulse. It's not too late to figure things out before we act. Then he looked at Lianjin again. Fellow Daoist Lianjin, has Gu Luoying gotten some kind of chance? We're all well aware of her state of affairs. Otherwise, with the strength of the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce right now without external help, how could it suppress the World Chamber of Commerce? Lianjin nodded expressionlessly. Yes, I have also only recently probed that. Above the Chamber of Commerce Grand Competition, the Eternal Life Chamber of Commerce was able to suddenly turn around by relying on one person. And that person, you all know. Who is it? Shen Lian. When these words came out, it was no less than a heavenly thunder, directly splitting the 2 women inside and out. Nangon Li smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Lianjin, could you be mistaken? How could it be Shen Lian? Lui Shui also revealed a skeptical look. Yes, fellow Daoist Lianjin, we all know clearly what kind of person this punk Shen Lian is. How could he possibly join Gu Luoying in dealing with the 3rd senior sister? Lianjin, 1,000 times true. But whenever you go to the major cities of the Eastern continent and poke around to find out what's happened during this period of time, you'll be able to get verification. This isn't some obscure secret. Tens of thousands of people at the Chamber of Commerce Grand Competition all witnessed Shen Lian's refining of the World Chamber of Commerce's 4 transition realm cultivators into transition Dan. Now, Nangon Li and Lui Shui were completely shocked and couldn't spit out half a word. Is it really Shen Lian? But hasn't he become an invalid? Why? Have things come to this? Chapter 66, A Woman's Intuition. All in all, it's impossible. I still don't believe it. How could that punk Shen Lian do such a thing? Nangon Li simply couldn't connect everything that was happening in the Skyfeather sect right now with Shen Lian. How could she not be clear about what kind of person Shen Lian was? Just a piece of who's accomplished nothing and gone against the grain. When he was in cultivation, he was still being teased around by a few of his own. Now that his cultivation has been wasted for 100 years, even if he gets some chance to recover some of it, can he change his waste-like nature? Moreover, killing a teacher and destroying his family is not acceptable to the entire righteousness. Shen Lian, who honors his teacher, would do such a thing? There must be some mistake. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that things were just too ridiculous. so he looked at Lu Yixue and asked, "Second senior sister, what do you think?" Lu Yixue didn't say anything, but the look on her face already gave a clear reply. She also didn't believe that it was Shen Lian's doing. If Shen Lian was really of this nature, how could he be like a dog and allow himself to be humiliated like this by the seven of them? "Lianjun, is it true? Wouldn't it be clear if you guys find Suyu Hong and ask her? Now that she's in Medicine King Liuli Valley to heal her wounds, she might as well go and ask herself." When the two women heard this, they both felt that there was some truth to it. Nangongli said, "But the cross-border boundary between the spirit realm and the eastern domain requires the peak of the mixed element to enter. So I'm afraid we won't be able to pass it with our current cultivation. Lianjun, you don't have to worry about this issue. I have the Tianji mirror in my possession, and I can lead to any realm at any time without restriction." Nangongli, that's really great. It's not too late. Let's hurry up and head to the road of no return. When we see third senior sister, we must ask what happened. Lu Yixue, who had been silent, suddenly opened her mouth and asked Lianjun, "Fellow Taoist Lianjun, your heavenly pavilion can deduce the destiny of everyone in the world, and the past and future are all under your control. Why can't we deduce whether or not this matter is Shen Lian's doing, or give the world an understanding?" Without waiting for Lianjun to open her mouth, Nangongli directly interrupted, "Second senior sister, you don't really think that all of this was done by that punk Shen Lian? Lu Yixue, I'm just suspicious. Don't think too much about it." Fifth senior sister, Lianjun shook his head. "It's strange to say that the Tianji pavilion is capable of deducing the destinies of everyone in the entire continent. Even the limit-breaking cultivators at the top of the heap can also deduce one or two, but only this time. Should have been a strong fortune Yifan, but 2 months ago the fate of the bleak, when the master sent 2 masters to find the cause of the, but not long after, the 2 senior brothers' soul light but suddenly extinguished, but exactly who did so far do not know. I learned of Shen Lian's after. I've tried to deduce it, but unfortunately, I couldn't detect the slightest bit of his destiny at all. Perhaps it's because my Tao is too shallow." Lu Yixue nodded. "That is to say, Shen Lian's destiny is not amongst the Heavenly Chance Pavilion's projections. Is that right?" "Lianjun, the fate of almost everyone in the Taiku continent cannot escape the heavenly chances of deduction. It's just that what I've learned is still shallow. It's just a matter of not being able to peek into the deeper heavenly chance. And I also ask that fellow Taoist Lu never doubt the ability of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion." "I see." Lu Yixue sniffed, and after owing Lianjun a greeting, she turned around and was about to leave. "Second senior sister, where are you going?" Nangongli hurriedly called out to her. "You're not coming with me to the spirit world to find third senior sister?" Lu Yixue stopped her steps and coldly returned. "Fifth senior sister, I advise you that you'd better hurry back to the Game Sword Pavilion as well and stop going to the spirit realm." "Why?" Nangongli was puzzled. Lu Yixue frowned with a cold eyebrow. "I have a very bad feeling that Shen Lian might not be the same Shen Lian we know anymore. We must take precautions." Nangongli shook her head. "Second senior sister, are you afraid? Or are you feeling compassion for that trash?" "Nangongli, I don't have time to joke with you right now. Second senior sister, you are now the Ice and Snow sect leader and the fiancé of the young lord of Cloud Sky City. Even if Shen Lian is any different from before, do you still need to be afraid of him?" Lu Yixue didn't say anything, only glancing sideways at Nangongli. "You're on your own." After the words were spoken, Lu Yixue's body flashed with a spiritual light, transforming into pieces of frost and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Humph. This dead man's face still seems so uncomfortable after all these years. Nangongli was very disgusted by Lu Yixue's high and unbeatable attitude. In fact, their 7 sisters would only be united when they were targeting Shen Lian, and their private relationship was a mess, basically belonging to the plastic sister kind. Learning that there had been a change in the Skyfeather sect, while Nangongli was shocked, a trace of joy flashed through her heart. Old ancestor Tian Yu was dead, and this smug old hag no longer had to put on a preachy stance in front of herself. Moreover, knowing that the World Chamber of Commerce was disbanded and Su Yuhong was injured, Nangongli's heart was also relieved. This time, he wanted to go to the spirit world firstly to find out about Shen Lian, and more than that, he wanted to go and see how this third senior sister had fallen. "Fellow Taoist Lianjun, let's hurry up and get moving. I must investigate the ins and outs of this matter clearly." "Aha!" Lianjun responded, and together with Nangongli, they transformed into light and disappeared over the ruins of the Skyfeather sect. At the back of the Swordplay Pavilion, a certain nameless cave, Shen Lian closed his eyes and knelt down to inhale the spiritual qi of this place, and the vast manifestation flickered around his body. It was only after about an hour that Shen Lian collected his energy and got up. After these few days of cultivation and stabilization, one's transition realm's 6th foundation had been completely stabilized, and one's cultivation level had once again risen by a small margin. Looking at the surroundings, Shen Lian unfolded his folding fan and slowly stepped out of the cave. Now, it's time to go find the whereabouts of the crouching dragon marrow. Halfway through his words, a soft chant landed his gaze on a medicinal field on the opposite side of the mountain. A place like this would actually have the aura of the heaven and earth roots. At that moment, a trace of undisguised excitement flashed across Shen Lian's face, and he directly transformed into a black and white totem and sped towards the medicinal field. Inside the medicinal field, Du Bingyan was oblivious to the terrifying aura approaching and remained focused on tending to the medicinal herbs in the field. Tomorrow the Pill Furnace disciples would be coming to collect the spirit herbs, and she had to make sure that there were no problems with these spirit herbs. Otherwise, the punishment of the Game Sword Pavilion clan rules was quite strict. Senior sister Du, I brought you water. Just then, Su Mengyao picked the bucket of water and entered the medicinal field. Put it there. Du Bingyan didn't return her head and answered directly. Su Mengyao didn't disturb Du Bingyan either. Carrying the bucket to the water tank, after pouring the spirit spring water into the tank, she sat down by the grass hut and watched Du Bingyan, who was busy in the medicinal field. The environment here was good. There was no hooking up or scheming, making Su Mengyao's heart very calm. Su Mengyao, you, hurry up and get out. However, a bellowing cry broke the tranquil atmosphere. Su Mengyao sighed and looked sideways. However, he saw that outside the medicinal field, Han Feng, Lin Yu, and Lu Qingyi were glaring at him. Behind them, there was also a group of onlookers from the outer sect disciples. Really? Is there any end to this? Won't you leave me alone even after I'm like this? Su Mengyao shook her head helplessly and got up to walk towards a few people. Not far away on the mountain peak, Chen Wuji looked in the direction of the medicinal field, revealing a mouthful of bursting yellow teeth. Ha. Looks like this girl has offended a lot of people. After you've been wronged, I'm so smart that I stepped in and saved you from death. Let's see what you can say then. Just as Chen Wuji was thinking freely about how to trick Su Mengyao into cultivating the Stygian river sword technique, an unruly voice suddenly sounded behind him. Back off, punk. Get out of my way. Chen Wuji was startled and was busy looking back, just in time to meet Shen Lian's cold and arrogant cheeks. Chapter 67, Chen Wuji breaks defense. What are you? Chen Wuji was a strong player at the 8th level of the mixed realm, and it was the first time that he had been silently stood behind him without noticing any trace. For some reason, the moment he saw Shen Lian, Chen Wuji's heart couldn't help but tremble, and the more his paws fell back half a step. You're in my way. No deafness can roll. Knowing that the opponent's cultivation was far above his own, but Shen Lian was not the slightest bit restrained in his body's arrogance. 99 generations of bloody and sullen sharpening. There was no longer anything that could make him feel the slightest flinch. The district mixed realm, in his own eyes, was like a mole cricket, even if he was only in the transitional realm at the moment, but he wanted to bow his head without a thought. On the contrary, the higher the cultivation level of his opponent, the more he could generate a desire to fight for his life that was even more intense. Transition realm versus mixed realm. Even if it was the pride of the heavens, the possibility of trying to kill back without an external shield was almost zero. But Shen Lian was an accident, and he was confident that if he really wanted to fight for his life, beating the strong with the weak would be a routine for him. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to the old man like this. Kid, what are you? Which elder of the Game Sword Pavilion's disciples? Tell me. For such a flamboyant person, Chen Wuji should have suppressed him at the first opportunity and then used his blood to sacrifice his sword. However, for some reason, when meeting Shen Lian's pair of deep and bottomless eyes, a wave of uneasiness and an air of death was already hovering in its own mind. Can't you understand human language? A deep shout rose, and a violent wave of qi directly blasted towards Chen Wuji. Bang! Chen Wuji's body's mixed yuan qi strength sensed the crisis and operated on its own. The moment the two auras collided, a dull rumble erupted. Transition realm aura? Noticing that his opponent was only a transition realm, Chen Wuji couldn't help but lower his heart. Kid, you're only at the ferrying realm and you dare to be so ostentatious? Old me pinching you to death is like pinching an ant. Yeah? Shen Lian unfolded his folding fan, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. But a small mixed realm 8th level that has had its cultivation wasted and has only just managed to recuperate, thinks that it is invincible and can take care of everything? Chen Wuji froze. Are you pretending there? Whether it's posturing or not, you could have tried it and thought about what would happen when you struck. Shen Lian's indifferent attitude couldn't help but make Chen Wuji change his face. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and no one had dared to speak to him like this, and he had not seen such a calm junior for a long time. Kid, you're getting more and more interesting to me, but unfortunately, your tactic of trying to learn the sword is too clumsy. Many of the disciples of this swordplay pavilion covet old man's sword technique, and you're still the first to use it to get my attention. But do you realize that playing with fire will get you burned? Boom! With a light explosion, behind Shen Wuji, 9 pitch-black spirit swords emerged, all of which were cohesively molded through aura. The terrifying bloody pressure emanating from the sword alone was difficult for even cultivators of the same realm to withstand. However, Shen Lian was always lightly shaking the folding fan, the whole time a breezy posture, quietly watching Chen Wuji pretend. Seeing that Shen Lian didn't say anything, Chen Wuji gossiped openly. What? Now you know you're afraid? Where's that open-mouthed aura just now? Where did it go? Ha ha ha. Unwillingly, Shen Lian laughed recklessly. Old thing, if this is the essence of your confidence, then I can only say that your mantle is like a shroud. Stinking and long, how do you have the face to show it off? What did you say? Chen Wuji's face instantly became hideous. The Blood River sword intent was his life's work, refined with countless human blood. This should have been the most perfect sword intent in the world, but now there were people who were unabashedly displaying contempt. This attitude completely enraged Chen Wuji. I'm saying that your lifelong study of sword intent is actually an unmitigated joke. The frog in the well looks up to the sky, not knowing the circumference of the world. It seems that you people are just as hopelessly rotten as your sword intent. Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian's unbridled ridicule instantly caused Chen Wuji to red warm. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine, then let me ask for your excellency's sword intent. As you wish. Then, as soon as Shen Lian's words fell, he immediately condensed his fingers with his left hand. In the next moment, Chen Wuji's eyes went white. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a piece of yin and yang Daoist tang. Here is, old thing, let you see my sword intent. A flailing voice came from the spinning two-dimensional nothingness. In the next moment, a rain of swords floated above Chen Wuji's head. Just raising his head, Chen Wuji only felt his feet stepping on air. When he looked down, his pupils shrank. At some point, there was already an abyss of 10,000 feet under his feet, and 10 million dense spirit swords at the abyss were speeding upwards. What kind of swordplay is this? He immediately sidestepped and tried to avoid it, but there was a sudden gust of wind in his ears. Looking sideways, he broke out in a cold sweat. Only a storm of sand and dust rose in the distance, and each grain of sand that made up the dust was made up of a sword. What kind of sword technique is this? Chen Wuji panicked and gave a loud question, then wanted to destroy his own aura. However, only after a moment of luck did he notice that his own aura seemed to have been completely drained, and he was unable to mobilize it in the slightest. At this moment, Shen Lian's voice rang hollowly in the void two-year totem. Heaven and earth are witnesses, grass and trees are swords, wind and thunder are swords, and everything you see in sight can be a sword. As soon as the words fell, Chen Wuji only felt as if something was about to break out of his chest. No! As if he understood something, he immediately cried out in horror. Then, a 7-foot cold blade directly broke through his torso and sped towards the end of the void. Immediately afterward, more flying swords blossomed out directly from every inch of his body like a blizzard. Chen Wuji thus felt his flesh, blood, meridians, skin, hair, and even his breath turn into sword intent, wantonly brutalizing his body. In the blink of an eye, Chen Wuji's torso had already been torn apart by the sword net. In the entire heavens and earth, there was only a vortex formed by sword intent spinning endlessly. Ah! Poof! Chen Wuji, who had returned to his senses, only felt a pain in his chest and directly spat out a stream of blood. When he looked at Shen Lian again, there was a hint of fear, a hint of awe in his eyes. How about it? Now you still think that that little Blood River sword intent can be compared to me? With one sentence, directly Chen Wuji knelt on the ground, his face no longer having the pride he had before. Why? There could be such a perfect sword intent in the world. Why? When he thought that the Blood River sword intent, which he had spent nearly 10,000 years of effort and killed countless people to refine, couldn't even make a sword out in front of Shen Lian's sword intent, he immediately felt very ridiculous. What the hell kind of sword is that? The present you are not qualified to understand. Today you can have the honor of watching, so that you can understand the difference between a glowing fire and a white moon. Now do you want to continue to stand in my way, and still have the face to take out your mantle to preach? Chen Wuji didn't say anything and directly transformed into bloodlight and disappeared far away. The excitement and humiliation given to him today had really hurt him to the core. Humph, if I hadn't regained my cultivation, such scum wouldn't even have the qualifications to open their mouths. After saying that, Shen Lian walked to the edge of the cliff where Chen Wuji stood before. Then he lowered his head and probed with the enabled avenue pupil. Sure enough, there it is. Witnessing the flickering of a hidden aura at the edge of the cliff, Shen Lian was sure that what he was looking for was there, and he decisively sped away with his body transformed into light. Seeing as Tendo has sort of kept his promise this time, then I'll make an exception and waste some time playing a nurturing game with you. Ha! Chapter 68 Heaven and Earth Root. The root of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, can only be formed after endless years of baptism. Once refined and inhaled, The majestic power of the Tao rhythm could instantly allow a person to break through several realms while enhancing their physical body physique. Of course, the strongest part of the heaven and earth root was that as long as there was air, it could constantly provide the holder with aura, and there would not be a lack of aura at all. Heaven and earth root. I didn't expect that there would actually be such a place. Looking at this elixir in his hand, which was almost nothing like a tree root, a rare hint of delight appeared in Shen Lian's eyes. As long as you refine this item, if things go well, breaking through to the peak of the transitional succession will not be a problem at all. Ha ha ha. Seeing as you're so sincere, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and help your Qi Yunzi get out of the system's control. He was pondering how to snatch back the crouching dragon marrow from Nangongli. After all, with Shen Lian's understanding of this group of white-eyed wolves, it was simply a fool's errand to want to spit it out again once it was in her hands. He didn't want to have this 10,000-year-old heaven and earth root to help him now, so all the problems would become simpler. Even if he was only at the peak of the transition realm and did not use his own god-devil idea, he would still have the power to fight against the Nangongli of the 5th level of the mixed yuan. However, he had already thought of a more brutal way of killing and executing people. Su Mengyao, you dare to make a move to harm a fellow disciple. You must give us an explanation today. Shen Lian, who was in a great mood, was suddenly disturbed by the sound in the direction of the medicine field 10 miles away. Shen Lian let out a cry of doubt, put away the heaven and earth root, and looked in the direction of the incident. When he saw Su Mengyao's face, he couldn't help but stare. It's her again. It seems that the heavenly Tao has really gone to great lengths in order for me to help her disciples. Cheating so blatantly, when it's really all about face. No, if the heavenly Tao had a face, it wouldn't be the heavenly Tao. Shen Lian snorted coldly and unfolded his folding fan to slowly walk in the direction of the medicine field. Last time, he had already helped Su Mengyao once within Cloudfall City. As for whether or not to pull her life back on track, it would still need to depend on Su Mengyao's performance before she could do so. After all, Shen Lian had already seen too much of those sons of Qi who were favored by the heavenly Tao. Their modus operandi can basically be summed up in 2 words. Double standard. The same thing that someone else does is a sin so great that heaven and earth will not tolerate it. But it is only right and proper that the son of Qi should be replaced. This was also the reason why Shen Lian, after being reborn through 99 reincarnations, had always been unwilling to play with this group of sons of Qi. Not only is the reason for choosing to be an enemy of heaven's way, but it's also the reason for not being able to see the disgusting behavior of these double-standard dogs. While there had been some more normal chirographic sons encountered, they all had the common problem of an ancient morning text protagonist. The virgin heart is overflowing, and it is not moving, and it likes to be sensitized by love. For that group of sons of Qi, Shen Lian's only mercy was that he didn't send them into the human emperor cauldron, outside the medicinal field. Su Mengyao's eyes showed a cold color as she calmly faced the cold accusations of her fellow disciples, but she didn't have any intention to talk back. Su Mengyao, you'd better explain to me clearly why you had to lay such a cruel hand on him. He won't be able to lift his sword for life like this. This was Lin Yu's voice, his tone filled with disgust for Su Mengyao. Senior sister Su, you've gone too far in this matter, and the day before yesterday, although senior brother Han's tone towards you was a bit more moderate, but no matter what, you shouldn't have cut off his palm. Do you know what it means when a disciple of the Game Sword Pavilion can't practice swordplay? Lu Qingyi reddened her eyes and looked at Su Mengyao with a face full of disappointment, while at the same time casting a look of concern at Han Feng at her side. The rest of the disciples also accused Su Mengyao, using the most vicious words to humiliate her. Shen Lian in the distance only felt that this scene was déjà vu. Isn't that what this body's predecessor experienced? When Yi Fan had framed his predecessor, the disciples of the entire clan had also insulted themselves in such an indiscriminate manner. Fortunately, now, that clan that had bullied him had been personally destroyed, and even old man Tian Yu had been refined into a transition pill by himself, temporarily relieving his hatred. Let's see how you, the forgotten son of Qi, plan to fight back? Shen Lian also wanted to see what kind of means the Su Mengyao would employ to deal with such a scene. Su Mengyao remained silent until the voices abusing herself quieted down a bit. Then she opened her mouth and asked, "Then did you guys ask why his palm was cut off by me?" Lu Qingyi wiped her tears and said, "Senior sister, no matter what, you can't lay such a cruel hand on him. After all, no matter what, Han Feng is your senior brother." Su Mengyao ignored Lu Qingyi's TNT breath and looked straight at Han Feng with her eyes. "Tell me yourself, why did you break your hand the day before yesterday?" Han Feng opened his mouth to say something, but when he thought of the sword move Su Mengyao had made that day, he didn't know what to say. He was originally reluctant to come. After all, the fact that the building Yuan realm had his palms wasted by a Qi-gathering realm first level was indeed humiliating when it was rumored. Enough! Lin Yu immediately let out a deep cry. "Su Mengyao, since you admitted to injuring senior brother Han, Cut off your own hand to make amends to him, or else come with me to the law enforcement hall. Take your pick. Su Mengyao's pupils shrunk. What did you say? Let me waste my own hand to make amends to him? What makes you think it's my fault if you don't even ask what happened? Shen Lian in the distance frowned straight away as he listened. You're still reasoning with them at a time like this? It's so stupid. This group of losers is clearly looking for trouble with you. They should all be killed one by one before they open their mouths. If you really can't beat them, then run away. Reasoning with the strong in the cultivation world is the most foolish thing to do. Instantly, Shen Lian lost the mood to help Su Mengyao, but still, he patiently decided to see what Su Mengyao planned to do about it. Senior sister, it's come to this. Just admit your fault. After all, you did waste senior brother Han's hand. Even if you reattach your hand, it will have a considerable impact on your sword cultivation in the future. You are at least his senior sister, so just admit your mistake. Lu Qingyi finished to Su Mengyao with a face full of sincerity and then said to Lin Yu, Senior brother Lin, since senior brother Han's hand is already ruined, even if we cut off senior sister's hand, it won't help. The first order of business is to come up with a suitable solution to this problem. Hearing Lu Qingyi say this, Lin Yu stopped mentioning Han Feng's broken palm and gave Lu Qingyi a hem before retreating to the side. Lu Qingyi saw that the situation was in her hands and looked towards Su Mengyao with a smiling face. Senior sister, why don't senior sister give you an idea so as to ease each other's embarrassment? How about it? Su Mengyao's lips hooked. What trick are you trying to play again? Lu Qingyi, senior sister, why don't you and senior brother Han become Dao couples? Su Mengyao was instantly filled with frost. Han Feng was immediately startled. Senior sister, what are you saying? I'm not going to find this as a Daoist couple. But after the words were said, looking at Su Mengyao's face again, it was vaguely realized that she was also a rare beauty yet. How could it be? I believe that senior sister didn't do it on purpose, and at this moment, her heart must also be very guilty. I believe that she will promise you, right senior sister? Lu Qingyi finished and smiled softly towards Su Mengyao. The rest of the disciples took advantage of the opportunity and began to raise a ruckus. Yes, Su Mengyao, you'll be a Daoist couple with senior brother Han. You, a miscellaneous disciple, have earned a heavenly bargain by being able to couple with an inner disciple. Yeah, what else is there to think about? Just say yes. Su Mengyao, however, let out a cold smile and directly turned around and walked in the direction of the medicinal field. Unwilling to follow and pay attention to these people, Lu Qingyi hurriedly called out to her. Senior sister, what do you think? Su Mengyao coldly returned. Go back when you've made enough of a mess. Don't look for more discomfort. Lin Yu was furious when he saw that she had such a contemptuous attitude towards Lu Qingyi. You dare to speak to senior sister Lu like that? Since you don't want to, then leave your hands behind. As soon as the words fell, he directly raised his sword and stabbed towards Su Mengyao. Stop it! Lu Qingyi was so frightened at this scene that she directly covered her eyes. But in his heart, he couldn't stop sneering. Of course, she knew that it was impossible for someone as arrogant as Su Mengyao to agree to become a Daoist couple with Han Feng, which was why she intentionally said this to escalate the situation so that Lin Yu would cut off Su Mengyao's hand. In this way, Su Mengyao would no longer be able to threaten her position, and she had done her duty as a peacemaker, remaining the beautiful and gentle white lotus among her fellow disciples. Chapter 69, A Sword of Amazement. Su Mengyao, go to hell! Lin Yu shouted violently. A sword stabbed out like a swift thunder and lightning engine. Watching the crowd of disciples was dumbfounded. Su Mengyao naturally would not sit and wait for death. Before the sword she approached, her feet moved lightly, transforming into a traveling cloud, skillfully avoiding Lin Yu's killing moves. After stepping into the second level of qi gathering, Su Mengyao only felt that the aura of her own Sea of Dan wandering to the meridians became more and more abundant. Even if she faced a cultivator in the realm of building yuan, she could easily dodge and move around all the attacks with ease. As 3 consecutive sword qi fell short, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown and calm down. The next moment, the sword momentum in his hand suddenly turned. It seems that you still have some means, but how long can you hide with just this pace? Let's watch my 9 heavens traveling cloud sword's 8 stance turning clouds and rain. The sword qi was waved, and it immediately turned into clouds and stacks of mountains, forcing its way towards Su Mengyao layer by layer. Su Mengyao's sword brows slightly knitted, knowing that this move was unavoidable, backing up at the same time, instinctively kicking up a bamboo stick from under her feet. The moment the bamboo stick entered her hand, the moves taught by Shen Lian instantly appeared in her mind. Wrong sword, Gaojiao bone, a stunning style that passes in an instant. Bam! A crisp metallic landing sounded, and the battle was over. At this moment, all the disciples, including Lu Qingyi, revealed an unbelievable expression. In this battle, the one who lost would surprisingly be Lin Yu. When Shen Lian in the distance saw this scene, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. and the folding fan in his hand lightly shook. To be able to comprehend the true meaning of this move in such a short period of time, it seems that the son of Qi this time isn't as stupid as I thought. Lin Yu covered his right wrist. His face twisted as he asked towards Su Mengyao, who was standing behind him. You? What kind of sword technique do you make? Why can you break my move of overturning clouds and rain? Your sword moves are all broken. Is it hard for me to break them? Su Mengyao dropped the bamboo stick in her hand. Have you made enough of a scene? Please leave if you have. I just want to be clean now. And I ask that none of you bother me from now on. With that, he turned and walked away. Lu Qingyi was the first to react and busily said to Lin Yu, Senior sister Lin, are you alright? Just now, senior sister didn't hurt you, right? When these words came out, Lin Yu's originally blank eyes were suddenly filled with a ferocious light. Yes, one's own inner disciple, with a cultivation of the third level of the Tsuyan realm, would be defeated by a handyman disciple who was only at the Qi gathering realm, or in front of so many disciples. If he didn't get his face back, what face would he have to appear in front of the disciples in the future? Su Mengyao, stop right there. Thinking of this, he roared angrily and directly turned around and recklessly slapped his left palm towards. This move came very suddenly, and Lin Yu had laid down another death blow. When Su Mengyao turned back to the moment, Lin Yu's palm was already close at hand. There was no time to react, only instinctive reaction, raising his hand to block. Bang! Ah! The next moment, miserable screams resounded in the back of the mountain. Lin Yu and Su Mengyao sparred palms for a split second, and Lin Yu only felt a majestic spiritual force recoil from his palm, and was sent flying out on the spot. Lin Yu was shocked to fly 100 feet, all the way backward, flying one after another, knocked off a dozen tree trunks before he was heavily thrown on the ground. Senior brother Lin. Everyone didn't expect such an outcome and could only rush towards Lin Yu's direction. No one was distracted to pay attention to Su Mengyao anymore. Su Mengyao also felt a little strange. She had just received the palm instantly, since she only felt that she was suddenly electrocuted by something at her danhai. Then an extra force that didn't belong to him quickly appeared in his body, and in only half a breath it swam through all the meridians of his body, allowing his cultivation to increase tenfold for a short period of time, before he shook Lin Yu out with a palm. Could it be that someone in the shadows is helping me? Su Mengyao raised her eyes and looked around, not finding anyone suspicious. Could it be that Senior Chen is secretly helping again? No! The aura of Senior Chen's body is filled with a strong resentment, but the aura that just passed into my body. Thinking of this, Su Mengyao immediately arched her hands in greeting to the surroundings, regardless of which Taoist friends secretly help. This favor Su Mengyao will cut down. To be in the future have the fate, will surely double the return. Mengyao, are you okay? As soon as the words fell, Du Bingyan walked out of the medicinal field with a tense face, pulling her hand and asking with concern. Su Mengyao saw that no one showed up in the surroundings. Her heart was a little disappointed at the same time, and then rushed Du Bingyan with a faint smile. I'm fine. Let senior sister worry about it. Du Bingyan sniffed, lowered her eyes, and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, I just couldn't do much to help. Senior sister, what are you babbling about? Su Mengyao cried and laughed. Luckily you didn't come forward to help just now. Otherwise I might have to be distracted from taking care of you now. Du Bingyan saw that Su Mengyao did not have a hint of blame in her tone. Her heart also felt better, and she was busy pulling her towards her hut. Go to my house. Let me see if you are injured. Su Mengyao. Suddenly, Lu Qingyi's roar sounded behind the duo. She was seen looking at the two women with red eyes and a watering look. Are you satisfied now? I will definitely report this matter to the law enforcement hall. After saying that, Lu Qingyi glared fiercely at Su Mengyao, turned around without giving them any chance, and directly carried the dying Lin Yu down the back of the mountain with the disciples. Du Bingyan did not look at Su Mengyao without nervousness. Mengyao, now you're in big trouble. Lu Qingyi is worried about how to get rid of you as a threat to her position. Now this is not giving her a chance? However, Su Mengyao spoke out of turn. Senior sister Du was overthinking it. With or without the person Lu Qingyi, the patriarch wouldn't have chosen me as a personal disciple. Why is that? No reason. With what I know of the sovereign just. Su Mengyao didn't say everything thoroughly, yet it seemed like she said everything. Du Bingyan froze for a long time, only then seemed to understand, nodded, while not to say anything else. First with me into the house. See where you under the injury it. Aha. On the other hand, after Shen Lian secretly helped Su Mengyao resolve the crisis, he directly found a new cave within the dense forest in the back of the mountain to prepare for refining the heaven and earth root. However, just as he was about to cast the great Tao human emperor cauldron to start refining, Shen Lian thought of something. With my current cultivation level, it will take me 3 days at the earliest to refine the 10,000 years of heaven and earth root. During these 3 days, there can't be the slightest disturbance, or else if you're not careful, all the medicinal effects of the heaven and earth root will be lost. Thinking of this, he silently withdrew the heaven and earth root, intending to leave this place before finding another place. But just 2 steps away, he stopped. The whereabouts of the crouching dragon marrow have yet to be ascertained, and Nangon Li has yet to be duly punished, so it's really not a good idea to leave just like that. In that case, why don't I get Su Mengyao to guard me? Can Shen Lian's stance be for nothing? So what if he's a son of Qi? He still has to kneel at my feet and prostrate himself to beg for forgiveness. The idea was finalized. Shen Lian directly unfolded the folding fan and lightly shook it, and walked out of the cave. In another place, inside the Blood River cave. Why is that? Ha 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 ha. Chen Wuji couldn't help but let out a desperate, maniacal laugh as he looked at the Blood River sword intense stance pattern on the mural that he had fought for all his life. He laughed at himself for being so stupid and naive. Today, he had seen what kind of existence true sword intent was. This couldn't help but make him break his great defense, and his demeanor began to become insane. What kind of person is he? That magnificent sword intent. Is he trying to pick a fight with me? Chapter 70, The Fate of the Wasted. Chen Wuji really couldn't accept that his Blood River sword intent, which he had spent his entire life on, couldn't even make a sword out in front of Shen Lian's sword intent, and he suddenly looked insane, seemingly demonic and bewildered. Ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. What have I been busy with these nearly 10,000 years of careful delving? A cultivator with a bone age of no more than 500 is able to realize such an unparalleled thought of sword intent. In comparison, I'm an unmitigated waste. No way. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Chen Wuji rolled all over the ground like a wild sea dung maggot, holding his hair and making a hissing sound. Suddenly, he made a carp and sat up stiffly, not saying a word, and looked straight at the wall of sword intent. Yes. This is because the Blood River sword intent is not yet complete, not inferior to his sword intent. Yes, there will be no mistake. My Blood River sword intent will definitely be more perfect, and when it's refined it will surely surpass all the sword intents in the world. Su Mengyao. Yes, it's Su Mengyao. The key to that Blood River sword intent is her. Thinking of this, Chen Wuji rekindled his fighting spirit. Blood River sword intent still lacks the flesh and blood of someone with a solid sword heart. That's Su Mengyao. It was the best sword guide. Yes, as long as she was forced to cultivate the Blood River sword intent, all the difficulties would be solved. When she is swallowed up by the sword intent, that Blood River sword intent is the most perfect work of art on earth. After speaking, Chen Wuji transformed into a bloodlight and flew towards the medicinal field at extreme speed. Inside the pill field hut, Du Bingyan carefully checked Su Mengyao body, confirming that there were no injuries on her body before putting her heart down. I'm glad you're not hurt. I'm relieved. Senior sister, I told you it's fine. You still didn't believe me. Now you've seen it all with your own eyes, haven't you? Du Bingyan put away the medicine box and then asked, by the way, when I checked your injuries just now, I noticed that your cultivation has already broken through the second level of Qi gathering? It's just a coincidence. Su Mengyao lifted down her sleeve and shook out her hair. When I was on an errand in Cloudfall City, I encountered Han Feng who made things difficult for me. He indiscriminately wants to kill me. If I didn't meet a noble person to help me and learn this sword technique, I would have become an invalid even if I didn't die. What kind of person is it? Du Bingyan curiously pursued. Su Mengyao shook her head. I don't know. I only saw that it was a figure dressed in black and white Confucian Taoist robes that flashed past. Du Bingyan, if you have a chance to meet someone, you can be sure to thank them. Aha! Su Mengyao answered, then recalled the scene where she had shocked and injured Lin Yu with her palm, and couldn't help but feel a touch of doubt. Du Bingyan sighed. Mengyao, although you're fine at the moment, but you've offended so many of your fellow disciples this time, they won't let you off the hook so easily. I think by now, they should have already gone to the law enforcement hall to sue you, so you'd better think about what to do. There was concern in her eyes. Su Mengyao smiled back. Anyway, it's not the first time. I've gotten used to it long ago over the past 10 years. Which time have these people ever enforced the law fairly? The big deal is to expel me from the Game Sword Pavilion. You can't have such thoughts. Du Bingyan hurriedly dissuaded. Back then, you spent a lot of energy to worship in the Game Sword Pavilion, and now you're leaving like this without getting anything, so wouldn't these 10 years of time be wasted? Su Mengyao returned. Yes, to be able to enter the Game Sword Pavilion is the wish of how many cultivators. When I was young, I was hoping to enter the Game Sword Pavilion to dive into cultivation, then become a sword Dao legend like the Sword Emperor, and vertical sword the heaven and earth, without any disadvantage, swinging away all the injustice on earth. But now, when I really enter the Game Sword Pavilion, I realize that the ideas I had when I was a teenager were still too naive. It's full of flattery that has nothing to do with swordplay. There's hooking up all over the place. I thought this place was a holy land of the sword Tao, but I didn't want it to actually be a salacious place that focuses on profit. Speaking of this, Su Mengyao looked a bit gloomy. Du Bingyan, Mengyao. You mustn't think like that. Don't forget the high hopes your adoptive parents had for you before they died. And how could I dare to forget? If I hadn't remembered their expectations in my heart, I would have left the game Sword Pavilion as early as 5 years ago when the inner disciples fell short. Su Mengyao took a deep breath. Now that I've lasted another 5 years, I think it's time for me to do right by my adoptive parents. And it's time for me to make the next step in my life. You've really decided? Du Bingyan pursued. Mengyao, you have to think about it. Su Mengyao smiled faintly. It's decided. Senior sister, will you come with me then? Me? Du Bingyan couldn't help but froze, revealing a look full of bewilderment. I don't know anything about sword Dao sensing. All I know is just fiddling with the medicinal fields. So where can I go if I leave here? Su Mengyao, elder sister. In fact, in your heart you also feel that this place is very unfair, right? You're obviously so proficient in pharmacology. Even if you were to join the medicine hall for intensive training, you'd still be more than qualified. But how come those who are not as qualified as you were chosen by the medicine hall? You, on the other hand, can only take care of this medicinal field alone, and have to endure the taunts of those people. Are you really willing to do that? Don't say it, okay? As if Du Bingyan had been poked into some sore spot, she turned away from her somewhat sour eyes. As long as I can have a place to stay, I'm satisfied, and I don't dare to think about the rest. Su Mengyao wanted to persuade her further, but suddenly Chen Wuji's laughter came from outside the hut. Jia jia jia. Su girl, I'm here again. Have you figured it out yet? Are you willing to practice sword with old man? Su Mengyao sniffed, and after giving Du Bingyan a look of no panic, she got up and stepped out of the hut. Chen Wuji sat on a millstone not far away, his stained fingers constantly picking at his nostrils. Seeing Su Mengyao for a split second, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of black and yellow buck teeth. Elder, what brings you here? Of course I'm here to see my precious disciple and pass on my mantle to you in the process. Hearing Chen Wuji's words, Su Mengyao instinctively took 2 steps back and politely declined. Senior has already made it clear to you before that I don't want to practice with you, so why do you need to be so bitter about this? Enough, girl. Seeing that Su Mengyao still didn't agree, Chen Wuji immediately chimed in, completely removing his disguise. It's a blessing of several lifetimes for you to have the old man's eye on you. Several times I gave you a chance, you don't know what to do. Really give your face? You have to ask me to use force personally. Come over here. After the words, Chen Wuji raised his left palm, and a powerful pressure directly locked Su Mengyao, making her unable to move the slightest bit. In the next moment, Su Mengyao's body floated uncontrollably towards Chen Wuji's palm. Senior, what are you doing? I wanted to keep you around for a few years to teach you slowly, but it's quicker to just imbue you with kung fu and pass it on. He. When you see how strong the Blood River sword intent is, you'll know what I have in mind. Ha ha ha. Su Mengyao tried hard to break free from the pressure on her body, but the cultivation gap was too great with Chen Wuji, and she could only watch her body get closer and closer to the bloodstained hand. Seeing that his purpose was about to be accomplished, Chen Wuji burst into laughter. Soon, the world is about to know just how strong and terrifying the Blood River sword intent is. Ha ha ha. Blood River sword intent is strong and terrifying? What a joke. As a result, in the next second, a deep drink was like a bomb that directly exploded in Chen Wuji's ears. Hearing this burst of sound, Chen Wuji's body was uncontrollably stunned, and he subconsciously collected his scattered aura, and Su Mengyao took advantage of the situation to get out of the way, falling to the ground and gasping for air. When Chen Wuji and Su Mengyao raised their eyes in unison to look, Shen Lian had already cranked his folding fan in his hand and strolled to stay outside the fence of the medicine field. Ha! It's you! The moment he saw Shen Lian, undisguised fear surfaced in Chen Wuji's eyes. You? Why are you here? Chapter 71. Gritters should shut up. Why are you here? The moment he saw Shen Lian, the tone of Chen Wuji's question was permeated with a hint of trembling. Perhaps he himself hadn't realized that since he had been pulled into the field of consciousness by Shen Lian to see that unparalleled sword intent, he had already created a lifelong indelible shadow. Before answering such a stupid question as yours, you punk, answer me first. Where did you get the courage to say that your sword is strong and terrifying? A questioning voice caused Chen Wuji's footsteps to involuntarily take 3 steps back. And why don't you get out of the way when you see me? Answer me. Chen Wuji, who was at the 8th level of the mixed yuan, actually didn't know how to reply in the face of Shen Lian's dog training like stern questioning. That last deep shout was even more directly shocking, almost causing him to stagger and paralyze to the ground. This scene caused even Su Mengyao to be greatly shocked in her heart. Chen Wuji's cultivation she had just personally experienced. To kill herself just moving a finger was enough. This sense of oppression was in no way inferior to Patriarch Nangang Li. But such a supremely powerful man didn't even think of confronting this man when he was facing him? What is he? Really? At this time, Chen Wuji's back had long been drenched in sweat, and his steadily standing legs were shivering. The pressure Shen Lian gave himself in front of him was stronger than expected. Trying hard to suppress his inner fear and uneasiness, he then rolled down the knot in his throat and opened his mouth to say, I saw that this girl's bones were clear and strange, so I intentionally wanted to take her as a disciple and pass on my mantle. As a result, he received Shen Lian's unreserved mockery, a lowly sword technique that's rotten to the core. And you actually have the face to bring it out to scourge mole crickets? I really don't understand what's going on in the minds of wastrels. One sentence choked Chen Wuji's face red. Anyone else who dared to talk about themselves like that would have been a puddle of blood. I'm afraid. However, in front of Shen Lian, he didn't even have the thought of making a move. Get lost. This one's mine. Shen Lian turned his back and made a decision without hesitation. You. When Chen Wuji heard this, a hint of anger and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. She was the one I saw first. And then what? A rhetorical question directly silenced Chen Wuji dry. What can you do? Upon hearing Shen Lian say this, Chen Wuji's already abstract cheeks turned even more distorted. He sensed that Shen Lian was not joking about this. But, why is it like this? He obviously only has the cultivation of the ferrying realm. And me killing him is as simple as pinching an ant to death. However, why is it that he gives me the feeling of feeling even more uneasy than when I first faced the Sword Emperor? What kind of person is he? Seeing Chen Wuji's delayed response, Shen Lian turned around and lost his patience. Are you deaf or dumb? Didn't you hear what I said to you? Chen Wuji took a deep breath and slowly returned. Good boy. The old man remembers you. This girl will be and let you. But you give the old man to remember. This matter will not just be forgotten. After speaking, Chen Wuji immediately transformed into a blood aura and left the medicinal field as if he had fled. What a waste of appetite. Ha! Seeing Chen Wuji leave, disappointment flickered in Shen Lian's eyes and he casually cursed as he walked towards Su Mengyao. Without waiting for an opening, Su Mengyao got up and asked directly, dare I ask the person who helped me that day in Falling Cloud City? Was it you? As a result, in the next second, her white neck had already been choked to death by Shen Lian's iron hand. In an instant, Su Mengyao's face turned green and her breathing began to catch. Everything happened extremely suddenly, without any sign at all. Su Mengyao didn't even expect that just a sentence that was so unusual that it couldn't be any more unusual would cause the other party to have a killing intent. Remember, I hate it when a mole talks to me in such a questioning tone of voice. If you weren't so useful, you'd be a cold corpse by now. Remember one thing, don't let ignorance and self-righteousness erode your already shallow cognition. Even an ant should know how to value its life. After saying that, Shen Lian loosened her hand and directly threw her away 3 steps away. Cough cough cough. The moment she was free, Su Mengyao coughed greedily. Mengyao. Du Bingyan sensed the situation and also rushed out to assist Su Mengyao. I'm fine. Su Mengyao shook her head at Du Bingyan and looked at Shen Lian, arched her hand with difficulty and said, Senior, it was the late generation who had taken much offense. I just want to know if it was Senior who came to my aid when I was in Cloudfall City? Shen Lian was impatient. Why do you ask the same questions over and over again? I don't have time to kill with you. Now pack up and leave with me. Su Mengyao froze. Where to? After stepping in and helping you twice, shouldn't you know how to return the favor? Twice? Su Mengyao was first stunned, then quickly reacted. It turns out that it was also Senior who came to help today. So Senior. Enough. Shen Lian directly and roughly interrupted Su Mengyao. You've got way too much crap. Pack up and come with me right now. Where is Elder taking me? In the next moment, a pressure swept through, directly sucking Su Mengyao into Shen Lian's palm. Like I said, you've got so many questions. I don't mind poisoning you dumb first. Shen Lian didn't have the slightest bit of pity and directly pulled Su Mengyao's dark and beautiful hair. Tiny little ants with the qualifications to decide their own destiny? If you get benefits, you should pay back accordingly. What do you think I struck twice for? Su Mengyao forced herself to endure the sharp pain of her hair being torn, and busily nodded her head and responded. Senior, please let go of my hand. Senior knows that I am wrong. Humph. With a cold snort, Shen Lian withdrew the pressure and also loosened the hand that was pulling her hair. Su Mengyao, who had just gotten away, calmed down. How could she not expect this Shen Lian to be so rude? And she could not help but feel a hint of fear for him in her heart. But she still summoned up the courage to say to Shen Lian, Senior, can I have a few words with Senior Sister Do? 1 tea. Shen Lian snorted coldly and gave a time before turning around and lightly shaking his folding fan to wait. Su Mengyao immediately pulled Du Bingyan, who was already dumbfounded, into the hut, and the two of them whispered for a while. Shen Lian didn't have the heart to listen to what they said. Right now his attention was focused on how to refine the heaven and earth route. After a tea, Su Mengyao punctually appeared behind Shen Lian, took a deep breath, and whispered, "Senior, let's go." As soon as the words fell, the folding fan in Shen Lian's hand was withdrawn. The black clouds in his body suddenly appeared and quickly wrapped the two of them. Phew! When Su Mengyao came back to her senses, she realized that she was inside a carriage, with the mournful neighing and howling of the underworld warhorse coming from outside the carriage. "Senior, is this a spirit beast?" This was the first time Su Mengyao had sat inside a spirit beast carrier and couldn't help but curiously survey it. Noisy. But the next moment, what came was Shen Lian's extremely impatient chorus. "With your current cultivation and vision, don't presume on these things that don't belong to you." Oh, got it. After only a few moments together, Su Mengyao already had a preliminary understanding of Shen Lian's character. This was an extremely bad person to get along with an aura that emanated from his body that had the feeling of rejecting people. The best way to do that is to shut up, do nothing, and just wait for him to set it up. Seeing that Su Mengyao stopped talking, Shen Lian also closed his eyes and began to continue to raise his cultivation level. The ghostly carriage was like a meteor catching the moon under the night sky, and in the blink of an eye it traveled more than 300 miles into the depths of the back of the mountain. Meanwhile, in the spirit realm, within the Pill King Liuli Valley, Lianjin and Nangongli met Siyuhang, who was healing his wounds within the pill pond. Chapter 72, Plastic Sisterhood. "Senior sister, you came to see me?" Seeing Nangongli appear for a moment, Su Yuhong, who was soaking in the medicinal pool, instantly burst into tears, and her emotions began to fluctuate violently. "Third senior sister, what's wrong with you? Who injured you like this?" Seeing Su Yuhang's current demeanor, Nangongli was also shocked. Although she had the attitude of watching the fun in her, Su Yuhong falling to such a state still made her deeply surprised. "It's Gu Luoying that." Su Yuhong gritted her teeth and said, "No, there's also Shen Lian, that punk who somehow hooked up with Gu Luoying and even cured her head disease. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this." "Fifth senior sister, you mustn't let this pair of dogs off the hook. They must be broken into pieces in order to fulfill my heart's hatred." Nangongli frowned. "Is it really Shen Lian? But hasn't he become an invalid? How could he?" "Fifth senior sister, everything is Shen Lian's doing," Su Yuhong said loudly as she plopped down on the edge of the bath. "This asshole got some kind of chance, recovered part of his cultivation, and then took the whole Tianyu sect up and down, stirred up the world. Even my World Chamber of Commerce was destroyed by that. Is everything you say true?" "It's true, elder sister. Do you know, Shen Lian, he also left a lot of backhanders. That day at the Chamber of Commerce competition, he refined the 4 strongest transitional succession realm cultivators under my hand into transitional succession pills with his bare hands." "What did you say?" Hearing this news, not only was Nangongli shocked, but the originally calm Lianjin's pupils also shrank. Su Yuhong carefully told the two of them about the situation at the Chamber of Commerce competition that day. After listening to the aftermath, Nangongli and Lianjin's hearts were not calmed for a long time. According to what fellow Taoist Su said, if my guess is correct, this divine ability of Shen Lian's to refine qi into pills with his bare hands is the Great Tao refining cauldron hands from the ancient records. Great Tao refining tripod hands? Nangongli and Su Yuhong froze at the same time. Lianjin nodded. If what fellow Taoist Su said is true, then that's correct. According to the Tianji Pavilion, the Tao refining tripod hand can induce changes in heaven and earth with its own Tao. Forming a Tao tripod in the palm of its hand, can refine everything under the sun with his bare hands into a potion, which also includes the cultivator's root soul. Moreover, the elixir refined is definitely the most superb elixir in the world, with absolutely no side effects whatsoever. The effect of the same spirit medicine. The elixir refined by the Great Tao True Flame is more than dozens of times more than that refined by the unusual medicinal cauldron. I just didn't expect that there were really people in the world who had acquired this Great Tao refining cauldron hand. It is rumored that the Great Tao refining cauldron hand is extremely harsh to begin with, and for more than 100,000 years, I have never heard of anyone refining it. I don't want Shen Lian to actually do it. I must witness it with my own eyes when I have the chance. Hearing this news, Su Yuhong and Nangongli were both shocked. What did you say? Shen Lian knows the Great Tao refining cauldron hands? Right at this moment, Mu Jingwang, who was just about to come to change Su Yuhong's medicine, heard the news and couldn't help but reveal a shocked look. She immediately pulled Lianjin's hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Lianjin, what did you just say? Shen Lian will have the Great Tao refining cauldron hand?" Lianjin looked at her coldly, then asked, "Didn't you ask your senior sister? She's seen it with her own eyes." Upon hearing this, Mu Shaking Light immediately turned her gaze to Su Yuhong. "Third senior sister, why didn't you tell me such important news?" Su Yuhong avoided the eyes cast by Mu Jingwang and said with a slight hint of heartiness, "I'm sorry senior sister. I wasn't in a very good mood these past few days. That's why I didn't go into detail with you. Third senior sister. You clearly know that I'm worried about refining the 9 Revolutions Golden Emperor pill right now. Yet you don't tell me such important news. What exactly are you resting on? Oops, I told you. I was in a bad mood and that's why I forgot. You stayed in my Medicine King Lioli Valley for 17 days. And I also healed you for 17 days. You wouldn't have forgotten all 17 days, would you? Mu Shaking Light was really angry. She is now courting the son of the Lord of the Spirit World, Su Tianming, Su Shaoqing. All he wanted was to refine the 9 turns Golden Emperor pill to make the Lord of the Spirit Realm think highly of him, so that he could agree to his marriage to Su Shaoqing. But how could the rumored 9-turn Golden Emperor pill be so easy to refine? She had failed hundreds of times before learning that the 9 turns Golden Emperor pill had to be refined to perfection with a rootless artifact. Isn't that Great Tao refining tripod hand a rootless weapon? Su Yuhong clearly knew what he was searching for so hard, but he actually didn't mention it to his at all. What a great sister. Seeing that Su Yuhong didn't say anything, Mu Shakeshine viciously threw the bottle of medicinal liquid in her hand into the medicinal pool before turning around and leaving. Seeing this, Nan Gongli comforted her in a kind voice. Third senior sister. This is your fault. Fourth senior sister helped you heal your wounds. How could you not tell her such an important matter? Su Yuhong, didn't I say I forgot about it? Why don't you understand me? Besides, she wouldn't have gone to look for it on her own, so she had to be told by me in person? In fact, she was intentionally not letting Mu Shaking Light know about this news. His own World Chamber of Commerce had been disbanded and was completely rootless, but Mu Jingguan's Medicine King Lioli Valley is still there. If she learns that Shen Lian will be the news of the Great Tao refining cauldron hands, forcing Shen Lian to let her cultivate this divine ability, then in the future is not to look up to her forever. Why should you be so much better off than me when you're already having a terrible time? Not to mention the fact that Mu Shaking Light was pursuing the spirit world's young master Su Shaoqing. If she really got her way, she would be the wife of the world's master in the future. And would she still look at herself with a straight face? This was what Su Yuhong had in mind, not being able to see people living better than himself. In fact, those who held the same idea. There was also Nan Gongli. In the past, when she saw Su Yuhong having so many resource spirit stones in her hands, her heart was crazy with jealousy. But now after Su Yuhong had nothing left, his heart was instantly much more relieved. And you don't have to look at her with a disgusting look of being done with it. Third senior sister, you take care of your injuries. I will pay attention to Shen Lian's matter. Fifth senior sister, you must be careful. The current Shen Lian is a madman who can do anything. You must be careful when you meet him. Don't worry, I know. Regarding Su Yuheng's advice, Nan Gongli did not take it to heart in the slightest. What is the Swordplay Pavilion? That was created by the Sword Emperor himself. You Shen Lian, a licking dog, even if really crazy, still can break into the game Sword Pavilion to spread wild? How can that level of cultivation touch you? Even if one day he did come looking to throw the situation out of control, then she wouldn't panic. There were also 3 supreme elders guarding the clan, which were all immortal realm cultivators and could crush Shen Lian with a single finger. Therefore, she was not at all worried about Shen Lian coming to her door to seek revenge. It's just a licking dog that's been teased for centuries. What can it do? Su Yuhong saw Nan Gongli in a trance, obviously not listening, so he stopped persuading, thinking in his heart, since you're not willing to listen, there's nothing I can do about it. Thinking about the old ancestor immortal realm triple realm, all died in the hands of Shen Lian. How can you a mixed Yuan 5 guys can fight him? It's also good. To die we all die together. To be poor we are poor together. I hope that Shen Lian, this lunatic, will hurry to scourge the game Sword Pavilion, and at the same time think of your future destiny. I can't just sit around and wait for death like this. With the World Chamber of Commerce gone, and old man Tian Yu dead, then I must find another person to rely on. Right. Su Shaoqing is good. If I can get him to favor me, and get Su Shaoqing's heart to become the young master's wife faster than the 4th senior sister, at that time, you will be able to take back everything that belongs to you with the help of everything in the spirit world. That's probably what's going on in the minds of the fairies. The plastic sisterhood is constantly playing out within each of them. Chapter 73, Granting the Sword. Deep in the back mountain of the game Sword Pavilion, a certain nameless cave. Elder, is this still the back mountain of the game Sword Pavilion? What else? Where else can you go with such a low cultivation level? Su Mengyao was somewhat speechless, having thought that Shen Lian had forcibly taken himself away to an unfamiliar environment far away from the game Sword Pavilion. I didn't want to end up wandering around the back range, so can you tell me now what it is you want me to do? Make that wrong sword trick again. Shen Lian's words were unquestionable, and Su Mengyao could only do as she was told. A style is performed and the sword marks stay in shape. Su Mengyao used bamboo instead of a sword, and in just the blink of an eye, the sword move was already executed. Senior, What do you think? A hint of hopefulness flickered in her eyes, hoping to receive guidance from Shen Lian. Not too bad. Shen Lian gave a hint of comment without expression. Since you have already gained a certain amount of sensibility towards this sword art, I will pass on another set of Pine Moon Sword Fugue to you, and you must learn it with all your heart. Su Mengyao busily said. To be able to be taught a sword technique by Senior, Junior has already had the fortune of 3 lifetimes. How can I be greedy to learn a higher sword technique? Please Senior, take back the order. Shut up. A deep drink interrupted Su Mengyao's words. If you're told to learn, you learn. When did the weak have the right to refuse? Look closer. I'm only going to teach you once. This Pine Moon sword technique originally had 72 stances, but after I improved it, I simplified it and took the best from the worst, fusing all the sword strokes into 12. If you learn this set of sword techniques, you will be able to use them for the rest of your life. Without giving Su Mengyao any chance to retort, Shen Lian directly transformed the spirit sword and cast it in front of her. Su Mengyao, who had originally resisted being forced to practice sword, was instantly captivated when she saw Shen Lian's first starting gesture. One move, one style, pure sword moves, pure sword intent. In a seemingly simple sword stance, an aura that snatched changes from heaven and earth could be evolved. Unconsciously, Su Mengyao's attention had been fully focused on the meaning of the Pine Moon sword technique, the 12 fugues of the pine and the moon, which emphasize simplicity to complexity, out of the ordinary, need to be calmly sighted, and return to simplicity in order to be able to practice to a high level of sophistication. This is a step-by-step gong method. Even if there is no foundation, as long as you insist on practicing, you will be able to practice at the starting point can be practiced to a small realm of success me. But if you want to take a step closer and comprehend your own meaning from this set of sword techniques, then it will depend on the depth of your understanding of the Tao of the sword. After a set of sword moves was performed, Shen Lian spoke some more relevant characteristics to Su Mengyao before directly kicking over a wooden stick from his feet. One night's time, at dawn. If you can't get this Pine Moon sword fulfillment started, then tomorrow there will be one more nameless female corpse in this barren mountainous countryside. After all, I allow mole crickets to follow by my side, but I don't take in trash. Dropping a cold sentence, Shen Lian directly sat down on the inner side of the cave and began to close his eyes in meditation. Su Mengyao held the wooden stick in her hand and was going to say something, but seeing Shen Lian's distant attitude, he also choked his words back hard. The 12 fugues of the Pine Moon. Su Mengyao took a deep breath, gripped the wooden stick in her hand tightly and closed her eyes. Her mind was filled with the sword move that Shen Lian had performed just now. When Shen Lian opened his eyes again, it was already dawn, and at a glance, he saw Su Mengyao similarly sitting cross-legged across from himself with her eyes closed, and the wooden stick was crossed in front of her. How's the sword practice going, Elder? Please instruct me. After a night of comprehension, Su Mengyao was very confident at the moment. With a thought, the wooden stick had already entered Su Mengyao's hand, while her graceful figure had already risen to intertwine and merge with the swinging sword chi. Not bad. Su Mengyao's natural talent was indeed good. Just one night's time of enlightenment. Her Pine Moon 12 fugue had already entered the door, and between the sweeps of the sword there were already hidden flashes of sword-ons. After a set of sword techniques were performed and closed, Shen Lian, who had always been a mouth bombardment, rarely gave others a pertinent evaluation. Many thanks to Senior for giving the move. There's no need to rush to thank me. I don't pass on my sword moves for nothing. Whoring on me for nothing is out of the question. Please ask Senior. Senior will definitely comply. I want you to guard here for 3 days. No one is allowed to approach the cave within 3 days. If you can't do it, you can directly kill yourself or I will do it myself. Su Mengyao was stunned, raised her eyes to look at Shen Lian, and thought to herself, why does Senior's temperament make people so hard to figure out? Can it be done? Please don't worry, Senior. Senior will definitely do it. Seeing Su Mengyao agree, Shen Lian directly waved his hand, and a wave of vast Tao rhythm instantly poured into her Sea of Dan. In an instant, Su Mengyao only felt as if the Sea of Dan in her body was blowing up a monstrous wave, and her aura was swimming rapidly through all the meridians in her body. At first, the pain of the burst of aura caused Su Mengyao to suffer unspeakably. However, after gradually adapting, she suddenly noticed that her cultivation level was rapidly climbing at an incredible speed. About an hour later, Su Mengyao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this moment, her cultivation had already risen to the peak of qi gathering, and she was only half a step away from stepping into the plastic yuan realm. Su Mengyao, for the next 3 days, you must make sure that no one can step halfway into the cave. If I don't make a sound, you must guard 3 miles outside the cave without moving an inch. This is what you must do. Do you hear me clearly? Su Mengyao was given this heavenly opportunity. Naturally, there was no reason to refuse. Immediately kneeling in front of Shen Lian, please don't worry, Senior. Senior will definitely keep his promise and not allow anyone to come close to the cave. Good. Then you can start now. Yes. After Su Mengyao left, Shen Lian immediately laid an isolation knot formation around the cave, then took out the root of heaven and earth. Without the slightest hesitation directly exerted the great Tao human emperor cauldron, began to concentrate on refining. Outside the cave, Su Mengyao was still immersed in the surprise of her strength surge. Everything that Mutual had experienced in the past few days was like a dream. The 12 fugues of the Pine Moon that Senior passed down to me has infinite potential within it, and is more powerful than all the sword techniques I've seen from the game Sword Pavilion. With this sword power to start a clan has long been more than enough. Such a sword intent, Senior so unreservedly imparted to me. Why is this? As to why Shen Lian had taught himself the sword skill and also helped him to improve his strength, Su Mengyao could not understand even if she thought through her head. However, since he had taken on Shen Lian's mantle, he was obligated to do anything for him. Senior, please don't worry. Senior will definitely not let anyone disturb you. Su Mengyao looked back in the direction of the cave and secretly swore that even if she gave up her life, she would complete the task explained by Shen Lian. At the same time, within the great hall of the game Sword Pavilion, Vice Patriarch Yu Yangjun summoned the inner disciples to assemble to announce something. Recently, evil cultivators have been infesting outside the mountain gates, and have already harmed many people's lives. The game Sword Pavilion, as the #1 sword clan in the southern region, adhering to the will of the Sword Emperor, should get rid of the demons and defend the way, and protect the tranquility of one side of the land and water. This time, the evil cultivator dared to blatantly come to my game Sword Pavilion category to cause trouble. It is regarded as the greatest provocation, and must not be tolerated. Therefore, this seed is going to send you and other disciples down the mountain to wipe out this group of evil cultivators and return a peaceful atmosphere to Cloudfall City. As soon as the words fell, the inner disciples echoed back in unison, getting rid of devils and defending the way. Our duty. The Yu Yang monarch nodded gratefully and lightly stroked his beard. It's a pity that your eldest senior brother Chu Zongfeng has yet to emerge from the customs, and that second senior brother by Jianqing perished in the demonic beast mountain range at the hands of a demonic beast. Third senior brother Li Mubai had gone to the Heavenly Pond sacred ground and was late in returning, and fourth senior brother Xia Pingan had to stay at the hidden sword pavilion to watch over the sword scriptures. That's why the main leader of the eradication of evil cultivators this time will fall on you. Lu Qingyi. Lu Qingyi heard the words. His face could not hide his excitement, and he was busy kneeling down on one knee and arching his hand back. Please rest assured, Vice Patriarch, my disciple will not dishonor my mission, and I will definitely wipe out the evil cultivators as much as I can. Well, remember to never take it lightly. The Yu Yang monarch instructed and casually flung over a deacon's order to fall into Lu Qingyi's hands. The one who carries this order is like meeting the patriarch himself. Qingyi, don't let us down. Please rest assured, Vice Patriarch. Aha. The Yu Yang monarch nodded his head and instantly disappeared into thin air. Lu Qingyi looked at the executive order in her hand and couldn't help but have a smile on her face. This is the perfect time for her to make a name for herself, and she must take advantage of it. Chapter 74, Trouble. In front of the nameless cave in the back of the mountain, Su Mengyao, according to Shen Lian's instructions, maintained a high level of vigilance every day, guarding the 10-mile range in front of the cave to ensure that there would be no foreign objects interfering with Shen Lian. 3 days passed in a row, and all was well, with no sign of any outside objects coming to disturb them. During the period when Su Mengyao was idle, she also carefully recalled the moves of the depreciating Pine Moon sword fulfillment, and the more she recalled, the more she felt that the sword intent contained in this set of sword techniques was an existence that she had only seen in her own life. She had a premonition that she would definitely be able to retain a place in the sword Dao after she had figured out this Pine Moon sword fulfillment. Abruptly, Su Mengyao sensed a violent fluctuation of aura. Someone? As this thought came together, a powerful sword chi was already approaching his body's vitals. Su Mengyao keenly sidestepped and dodged, avoiding the killing intent to retreat 10 steps back. Ha. This female cultivator has quick reflexes. She actually managed to avoid this sword of my evil Jiao, and is qualified to be my furnace. An evil cultivator with a head full of red hair and a black aura appeared in front of Su Mengyao with an ink-colored demonic sword on his shoulder. Su Mengyao was instantly alert. Bold demonic sneak. Do you know what place this is? The Southern Region Sword Sect's Game Sword Pavilion is also a place where you and others can get your hands on and step foot. The evil Jiao saved his nose and greedily surveyed Su Mengyao's appearance and figure. Not bad. Such a superb product has not been encountered by this great master for hundreds of years, and it will be a pleasure to pick it later. Vulgar. Su Mengyao was infuriated. The wooden stick in her hand was used as a sword, pointing at the evil Jiao. Evil cultivators and demonic devils are incompatible with heaven and earth. Since you were encountered by me, then today I will act on behalf of heaven and kill you completely. Hey 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 ha 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 ha. Hearing Su Mengyao's words, the evil Jiao burst out laughing. I thought that the defense of the back of the mountain was weak, and that my lord could use this place as a breakthrough. To give that group of old things in the game sword pavilion a surprise? I didn't expect to meet a thing like you that doesn't know how to die. After the words, the inked sword on his shoulder rested against the ground, and he raised his hand to raise it. Don't say that this lord didn't give you a chance. As long as you can. Cord. Before the evil Jiao finished speaking, Su Mengyao directly raised her hand and a sword chi sped in. Bang! The moment the sword chi burst open, the evil Jiao was half a step back, and a trace of gravity appeared on his originally cynical face. What a powerful sword chi. A mere chi gathering realm can actually force me. A half step back in the Chudan realm. Very good. This is strong enough. However, in the next moment, Su Mengyao was releasing 3 more sword chi in a row, and her body also moved at a fast speed in the instant the sword chi shot out. The evil Jiao put away his contempt and raised his ink sword to defend against it. Bam bam bam. 30 moves in a row. The evil Jiao only defended but not attacked, taking all of Su Mengyao's sword moves with ease. However, the more they exchanged blows, the more surprised the evil Jiao was in his heart. This sword technique is so odd. Why does it have the effect of invoking natural spiritual energy? On the other side, Su Mengyao knew that her opponent's cultivation was far above her own, so she could only fight for her life by attacking instead of defending. This was her first real actual battle. Although the Pine Moon sword fulfillment was incomparably strong, her cultivation time was still short and she was unable to form an effective battle force. After a few dozen moves, because of the excessive consumption of spiritual energy and physical strength, the frequency of strikes was not as harsh as it was at the beginning. It's a good seedling for sword practice, and his sword moves are exquisite, but it's a pity that his cultivation level is too low, and he doesn't have enough experience in battle. The evil Jiao quickly saw Su Mengyao's weakness, and after sidestepping his sword, the ink sword in his hand was violently sheathed. At that moment, the evil aura entwined and pressed Su Mengyao so much that she couldn't move. I won't play with you anymore. After this great master refines you into a furnace, he will use the soul-searching technique to learn this sword. He. Now you give me the realization. The evil Jiao burst out laughing and shattered the wooden stick in Su Mengyao's hand with a sword. Su Mengyao was shocked back dozens of steps on the spot, and when she stabilized herself again, a crimson-red blood mark had surfaced on her delicate jade cheek. Try this move from my lord. Cracking kill chop. The evil Jiao was victorious, and the berserk sword chi fused with the evil Yuan to form a burst of shocking explosions in the air. Su Mengyao's jade eyebrows tightened as she watched the evil Jiao approaching her. Ha ha, have you already been scared speechless by this Grand Master's sword power? Where's your previous bravado of wanting to take the place of heaven? Just as the evil scaly sword approached itself at a distance of 3 feet. Wrong sword, horizontal slash. Suddenly, Su Mengyao fiercely got up and transformed into a rusty iron sword, and when the evil Jiao was at its most complacent, he directly ran a sword through its chest. A dash. The evil Jiao looked at his chest incredulously, and the ink sword in his hand suddenly loosened. Wrong sword, gouge out skull. Without any hesitation, Su Mengyao directly caught the ink sword and used a brand new sword move that he had realized from the wrong sword gouge bone, chopping off the head of the evil Jiao on the spot. Put. In a single breath. After doing all of this, whether it was physical strength or spiritual strength, Su Mengyao had already surpassed her own limits and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Still, a faint smile hung on his face as he looked at the headless body that had fallen to the ground. The special feeling of having killed an evil cultivator of the constructed damn realm by herself by crossing 2 realms caused an indescribable excitement within her. I hope these mundane matters haven't disturbed Senior. Su Mengyao glanced in the direction of the cave not far away, then began to clean up the battlefield, and in the process, put away the storage bag on the evil cultivator. When she was done with everything, she once again sat down not far from the cave and began to rest her eyes. On the other hand, within a certain dense forest on the outskirts of Cloudfall City, the corpses of the disciples of the Game Sword Pavilion were everywhere. At this moment, a female disciple of the Game Sword Pavilion was being lifted in midair by a man holding a 300 kilograms iron pestle and fat as a pig by the neck in a death grip. Not far away, Lu Qingyi and 3 other inner disciples were sitting in the grass with their hands tied behind their backs and their cultivation sealed around them. In front of them stood a short midget who was continuously looking back and forth at the several people. Behind the gnome was a burly man carrying a bloody axe and standing 2 meters 5 or more tall. The disciples of the Game Sword Pavilion are really not as good as their generation. So simple to get caught in our ambush. TSK. The dwarf drooled and sniffed hard at Lu Qingyi's body. Then he said to the big man behind him, "Brute bull, inform evil Jiao. Tell him that I've taken care of things here, and now I'm waiting for his news." Then he looked at Lu Qingyi and revealed a cruel smile. "As for you, let's be our 12 evil fiends' common furnace." Ha ha ha. Lu Qingyi was so scared that she was completely at a loss for words. She never thought that she would encounter such a situation only on the 4th day of her first mission. Soon after he brought his disciples down the mountain, he encountered this midget evil cultivator provoking him, so he brought his disciples to chase him all the way. I didn't want to fall for the trick, and was lured by this dwarf to the ambush in the forest. This battle resulted in the deaths of more than 40 outer disciples who followed him in battle, and 6 of the 9 inner disciples who were together side by side were also killed. Now, upon hearing that she was about to be reduced to a communal cauldron for this group of ugly monsters, she was already at a loss for words. While the gnome was drooling and planning to tease Lu Qingyi properly, the savage ox that was in contact with the evil Jiao suddenly said, "Demon rat, the situation is not right. The evil Jiao's life soul plate is shattered." "What did you say?" The demonic rat sniffed and immediately turned to pounce on the savage bull, quickly climbing onto his iron arm that was as thick as a tree pole. "Look, the evil Jiao's life soul plaque is indeed shattered." "Damn it!" The demonic rat growled at once. "Dare to kill my brothers. I will definitely not let them go." His eyes looked at Lu Qingyi's few people with indignation. "Crush them all to pieces to avenge the evil scale." Chapter 75, Selling Out. "No, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me." As soon as she heard that this group of evil cultivators were going to lay hands on her, Lu Qingyi could no longer care about her white lotus flower persona and started begging for mercy as she cried, "I didn't mean to target you guys. Yes, it was the vice patriarch who asked me to do so." The 2 inner disciples beside him heard this and revealed an unbelievable look to Lu Qingyi. How could Lu Qingyi, as the patriarch's favorite disciple, be so greedy and afraid of death? However, on second thought, this was also Lu Qingyi's first time accepting a mission assigned by the sect, and she had never experienced the cruelty of this world before, so it was only natural for her to behave like this. The demonic rat sniffed and immediately leapt off the arm of the savage bull, blinking and flashing in front of Lu Qingyi. "You think you can make me let you go by saying that? Too naive. My brother died in the back of your game sword pavilion. How do you think this debt should be settled?" Lu Qingyi forced herself to hold back the stench the demonic rat emitted from her mouth without vomiting, and said in a trembling voice, "Senior, I didn't cause the death of your Taoist friend, and you killed so many of my fellow disciples, so why don't we just forget about it?" Ha ha ha. The demonic rat was amused by Lu Qingyi's words. "My brother's life is something that you, a mere outer disciple, can compare to? To say something like that at the end of one's life, it seems that one doesn't know at all about the methods of our 12 evil fiends." After saying that, he raised his hand and waved, "Mountain pig, hyena, wash and splash this woman, and adopt her clean ruthlessly together." Ha ha ha. The mountain pig and hyena sniffed and let out extremely oozing laughter. In the next moment, the female disciple in the mountain pig's hands had her entire neck hardened and snapped as he bellowed. That female disciple instantly bled from her 7 orifices, her face twisted and hideous. Her death was extremely tragic. This scene, watching Lu Qingyi directly pissed herself. "No, don't. I don't want to die." Without waiting for her to beg for mercy, the hyena literally lunged at Lu Qingyi like a mad dog. "Elder, if I tell you that there is a better furnace pot in the back of the mountain, can you let me off the hook?" At the critical moment, Lu Qingyi was so frightened that she directly screamed out in shock. "Wait." Upon hearing this, the demon rat immediately stopped the hyena's movements. "What did you just say?" "The back mountain of the game sword pavilion. My senior sister is there. Your friend may have been victimized by my senior sister." "What is your senior sister's cultivation level?" "Chi gathering realm cultivation. Don't you dare tease me." The demon mouse's eyes turned red with anger upon hearing this. The evil Jiao is a 5th level cultivator of the Chudan realm. "You can kill him with a Chi gathering realm?" Lu Qingyi busily said. "Senior, listen to me. Although senior sister's cultivation is only at the Chi gathering realm, she has received the inheritance of a high-ranking person, and she can achieve the ability to cross the border and kill the enemy. Elder, think carefully. If you force him to hand over this set of transgression technique, then what will happen?" The demon rat fell into a stupor. Lu Qingyi busily added, "My senior sister was born with a natural beauty. Her beauty is unbelievable. You guys will be able to quickly raise your cultivation if you take her and pick her." "You didn't lie to us?" "No. What else is in the backcountry? Just a pill hall miscellaneous disciple with only a body-hardening realm cultivation. Not enough to worry about at all." The demon mouse nodded. "Fine, but if you dare to lie to us, think of the consequences yourself." Lu Qingyi shook her head. "How could I dare to deceive senior?" The demon mouse immediately said to the barbarian bull, "Keep an eye on her. Don't let her escape." "Aha!" Barbarian bull nodded vigorously, and as soon as he picked up Lu Qingyi on his shoulder, he followed the demon mouse and flew in the direction of the back mountain. At the back mountain of the game sword pavilion, after resolving the evil Jiao, the impact from the cross-border battle caused Su Mengyao to vaguely feel the tipping point of a breakthrough. She had wanted to wait for Shen Lian's explanation to be completed before finding a place to break through. But unfortunately, the signs of the crazy fluctuations of the aura in her body had already gone beyond her control, forcing her to plop down on her knees in place and enter a state of meditation. Gathering chi peak breakthrough to the plastic yuan realm process is not long. Just 4 hours later, accompanied by Su Mangyao long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air instantly, only to feel a burst of indescribable ease all over the body. A breakthrough? Feeling that the aura swimming in her body was twice as thick as before, Su Mangyao still couldn't believe it. One must know that half a month ago, she was still just a rebel who had just stepped into the chi-gathering realm and was falsely accused of stealing treasures, and was punished to the back of the mountain as an odd-job disciple. I thought that this life would be spent in the ordinary, and I decided to give up the ambitious dreams and ambitions of my youth and accepted this most real arrangement of fate. But unexpectedly, fate suddenly changed dramatically at the most difficult time for him, and the person who changed his status quo was Shen Lian. Su Mangyao and Shen Lian between although not many days together not good to see its people, also do not know what is the purpose of approaching their own, but she had a keen sense of it. Shen Lian's appearance here was most likely to have come at the Game Sword Pavilion. For the Game Sword Pavilion, Su Mangyao had long since lost the longing that she had felt when she first worshipped at the mountain gate 10 years ago. This, coupled with her experiences over the years, had caused her to completely lose her sense of identity with the sect. If one day, the Game Sword Pavilion and Shen Lian came into conflict, she would definitely stand on Shen Lian's side, because it was Shen Lian who had rekindled his fighting spirit. Someone else is coming. In the middle of thinking, Su Mangyao sensed a few more unfamiliar scents approaching in the vicinity, and immediately lifted up the Xianpin spirit sword left behind by the evil Jiao, and instantly hid on top of a large tree to quickly conceal her scent. As a result, she had just hidden herself for only a few breaths when a large group of evil cultivators appeared at the place where she had just stood. The hyena landed on the ground and immediately sniffed hard with its nose before running to the demon rat's side. Big brother, I smelled the scent of the evil augur, and there is also a woman's fresh fragrance that has not yet drifted away, so it should have only left a short while ago. The demon mouse sniffed and immediately pulled Lu Qingyi over. Are you sure your senior sister is here? Lu Qingyi nodded her head and responded. Yes, senior sister is in the back of the mountain. Then why don't you draw her out? Lu Qingyi froze, whispered. The late generation and the senior sister usually do not get along. She does not like me. The demon mouse sniffed and looked her up and down, shook his head and said, the old man has read countless women, and at a glance, you are no different from the demonic ES competing for favor in the building. Saying something about your senior sister not liking you. In reality you haven't been tripping up this senior sister of yours much in your day-to-day life, have you? Lu Qingyi's face turned white and she busily denied. No, the entire clan knows my character. How could it be as bad as senior said? The remaining two inner disciples heard this and also said, yes, senior sister Lu is a very kind person. How could she be as vicious as you say? It looks like you are well liked in the sect, charming all the men around. The demon mouse snickered. If you are really that kind, how would you do something like betraying your fellow sect members? It seems that the disciples of the Game Sword Pavilion are not only stupid, their brains are all washed out by the water as well. These words immediately made Lu Qingyi's cheeks turn red and she was so angry that she didn't know what to say. As for the other two disciples, when they heard this, they finally reacted, and when they looked at Lu Qingyi again, for the first time, suspicion appeared on their expressions. Alright, I'm not interested in knowing about the relationship between your fellow disciples. If you want to live, lure your senior sister out, or else I'll refine you into a cauldron on the spot. Lu Qingyi's eyes showed fear and she was just about to say something. Suddenly a wave of sword chi came from behind the demon rat. Big brother, be careful. The barbarian bull reacted quickly and blocked the blood axe in his hand, cutting through the incoming sword chi. Hey, you few evil cultivators, are you looking for your accomplices? Let's see if the sword in my hand is the one of your accomplice. Su Mangyao appeared and stood on the tree pole, holding that ink-colored spirit sword in her hand, and purposely waved it in front of a few people. Big brother, it's really Fifth Brother's evil punishment sword. Fifth Brother was really killed by him. I want to avenge him. When the viper saw the criminal sword in the evil Jiao's hand, it immediately lost its mind and directly drew out a white bone whip, ruthlessly flinging it towards Su Mangyao. Su Mangyao had already predicted this and leapt to another tree after avoiding it in advance. Want to avenge your brothers? Catch up if you have the guts. Hey! After saying that, Su Mangyao leaped and sped off towards the trees further away. Grab her! I'm going to humiliate her. With a wave of the demon mouse's hand, the four of them, vipers, degenerate rabbit, hyena and also Pegasus, flanked left and right in unison and chased after them. Chapter 76, 1 against 4. Don't run away. Be a good boy and be our brother's cauldron. Jia. I can smell that special odor on her from a long way away. It must be very delicious to eat. The 4 evil cultivators frantically chased after the prey that was about to arrive, not even considering how risky it was. Relying on her familiarity with the terrain, Su Mengyao lured the few people behind her to fly deeper into the dense forest. At the moment, there was only one thought in her mind. Definitely couldn't let this group of evil cultivators disturb Shen Lian. The moment she disappeared into the dense forest, Su Mengyao silhouette instantly disappeared from the 4 people's eyes. Hyena, find her for me. How could the vipers let Su Mengyao run away from their eyes like this? Immediately letting the hyenas sniff out her scent, the hyena took a deep breath and couldn't help but frown. The odor of spirit grass is so strong here that it is impossible to distinguish it clearly. Split up and look. At Viper's command, the 4 of them immediately split up to look for any trace of Su Mengyao. Immediately, the hyena sped off to the left to explore and was the first to break away from the group. It wasn't until they arrived at a patch of flowers that the hyena stopped, sniffed hard twice, and peered around for a while. Familiar odor. Should be right here. He carefully started looking for Su Mengyao traces along the flowers. Just as he peeled back a bush, a cold wind swept over his head. The moment he looked up, there was a cold flash in front of him. Su Mengyao suddenly dodged out from the side of the bush, and directly finished the hyena with a wrong sword seal throat move. She had long ago sensed that the hyena, with its unusually sensitive sense of smell among the 4 pursuers, was the first target to be eliminated. Accompanied by the sound of blood soaring from the neck ringing out with the wind, the hyena was directly sealed by Su Mengyao's sword. The first. After resolving the hyena, Su Mengyao didn't stay in the same place, and urged her footwork to move again. Since they were able to accurately locate themselves after the evil Jiao's death, it was obvious that the life souls of several people were connected to each other. News that the hyena is dead will quickly reach the others. Several people cultivation are far above themselves. One to many she does not have any chance of winning. Only to separate them one by one to solve is the best plan. Only, she hadn't taken more than a few steps before she didn't expect the crisis to come so quickly. You actually killed the hyena. Stripped Rabbit's hoarse voice rang in Mengyao's ears. Pay him back. Shed Rabbit held his double thorns in his hands and quickly attacked Su Mengyao's flank with an extreme stance. Not good. Su Mengyao lamented in her heart. Her speeding pace suddenly stopped, and she stabbed out a sword in a spin. Bam! The evil torture intersected with the twin thorns of the same Xian-grade spiritual artifact with an ear-piercing roar. Wahahaha dash! The moment they exchanged hands, Degenerate Rabbit's mouth continuously issued strange cries of excitement, and the double stabs in his hands were faster than one at a time, pointing at Su Mengyao's vitals with every move. However, Su Mengyao used the Pine Moon Sword power to defend against the enemy, and her defense was airtight, and although she had just stepped into the plastic Yuan realm cultivation, she did not lose the slightest bit of ground against the 4th level of the Chudan realm cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already passed 10 strokes, and just as the rabbit was about to risk its life again, Su Mengyao suddenly leaned down and changed her stance. Wrong sword, broken gold. Miso. After a near-piercing friction, the legs of the stripped rabbit were directly sliced off by Evil Punishment's sword chi. Wrong sword, seal throat. Without waiting for the stripped rabbit to cry out, Su Mengyao once again sliced his throat with her sword, completely resolving the fight. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Su Mengyao shook off the blood from her sword and continued to gallop towards the next hiding place. The deaths of the stripped rabbit and the hyena quickly drew the attention of the demon rats on the other side. In such a short period of time, the life soul tags of both the hyena and the stripped rabbit shattered? He froze for a long time and picked up Lu Qingyi's lapel and asked, "What's going on here? Are there other ambushes in this forest?" Lu Qingyi was busy shaking her head. "Senior, I really don't know. The back mountain has always been very few people come. Even if there are some outer disciples with low cultivation, then why are the hyenas and stripped rabbits dead?" Just then, his mind tightened again. When he closed his eyes and explored with his divine sense, his face twisted into a twist. Pegasus was taken out too. Rough. Got the demon rat directly pulled out a pair of wrist knives from under his pants, making a gesture to stab directly at Lu Qingyi. "Senpai, don't senior. I don't want to die." Lu Qingyi shrieked in fear. Just then, a figure suddenly ran out of the dense forest. "It's a pit viper," the brute cried out. The demon mouse stopped his hand movements and immediately looked back. Lu Qingyi, who had dodged a bullet, her body could not help but soften, and she directly sat paralyzed on the ground shivering. The demon mouse was not in the mood to care about Lu Qingyi at this moment, and directly rushed Vipers and asked, "Vipers, what the hell is going on inside?" However, the viper did not oblige, and his form stumbled towards the demon rat. Big brother, it doesn't seem right." Suddenly, the savage bull roared. Viper's life soul is shattered too. As soon as the words fell, Viper's body shook for a while and collapsed directly into a pool of blood. In less than a short quarter of an hour, losing 4 fiends in a row caused the scalps of the demon rats to tingle. To be able to do away with so many people in such a short period of time, could it be that there are harmonized God realm cultivators in this forest? Only a God transformation realm cultivator would have this ability to kill 4 people in a row in one breath. I guess so. The game Sword Pavilion is full of experts. It's not uncommon for 1 or 2 strong harmonized God realm practitioners to appear in the back of the mountain. Big brother, why don't we retreat? With Crazy Tiger out of the picture, we have no chance of surviving against the transformation God realm. At the pleas of the few remaining brothers, the demon rat began to falter as well. Damn, this time it's a real payout. The demon mouse looked at Lu Qingyi's people with indignation. Doing a few of them, even if it's to avenge Viper and the others. This account of the game Sword Pavilion, the 12 evil fiends, have made a note of it, and sooner or later, I will find them to settle it back. Brute Bull and Mountain Pig immediately copied the guys in their hands and made a gesture to finish off Lu Qingyi's people. No, I don't want to die. The remaining 2 inner disciples did not have any reaction. Since they chose the cruel path of cultivation, their lives were not their own. Now that he's been killed, he can only say that he didn't learn his craft well, and he can't blame anyone else. However, Lu Qingyi was crying out with a snotty nose and tears. She really didn't want to die, and wanted to live well. Seeing the scene of Lu Qingyi looking so greedy and afraid of death that she even gave up her dignity to let out a loud cry in front of the evil cultivator, the other 2 inner sect disciples felt a pang of contempt in their hearts. This is the sovereign's personal disciple, or the cultivation level of the peak of shaping Yuan. Why would he be so timid? Without hesitation, the brute bull lifted his heavy blood axe and smashed it directly against Lu Qingyi's head. Stop! Right at this moment, a pair of white bone soft whips directly wrapped around the barbarian bull's neck. At the same time, 2 sleeve spikes were inserted into the mountain pig's stomach. In the next moment, Su Mengyao carried the evil torture in her hand and drifted down from mid-air lengthwise. As soon as the demon mouse saw that Su Mengyao was unharmed, his pupils opened up. You're not even hurt at all? How did my brother die? Su Mengyao, they all died under the same move of my sword. Do you want to see it? As soon as the words fell, Su Mengyao directly linked fast swords in a chain, driving straight towards the demon rat's throat. Bam! Moo! In the nick of time, the savage bull suddenly stood up and blocked. The evil punishment stabbed at the savage bull's body, and it actually made a dull metallic clang. Su Mengyao did not expect a change, and after feeling the recoil acid numbness coming from her wrist, she decisively retreated 3 steps away. This is the Vajra Unbreakable Body? Chapter 77 Pine Moon Sword Power. Stinky girl, dare to kill my brother. Come to your senses. Moo! The savage bull roared as it charged towards Su Mengyao with a savage charge. Su Mengyao quickly dodged to avoid it, only to feel her cheeks being scraped raw by the violent airwaves raised by the savage bull. Before she could stabilize her stance, the iron pestle of the mountain pig behind her smashed into the top of Su Mengyao's head like a volley of mountains. Too late to react with a retaliation. Su Mengyao sidestepped and shrunk to the ground in a flash. Boom! Just as she avoided it, the mountain pig's iron mortar and pestle had already landed on the location where she had stood before, sending out a violent boom and smashing the ground directly into a huge crater. Eat an old ox's axe. The brute ox simply does not give Su Mengyao half a bit of time to breathe. In her avoidance of the mountain pig attack, directly jumped up 7 feet in the air, the hands of the blood axe emanating fishy red aura, when the air ruthlessly split down. Boom! There was another roaring tremor, and Su Mengyao flew and dodged back more than 10 steps. She had just avoided the attack of the blood axe, but the moment the axe split the ground, a violent air wave rose up from the ground, presenting a straight line shocking towards her. After Su Mengyao made another spinning turn to avoid the killing chance, the mountain pig's attack surged again. In only a few moments, Su Mengyao was caught in a difficult situation between left and right. At the same time faced 2 power-type evil cultivator, and cultivation foundation is still far above their own. Su Mengyao only feel overwhelmed, can only rely on instinct to fight, but it is difficult to hide the appearance of defeat emerged. The demon mouse kept his eyes on Su Mengyao the entire time, and when he saw how agile she was, he couldn't help but mutter. The hyena and the others didn't die unjustly, just by looking at how agile this female cultivator is. It's no longer below the stripped rabbit or the hyena, but unfortunately the frontal clinical experience is too shallow to win against either. Relying on nothing more than a few machinations, Lu Qingyi sniffed and busily said, "Look, senior, I didn't lie to you, did I? This Su Mengyao is indeed unusual, a good material for a furnace, right?" At the same time, her heart was shaken. When did this Su Mengyao stance become so good? And also looking at her stance, her cultivation had already stepped into the plastic yuan realm. Where on earth did this get such a chance? No, definitely can't let her get out alive. Or else. The patriarch knew that Su Mengyao had killed 4 evil cultivators in one breath. He would definitely look at her in a different light. And in that case, his own position would not be guaranteed. Kill these 2 behemoths just empty body? Why did they pester her for so long without even touching the corner of her coat? Hurry up and kill her. The thought that Su Mengyao might climb on her head in the future instantly made Lu Qingyi go crazy with jealousy. Humph, don't think that this will let you off. After capturing your senior sister, both of you will be my furnace. The demon rat's face twisted as it returned. Lu Qingyi kept nodding her head to curry favor. It's the blessing of several lifetimes to be able to become senior's hearth. Stay here honestly, no running. The demon mouse dropped a line, rubbed down the wrist sword on his arm, and dodged to join the fray immediately. Su Mengyao, who was in the center of the storm, was facing the attacks of 2 Chudan realm members at the same time, gradually feeling overwhelmed, and the sword strokes she was executing began to be disorganized. No, there is no room for half of me to maneuver in such an open area. I must introduce them into the dense forest to break them down one by one. Off to the side. At this moment, the figure of the demon mouse had silently appeared behind Su Mengyao at an unknown time. Watch the move. The wrist sword was as fast and vicious as the wind and rain, bringing up the sword chi aura illuminating the cold ons to push Su Mengyao's unguarded back. Crap! Feeling the death crisis behind her, Su Mengyao's heart sank, knowing that this move was unavoidable. When Lu Qingyi, who was far away, saw this scene, she couldn't help but see a flash of excitement in her eyes. Yeah, just finish off Su Mengyao straight away. Come on, you midget. When the other 2 disciples saw this scene, they couldn't help but shout in unison. Senior sister Su, be careful. However, what good is a reminder at this point? 2 tanks in front of you, and an assassin backstabbing you in the back. Su Mengyao simply didn't have a better solution, and could only exhaust her entire body's aura with the intention of relying on her physical body to receive it hard. Boom! Suddenly, the nameless cave several miles away violently exploded with a shocking sound. Immediately afterward, a familiar maniacal laugh rang out. Ha 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 ha. The laughter formed a strong wave of sound that shook people's minds and hurt them. Ah, my head! The demon mouse, barbarian ox, and mountain pig immediately gave up all attacks and covered their ears in extreme pain the moment the laughter rang out. Lu Qingyi and the 3 of them were also shaken by the burst of maniacal laughter that contained strong spiritual power fluctuations, causing their meridians to surge and suffer pain. Also not feeling well was Su Mengyao. At the time of the laughter, the same internal aura surged and the Sea of Dan lifted up 1,000 blue waves. Who? Let me see which ignorant ants dare to disturb my purification. In the midst of the maniacal laughter, an arrogant figure suddenly flashed in front of Su Mengyao. Seeing the back figure blocking her eyes, Su Mengyao couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in her heart as she opened her mouth and asked, Senior, you've come out of the gate? Shen Lian put away his laughter and did not answer Su Mengyao's question, but only swept his gaze coldly around. When the 3 demon rats met Shen Lian's sharp eyes, their souls trembled with shock, and they looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. A bunch of mole crickets, they don't even have the qualifications to let me make a move. The waste is simply intolerable. The folding fan lightly shook, spitting out disdain without hiding it in the slightest. He looked at Su Mengyao. Just a few losers and you can't even clean them up? Su Mengyao opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she lowered her head and whispered, Elder, letting you down? I'm sorry. Shut up. Shen Lian interrupted him nonchalantly. I passed on your sword fugue and helped you raise your cultivation just to hear you say those 3 words? Since that's the case, then kill yourself right now. Shen Lian sighed. Does not keep useless trash. Su Mengyao's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip. Her hand holding the evil punishment trembled slightly, not knowing what response to give Shen Lian. Move. The demonic rat felt that powerful aura oppression on Shen Lian's body, and he absolutely could not curry any favor. So he decisively made a wink with the mountain pig and the savage ox, signaling to hurry and run away. The 3 of them understood, and immediately turned and took off in a long stride. Do I have your permission to go? I only said I didn't want to get my hands dirty killing trash, but I didn't say trash could live. Shen Lian let out a deep cry, and without even turning his head back, he directly raised his hand and sucked Su Mengyao into his arms. Senior, you, shut the hell up, sink your breath, collect your breath, and make your sword. Su Mengyao had not yet felt the geometry of the temperature in Shen Lian's embrace, but she was directly thrown into her wrist by his folding fan and instinctively raised her sword. Go! In the next moment, her body was directly thrown by Shen Lian into the backs of the 3 fleeing evil cultivators. The Hierophant Doctor Yu Yin Tai Lu. With just a starting gesture, Su Mengyao instinctively used the Pine Moon Sword assignment stance. This sword, naturally from the heart, without any half-hearted thoughts. Between the sword spills and sweeps, The sword she crisscrossed and covered miles of land, directly invading towards the three people who had scattered and fled. The demonic rat bore the brunt of the attack, and was immediately sliced in two by the sword chi. The second brute ox, even though he cultivated the flesh of adamantine, but the pine moon sword chi along the pores into the body, directly will be in the body of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels as much as crushed into rotten mud. For the last mountain pig, the sword chi directly split his torso vertically through his head, tearing it in half. When Su Mengyao reacted and looked at the bloody battle in front of her, she simply couldn't believe that she had done this. On the other hand, the three of them, Lu Qingyi, were also dumbstruck. Chapter 78. One sword swinging three evils. Su Mengyao herself didn't believe that just a casual instruction from Shen Lian could give her such a battle record. When he looked at Shen Lian again, he saw that he was calm as usual, without a single ripple on his face. Unbeknownst to him, he was in a great mood after refining the heaven and earth roots, and that's why he borrowed Su Mengyao's hand to get rid of these three evil cultivators. Otherwise, with Shen Lian's personality, he would not be at all interested in killing this kind of mole. The refinement of the heaven and earth root allowed his cultivation to smoothly break through to the peak of the transitional tribulation, just one step away from the mixed realm. In addition, the root of heaven and earth stayed deep in the Danhai. As long as there was a hint of aura fluctuation around, it could be quickly guided to be used for oneself, and could constantly replenish the consumed aura in the body at the fastest speed during the battle. Right now, Shen Lian, the battle power of the peak cultivation of the fairy realm could already be comparable to the third level of the mixed realm. Even if he faced Nangonli head-on, he definitely had the power to fight. The surge in strength made Shen Lian even more imperative to the plan to retrieve the crouching dragon marrow. When the original body for Nangonli to take the crouching dragon marrow to help him cultivate into the innate sword intent, this treasure for Nangonli, the biggest effect is to stay with the side of the body to stabilize the mind. Unbeknownst to him, the true purpose of the crouching dragon marrow was to use a swarm of ancient dragon breath latent in the marrow to carve out a chaotic rift from the void. Then with the help of the chaotic breath into the body, to use the magic calcined Buddha door, stimulate their own potential to force the development, so as to rapidly enhance the cultivation level. Of course, borrowing chaos demonic gas to enhance cultivation is a very extreme means. That kind of mental and physical double torture, absolutely not ordinary people can withstand. Only Shen Lian, a crazy batch who had been reborn 99 times and disliked the sky and the earth and the air, would dare to do so. Seeing that the three evils had died, Shen Lian also completely lost interest in this place and turned around to leave. Senpai. Seeing that Shen Lian was about to leave, Su Mengyao busily stepped forward to stop him. Shen Lian stopped walking and rushed Su Mengyao, who was running behind him, with a cry of surprise. Master! In the next moment, Su Mengyao knelt directly behind Shen Lian and performed the salute of worship. What are you doing? Shen Lian turned back and looked at Su Mengyao with a face full of disgust. Master! The favor of you teaching me the art is something that Mengyao will never be able to repay for the rest of her life, so please allow me to call you that. Enough! Shen Lian interrupted her without mercy. Between you and me, it was just a deal. I taught you the sword, you guarded me for 3 days, and now the deal is over. There will be no more interactions between you and I. I am not your master, and you are not qualified to be my disciple. Do not presume to speculate on my intentions with your shallow perceptions. Regarding Shen Lian's cold words, Su Mengyao didn't care at all. Master, it doesn't matter if you recognize me as your disciple or not, but you are the only master in Su Mengyao's heart. Please accept my obeisance. Master, Su Mengyao was just about to kowtow to Shen Lian, but in the next second a palm chi approached and directly shook him away several steps. Put away your ridiculous set. Want to be my Shen Lian's disciple? Do you think you're qualified? Whatever is in your mind, but don't use that in front of me. Do you hear me? After saying this, Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan, turned around and transformed into the Yin Yang Tuye's totem, and disappeared in the blink of an eye at the end of the sky. Master, looking at the traces left behind by Shen Lian's distant departure, Su Mengyao couldn't help but squeeze her jade hands tightly. Regardless of how you treat me, you are Su Mengyao's, in this life, only master. With that in mind, she had made up her mind. When Nangonli returns, go straight to tell her to quit the clan. Since she had determined Shen Lian, she could only have such a master in her life. Sister! A call interrupted Su Mengyao's thoughts. She looked back and saw that the three Lu Qingyi were giving themselves a strange look. Su Mengyao took a deep breath and walked over to Lu Qingyi, looking at her without a word. Lu Qingyi was stared at by Su Mengyao's scalp for a while, and she was busy putting on a pitiful appearance. Senior sister, we've been sealed with meridians all over our body, so please hurry up and help us solve it. Su Mengyao was still motionless. Lu Qingyi thought for a moment and seemed to understand Su Mengyao's scruples, and busily said, Senior sister, Don't worry, I won't say anything about what just happened. But in his heart, he thought maliciously, Su Mengyao, I won't give you any chance to turn over. When I return to the sect, I will say that you are the one who colluded with the evil cultivators to mutilate your fellow disciples, and then I will see how the master will clean you up. Su Mengyao averted her gaze from Lu Qingyi's face and looked at the other two fellow disciples again. Senior Sister Su, when the patriarch returns, we will personally report what we have seen and heard today. Your elimination of the 7 evil cultivators is a great achievement, and you have also avenged the disciples of the Game Sword Pavilion. Su Mengyao sniffed and directly raised her hand in a sweep. At once, the confinement on the 3 was lifted. Lu Qingyi regained her freedom and immediately said to Su Mengyao, Senior Sister, come with me to the sect's Great Hall. The Vice Patriarch will definitely reward us for successfully completing our mission this time. When the other 2 disciples heard this, a flash of suspicion appeared on their faces as they looked at Lu Qingyi. Obviously Su Mengyao made a move to save us. How come they made a move together? You guys go. Su Mengyao didn't want to say anything more and finished a sentence, after which she turned around and left. Since she recognized Shen Lian as her master, Su Mengyao didn't want to have too much emotional involvement with this clan anymore. If she hadn't promised Shen Lian a 3-day appointment, she wouldn't have even wanted to make a move to save a few of them. Everything up and down the Game Sword Pavilion was nothing for her to hold on to. Senior Sister, where are you going? Lu Qingyi still wanted to continue performing the tea ceremony, but unfortunately Su Mengyao had already walked away. Let's go too. The 2 inner disciples looked at each other and directly left Lu Qingyi behind. After seeing Lu Qingyi's snake-like true face, there was no longer the previous admiration, and she only wanted to stay far away from this woman. 2 senior brothers, wait for me. Lu Qingyi was keenly aware that the duo's attitude towards themselves had changed drastically, and immediately chased after them. When she was close to the 2, Lu Qingyi busily asked, 2 senior brothers, today's matter. Without waiting for her to finish, one of the disciples directly replied back, Senior Sister Lu doesn't need to think too much. When we meet the Vice Patriarch, we'll tell everything that happened truthfully. Lu Qingyi colored at his words. Senior brother, what do you mean by telling it like it is? Naturally, Senior Sister Lu was rash and adventurous and mistakenly fell into an ambush, causing all of her fellow disciples to fall victim to the evil cultivators. Also, the experience of Senior Sister Lu betraying her fellow disciples and begging for mercy from the evil cultivators. We will also tell the truth. Hearing this, Lu Qingyi instantly panicked. 2 senior brothers, please listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Alright Senior Sister Lu, you don't need to explain to us either. When we meet the Vice Patriarch, the rights and wrongs will be decided by his old man. Lu Qingyi's face turned blue. Looking at the 2 of them who were leaving at a fast pace, her eyes snapped with murderous intent. But, in just an instant, the purple sky-flying sword struck out, directly penetrating the chests of the 2 while they were off guard. The 2 inner disciples didn't even have time to make a sound before they fell in a pool of blood in extreme shock. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You guys forced me to do it, and I blame you for not wanting to hide it from me. Lu Qingyi retrieved her flying sword, and her body was also trembling slightly from the first time she had mutilated her fellow disciples, but the scowl on her face was unabated. I can't be made aware of this process. Absolutely not. And it's all because you guys are forcing me to. She kept reassuring herself, trying to calm herself inside. But just then, Jia, the little girl is really good and ruthless. What man? Ah, Chun. Lu Qingyi's mind was shaken and she was busy looking back, but he saw Chen Wuji rubbing his own body, looking at Lu Qingyi with a face full of appreciation. Ha. Although you girl is not as good as the other one, it is possible to take on the mantle of Blood River Sword Intent. Chapter 79, Enough rest. Let's kill. The back mountain of the Game Sword Pavilion was surprisingly large, measuring 7,000 miles across. After refining the root of heaven and earth, Shen Lian at the moment lightly swinging the folding fan stopped in front of an ice pool, looking at the lake's surface emitting cold mist, but the heart is calculating the next step. Nangonli, this eye is not in the Game Sword Pavilion. Then the whereabouts of the crouching dragon marrow must be found again to ask others. With this white-eyed wolf's character, such a secretive thing, I think it will only be told to those close to me. So let's find the inner disciples related to Nangonli, one by one, and probe them. It was at this time that the originally calm ice pool suddenly stirred. Shen Lian murmured and put away his folding fan to gaze at the icy pool. Boom! Suddenly, the lake erupted in a roaring, shocking explosion. Immediately afterward, the sword wind overflowed in all directions, blowing away the ice fog that covered the lake. Chop chop! Countless sword chi rose up against the wind to form a vortex, and a naked figure rose up from the lake, weaving in and out of the center of the vortex of sword chi, and in the blink of an eye, it gained a foothold in the void. I have, finally, stepped into the refined void realm. The man exuded a chill around his body as he stepped in the void for a split second. In just the blink of an eye, his originally naked upper body had been replaced by a snow-colored sleeve robe. After he tilted his face and let out a long whistle, he suddenly turned his eyes to the man below with his hands on his back, clad in a black and white Confucian robe. Who are you? Why did you appear in the ice wave pool? The man sternly questioned at the same time. His sword fingers pinched. A 7-foot green blade immediately condensed in the void and charged straight at Shen Lian. Unbridled, Shen Lian let out a deep shout, and the sound wave emanated for an instant, and the incoming sword chi was dispersed on the spot. At the same time, the aftermath of the sound wave swept across the room, heading straight for the men. What? This? Boom! The man was so alarmed that he was just about to make his luck against the sound, but in the next moment, the sound wave's majestic Taiyang power directly penetrated the man's torso, and along with the breath around him, it was also shattered to pieces. He unbelievably wanted to say something to Shen Lian, but only after uttering a single word. It felt like the meridians and the various parts of the Danhai within his body began to expand wildly without control. The drastic changes produced in his body directly caused him pain and bleeding from 7 holes. Ah! Boom! A scream was exchanged for a light explosion. The man's body instantly turned into pieces and drifted away, with only scattered rags drifting down the lake from the air. And his soul has long been in the bursting body moment, will be the sound wave shocked soul flying scattered, no half of the chance to revive. Shen Lian slowly unfolded his folding fan, and the expression on his face remained without a single change. Waste. Dropping a sentence, Shen Lian turned around and left. At the very same time, Nan Gongli, who was rushing back to the southern domain from the spirit realm, suddenly had a tremor in her heart, and a strong uneasiness arose in the depths of her divine sense. This kind of feeling, could it be that something is wrong with the clan? Thinking of this, she busily probed the depths of her divine sense with her divine sense. The result was a look that instantly made her face twist and turn white. How did Hidden Front's life soul plaque shatter? Isn't he in seclusion? Who the hell did this? Even my Nangon Li's disciples dared to kill. Her pupils shrunk. Feeling that her own dignity had been provoked, she immediately let out an angry rebuke and accelerated her return to the sect. On the other hand, within the Game Sword Pavilion Clan Hall, Vice Patriarch Yu Yongjun had also received the news that Chu Zongfeng's life soul plate had shattered, and was similarly shocked beyond words. Send someone out on fire to investigate. Make sure you find out what's going on. The sovereign's own disciples had already died by Jiansheng, and now Chu Zongfeng, who had high hopes, was also dead? God knows what kind of thunderous look Nangon Li would have after learning this news. Shen Lian, the originator, was still cruising around the back of the sword pavilion, wanting to explore through the eye of the great Tao to see if there were any remaining spiritual medicines nearby that would be helpful to his cultivation. Unfortunately, after scanning back and forth 3 times and not detecting any elixirs that would be beneficial to his cultivation, he directly decided to find his way to the main gate to look for the crouching dragon marrow. Stop! Who are you? Just as Shen Lian was about to move for a moment, a majestic voice came from behind him. Shen Lian looked back. A massive light in the void was seen approaching, surrounded by encircling sword chi. Who are you? Why have you appeared in the back of my game sword pavilion? Shen Lian's eyes went cold and he pointed with one hand. Who allowed you to speak to me with such an attitude? Get down here. With a cold cry, Shen Lian's fingertips flashed with spiritual aura, immediately dispersing the illusory spiritual aura. Put! A mouthful of blood fell from midair, and at the same time, there was also an old man's figure. The old man wiped away the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth and looked at Shen Lian with eyes full of scorn. Fellow Daoist, what exactly are you? Why did you appear here? As he spoke, he reached behind his waist with his left hand and cupped a fixation stone. Just now Shen Lian a finger. He knew that his opponent's cultivation foundation is far above his own, so he wrote down the coordinates of this place, so as to summon the rest of his fellow disciples to come to their aid. As a result, his actions were instantly recognized by Shen Lian. Do you want to call on the waste to save you? Just answer me one question. Then I'll give you a chance. The old man froze and opened his mouth to ask. What does fellow Taoist wish to ask? Shen Lian unfolded his folding fan. Have you ever seen the crouching dragon marrow? The old man shook his head. Sorry, unheard of. Then you can go to hell. What? Boom. The old man still wanted to say something, but Shen Lian directly raised his hand and slapped out a palm force. And on the spot, the old man's soul flew away, and his body was turned into ashes scattered in the sky and earth. Looking at the piece of fixation stone that fell to the ground, Shen Lian just snorted coldly, then turned around and left without looking back. Inside the sect's main hall at this moment, Vice Patriarch, it's bad. Elder Xuanyuan's life soul plate is shattered as well. What did you say? When the Yu Yang monarch heard this, He immediately took a look through his divine sense. Sure enough, one of the 8 elders of the Game Sword Pavilion's life soul card shattered, and it was precisely Shen Yuanhai's life soul card. Damn it! Who the hell did this? Shen Yuanhai's cultivation level was the 6th level of the fairy, and now he died less than an incense stick after Chu Zongfeng's death? This indicated that the opponent's cultivation level was at least the 7th level of the fairying realm. It might even be a mixed realm cultivator. After a short period of shock, Yu Yangjun instantly realized that things were not so simple, and made the most correct deployment on the spot. Ring the ancient bell of the mountain gate. All disciples outside, no matter what they are doing at this moment, within 3 moments of the bell ringing, they must all return to the sect to hold fast. Notify all the great elders to be ready to open the imperial sect formation at any time. Yes, after the ancient bell struck, sending out a roaring sound wave from heaven and earth, all the disciples of the Game Sword Pavilion, whether they were from the inner sect or the outer sect, including the miscellaneous disciples, were like a great enemy, and they all shifted towards the interior of the mountain gate. This was the first time in nearly 1,000 years that the Game Sword Pavilion had rung the ancient bell of the imperial enemy. Shen Lian, who had wanted to go to the gate of the Game Sword Pavilion, also stopped his footsteps after hearing the bell of the Game Sword Pavilion ringing. Think you can stop me just like that? What a joke! His eyes were contemptuously disdainful, and he put away his folding fan, the fan bone constantly tapping his palm with a disinterested attitude. This is the bell of the Game Sword Pavilion's imperial enemy. There is a strong enemy coming. I must rush back. On the other side, Lu Qingyi, who had been forcefully imbued with the input of Blood River Sword Intent by Qin Wuji, had not yet had the time to digest the majestic sword intent in her body, and after hearing the sound of the ancient bell, she also defied all odds and headed towards the mountain gate. Chen Wuji in the distance didn't block the way. Only a hint of gloating could not be hidden in his eyes as he looked in the direction of the mountain gate of the Game Sword Pavilion. Jia jia jia, the ancient bell of the imperial enemy has rung? The Game Sword Pavilion will also have its day. Chapter 80, Overreaction. In the sky above the southern domain, an emperor-grade spirit sword sped towards the Game Sword Pavilion at extreme speed. The sonic boom triggered by the dispersion of the aura waves echoed continuously in the air. Nangon Li, who was standing on the spirit sword, had a sad face. Chu Zongfeng and Shen Yuanhai's life souls successively shattered in less than an incense burner, causing a hint of an extremely bad premonition to arise in her heart. The Game of Swords Pavilion. Something big may be about to happen. He himself had to get back as fast as he could to find out the cause. Zongfeng, don't worry, Master will never let you die in vain, and will definitely find your murderer to avenge you. With a heart full of indignation, Nangon Li continuously urged her spiritual energy. The Emperor-grade spirit sword cut a long smokescreen in the 9 skies of the Huanyu. At this moment, within the mountain gate of the Game Sword Pavilion, the ancient bell rang 7 times, and all the disciples outside had already all concentrated within the mountain gate. The Yu Yang monarch personally sat at the mountain gate, looking at the disciples who returned with their swords in the sky, his deep eyes not knowing what he was pondering. Vice Patriarch, what exactly happened? Nangon Li's 4th disciple, Xia Pingan, also left the hidden sword pavilion after hearing the bell ring and came to inquire about the cause. Something big has happened. Your eldest senior brothers and elder Xuanyuan's life soul jade tags, both shattered. What? Eldest brother is dead? Hearing this news, Xia Pingan was stunned. How could this be? Eldest senior brother is at the peak of God transformation. Everything went smoothly this time towards the extreme ice pool retreat. How could he die like this? The specifics can only be investigated after first passing through this calamity. Pingyan, you remember to keep an eye on the hidden scripture building and never let anyone get close. Please rest assured, Vice Patriarch. I know. After finishing his speech, the Yu Yang monarch looked again at the cultivators returning one after another outside the mountain gate, his brows once again furrowing into black lines. Who struck the ancient bell? Just then, an old man with a golden sword suddenly appeared in front of the Yu Yang monarch. The Yu Yang monarch's scalp was shaken by the roar, and when he raised his eyes to see the visitor, he could only change his face. Late generation has met Elder Lin. Despite the status of vice sovereign of the Yu Yang Jun, in front of this old man named Lin Yang, he still had to call himself a junior. Why did you have to ring the ancient bell? What kind of unimaginable existence did I? The Game Sword Pavilion provoke? Lin Yang didn't give Yu Yang Jun, the vice sovereign, the slightest bit of face, and opened his mouth to question him repeatedly. Do you know when this ancient bell was last rung? Do you know what the bell means? Speak. Mute. Yu Yang Jun clenched his fists and voiced back. Elder Lin, sovereign disciple Chu Zongfeng and Elder Shen Yuan have successively but one incense burner, and their life souls have already shattered. This seat thought that my Game Sword Pavilion must have incurred a strong existence, right now ringing the ancient bell to recall the disciples outside. And opening the clan protection array is also for precautionary purposes. Joke. Lin Yang directly retorted. Even if a few disciples were killed or injured, it wouldn't be enough to ring this ancient bell. If the rest of the clans in the southern domain knew about this, how would they laugh at the Game Sword Pavilion? Have you thought about the consequences of this or not? Yu Yangjun, there's no need for Elder Lin to say anything more. All the consequences will be borne by the later generation. You bear? How do you bear it? The reputation of the Game Sword Pavilion for tens of thousands of years will be destroyed by you in one fell swoop because of this wrong decision of yours. Can you afford it? Lin Yang roared for a while before waving his long sleeve again. Now you immediately clarify to the disciples that the ancient bell clearing was just an accident, so that they don't have to worry. No way. The Yu Yang monarch didn't hesitate to reject Lin Yang's request. For the sake of Game Sword Pavilion tens of thousands of disciples' lives, I must act cautiously. Elder Lin don't need to talk too much. This seat is only the Game Sword Pavilion's vice patriarch. All the decisions will be made by me. You. Lin Yang was furious and kept nodding his head. Fine. Fine. Put on a vice patriarchal stance for me. Right. Fine. Wait for the supreme elders to come out of their seclusion. You go and explain to them yourself. After the words, Lin Yang turned around and left with a cold snort. Right at this moment, the sound transmission stone at the waist of the Yu Yang monarch rang. He picked it up and saw that it was from Nangon Li and immediately connected. Just after connecting, Nangon Li's nervous voice rang out from the sound transmission stone. Yu Yangjun, what exactly happened to the clan? How did Zongfeng and Elder Xin Yuan die? Sovereign, where are you? The Yu Yang monarch interrupted. I've already rung the ancient bell of the game sword. 7 rings have already passed. After 9 rings, the sect protector formation will activate on its own. What in the world has happened to activate the clan protection formation that hasn't moved in 1,000 years? It's hard to explain for a moment. I have a hunch that this time, the deaths of Zongfeng and Elder Xin Yuan, it's a force we can't afford to mess with that intervened. And I'm only doing this in case there's a change of heart in the sect. That's just it. I'll be able to make it back in half a day's journey. And I'll definitely make it back to the mountain gate before the 9th bell. So we'll talk about it in more detail when we meet. Got it. Cutting off the voice transmission stone, the Yu Yang monarch took a deep breath. It was at this time that Lu Qingyi arrived late. When he saw Yu Yangjun, he immediately put on a sad expression and went forward to salute. Disciple has met the vice patriarch. Dare I ask the vice patriarch, what has happened to the mountain gate? It's good that you're back. By the way, where are your fellow disciples? Seeing that Lu Qingyi was the only one who had returned, Yu Yangjun couldn't help but become suspicious. Lu Qingyi returned. Sorry vice patriarch, we were ordered to pursue the evil cultivator, but we encountered an accident halfway, and the rest of our fellow disciples are. With that, 2 tears fell from her eyes. The Yu Yang monarch frowned. What's going on? Vice patriarch, this matter is of great importance. I must tell you in private before I can do so. You go back to rest first, and when your master's father returns, come together to Zuan's Hadian Hall to talk to me in detail. Yes, disciple excuses himself. Lu Qingyi bowed to the Yu Yang monarch and went back to her room first. At this moment, outside the medicine field in the back of the mountain, Shen Lian closed his eyes and adjusted his resting state. After the ancient bell struck 7 times, his consciousness drifted back to the experiences of his predecessor. Senior brother, it's fine if you want us to forgive you, as long as you crawl as a dog in front of everyone. Why don't you want to? You say you're going to take care of us for the rest of our lives, but you can't even agree to such a small request? Yes, ha ha ha, that's it. Senior brother, you really look like a dog now. Emotions with the memory of Nangon Li take the foot in front of his eyes repeatedly rubbing the image replay, is more and more let him red warm. At this moment, the chi wave emanating from Shen Lian's body was like the precursor of a volcanic eruption, beating and boiling madly. Damn it! With a furious cry, the scattered aura exploded, destroying miles of medicinal fields in an instant. How could my condensed flesh body be occupied by this kind of trash? Every time I think of this group humiliating this body that scene, I really hate to pull out the turtle man of the predecessor and directly sacrifice it into the medicine tripod for eternity. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. And once again he fiercely greeted the turtle man's 8 generations of ancestors. My medicine field. Just then, Du Bingyan's alarming voice sounded behind her. She looked at the medicinal ground that had been completely already reduced to a mess and cried in anxiety. Shen Lian was already upset, and once he heard the woman's voice, he became even more enraged. The moment she turned back, she saw Du Bingyan holding an elixir in her hand, kneeling in a pile of mud and constantly shedding tears. It was hard for me to cultivate it. It took me 3 full years, but, she looked around again, picking up another herb in her hand with a wistful look. In the end, she didn't say anything and directly held the silver herb and let out a cry. That's enough. Stop crying. Shen Lian let out a bellow, immediately stopping Du Bingyan's crying. It's just these trashy herbs that are ruined. So what are you crying about? Du Bingyan sniffed, did not know where to get the courage, threw down the spiritual grass in his hand, rose up with vigor, and glared at Shen Lian with tearful eyes. These herbs may be less than trash in the eyes of a strong person like you, but you know what? It's all this crap that you don't see, but it's the result of 3 years of me taking care of it. Now, it's just so inexplicably ruined for you. Can the strong bully the weak with impunity? Chapter 81, False Accusations. Want to know the answer? Then I'll make an exception and tell you. The black and white figure passed by for a brief moment. Du Bingyan only felt that her throat was strangled by a force of gravity. When he came back to his senses, what met his eyes was Shen Lian's extremely open face. Well, the next moment, her petite body was directly lifted up, and a violent sense of suffocation filled every nerve of Du Bingyan. Listen to me carefully. There is never any such thing as fairness in the treatment of the weak by the strong. Your so-called fairness is actually nothing more than the sympathy that the strong give to the weak. Weakness has never been an excuse for you to be reasoned with, especially in this bloody cultivation world. The prerequisite for being reasonable is that you have to make yourself stronger, because no one cares at all about the situation of the weak. Just like right now, when your medicinal field was destroyed, knowing full well that you're facing an existence you can't mess with, the wisest thing to do would be to choose to hold back, because I can take your life at any time, and I'm not killing you now just because I don't want to, not because I can't. Do you hear me, Griffin? After speaking, Shen Lian directly threw Du Bingyan, who was already blue in the face, into the medicinal field. Du Bingyan lay wolfishly on her back in the mud puddle, her face full of confusion. No, it's not like that. It's only right that the strong should protect the weak, not destroy the fruits of other people's efforts like this. She grabbed another half of the spirit grass. This is the result of the efforts of the weak in your mouth. Even if it is insignificant in your mind, you shouldn't destroy it without a care in the world. Shen Lian snorted coldly. What a naive idea. Then I'll tell you another bloody reality. You said that it was very difficult for you to cultivate this medicinal field in 3 years, but the strong man took hundreds or thousands of years to achieve this. So who are you to think that you dare to demand fairness from the strong man just by your mere 3 years? You're trying, but the strong are trying harder than you are, and they're standing tall for the purpose that the situation you're in won't be repeated on themselves. The world is such a cruel place, and to be fair, it's a pittance to give as much as you do. Only when you stand on the same level as the strongest are you qualified to talk about fairness. Do you hear me? Du Bingyan has been completely at a loss for words. Having lived for 19 years, it is still the first time that someone has used the most practical actions to bloody display such a cruel reality in front of them. Know why you're still alive? It's because the current you doesn't even have the qualifications to die at my hands. Shen Lian's words were like a sharp knife, deadening into Du Bingyan's heart. In an instant, the images of the taunts and bullying of the fellow members of the pill hall of the Game Sword Pavilion in the past surfaced in front of one's eyes like a walk in the park. Du Bingyan's family was mediocre. Her father and mother were both bonesetters in the town, and she had been motivated to become a pharmacist in the cultivation world. After successfully passing the test of the Game Sword Pavilion, Du Bingyan directly chose to become a disciple of the Hall of Medicine, only wanting to learn more profound medical skills, and one day could become a saint like the sage of medicine who helps the world. Unfortunately, when he entered the Hall of Medicines he realized that he was not valued by the elders of the Hall of Medicines. 10 years instead of becoming a pro-inner disciple, to later even cannot even enter the door of the medicine hall. All day long can only be away from the medicine hall in the back of the mountain tending the medicine field. She had thought that it was all because she was too stupid, all the more attentive to take care of the medicinal field, only hoping that one day she could be recognized by others. However, the reality was that those who were able to enter the inner door of the medicine hall to deeply cultivate their knowledge of the medical path and pharmacology were those whose talent and qualifications were not as good as their own, but who were from well-off families. Elder of the medicine hall, Feng Shihua was originally a money-minded and narrow-minded fellow. On the first day Du Bingyan entered the medicine hall, he had vaguely noticed that this beautiful new disciple was extremely talented in medicine. Afraid that his future reputation would be surpassed by Du Bingyan, so instead of teaching her useful knowledge about the popularization of spiritual medicines, he secretly guided the disciples of the medicine hall to make things difficult for her. In the end, she was even given a position to look after the medicine fields in the back of the mountain, not allowing her to take half a step closer to the medicine hall. In fact, everything that happened around himself, Du Bingyan is clear in his heart, just forced himself not to recognize it. His parents had spent almost all of the family's savings in order for him to be able to enter the Game Sword Pavilion. And what a disappointment it would be if he couldn't learn. She just didn't expect that someone would live to tell this harsh reality to herself today, completely tearing apart her self-congratulatory lies. Shen Lian, finally, I'll tell you one more reality. If you continue to stay here to take care of these low-grade spirit grasses, I can tell you very clearly, not to mention 3 years, or even 30 years, or 300 years, you'd still be a mole, and no one would look up to you, much less talk to you about the ridiculous fairness that, to get rid of the fate of a mole, the first thing is to dare to think, and when you think of it, do it, and if you're so muddled, you might as well go back to planting a few acres of crops, or go to a mundane gathering place and become a bonesetter than you are now. After Shen Lian finished speaking, he directly walked in the direction of the mountain gate of the game sword pavilion. Dare to think, dare to do. Du Bingyan kept muttering these words under her breath, so it was all just wishful thinking on my part. Finally, accompanied by a bitter smile surfacing on Du Bingyan's face, she fiercely flung away the spirit grass in her hand. That's right, if you don't even dare to think about it, what's the point of talking about fairness or unfairness or ideals? At this moment, on Du Bingyan's face, there was a determination that had never been seen before. When the bell rang 8 times, inside the main hall of the game sword pavilion, Su Mengyao, do you know your offense? After Vice Patriarch Yu Yangjun heard about what happened to Lu Qingyi, he immediately sank his face and summoned Su Mengyao to the main hall for questioning at the first opportunity. The disciple does not know. Su Mengyao answered dryly and her eyes were very open. Vice Patriarch, disciple really doesn't know what exactly you mean by this. Yu Yangjun's face was serious. You colluded with evil cultivators to brutalize your fellow disciples, and you even secretly killed Zhang Feng and Elder Shen Yuan. Along with those fellow disciples, all of them were killed by you. Yes or no? Su Mengyao was amused. Vice Patriarch, do you have any evidence to say that? Yu Yangjun, evidence? Lu Qingyi witnessed you worshipping an evil cultivator as your teacher and brutalizing your fellow disciples. What do you have to say about that? Su Mengyao shook her head. Vice Patriarch thinks that if it was really me who wanted to harm my fellow disciples, why would I stay here and not run? The Yu Yang monarch frowned. Are you planning to have an inside-out collaboration with the evil cultivators? Ha! Vice Patriarch is really joking. With a disciple's unimpressive cultivation, what can I take to cooperate with evil cultivators? Su Mengyao calmly retorted. Not to mention the level of cultivation of senior brother Chu and elder Shen Yuan. What level am I at? Do you think that I can kill the 2 of them with me? Maybe. It wasn't even you who did it. The Yu Yang monarch hesitated for a moment before replying. But unfortunately, he was a bit skeptical himself after saying this. Since I don't need to do anything, why do you bite the bullet and say that I colluded with the evil cultivators? You guys believe whatever Lu Qingyi says, is that it? Unbridled. How do you speak to this seat? The Yu Yang monarch was furious and directly pushed his mighty pressure, wanting to make Su Mengyao submit. Chapter 82. Su Mengyao insists. Vice Patriarch, please listen to my words first. I didn't mean to oppose the Vice Patriarch. It's really because someone planted evidence to frame my disciple. The disciple must prove his own innocence. After all, carrying the curse of colluding with evil cultivators is not trivial. Shouldn't the Vice Patriarch investigate carefully before jumping to conclusions? The Yu Yang monarch frowned slightly at his words, and just by looking at Su Mengyao's attitude that was so calm and self-contained, he inwardly became even more suspicious of her collusion with the evil cultivators. Indeed, just based on a few words from Lu Qingyi, to decide that Su Mengyao is colluding with evil cultivators is indeed too hasty, even though Lu Qingyi is an inner disciple, and the Patriarch's personal heirloom no less. But such a significant situation, and how can we listen to her one-sided words, or carefully investigated, and then make a decision is not too late. In case of wrongly accused Su Mengyao, spread the word, the loss of face or my game sword pavilion. Thinking of this, Yu Yangjun nodded his head and replied, that's natural. The game sword pavilion has always been about justice. It's naturally best if you haven't colluded with evil cultivators. If you have, then I won't blame this seat for not showing any mercy. Su Mengyao laughed coldly in her heart. That's a nice thing to say. Fair and just? He only said that if he is colluding with the evil cultivators will be heavily punished, but did not mention what Lu Qingyi should be chastised in case he is wrongly accused. The favoritism couldn't be more obvious, but as soon as the Yu Yangjun wanted to finish his sentence, Lu Qingyi couldn't help but speak out. Vice Patriarch, let's forget about this matter. Maybe there's a misunderstanding in it. I believe that it is unlikely that senior sister would collude with an evil cultivator, and even if she did, it would only be a moment of confusion. Right now, my clan is facing a great enemy. It is better to defend the enemy. Yu Yangjun was not like Nangong Li, who was completely biased in favor of Lu Qingyi, and when he heard her say that, he just calmly said back, this matter will be decided by this seat. No need for you to worry. Shenmen disciples colluding with evil cultivators such a big event. This seat must find out clearly. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, the ancient bell rang 9 times. The Yu Yang monarch took a deep breath and was just about to announce the opening of the boundary. when suddenly a sword mane sped outside the great hall. When the sword awnings dissipated, Nangon Li's stance proudly appeared in front of the main seat. Greetings to the patriarch, master. The disciples all saluted Nangon Li in unison. All are excused. Nangon Li swept a circle of the great hall. Then his eyes landed on Su Mengyao. Just now, this seat heard your conversation outside the sect's gate. Su Mengyao, are you the one who colluded with evil cultivators and killed Zhang Feng and Elder Xian Yuan? Su Mengyao was stunned and busily denied. Patriarch Mingjian, this matter is false. Someone planted evidence to frame the disciple. The disciple has definitely not colluded with evil cultivators. Unbridled, Nangon Li let out a deep voice that shook the entire hall without stopping. You mean to say that it's this seat's own disciple who is falsely accusing you? Su Mengyao's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip. I also request that the patriarch can return my disciple's innocence. My disciple has never cooperated with evil cultivators and harmed fellow disciples. On your knees, Nangon Li shouted in a cold voice, forcing Su Mengyao to kneel on the ground between the release of the pressure. Su Mengyao, do you still not know what's in your heart? You framed Qingyi several times, but if Qingyi hadn't been so kind as to think of her fellow disciples and left you alone, I've already cut your body into pieces. But this time, I'm sure you've been relegated to the rank of a servant disciple, so you're harboring a grudge. Therefore, he colluded with the evil cultivators to frame his fellow disciples. But unfortunately, things were exposed for Qingyi to find out. How dare you speak so eloquently to justify yourself? What kind of place do you think the Game Sword Pavilion is, for you to tease it like this? Su Mengyao clenched her teeth. No matter how many times Patriarch says it, disciple still has to say that disciple did not collude with evil cultivators. Still not admitting it? With a turn of Nangon Li's aura, 6 spirit swords condensed by Tao rhythm immediately flashed behind her back, flashing with a chilling aura. You really don't see the coffin. In that case, this day this seat will completely suppress you and avenge my disciple. Nangon Li raised one hand, and the 6 spirit swords behind her instantly flashed with 7-colored light. The rest of the disciples and elders saw the scene and retreated to the side in unison without making a sound. None of them stepping forward to speak for Su Mengyao and plead for mercy. After all, Su Mengyao is just an odd-job disciple. Even if she is really wrongly accused of dying, it is not a big deal. Offending the patriarch for her is not worth $1 million. When Lu Qingyi saw the scene, she laughed even more coldly in her heart. Su Mengyao, you don't even need me to do anything. Just die at the hands of the master. As long as you die, I'll never have to worry about exposing myself again. Su Mengyao stubbornly raised her head, staring blankly at the 6 and 8 sword chi slowly slamming down towards her head. Even if she died, she wouldn't admit that she had colluded with evil cultivators. Seeing that Su Mengyao was about to perish, it was the Yu Yang monarch who spoke up to dissuade him. Patriarch, I think it's better to check this out. Nangon Li, Yu Yang Jun, what do you mean by that? Even you suspect my disciple of telling lies? Yu Yang Jun, Patriarch rest his anger. So directly suppressing a miscellaneous disciple, not even giving them a chance to defend themselves. If the rest of the disciples of the Game Sword Pavilion know about this, they will inevitably have thoughts in their minds, and I'm afraid that it will be detrimental to the reputation of the patriarch. Nangon Li thought for a moment, then withdrew his sword chi and snapped. Say, how exactly did you collude with the evil cultivators? Tell me carefully, perhaps I can still leave you a whole body. The pressure had just been lifted from Su Mengyao. Her body and mind were unusually fragile, but she still forced herself to be calm and frankly returned. Whether the patriarch believes or doesn't believe, the disciple really hasn't colluded with the evil cultivators. Please be clear about it. Patriarch, how obstinate. Qingyi, what is master's command? Nangon Li looked at Lu Qingyi. You said that you witnessed the process of Su Mengyao colluding with the evil cultivators. In that case, just tell everything you saw one by one in front of all the disciples, so that the whole clan can take a closer look at what Su Mengyao really is. Lu Qingyi's eyes instantly reddened. Master, it's better to forget about it. I believe that senior sister is just confused for a moment. Other things can be confused, but only this matter. No one can be confused. Nangon Li exclaimed. Collusion with evil cultivators, for my righteousness is resolutely intolerable. Qingyi, you should focus on the big picture, not to harbor this as in the past. Yes. Thus, Lu Qingyi explained to the disciples the words and techniques that had been fabricated long ago. I really didn't expect that it would actually be senior sister who was secretly colluding with evil cultivators, wreaking havoc on the lives of all the disciples of the Game Sword Pavilion. I also didn't expect that senior sister's cultivation would skyrocket to the plastic yuan realm in just one day after practicing the evil technique. By the way, senior sister also worshipped that evil cultivator as a teacher, together with want to lay hands on me. Good disciple lucky to escape a robbery, but those with me together with the same disciples but. Speaking here, Lu Qingyi covered her face and moved away, and not long after that, The sound of her sobbing resounded when she heard Su Mengyao worship someone else as her master. Nangon Li was furious. Su Mengyao, just because this seat is unwilling to accept you as a disciple, you dare to worship someone else as your master? Su Mengyao took a deep breath. Patriarch, none of what Lu Qingyi said is true. Of course disciple knows that you will never believe me. But this time, disciple must first admit that Lu Qingyi was right about one thing, and that is that disciple did indeed worship him as his master. I only want to report to you when the patriarch returns and quit the Game Sword Pavilion from now on. What? You're quitting the Game Sword Pavilion? The moment these words came out, the hall full of disciples were shocked in unison. Nangon Li was even more red in both eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Say it again. What are you going to do? Su Mengyao replied back. Disciple has been initiated for 10 years so far and failed to get into the inner sect, so it is evident that the patriarch is not pleased with disciple. Since this is the case, there is no need for disciple to continue to stay here and waste time. And as that noble man took pity on the disciple, imparted the deep sword intent, and gave the disciple the hope of stepping back into the sword path, the disciple naturally honored him as his benefactor. But I can swear on my heart that although my master's behavior is so erratic that it's hard for people to figure it out, he is definitely not an evil cultivator. Chapter 83, Farewell, Brother and Sister. One's own disciples, with their mouths calling out others as masters. This is undoubtedly hitting the face of this patriarch himself. How did Su Mengyao this little dare? Su Mengyao, you are really unbridled. How dare you privately worship another person as your master? Have you forgotten who your master is? Reporting back to the patriarch, you're afraid that you've forgotten that the disciple doesn't have a master. A sentence that choked Nangon Li hard. After returning to her senses, Nangon Li immediately revealed a face of anger. Good now you've even learned to talk back. It's true that colluding with an evil cultivator is different. Su Mengyao, disciple reiterates once more. Master is not an evil cultivator. His perception of the sword path is the first person I've only seen in my life. Disciple worships him as a teacher. Willingly. These words completely made Nangon Li's killing heart rise. The first person in the sword Dao sense? Could it be that master you worshipped is still as strong as this seat? Su Mengyao honestly replied. Disciple has had the honor of seeing Patriarch's innate sword intent, but when compared to Master's sword, Patriarch's sword intent seems to be a step weaker. Nangon Li's face instantly darkened, and the looks of the surrounding disciples also changed. There were even disciples whose hearts were in their throats. What's going on with Su Mengyao today? Not even the Patriarch is in her sights? With those words, are you sure you're not slapping the Patriarch in the face? It's over. This Su Mengyao is 80% compelled by an evil cultivator and her mind is confused. For a while, the disciples in the hall began to softly murmur at Su Mengyao's words. Lu Qingyi, on the other hand, laughed coldly in her heart, with her understanding of Nangon Li. Just based on these words, whether Su Mengyao had colluded with the evil cultivators or not was no longer important. In contrast, this woman is more concerned about her face. Right now, being unceremoniously disparaged by Su Mengyao's innate sword intent, then Su Mengyao was afraid that she would have to suffer quite a bit next, or even life. Su Mengyao. A few moments later, Nangon Li was indeed as Lu Qingyi presumed to think, and her emotions broke her defense. You colluded with an evil cultivator and still dare to speak out of turn. If this seat doesn't give you some lessons today, you won't understand how strict the rules of the Game Sword Pavilion clan really are. After saying that, between Nangon Li's sword fingers gripping, a pure invisible sword chi shot out towards Su Mengyao. This move came out fast and hard. Not to mention Su Mengyao. Even the elders present in the Yuyang Jun didn't expect Nangon Li's sword chi to be cast so swiftly. Su Mengyao keenly sensed that an extremely overbearing sword chi was approaching her vitals. She instinctively got up and wanted to flash, but her cultivation was suppressed and she couldn't even move a bit. Mixed realm to treat plastic realm. Is the difference between ants and elephants? Even if you are gifted demon to heaven and earth marvel, there is no case of over so many levels of anti-killing. At the critical moment when Su Mengyao was about to be torn to pieces by the invisible sword chi, a familiar flailing sound resounded through the great hall. Nangon Li, you finally showed up. As soon as the words fell, a black and white streaming aura rushed behind Su Mengyao at great speed. Boom! In an instant, the great hall shook in an instant. The invisible sword chi was instantly dispersed into nothing when the chi aura crossed paths for a split second. The sudden scene directly shocked everyone present. When Nangon Li saw the figure standing 7 feet behind Su Mengyao, her pupils were filled with shock. It's you? Shen Lian. Nangon Li. Shen Lian let out a deep cry, his anger turning into a monstrous wave of sound that shook the great hall continuously. Sword formation. The Yuyang monarch was the first to react and immediately organized his disciples to prepare for the enemy. In the next moment, thousands of spirit swords were all aimed at Su Mengyao and Shen Lian. However, Shen Lian didn't even look at these mole crickets, didn't care about the potential threat in the slightest, and his cold eyes looked at Nangongli dead on without shifting a single bit. After a few moments passed, Nangongli sternly questioned, "What are you doing here? Take back my things." Shen Lian raised his hand and pointed. "Nangongli, hand over the crouching dragon marrow and I can consider letting you die a painful death." Joke. Even though he knew that Shen Lian was no longer the licking dog he used to be, upon seeing him treat himself in such an arrogant manner, Nangongli still couldn't stop her heart from moving. What right did this licking dog have to be so high and mighty? And what right did he have to dare to speak to himself like that in such a tone of voice? "Shen Lian, I was also planning to look for you, but I didn't expect you to send yourself to the door. Let me ask you, what happened to the Sky Feather sect? Did you do it or not?" Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Shen Lian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Why waste your breath when you know it all? If you miss them, you could have killed yourself to be reunited with them. So, all of this is true? Nangongli gritted her teeth, and her eyes gradually turned red as she looked at Shen Lian. You killed old man Tianyu and all of his fellow disciples? But killing a bunch of mole crickets is worth you being so surprised? Shen Lian slowly unfolded his folding fan. Everything the Sky Feather sect possesses is given by me. Now I'm just taking back what you once had and sweeping this bunch of trash into the dust of history. And why do you have to put on that sympathetic, disgusting look that chokes me? Nangongli, who had gotten the exact answer, still had her heart and soul shaken fiercely. This person in front of him, whose demeanor was very different from that of a few months ago, was really the Shen Lian who had been trampled in the mud as a dog by himself? Shen Lian's face condensed. Today, I'm only here for the crouching dragon marrow. Nangongli, as long as you hand over the crouching dragon marrow, I'll give you a fair and honorable death. If not, then don't blame me for doing something I couldn't have foreseen for myself. If you anger Shen Lian, you will die an incomparably miserable death. Nangongli was shivering with anger. Back then, she was relying on the crouching dragon marrow that Shen Lian had taken from the buried dragon valley to help her resist the sword heart backlash, thus cultivating the innate sword intent. This object meant a lot to him, so how could he return it? Not to mention, the lickspittle she despised most in her life? Sovereign, you know each other? Yu Yangjun had been paying attention to Nangongli and Shen Lian's attitude since just now, and was basically certain that the two must have known each other for a long time. Nangongli gritted her teeth and returned. He is the one I mentioned to you guys. That despicable and nasty, shameless villain who framed his fellow disciples, and now he is even making a deceptive behavior that deceives his master and makes people and gods angry. The moment Yu Yangjun heard that it was that humble Shen Lian, his face immediately sank. What is the difference between a person who won't even spare his own fellow disciples and a person who won't even spare his own disciples? As long as one's heart is in the righteous path, he should be executed. Ha 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 ha. The words of the Yu Yang monarch elicited a maniacal laugh from Shen Lian. Execute me, Shen Lian? Where did you trash get the courage to say that? With the shallow ability of the third level of the mixed Yuan realm, it gives you the illusion that you can shake the heavens? The Yu Yang monarch was furious at his words. He was at least a mixed threefold cultivator, and he immediately wanted to strike. However, Shen Lian raised his hand to stop him. Before you make a move against me, you'd better weigh the consequences first. Have you thought about how many mole crickets you'll have to bury with you? When the Yu Yang monarch heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Psychological offense. The same ability that Shen Lian was able to go against the grain in desperate situations. He could accurately see the people and things that everyone cared about the most in their hearts, and use this as an entry point to shake the will of others. Although Yu Yangjun was not afraid of Shen Lian, just looking at Shen Lian's emboldened posture, if once he made a move, how many disciples in the hall would be innocently implicated? Unlike Nangongli, Yu Yangjun had grown up in the Game Sword Pavilion since he was a child and was more concerned with the general situation of the sect. Nangongli shouted, "That's enough, Shen Lian. Since you came to the door on your own today, you must give an account for the tens of thousands of lives of the Tianyu sect today. The punk patriarch of the Game Sword Pavilion is going to demand an explanation for the destruction of the Sky Feather sect? Do you think you're in a good humor?" In the next moment, Shen Lian threw in a shadow-retaining stone. "By the way, this is your most heartbroken junior brother Yifan. Come and see how this maggot is now. It should satisfy you." When the image of the shadow-retaining stone appeared, Nangongli and the hall full of disciples could not help but suck in a breath of cool air in unison when they saw the contents inside. In the picture, it was Yifan with all his limbs broken, his body covered with pig feces, and he was thrown in the pig pen to be torn by a group of fat pigs, which was still half a bit of the posture of the son of luck. Shen Lian. Nangongli couldn't bear it anymore, and he was so angry that he directly bellowed, his anger turning into a wave of air that rushed out of his body. "I want you, dead and buried." Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian burst out laughing when he heard this. Anger, right? Despair? This is but a small appetizer. Just now, Nangon Li, I've thought of the most suitable way for you to die, and you'll surely die an incredibly miserable death. Chapter 84, You kill me, I'll protect you. How about it? Seeing your concubine situation today, does it feel very painful? Does it hate me so much that you immediately want to break me into pieces? Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian's folding fan swept, directly waving away the airwaves that exploded from Nangon Li's body. This is your pampered son of Qi, the little senior brother that you hold in the palm of your hand and are afraid of falling. And now this appearance. What wonderful thoughts do you have? Ha ha ha. Shen Lian. Nangon Li's body couldn't stop trembling. It wasn't that she was heartbroken by what happened to Yi Fan, but she couldn't believe that Shen Lian actually dared to touch the person she was trying to protect. In fact, what level Yi Fan is at, Nangon Li several people know very well, and there is no such thing as being influenced by Qi and other bull ***** settings. It was purely to not let Shen Lian have a good time, and by the way, it was just a tool to borrow Yi Fan to control Shen Lian for his own benefit. But now, the scene in the shadow retaining stone in front of him made Nangon Li understand. The obedient lickspittle who would only circle his 7 sisters was completely out of control. Even though this was already true, she couldn't bear such a huge change in her fall. Shen Lian, hurry up and release senior brother Yi, then apologize to him for healing his wounds. Do you hear me? Shrew, who do you think you still are? You're still talking to me in such a tone at this point in time? Letting you see what's in there is just to show you that you 7 white-eyed wolves will also be reduced to an even more miserable state than him. Just like how you were as lowly as ants when you first joined the Tianyu sect. That is where you truly belong. Shen Lian's words directly caused Nangon Li's mind to explode. In the beginning, the 7 sisters themselves were the ones that old man Tianyu had found from the various slums, and in terms of the starting point of their identity, even among mortals, they were as lowly and untouchable as the low castes of the 3 kingdoms of Asia. Nangon Li had thought that he had long forgotten the dusty memories of hundreds of years ago, and now when he thought about it, he couldn't help but stop shivering. Even the name Nangon Li was given to her by old man Tianyu. It won't happen. I'm now the Sword Emperor's mantle heir, the patriarch of the Game Sword Pavilion. How could I possibly return to those days? It's impossible. I don't want to be disturbed by him. Just as Nangon Li was still trying to calm her mind, Yu Yangjun couldn't hold back and asked Shen Lian. I'm asking you, did Elder Xian Yuan and the sect's patriarch's own heirloom, Shu Zongfeng, kill you? Shen Lian's gaze turned to Yu Yangjun. I don't recognize who the mole in your mouth is, but I do have the impression that I killed an old man and a young man, 2 wastrels who didn't know the heights of heaven yesterday, and you want to avenge them? The words came out and filled the hall with shock. Only then did Nangon Li react. Shen Lian, you killed Zongfeng? That was my personal disciple. The corner of Shen Lian's mouth hooked. Then I really feel unprecedented pleasure. The waste that killed actually your own. But unfortunately it's really too wasteful. The rubbish, even I can't block a light roar and burst. I really don't know how you taught your disciple. It's true that disciples raised by trash are also trashy and unbearable. I'm actually not surprised at all. Shen Lian. Upon hearing this, Nangon Li lost her sanity and directly transformed into an earth-grade spirit sword and stabbed at him. Come pay for my disciple's life. Pay back? The folding fan in Shen Lian's hand was withdrawn, and his figure advanced instead of retreating, slapping his palm on Su Mengyao's back. With you? What are you going to do with my life? Boom. Sword chi, palm energy overlapped, causing a roaring explosion. Nangon Li crossed his sword across his chest and retreated a few steps, looking at Su Mengyao in front of him with a look of surprise. At this moment, Su Mengyao's body was filled with sword chi, and a vast imperial chi traveled all over her body, actually causing the surrounding disciples to vaguely rise an impulse to pay homage. This is Nangon Li, saying you're a waste of space and you still don't realize it. Su Mengyao is carrying a supreme sword bone and you don't accept it, but you go to accept Lu Qingyi's kind of kiln chicken goods. But that's to be expected. Your level of stupidity has always been very stable. So stable that it's shocking to me that, since you don't want this disciple, then I, Shen Lian, will reluctantly accept it. After Shen Lian finished speaking, he directly clapped his hands together to pull Su Mengyao behind himself. Get the hell off me. When he learned that Su Mengyao was carrying the supreme sword bone, Nangon Li's eyes instantly turned red and he wanted to keep her no matter what. Shen Lian, Su Mengyao is my Game Sword Pavilion disciple. What qualifications do you have to take her away? Your disciple? Su Mengyao has already worshipped me as her master. Do you think I'm qualified? What? It's you. After hearing that Su Mengyao's object of worship was actually Shen Lian, Nangon Li's expression had begun to go crazy. You dare to rob me? A sword stabbed out, and the sword chi interchanged chants that shook one's eardrums. From now on, I'm going to protect the people you want to kill, and I'm going to take what you want. Come on, come on. Vent your impotent rage to your heart's content. Use your shrewish nature to manifest the unwillingness of the waste on his deathbed. Ha ha ha. In the face of the harsh approaching sword chi, Shen Lian did not hesitate for a moment to raise his hand and lift Su Mengyao to block in front of him. Damn it! Li was busy waving away his sword energy. Previously, she wanted to kill Su Mengyao because this girl's stubborn attitude made her very unhappy. But now after learning that she was carrying the supreme sword bone, Li instead dared not let anything happen to her. She wanted to cultivate Su Mengyao properly, and when Su Mengyao's supreme sword bone awakened, then she would dig it out and fuse it with her own innate sword bone. At that time, wouldn't one's cultivation skyrocket, and breaking through the immortal realm would not be a problem at all. Shen Lian, don't you feel despicable for using a girl child as a shield? Compared to you, the white-eyed wolf, I'm simply a model of a saint that makes the world look at me sideways, and all of the Taiku continent gives me a need to chant hymns. After speaking, Shen Lian grabbed Su Mengyao's shoulder. Su Mengyao, from now on, I will make an exception and accept you as my disciple. Are you willing to sever all relations with everyone in the game sword pavilion? Su Mengyao was unable to say a word because she was shocked by the intimidating pressure of the two major cultivators in the hall, but when she met Shen Lian's eyes, she still nodded her head forcefully. Su Mengyao. This scene caused Li to completely break her defenses. Don't forget, you are a disciple of my game sword pavilion. You can't worship another person as your master. You're deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. Ha ha ha. Then all I can say is that this game sword pavilion of yours is a real failure. 10 years of the grace of initiation, actually compared to the pull of an outsider. What's the harm in deceiving a teacher? Who dares to move the person I, Shen Lian, want to cover? Shen Lian, hurry up and put Su Mengyao down. Hand over the crouching dragon marrow first. Li was trembling with anger. Partially at this time, Yu Yangjun spoke. All disciples listened to the order. Take Shen Lian down, alive or dead. The moment he opened his mouth, several elders centered on Lin Yang shot out to kill Shen Lian in unison. Yu Yangjun, what are you doing? Li said angrily. Su Mengyao is still in his hands. Sovereign, Yu Yangjun droned. The game sword pavilion has never had a foreign enemy set foot in it for thousands of years. And now that Shen Lian is so insolent, if he is allowed to leave, the reputation of the game sword pavilion in the southern domain will definitely weaken in the future. But, this seat knows what Patriarch is worried about. Su Mengyao carrying the supreme sword bone is indeed rare, but compared to the clan's reputation, it's more important to take advantage of the situation to get rid of someone who was a huge danger to the clan. Li was silent for a long time, just about to prepare to order when, a mournful scream rang out. Yu Yangjun and Li looked in unison in the direction of the sound. This glance directly caused the duo to have a moment of jaw-dropping, only to see that Shen Lian had been densely covered with corpses lying around him, and his left hand was still choking Lin Yang's neck. Old trash. You can't even sneak attack. What's the use of keeping you? Humph. Boom. With a cold snort, Lin Yang's body washed in a shower of golden lightning around him, and then he was split into pieces, with only one intact head rolling to the feet of Li and Yu Yangjun. Elder Lin. Looking at Lin Yang's extremely pained and hideous face before he died, Yu Yangjun didn't return to his senses for a while. Another miserable scream came from inside the hall, and nearly 100 outer disciples were directly shocked by his body protection chi to explode their bodies as they approached the distance of 3 feet in front of Shen Lian's body. In such a short period of time, less than a t, there were already 600 disciples, and 5 elders of the transition realm, all died in Shen Lian's hands. Ha ha ha, more. It's not exciting enough. It's not fun enough. More. At this moment, in Li's eyes, Shen Lian's demeanor is full of madness. No longer the year that only the lowly. Chapter 85, Su Mengyao Scramble. The original solemn and dignified hall of the game sword pavilion is now transformed into a bloody cultivation ground. Flesh and blood drifted. Wreckage everywhere. Yu Yangjun and Li stared dumbfounded at all this in front of them, and for a moment, they didn't react. The game sword pavilion had never experienced such a brutal event in the 30,000 years since its creation by the Sword Emperor. Li even didn't expect that the licking dog that was supposed to be stepped on by himself would actually be this vicious. Shen Lian, I'll kill you. Li sank his voice. Autumn moon rose, and between the sword chi exchanging clangs, it rushed straight at Shen Lian. Game sword pavilion, how can you allow this madman to spread his wildness? Leave your life to the seat. Yu Yangjun was equally enraged. For the first time in 1,000 years, someone dared to be so blatant in the heart of the sacred game sword pavilion killing spree, and immediately transformed into a light rushed up to Shen Lian to be broken into pieces. Go! Seeing that the two were enraged, Shen Lian did not linger for a moment. grabbed Su Mengyao with a false palm and turned into light and sped back toward the outside of the hall. Nangon Li and Yu Yangjun dead in hot pursuit. Just in the blink of an eye, the 3 streams of light have left the game sword pavilion hall. 3 streams of light sped through the void and sped past the mountain gate in the blink of an eye. Just at the moment Shen Lian's feet landed on the ground, Nangon Li and Yu Yangjun stopped his path one after the other. 4 figures, each harboring different thoughts, looked at each other for a moment, and the battle intent had already blossomed in the air. Stand down. After a moment of confrontation, Shen Lian directly pushed Su Mengyao behind him and took the lead in breaking the deadlock between his hands, flipping void hidden yin yang double pole palm. He rushed Nangon Li to slap out a palm at the same time, and suddenly stroked a half-styled backhand to blast the cohesive astral energy towards Yu Yangjun. Transition realm aura? After determining Shen Lian's cultivation level, facing the surging yin-yang dual qi, Yu Yangjun's heart was so determined that he directly raised his sword and imperial shield to resist. However, when the palm force slapped the sword shield instantly, he only felt a disturbance in his body's breath, and the uncontrolled boiling of Danhai's true essence stopped him from taking several steps back. Drink! After taking the lead in forcing back the Yu Yang monarch, Shen Lian quickly let out a deep cry and directly raised his hand to blast towards Nangon Li. Seek death. Nangon Li immediately activated his innate sword intent, and all of a sudden, the wind and clouds changed colors and the sand flew. The azure sword chi wrapped in majestic Tao rhythms and charged back at Shen Lian. Boom! With a loud explosion, the surrounding scenery was reduced to rubble. Sword chi and astral energy simultaneously exploded, and even the mountain gate of the game sword pavilion's divine granite casting produced cracks under such a violent impact. After one move, Shen Lian and Nangon Li each retreated a few steps. After fixing her stance, Nangon Li's eyes were filled with astonishment. How could it be? You are only in the ferrying realm cultivation. Why can you hard receive my mixed Yuan 5th heavenly sword intent unharmed? Nangon Li, I have long said that your sword is not pure, and even with the help of the innate sword bone, it will still be difficult to advance. If you still have an ounce of humanity left, hand over the crouching dragon marrow along with the innate sword bone, then kneel down and kill yourself to preserve the dignity of the cultivator. As Shen Lian's words fell, the heaven and earth root merged with the Dan Sea, instantly recovering all of the previously consumed spiritual chi, and directly raised his hand to launch another attack. No way! Nangon Li's sword traveled in a blistering wind and greeted him with a loud roar for the second time. Just one move. The aura in your body has been depleted. Why would? How can a mole cricket know the will of a great swan to soar into the sky? Nangon Li, the gap between you and me is even greater than you think. Blistering sword. Fierce palm. The two most intense intertwined. The majestic flames scattered between the square 100 miles of land by the destruction of the two. Relying on the powerful aura replenishment speed of the heaven and earth root, Shen Lian, with his roots at the peak of the transition realm, was hard-pressed to fight with Nangon Li. As more and more moves were exchanged, Shen Lian's pupils gradually turned scarlet, and his battle intent also became more and more intense with the passage of time. Don't be outrageous. It was at this moment that after regaining his senses, Yu Yangjun once again joined the battle circle. A sword breaks the sky. He aimed at Shen Lian's caved-in back and swung a sword with all his might. Stand down. Feeling the deadly killing opportunity coming from his back, Shen Lian let out a deep cry, forcing back the entangled Nangon Li in front of him rigidly, and turning around to directly perform void hiding. Void hidden, 10,000 rivers returned to the sea. In an instant, 3,000 spiritual splendors flashed and turned into boundless vapor, turning that heaven-destroying sword into nothingness. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Nangon Li immediately stopped her attack, her face full of incredulity. He actually dissolved all of this sword? While hesitating, Shen Lian, on the other side, had already launched a raging counterattack. The Hierophant Doctor Yu Yin Tai Lu, substituting the fan for the sword. Shen Lian broke through his own limit and blasted out a sword. Not good. Retreat. Seeing the blooming sword intent for a split second, Nangon Li and Yu Yangjun coincidentally uttered their voices and simultaneously withdrew 100 feet away. However, in the next moment, Shen Lian suddenly put away his sword intent and quickly landed from midair, directly grabbing Su Mengyao's arm. Go! As soon as the words fell, the black clouds within his body emerged to transform into a ghostly carriage and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Shen Lian, you're not allowed to leave. Nangon Li, who knew that he had been set up, was purple with anger, and was busy getting up to chase after the underworld carriage. The sword intent that blossomed on Shen Lian's body just now was more perfect than the innate sword intent that she had comprehended. Adding to the fact that Su Mengyao was carrying the supreme sword bone, she couldn't bear to give it up just like that, so she chased after him. But as soon as she moved, 3 astral energies were shot out from inside the underworld carriage, and the moves came at her lifeblood. Boom boom boom. continuously catching 3 palm energies that contain thunderbolts. Nangongli could not help but furrow her brows and was directly recoiled 3 steps. When he returned to his senses and wanted to chase after them, the underworld carriage had already traveled far away. At the same time, Shen Lian's arrogant voice came from midair. Want the supreme sword bone? Then take the crouching dragon marrow in exchange. Nangongli, it's time to settle the score between you and me. One by one. All that you have done to me all these years, I remember all of it in my heart. From now on, it's time for your smooth life to come to an end. Ahaha dash. Listening to the maniacal laughter coming from the void, Nangongli couldn't help but tighten her grip on the autumn moon sword in her hand. Shen Lian, I won't let you go. She roared angrily at the direction in which the spectral carriage was moving away, ready to order the entire game sword pavilion to start chasing after Shen Lian. However, Yu Yangjun stopped her. Patriarch, the immediate priority is to first inspect the casualties of the disciples under the sect, and you must also give a satisfactory explanation to the entire sect for the matter of Shen Lian. Nangongli was stunned and looked at Yu Yangjun incredulously. Yu Yangjun, what do you mean by that? Yu Yangjun, since Shen Lian was once a fellow disciple with you, and now that he has mutilated so many disciples under his sect, shouldn't you, as the patriarch, be responsible for this? Patriarch doesn't need to say anything. I'll tell the Supreme Elder what happened in the past few days as it is. Everything is still up to his old man to decide. After saying that, Yu Yangjun put away his spirit sword and turned around to walk towards the mountain gate. Looking at Yu Yangjun's back, Nangongli's eyelids instinctively jumped. At this moment, she realized that she might have really gotten into trouble. It's all Shen Lian's fault. What does it matter to me? She muttered for a while, and was disgruntled as she followed the Yu Yangjun back towards the main hall. On the other hand, Shen Lian drove the underworld carriage and came directly to the direction of the back mountain. After pulling the stunned Su Mangyao off the carriage, Shen Lian directly said, "Get lost, get as far away as possible. I won't kill you." Chapter 86, You Are My Master. 2025 is coming. Era first kowtow to the dads. Wish you all the best in the new year. Smooth sailing. Woof woof woof. Today's experience had left Su Mengyao's mind in a muddle to this day. It wasn't until Shen Lian told himself to leave that he reacted. Where do you want me to go? You can go wherever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Hearing Shen Lian say this, Su Mengyao immediately knelt in front of him. What are you doing? Seeing her attitude like this, Shen Lian's eyes shot out coldly. Su Mengyao, master, where are you letting your disciple go? Shut up. Who is your master teacher? Shen Lian sniffed angrily. When did I promise to be your master? Su Mengyao, senior. What you said before when you saved your disciple in the great hall of the game sword pavilion. Have you forgotten so quickly? You said that Nangongli was not worthy of being my master, and that you were willing to accept me as your disciple. Shen Lian closed his eyes and gazed for a moment before he remembered that he had indeed said such words half an hour ago. Master, since you've recognized my disciple's identity, then naturally I'm willing to serve you as my master, so please don't drive me away. Enough! Shen Lian rudely interrupted her. You've also seen what happened today. The situation between me and the game sword pavilion is already immortal. Do I still need to be distracted from taking care of you? A mole? Hurry up and get lost. Shen Lian never keeps a liability by his side. I didn't want Su Mengyao's attitude to be very resolute, master. From the moment you taught me the wrong sword technique, disciple has already decided that you are Su Mengyao's only master in this life. Please don't leave my disciple behind. Even if my master is an enemy of the entire game sword pavilion, my disciple is willing to advance and retreat together with my master, and will definitely not make any half-assed remarks. Shen Lian, joke. With a cultivation level like that of a mole like you, what qualifications do you have to talk about advancing and retreating together? The opponents that I'll be facing in the future. It's not up to you to sway one iota. Put away your self-righteousness. Today use you, but is only against Nangongli that just? You still cannot see it. Su Mengyao, master, I know that my cultivation is low at the moment, but I still ask master to give me a chance, and I will definitely reach the expectations you want in the shortest time possible. You think that the root of cultivation can be reached by conjecture? Su Mengyao, your naivety makes me laugh. Cultivation is not accumulated bit by bit over years and years of, just to step into the threshold of the top. Do you think it's possible? Put away your rhetoric and go say it to the other sect elders. Hurry up and get lost before I change my mind about killing you. Without wanting to, Su Mengyao directly kowtowed 3 times at Shen Lian. Master, whether you want to admit it or not, in my disciple's heart, you are the only master, and no matter what decision master makes, my disciple will support you without hesitation. Shen Lian tossed his folding fan. Then I'm going to be an enemy of the heavenly Tao. And you're willing to recognize me as your teacher? The disciple is willing and will never regret it. Su Mengyao's tone was firm and answered very crisply. Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan and fell into deep thought. And master, just now, when the conflict arose between you and Nangongli, disciple also understood that you needed that whatsoever crouching dragon marrow. Although I have never seen that treasure, I think that thing must be very important to master. Why don't we ask master to use my disciple as a guide to force Nangongli to hand over this item? Shen Lian paced around in the middle of deep thought. After about a tea, he withdrew his folding fan with a flourish. Then you'd better be mentally prepared. Being Shen Lian's disciple, the road ahead is bound to be full of perils. One wrong step and you'll never be able to recover. And I'm not going to give you any help. All you have to do is fight for it yourself. When Su Mengyao heard this, her face was delighted and she respectfully performed a heavenly bow. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. This time, Shen Lian did not block, just turned his back to Su Mengyao and allowed her to perform the salute of worship to himself. Alright, since you've decided to be my disciple, I'll put my ugly words in front of you now. With me, you'll be facing a world a million times more dangerous than the one you're in now. If you are unfortunate enough to die by someone else's hand, I won't avenge your death. I can only blame you for not learning your craft well. Also, my Shen Lian's disciples can never bow down to anyone. No matter how strong your opponent is, how powerful the forces behind you are, you can't back down even a little bit. And if I find out that you're giving in to someone because you're afraid of death, no matter where you are, I will find you and kill you. Is that clear? Disciples bear this in mind. Su Mengyao answered very decisively. Only then did Shen Lian turn back and raise his hand, signaling that she could get up. After waiting for Su Mengyao to get up, Shen Lian spoke. Since you recognize me as your master, I naturally have to prepare a meeting gift for you. After saying that, Shen Lian glanced around. Finally, the eyes landed in front of a piece of ore that weighed 1,000 pounds. Come with me. Yes. Su Mengyao followed Shen Lian to that piece of ore. Shen Lian put away the folding fan, raised his hand and patted the ore a few times, then said, since you are carrying the supreme sword bone, I think that your attainments in the Tao of the sword in the future will definitely be extraordinary. So I will give you a sword as a meeting gift. Su Mengyao just wanted to open her mouth to say that there was no need, but she saw Shen Lian fling his long arm. Instantly, the 1,000-pound ore began to rotate at a rapid pace. The surrounding aura madly surged into the ore, following the rotating hurricane, inducing gusts of lightning and thunder, stripping away as much of the ore's periphery as possible. For a while, sand flew around, and the 1,000 pounds of ore gradually turned into a stone sword of a spirit sword at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Su Mengyao was shocked that she couldn't say a word. Is Master forging a sword with his bare hands? How in the world can someone forge a weapon in such a way? Just as she was shocked in her heart, Shen Lian was already holding a pure white iron sword in his hand, and then threw it directly into Su Mengyao's hand. Master teacher. This, receiving the sword for a moment, Su Mengyao instinctively felt that there seems to be something different. The iron sword in front of him is obviously the most ordinary mortal iron forging, but in the hand is a very different feeling. Su Mengyao, disciple here. Within 10 days, I want you to awaken the spirituality of this mortal iron. Su Mengyao was dumbstruck when she heard this. Master, what do you mean? Within 10 days let this mortal iron transform into a spirit sword? Can't do it? Su Mengyao was tempted to say that it indeed couldn't be done. To make an ordinary mortal sword transform into a god, this was originally impossible. Back then, the Sword Emperor had been enlightening his sword for 300 years, but he was also unable to turn his mortal sword into a spirit sword. He himself was only a novice who had just stepped into the Tao of the sword. He could really do it in just 10 days. She immediately knelt on the ground. Disciple is stupid. Please instruct me. Master. Shen Lian, you are indeed foolish. The sword is dead. People are alive. To make mortal iron into a god to be born spiritually, it depends on whether your sword heart is firm. Kenshin? Su Mengyao was a bit confused. Shen Lian, the divine weapons in the world are all made from rare ores and then absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Yet a sword like that, no matter how superb, is ultimately just a dead thing? And if you can use your sword heart on this mortal iron, let it connect with your mind. And what kind of battle power that will bring out? Think about it yourself. Su Mengyao's eyes lit up. Master, is the realm you're talking about the heart sword unity? It's still some enlightenment. Not as stupid as I thought. Shen Lian snorted coldly. Human sword unification is but the threshold of the sword path. What you have to do instead is to unite your heart and sword, to feel the emotions of the sword. And as long as you use your heart towards the sword, it will surely give back to you. After speaking, Shen Lian turned around and left. I'll come back to see you in 10 days. If the sword in your hand is still a dead sword, then don't say you're my disciple. Shen Lian doesn't accept trash as disciples. After speaking, he had already transformed into light and sped off in the direction of the game sword pavilion. Chapter 87, Nangon Li full of fear. Within the same period of time that Su Mengyao insisted on worshipping Shen Lian as her master, within the hall of the Supreme Lord of the Game Sword Pavilion, Nangon Li and Yu Yangjun respectfully knelt in the center of the hall. Abruptly, a cloud of golden sword awns emerged over the main hall. See the Supreme Elder. The moment they saw the light mass, Nangon Li and Yu Yangjun bowed their heads in unison. The two of them had a deferential attitude, and no longer had the same kind of untouchability that they had when treating the disciples under their door. The light mass flashed out bursts of spiritual light, emitting a melodious female voice. I already know what happened. Since the creation of the Game Sword Pavilion, nothing like this has ever happened before. A total of 5 elders have been killed and 727 disciples have been slaughtered, and I would like to know why this has happened. Yu Yangjun raised his head to look at Nangon Li, who was speaking without a word at his side, and said with an arch of his hand, reporting back to Elder Chengyu, the murderer who caused this clan tragedy seems to be inextricably linked to Patriarch Nangon. Oh, is it a personal grudge? Xinyu's words were clearly addressed to Nangon Li. Nangon Li returned, reporting back to Elder Chengyu, disciple will definitely take care of this matter. Please rest assured Elder Chengyu. Xinyu, that means this is really because of your personal grudge, which has implicated innocent clan disciples. Nangon Li lowered her head. Elder, disciple will take responsibility. Kiatsuki, so how are you going to take it on? Nangon Li, disciple will definitely bring the murderer to justice and give all the clans a proper explanation. Shengyu, Nangon Li, do you remember what you said when you first entered the Game Sword Pavilion? Accepting the mantle of the Sword Emperor and becoming the new patriarch? Nangon Li's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip. Disciple knows. If you know that, why is this still happening? Nangon Li threw herself into the ground. Elder Chengyu, please give my disciple another chance. Nangon Li, as the patriarch of the Game Sword Pavilion, you should have taken up the mission of guarding the clan, and now because of your personal grudge against an outsider, you've been in charge of the Game Sword Pavilion for only 122 short years, and this has happened, causing such a change within the clan. It is necessary for me to doubt whether you have the qualifications to shoulder the prosperity of the clan. When Nangon Li heard this, he immediately panicked. Elder, disciple begs you to give another chance. After all, disciple has been serving as the patriarch of the Game Sword Pavilion for more than 100 years, and has been quite diligent and conscientious. Today's personal grudge was not expected by the disciple, so please ask the Supreme Elder to be gracious and give the disciple another chance, and the disciple will definitely take care of things properly. Give you another chance? Do you want to ask those clan disciples who died because of you if they are willing to give you a second chance? Nangon Li was in a hurry. Listening to Qin Yu's meaning, she was determined to abolish her position as sovereign. She had practiced for hundreds of years, and only with great difficulty was she able to have the status of a human being today. How could she be knocked down to the dust just like that? No, absolutely not. One cannot go back to those days of being a parasite in any way. Elder, please give disciple another chance on account of the fact that back then, disciple resolved the instability of the geocentric foreign fire for the Game Sword Pavilion. Not wanting to hear her words, Qin Yu's voice clearly chilled. Nangon Li, do you really have the nerve to mention the geocentric Fey Flame? Back then, exactly who stabilized the out-of-control foreign flames for the Game Sword Pavilion should be clearer in your heart than anyone else. Nangon Li was stunned and raised her eyes back. Elder, back then, do you have to have me tell you what happened back then in my own words before you're willing to do it? Qin Yu's voice was not angry, instantly extinguishing Nangon Li's words that she wanted to defend. When the Yu Yang monarch by the side heard this, he immediately stared at his expression. Back then, the geocentric foreign fire located deep under the ground of the Game Sword Pavilion underwent a mutation, and there was a risk that it might detonate at any time. Once the geocentric fire broke out, not only would the entire Game Sword Pavilion fall into ruins, but it would also lead to nearly half of the southern region being affected. Thus, the 3 Supreme Elders informed the Sword Emperor, who was located in the Sword Realm to witness the Tao, of this news through various channels. The Sword Emperor immediately transformed into a detachment to re-enter the southern domain, and the first thing he did was to abolish the previous patriarch, Dugu Wushue's entire cultivation. Then he called the world, opened who can calm the heart of the ground fire who was the new Ijanga patriarch, and can get his own mantle of conditions. As soon as this news came out, all domains from all walks of life gathered at the Game Sword Pavilion. In the end, it was Nangon Li, who carried the innate sword bone and cultivated innate sword intent, who solved the problem of the outbreak of the geocentric foreign fire, gained the appreciation of the Sword Emperor, and smoothly became the new patriarch. This was the beginning and end of the matter that Yu Yangjun understood. But now, listening to the meaning of Qin Yu's words, it seemed that there was someone else who had calmed down the Earth's heart foreign fire back then. With such a mindset, he couldn't help but pay a little more attention to Nangon Li. Xingyu saw that Nangon Li no longer argued, and only then did her clear and cold voice fade. Nangon Li, you have to remember that you are now the patriarch of the Game Sword Pavilion. Don't bring your grudges from the Sky Feather sect to the clan. This time when the sect has undergone such a big change, no matter what the reason is, you can hardly absolve yourself of the blame. Do you recognize this point? Nangon Li lowered her head and softly replied. It's all because disciples aren't. Please don't be angry. Elder. Shengyu, good. Since you're all clear, then I'll give you a chance to take care of your personal grudge within 3 days. I don't want to see any more Game Sword Pavilion disciples die in vain like this. Nangon Li, thank you Elder Qingyu for opening up. Disciple knows what to do. I'll wait to hear from you. And if there's nothing else, all stand down. Disciple excuses himself. Nangon Li breathed a sigh of relief. The position of patriarch was finally saved. The next thing to do was to get rid of Shen Lian as a disturbing factor in a hurry. When Nangon Li and Yu Yangjun left, the flickering light gradually dissipated. A woman clad in a pure white lucid immortal dress, holding a jade flute of unrivaled beauty floated down from midair. The hem of the skirt was slightly swaying, gently swaying with the wind of the sword, vaguely revealing the long, fair and white jade legs under the skirt like sheep's fat white jade. Xingyu's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she looked at the departing backs of the two of them, gently exhaling a mouthful of ethereal orchids. Senior sister, have they all left? In the next moment, a silver aura flashed behind him, and a handsome young man in a fancy dress with a head full of silver hair appeared. He was Xiao Chen, one of the 3 supreme elders of the Game Sword Pavilion, and Xingyu's senior brother. Xingyu, senior brother, did you find out any useful information when I asked you to go to the Tianji Pavilion? Yes. Xiao Chen stretched his lazy waist and said as he directly leaned on the recliner. Tianji old man's 2 disciples, mournful not to leave with the sigh of sadness and joy for the people killed. The key is simply cannot calculate who did it. This is the first time to see Tianji Pavilion 8 defeat. Xingyu's beautiful eyes frowned. Who has such great ability that they actually dare to move even the people of Tianji Pavilion? It seems that this Taiku continent is about to change. Xiao Duan was not concerned. The sky will naturally fall and someone will go to the top. So what does it have to do with us? As long as we can survive these 3 months in peace, our agreement with the Sword Emperor will expire, and then we will be able to leave this hellhole and travel the 9 directions and 4 realms. Xingyu, as long as there is still a day in the Game Sword Pavilion, then one must continue to uphold this responsibility. Xiao Chen, senior sister, you shouldn't be continuing to plan to stay in the Swordplay Pavilion, right? No. Xingyu shook her head. When the agreement expires, I will go back to Royal Spirit Peak and retire, never again asking about this Jianghu matter. Xiao Chuan waved his hand. Then I will go and tour the major wonders of the Taiku continent, and when I have had enough fun, I will go to the Royal Spirit Peak to join senior sister Ah. Xingyu did not reply and directly played her jade flute silently. The melodious tune slowly resounded, gradually spreading to the inside and outside of the Great Hall. Chapter 88, Gambling for Life. Nangon Li returned to the sect with a worried face, silently looked at the crowd of disciples assisting the craftsmen to repair and clean up the Great Hall that was in pieces due to Shen Lian's arrival, and then returned to his room without saying a word. As Yu Yangjun looked at Nangon Li's departing back, a cold snort escaped from his mouth. Then he called out to Remnant Sword and commanded, "You immediately go and turn the sect protector formation on." Broken Sword was puzzled. Vice Patriarch, has the danger not passed? Yu Yangjun sighed softly. It's good to save for a rainy day. How are all those disciples who died in vain settled? The Broken Sword respectfully returned. It has been properly buried. Yu Yangjun, that's good. Notify all disciples that no one is allowed to enter or exit the sect protector array once it is opened. Yes. After the Broken Sword led the order to leave, the Yu Yang monarch fell into deep thought. It seems that back then, when Nangon Li was able to serve as the Swordplay Pavilion Patriarch, there must be something else in it. I must find out the clues in it before I can do so. Yu Yangjun also had a grudge within himself for not being able to become the Sword Pavilion Patriarch of the Game Pavilion back then, only that he was incapable of dealing with the Earth's heart foreign flame and was unable to obtain the Sword Emperor's recognition, and thus could only sit in the awkward position of Vice Patriarch. If it was found out that it wasn't Nangon Li who dealt with the Earth's center foreign fire back then perhaps he could hope to take the position of Patriarch again. On the other side, Nangon Li had just returned to her room when Lu Qingyi came to her side with a cup of fragrant tea. "Senior, you're back? This is the spirit-scented tea that Disciple just brewed for you. Please enjoy it, Master." Looking at the well-behaved Lu Qingyi, Nangon Li's taut nerves only loosened slightly. She took the tea and smiled with her eyes. "Qingyi, I've given you a fright today." Lu Qingyi squatted down in a stance, kneeling on one knee, raising her hand to lightly touch Nangon Li's knee, and softly said, "Master, Disciple has seen your face look unsightly since a moment ago. Did the Supreme Elder chastise you? Nangon Li shook her head inside. Master is fine. Qingyi, you should not think too much. You should use your mind more on cultivation. Lu Qingyi, but, when I see that Master is in a bad mood, my heart follows suit. So how can I have the heart to think about cultivation? Nangon Li gently caressed her head, his eyes filled with love and compassion. Alas, if Su Mengyao that year could also be as obedient as you, that would be good. Lu Qingyi heard Nangon Li mention Su Mengyao. Her heart was shocked. She thought that Nangon Li intended to forgive Su Mengyao or even accept her as a protege. She couldn't help but be a little annoyed. However, on his face, he still put on a look of understanding. Master, in fact, I also know that senior sister Su's talent is above that of my disciples, and it's only human nature for Master to accept her as his disciple. It's just that right now, senior sister has colluded with an evil cultivator and mutilated her fellow disciples. So if the Master forcibly takes her under his tutelage, I'm afraid that it will affect the Master's reputation. Disciple wants to help Master, but the fact of colluding with an evil cultivator is a matter of great importance, and disciple can't bear such a scolding. Nangon Li froze and looked at Lu Qingyi with some surprise, then smiled faintly. What are you thinking about, Qingyi? How could Master accept Su Mengyao that as a disciple? Don't worry, you will always be a good disciple of Master. Lu Qingyi sniffed and rested her face on Nangon Li's knee. As long as Master is happy, disciple will follow suit. Silly boy. Under Lu Qingyi's tea attack, Nangon Li's irritation brought on by Shen Lian gradually calmed down quite a bit. It was just that Lu Qingyi was wrong about one thing, and that was that Nangon Li had never wanted to take Su Mengyao as a personal disciple from the beginning to the end. Nangon Li thinks that the sword talent in the same generation already belongs to the best, even to the game of the Sword Pavilion, in addition to the Supreme Pavilion that a few, looking at the southern region, are not exist. However, this was nothing more than Nangon Li's self-perception. In fact, her cultivation talent was simply not enough to look at in front of a group of true prides of heaven. The reason why he felt like this was all an illusion given by Shen Lian, the licking dog. Back then, Shen Lian had taken an innate sword bone and fused it together with her divine soul and flesh, and only then did Nangon Li have the opportunity to chase the qualifications of the upper echelon of the sword path. In fact, before Nangon Li obtained the innate sword bone, her sense of the sword path was actually not much stronger than an ordinary outer disciple. In addition, the cultivation qualification is mediocre. If not, Shen Lian is helping from the side, treating her as a wife as love. Whereas her qualification to become the sword game pavilion sovereign, it was just that ordinary self in the past. Nangon Li deliberately cut it off from her present self, and also took Shen Lian's dedication for granted. However, when the 12-year-old Su Mengyao appeared, Nangon Li truly realized what it meant to be the pride of heaven. Back then, Su Mengyao, who was only 12 years old, after reading the sword scripture once, not only could she memorize it word for word in its entirety, she was also able to point out the flaws and deficiencies in the sword scripture by example. Even more so, he was able to deduce all the moves, even the order was exactly the same, just by following the remnants of the sword moves on the wall. Such a horrible sword talent. As long as the upper echelons of the clan with a normal brain see it, it will be just like the protagonist of the other metaphysical fairy cultivation text that came out of the mountain, scrambling for it. But not in Nangon Li's eyes. She believed that Su Mengyao's appearance had seriously affected her position. Although her own qualifications were mediocre, her years of experience still allowed her to judge that with Su Mengyao's talent, she would be able to leave a strong mark on the sword path in less than 20 years. Therefore, from the day he learned of Su Mengyao's talent, instead of thinking about how honorable it was for him to have a supremely talented protege, Nangon Li had to suppress her from all sides. Coupled with Su Mengyao's straightforward character, who wouldn't use any special ways to please herself? Nangon Li was even more unlikely to give her any good looks. Therefore, when the personal disciples were first chosen, Nangon Li chose Lu Qingyi, whose cultivation talent was far inferior to Su Mengyao's, as her disciple. After all, Lu Qingyi knew how to coax herself to be happy. Wasn't the purpose of being the head of a clan to enjoy the feeling of being on top of people? Only, Nangon Li never thought that Su Mengyao actually carried the supreme sword bone, and he actually hadn't discovered it all these years? However, it wasn't too late to find out. As long as one obtained the supreme sword bone, and after fusing it with the innate sword bone in his body, his strength would surely be able to go to the next level. It seems that there must be time to have a good talk with Shen Lian, in order to keep his position as patriarch, and even more so, in order to obtain the supreme sword bone. Nangon Li decided that he had to meet Shen Lian for a while. This licking dog is the best to pin down. Now must be do not know from where to learn a little means. Presumptuous attempt to attract my attention. Humph, really too naive. She quickly had a plan and layout in her mind against Shen Lian, and at this moment, Shen Lian was pacing in front of the Game Sword Pavilion clan's Forbidden Land. In order to resolve Nangon Li and smoothly retrieve the crouching dragon marrow, the three great elders of the Game Sword Pavilion were a difficult problem that absolutely had to be faced. How to solve this trouble? Shen Lian had already thought of a strategy when he traveled to the southern region. Watching an azure aura of Taorithmic Qi shroud condense out of the void, the corner of his lips hooked and he snorted coldly. Ninth grade clan protection formation? Ridiculous. Afterward, he took a step in front of a stone platform in the depths of the Forbidden Land. Just as he had taken 2 steps up the steps. Stand down. This is no place for you. Boom. As the words fell, a thunderbolt landed from the void at a distance of 3 steps in front of Shen Lian's toes. Shen Lian put one hand on his back and raised his eyes to the high platform. However, on the high platform, there stood a rough man with a heavy sword on his shoulder and a muscular body. Who are you and what are you doing here? In the face of the roadblocker asking questions, Shen Lian, however, had a maniacal look on his face and slowly spat out 4 words from his mouth. Shen Lian, bet your life. Chapter 89, Crazy to the Extreme. Where did the madman come from? Game Sword Pavilion's Forbidden Land. No one is allowed to approach without permission. Quickly retreat. Hoof. With a cold snort, Shen Lian did not have any intention of stopping and directly stepped up the steps. Unbridled. Seeing this, the strong man with the sword was furious, and stood at the end of the steps with a flash leap, looking down at Shen Lian. I'm talking to you. Didn't I hear you? Stop right there. The waves of sound were like a tidal wave of wind, and all of them attacked Shen Lian. However, Shen Lian ignored it and stepped onto the steps again with a disdainful attitude. You. The sword-wielding strong man was very surprised by Shen Lian's behavior and could not help but frown. When the 2 sides were only 3 steps apart, Shen Lian spoke. I'll negotiate. Back the hell off. His words seemed to have an infinite deterrent power, which actually caused the strong sword-wielding man to take 3 steps back. By the time he reacted, Shen Lian had already finished all the steps and stood in front of him to form a confrontational stance. At once, the humiliation of having his dignity trampled on surged through the burly man's mind. You're looking for death. With a furious roar, the huge 1-person tall sword on the strong man's shoulder directly swung down and slapped towards Shen Lian's head. For a time, tyrannical power whistled. The air seemed to be torn apart at this moment, and the pressure was suffocating. However, Shen Lian was not flickering, not even blinking his eyelids. The corners of his lips always hung a hint of a hidden smile, quietly watching the heavy sword dropping. Just at the moment when the bladeless sword blade was about to smash into Shen Lian's head, the burly man's hideous cheek suddenly flashed with a hint of surprise, and he fiercely withdrew his strength. The heavy sword stopped hard at a distance of 3 inches directly in front of Shen Lian's face. Boom boom boom. The airwaves brought up by the sword wind instantly caused a chain of through explosions around them. Shen Lian's hair fluttered and scattered in the sword wind, and it lasted for 10 breaths before this storm finally stopped. The reason that forced the strong man to stop was that in the center of Shen Lian's hand, there was a piece of diamond spread out. What do you mean by that? The burly man asked. If there is no error in my memory, this forbidden area is the location of the center of the Game Sword Pavilion's geocentric foreign fire. Is that so? So what? Yes is right. Shen Lian placed this inconspicuous piece of diamond in his hand in the void half an inch from the front of the sword blade. Very unluckily, as far as I can remember more than 120 years ago, there were violent fluctuations in the geocentric exotic flame of the Game Sword Pavilion, and the person who calmed this havoc was none other than me, Shen Lian. The burly man's pupils shrunk. What are you babbling about? The one who calmed the Earth's center foreign fire back then was the current patriarch Nangon Li. How could it be you? Ha ha ha. Nangon Li has the guts and ability to help the Game Sword Pavilion pacify the Earth's heart alien flame? I didn't realize that Wu Aozhou, one of the 3 great supreme elders of the Game Sword Pavilion, was also such a naive and foolish person. You recognize me? Is it weird? Wu Aozhou sniffed and put away his heavy sword and slung it back over his shoulder. Meh. He shot Shen Lian a glance, then let out a light laugh. Even so, this isn't a place where you can just run wild. On account of the fact that you have contributed to the Game Sword Pavilion, I will treat today's matter as if I had not noticed it. So hurry up and leave. Shen Lian, it seems that you all know the inside story of that year. In that case, let's come to a deal. After all, this is what you Game Sword Pavilion owes me. Shen Lian. Wu Aozhou saved his nose. If you want to take credit for this, then I advise you to die of this heart. Back then, you promised to deal with the problem of the out-of-control geocentric foreign fire in exchange for Nangon Li's chance to enter the Game Sword Pavilion, and the Game Sword Pavilion agreed to the request as you wished. And now that more than 100 years have passed, what's the point of bringing up old matters again? Shen Lian took a wrong step to a stone sword bundled with iron locks right in the center and opened his mouth. My request is very simple. As long as the crouching dragon marrow that I gifted to Nangonli back then is returned to me, then I can leave the game sword pavilion now. Wu Aozhou, this is a private matter between you and Nangonli. What does it have to do with me? Nangonli is now the patriarch of the game sword pavilion. As the supreme elder, don't you care? The duty of a Taishan elder is to guard the entire clan, not to interfere in the clan's internal affairs. And for the grudge between you and Nangonli, it's better for you to go and settle it privately. I'm not conferring with you. I'm informing. Shen Lian's eyes suddenly changed, pointing at Wu Aozhou with the puyu in his hand. You should be glad that the sword just now did not directly cut down, or else the tens of thousands of years of the foundation of the game sword pavilion is going to be completely destroyed because of your recklessness. Wu Aozhou was enraged. What do you mean by that? What exactly are you trying to say? You must be wondering what this perfectly ordinary diamond in the rough I'm holding is, right? Wu Aozhou did not respond, but the doubt that appeared on his face already proved Shen Lian's words. There's no harm in telling you. This diamond links to my heart, and as soon as the diamond breaks, my heartbeat will stop at the same time. Wu Aozhou laughed coldly. You wouldn't be using this ridiculous trick to stage a death-defying scene to force us to give in, would you? Ha ha ha. Shen Lian gripped the diamond in the rough. It seems you still don't understand me. No harm in wasting some words with you in vain. Back then, I only risked being consumed by the Earth's fire to quell the out-of-control geocentric foreign fire for the game sword pavilion. But in the course of my handling of the geocentric foreign fire, the location of the heart just happened to be implanted with a wisp of foreign fire breath, which coincidentally is actually connected to the Earth's heart demon core. Wu Aozhou's brows tightened slightly. It seems your stupid ass hasn't gotten the message, so I'll make it simpler. My life is now closely linked to the Earth's heart alien flame. If my heart stops beating, then the Earth's heart alien flame will definitely erupt even more violently than it did 100 years ago. Think about it. When the heart of the Earth foreign fire explodes in an instant, not only the game sword pavilion, but half of the southern region's territory, hundreds of millions of living beings will be buried with me because of it. Such a scene makes one's blood boil just thinking about it. What did you say? Wu Aozhou was shocked, but still forced himself to be calm and said, Kid, don't be an alarmist there. How could the Earth's heart alien flame be connected to your life? This kind of thing is really unheard of. Then you can give it a try. Shen Lian spread out his palm. As long as you crush this piece of diamond, you can prove whether what I just said is true or not. Only, do you dare to bet? You're threatening me. Wu Aozhou was furious and directly swung his heavy sword. Kid, you want to hide this ridiculous trick from me? Dream on. Shen Lian's eyes flashed with a touch of madness. Come on, make a bet to see whether I'm being an alarmist, or whether it's really true. And bet on hundreds of millions of living beings in the entire southern domain to verify the truth of my words. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Poof. Shen Lian smiled contemptuously and looked at Wu Aozhou with an extremely compassionate look. Wu Aozhou directly slammed his sword at Shen Lian. However, Shen Lian always maintained a breezy stance, not showing the slightest sign of wanting to fight back. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword chi reverberated for 100 miles, leaving a sword mark 3 feet deep on the extremely high granite paved floor of the high platform. This sword ultimately failed to slash at Shen Lian's body, and almost grazed his shoulder and landed. This is a gamble that Wu Aozhou can't afford to take. What the hell do you want? I've already made the conditions clear. I only need the crouching dragon marrow in Nangonli's hand. That should have belonged to me. Give it back to me, and everything can be left in peace. When Wu Aozhou saw that Shen Lian looked emboldened, his hideous cheeks twitched even more. I must confer with Qingyu on this matter before giving you an answer. One incense stick. If we can't talk about it, I'll kill myself and let the entire southern domain and the game sword pavilion be buried with me. Hurry up and go. Wu Aozhou was completely stunned. He had seen quite a few crazy people, but one who was crazy to such an extreme was definitely the only one he had ever seen in his life. Chapter 90 Negotiations. Shen Lian, you mustn't be impulsive. You can sit down and talk things over. Qingyu, who received the news from Wu Aozhou, did not dare to slow down for half a moment and directly transformed light to sweep the forbidden area of the sword mound. Shen Lian did not have the slightest bit of goodwill towards this woman whose beauty was shocking, and there was only a look of disdain, still with the arrogance of the eye. I've made my words clear. Let Nangonli hand over the crouching dragon marrow and I'll keep the entire southern region safe. If you don't agree, then let me exchange my life for the hundreds of millions of living beings in the southern domain to be buried with me, so I won't feel any loss even if I die. Qingyu sniffed and her jade brows knitted coldly. In less than 3 months he would be relieved of his duties. So why did such a completely unorthodox madman appear at this very moment to stir up trouble? Shen Lian, the grudge between you and Nangonli. Why do you want to implicate innocent people? I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Right now I just want to see the crouching dragon marrow. If you don't agree, then we'll die together. Thou hast acted in too extreme a manner. Extreme? Ha ha ha, as if Shen Lian had heard some joke. He burst out laughing. As long as I can achieve my goal, why should I care what means I employ? This is what Nangon Li owes me, and what belongs to me must be held in the palm of one's hand. Seeing Shen Lian's attitude, Xingyu knew that it was useless to continue to talk to him, so she relieved him. Don't be impulsive. I'll take care of this matter, but it will take time. A mere trifle. Just a word from you, and you tell me I need time? Do you think I'm that gullible? Kiyuki closed her eyes and stared. The Shen Lian in her impression was Nangon Li's loyal licking dog, but the current Shen Lian seemed to have completely changed into a different person, especially when mentioning Nangon Li's name. The hatred in his tone wasn't even half hidden. Could it be that this is the character backlash after awakening? The only explanation for such a sudden character change in a man who was literally going to humble himself to a quagmire is that his heart was broken. Thinking of this, Xingyu spoke. Fine. I'll make Nangon Li hand over what you want as soon as possible. But Shen Lian, you killed a disciple of my Game Sword Pavilion, and the Game Sword Pavilion won't let it go. You must give a reasonable account. Shen Lian coldly grunted. Shen Lian acts. Who do I need to explain to? They can only blame themselves for not learning their craft well when they were killed. And who can they blame? Besides, in this cruel path of cultivation, is the death of a group of unknowing mole crickets anything very new? You want me to give an explanation? Then my explanation is very simple. Whoever wants to kill me, then I'll be there to the end. It was the first time that Xingyu had encountered such an arrogant person. Although Shen Lian's words were hard to hear, they also spoke the cruelest truth. The law of the jungle. If the weak can't protect themselves well, then the only destiny is to be taken out. There is no third way at all. 3 days. In 3 days, I'll give you a satisfactory explanation. I won't be able to see the crouching dragon marrow before sundown, and the entire southern region will fall to the southern wasteland. So don't waste my time. Xingyu was furious. She was in existence at the peak of the immortal realm. When had she been threatened by a junior like this? She really wanted to slap him. However, Shen Lian's heart is about the earth's heart foreign fire. Once the earth's heart foreign fire erupts out of control, even if it is as strong as himself, he will die 10 deaths. She was not as crazy as Shen Lian, gambling with her own life. Okay, I'll give you an explanation before sundown. As the words fell, Xingyu immediately transformed into light and disappeared far away in the direction of the sect. The corner of Shen Lian's lips hooked, looking at Wu Aozhou who was staring at him closely not far away, and he straightly settled down in front of the stone platform to adjust his breathing. On the other side, Xingyu didn't dare to slow down in the slightest, and came directly to Nangon Li's room at the first opportunity. Elder Changyu, what is it that you are looking for a disciple for? Nangon Li was also very surprised at Xingyu's sudden visit. However, just as the words came out of her mouth, Xingyu directly raised her hand and slapped her across the face in the void, covering half of her swollen cheek. Nangon Li only felt her brain buzzing. Elder Changyu, why did you hit the disciple? Xingyu's face was as cold as ice. It's all because of the trouble you caused. Since the founding of the Game Sword Pavilion, it's still the first time I've been pushed to such a point. Nangon Li, why do you want to involve your personal grudge in the Game Sword Pavilion, or even the entire southern region's living beings? Nangon Li was in a state of complete confusion. Elder Changyu, disciple doesn't understand what exactly you mean by that. I ask you, did you take something from Shen Lian? As soon as these words came out, Nangon Li's eyes fluttered and dodged a bit, not daring to look directly at Xingyu. Answer me, did thou take something from Shen Lian? Xingyu snapped once more, her tone already filled with anger. No, how could I possibly take something from Shen Lian? Nangon Li denied it. Elder Changyu, you must not listen to the rumors outside. The result was that it was another slap in the face from Xingyu. By now, thou hast refused to tell the truth until now. Is it? Nangon Li, do you know what kind of trouble you have caused? Back then, you forced Shen Lian to repair the geocentric flame, but you didn't realize that Shen Lian's heart was connected to the geocentric flame. Now that he's using the entire southern region as blackmail to force you to hand over the crouching dragon marrow, tell me, just how much trouble has he caused? Nangon Li couldn't help but be dumbfounded at his words. Crouching dragon marrow? Just for a crouching dragon marrow. He's going to make such a big deal out of it? It seems that it really was you who took it, so hurry up and hand over the crouching dragon marrow to return it to Shen Lian. But the next moment, Nangon Li was shaking her head frantically. No, I can't give the crouching dragon marrow back to him. It was given to me by him back then. How can I ask for it back? No, absolutely not. Xingyu's bright eyes lit up, never expecting Nangon Li to actually say such words. It's shameless to the core. Sinner, with your current realm, the crouching dragon marrow is of no great use to you, and since it was Shen Lian who demanded it, then return it. Do thou wish to watch the entire clan of the Game Sword Pavilion and even the entire southern region suffer havoc? Without wanting to, Nangon Li's head was shaking like a rattlesnake drum. I can't give it back to him. I can return anyone's things, but only Shen Lian's things. Absolutely not. Even if it's already useless. Xingyu gradually lost her patience. Enough. Nangon Li, do you want the entire southern domain to fall into an extinction crisis because of you? Nangon Li, however, spoke in a shocking manner. What does the demise of the southern domain have to do with me? Why do I have to bear the burden? It's clearly Shen Lian's problem, but you guys want to offer my supreme treasure to quell it? I am not willing. When the words were out of her mouth, she realized that she had slipped up. If this was said by Shen Lian or other loose cultivators, it might be understandable. But Nangon Li, being the head of a clan and enjoying the offerings of the entire southern domain, actually said such vicious words? For a while, Xingyu's face became even colder. Nangon Li immediately shivered in fear. Elder, disciple doesn't mean this. Listen to my explanation. Nangon Li, I will ask you one last time, whether I personally search it out from your corpse or hand it over on my own initiative. Choose one for yourself. Nangon Li was instantly stunned, and intense unease and fear instantly swept through every inch of her body. It seems that thou art forcing my hand. Just as Xingyu was about to strike, Nangon Li immediately knelt on the ground. Elder, calm your anger. Disciple is willing to offer the crouching dragon marrow to relieve the living souls of the southern domain from the fire, but disciple must see Shen Lian face to face before he can hand it over. Xingyu retracted the jade arm that had just been raised. Good. There's no time to lose. Follow me quickly to the sword mount altar. Thou thyself and Shen Lian to explain it. Yes. Nangon Li replied very dryly, but in his heart, he moved to kill Shen Lian. As long as he saw Shen Lian, he would look for an opportunity to get rid of him directly. As for the death or life of the southern region, what did it have to do with her? Chapter 91, Burning at the Stake. In front of the sword mount altar, Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan and quietly waited for the sunset moment to come. Compared to his calm and relaxed manner, Wu Aozhou looked a little anxious and kept walking back and forth in front of him. Ugh! After a long time, he directly plunged the heavy sword on his shoulder into the ground fiercely. To think that I, Wu Aozhou, have lived for 3,000 years. This is still the first time I've been forced into this kind of desperate situation by a junior like you. Shen Lian sniffed, not even lifting his eyelids. But a small immortal realm 7th level cultivation can make you so complacent. I can only say that the gaze and pattern of a mole cricket is really too shallow. Wu Aozhou simply sat on his knees opposite Shen Lian, listening to you. Even the immortal realm can't enter the eyes of the law. You're just the peak of the transition realm. Where did you get the face to say this kind of bull asterisk 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 asterisk? The inside of a frog at the bottom of a well is always so narrow. And I've seen too many self-satisfied people like you. Shen Lian slowly opened his eyes. Soon, you will appreciate what an honor it is to stand on the high stage with me today. What do you mean by that? For I am destined to be so accomplished in the future that you will only be able to look up to me. And now you should be worthy of the honor of, to be able to talk to me with a level head. Perhaps that will be the most Bragjin principle you'll ever have in your life. Kid, why is it that every time you open your mouth, not a single pleasant word comes out of it? Listening to it makes me really want to punch you. If you don't want to hear it, then don't open your mouth, or slap yourself deaf. Or a good alternative. Can't you just talk to people normally? Aren't we communicating with you normally right now? Wu Aozhou realized that he had no way to communicate with Shen Lian. Such a maniacal attitude that the King of Heaven had to kneel when he came. He really did not know where the bottom of the air came from. So, in order to prevent being exasperated by Shen Lian, he simply got up and carried his sword towards another place. The atmosphere was once again silent. Fortunately, the silence did not last long before Xingyu brought Nangon Li to finally arrive at the sword mount altar. Shen Lian, do you really disregard the friendship of your fellow disciples? As soon as he saw Shen Lian, Nangon Li issued a question in advance. If you care so much about your fellow disciples, why don't you kill yourself right now to be with them? What responded to Nangon Li was Shen Lian's teasing reply. Why? Why have you become like this? Nangon Li's eyes flushed red. The old you would never have been so aggressive. Shen Lian, we're from the same sect. The same sect. Shut up. I'm not interested in accompanying you in the drama of fellowship. Shen Lian directly interrupted her, then turned his gaze to Xingyu. I only asked you to bring the crouching dragon marrow. When did I allow you to bring this in front of my eyes? Xingyu, Shen Lian, Nangon Li, she is willing to hand over the crouching dragon marrow. She just wants to hand it over to you personally. Stupid. You, this is cursing me? Xingyu suddenly looked stunned for a moment, never believing that she would actually be called stupid one day, or a junior. Aren't you an idiot? The reason why I asked you to go to this for the crouching dragon marrow is because this is a white-eyed wolf that eats people without spitting out bones. If I could successfully snatch the item from her hands, would I still need to go through all this trouble to find you? It seems that the southern region is doomed to not see the moment the sun rises tomorrow. Shen Lian, take it easy. Who are you calling? Xingyu just wanted to dissuade Shen Lian from going to extremes, but Nangongli was called by Shen Lian with a mouthful of plus a white-eyed wolf. The whole defense was broken. Shen Lian, how dare you scold me like that? Aren't you just a dog that I've been waving around? Pa! Seeing that Shen Lian's expression was getting colder and colder, Xingyu was afraid that he would do the extreme move of dying together, and immediately slapped Nangongli and flipped her to the ground, stopping her from continuing to hurl insults like a shrew. Elder, you hit me. Enough, thou sinner. Don't hurry up and hand over the crouching dragon marrow. Against Xingyu's clear and cold cheeks that were full of anger, Nangongli felt for the first time that she seemed to have a considerable gap between herself and the human being of her dreams. Looking again at Shen Lian's deep, teasing eyes, his heart was already filled with hatred. It was all Shen Lian. If it wasn't for him, how would he have suffered this great humiliation several times? In the next moment, she slowly rose from the ground and said in a cold voice to Shen Lian, "Fine. You want the crouching dragon marrow, right? Then I'll give it back to you." After the words were spoken, Nangongli raised her hand and displayed it, and in an instant, a dragon's spine spread a gust of soft chants and wrapped around her arm. Shen Lian, have you thought about it? If you dare to take back this object, from now on it will be a break in favor. Ha ha ha. Shen Lian couldn't help but laugh out loud at his words. Nangongli, do you still think I'll be like before, surrounded by you as a dog to play with? The enmity between you and I has long since been unrecognizable, so how could it be broken? Nangongli's eyes turned red as she clenched her teeth and fought to fling the dragon ridge. Give it back. Shen Lian dashed forward and immediately caught the crouching dragon marrow. The moment he entered his hand, a fiery dragon chi entered his body, and it actually vaguely suppressed his manic emotions. Go to hell. Just as Shen Lian lost his concentration for a moment, Nangongli suddenly roared and directly stabbed at him with his sword. This sword could be described as vicious and spicy, full of endless hatred for Shen Lian. Stop! Caught off guard, Qingyu and Wu Aozhou roared at the same time, encircling back and forth to guard in front of Shen Lian. But the innate sword intent full force outburst for a moment, actually let the slow half a beat of the two immortal realm powerhouses speed fell a small half-body position. Watched that the autumn moon stabbed at Shen Lian's chest. Shen Lian, you deserve to die. At this moment, Nangongli's entire body was in a state of insanity, and her mind only wanted to get rid of Shen Lian quickly. Kill me? You don't have that power yet. Just as the sword was half an inch away from his chest, Shen Lian let out a deep cry, and the root of heaven and earth triggered the two chi of yin and yang around his body to run extremely fast, and actually caught Nangongli's sword with his bare hands. Boom! Sword mount instantly sword roar boom. Airwave tossing led to the stone sword in the center of the hidden ringing. No good. Originally to stop Nangongli's Qingyu and Wu Aozhou, immediately stopped in unison. At the same time leapt to the stone sword in front of the installation of majestic true essence to stabilize the heart of the earth deep in the earth's veins of foreign fire. Shen Lian, you're dead. On the other side, Nangongli had already disregarded everything, exempting his entire body cultivation to focus on the autumn moon sword, and hard pushed Shen Lian to advance rapidly. With a series of booming explosions, Shen Lian was directly forced behind the stone sword. Nangongli. Suddenly, Shen Lian let out a violent cry, and his pupils became bloody red. Floating purgatory is the final destination for Yula. Accompanied by Shen Lian's roar, the left arm entwined with the crouching dragon marrow violently slapped at the stone platform behind him. Boom! At that moment, the entire game sword pavilion began to shake violently. No good. Leave. Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, Qingyu and Wu Aozhou, who knew that they were powerless to return to heaven, simultaneously withdrew from the stone platform of the sword mound. Just a moment after they left, a crack surfaced in the stone sword. At the same time, the furious and epileptic Nangongli suddenly saw a faint smile emerge from the corner of Shen Lian's mouth. Without waiting for her to ponder what was going on, she saw Shen Lian suddenly withdraw his palms, and in one long stride got up and leaped away 3 feet away. Want to run? Too late. Nangongli was just about to go after them, but just as she got up, she felt an extremely hot wave of air coming from her face. In the moment of returning to her senses, her pupils could not help but shrink. In the next moment, the cracked slit of the stone sword directly rose up a raging fiery flame that directly covered Nangongli's torso. Ah! With a painful scream, Nangongli's body was on fire, constantly rolling on the ground. Ha 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 ha! In the distance, the sound of Shen Lian's open-hearted laughter came. Nangongli, the remnants of the earth's heart exotic flame are enough to tear apart the chi of the peak of the immortal realm. So enjoy the gift I gave you and experience the despair of being reduced to an invalid. Ha ha ha! After the laughter, The sound of heavy horse hooves treaded away under the universe. What remained in front of the sword mound was only Nangon Li's flaming body rolling back and forth on the ground, as well as the mournful cries echoing from her throat. Chapter 92, Disfigurement. Hiss, that hurts. A heart-rending pain woke Nangon Li alive from her stupor. She opened her eyes with difficulty, and what she saw was the familiar sovereign's bedroom. When did I get back? I'm not at. Nangon Li wanted to get up, but the slightest movement immediately sent fiery burning pain from all parts of his body. Raising his hand, he saw that his arm was covered in gauze bandages. What's wrong with me? The pupils shook and couldn't help but vocalize. But as soon as it came out, the originally moving voice only produced a hoarse sound accompanied by a paroxysm of dryness and pain in the throat. My voice. What's going on? Nangon Li instantly became anxious and endeavored to raise her hand to touch her neck, but it was only an arm flexing that caused her to grimace in pain. Somebody. She was busy shouting out the door. However, the intense swelling and pain in her throat made her hoarse voice like a flying mosquito, and no one even noticed. Seeing that she couldn't call out to anyone, Nangon Li immediately struggled to get up. The result was a slip and fall right under the bed. An unprecedented pain instantly spread through every inch of her skin. It hurts. Why does it hurt so bad? It hurts so bad. She wanted to use her energy to ward off this pain, but the pain coming from her entire body made it impossible for Nangon Li to gather her true essence with her heart. In the end, it was only possible to endure the pain that tore through her heart and crawl step by step to the dresser that was not far away from where she wanted to be. She wanted to see how she really looked now. After a long time, when Nangon Li dragged her injured body to lie down in front of the dressing table, the mirror, which was all white and clean, reflected the self that was wrapped in bandages from head to toe. There was also crimson blood slowly oozing outward from various parts of the bandage. No! My face! My body! My hair! She let out a raven-like dry howl as she covered her face, and the burnt strands of her charred hair. Nangon Li's beauty and body is also her foothold in the world's capital. But now, it is turned into this kind of ghost appearance. Let her how to accept. No, it's not true. In a storm of emotions, she flung the mirror on the table to the ground. The violent commotion finally drew the attention of the guardian disciples outside the door. Sovereign, what's wrong with you? Get out. All of you. At this moment, Nangon Li didn't want outsiders to see him in such a sorry state, and kept letting out hoarse roars to drive people out. The two disciples who entered the door saw this scene and looked at each other for a while. Seeing that the people still didn't leave, Nangon Li straightened up and forcefully endured the pain to grab a cup and ruthlessly shattered it on the ground. Get lost? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I'm telling you to get lost. All stand down. A cool voice rang out, and Qingyu's Shen slightly stepped, dismissing the two confused disciples. After waiting for the door to the room to close, Qingyu looked at Nangon Li, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and just casually settled down towards the round stool in front of the table. Thou hast been very fortunate these past few days. The clan has used a great deal of elixir, and has finally saved thy life. But right now there is still some fire poison left in your body that you have not been able to remove. So your emotions should not be too emotional yet. When Qingyu said this, she couldn't tell what kind of emotion she was feeling at all. As if she was talking about something unimportant. As if Nangon Li thought of something, she busily raised her head and asked Qingyu, Elder, how is Shen Lian? How is he? Is he already dead? Kiyuki shook her head. No, he got away with it. Upon hearing this, Nangon Li was about to climb up in excitement. Why, Elder, why didn't you kill him? Qingyu, I'm sorry. At that time your situation was too sudden. No one expected something like this to happen, so I could only save you first. As for Shen Lian, let him go first. At the mention of Shen Lian, she was very admiring and appreciative deep down. Use your life as bait and don't stop until you get what you want. That kind of boldness was something she admired. When she left the game Sword Pavilion, she would try to befriend Shen Lian, but again, his extreme style of behavior almost led to a major disaster. However, thankfully, the Earth's core foreign fire did not explode. It only produced a brief fluctuation, emitting some residual air flames before stabilizing, which also made Qingyu's trio relieved. After experiencing this matter, even Wu Aozhou decided to wait for the contract signed with the Sword Emperor to arrive, and then immediately left the game Sword Pavilion, no longer asking about the affairs of the southern region. At this moment, Qingyu decided in her heart to meet Shen Lian again. After all, he was worlds apart from that brainless licking dog in the rumors. Shen Lian, I must kill him. I want him to be even more unbearable and miserable than I am. A dry, hoarse whistling sound came from Nangon Li's throat, venting his inner dissatisfaction and resentment to the fullest. Enough, Qingyu interrupted her. This matter is also your own fault. If you had directly handed over the crouching dragon marrow and did not provoke Shen Lian, would you have ended up in the current situation? When Nangon Li heard this, She just wanted to say something, but the burning heat on her body came like a tidal wave, and she couldn't say a single word due to the pain. Qingyu threw out a water spirit pill. You take it first, it can relieve some of the pain. Since you're awake, there are some things that I have to explain to you. After Nangonli took the water spirit pill with great difficulty, only then did she feel that the pain on her body had eased quite a bit. Qingyu glanced at her and continued. Although your life was saved, the aftermath of the Earth's heart alien flame scorched your Dansi. In order to prevent you from falling into ruin, I've used my spiritual power to seal your Danhai. In addition, the skin you've been burned by the Earth's heart foreign fire is currently very difficult to restore with the clan's medical skills. The clan's intention is to send you to the spirit world's Pill King Liuli Valley to heal your wounds. During this time of your absence, temporarily hand over the position of patriarch to the Yu Yang monarch, who will temporarily take over the position of patriarch. Nangonli sniffed and immediately panicked. She wasn't stupid. The Game Sword Pavilion arranging this was tantamount to abandoning herself, handing over the position of sovereign and sending himself away from the Game Sword Pavilion, and then wanting to come back again was basically impossible. Elder, I am the current patriarch personally recognized by the Sword Emperor. You can't do this. Qingyu's eyes went cold. Then with your current appearance, can you still continue to be in charge of the Game Sword Pavilion? A sentence that directly silenced Nangon Li's question. The young master of the Pill King's Liuli Valley, Mu Shaking Light, is considered a fellow disciple with you to say the least, and if you go to her place to heal your wounds, she'll surely be attentive to you. Don't worry, when you've recovered, you can come back at any time, and if the Sword Emperor knew about the situation at hand, he would definitely make the same decision. Elder, do I really have to leave? Deep down, she was very resistant to going to the Medicine King's Glazed Valley. He was afraid that Su Yuhong and Mu Jingguang would see his miserable state and gloat. Already ordered to go to the spirit world to contact the Boundary Master. Soon there will be news to come. These days you and properly recuperate. Do not think about anything. After saying that, Xingyu got up and walked towards the door. Oh yeah. Walking to the door, Xingyu seemed to have thought of something and turned back to add, I put a whole bottle of water spirit pill at your bedside, so if your body is in unbearable pain, take one. By the time Nangon Li returned to her senses, Xingyu had already disappeared in the doorway. Shen Lian. Shen Lian. Ah. Nangon Li touched her gauze-wrapped cheeks and cried silently. On the other hand, since leaving the forbidden land of the Sword Mound that day, Shen Lian had not gone far and had stayed right inside Cloudfall City. At this moment, he was sitting on the second floor of the tea house by the window, looking at the streets bustling with people while continuing to ponder where the right place was to refine the crouching dragon marrow and draw out a wisp of chaotic breath. Just then, a familiar yet powerful aura came from behind him. In the next moment, Qinyu's figure appeared in front of Shen Lian. Can I sit here? Without waiting for Shen Lian to open his mouth, Qinyu sat across from him on her own. The two stared at each other. Only moments later, if there's anything you can't figure out, then ask. Chapter 93 Qinyu's Show of Goodwill. Qinyu smiled lightly and was about to open her mouth when she heard Shen Lian say again, I can answer the doubts in your heart, but you must also give me the news I want. Qinyu's eyes closed slightly. You've got a lot of guts, causing such trouble and actually not running away. To stay in the Game Sword Pavilion's sphere of influence in such a grand manner, does one really think that the Game Sword Pavilion has no one left? Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan. Could it be that you want to take my life today? Qinyu shook her head. I'm only responsible for the safety of the Game Sword Pavilion. As long as I don't jeopardize everything that happens in the Game Sword Pavilion, I don't care. In that case, let's save this nonsense and make a fair-minded intelligence deal. Qinyu gazed for a moment and slowly opened her mouth. I want to know, are you and the Earth's heart alien flame really connected by heart and vein? Shen Lian shook his head. Of course not. That was merely an understanding of the laws of the Fire Core's operation when I was repairing the Earth's heart alien Fire Core back then. Then borrowing this law, destroying some magic spells and triggering a hint of fluctuation. That's all. A hint of incredulity passed through Qinyu's beautiful eyes. With just this kind of tactic, you fooled several of us in the immortal realm? Your audacity is indeed astonishing. Shen Lian, I can only say that you and I are in different positions, and from the very beginning I was certain that I had more than a 70% probability of success with this seemingly crazy plan. The duties of the Supreme Elder, as you said, are to ensure the survival of the Game Sword Pavilion. When I used the Heart of the Earth Foreign Fire as blackmail, you guys absolutely do not dare to act rashly. And my goal, from the beginning to the end, is the Crouching Dragon Marrow. Whether this object remains or not is no loss to the Game Sword Pavilion, because the Crouching Dragon Marrow has caused the southern region to be plagued with people and spirits. Methinks it is a losing proposition with no profit for you, and why shouldn't I gamble on it? Qinyu, do you know what will happen in case if you lose the bet? Nothing more than a life. Shen Lian replied with a face full of indifference. Bet your life? Shen Lian's words caused Qingyu to be shocked in her heart once again. And you're really not afraid to die? From the time one steps into the path of cultivation, the word death is destined to accompany all cultivators throughout their lives. So what's the use of being afraid? Qingyu's beautiful eyebrows raised, and today she had a new perception of Shen Lian. Well, I've answered your question. Now, it's your turn to answer my query. Well, what do you want to know? Shen Lian, I want to know. In the southern domain, which realm is closest to the outer domain? Qingyu frowned. What are you asking for? None of your business. Just answer me. Is there such a place? Naturally. Hearing Qingyu's words, Shen Lian's expression changed slightly. Where? You can visit Cloud Sky City. Shen Lian frowned slightly. Yuntian City? Qingyu nodded. Yes. More than 500 years ago, a crack in the sky appeared above Cloud Sky City, and a snow-colored ice phoenix fell from beyond the domain. I still remember that the resentment of the ice phoenix body almost swallowed up the entire southern region of the Earth's energy. Fortunately, the holy monks of the Buddhist domain united with the Taoist sect to take action together, and sealed the ice phoenix in the back mountain of the ice and snow sect with themselves as the extreme element, and only then did they avoid a catastrophe. I think that Cloudy Sky City might have the extraterrestrial realm you're looking for. Ha! Hearing this news, Shen Lian let out a light laugh. Thanks for letting me know. After saying that, he directly got up and prepared to leave. You're just going to leave? Do you and I have anything to talk about? Qingyu, Shen Lian, I want to tell you that the reputation of the Game Sword Pavilion has been damaged because of you, and they definitely won't let this matter rest. Shen Lian turned around. I'll be there anytime? Don't get me wrong. Kyatsuki got up with her arms wrapped around her chest. I'm not going to make a move on you. I just want to make a deal with you. Shen Lian resumed his seat. What conditions do you want to negotiate? Qingyu returned. I will try my best to pacify the Game Sword Pavilion as an ether elder that it will not strike against you in the short term. But you must also promise me. Guarantee what? Shen Lian interrupted Qingyu. Guarantee that when I encounter the disciples of the Game Sword Pavilion, I will obediently bind my hands and let them kill me? Qingyu shook her head. No, you've misunderstood. What I mean is that in the next 3 months, you should not trouble the Game Sword Pavilion anymore. Shen Lian closed his eyes and fell into meditation. I, Wu Ouzhou, and Xiao Chen signed a contract with the Sword Emperor to guard the Game Sword Pavilion for 3,000 years, and now there are still 3 months left before the deadline. I just want to spend these 3 months in peace and quiet, and I don't want to get involved in any more unwarranted trouble. Can you promise me that? Shen Lian opened his eyes. What do you want from me? Qingyu was stunned and couldn't help but purse her lips. What are you laughing at? Shen Lian immediately sounded cold. Qingyu shook her head. I simply appreciate your style and feel that I'm on the same page as the three of us. As for getting anything out of you, at least until now, I haven't really thought of it that way, and you shouldn't always think of people as snobbish. So, you're taking pity on me? As a result, these words made Shen Lian's face even more gloomy. It was not that Shen Lian was so temperamental, but that he had been sharpened through 99 lifetimes and had long since seen clearly the deception and deceit of the cultivation path. Once upon a time, he too had been carefully calculated by someone he trusted and almost lost his life. Since then, Shen Lian no longer easily trusted anyone, even Gu Luoying. So far it was nothing more than a relationship of mutual utilization. Qingyu had completely failed to anticipate that a perfectly ordinary sentence of hers would cause Shen Lian to have such a great emotional fluctuation. Shen Lian, I know that your situation in the Skyfeather sect has caused you to have a strong levy against everyone, but I want to tell you that there are still some people in this world who are not as bad as you think. Shen Lian immediately disliked back. With the current relationship between you and I, why should I have the energy to distinguish how true or false your words are? Human nature is inherently difficult to speculate on, and my experience has taught me that the most solid way to deal with people on this path of cultivation is to coexist with benefits. You're willing to stabilize the Game Sword Pavilion for 3 months without causing me any trouble. Out of what position? Is it merely an appreciation of my unconventionality? No matter what you think in your heart, but in my Shen Lian's mind, in terms of position, you are bound to bear too much pressure. Even if you were sincere, I wouldn't want to accept it. After all, it would be like owing you a favor. It is difficult to repay a debt of favor, and it is also the last thing Shen Lian wants to accept. So it is better to say what benefits you want to exchange. That way, you and I don't have to be too psychologically burdened for either of us. Qingyu gazed at her brows and pondered for a moment. Then let's do as you say. Just think of it as an exchange of benefits. It's just that I haven't thought of what I want in exchange. Shen Lian got up and unfolded his folding fan. Since this is a deal, I will of course give you the fairest bargaining chips. So why don't I decide on the benefits of the exchange? You help me stabilize the Game Sword Pavilion for 3 months, As long as the people in the Game Sword Pavilion don't take the initiative to look for trouble from me within these 3 months, I won't deliberately target them to make a move. As for the reward, I will help the 3 of you to smoothly escape the control of the Game Sword Pavilion. What do you mean by that? Qingyu was somewhat unable to understand Shen Lian's words. Shen Lian, have you ever wondered why there are only 3 of you as the supreme elders in a clan that has been passed down for 30,000 years, and where the supreme elders before you have gone? Qingyu frowned again. Our previous Taishang elders? The Sword Emperor said that the contract expired and each went where they should. Think about it yourself. In addition, I can leave the rest of the Game Sword Pavilion alone, but I will kill Nangonli. Neither one can protect her. With her current injuries she is bound to head to the Spirit Realm's Pill King Valley. I need to know when she'll be moving. Can you pass on information to me? Qingyu thought about it. Losing an Nangonli and keeping the Game Sword Pavilion didn't seem like much of a loss. Fine, I promise you. But you must promise that apart from Nangonli, you will not be allowed to harm the rest of the disciples within the Game Sword Pavilion for 3 months. This group of mole crickets don't even have the qualifications to let me take a look at them. As long as they don't come to mess with me, I'll allow them to live on. Humph. After saying that, Shen Lian turned around and left. Interesting, really interesting. Looking at Shen Lian's departing back, Qingyu's eyes were filled with extremely complex emotions. Chapter 94, Heartsword Unity. Inside the nameless cave at the back of the Game Sword Pavilion, Su Mengyao has been sleepless for 9 days. Her mind and eyes all focused on that mortal iron. When the 10th day of the early sun rises the moment, Du Bingyan really cannot help but exit. Mengyao, you still eat something. So are the 10th day. You go on like this body cannot stay up. Su Mengyao shook her head and didn't say anything. It was so hard for her to get this great opportunity. How could she miss it again? When Du Bingyan saw that she was silent, she said even more urgently, Mengyao, if you go on like this, you'll go off the deep end. 10 days to turn this mortal weapon into a spirit weapon. Even the rumored Sword Emperor couldn't possibly do it. You might as well relax and get some rest. Su Mengyao still shook her head and simply closed her eyes. Since Master said it can be done, then it can definitely be done. But how exactly am I going to do it? Mortal soldiers transforming into gods. This is a change in the heavenly chance to prove the Tao. Can I really do it? Yes, I can do this. With this strong obsession, Su Mengyao gradually entered the state of meditation. The mind is united. The still sea returns to the stream. And all things are diffused, always in order. At the moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace within herself. The sword technique he had perceived was recited silently in his mind, gradually calming the anxiousness to a halt. And as his own state of mind produced a change, 7 paces away, the mortal soldier stuck in the rock in front of him unexpectedly began to vibrate slightly. Du Bingyan just wanted to persuade again, but after seeing the change in that mortal weapon, she also immediately covered her mouth. She knew that this was Su Mengyao's deeper understanding of the sword's perception, and she must not interrupt her at this time. Time passed by minute until noon, and the clanging sound of sword chi was already echoing and interlacing within the cave. Du Bingyan hurriedly covered her ears and shrunk aside to fend off the exchange of sword chi chants. Rise your sword. Suddenly, Su Mengyao opened her bright eyes and lightly shouted. Clang! With an ear-piercing clang, the mortal sword directly broke through the ground and sped around Su Mengyao's circumference. Collect! With another command, the mortal sword fell into Su Mengyao's hands obediently. Buzz! The sword body shook in Su Mengyao's hands, and the sound waves emanating from the sword chi shook the stone walls, causing spiderweb cracks to appear. Su Mengyao crossed the sword on the chest. Jade hand gently stroked through the translucent body of the sword for a moment. The mortal iron is actually emitting blinding light. In the next moment, the originally flat and uneventful sword body also changed. The moment the Xian light dispersed, a magnificent spirit sword was in his hand. No longer that ordinary mortal sword. Heartsword Unity. I've finally reached it. Looking at the spirit sword in her hand, Su Mengyao finally couldn't hide her excitement and gently swung the sword. Cord. With just a casual sword strike, the azure blue sword chi instantly cut through the air, leaving a foot-deep sword mark on the hard as iron stonewall. Seeing this, Du Bingyan busily said, Mengyao, have you really reached it? Su Mengyao nodded. Finally, I have not failed my master's expectations. Sensing the unity of the heart and sword within 10 days, she should be pleased. As soon as the words fell, a cold and strong wind blew past outside the cave. Without waiting for the 2 women to react, Shen Lian's wild voice rang by his ears. What kind of accomplishment makes you so complacent? Shen Lian shook his folding fan in his hand and stepped into the cave with a cold bone. See master. The moment she saw Shen Lian, Su Mengyao backhanded her spirit sword and kneeled on one knee to salute. Seeing that the mortal iron in Su Mengyao's hand had changed, she directly said, It seems that you have already grasped the essentials of the Heartsword Unity. The 10 days were not in vain. Su Mengyao didn't dare to take credit, and directly returned. It's all because master teacher taught him well. This is your own effort. What does it have to do with me? Shen Lian looked at the sword marks left on the stone wall, and the corner of his lips hooked. You are only tentatively grasping the essentials of heartsword unity now, and the realm is very unstable. Only when one achieves the point where the sword moves with the heart will one truly be qualified to stand at the top of the sword Dao. Su Mengyao, yes, master, disciple will definitely not fail you. Shen Lian, well, the matter here is over, so it's time for me to leave. Su Mengyao froze. Master, where are you going? Do I need to report to you? The words rose up in a strong windsweep, directly blowing up Su Mengyao's scattered hair in front of her forehead. Disciple wouldn't dare. Su Mengyao lowered her head. It's just that disciple has no place to live at the moment, so please ask master to leave me to serve by your side. Shen Lian nonchalantly refused. Mr. Shen has always been a loner and is not accustomed to having a burdensome companion. With your current cultivation and sword realm, even if we meet in ordinary Chudan realm, we can still fight, so we're still afraid that we won't be able to find a place to land? Su Mengyao, master, disciple still needs enough time to raise his strength. I know that this request may be overstepping the bounds for master, but master wouldn't want to see your personally trained disciple being inexplicably done away with in the Jianghu like this, thus affecting your reputation, right? Is that a threat? Shen Lian let out a deep cry, and killing intent instantly erupted within the cave. Du Bingyan, who was on the side, was shocked by this powerful pressure, gasping for breath, and a fatal sense of suffocation filled her entire mind. Su Mengyao clenched her teeth, dead hard against Shen Lian's killing intent, and said word by word, please also bring disciple along with you, so that disciple can serve you by your side. Ha! Shen Lian sniffed, put away the pressure, and turned around after a cold to say, I've always acted in a dictatorial manner, and I'm not accustomed to having people follow me around. If you want a place to land, then go to the unknown mountain in the eastern domain. Find a man named Ding Boer and give him my name, and he will arrange everything for you. Eastern region, unnamed mountain? Su Mengyao muttered. I have important business to attend to yet, and I must leave. After saying that, Shen Lian put away the folding fan to leave the cave. Without wanting to, Su Mengyao added, Master, disciple begs you for one more thing. Su Mengyao, are you testing my patience? A cold shout forced the qi and blood within Su Mengyao's body to tumble and suffer. However, she still insisted, disciple pleads with master, to be able to let my senior sister go to the unnamed mountain along with her. She has also decided to leave the game sword pavilion. Shen Lian sniffed and looked at Du Bingyan, a cold grunt escaping his mouth. I don't keep waste around me. What value does she have to make me make an exception? Su Mengyao, senior sister has a very unique insight into pharmacology. It will definitely be useful. Du Bingyan hurriedly knelt on the ground. Senior, please take me in. I'm useful. Oh, Shen Lian sneered. Then I'd like to see just how well she understands pharmacology. In the next moment, Shen Lian's mind moved, and a strand of divine sense directly probed into Du Bingyan's mind. Du Bingyan only felt countless subtitles flashing through her mind, every word related to pharmacology. After about a tea, Shen Lian withdrew his divine sense and said in a cold voice, just now, I implanted the Heavenly King's Pharmacology General Chapter in the depths of your mind. In 3 months' time, as long as you can cultivate 10 acres of medicinal fields in the unnamed mountain according to this book, I will grant you permission to stay in the unnamed mountain. Du Bingyan immediately arched her hand and bowed. Many thanks to senior for teaching me the art. I will definitely do my best. If you don't cultivate a medicinal field in 3 months, there's no reason for you to live in the world. Don't you think so? After saying this, Shen Lian had already turned light and left the cave. Chapter 95, The Grand Proposal Ceremony. Inside the Tianji Pavilion, Old Man Tianji looked at Yifan's Qi Destiny plate that had completely dimmed inside silently. How did this happen? It clearly shouldn't have. According to the conclusions of the deduction, Yifan's destiny will end up being the Son of Heaven's destiny who will unify the Eastern Domain and achieve the Supreme Tao. But now, Elder Tianji picked up the destiny disc, and his originally calm demeanor was now characterized by a trace of unstoppable hostility. What the hell went wrong? Just as he was puzzled, Lianzhen's voice sounded outside the room. Master, disciple has something to report back. Old Man Tianji immediately restored the Qi Destiny plate to its original position, resuming an immortal demeanor, and said in a deep voice, come in and talk. In the next moment, Lianzhen's figure flashed in front of Elder Tianji. Any sign of what you were told to investigate? There are eyebrows, injuring Yifan, overthrowing the Tianyu sect, killing 2 senior brothers as well as the death of the Tianyu ancestor are all unrelated to a person named Shen Lian. Shen Lian. Elder Tianji sniffed and immediately counted with his fingers. However, his brow furrowed even tighter at this calculation. Strange, why is it that I can't deduce any destiny about this person? Shen Lian. Shen Lian. Wait, I think I've heard that name before. Suddenly, Elder Tianji stood up and asked, is Shen Lian a disciple of the Tianyu sect? Lianjin, yes. She was originally the first disciple that Shen Shuyun took in. Elder Tianji, I remember. Back then, the Skyfeather sect was nothing more than a small, unimpressive sect in the eastern domain. And it was only after Shen Lian's arrival that it quickly began to rise in just a few decades. When Lianjin heard this, she couldn't help but slightly knit her beautiful eyes. Master, there is one thing that disciple doesn't understand. You ask, since it was Shen Lian who brought splendor to the Heavenly Feather sect, why did the Heavenly Tao choose Yifan as the son of Heaven's destiny? The disciple had deduced that Yifan had not brought any contribution or achievement to the Heavenly Feather sect in the light of 100 years since he had joined the sect. Instead, they joined the whole Tianyu sect together to frame Shen Lian. How is such a sinister and narrow-minded villain qualified to be favored by the Heavenly Tao? No nonsense. This is the will of heaven. Elder Tianji stopped Lianjin's words with a deep voice. Tianji Pavilion is inspired by the Heavenly Tao to protect the Chi child of a world. As for right and wrong, it has no relevance in the case of Tianji Pavilion. You must not be disrespectful to the Heavenly Tao. Lianjin lowered her eyes and returned. But after my disciple investigated this trip down the mountain, I realized that Shen Lian was immediately targeted by his fellow disciples since Yifan's initiation. Previously, he had always honored his teachers and had never done anything out of the ordinary. And this time, when the Skyfeather sect was robbed, it was also the result of the accumulation of days and months. Could it be that the purpose of the Heavenly Tao is to preserve the sons of Qi and can harm any innocent people? Old man Tianji, Lianjin, you are going more and more overboard. The old man has already made it very clear that Tianji Pavilion doesn't ask about right and wrong, and that everything is based on the instructions of the Heavenly Tao. If you insist on saying it, then I can only say one thing. Blame Shen Lian for the fact that he's not a son of Qi. Do you understand? Lianjin bowed her head, her face filled with a look of incomprehension. Tianji old man sighed, Lianjin, in order to explore the great Tao heavenly chance, you must put down unnecessary emotions. Only put down all the worldly things, in order to penetrate all the heavenly chance in the world. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Lianjin returned the call, though there were still many unanswered questions in his mind. Elder Tianji, alright, you are also tired. Go back and rest first. I will let Mo Liren deal with Shen Lian. Since this son has the ability to go against the Heavenly Tao, he must not be allowed to survive in the world. The disciple excuses himself. Lianjin finished his salute and retreated. Elder Tianji continued to look at the Qi fortune wheel inside at Yifan's dull fortune wheel before his gaze shifted to the other brightly colored Qi fortune wheel on the side. Yifan's side is a dead end, so we can only pay attention to the Qi luck sons of the rest of the domains first to make sure they can grow up smoothly. Young Lord of Cloud Sky City, Xiachen's fortune has risen quite a bit again. Elder Tianji let out a light sigh and gathered his emotions to continue deducing with his eyes closed. Cloud Sky City, a border town located at the junction of the southern domain and the snow domain. City Lord Xian Yanhua was very happy these past few days because his own son, Xia Chen, was about to tie the knot with the Ice and Snow sect's patriarch. Yuntian City and the Ice and Snow sect joining forces was destined to make the Xia family brilliant and radiant. At the time of the lights, Louis Xue walked on the street heading to the Cloud Sky City Square. Her outstanding appearance and noble and cold temperament attracted countless pedestrians on the side of the road to look at her. Strange, what is Xia Chen up to? Why did you let me go to the center of the square for a good reason? With a heart full of doubts, Louis Xue couldn't help but speed up her pace a little. Xia Chen is Louis Xue's personal disciple. Their feelings in the day-to-day together gradually warmed up, and finally Xia Chen even won Louis Xue's heart. Master and disciple romances have long been commonplace in the cultivation world, not to mention the fact that being able to marry the Ice and Snow sect's patriarch, both the Xia family and the Ice and Snow sect's inner circle were all 10,000 times more supportive. The master and disciple duo had been together for decades, and it had long become a good story in the Ice and Snow sect in Cloud Sky City. Now, finally came to the time to talk about marriage. The two wedding in 3 days after the Cloud Sky City held a grand Ice and Snow sect and Xian Yanhua invited the world of cultivators gathered here to witness this pair of people to cultivate the fruit of that warm scene. After a few moments passed, Louis Xue arrived at the center of the square, but it was pitch black and there was no sound around. Just as Louis Xue frowned and felt strange, suddenly the surrounding glazed green lamps dotted the scene, illuminating the scene as bright as day. In the next moment, the field in front of Louis Xue was covered with flowers all over the place. Just like a gorgeous and colorful ocean, the sea of flowers blowing with the wind immediately formed a stunning rain of flowers, as if nature was showing her endless tenderness and romance, sparing Louis Xue's cool and solitary character. She couldn't help but cover her small mouth when she saw such a cozy scene. Master! The moment Lu Yixue lost her concentration, a cry filled with tenderness resounded in the void. Raising his eyes to look, he saw a sprightly and ethereal figure slowly falling down with flowers in his hands, standing right in the center of the sea of flowers, looking at Lu Yixue with warmth in his eyes. Tatsuer, you! Without waiting for Lu Yixue's words to come out, Xia Chen was kneeling down on one knee, handing her the flowers in his hand. Master, many thanks for your cultivation and trust over the years. Because of your protection by my side, I become what I am today. But from now on, with your permission, from now on, let me protect you and care for you, and cherish you, and I will not let you suffer half a bit of injustice. So master, even though we're going to be married soon, I still have to ask boldly, Lu Yixue, are you willing to marry me as your wife? Meeting Xia Chen's sincere gaze, Lu Yixue covered her face and was too excited to speak. Promise him, promise him, promise him. Suddenly, countless people from the city popped up around them, all in unison with rhythmic uproar and applause. Lu Yixue's face instantly reddened. How had he ever experienced such a romantic scenario? For a moment he didn't know what to do. Lu Yixue, are you willing to marry me? Will you become my wife? Seeing that Lu Yixue didn't respond, Xia Chen roared loudly. I, for one, will. In the midst of the uproar from the surroundings, Lu Yixue finally gathered her courage and walked towards Xia Chen. The moment she took the bouquet from him, Xia Chen immediately got up and picked her up by the waist. What for? Put me down. No release. Not in this lifetime. Xia Chen immediately hugged Lu Yixue and excitedly circled around the sea of flowers. Yes, congratulations to the young city lord on his wish. There was another uproar in the surroundings, and the shy Lu Yixue directly buried her head in Xia Chen's arms. At the moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. Boom! 1,000 beams of fireworks, prepared long ago, went off in unison, lighting up the inky night sky and drawing crowds of spectators from all over the city. Outside of Cloud Sky City, the underworld carriage slowly traveled. Shen Lian witnessed the scene of fireworks blooming, and also could not help but walk out of the carriage to stand at the front. This burst of fireworks, is it to welcome the human emperor? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 96, Cloud Sky City's Test. This night, Lu Yixue lived a cozy and romantic life. The scene where Xia Chen proposed to herself in public in the middle of a sea of flowers gave her unprecedented feelings. On the way back to the Ice and Snow sect, Lu Yixue was still immersed in last night's wonderful and magnificent scene for a long time and could not return to her senses. The female disciples who were traveling with him saw this and all smiled with a delicate smile. They had never seen that the former high and cold unapproachable sovereign lord would also reveal such a shy and daughterly posture. It's true, falling in love can really change one's temperament. Patriarch, in 2 days, it will be your wedding to the young lord. The old ancestor thought that he had already prepared enough dowries for you to get married in style and honor. In the future, when Cloud Sky City and Ice Snow sect join forces, they will definitely be able to spread the sect's influence to all parts of the snow region. Aha! Immersed in happiness, Lu Yixue subconsciously answered. A red cloud slowly floated on her high and cold jade cheeks, which could be described as delicate. The female disciple smiled shyly and quietly stood by. The speeding spirit cult quickly sped towards the direction of the Ice and Snow sect. Phew! Suddenly, a heavy horse neighing and whistling, accompanied by heavy hooves trampling, from the end of the road galloped, raising a sky of yellow dust swept, confused the eyes of the crowd. The underworld carriage approached at a fast speed, directly passing by the Ice and Snow sect's white spirit treasure cult, and the splash of dust and sand directly raised the face of the female disciple of the Ice and Snow sect who had just lifted the curtain of the carriage. What kind of person this is? See, the Ice and Snow sect's car driving actually also do not know to avoid, but also dare to sprint Yang Long, really do not know how to die. The female disciple wiped the dust off her face and rushed at the distant trail of the underworld carriage with a burst of curses. When Lu Yixue heard this, she immediately advised, forget about it, Yulian. Business is important, so don't cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Yulian snickered. Sovereign Lord, what's wrong with you today, that you are so still talking? In the past, when you encountered this kind of thing, you would have had to maintain the dignity of the sovereign. Lu Yixue coldly said, you mini are really becoming more and more unlikable. Since when does this patriarch need you to come and teach her when she acts? When Yulian saw Lu Yixue say this, instead of being afraid, she came closer and said, Sovereign Lord, is it that you feel nervous in your heart to marry young Lord Xie? Last night the young lord prepared such a grand proposal ceremony. The sovereign lord's heart must be very sweet, right? Shut up, what a mouthful, and hurry up and drive. Lu Yixue was told the center of the matter, red-faced pouting a sentence, then turned her face away and stopped talking. Yulian showed a look of I understand and immediately went to drive obediently. The White Spirit treasure cult continued to move forward towards the Ice and Snow sect. While the underworld carriage had stopped outside the gates of Cloud Sky City, Shen Lian had just stepped off the carriage, and immediately a guard curtly came to his side, took out a pen and ink, and said, "This great cultivator, he must be here to attend the wedding of our young city lord, right? The city has already prepared comfortable rooms, and as long as the great cultivator leaves his pen and ink here, someone will immediately arrange for you to go to a place to settle down." Shen Lian furrowed his brows and glanced at the guards, then returned, "I'm not here to attend the wedding, but you said that your young city lord is getting married. Then I'll wish them 100 years of good luck, and tell me how to get to the city lord's mansion. I happen to have some business to attend to." Upon hearing that the visitor was not here for the wedding, the guard's face fell. However, out of his fear of cultivators, he still asked politely, "Dare I ask what the great cultivator is looking for from our city lord?" Boom! In the next moment, a wave of pressure struck directly, shocking the guard to his knees. "You're talking too much nonsense. Just tell me where your city lord's mansion is. Don't waste my time here." The guards were so overwhelmed that they couldn't say half a word, just pointing to the southeast of the city. Humph! Getting the desired news, Shen Lian quickly retracted the pressure, and the underworld carriage immediately turned into a black cloud and rushed into his body, not paying attention to the guards who were gasping for breath, and stepped into the city gate with a big strut. Once inside the city gates, there is a festive atmosphere everywhere you look. In front of all the gates and buildings are decorated with lights and colors, especially in the middle of the street, the big red cloud silk pavement, stretching for 10 miles until the main gate of the city lord's mansion. Shen Lian let out a light laugh. Not having an ounce of empathy for such a scenario, countless experiences have proved that marriage is the grave of wasted time. Why is it that there are always people who just don't believe in it, knowing that it is a pit but still keep jumping into it? Is it not good to be alone? For the companion for the Tao couple this matter, Shen Lian heart is very resistant. His 99 world experience, also in the amnesia that time almost trapped in the siege. The rest of the time simply do not care to touch this big killer. Can love witness itself? Obviously it can't. If you can't, why waste time talking about love? However, since it was a happy occasion for the city lord's mansion, he gave up looking for Xian Yanhua to learn about the clues of the outer regions. Shen Lian was even more domineering, but he wouldn't choose this time to disturb someone's happy event, solely Zhaozin to poke around for news before making a decision. At this time, within the city lord's mansion, it was also a joyous scene. Xian Yanhua called Xia Chen to his side and instructed, "Chen in 2 days you'll be getting married. I see that your master is deeply in love with you. So after you get married, break it off with your lovers in the city. Understand? Xia Chen, please rest assured father. Even if father does not mention it, the son will certainly handle it properly, to ensure that not let Shui suffer half a bit of aggression." As he said this, a trace of thick killing intent was hidden in the depths of his eyes. All these years, he had been hooking up with quite a few women outside behind Louis Xue's back. Now that he was about to get married, naturally none of these women who had affairs with him could be kept. After all, he knew his own master's temperament, and hated people who were inconsistent with their feelings. "Well, it's good that you understand." Xian Nianhua nodded. "By the way, the great provider who guards the old mansion of Guyu Peak took his leave yesterday. You'll temporarily stand guard for him for a day, and if you find a suitable candidate, you can be recruited to serve in my city lord's mansion." Xia Chen frowned. "Father, I don't understand. Right now with the Ice and Snow sect's assistance, is there still a need to recruit those loose cultivators to serve?" Xian Yanhua, "You don't understand. Although the Ice and Snow sect can increase its influence by linking up with Cloud Sky City, but iron needs to be hard. As long as the strength in one's own hands is sufficient, it's the most reliable. After all, the female emperor of the Xianshang immortal dynasty is intent on killing my Xia family. Without enough experts to hold down the fort, the Xia family is afraid that it would have been finished a long time ago." Xia Chen, "I see. It's the same old rule. Those who take half a step back with 3 palms can be considered for consideration to be recruited into the city lord's mansion. Is that right? Well, you now possess both the Xian Ice skill and my Xia clan's blazing sun power. The cold young skill created by you infused together with your cultivation of the 3rd level of the ferrying, plus the ancient moon formation. As long as you don't run into a mixed realm cultivator, no one will be able to shake you in the slightest. In terms of strength, you're actually above the grand donor. Even against the peak of the transitional succession, you still have enough to defend yourself." Hearing Xian Yanhua say this, Xia Chen's heart was filled with pride. "Compared to my master, it's still a bit far. Ha ha, son, your master is several hundred years old. According to your current talent development, your future achievements will definitely be above your master's. After all, how can the descendants of my Xia family be kept under a woman?" "Don't worry father, I won't let you down. Then I'll go to the old Purple Lane mansion now to hold down the fort and screen suitable household servants for the city lord's mansion. Well, go ahead. After saying that, Xia Chen directly arched his hand and left. Xia Nianhua let out a long sigh and looked at his sons departing back and muttered, "My Xia family is destined for radiant splendor." Chapter 97 The Challenger. To the south of Yuntian City. Inside the inn that was exclusively for cultivators to land in, the hall was filled with guests who had come to attend Xia Chen's wedding. The Xia family was considered somewhat prestigious in the cultivation world, and the various sects as well as the Jianghu forces would all give face. Dark corner. Shen Lian lightly shook the folding fan closed eyes, really listened to the surrounding discussion, from which to find useful clues. It was a pity that after listening for about a quarter of an hour, he lost interest. This was because the group of cultivators in the hall deliberated the most about some experiences about the secret adventures and what heaven-defying disciples a certain sect in the cultivation world had recently taken in. These news directly filtered out of Shen Lian's mind. Seeing that he could not probe for useful clues, he decided to inquire again in a different place. But just as he was about to get up, a female cultivator lightly pulled her green silk, consciously showing an innocent expression, said to Shen Lian, "Fellow Daoist, can I sit here?" "Can't. Get out." Shen Lian didn't even lift his head and bluntly refused. The female cultivator was obviously stunned, and after looking at Shen Lian thoughtfully, she turned to leave. "It's a pity. This man is handsome and martial looking, but his temper is just too bad. You can tell at a glance that he's not to be messed with." The female cultivator originally saw Shen Lian's handsome appearance and was alone, so she was moved to want to double cultivation with her at night to enhance her cultivation. Just never expected that Shen Lian's nature was so straightforward, and had no choice but to give up. Just as Shen Lian dropped a piece of spirit crystal and considered whether or not to expend his spiritual energy to use the Great Tao Heavenly Pupil to check the location of the outer domain, he heard the hall cause a commotion. "Look, isn't this the people from the Xianshang Immortal Dynasty? Why are they here too?" Abruptly, 3 cultivators in brocade clothes came in from outside the inn. They swept a circle of the hall, and after meeting Shen Lian's gaze, they walked directly to the second-floor pavilion without a word. Shen Lian withdrew his gaze and was about to leave when he heard someone whispering at the next table. "Hasn't the Xianshang Immortal Dynasty always been at odds with Cloud Sky City? Especially the Empress Nalan Mingyue. There have been hundreds of years of grudges between her and the Xia family. So why are they sending people to the wedding now? That goes without saying. Cloud Sky City is now allied with the Ice and Snow sect, so how could it possibly fear his Xiansage Immortal Dynasty anymore?" "That's right. Ice and Snow sect Patriarch Louis Shui and young city Lord Xiechen were originally master and disciple, and now that the two of them have become a couple is even more joyous. Yes, with the Ice and Snow sect helping out, the gap between the Xie clan and the Xianshang Immortal Dynasty is much closer. The Xianshang Empress isn't stupid. Shaking hands with the Xie clan at this time is the wisest choice." Shen Lian frowned and said, "So it is Louis Shui that wants to get married? No wonder it would create such a big battle. Thinking of the original body for hundreds of years to pay, but in the end is actually in exchange for such a ridiculous result." Shen Lian, even more the original body occupying his own body's entire family, silently greeted hundreds of times. "Want to get married to pursue your happiness? Oh, it's a pity. Let's talk about it in the next life when we have the chance. In this life, you are destined to be a pair of bitter lovebirds, so I'll be kind and send you to the Yellow Springs to renew your marriage." The corner of Shen Lian's lips hooked, and in his heart, he had already decided to give Lu Ishue a big gift. At this time, someone else inside the inn said, "By the way, have you all heard about the fact that the city lord's mansion is recruiting house slaves? I've heard that as long as one can force the gatekeeper back half a step in 3 palms, one can become an elite of the city lord's house, and the treatment given is quite good. It's a pity that we are of low cultivation, so it would be self-defeating to go." Hearing this, Shen Lian immediately walked over to the table where he spoke. "What were you guys talking about? The city lord's mansion recruiting house slaves? What place?" The crowd raised their eyes in unison to Shen Lian's cold and arrogant cheeks, and after each of them glanced at each other, one of them said, "The city lord's mansion has been recruiting elite disciples for not a day or two. Haven't you heard? Yes, it's right at the old Xie clan mansion at Guyu Peak. If we can knock the Xie clan's townsmen back half a step within 3 palms, then you can be directly promoted to be a personal guard of the prefecture lord, with 300 spirit stones per month alone, and countless resources for cultivation." Shen Lian put away his folding fan. "Where is Guyu Peak? Fellow Daoist, do you intend to go for the challenge? I advise you to calm down. The salary of the city lord's office is not as good as you think. Yeah, even though the townsman just defends and doesn't fight back, the protective chakra recoil is enough to make you suffer. Very few have been able to pass the 3-palm test so far, but there are quite a few who have suffered very serious internal injuries as a result, and have been reduced to invalids. Shen Lian sniffed and sneered. In that case, that's really great. I'd like to see the. Where in the world did the city lord's mansion get the nerve to dare to make such a rule? Tell me the location of the ancient moon peak. Several people saw that Shen Lian insisted on going to seek insults, so they did not stop them. Ancient moon peak is 30 miles north of the city. You will be able to see it when you go there. Shen Lian did not open his mouth again, and immediately stepped out of the inn and walked in the direction of Guyu Peak. On Guyu Peak, a cultivator stood in front of the Xie family's old mansion, confronting Xie Chen. The surrounding area was filled with cultivators who had come to the test. Being able to enter the city lord's mansion and become an elite was a great stimulus to their lives. After the cold wind blew, the cultivator arched his hand and said, I don't think that I can actually meet the young city lord town guard here today. I heard that 2 days from now will be the young city lord's wedding day, so I'm here to congratulate the young city lord in advance. Xie Chen returned the salute. There is no need for you to be polite. Your gratitude is appreciated. It's getting late. Please make your move. Then please be merciful. Young city lord, my name is Tangwen. I am offended. As soon as Tangwen's words fell, he quickly condensed a vast spiritual energy in his palm and blasted a palm towards Xie Chen. Tiger Yang Dan power. Instantly, the palm energy transformed into a fierce tiger shadow, whistling as it ran towards Xie Chen. Xie Chen, however, didn't even raise his hand and directly turned his back. Boom! The tiger exploded behind Xie Chen, and the aura instantly collapsed, fluctuating in the air for a while before immediately turning into nothingness. Put! After the palm, Tangwen violently spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his chest and took several steps backward, looking at Xie Chen with a face full of shock. Xie Chen's elegance remained the same, always with a faint smile on his face, and he didn't look half injured at all. Tangwen knew that he couldn't shake Xie Chen in the slightest, so he forced himself to endure the discomfort and took the initiative to admit defeat. Young city master's cultivation is profound and his foundation is strong. I sigh in dismay. Fellow Daoist Tang is too modest. With what fellow Daoist Tang can do, if given time will definitely be able to surpass me. In his heart, he said, a mere 7th level of Qi gathering has the nerve to come and challenge? If you weren't shaken to death by the ancient moon formation's aura just now, you really counted your life as lucky. Tangwen parted his face and arched his hand at Xie Chen, then turned to leave. Xie Chen continued to look towards the rest. Fellow Daoists, who else is willing to come and have a try? The crowd looked at each other in dismay. After seeing the results of the test just now, the few people who were originally bursting with confidence instantly lost their fighting spirit. The person Xie Chen did not even raise his hand to resist, and easily took down the opponent's strongest move. Wouldn't he himself go up with the same result? The difference was too great, so great that they were completely afraid to entertain the thought of a challenge. The crowd dispersed sparsely, and in the blink of an eye, ancient moon peak returned to tranquility. Seeing that no one came to challenge him for a while, Xie Chen simply turned around and entered the house, copied an ancient book and sat down in front of the bed to read it. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye it was midnight. Looks like no one's coming back. Standing at the highest point of the ancient moon peak hall, witnessing the magnificent night view of Cloud Sky City, Xie Chen could not help but shake his head. It's better to go back to the city lord's mansion to set up the wedding site, as the marriage will take place tomorrow. Just as Xie Chen was about to turn back to the city lord's mansion, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the ancient moon spirit formation. At this time of the day, there are actually people coming to challenge? It seems that it's really my Xie family that has offered too generous an offer. Let's go and meet who it is first. At this moment, in front of the Xie family's old mansion in Guyu Peak, Shen Lian's face showed joy after enabling the great Dao Heavenly Eye to observe it. So the location of the Chaos Slit is right here at the old Xie family residence in Guyu Peak. That's really great. As soon as Shen Lian's words fell, an aura flashed and Xie Chen's figure appeared 10 feet away from him. Fellow Daoist, do you want to accept the challenge? Chapter 98 Challenge to change the solemnity. The cold, solemn air, the ink-colored night sky, thousands of feet above the ancient moon peak, two unearthly figures stood silently facing each other. Your Excellency, are you here to participate in the royal test? When Xie Chen locked eyes with the visitor for a split second, he immediately felt a different sense of oppression coming at him. Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan, and his cold and deep pupils only took a glance at Xie Chen before withdrawing his sight. The reason why he chose to come to the ancient moon peak at this time was because on the way, he heard that it was Xie Chen who was in charge of today's Shintai test, so he purposely rolled over to the casket store again to do a deal. Therefore, he waited until it was late at night before Shen Lian came to ancient moon peak. I've heard that the rule for recruiting elites for the city lord's mansion is that if you force a townsman to take half a step back with 3 palms, you're qualified for admission? Xie Chen, rather, fellow Daoist, it's getting late, so we can begin. The steady breathing and calm demeanor caused Xie Chen to inexplicably feel a huge pressure in his heart. before his body moved. The aura in his body had already begun to circulate rapidly. Shen Lian slowly put away his folding fan, and the corner of his lips hooked smoothly. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Since this is the case, then I will specially come to meet you for a while, to see how you can catch the power of these 3 poems. The words just fell. Shen Lian raised one hand to the sky, and the root of heaven and earth in the body instantly began to absorb the 4 directions of spiritual qi, converging in the palm. Xia Chen only felt a manic aura surging in front of him, and for the first time in his life, his face blanched at this terrifying aura. In the next moment, he quickly condensed all the aura in his body and formed a protective astral force around his body. Void Hidden, 6-line sacred poem. After fusing the root of heaven and earth, the void hidden, in a few moments, it absorbed the natural spiritual power of 100 miles in a radius, and between the gulping and spitting, the majestic thick power was already ready to be released. In the next moment, Shen Lian raised his hand and waved it. A condensed huge palm print under the night sky was like a meteor catching up with the moon, slapping towards Xia Chen at great speed. Before the move arrived, Xia Chen only felt that his cheeks kept twitching, and the protective astral energy formed around him also began to appear in reverse. Boom! The majestic 3-zhang giant palm directly hit Xia Chen's astral energy. Xia Chen instinctively raised his hand back to the palm instantly. The explosive sound led to the ancient moon peak shaking. The explosive leakage of spiritual energy in the void blossomed into a magnificent lotus trace. The moment Xia Chen received the palm, he suddenly felt his body's qi and blood surging. His body was not in control of his body and flew backwards. The corner of his lips directly splattered out a touch of crimson blood traces. By the time he settled into his stance, the arm that received the palm was still trembling uncontrollably. The ancient moon spirit formation that was arranged in the old mansion had long since collapsed directly under Shen Lian's palm just now. Abruptly, Xia Chen directly spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned pale, and in his ears, Shen Lian's voice sounded again. Just now you retreated 13 steps in a palm test. Should I explain whether you are suffering from internal injuries, or are you overstating your case? Listening to the mocking tone, Xia Chen's heart was filled with resentment. In fact, with the palm just now, if he wasn't wearing the ice spirit chi armor that Lu Yixue had sent himself to protect his body, plus the spirit protection formation to offset a large amount of damage, he was afraid that he would have retreated more than just 13 simple steps. At the same time, he was also deeply shocked by Shen Lian's unrivaled strength. A palm to break the boundary. Palm Force Eugene can still beat himself into such a serious injury even forced back 13 steps. Why would someone with such strength come and choose to run for a position in the royal elite? He quickly wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and spoke. Fellow Daoist strength, Mr. Xia admires it. Now that you've passed the test, you can come and serve in my royal residence. You're probably mistaken. Dao rhythms flowed from Shen Lian's body, and he turned his back to Xia Chen with his hands behind his back. Since you can't even catch a slap from me, then, from now on, the challenge will be changed to a purge. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian's figure flashed and directly killed towards Xia Chen. Xia Chen did not expect such a change in events, and as he was unable to ponder over the cause, he instinctively activated his cold sun technique to defend against the incoming move. Boom! The two sides exchanged the second palm. Shen Lian collected 7 points of force, the remaining strength of 3 points to receive the palm. Xia Chen was immediately shocked to fly 30 paces away. The moment he landed on both feet, his body shape was uncontrollable and fell back extremely fast. Bang! Just stabilizing his body thought before he could react. Shen Lian again slapped his chest with a palm of astral energy. Before that, he had turned 7 parts of his power into astral force, and his momentum was like a mountainous mountain. At that moment, the ice spirit chi armor bloomed with snow spirit light, absorbing Shen Lian's palm force while also protecting Xia Chen's heart chakra. But even so, Xia Chen's face was turning extremely twisted and painful at the moment. Why is the ice spirit chi armor unable to dissipate his palm force? What kind of cultivation is the opponent in the end? I don't remember having offended this number of people. Many unanswered thoughts quickly drifted through his mind, but without waiting for him to think more, his body once again flew backwards. Ice spirit aura armor? Sensing the chi armor worn by Xia Chen, Shen Lian was even more furious. This chi armor was something that his predecessor had begged for Lu Yixue, in order to enable her to have an additional safeguard in this bloody cultivation world. I have to say that the predecessor is really saintly mother to the point that Shen Lian himself admires. As long as there are benefits, the first time we'll think of these 7 white-eyed wolves. Unfortunately, back then, when he sent the ice spirit chi armor for Lu Yixue didn't even give herself a look, and directly took the chi armor and backhandedly turned herself away. Now, this thing is actually given to this kind of trash? Looking again at Xia Chen, who was kneeling on the ground with his face covered in blood, The killing intent in Shen Lian's eyes grew even more. One more slap. Send you to the Yellow Springs. Xia Chen froze, unbelievably raising his head to look at Shen Lian, only to see Shen Lian's left palm with the two chi of yin and yang, violently rushing towards his head. My life is over. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Xia Chen simply gave up struggling and closed his eyes to wait for death to come. It was just that. To die like this. He was full of resentment in the end. Stop. Don't hurt my young master. It was at this moment that the voices of the three Xie clan's confessors rang out under the void. Shen Lian raised his eyes just in time to meet the three speeding figures in midair. Harpies, take your lives. The leader of the Grand Confessor used all his strength to slam his palm down towards the top of Shen Lian's head. Shen Lian directly swept his backhand. Bang! The moment the palms met, the face of the Grand Confessor instantly turned pale. That's the confidence you need to come and stop me? Against Shen Lian's incomparably sharp eyes, the great provider but nuzzled his mouth, unable to say a word. At this moment, the second and third offerings also arrived at the same time. However, the first time was to pull the kneeling Xia Chen back a few feet away. Young city master, are you alright? Please forgive the young city lord. It is we who are late. Only after taking a Peiyuan Dan did Xia Chen's face leisurely improve. Exhaling a cloudy breath, he was just about to say something. Ah! A scream quickly drew the eyes of several people. Only, when they saw the scene of the great provider of the fourth level of transitional apparition, who was currently being held over his head with one hand by Shen Lian, everyone's face quickly changed. Die! No! Boom! With a cry of despair, the body of the great provider directly burst into pieces and spilled onto the ancient moon peak. Witnessing such a ferocious scene, the remaining three people's faces changed drastically in unison. Killing one is also killing. Killing four is also killing. Since you guys are rushing up to be buried with this punk, then why don't I fulfill you? Shen Lian let out a deep cry, and the male slapped out a palm directly. Bang! Bang! Two light explosions rang out. The second and third confessors couldn't even send out cries. Their bodies were already in pieces and went to the Yellow Springs right after the big confessor. Until Xia Chen, his body could not stop trembling. I wonder what it's like to experience despair. Shen Lian stepped out in a deathly pace, walking towards Xia Chen step by step. The fear of death spread inside Xia Chen like poison. Looking at the Shen Lian who was getting closer and closer, Xia Chen knew that he was unable to defend himself and could only bend his knees on the ground and start begging for mercy. Senior, please don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. Chapter 99. You have to hurry. The crisis of death was close at hand, and Xia Chen was so fearful in his heart that for the first time in his life, he bent his knees to his enemy and begged for forgiveness. Shen Lian stepped in front of Xia Chen, looked at his humble appearance, directly raised his left hand, and pressed his heavenly spirit with a palm. This chi armor is not something that goods like you are worthy of possessing. Now hand it over. With a deep cry, Shen Lian pulled Xia Chen's hair in a deadly grip. In just an instant, the cold aura around Xia Chen's body was so great that even the air was filled with crystalline snowflakes. Ah! Xia Chen wailed in pain, and then the ice aura armor in his body turned into a stream of light as much as the head of the heavenly spirit flowed to Shen Lian's palm, and in the blink of an eye it entered his body. Waste! After obtaining the ice spirit chi armor, Shen Lian directly lifted Xia Chen and threw him in mid-air, and then shot out with a palm. Bang! The palm force struck Xia Chen's chest, shattering 4 ribs on the spot, and his body flew out like a kite, smashing heavily against the stone wall. Put! Xia Chen fell to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out. At this moment, his consciousness had gradually blurred, and he only saw Shen Lian's figure, which was approaching him step by step. Elder! In the end! Where in the end? Where have you been offended? Why target Senior like this? Even if you die, please let Senior die with an understanding. As a result, just as Xia Chen's words fell, his body had been uncontrollably absorbed by Shen Lian into mid-air. Look closer, you punk. Remember me? Xia Chen sniffed and struggled to look at that arrogant face. It seemed so familiar, but couldn't for the life of me remember where I'd seen it before. 3 years ago, you had and Louis Shui that together in the Tianyu Sekback Mountain humiliated me scene. Forget it? After Shen Lian reminded him of this, Xia Chen suddenly remembered. Back then, he had accompanied Louis Shui back to the Skyfeather sect for half a month, and during that half a month, he had joined Yifan in bullying Shen Lian, who had been reduced to an invalid. He vaguely remembered that Shen Lian was dressed in rags and had a humble and deceivable appearance. Just because Shen Lian wanted to say a few words to Louis Shui, he himself had forced him to jump off a cliff and forced Shen Lian to drink poison several times. Later, this matter was known by Louis Shui. Originally thought that it would inevitably be a punishment, but did not want to. Louis Shui was to show praise for his treatment of Shen Lian. He even took the initiative to teach Shen Lian another lesson, hard leaving him in the Wind Rift Valley for 3 days and 3 nights. However, at that time, He did not know Shen Lian's identity, and he had never heard Lu Yixue mention such a person. And Shen Lian's face of Xie Chen can be said to be fresh in his memory, whether it is a favor to himself or a grudge. Even if it turns into ashes, it will not be waved away from his mind. Only, the memory of the predecessor far did not know that the one who almost screwed himself was Xie Chen, and it was not until he saw this face that Shen Lian understood his identity. Ha 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 ha, the ants that you oppressed 3 years ago are now in control of your life and death. Xie Chen, how does it feel to be humbled to the dust? Those who offend Shen Lian never have a good ending. Xie Chen bitterly begged for forgiveness. Shen Lian, I'm sorry, I apologize to you for the way I acted in the first place. Just please give me a chance to change, and I'll make it up to you. What can you loser do to make it up to me? An apology? You do realize you were wrong? Nah, just know you're going to die. Shen Lian's words fell, directly destroying the great Dao human emperor cauldron. Intending to send Xie Chen into the cauldron to calcify him for 77 or 49 days before refining it into the transition dan. But just when Shen Lian was about to kill painfully, the shadow transmission jade ultimatum at Xie Chen's waist emitted an ethereal orchid-colored light. When he saw the 3 words Lu Yixue on the transmission jade ultimatum, Shen Lian let out a cry of surprise and immediately withdrew the human emperor cauldron. Xie Chen, who had originally closed his eyes and waited for death, felt the blazing breath around him rapidly recede before he slowly opened his eyes. Shen Lian took off the shadow transmission jade ultimatum on his waist and handed it to Xie Chen. Open it and talk. When Xie Chen saw that it was Lu Yixue summoning him, a glimmer of hope for life surfaced in his heart. He immediately pressed his finger on the jade ultimatum. On the other hand, Lu Yixue, who had just arrived at the Ice and Snow sect, was still immersed in the romantic scene that Xie Chen had prepared for himself yesterday. Now I should say the day before. So after returning to the sect, the first thing she did was to change into cooler clothes, and then plopped down in front of her bed, immediately pulling out the shadow transmission jade ultimatum, desperate to see Xie Chen. As the saying goes, a day without seeing is like 3 autumns apart. Just as the transmission jade ultimatum was connected and an image gap appeared in the void, Lu Yixue also did not forget to comb down her own black hair, with a touch of shyness gesture on her face. Tatsu-chan. When Xie Chen's face appeared in front of the screen made of aura cloth, Lu Yixue revealed a sweet smile and softly called out. But in the next moment, she wanted the smile to freeze directly on her face. At this time, the Xie Chen in the picture was disheveled and wretched, covered with injuries, and the suave and elegant when they parted the day before. It was like a cloud of mud. Master, help me. Tatsuer, what's going on? Tell me, Master Teacher. Xie Chen was about to say something else when he suddenly saw the screen shaking violently. Lu Yixue sat up straight away. She even faintly heard Xie Chen wailing. Tatsu-chan, Tatsu-chan, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Master. Lu Yixue was somewhat at a loss for words, and it was at this moment that the shadow transmission jade ultimatum that had fallen to the ground was picked up. In the next moment, a wild and cold face appeared on the screen. What kind of person are you? Why did you lay your hands on Shen'er? Do you know what kind of existence you've provoked? Due to the stereotypical impression of Shen Lian for nearly 100 years, Lu Yixue, even if she inquired about the changes in Shen Lian today, she did not recognize him at the first time, and only felt that this man was somewhat familiar and very handsome. Lu Yixue, you don't even recognize me anymore? You are. From the picture, Lu Yixue scrutinized Shen Lian for a while. Not long after, her pupils suddenly shrunk. It's you? Shen Lian. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yixue, I heard that your big wedding day is in a day. But I'm sorry that you won't be able to be the young lady of this cloud sky city. But you can consider becoming a widow and keeping a widow for this loser until death. Lu Yixue immediately stood up and yelled at Shen Lian in a stern voice. Shen Lian, I'm warning you, if you dare to touch a hair on Shen'er's head again, I will definitely not let you go. Shen Lian, then I want to see how you plan to not let me go. After saying that, he pulled Xie Chen over, then directly twisted Xie Chen's left arm with a claw in front of Lu Yixue. With a crisp bone-cracking sound echoing, Xie Chen instantly let out a roar of pain. Shen'er, Shen Lian, don't hurt her. You can't hurt her. Witnessing the cruel picture of Shen Lian torturing Xie Chen, Lu Yixue was so anxious that she couldn't sit down directly, and repeatedly asked Shen Lian to stop. Make me stop? Then you'll be satisfied. Shen Lian really loosened his tight grip on Xie Chen's hand, then raised his leg and kicked him on the spot, breaking his right leg into pieces. This time, however, Xie Chen didn't call out again, because it had hurt so much that he had passed right out. What else is there to say? Why don't you say it all at once? Shen Lian, don't hurt Shen'er anymore. He's really important to me. Only a like you would look at this kind of trash. Shen Lian, I know it's because I broke my promise that I'm sorry to you, but this matter of feelings really can't be forced. Ha ha ha, that's so touching. Well, then I'll give you a chance. A chance to save your adulterer. Ishue Lu, really? Are you really willing to give me a chance? Shen Lian glanced at the unconscious Xie Chen, and couldn't help but hook his lips. Before sunrise tomorrow, get me to Guyu Peak. One step later and you'll never see your punk husband again. Then without saying a word, he kicked the newly awakened Xie Chen into unconsciousness once again. Don't hurt Tatsuer. You care about him a lot? You want happiness so much? You want a double life? Then of course I'll fulfill you. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 100. Shen Lian. You weren't like this before. Why? Why have you become so vicious nowadays? Isn't this the way I am now? The way you want me to be in your hearts? Shen Lian. If you're angry for what we did to you in the past, then I'll tell you I'm sorry. And please don't involve anyone else in the feud between you and I. Ha ha ha. Looking at the picture of Lu Yixue with a pitiful, full of heart Xie Chunfeng cheeks, Shen Lian couldn't help but let out a sneer. Lu Yixue, it seems like you really want to be with this loser. In that case, let's play a game. Yixue Lu, what the hell do you want? I'll tell you tomorrow when you're on the ancient moon peak. If you miss it you'll never see this punk again. Having said that, without giving Lu Yixue any chance to open her mouth, Shen Lian directly snuffed out the Shadow Transmission Jade ultimatum. Shen Lian, you're not allowed to hurt Chen'er. If Chen'er has any consequences, I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Lu Yixue's high and cold face was now filled with worry. How could she let the feeling of happiness, which she had so easily experienced, be so fleeting and slip away from her hands? Tatsuer, don't worry. I definitely won't let anything happen to you. Seeing that the communication jade ultimatum had been snuffed out, she disregarded everything and immediately transformed into light and rushed in the direction of Cloud Sky City. On the other side, Shen Lian ended his conversation with Lu Yixue and turned back to stomp on Xie Chen's face. Sometimes I really admire you. For a loser like you to make that white-eyed wolf care so much, I think you must have something to offer as well. At this time, Xie Chen was already dying from Shen Lian's torture. Plus his face was trampled in the mud by his paws, so he couldn't say a word at all. I, for one, have never believed in such ridiculous mountain oaths as true love-changing days, but, seeing that now in this state, rather, it makes me excited to test you guys. I hope you can let the world witness the greatness of love. Ha ha ha. The cruel laughter echoed under the sky of Guyu Peak, and when he heard it in Xie Chen's ears, he only felt a burst of scalp numbness. Inside the city lord's mansion, inside and out, it was being decorated for tomorrow's wedding scene, a scene of joy and happiness. Instead, within the backyard of the city lord's mansion, there were dozens of corpses lying all over the place, and the city lord, Xian Manhwa, was standing with his hands behind his back in front of a young girl who was shivering. The young girl burst into tears and was horrified to see the remains of the bodies all over the place. On the side of the city lord's wife Liang, who had a long, acerbic face, slanted her eyes and glared at the young girl for a long time. What are you waiting for? For the sake of Chen'er's happiness, you must cut off the roots. Got it. Xian Yanhua slowly walked towards the young girl. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Xian Yanhua's body, the instinct to survive made the young girl busy kneeling on the ground and continuously kowtowing. Lord City Lord, please spare me. You promised me that you would let us go as long as we left Xie Chen, but right now, why are you going back on your word? It turns out that the young girl is one of Xie Chen's lovers outside. Now that Xie Chen's wedding was approaching, in order to avoid their existence from affecting the cooperation between Cloud Sky City and the Ice Snow sect, Xian Yanhua planned to personally take action and get rid of them. After all, only the dead can keep the secret of Xie Chen's former flirtatious behavior forever. Right now, 6 of the 7 women who were involved with Xie Chen had already been exterminated by Xian Yanhua, and now there was only the young girl left, and after resolving her, no one could affect Xie Chen's future anymore. In the face of the young girl's bitter plea, Mr. and Mrs. Xian Yanhua were not moved at all. Blame it on the fact that you shouldn't have seduced Chen'er. After all, your origin is not worthy of Chen'er at all. Keeping you in the world is always a scourge. Xian Yanhua's sentence fell, and he directly raised his hand. At that moment, the cold sun true technique was activated, condensing the palm for a split second, and slapping at the top of the girl's head in a smooth manner. Ha 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 ha. Just then, the sound of maniacal laughter rose again. Boom boom boom. The laughter transformed into waves of sound, sending bursts of chi roaring and booming in the air, shocking Xian Yanhua and forcing him to take more than 10 steps backward. What kind of person dare to come to my Xie family to sow their wild oats? Words fall. The space galloped to a thing, with the help of the moonlight to see, is actually a heavy coffin. Xian Yanhua did not have time to think about it. He decisively utilized his blazing sun strength and raised his palm to slap on the coffin with a block. Bang! With a dull ringing sound, Xian Yanhua only felt a huge resistance coming from his arm. hard impacting the sea of qi in his body, forcing a dozen steps backward. In the end, he was able to lift his leg against the rim post behind him, which barely stabilized his body. It was only when he closed his stance that the crowd realized that Shen Lian, who was already at the peak of refining void, was bleeding from all 7 holes at the moment, and the leaking true essence was constantly radiating colorful light, blinding the crowd's eyes. Your Excellency, who the hell are you? Shen Lian opened her mouth and asked, while casting a look at Liang. Liang immediately dodged to Shen Lian's side, looking guardedly behind her husband. It was also at this moment that countless bills floated down from mid-air, and a strip of white canvas catapulted out of the void, hanging as much as it could from the walls of the promenade courtyard. In just the blink of an eye, the originally festive atmosphere was now set up as if it were the eve of a funeral. Husband and wife in the same coffin and cave is the best place for you. The cold sound blew, and Shen Lian's unearthly figure floated down, the original elegant black and white Confucian robes. At this moment and the surrounding scene intermingled. In Shen Lian's eyes, it was like the black and white impermanence that demanded life. Dare I ask you, where did my Xia family offend you? Even though his heart was fearful and uncomprehending, Shen Lian still summoned up the courage to ask. Shen Lian, however, did not even look at the two, directly raised his hand and said, I came to tell you that your Xia family's wedding tomorrow will not be able to do. He said, I've been merciful enough to help you change it to a funeral, so it's not like you've been working for nothing. When Shen Lian and Liang heard this, they were shocked in unison, and were just about to ask what the reason was, when Shen Lian directly raised his hand. Void hidden, collected momentum. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual chi frantically converged towards Shen Lian's palm. Everyone in the courtyard, including Mr. and Mrs. Shen Lian, were also unable to move an inch. Only the young girl whose cultivation was no more than the body-tempering realm was not affected. Why? Mr. and Mrs. Shen Lian only felt that the true essence deep within their bodies Danhai was uncontrollably breaking out of their bodies, and their faces were instantly twisted in pain. Collect! It was accompanied by Shen Lian's open 5 fingers gently holding it. Boom! There was a light explosion, bringing up slices of blood. Inside the courtyard, whether it was Mr. and Mrs. Shen Lian, or the rest of the house guests and fighters, they all burst into flames and died without uttering a single groan until their deaths. A family should be neat and tidy. Ha! After a disdainful cold snort, Shen Lian turned around and turned into light to leave. Only the young girl looked at the sight in front of her with a stupefied expression, still unable to believe that it was real. That night, the city master's residence up and down 682 mouths, all violently dead. When the early sun rose the next day, the people who came out of their houses were surprised to find that all the red silks, which had originally represented the festivities, had been replaced by white streamers for mourning. Everyone was in shock, completely unaware of what was going on. Well, go and find out what happened last night. The Immortal Cloud in Duo, the main envoys of the Xianshang Immortal Dynasty, immediately instructed their subordinates to go ahead and pry for information after seeing such a scene. To be able to change joy to mourning in one night without everyone's knowledge, it seems that this person is not only powerful, even more so, he has a bitter hatred for the Xie family. If we can persuade him to serve the Empress, then the Xianshang Immortal Dynasty will definitely rise to the next level. The master envoy touched the jade pendant in his hand, and in his mind, he began to plot a plan to recruit talent. Chapter 101, Playing a Game. Where am I? Within the claustrophobic and narrow space, Xiachen slowly awoke. When I opened my eyes, it was pitch black. He instinctively raised his hand, only to press it against a cold piece of wood. This is. Xiachen followed the cold wood around a piece of it. However, everywhere he reached, it was cold. He tried to turn around, only to be met with the same cold wood to his left and right. Where the hell am I? In an instant, Xiachen immediately panicked as an intense fear struck his heart. He began to fumble around on his hands and knees, until the arm that was broken by Shen Lian touched a cold and familiar stone. Fluorite? Xiachen busily grabbed the flowing stone and endeavored to press it at his chest, then transported a trace of aura into it. At the next moment, the fluorescent stone emitted a faint bright light, illuminating the environment that Xiachen was in, a rectangular closed space, all surrounded by ironwood sealed, like the inside of a coffin. I'm in a coffin? At the thought of being in such an obscure place, Xiachen was instantly overwhelmed with anxiety, and immediately began to strongly transport the damaged Dan Si, intending to directly shatter it to get away. But just as he was transporting his aura, a palm-sized medicinal cauldron appeared in front of him, instantly absorbing all the aura he had gathered. No! Let me out! Let me out! At this moment, Xiachen was completely flustered and kept slapping the coffin board, trying to push him away by brute force. However, The coffin board seemed to be like a big mountain. No matter how much he used brute force, it just wouldn't budge. Buried alive. A terrible thought spread through the mind like a poisonous weed. Ah! Xia Chen instantly collapsed. Ignoring the heaviness of his own injuries, he kept pushing his spiritual energy, slapping palm after palm on the coffin board. Nay! As soon as his spiritual energy was mobilized, the palm-sized medicine cauldron silhouette would surface in front of him, and without hesitation, it would absorb the spiritual energy he was emitting. No! Somebody! Help! I don't want to die here. Don't! Whoa! It can really be called the sky should not be. Call the ground does not work. Xia Chen can only over and over again painfully knock the coffin. On the ancient moon peak, Shen Lian sat alone in front of the Xia family's old mansion, shaking his folding fan in his hand and looking at the astral wind blowing positively and negatively in front of him in a line of sky. Shen Lian! Right at this moment, an icy cold and deep drink came from behind him. Accompanying it was a sword chi that was cold to the core. Poof! Shen Lian dodged the sword chi with a rising side dodge. The sword chi collided directly with the old Xia family mansion behind him, instantly covered in a solid wall of ice. Shen Lian's demeanor remained self-composed, putting away his folding fan and looking at the ice fog in the distance. In the next moment, the ice fog dispersed and Lu Yixue appeared in front of Shen Lian with a cold face. Where's Xia Chen? The first time he saw Shen Lian, Lu Yixue directly questioned in a stern voice. You did come. The corner of Shen Lian's lips hooked, and his eyes were filled with mocking teasing. It was only then that Lu Yixue realized that Shen Lian's former pair of eyes that looked at himself full of fine currying favor had completely lost the temperature it should have. Shen Lian, if you hand over Xia Chen, I can forget about the grudge between you and me, not to be blamed for the past? Ha 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 ha. Lu Yixue, where on earth did you get the confidence to mention those 4 words to me? Shen Lian, as long as you return Xia Chen to me, I can guarantee that I won't pursue the matter of your extermination of the Sky Feather sect with you. What a big joke. Did you think that this would be over after the destruction of the Sky Feather sect? Then I can tell you, in no uncertain terms, that I'm not done with you 7. You and I are destined to be immortal. Lu Yixue clenched her teeth. Shen Lian, do you really hate me so much? If you don't hate, do you still want to cherish? Shen Lian sneered. Lu Yixue, put away your lousy rhetoric and everything you did to me. It is absolutely impossible for me to forget, and it will be hard for me to settle this resentment in my heart without completely suppressing you all. Lu Yixue's heart was cold. That Shen Lian, who was once cowardly and deceptible, and was regarded as a licking dog, seemed to have really changed. Fine, if you want to hate me, then target me. Why target innocent people? Xia Chen is innocent. Why do you want to harm him? Innocent? Ha ha ha. Shen Lian was once again amused. Back then, how this punk Xia Chen bullied me in the Sky Feather sect. Have you really forgotten about it? Or do you deliberately not want to mention it? When Lu Yixue heard this, she remembered that back then, when she returned to the Heavenly Feather sect, she brought Xia Chen to live there for a period of time. Indeed, during that time, Xia Chen had bullied Shen Lian. He himself later learned of this matter, fearing that Shen Lian would reveal his relationship with Xia Chen, which is why he struck out to beat Shen Lian again, hoping that he would shut up and not mention the past. Thinking of this, Lu Yixue said, Shen Lian, I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. Xia Chen was just messing around with you. You don't have to keep holding a grudge because of this, do you? Shen Lian sniffed and let out a light laugh. Lu Yixue, you're still as shameless as I thought. Making a scene to push me off the cliff. Making a scene to poison me together with Yi Fan? So in your mind, this is just a game? In that case, I'll play a game with you. If you can get through this game, I'll let you and your disciple live together from now on, and the grudge between you and I will be completely erased. Do you dare to play? Lu Yixue's cold brows knit horizontally. What do you want to play? Shen Lian stretched out a finger. Aren't you looking for your little disciple? I can give you a hint. He's buried alive somewhere by me right now. You can use all means to find him out. But remember to be quick. His cultivation is out of whack right now, and the amount of spiritual energy he can use is extremely limited. Counting the hours. In another 12 hours he will die of suffocation. Lu Yixue was shocked. You buried Chun'er alive? Ha ha ha. Compared to what you've done to me, is it worth being so surprised that the district is just buried alive? Lu Yixue immediately checked Xia Chen's life soul in the depths of his divine sense. Fortunately, Xia Chen is indeed alive. Just then, Shen Lian threw in a sound transmission stone. After Lu Yixue took it, she heard Shen Lian continue. This is the only way for you to contact Xia Chen. As long as your love is stronger than gold, it's bound to be a double date. Time is running out. So hurry up. Ha ha ha. When Lu Yixue heard this, she didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and picked up the sound transmission stone and turned to leave. Poof. Shen Lian snorted coldly. collected the anxious aura on his body, and returned to the front of the Xia family's old mansion. 12 hours, that's enough. Witnessing the scene of the positive and negative astral winds sweeping across the first line of heaven, Shen Lian decisively transformed the crouching dragon marrow. In these few days, the crouching dragon marrow has been refined and complete, and success or failure is at stake. After he finished speaking, he directly threw the crouching dragon marrow at a line of sky. In an instant, the crouching dragon marrow came into contact with the positive and negative astral winds, and it actually transformed into a golden dragon that began to coil and wriggle. At that moment, the wind and clouds changed, and the heaven and earth anomalies arose. Shen Lian directly raised his hand to lay down a world-separating spell formation around the first line of heaven. After the crouching dragon marrow entwined with the positive and negative astral winds for a few moments, the emanating dragon chi was instantly transformed into dots of stars. It was also at this moment that a crack slowly opened up in the void. In the next moment, an extreme chaotic aura ran directly toward Shen Lian. Is it finally here? A hint of excitement appeared in Shen Lian's eyes. Immediately feet on the ground, hands raised, immediately left hand through the yang, right hand holding yin and yang 2 chi into 2 meters, as much as possible to absorb the incoming chaotic force. Chapter 102 Tatsur. Hold on, Lord Shangguan, we've already probed clearly. It's the city lord's mansion that's in trouble, and in one night, all of the 680 mouths of the mansion, including Mr. and Mrs. Xia Nianhua, have been murdered. Ha! How could such a thing happen? Inside the Immortal Inn, Shen Shang Immortal Dynasty's main envoy Shangguan Xiong could not help but make a surprised sound when he heard this. When he looked again at the onyx and hemp clothes on the streets of Yuntian City, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Whoever did this, the Empress will be very happy when she finds out. So, my lord, what do we do next? Wait and see what happens. The Xia family knows that this matter is unlikely to stop. The Ice and Snow sect won't stand by and do nothing. The bigger this matter gets, the more favorable it is for the Empress. The more I want to see what that person who dares to offend both the Xia clan and the Ice Snow sect looks like. Shangguan Xiong was instantly in a good mood. Originally this time he was ordered to come and show goodwill with the Xia family. Now that such a big event had happened in the city lord's residence, it looked like there was no need for that at all. The only thing that interested Shangguan Xiong was which person was the one who had slaughtered the city lord's house full of people. If she could recruit into the Xian Shang Immortal Dynasty, the Empress would definitely reward herself. On the other hand, Lu Yixue, who had parted ways with Shen Lian from Guyu Peak, realized that an unprecedented change had occurred in the city lord's mansion. The lord's family was murdered overnight, and onyx morning streamers were hung all over the house. Shen Lian, you're so cruel. Knowing that this matter must be the work of Shen Lian, Lu Yixue was furious to the extreme. It must be because you saw that I didn't fall in love with you that you did this to the city lord's family. You're getting back at me, right? Why? I've given up on killing you. Why won't you let me go? Can you really not see me happy? If you like me, you should bless me. A line of tears fell from the corner of Lu Yixue's eyes in anger. When I rescue Xia Chen, I'll be sure to break you into pieces. After venting, Lu Yixue immediately pulled out that sound transmission stone and began to call out Xia Chen's whereabouts. Chen, do you hear me? If you hear it, hurry up and reply to me. Don't worry, Master won't let anything happen to you. Absolutely not. You promised your master that you would stay by his side for the rest of your life and never leave. Chen, you must not be alright. However, no matter how much she called out, there was always no response from the other end of the sound transmission stone. This sound transmission stone given by Shen Lian was the lowest grade spirit weapon, and the range of sound transmission was only less than 10,000 miles apart. Now that the sound transmission stone didn't respond, then the only explanation was that Xia Chen wasn't in the sound transmission range now. Shen Lian, you're ruthless enough. At this moment, Lu Yixue could no longer maintain her high and cold image. As if she had a madness disease, her sword was in the air, searching for Xia Chen's traces, and Xia Chen was inside the coffin at this time, constantly grasping the coffin boards. It was only when his 10 fingers were ground to a bloody pulp and he knew there was no half hope of getting out that he stopped. Why? Why is this happening? Xia Chen did not expect to end up like this in this life. Could it be that this is all retribution? That I, Xia Chen, am destined to be buried here? Under a mixture of fear, Xia Chen couldn't help but look back at his experiences in this life. When he was young, Xia Chen was a playboy, relying on his cultivation talent that far exceeded that of his peers by 100 times, and was held in high regard by the entire clan. The habit of being pampered since he was a child has made him develop an egotistical temperament, but whenever he sees the unhappy people on the road, he directly goes up to give a fat beating, and the things in other people's homes, he will not hesitate to snatch them for his own use. to the point where they even killed the entire family after hazing someone's bride on their wedding night. But even so, Xia Chen was not punished, because he was the son of the Lord of Cloud Sky City, and even more so, the next long-determined family head of the Xia family. No matter what he did, he would not be punished in any way. Instead, anyone who dared to upset him instead ended up with a broken home. Later, at the age of 18, after he joined the Ice and Snow sect, this temperament only tightened up a bit, becoming gentle and refined, and was loved by all the people in the sect. But as the saying goes, rivers and mountains are easy to change, and nature can't be changed. In the Ice and Snow sect, he was a well-behaved and obedient, gifted and good disciple in the eyes of all the elders, and the ideal Tao couple in the eyes of the patriarch's master. But as soon as he left the Ice and Snow sect, his nature was instantly exposed. Although it is not like the former that flaunted, but more insidious and vicious than ever, hurt the innocent without the slightest means, just like a mongrel king. But right now, all of this has passed, and the only thing that accompanies you is this dark coffin. Forget it, let's just pretend this is all a dream. Xia Chen took a deep breath and seemed to have accepted the current situation at hand, quietly waiting for death to take him away. Chener, where are you? Here, answer ah. Right at this moment, Louis Xue's voice came intermittently from Xia Chen's ears. Master? After determining that he was not hallucinating, Xia Chen, who was originally waiting to die, immediately felt around. Finally, by the stone pillow under his head, he found a sound transmission stone. He busily grabbed the sound transmission stone and shouted, Master, I'm here. Master. Louis Xue, who was flying in the air, felt the sound transmission stone react and immediately shouted excitedly, Chener, is that you? The sound transmission stone was silent for a while before an echo came from it. Master, it's me. Where are you? Save me. I'm being buried alive. Hurry up and save me. Confirming that it was Xia Chen's voice, Louis Xue instantly broke into a smile and busily soothed. Chener, calm down, don't be afraid. Talk to Master. What's going on? After about half a tea time, Xia Chen's voice slowly came. Master, it's Shen Lian. It's him. Yesterday, he briefly told Louis Xue about his experience last night at midnight. When Louis Xue heard this, she instantly knitted her cold brows horizontally. The clues are too few to find out exactly where Xia Chen was buried alive. However, the properties of the sound transmission stone convinced her that Xia Chen was in this bearing. Tatsuer, don't be afraid. My master will definitely save you out of here, and we'll definitely be nice and happy together. Now I have to make sure of your location. That's how I can save you. You talk to me more, and if the transmitting stone reacts strongly enough, I'll be closer to your location. Okay, Master. Chener, sing a song for Master, and I'll follow it to you. Okay, Master. You have to be quick. Thus, Louis Xue followed Xia Chen's song and watched the response of the sound transmission stone in her hand, roughly determining Xia Chen's current location. Southeast. Yes, southeast. Tatsu-chan. Master. Louis Xue hurriedly sped towards the southeast with her sword. At this time, 4 hours had passed from the 12 hours appointed. As for the Bijou city, which was 300,000 miles away, inside the Xia family mansion, the Xia family patriarch, who saw the breakage of the life soul tags of Mr. and Mrs. Xia Manhwa, was immediately shocked. Not good. Quickly inform the old ancestor that there's a change in Cloud Sky City. The life souls of Mr. and Mrs. Xia Manhwa are broken. At the word of command, the family mansion was in a frenzy. And at this moment, within the ancient moon peak boundary, Shen Lian absorbed as much of the chaotic qi that scurried out of the cracks as he could, and began the method of refining the Tao with the devil. Transform the two yin and yang, divide yin and yang, and contain chaos. The three elements return to one. And, in the next moment, Shen Lian's divine sense directly entered within the chaotic illusion realm. The endless demonic waves were ferocious, as if they were mountains and seas blasting toward Shen Lian. Chapter 103, Refining the Way with Demons. Within the chaos mirage, darkness reigns. Shen Lian opened his eyes for a moment, and the tide of evil was like a surge, and the sound of hissing disturbed people's spirit. Thousands and thousands of evil ons, converging into a monstrous wave, bombarded Shen Lian. A mere evil spirit, how dare you act recklessly in front of me? Shen Lian, however, did not flash or avoid, and was calm and steady as a mountain. The moment the first evil aura approached, Shen Lian's body two chi aura burst out, directly shattering it. Subsequently, one evil wave after another, a steady stream of waves bombarded the fleshly body condensed by Shen Lian's divine soul. In reality, Shen Lian's body was surrounded by a great spiritual light, constantly flickering with Dao Rime grain-ons. However, his body was motionless, closing his eyes to silently endure the chaotic chi flame impacting the Danci. Within his consciousness, between Shen Lian's palm and style swings, countless evil spirits suddenly dissipated. A moment of illusion. A moment of reality. A full hour of support. The reality of Shen Lian's physical body has been glowing with blazing Taoist rhythms straight into the sky. After an hour had passed, the raging chaotic evil tide was unable to overwhelm Shen Lian, and it suddenly returned to calm. However, Shen Lian did not relax in the slightest, because he knew that the first wave of attack just now was merely chaos test. Next, the real test. Sure enough, after the evil aura dissipated, the dark space gradually became more oppressive. Shen Lian gazed and concentrated his spirit like never before. In the next moment, a 7-foot figure slowly emerged, utilizing chaos to impact the Sea of Dan as a way to stimulate potential to break through the limit. Boy, you are truly crazy to the point of being jaw-dropping. How can you go against the heavens without being crazy? How can you witness the way without being crazy? Shen Lian's eyes condensed. What means do you have? Just make it out. Let me, Shen Lian, see if the strength of chaos can satisfy me. Ah ha 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 ha. The 7-foot figure let out a burst of maniacal laughter. Mad enough? Then as you wish. Chaos also wants to see if you're qualified to withstand the shocking backlash of this refining the Tao with demons. After the words were spoken, a 100-foot giant palm, wrapped in monstrous evil flames, blasted toward Shen Lian. Shen Lian stood steadily on the defensive side, and between the light lifting of his hands, the vast Taoist rhythm had already converged on himself. Void hidden Nasu, transforming yin and yang, dividing the two yin and yang. The chi of yin and yang wants to take in the power of chaos in the void. In an instant, the vastness of the Tao rhythm formed a magnificent taiji totem, which was running around Shen Lian's body and giving birth to more than just the cohesive chaos chi. Absorbing all of the cohesive chaos chi into it, transform the power. With a soft drink, the originally violent chaotic power, all for the void hiding into nothingness. In reality, Shen Lian's body was reddish, and his mouth slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the ancestral mansion around him had already been reduced to a ruin. Sure has some tricks up his sleeve. The 7-foot shadow couldn't help but sigh in admiration when it saw that all of its palm power had been absorbed by Shen Lian. As long as you receive 3 moves from me, you will be considered to have passed the Chaos Demon exam. Now are you ready for the second move? Why bother with words? If you have any means, just use them. Ho ho ho, ah ha ha dash. The laughter turned into waves of sound, exploding the chaotic space nearly to pieces. However, Shen Lian's heart was firm, his eyes were cold, and his arrogant stance was not affected in the slightest. At this moment, the original 7-foot shadow, but it had risen to 10 feet. Roar! From the second move, a huge dragon as black as ink hovered in the sky, bringing up bursts of thunderbolts and rushing toward Shen Lian. Shen Lian frowned and quickly flipped his hands. The taiji and 2 instruments Tao rhythm that had originally been running in a clockwise manner was actually traveling in a circumferential and retrograde manner at this moment. Void hidden, heaven and earth covered. Boom! After a loud sound, the black dragon exploded in the air, turning into a little starbursts disappeared into nothingness. Shocked, the whole piece of chaos illusion realm fluctuates violently. There has been a sign of collapse. When the smoke and dust cleared, he saw the unearthly figure standing steadily in the same place, not retreating half a step, but in reality, Shen Lian's lips had already shed a touch of crimson at the corners, and wisps of white smoke emerged from his forehead. Not bad. The void couldn't help but marvel. Now for the final move. Be prepared. In the next moment, the shadow transformed and actually transformed into a long-lost overwhelming figure that was gazing at Shen Lian quietly with his hands behind his back. The moment he saw this figure, Shen Lian immediately stared and pondered. The phantom figure entity on the opposite side brought an unprecedented sense of oppression to himself. However, the more there was a sense of compelling oppression, Shen Lian's heart was more and more excited. For the last move, I'll take over. Shen Lian, are you ready? Let me see how many of the legend's famous moves you can imitate in a moment. Shen Lian snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Steadying his feet, he gently moved back a half step, his hands in a defensive stance, ready for chaos final blow. Drink dash. With a long shout, the sprightly figure suddenly leapt into mid-air. The 7 arts of the Yin symbol, 5 dragons Shangshan. Suddenly, the 3 dragon talismans attached themselves to his body, and instantly, the aura around him once again increased several times. Yin rune scripture spells? Interesting. Shen Lian didn't dare to be the slightest bit contemptuous, and the increase in his opponent's artistry caused the battle spirit to race through his body. He decisively urged his own technique. Great Tao Divine Miracle, Shin Gang Wuji. The vastness of the Tao rhythm transformed into the innate totem into the body, immediately causing Shen Lian's divine sense to break through the limit again. The opposite chaos void saw this and nodded in disbelief. Very well, then I'll use Dao Zun's famous move as my final test today. After the words, he held the sky with one hand. In an instant, a gigantic golden palm of 1,000 feet appeared behind the silhouette. Raiding heaven, creation palm. A palm blasted out, bringing up a tremor of space tearing and rushing straight at Shen Lian. This move is worth my best effort. Shen Lian's pupils had already flushed red, and between raising his hands to block back, his killing moves came out. Extreme Dao, sky-covering palm. The palm that surpassed the limit similarly transformed into 100 feet of giant palm and rushed to meet the incoming palm. Boom! A loud bang shook the 9 heavens and the world. Covering heaven versus taking heaven. The ground shook and roared more than a few times the moment the two palms charged against each other. This was Shen Lian's current strength that surpassed his own limits, and if he were not in the illusion of consciousness, it would not have been possible for him to exert it at all. After one move, Shen Lian still strongly supported the impact of Dao rhythm, and still did not take half a step back even though his feet were sunk 7 feet, and the opposite side of the Dao venerable shadow disintegrated and dissipated after one move. Also dissipating was the chaotic illusion space. Only when the sound of glass shattering echoed in his ears for an instant did Shen Lian's consciousness return to reality from his initiation. What a Daoist! Just a wisp of Dao thought left over from the void and chaos has such unrivaled power. The existence of such an opponent is what allows me to feel the beauty of this world again, and I look forward to the day when I actually fight you. Ha 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 ha. Put. In his excitement, Shen Lian directly spat out a mouthful of blood. At once, he felt much smoother. Next, it's time to absorb the power of chaos and break through to the mixed realm. Throwing away all thoughts, Shen Lian directly sat on the ground, closed his eyes and began to break through the shackles. On the other side, Lui Xue was holding a sound transmission stone, and from the level of response of the jade, she finally locked herself within a dense forest in the distance. Tatsu, hold on. I'm close to you. Really, master? Where are you now? I'm already in an unnamed mountain forest 6,000 miles away to the southeast of Cloud Sky City. Don't be afraid. Chen master will save you right away. Well, master, don't be in a hurry. Take your time to find it. Xia Chen's heart was immensely relieved. Finally he was about to get out of this dark and sunless coffin, and was about to see the light of day. At this point, 5 hours had passed since the 12 hours. Lui Xue searched within the dense forest for a while, and finally saw a freshly renovated piece of land on a mass grave not far away. Land, and a shovel standing on it. Tatsuer, I've found it. I'll get you out of here. Lui Xue excitedly shouted towards the sound transmission stone, then immediately rushed towards the mass grave. But just as Lui Xue was about to enter the mass grave, an azure barrier directly blocked her path. Jutsu? Lui Xue was slightly stunned, but immediately her gaze was firm. Shen Lian, do you think this kind of tactic will be difficult for me? Naive. In the next moment, Lui Xue directly pointed her jade finger lightly, condensing thousands of cold ice to directly blast out with a palm. The mixed spirit might blasted onto the azure barrier, and the spell instantly shattered in response. Tatsu, you're saved. Breaking the formation so easily. Lui Xue immediately stepped inside the mass grave, but the moment he stepped into the mass grave, the scenery around him suddenly changed. This is the yin-yang formation? Instantly, Lui Xue's face changed dramatically. Chapter 104 Yin-yang Formation. Lui Xue saved the heart of the lover. The result of footsteps in the mass grave only half a step. Will be in Shen Lian set up the yin and yang array. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed instantly. Lui Xue was instinctively alert. However, the expected danger did not come, and what came into view was a farmyard. Outside in the yard, a 4-year-old girl was playing in the mud. Seeing that dirty girl instantly, Lui Xue actually suddenly felt slightly familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Irma! A soft call rang out in the courtyard, and a woman clad in rough linen clothes looked at the girl with a loving face. Seeing that woman instantly, Lui Xue felt an unprecedented warmth flow through her heart. Mother! The girl gave a childish cry and rose to throw herself into the arms of the woman and child. Irma, be good. The meal is ready. Go along and call your father up. Yeah. The girl was carried in the woman's arms and slowly stepped into the courtyard wall. Lui Xue was instantly curious and busily followed her. Instead, they saw a family of 3 sitting happily at the table and playing in the courtyard. The father, a hunter by birth, held the girl with a smile on his face. The mother brought a bowl of rice porridge for each of the father and daughter and placed it in front of them, then smiled and sat down, looking at the two of them. This scene made Lui Xue feel very cozy, and something seemed to be touched in her heart, feeling very familiar. But just at that moment, the originally clear sky changed violently and abruptly. An old man landed inside the compound from mid-air. When Lui Xue saw the visitor, her face tightened. Old ancestor? That's right. The person who came was none other than Old Man Tianyu. Old Man Tianyu glanced at the several people and finally locked his gaze on the girl. Just you. With a deep cry, Old man Tianyu decisively struck out. In just an instant, the husband and wife had already turned into smoke and dust and drifted away. No! Louis Xue instinctively shouted out to try to stop it, but in the end she was a step too late and watched the couple dissipate without a trace, and her heart gave way to an inexplicable throbbing pain at that moment. The girl, on the other hand, was completely unresponsive to what was happening, and just stayed still in the same spot, facing all four eyes with old man Tianyu. Son, it's all for your own good, and if you suffer for just 2 more years, you will surely be able to feel what it's like to be a human being. In the next moment, the girl's eyes rolled over and she directly fainted, and the scene in front of him instantly distorted to produce changes. When the distorted image stilled, the girl's figure appeared inside a broken temple. Here is. Seeing this broken temple, Louis Xue's emotions flared up. Wasn't that the last place she wanted to remember? Abruptly, the closed door of the broken temple was opened. A ragged girl, bruised and swollen, carries a broken bowl towards a street full of traffic and starts begging. Louis Xue silently followed behind the girl, and when she watched her constantly begging from passers-by, and constantly being met with blank stares and abuse, she couldn't help but clench her teeth. The girl child, not someone else, but herself. This was the darkest moment in Louis Xue's life, and the past she was most reluctant to recall. On the very night that Louis Xue was bitten by a dog and drenched in blood, old man Tianyu suddenly found her. Child, will you go with me to a life where you are clothed, fed, and admired by all? Do you still want to live like you do now where you don't have enough to eat or wear every day? I'll give you the life you want as long as you promise to be my slave and obey me in everything from now on. So answer me, will you? The young Louis Xue did not even recognize that Tianyu Laozu was the enemy who killed his entire family, and in the face of such temptation, she agreed directly without even thinking. In the next moment, the image distorted again, and it was the scene where the girl had already appeared to pay her respects to the Heavenly Feather sect, together with the remaining 6 sisters. Louis Xue bowed to Shen Shuyun. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. However, Shen Shuyun refused bluntly. I'm sorry, I only have one disciple in this life, Shen Lian, and that's enough. You guys should still worship someone else as your master. Louis Xue was terrified in her heart when she heard this, and despite everything, she crawled to Shen Shuyun's feet and begged bitterly, Master, please accept your disciple, please. The first task given to her by old man Tianyu was to worship under Shen Shuyun at all costs. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the 7 of them begged, Shen Shuyun remained unmoved. Just as Louis Xue felt despair, Shen Lian suddenly stood out. Master, please have mercy on them and accept them. Lianer, step back. You don't need to interfere in this matter. Master, when the disciple begs you, Lianer, are you forcing me to do this? Shen Lian sniffed and immediately knelt on the ground. Master, disciple has never begged you for anything. This time, please grant disciple. Looking at Shen Lian's back as he pleaded for himself, Louis Xue couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in her heart. It turned out that the Shen Lian of that year, for her own sake, did not hesitate to disobey her master, but even more so, she did not hesitate to quarrel. Right at this moment, the screen turned and the young Louis Xue as several people had changed into the clothing of the sovereign's personal disciples and stood in front of the Heavenly Feather ancestor. You've done well. Next, you must cultivate with all your heart and not slack off. In addition, the next step is that no matter what the cost, you must gain Shen Lian's absolute trust, which will be of great benefit to your cultivation. If you can't finish, you'll be sent back to where you came from. The young Louis Xue was obedient to the words of the Heavenly Feather elder ancestor because she really didn't want to go back to that hellish place to live that kind of life. The next image was of Louis Xue pulling Shen Lian's hand and saying, Eldest senior brother, can you teach me the Heavenly Feather sword power? Shen Lian gently stroked Louis Xue's head. Your foundation is still shallow now. There's no need to rush into practicing. First build a good foundation. Then can eldest brother help me raise my cultivation? There aren't too many shortcuts in the path of cultivation, when taking the right path one step at a time. But eldest brother, I also want to become like you as soon as possible. Will you help me? When Yi Shui grows up, she is willing to marry you as your wife. It was also these words that completely struck Shen Lian's compassion. Since then, Shen Lian really took the 7 Louis Xue as wives in raising, giving what they wanted and never hiding anything. As Louis Xue looked at the image of Shen Lian concentrating on teaching herself in the illusion, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a smirk. But in the next second, the scene shifted to the time when old man Tianyu and himself were conversing alone. Xue, you wouldn't really have true feelings for Shen Lian, old ancestor. In fact, senior brother is still a good person. If I can marry her, disciple has no problem with it. Confused, do you know what Shen Lian is? That's the murderer who caused your family to die. How could you fall in love with an enemy who killed your entire family? What old ancestor? How is this possible? Senior brother Shen is not that kind of person. I know better than you what kind of man he is. So anyway, do yourself a favor. Hearing this news, Louis Xue was completely overwhelmed, and when the realistic Louis Xue saw this scene, she couldn't help but laugh to herself. Perhaps it was since then that I have held an inexplicable hatred for Shen Lian. Year after year on his oppression, Tian Yu old man constantly hypnotized. Even if later I found out that year the family change thing and Shen Lian has nothing to do with it, but also accustomed to treat him as a dog. Never had a trace of guilt. This is probably the weak and strong. The strongest is honored mentality. Taking a deep breath, she planted her feet. Even if I owe you, centuries have passed, and I've long since outgrown my love for you. Since the mistake has been forged, then we can only continue to be wrong and regret. The path of cultivation. There is no regret to speak of. Between the sweeps of the mixed deity's power, the yin-yang formation was shattered in an instant. Only, by the time it came back to reality, it was dark. Louis Xue's heart snapped. What? How many hours have I been trapped here? Chapter 105, Despair. Master Teacher. Are you there? Master. I can hardly breathe. It's so hard. Where the hell have you gone? Speak up. The moment the yin-yang formation was broken, Xie Chen's call was constantly transmitted within the sound transmission stone in Louis Xue's hand. For a full 5 hours, after Xie Chen, who was trapped in the underground coffin, suddenly lost contact with Louis Xue, he was instantly anxious and kept holding the sound transmission stone and calling out loudly. Partially at this time, the light of the stream fluorescent stone gradually dimmed, and finally went out completely, plunging into darkness. This made Xie Chen, whose own mental state was on the verge of collapse, even more fearful beyond words. Well, just as he was about to collapse, the long silent sound transmission stone finally rang out. Tatsu, how are you doing? Hearing the familiar voice, Xie Chen rekindled his desire to survive once again. Master, where are you? Why haven't you contacted me for so long? Master Teacher, I'm so sick. I can hardly breathe. Shen, don't be afraid. Master was trapped by a formation just now. I'm right above you. I'll save you from it now. Master, please take me out of here. I'm really close to breaking down. Hang in there. Master will save you from this. Just hold on for a little while longer. After saying that, Louis Xue immediately activated her spiritual energy and leapt into the void to slap down with a palm. Boom! A strike from the mixed realm directly lifted the mud underneath his feet by 10,000 feet of sand waves. When the smoke cleared, Louis Xue couldn't help but see a light in front of her eyes. Dust filled the air, and a sarcophagus was lying quietly in the middle of a pile of mud. Tatsu, you're saved. Louis Xue was overjoyed and landed directly on the sarcophagus, pushing the lid with all her might. However, the lid of the coffin, which he thought could be gently pushed open, was as heavy as 1,000,000 pounds and could not be shaken in the slightest. Ishue Lu murmured and took a closer look at the coffin. Only a circle of light blue light shone around the coffin. Formation techniques again. Shen Lian, you are truly a devil. Louis Xue cursed in her heart, then patted the coffin and shouted inside. Shen, are you inside? Soon, Xie Chen's voice came from inside the coffin. Master, I'm here. Why haven't you come to save me? I feel like I'm about to run out of breath. It's so hard. Hang on Tatsuer, I'll get you out in a minute. Looking at the clock, with less than an hour left before the 12-hour limit, Louis Xue decided not to waste any more time and planned to directly use her cultivation to forcefully break open the spell. Ice Spirit Technique. Ice Dragon attacks the sky. With a slap of his palm, a transformed frost dragon chi descended from the sky and landed heavily on the coffin. Boom! With a loud bang, the lid of the coffin directly exploded. Tatsu-chan. Before the smoke cleared, Louis Xue jumped directly into the coffin trying to free Xie Chen. However, when she took a look inside the coffin, she was struck by a sense of unprecedented despair. At this moment, lying inside the coffin, not the Xie Chen she longed for, but a transmitting stone. Right at this moment, the sound transmission stone was flooded with bright light, followed by Xie Chen's voice coming from within the sound transmission stone in his own hand. Master, where are you? I heard a big commotion just now. Was it you? Master, why don't you say something? Say something. Master, speak up. What the hell is going on? Louis Xue only felt weak and paralyzed in front of the sound transmission stone, trembling as she reached out her right hand and held it in her palm. But the moment he picked up the sound transmission stone, Star Avenue totems suddenly surfaced around the coffin. In the next moment, the Xie Chen within the sound transmission stone let out a miserable scream. Master, it's no good. There's a spell activated in the coffin. My spiritual energy, it's all being sucked away. It's so painful. Louis Xue's pupils instantly shrank and she busied herself. Shen, what happened? Master, So painful. Master. Me. Ah. My flesh and blood are melting. Ah. Immediately after that, miserable screams were sent out from within the sound transmission stone, and the mournful wails made Lu Yixue feel a palpitation. Where are you? Master. Why? Why haven't you come to save me? Lu Yixue finally realized that she had fallen for Shen Lian's trick. From the very beginning, he had never wanted to let himself save Xie. He had only been too eager and misled by hearing that Xie only had 12 hours to live, but completely did not think that even if Xie was buried alive, with his cultivation locked up for 10 days and half a month will not die. However, Shen Lian deliberately used psychological hints to guide himself to find this sound transmission stone. One was to tell himself that the medium of the call with Xie was transmitted through this sound transmission stone, and that the main body was not here. Secondly, to lend herself to killing her fiancé with her own hands. This sound transmission stone, which was the key to activating the technique to subdue Xie, was picked up by his own hand. At the thought of this, Lu Yixue finally broke down. She burst into tears at the sound transmission stone. Shen, I'm sorry, I'm really, really sorry, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, I can't save you. Ah, within the sound transmission stone, there was a heartbreaking roar. Tatsu-chan, Tatsuer. Lu Yixue, however, had no choice but to hug that sound transmission stone and shout. The next moment, the sound transmission stone no longer moved, and Lu Yixue divine sense deep, obviously feel Xie life soul, broken. Tatsu-chan. Lu Yixue held the sound transmission stone in her hand with a death grip, and tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably like a dam breaking. After a moment had passed, her eyes turned red and she gritted her teeth. Shen, don't worry, my teacher will definitely avenge you by killing the murderer for you. After speaking, he got up and looked in the direction of ancient Moon Peak. Shen Lian, I want you to pay for Chen's life. Come. On the other hand, inside the Tianji pavilion, looking at Xie Qi destiny plate in tatters, Elder Tianji looked mute. No, we can't go on like this. We must stifle this unexpected change. In advance, only then. The sons of Qi have already been killed and crippled. We can't let any accidents happen to the remaining ones. Just as Elder Tianji was planning to gather his disciples to kill this disturbance, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The next moment, he was at the top of a mountain range. Before the eyes of Elder Tianji, a child was intently planting unknown wildflowers. The moment he saw the child, old man Tianji immediately knelt down reverently. See the heavenly Tao. The child sniffed and a wry smile appeared on his lips. You must be very troubled right now, right? Elder Tianji, the heavenly Tao forgives me. I failed to look after the son of Qi. Please punish the heavenly Tao. The child held out a finger. There's no need for that. That man is not someone you can target. You'll have to use special means to get rid of him. Elder Tianji, please also give instructions from the heavenly Tao. Kid, deep within the forbidden land of the ice and snow sect, there is an ice phoenix statue that releases the person sealed within it, and she is the only one that can check that person's existence. Elder Tianji was puzzled. Dare I ask the heavenly Tao, within that ice phoenix statue, who exactly is it and why have I never heard of it? That's not for you to ask. Just do as you're told. The child got up and patted the mud on his hands. After all, she, too, is considered my deceased. Yes. After Elder Tianji answered, his figure was immediately sent out of the illusionary space. As soon as the people left, an even more bizarre smile appeared at the corners of the system's mouth. Host, I appreciate how the sparks will rub off between you and my former host. This system will wait and see. Ha ha ha. Chapter 106, Sacrificial Stance. On the ancient Moon Peak, a chaotic luster covered the time when it should have already been daytime, but now it was still shrouded in darkness. Abruptly, 3 streams of light appeared in unison at the top of ancient Moon Peak. When the stream of light dispersed, it revealed 3 aged but very spirited figures. Just as he landed, a yellow-robed old man at the head of the group looked stagnant. Not good. Shen's life soul is also shattered. The blue-robed old man on the left side was furious when he heard this. Daring to take action against my Xie family must be the work of the Xiansheng immortal dynasty. The green-robed old man on the right nodded. It seems that the Xian Sage Empress is determined to be an enemy of my Xie clan. Since that's the case, there's no need to worry about the left and right. So let's directly gather all the forces of the Xie clan and go to war with the Xian Sage immortal dynasty. The yellow-robed old man interrupted the two in a deep voice. All first calm down. Must first make things clear before acting is not too late. You see this place? My Xie family's ancestral home actually has a spirit formation fluctuations. First break the formation to ask the people inside whether the city master's mansion extinction related. Yes. The other 2 old men drank in their breath at the same time and activated their entire body's spiritual energy in unison. At that moment, yellow, green, and blue, The three unearthly hybrid powers bloomed in magnificent colors on the ancient moon peak. Iron Flame Infernal Handbrake Formation. The leader of the yellow-robed old man shouted in a deep voice. Set his life's power in the palm. Behind the blue and green, two old men at the same time lose power, only to see monstrous flames sweeping through the art formations for a moment. Boom! A shocking explosion. At the top of the ancient moon peak rose up a breath of Dao Main scattered in all directions. In the next moment, the spirit formation broke in response. It worked! Just as the three of them were feeling excited about breaking the formation, Shen Lian's wild voice rang in their ears. I thought that the one who came would be Lu Yixue, but I didn't want it to be three dying dead people. The price of disturbing Shen Lian's purification. Can you afford it? With a deep shout, the sound wave directly shook the three Xie clan elders back several steps. The smoke cleared and what appeared in front of the three was a cold, arrogant and unruly figure. Grand Elder. This person is by no means simple. His cultivation is not below us. See what happens. The yellow-robed old man stabilized his mind and took a step forward. I am one of the 6 ancestors of the Xie family. Xian, dare I ask you, why have you appeared in my Xie family's ancestral home? Shen Lian slowly opened his eyes and only scanned Xian. Then his eyes showed a hint of contempt. 4th level of the mixed realm. And you dare to call yourself an old ancestor? I can only say that the Xie family is nothing more than that. When these words came out, the blue-robed old man couldn't help himself. Kid, are you provoking the Xie family? If so, then Xie Tian would like to have a good meeting with you. 3rd level of the mixed realm? Even more unbearable trash. Shen Lian didn't give Xie Tian any face at all, and his exit was the ultimate mockery. You! Thankfully, the weather blew his nose. Kid, what is the price of arrogance? Do you know? A group of people who are about to die. Actually talking to me about the price of arrogance? Shen Lian raised his hand and pointed at the three of them. Aren't you all here today, just for the city lord's family? How did you know? Shi Yin frowned. Green robe Xia Hui, could it be that Xian Yenoa's family? You killed them all? The corner of Shen Lian's mouth hooked. Since you all know, superfluous nonsense can be saved. You will all stay together to accompany them. Xia Yan's expression turned cold. Your Excellency is so vicious. Why are you targeting my Xia family? Did the Xia family offend you in any way? Joke. Shen Lian has always acted freely and uninhibitedly. Killing is killing. What do I need to explain to you bunch of losers? I just want to know. What's the plan for facing the murderer in front of you? Xie Tian couldn't hold back. Grand Elder. I must kill him to avenge Chener. After the words, he was directly the first to rush over. Xie Tian, don't be impulsive. Shi Yin tried to speak out to stop it, but was still a step too slow, only to see Xie Tian's hands emitting blazing flames. Between the spiritual splendor scattered, the raging palm force contained countless Dao rhythms, directly rushing towards Shen Lian. Iron Flame Red Lotus hands. The first strike was an unrelenting 10%. Wherever Xie Tian's palm force passed, it became a scorched earth. However, in the face of such a fierce palm force slapping, Shen Lian was not flickering and not avoiding. His body was like a mountain, not moving like a mountain. Void hidden transformation potential. Palm energy close to half a foot in front of his body. Shen Lian raised his hand. Yin and Yang Tu Qi into 2 instruments. Instantly dissolved the raging fire into nothing. What? Seeing that his palm power, which was enough to open mountains and burn rocks, just dissolved into nothing, Xie Tian was suddenly shocked. Come on, any more moves? Just make them. After absorbing the chaotic residual force, Shen Lian's cultivation level had increased dramatically, and facing Xie Tian, who was only at the 3rd level of the mixed realm, he naturally did not put it in his eyes. The mocking tone, the contemptuous attitude, the deadly vendetta of extermination. The three of them exchanged eye contact with each other for only a split second before resolving to get rid of this terrifying opponent. You guys help me out. With a certain thought in mind, Xia Onli immediately mobilized his entire body's power and condensed it in his palm for a split second. In an instant, raging flames gradually began to spread from the center of the palm. Xie Tian and Xia Hui simultaneously utilized their entire body's power to pour as much as they could into Xia Yan's body. Kid, you killed my Xia clan's disciples. This revenge will be avenged today. Considering your courage, you are allowed to leave your name and then turn into ashes. As he spoke, the power of the three of them together had been raised to the extreme. A hurricane blew around the three of them straight into the sky. Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian saw this scene, but his battle spirit soared. Very well, in that case, I will use this move to return the honor of your courage to dare to challenge fate in this life. In the next moment, Shen Lian flipped his hands, his left palm resting on the sky, his right palm against the ground, and a spiritual chi that collected the essence of heaven and earth slowly entered his body. In a split second, the chi of yin and yang contained chaos infused. The root of heaven and earth within the body suddenly appeared as a handheld spectacle. One move, If you live, I'll kill myself. When the three of them heard this, their cheeks kept twitching in anger. Iron Flame Infernal Hand, blasting out a palm, 10 feet of fiery palm prints, with the momentum of splitting mountains and cracking rocks, rushed straight at Shen Lian. Void hidden, the sun and the moon flow together. At the same time, the sun and moon clenched in Shen Lian's hands merged. In just an instant, the vastness of the Tao rhythm was like a rushing giant wave, instantly swallowing up the iron flames 3 feet away. The remnants of the sun and moon power swept over the three Xian's torsos like a violent wind and rain. Accompanied by Xian's groan of unwillingness, the three of them instantly turned into ashes drifting between heaven and earth. It's unbearable. Ending the battle, Shen Lian didn't have the eyes to look into the void. In the deep pupils, an icy cold sharp aura rushed straight down. Shen Lian's body retreated half a step, and the sword chi landed directly in front of his feet. Boom! In just an instant, the sword chi swooped down 300 feet, directly causing the ancient moon peak to appear to be crumbling and collapsing. Shen Lian, with a mournful roar, Lu Yixue stepped on the ground with a loud bang. At that moment, the ground of Guyu Peak sank 3 feet, causing the entire Yuntian city to shake. Lu Yixue looked at Shen Lian angrily. Shen Lian, you returned my Chener's life. Shen Lian sniffed, put his hands behind his back, and let out a cold laugh. It seems that you weren't able to save Xie. It's a pity that he ended up dying at the hands of the master who loved him the most. This feeling, when it's really exciting, I think he must have hated you after he died, right? No, it wasn't me. It was you. You did it all. Lu Yixue was simply unwilling to accept that Xie had died because of himself, and naturally spread all her grievances on Shen Lian in her head. Shen Lian, come pay for my Chener's life. Chapter 107, Fulfilling Your Wish. Admit it, Yixue Lu. It was you who killed your beloved disciple and your fiancé with your own hands. He must have been in great pain and resentment before he died. Ha 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 ha. Shut up. It's all you. It's all because of you. Shen Lian, you deserve to die. Under the stimulation of Shen Lian's words, Lu Yixue had completely lost her mind, and her cold and ice sword chi crisscrossed her heart with only one thought: kill Shen Lian. However, at this moment, Shen Lian's cultivation had long been incomparable to that of 12 hours ago. Facing the oncoming messy sword chi, he didn't make a move, but just moved his feet lightly, easily avoiding all the attacks of cross-pollinating Lu Yixue, his contemptuous eyes full of mockery, as if he was looking at a struggling ant. Lu Yixue only saw the man in front of her, as if the superior was teasing and pitying a mole, and suddenly the fire in her heart increased. Anyone could taunt him, just Shen Lian? Absolutely not. Ice indulgence heaven and earth. With one move, heaven and earth seemed to be covered by ice and snow, and sword chi, like rain, came at Shen Lian from all over the sky. Shen Lian stepped on the Chenkuan misty steps, his body shape drifted, easily avoiding all the falling attacks. In the blink of an eye, the ancient moon peak was already a mess, and between the overflowing and spreading of the cold air, the temperature within Cloud Sky City began to plummet crazily. However, after the surging cold ice sword intent, Shen Lian was free and easy, without any sign of injury. Your cultivation, a breakthrough? Finally, Lu Yixue regained a trace of sanity, keenly sensing that the aura emanating from Shen Lian's body was the same as her own, both of which were at the mixed realm. The mixed realm allows the true essence in the body to be unaffected by the outside world, so that it can be used entirely for oneself. Just now, Lu Yixue's sword chi was released, but it could not affect Shen Lian half a bit, which immediately made her feel a hint of an unpleasant atmosphere. I can see that you really care about that punk Xie. Since that's the case, I'll do this senior brother's last favor and send you off to join him, to gather in the Yellow Springs. When the words fell, Shen Lian lifted his hands, and instantly the two yin and yang breath operated without stopping, as if it were a vast universe that was unceasingly alive. What? The fifth level of the mixed realm. Seeing Shen Lian's cultivation displayed, Lu Yixue was immediately shocked. He who had only crossed the tribulation realm a day ago had now broken through to the fifth level of the mixed realm in a single breath? Accident? Lu Yixue, I'll tell you one thing today. You are as humble as a mole cricket in my eyes. As soon as the words fell, a life-compelling pressure directly shook Lu Yixue's entire body meridians to boil more than once. This kind of power is even more terrifying than my seventh level of the mixed realm. You, in the end, are still hiding how much residual power you have. Ha ha ha, how much can you know about my bottom card? Once the laughter stopped, Shen Lian raised his hand and slapped it. Void hidden, one breath dividing yin and yang. The two chi of yin and yang came out at the same time, like two swimming dragons pushing straight towards Lu Yixue. Snowmelt ice flower. Lu Yixue immediately swung the ice spirit sword in her hand and slammed it into the yin-yang dual chi in one move. Boom! With a shocking explosion, Lu Yixue immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood from the corner of her mouth, and her body was also blasted back more than 10 steps by this rigid flexible airwave. Yixue Lu. One move succeeded. Shen Lian's complexion was cold, holding his palm as a grab, and the true qi around his body boiled. One more move to send you with a grudge. As soon as the bold words fell, Shen Lian actually emerged behind him as a Dao body phantom with a heaven-destroying aura, pressing Lu Yixue almost immovable. How is it possible? This waste? How is it stronger than it was at its peak before? In the face of such a terrifying disparity in strength, Lu Yixue had the intention to resist, but as soon as her body moved, she was directly bent to uncertainty by a wave of pressure. Void-hidden mountains and rivers shake together. Extreme one-trick pony. Immediately, a huge palm condensed by a rhyme fell above the void, directly falling towards the position where Lu Yixue stood. Ha! Lu Yixue let out a wild whistle, exhausting her entire body's spiritual energy to form a Big Dipper body-protecting strength, rigidly preparing to carry down this male force. Boom! As a palm fell, the ancient moon peak could no longer withstand this destruction and instantly crumbled and sank. For a while, flying sand and stones were flying, scourging the innocents in the city. Quick! Save the people! Right at this moment, Xian Sage Envoy Shangguan Xiong directly exerted his spiritual power with his subordinates at the critical moment, blocking the falling rocks and sparing many of the people in the city. Spectacular! Looking at the collapsed and sinking ancient moon peak again, Shangguan Xiong couldn't help but marvel again. Put! In the crumbling ruins of the mountains and rocks, Lu Yixue violently spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Shen Lian who was approaching towards him step by step. In addition to hatred in her eyes, there was a trace of fear. Lu Yixue, do you still look like the Ice and Snow Sect patriarch with this appearance? Ha ha ha. Hearing Shen Lian's maniacal laughter, Lu Yixue gritted her teeth and said, Shen Lian, give me a pain in the ass. If you dare to stay your hand, I will definitely not let you go. Shen Lian snorted coldly, not intending to let her go at all. It's too cheap to let you die like this. You must be made to deeply experience the fear of a slow death in order to kill the hatred I've felt for years. Seeing the emotionless blood-colored pupils, Lu Yixue was shocked. You? What are you going to do? I said that I would let you and Xie Chen be together forever, so I can't go back on my word. Don't you want to know where Xie Chen's tomb is? You. Without waiting for Lu Yixue to speak, Shen Lian directly stunned him with a fan. Since you're so devoted to that loser, I'll fulfill your wish of dying also in the same hole. After the words were spoken, his hand spread out to directly carry Lu Yixue's torso on his shoulder. Just as he was about to leave, Shangguan Xiong's voice sounded behind him. Please stay, fellow Daoist? Shen Lian, who had just taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped and looked sideways. What is your business? Shangguan Xiong, fellow Daoist with deep cultivation. Are you willing to serve the Xianshang immortal dynasty and serve the empress? Boom! As soon as the words fell, Shangguan Xiong was directly knocked back 3 steps by a muddy force emanating from Shen Lian's body. What Xianshang immortal dynasty is worthy of Shen Lian's service? This time is just a warning. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as just taking 3 steps back. After speaking, Shen Lian directly left, not giving Shangguan Xiong any chance to speak at all. Of course, Shangguan Xiong was also completely speechless. Just now the muddy force from Shen Lian's body entered his body, but he was unable to dissolve it in the first place. It was probably after a long time that Shangguan Xiong forced that muddy force out of his body. What a quirky temper. It seems that storing is impossible, so let's just cooperate instead. Thinking of this, Shangguan Xiong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and turned around to go back to resettle the affected people of the city. On the other hand, above the Ice Snow Sect's forbidden land, Elder Tianji personally came to a winged ice phoenix statue. The heavenly Dao's instructions should be here. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Elder Tianji was about to activate his divine power to directly shatter the ice phoenix statue and release the person sealed inside. But just then, Amit Ba, a Buddhist cry rang out, interrupting Elder Tianji's spell casting. When he raised his eyes, he saw a monk with a solemn face holding Buddha's dust and stepping on Buddha's seal, walking towards himself with his eyes closed. The monk walked up to Elder Tianji, his eyes slightly closed. Fellow Taoist Tianji, it's been a long time. Elder Tianji recognized the person at a glance. So it's the holy monk of Ting Tian. The poor Taoist is here to salute you. Chapter 108, The Ice Phoenix's Miserable Cry. A monk, a Xian, 2 powerful men of the current generation of the Gi realm stood against each other. Different minds, different motives. Within this ice and snow sect's forbidden land, the most intense conflict was about to erupt. Amit Ba Buddha, fellow Taoist Tianji has always stayed out of the red world, but now he has come to this snowy sect. I wonder what he is asking for. Then what is the purpose of the holy monk of Tingtian's visit here if he is not attending meditation in the Buddhist realm? Words were exchanged between the two, and every word seemed ordinary, but was full of temptation. A cold wind blowing, the ice phoenix statue vaguely emits a piece of spiritual illusion luster. Instantly the two figures reflecting some transparency. In just this moment, both of them understood each other's situation. So, this is fellow Taoist Tianji's doppelganger. How can the holy monk of fixed heaven be any different? Ding Tian put his hands together, silently recited a Buddha's name, and the Buddha's dust in his hand was lightly raised and flung, hanging steadily on his right shoulder. Fellow Taoist Tianji, the poor monk implores you not to touch this statue. The karma here is very great. I'm afraid that you can't afford it. Tianji, the purpose of the holy monk's arrival here is to stop me. It seems that you have long since projected what the poor Taoist would come here to do today? Ting Tian, Amitabha Buddha. Fellow Taoist Tianji's deduction method is unparalleled in the world. How can a poor monk's Taoism be compared to yours? But the poor monk still says that the ice phoenix statue involves too much karma, so I'm afraid that destroying it at the risk will cause the living souls to suffer. Tianji, sacred monk, please also understand, I am executed by the will of heaven, and I must unlock the seal within the statue today before I can do so. Ting Tian Buddha's eyes slightly closed. And would the heavenly Tao issue such a heavenly angry decree? Please also ask fellow Taoist Tianji to think deeply and at least probe the movements of this ice phoenix statue before making a move. Old man Tianji's brows sank as he heard this, and he immediately probed his divine sense towards the ice phoenix statue. It was only this exploration that instantly caused him to break out in a cold sweat. What a deep resentment! Who exactly is the person sealed here? A drop of cold sweat seeped out of Elder Tianji's forehead, and his eyes were filled with a strange fear. Just now, the divine sense probed a scene, only to feel that the person sealed inside the statue had a strong resentment vaguely breaking out of his body. If it weren't for a spell formation controlling it, one's own divine sense would definitely be damaged by the impact of that resentment. Amit Ba. Ting Tian let out a Buddhist cry, causing Elder Tianji's emotions to finally stabilize. Fellow Taoist Tianji, do you still intend to break this seal now? The old man Tianji exhaled a long breath of turbid air and looked at Ding Tian and asked, Holy monk, do you know who is sealed within? Ting Tian folded his hands together and tossed his Buddhist dust. Fellow Taoist Tianji is really joking. You can't deduce who the sealer is inside. So how can a poor monk know? Elder Tianji, then I dare to ask, by whom was the holy monk entrusted to come and stop the young monk? Ding Tian closed his eyes and shook his head. Entrusted by a female monk. It is just that her name is not convenient to mention, so as not to cause more trouble in the Taiku continent. Tianji Elder, I understand. Today thanks to the holy monk to step in and stop it. Otherwise it would have almost caused a big mistake. Tianji Pavilion still has important matters to deal with, so I'll leave you here. Amit Ba. Ting Tian raised a Buddha's name and watched the Tianji Elder's split body transform into light and vanish into the sky, waiting for the old man Tianji to leave. Ding Tian turned his head to look at the ice phoenix statue and sighed softly. There are thousands of laws in the world, but only one of the robberies of love is difficult to cross. Monk, why are you so obsessed with it? As soon as the words fell, the ice phoenix statue suddenly let out a mournful hiss. The sound of phoenix chirping swept through the ice and snow sect, shaking the snowy peaks with turbulence that was hard to stop. Not good. Ting Tian see this. Buddha dust sweep. Hand pinch Buddha seal. Immediately surrounded by Buddha power in the sky. The Sanskrit scripture culture as a starry sky to form a boundary. The phoenix song miserable chanting shrouded cover. However, the Sanskrit scriptures shattered the instant they overlapped with the waves of the phoenix's mournful chants. The good news was that the mournful sound stopped, the signs of the snowy region's collapse dissipated, and all was calm again. Amit Ba. Alas. Ting Tian sighed softly in helplessness as the split began to gradually fluctuate. Just now, in order to stop the phoenix-sounding mournful waves, the split's spirit power had been exhausted, and the sign of collapse was about to appear. Monk, the past has become clouds of smoke, so why do you have to be so obsessed with love and hate? After saying that, he unclasped a string of Buddha beads from his body and placed it in front of the ice phoenix statue. This string of spirit Buddha beads can help you dissolve the grievances in your heart, and if one day you have the destiny to reappear in the earthly realm, you may take this spiritual Buddha bead to the Bodhi temple of the Buddha region, and the poor monk will be willing to abate your karmic obstacles. Amit Ba Buddha. The sound of the Buddha's trumpet fell, and the Ting Tian split dissipated, turning into a Buddha's light that vanished into the sky. In the fixed sky disappeared for a moment, placed in front of the ice phoenix statue of the spirit Buddha beads, suddenly disintegrated scattered all over the place. Where am I? Lu Yixue, who had been unconscious for an unknown period of time, slowly opened her eyes, but it was pitch black to the eye. In the air, there was also an unpleasant odor of dead bodies. She lifted her hand, but touched a cold one. Here is. In an instant, Lu Yixue fiercely recalled what Shen Lian had told herself. to put herself and Xia Chen in the same cave. At that moment, her pupils suddenly shrunk, and she immediately groped for a while, happened to feel a piece of flowstone as his hand went under his waist. She busied herself by inputting a small amount of spiritual energy, and when the streaming fluorescent stone emitted a brilliant light, she finally saw the environment she was in. No! When Lu Yixue realized that she was really in a coffin, she immediately broke down. No way! Lie to me, it's not real! Ka Chao! Just as she was dancing around, she accidentally touched a piece of something unknown. Lu Yixue was shocked and slowly turned to look. Instead, he saw a skeleton lying on his side. Look at the clothes on the body or the clothes in front of Xia Chen. Xia Chen? No! At this instant, Lu Yixue only felt a burst of creepiness, and busily exerted her whole body's spiritual power to open the coffin lid. However, as soon as she moved, there was immediately a powerful suction force that instantly siphoned off her released spiritual energy. Don't! Shen Lian! You can't do this to me! Now! She completely panicked and began to bang on the lid of the coffin as frantically as a disgruntled woman. It wasn't until the streaming fluorescent stone shone through that Lu Yixue could see the bottom of the coffin lid, with countless scratches. It was clearly the desperate look of Xia Chen before he died. I don't want to die. I really don't. At this moment, Lu Yixue cried out in fear and began to frantically slap the coffin lid. Just then, Shen Lian's voice came from her ears. Lu Yixue, I'm still keeping my word. Right. When I said that I would let you share the same cave with Xia Chen, then I would definitely not go back on my word. Now you must be very happy, right? Ha 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 ha. Lu Yixue hurriedly grabbed the voice transmission stone. Shen Lian, let me out. I know I'm wrong. Please let me go. I apologize to you. I repent to you. I just beg you to hurry up and let me out. A moment later, Shen Lian's puzzled voice came from the sound transmission stone. Oh, regretted? Really? Really? I really regret it. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Please forgive me for once. Eldest brother, don't kill me. Lu Yixue is really scared. At this moment she truly understand. They simply do not love Xia Chen. Love but his family history and the appearance of a good and docile. The saying that they are buried in one cave is purely a figure of speech. Eldest senior brother. I really know I'm wrong. I will never hurt you again from now on. I'm willing to marry you as my wife. Please hurry up and release me. It's so scary here. Chapter 109 Lu Yixue, go to hell. Oh, you really know it's wrong? Regret? Yes, I really regret it. Eldest brother, please don't do this to me. I'm so scared. Hearing Shen Lian's voice in the sound transmission stone seemed to have the intention of forgiving himself. Lu Yixue immediately saw the hope of life. No matter what he was told to do or say, as long as he waited to get away and return to the Ice and Snow sect, he would then go back and clean up Shen Lian. This punk actually dared to treat himself like this. How could he let him go? He was not Shen Lian's opponent. And then he would ask the Ice and Snow ancestor to take action to suppress Shen Lian. And that would not be a problem that could be solved with a single finger? Anyway, right now, let's get out of this dark place first. Eldest brother, let me out quickly. However, in the next second, Shen Lian's teasing laughter came from the sound transmission stone. Ha ha ha, since you know that you're wrong, then with endless remorse, sleep forever in the ground. Lu Yixue's pupils shrunk. What do you mean by that? Asterisk. You think that one sentence of regret can make up for the harm you have done to me over these hundreds of years? What kind of spring and autumn dream are you having? How can anyone who offends Shen Lian have a good ending? Now that I've shown you mercy by letting you be buried in the same hole as that loser, I'm granting you the greatest mercy, and you must learn to be grateful when you die. Grateful to me, the eldest brother, for witnessing the promise of your bull love. Lu Yixue immediately widened her eyes and could no longer tense up. Shen Lian, how did you become like this? I'm your senior sister. I order you to hurry up and release me. Ha ha ha. Lu Yixue, you're still so stupid even at the end of your life. At this point you still think I'm the Shen Lian of old. Say a few words as you please and obediently choose to forgive you? I have waited for this day for a long time, and now that I see you slowly dying in a dark coffin with your spiritual energy drained, I am feeling unprecedented pleasure. Lu Yixue's eyes instantly turned red as she roared sternly. Shen Lian, you animal! What right do you have to treat me like this? Isn't it just that you didn't agree to be your wife? As for treating me like this? Shut up. When my Shen Lian's wife, you don't look at what kind of goods you are. Also worthy. I only hate that my former self was blind and I actually will pay so much for you like you. I just hate why this day did not come so soon. But it's not too late now. Look at Xia Chen beside you. It won't be long before you'll be like it. Just a skeleton. Ha ha ha. Lu Yixue felt a chill all over her body, and inadvertently glanced sideways at Xia Chen. No, I don't want to. I really don't. It's been so hard for me to get to where I am today. I haven't even enjoyed the feeling of standing on high and admiring the scenery. I haven't even finished feeling the eyes of countless cultivators looking at me as unattainable. How can I die like this? Shen Lian, since you sent me to that position, why are you treating me like this again? Can't you just let go of your past grudges with a straight face? Even though I hurt you in the past, but that wasn't all my fault. It was all arranged by the old ancestor. What can I do? Anyway, I've apologized to you. Why don't you forgive me, Shen Lian? As long as you let me out, I promise you that I will never treat you like that in the future. Okay? As a result, as soon as she finished her words, Shen Lian's laughter immediately came over. Ha 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 ha. After all these years, what other tactics do you have besides this one? Unfortunately, that line of rhetoric doesn't make a ripple at all for me right now. You don't have to say anything, just stay underground enjoying your sechen, slowly turning into yellow earth. After the words were spoken, the sound transmission stone was completely interrupted. No, 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 Shen Lian, Shen Lian, Shen Lian. Ah, seeing that there was no response at all from the other end of the sound transmission stone, Louis Xue completely collapsed and started to go crazy. Let me out. Do you hear me? Let me out. Shen Lian, you beast. I'm going to kill you. I won't let you go even if I turn into a severe ghost. At this moment, Louis Xue was already like a madman, trying to lift the lid of the coffin with her hands and feet. However, no matter how hard she tried, the heavy coffin lid just didn't move like a mountain. At the same time, the human emperor cauldron rotated, continuously extracting and depriving her of the aura at the Sea of Dan in her body, bit by bit. Finally, Louis Xue got tired of making a scene and panted violently as she looked at the shocking scratches on the coffin lid. At this moment, due to the passing of her cultivation, her face began to gradually age and she was no longer young and beautiful. Only, she couldn't notice the change in her face. Shen Lian, I won't let you go even as a ghost. With endless resentment, Louis Xue slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, she could clearly feel that her flesh and blood were starting to melt bit by bit. I hate so much. With a sound of posthumous hatred, Louis Xue gradually transformed into a withered bone, while a strand of the dormant residual soul was absorbed by the art in the coffin. First, on the other hand, Shen Lian held the human emperor cauldron in his hand and watched the residual soul of Louis Xue swimming within, revealing a cold smile. Suddenly, a piece of message ink jade flew through the air. Shen Lian raised his hand and the ink jade shattered. Instantly, 3 words appeared in the void. Nangong Li, it's your turn. Shen Lian directly summoned the underworld carriage and diverted to gallop in the direction of the southern domain. As a result of Louis Xue's life, the next targets to be targeted were the remaining few white-eyed wolves, and it was time for Nangong Li to send her offline. Nangong Li that must be on the way to the spirit world at this moment. Since this is the case, then simply let you also go to hell. Just what kind of death should I choose for her to take the edge off my mind? Just as Shen Lian was pondering what means to use to make the already crippled Nangong Li's death a little more miserable, Shang Wanxiong once again blocked his way. Do you think you're going to live long? When he saw Shang Wanxiong, Shen Lian did not look good. The thing he hated most in his life was when someone blocked his way. Shang Wanxiong made a bow and said to Shen Lian, fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand. I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have treated fellow Taoist in such a way. However, my immortal dynasty is thirsty for talent at the moment, and if I can get help from you, the immortal dynasty is willing to pay any price. Shen Lian unfolded his folding fan. How much face does the Xianshang immortal dynasty have in wanting to invite me? The price of making me bend the knee. I'm afraid that even your entire immortal dynasty put together can't afford it. Shang Wanxiong didn't expect Shen Lian to be wild to such an extent. However, he still said patiently, tell you what, if you, fellow Daoist, are willing to cooperate with the Xianshang immortal dynasty, I'm willing to agree to any conditions you want on behalf of the Empress. No need. Shen Lian refused outright. You're lucky that I'm in a good mood today, but if you were to stand in front of me 1 hour earlier, there would be one more strand of lonely souls and wild ghosts outside of that cloud sky city. Shang Wanxiong lowered his eyebrows. Fellow Daoist, I know that what you say is not false, but even if I knew that this matter would be difficult to accomplish, I am also willing to lay down my life to try, and as long as you make the conditions, the Xianshang immortal dynasty will definitely do it for you. Shen Lian lifted the curtain. Since you, Xianshang immortal dynasty, are so capable, then Shen Lian will give you a chance to find the 6th Xian Tianji, and I can make an exception once for Xianshang immortal dynasty. If you find it, bring it to me at the unknown mountain. If you can't find it, don't come back to seek death. With your training, I can't bring myself to kill you, but there are other ways to get you just as dead. After saying that, He let down the curtain and the underworld carriage immediately took off. 6 Xian Tianji. Well, quickly return to the immortal dynasty and then make plans. Without any hesitation, Shang Wanxiong turned around and disappeared into Cloud Sky City. Chapter 110 Abuse. On the other hand, the Game Sword Pavilion had a change of heart. Nangon Li's whole body was burned, relying on the clan's spiritual medicine to barely save her life. However, because of her own serious injuries, she was no longer able to handle the daily routine of the sect, so naturally, she could not keep her position as the sect leader. With the intervention of Supreme Elder Qing Yu, the position of Patriarch was temporarily assumed by Yu Yangjun. As for Nangon Li, there is Lu Qingyi escort to the spirit world Pil King Liuli Valley to convalesce. When the injury cultivation recovery, Wen can return to the Game Sword Pavilion. Since Nangon Li's injuries were unusually severe and she was unable to use her spiritual weapon to speed up her footsteps, Lu Qingyi and a few other disciples could only place Nangon Li in a wheelchair and push her slowly in the direction of the spirit realm. Seeing that her former master was now out of power and in such a crippled body, Lu Qingyi's eyes no longer looked at her with respect and admiration. There was only strong dislike and disgust. On the 5th day of leaving the Game Sword Pavilion, Lu Qingyi simply removed her disguise and just walked ahead by herself, never coming forward to push the wheelchair again. Xing Yi, walk slower, master can't keep up. Nangon Li's voice was hoarse, no longer the sweetness of the past. Seeing Lu Qingyi's look of disinterest, his heart certainly understood this disciple's thoughts, but he could only do nothing about it. Lu Qingyi glanced back and said to the disciples behind Nangon Li, "You guys push faster. This is still tens of thousands of miles away from the spirit world." She said, "I'm afraid I won't be able to walk for a few years like this, and if I delay my cultivation then, the only one who will suffer will be myself." After saying that, he blankly glanced at Nangon Li again, his eyes filled with mockery. Nangon Li's heart pulls a cold piece. She naturally is aware of her disciple's character, but now what can be done? Back then, it was because she spoke well and was easy to coax herself happy that she took Lu Qingyi as her disciple. How could I have ever imagined that my life would be changed so dramatically? At sunset, several people traveled to a dense forest, intending to rest here for the time being, but it's exhausting. As soon as they arrived at the campsite, the two disciples pushing the wheelchairs were also suffering from a backache. Since the cultivators were accustomed to spiritual weapons for walking, they had not walked such a long distance on foot for a long time, so they were all very unaccustomed to it. "You guys go pick up some firewood to put a bonfire on, and prepare some spirit fruits, so we'll just make do tonight, and then rest for 2 days when we arrive at Green Mountain Town tomorrow." "Yes, senior sister." Those two disciples also felt a pang of disgust towards Nangon Li at the moment, and listened to Lu Qingyi's orders all the way. While the two went about their business, Lu Qingyi sat on a clean rock and took out the spirit spring water and drank it. Nangon Li was also thirsty. Watching Lu Qingyi drink water, he couldn't help but say, "Qingyi, master is thirsty, give master a sip of water." Lu Qingyi acted as if she hadn't heard it, only focusing on pouring the spirit spring water into her mouth. "Xing Yi, master is thirsty. Xing Yi, let master take a sip." Nangon Li was really thirsty, and when she saw that Lu Qingyi was ignoring her, she began to call out repeatedly. It wasn't until Lu Qingyi was so upset by the shouting that she spoke out to interrupt her. "It's really annoying. You won't even let anyone stop for a sip of water." After saying that, he directly threw the water bag onto Nangon Li. The burned body suffered such a wave of slight collision, and immediately the pain Nangon Li couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. She forced herself to endure the pain in her body, and her gauze-wrapped hands grabbed the water bag and tried to pour it into her mouth. However, as soon as she moved, her damaged skin instantly became painful, and she didn't stop herself from directly dropping the water bag to the ground. "Rubbish, what use can you be?" Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyi was so angry that she directly cursed and took an arrow step forward to grab the water bag on the ground. "Look at you. You can't even hold a water bag. How much of the good spiritual spring water has been wasted by you just like this?" Being scolded by Lu Qingyi in such a manner, Nangon Li's shocked pupils shook tremendously, and for a moment she forgot about her current situation, and couldn't help but ask in return, "Qingyi, what kind of attitude is this? I'm your senior. You can't treat me like this, master?" Lu Qingyi sniffed a cold laugh and looked Nangon Li up and down, unable to help but shake her head. "Look at you now as you are. Still the Yijang, a patriarch who charmed thousands of beings and made countless men worship under her stone skirts? Ha ha ha." She couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the sound of her laughter reached Nangon Li's ears. It was actually this harsh. "Do you want to take a mirror to see what you look like now? You still deserve to be my Lu Qingyi's master." "I poo. It's disgusting." A mouthful of spit spat unmercifully on Nangon Li's gauze-wrapped face. At this moment, Nangon Li was completely broken defense, hissed and shouted, "Lu Qingyi, Why are you treating me like this? I've been so good to you on weekdays. I didn't blame you for the many wrong things you've done, and knowing that you and Su Mengyao don't get along, I've even made it a point to help you work together to suppress her. In the end, this is how you repay me? I'm so blind. Shut up, ugly. Lu Qingyi interrupted her sternly, her eyes filled with contemptuous impatience. What's the use of you saying so much now? It's not true that I bullied Su Mengyao, but didn't you do the same? In the beginning, you were afraid that Su Mengyao would surpass you in the sword path, so you made things difficult for her in the sect. And now you're blaming me? Oh, you say you're nice to me because you like to listen to flattery? We get what we want. You don't have to make it sound like I owe you. We're just getting what we want. Besides, all these years I've been your disciple. I've been trying to learn the innate sword intent, and you're not even willing to give me half a word about it. Do you really consider me your disciple? But just as a servant girl who comes when I call. Nangonli sniffed, her chest heaving with anger. Rebellious disciple. Really rebellious disciple. Ah, in vain I treat you like this, but you are so beneficent. I'm being gracious? Lu Qingyi suddenly laughed, then replaced it with a gentle smile. This smile looked straight at Nangonli's scalp for a while. My good master, how can you think of me like that? Don't you want to drink water? Then let me, as a disciple, personally feed you. After the words, she directly poured the spirit spring water towards Nangonli. No, stop, what are you doing? Nangonli immediately danced around, and soon the gauze wrapped around her body caused blood to seep out due to her strenuous physical movements. Good master, I know you're thirsty, so I fed you water. Ah, see how filial my disciple is. Ha ha ha. Until the bag of water was splashed, Nangonli sitting in the wheelchair was already completely soaked. Unfortunately, even if her current body was stripped naked and shown to people, I'm afraid that Era would have to pay direct attention to abstinence when she looked at it. Ha 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 ha. Looking at this appearance before Nangonli's eyes, Lu Qingyi revealed a crazed and hideous smile. Ah, Nangonli, on the other hand, was enduring the intense pain coming from all parts of her body, coupled with her inner sadness, and let out a hoarse ghostly roar. Ugly, if you don't want to suffer on this journey, be honest or I'll make your life worse than death. Do you hear me? Dropping a sentence, Lu Qingyi turned around and took out a tent from within her nascent sacred ring and walked in alone, no longer paying any attention to Nangonli. Nangonli could only sit alone in her wheelchair, crying her heart out. Why? How did things get to this point? Chapter 111, Compulsion. Due to Lu Qingyi's authorization, it caused the other two escorting disciples' attitudes towards Nangonli to take a sharp turn for the worse. On the second day, in order to speed up the journey and end this difficult task earlier, Lu Qingyi bought a carriage after passing through Qingshan town. With a surrogate footing, the journey naturally sped up quite a bit. However, Lu Qingyi, in order to torture Nangonli, didn't even let her get on the carriage, but instead, she took the liberty of fixing Nangonli's body on the wheelchair with a rope, and then using a drawstring, she was dragged by the carriage as it galloped forward. Stop, let go of me, stop. On the muddy road, Nangonli continuously let out wails of pain. The carriage sped forward quickly, Nangonli's body constantly bumping and undulating, inducing burning skin on her body, pain that made her regret coming to this world. The mournful screams did not cause Lu Qingyi to feel the slightest bit of sympathy, but only felt a rush of pleasure in her heart. It wasn't until they entered the next city that Lu Qingyi stopped her frantic actions and placed Nangonli, who was already covered in blood, in. Look how much of a waste you are, having to be waited on to change your sash. Inside the inn room, Lu Qingyi leaned against the door looking at Nangonli with a face full of disgust. The two disciples roughly unwrapped the bandages from her body. Nangonli's wound was glued together with the bandage, and when the disciple gently tugged on it, it would bring up a stream of sticky blood, causing her to bare her teeth in pain. It was hard to undo all the bandages on his body, and a miserably injured body surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. The eye is full of burning wounds. Some places even began to turn into pus and blood dripping down. The air filled with a nasty smell. Let a person look at the nausea. TSK. Lu Qingyi covered her nose, scat a few times in extreme disgust, and once again spoke in mockery. Master, in the past, your skin was as white as snow, and if the male disciples under your door saw you without clothes, they would probably make some finger jobs in private to fulfill their desires. But then look at this ghostly appearance of yours now. Even a ghost would have to be afraid to retreat for 3 minutes when it sees you, and would hate to chop you with a knife in order to suppress the shock. Nangonli hated to immediately slaughter this retrograde disciple at this time. Every word was so solid. Senior, do you think that if the Sword Emperor knew about your current appearance, would he still choose you to be the Sword Pavilion Patriarch of the Game Pavilion? Nangonli was already unlovable at this point, so she simply went out on a limb. Lu Qingyi, the Sword Emperor is looking at my talent. Because I practiced innate sword intent, that's why I was chosen to be the sword-playing pavilion patriarch. Instead of relying on appearances, as you think, though I am now down and out, reduced to the point of being bullied by a scumbag like you. But if the Sword Emperor is here, I'm certain that the candidate for the Sword Game Pavilion Patriarch is destined to remain mine. Ha ha ha. Before she finished her sentence, Lu Qingyi had already stifled her laughter. Nangang Li, at such a time, you still dare to delude yourself into thinking about things that don't exist. Just like you, ghosts feel disgusted when they see your appearance. Who would let you be the Swordplay Pavilion Sovereign? I'm afraid no one would even want you as an odd-job disciple. Nangang Li don't open his face, don't want to argue with this anymore. But Lu Qingyi was obviously unwilling to let her go. Master, I think you're afraid you'll have to say goodbye to the path of cultivation forever. In this condition, I can make a living for your future. I'll ask the shopkeeper for a dog's bowl, and you can hold it in your hand and beg along the street. With your pitiful appearance, I'm sure there are plenty of kind and good-hearted people willing to give you a bite to renew your life. Nangang Li's body began to tremble slightly. Lu Qingyi's words were the last thing she wanted to face. When she was a child, she was a beggar, or a beggar under the control of a man's teeth. In the freezing cold, her knees were sore from kneeling, but in the end, she didn't ask for a bite of food and went back to be beaten to death. It was not until she met the Heavenly Feather ancestor who accepted her into the Heavenly Feather sect that Nangang Li's life was able to produce a sea change. Hundreds of years had passed, and she thought she would never live that way again. But now, Lu Qingyi's words directly made her feel the most inexplicable uneasiness and fear. No, absolutely not to go back to the past. Even if I die, I should die on the path of cultivation. Having enjoyed the honor and status brought by cultivation, how could one go back to that unpleasant starting point? Absolutely not. When Lu Qingyi saw that she didn't say anything, she was suddenly not in the mood to continue joking with her, and just instructed with the two disciples, "You guys keep an eye on her. I'll go back to my room to rest first." Yes, senior sister. After seeing Lu Qingyi off, the duo roughly wrapped a new bandage around Nangang Li. Inside the room, another hiss of pain came from Nangang Li. Nay, the room had long since been bounded by Lu Qingyi, and outsiders couldn't even hear the voices inside. At nightfall, Lu Qingyi was deeply practicing the Blood River sword intent taught by Chen Wuji with her eyes closed in her room. At this moment, she was emitting strange blood aura around her body, and her whole face was as bloodless as a ghostly zombie. After performing her work for a week, Lu Qingyi was satisfied and recovered from her state of immersion. But when she opened her eyes for a moment, she saw a black and white figure sitting in front of the round table in front of her, gently shaking a folding fan. Blood River sword intent. It seems like you also obtained this wasteful technique in the Forbidden Land in the back of the mountain. Shen Lian slowly put away his folding fan and turned to look at Lu Qingyi. It's you? The moment she saw Shen Lian, Lu Qingyi's forehead burst into sweat. He had seen Shen Lian's toughness with his own eyes, and just by slightly instructing Su Mengyao, he had made an unprecedented breakthrough in her sword Dao. At this moment, even if he had obtained the Chen Wuji inheritance, he would still have no chance of winning against Shen Lian. You, what do you want with me? Shen Lian did not hesitate to mock and sneer. No need to feel fear. Now you are not qualified to die in my hands. Packing up a good-for-nothing loser can't put me in the mood to feel one iota of pleasure. Lu Qingyi still remained vigilant, fearing that Shen Lian was swindling himself. Sure is a loser. Ha! Seeing her like that, Shen Lian was also too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Qingyi and directly explained his intention. Even if you get the inheritance, for the Blood River sword intent to be cultivated to great completion, with your talent, it would take you at least 1,000 years. But if I tell you trash that there's a faster shortcut that will allow you to achieve the peak of Blood River sword intent in 3 months, would you, being a trash, be willing to try it? Lu Qingyi sniffed and whispered, "Are you telling the truth? What good is it to me to lie to a punk like you?" Shen Lian's face sank. "If you don't believe me, then I don't have the time to waste with you." Lu Qingyi heard this and immediately knelt under Shen Lian. "Senior, are you really willing to help me? You talk too much nonsense." Shen Lian was obviously a bit impatient. "Grind it out. If you miss this opportunity you'll never find a better time than right now." "I do," Lu Qingyi immediately said aloud. "If Senior is willing to help me cultivate the Blood River sword intent, Senior is willing to agree to all your conditions." The corners of Shen Lian's lips gently hooked imperceptibly, and he turned to her and said, "Since your talent doesn't work, let's do it another way. The innate sword bone in Nangang Li's body is the best nourishment for you to break through the limits of yourself. I wonder if you have the guts to take it from her." Chapter 112, The Death Penalty. "What? You're asking me to plot against my own senior and snatch her innate sword bone?" No, absolutely not. That's my senior." Upon hearing that he was going to allow himself to dig up the innate sword bone in Nangang Li's body, Lu Qingyi's head shook like a rattlesnake drum. She's just bad, but not stupid. Nangon Li was no longer a member of the Game Sword Pavilion, but even more so, he was his own master. Even if he is not the patriarch now, if something goes wrong, and the clan pursues the matter, it would be hard for him to escape the blame for the article of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestor alone. Shen Lian heard this, but he sneered. Then you are really a good disciple of Nangon Li. Whose disciple would humiliate his master so much at the halfway point of the road? Whose disciple would pour spirit spring water on his master just to keep her from drinking? And whose disciple would tie his own master to the back of a carriage and drag her forward? Lu Qingyi was shocked. You know all about it? Humph. With your wasteful cultivation, to be able to detect my existence, that would be the greatest humiliation for Shen Lian. Now that the grudge between you and Nangon Li has been settled, if she recovers from her injuries in the future, do you think she will let you go? Even if she can't recover from her injuries, when she returns to the Game Sword Pavilion, she'll tell the clan about how you tortured her. You're equally difficult to escape a death. I know too much about what kind of character Nangon Li is. This is absolutely not going to let go of anyone who insults her pitiful self-esteem. If you don't want to die, then the only way is to become stronger than her. But with your talent that even dogs shake their heads at the sight of, relying on yourself to completely penetrate the blood river sword intent step by step, I'm afraid that you won't be able to do it until the day you die. But if you get the innate sword bone, and then fused with the blood river sword intent, so as to quickly enhance their own cultivation foundation, so that you can embark on the road to the peak. Of course, what you intend to choose is all up to you. If you want to continue to be a loser accomplishing nothing, and be killed by Nangon Li in the future, then don't do anything at all. Just send her to the spirit world. And if you want to get ahead and stand up and look up to you where she can't reach you, get your ass in gear. After all, such a great opportunity is right next to you, and if you don't take it, those evil cultivators who have heard of it will do it too. Consider it well. One's life will not have so many opportunities waiting for you to choose. Once you miss it is a lifetime. No more flip-flops possible. After listening to Shen Lian's analysis, Lu Qingyi fell into deep thought. Indeed, if he obtained the innate sword bone, he would definitely be able to show a bright future. Moreover, he had treated Nangon Li so harshly these days, and he thought that she was also harboring a grudge. And if he arrived at the spirit world, the probability was high that her senior sister, Mu Shaking Light, knowing what had happened to Nangon Li, would also do the same to himself. There was also Shen Lian who was right. The news that Nangon Li was carrying the innate sword bone would definitely spread in the black and white channels. In case he encountered an evil cultivator like the last time, he was simply unable to guard himself. In that case, why don't you take advantage of others rather than yourself? Thoughts locked in, Lu Qingyi immediately had a decision. Many thanks for the guidance, Senior. Senior knows what to do. Seeing that Lu Qingyi was already on the hook, Shen Lian put away his folding fan and turned around. In fact, Shen Lian could completely take out that piece of innate sword bone with his own hands, but when he thought of what happened to his original body in her body, he immediately pressed down this impulse, letting her die so easily. Shen Lian could not relieve his anger at all in his heart, only by making her lose everything she was proud of. Humbled into an ant to be trampled underfoot by the betrayal of those she despised and die in despair. Would there be a full sense of fulfillment? What's more, Nangon Li's current appearance of no substantial difference with the waste. Shen Lian can't lift the interest to do it himself, so it's just to induce Lu Qingyi to do it. This green tea can definitely play the effect of killing and killing the heart. Early the next morning, Lu Qingyi carried a bowl of tonic to Nangon Li's bedside and said with a remorseful expression, Master, I'm sorry, yesterday disciple carefully thought about it. These days is that I'm too naughty and chilled your heart. Please be generous and forgive my disciple for once. Nangon Li looked at Lu Qingyi's pitiful cheeks and couldn't help but softly chirp. Lu Qingyi, what trick are you trying to pull again? Thinking that by putting on such a pitiful face, I'll forgive you for everything you've done to me? Lu Qingyi said, Master, disciple was blinded by lard these past few days, because I had to escort master to the spirit realm for fear of delaying my own cultivation. That's why I have a grudge in my heart. But yesterday, I suddenly remembered how good my master was to me in the past, and I felt deep regret for what I had done in these days, and I didn't know what method I should use to seek forgiveness from my master. But don't worry, master, from now on, I'll never hurt you again, and I'll send you to the spirit world in peace. When he finished, he scooped up the bowl of tonic with a soup ladle. Master, this soup medicine can ease the pain of the foreign fire devouring your heart within your body. I borrowed the back kitchen of the inn to personally brew it for you at the 3rd hour. Let me feed you. Lu Qingyi said very sincerely, but Nangon Li was obviously already unwilling to believe her. Lu Qingyi, you wouldn't have put any medicine in the soup? Let me tell you, once something happens to me, the Game Sword Pavilion will never let you go. How could it be, Master Teacher? Even if I had the greatest guts in the world, I wouldn't dare to jeopardize your life. Ah, if Master Zun doesn't believe me, I'll testify to myself to show you. After saying that, Lu Qingyi scooped up a spoonful of the tonic and inhaled it directly into her mouth. Seeing Lu Qingyi take the soup with her own eyes, Nangon Li's guarded heart was relaxed. Do you really think it's wrong? Master, please believe in disciple once. Give disciple a chance to make amends. I will definitely not hurt you again. Hearing Lu Qingyi speak so sincerely, Nangon Li then chose to believe her for once. You, help me up. Master, slow down. Be careful of your wounds. Lu Qingyi put down the medicinal soup, carefully helped Nangon Li up, and folded the quilt that served as a backrest for her back. That's just it. Since you are sincerely repentant, then everything you did to me before will not be taken into account, and I hope that in the future, you must never make such an act of backstabbing your teacher again. It won't be. Master, come, disciple feed you. A mouthful of the soup medicine into the stomach. Immediately a sense of refreshing coolness to suppress the heat wave in the body. So that Nangon Li is very popular. Lu Qingyi carefully fed Nangon Li until the bowl of soup and medicine was finished. Only then did she take out a silk cloth and wipe the dregs of soup from the corners of her mouth. Only after everything was done did Lu Qingyi say, Master, are you still physically able to do so now? If so, disciple will take you on your journey towards the spirit world. After all, by arriving at the Pill King Liuli Valley one day earlier, you will be able to recover from your injuries one day earlier and not have to suffer so much. Well, I'm physically able to eat, so let's go. Yes, disciple will change your clothes for you. Seeing Lu Qingyi taking such careful care of herself, this made Nangon Li's heart feel a lot better after all. However, she did not intend to let Lu Qingyi off the hook like this. When they arrived at the Medicine King Valley, Nangon Li planned to use Lu Qingyi's skin to restore herself to her original appearance. Nangon Li had never been a narrow-minded person. As long as she was offended, she would not let go easily. Outside the inn, the carriage was already prepared. Lu Qingyi and the two disciples were extremely careful to move Nangon Li into the carriage along with that wheelchair. With the whip of the horse, the master and disciples once again set off in the direction of the spirit world. Carriage lawn left a ground of smoke and dust. Not far from the second-floor window of the tea house, Shen Lian lightly shook his fan, quietly witnessed all this. Chapter 113, Your Heart and Lungs Away. The carriage traveled all the way. Nangon Li in the carriage only felt a strong drowsiness came, and finally said nothing and drifted off to sleep. She hadn't had a peaceful night's sleep since her skin had been disfigured and burned by the geocentric foreign fire. Although cultivators did not require much sleep, but now that she was no different from an invalid, she naturally had all sorts of physiological needs. Master, Master. Lu Qingyi watched Nangon Li close her eyes, so she gently called out a few times. Seeing that she didn't have any reaction, a mocking color couldn't help but appear between the corners of her lips. The carriage sped along until it traveled to a dense mountain forest. Lu Qingyi immediately said to the two driving disciples, two senior brothers, Master's body is weak. Let's rest here for a while, and please go find some clean stream water and come back, so I can scrub Master's body. Okay, we'll go now. Senior sister, wait a moment. The two disciples had no doubts, and straight away they got off the wagon and followed the vapor-filled area in search of the location of the stream. However, the moment they turned around, Lu Qingyi's eyes turned violently cold. But, in just an instant, two blood-ons directly penetrated through the torso of the two of them. The two disciples didn't even have time to moan and directly turned into blood gas that dissipated into the air. Poof. After dealing with the two, Lu Qingyi looked towards the still sleeping Nangon Li with a cold smile on her face, then grabbed her up and sped towards the depths of the dense forest. I don't know how long it took, but Nangon Li woke up with a sharp pain. Where is this time? How long have I been asleep? Seeing that she seemed to be inside a cave, and that the sound of a campfire burning was transmitted, Nangon Li endeavored to straighten up. Master, you've finally woken up. A grim voice came from behind. Nangon Li's heart tightened as she endeavored to turn her head to look. However, he saw that Lu Qingyi was sizing up a thin, cicada-like blade in his hand, and his face was filled with a scowl. Xing-yi, what are you doing? Where are Bai Yu and Yuing? Where did they go? Nangon Li did not answer. Anti gripped the short blade in his hand, slowly walked to the front of Nangon Li, crouched down and said, Master, disciple has been with you for such a long time, and you've never taught disciple any real skills. Today, my disciple has given so much, but I also only ask for one thing on my master's body, to be considered as a witness to the friendship between you and me as master and disciple. Nangon Li said in a trembling voice, You, what exactly are you going to do? Lu Qingyi gently affixed the short blade behind Nangon Li, revealing a greedy expression. Master, in your current state, I'm afraid you won't be able to continue to use the sword in the future. Those who can't use the sword are destined to be abandoned by the game sword pavilion. But you still have disciple me as long as you're willing to give the innate sword bone in your body to your disciple. Disciple will definitely carry on your wish and one day go to the peak of the sword Tao. And then you will be able to be proud of your disciple. What did you say? Li was shocked at his words. You're going to dig up my sword bone. Master, the game sword pavilion doesn't want useless people. You're useless now. Why can't you fulfill disciple me? Adversary, are you crazy? In the next moment, her arm had been grabbed by Lu Qingyi in a death grip, and in one smooth motion, she was pressed underneath her with her face towards the ground. Stop, Qingyi, you can't do this. I'll die if I lose my sword bone. Li was so anxious and panicked that she kept begging Lu Qingyi bitterly. Can't make a mistake. I'm already in this state, and you're still not willing to let yourself go me? Lu Qingqing Ripple at this point had been completely occupied by greed in his mind, and with a bewildered expression, he aimed his short blade at Li's spine. Master, fulfilling me is the same as fulfilling yourself, and in the future, you will definitely be 10,000 times more proud to have an outstanding disciple like me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Once the sword bone is lost, I will really lose my life. You can't do this. This is deceiving the master. Ha ha ha. Master, isn't it painful for you to live like this now? Wouldn't it be better to just let disciple help you free yourself? Somebody, help! Somebody help me! Li cried out in despair, her hoarse voice echoing more than just inside the cave, but in the middle of nowhere. In the middle of nowhere. Who could save her? Master teacher, bear with it and it will pass. Lu Qingyi couldn't wait any longer and directly raised her short blade, aiming it to fall hard against her spine. No! Miserable screams continued to emanate from within the mountain forest, accompanied by the movement of bones cracking and breaking by inches for a long time. Ha 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 ha, is this the innate sword bone? I can feel the surging spiritual energy coming at me head on, causing the shackles in my body to show a hint of loosening. Half an hour later, Lu Qingyi held a piece of sword-like spine in her hand that was snow-white in color, and burst out laughing maniacally with joy. At this moment, Li, on the other hand, was lying in a pool of blood, with her arms open, and her mouth couldn't stop chanting. This is my, give it back to me, give it back to me. Lu Qingyi put away the innate sword bone, lowered her eyes and looked at Li contemptuously, then coughed lightly and said, on account of you and I being master and disciple, I'll leave you here to fend for yourself. When we return to the clan I'll tell everyone that we encountered an evil cultivator halfway across the world, and that both senior brothers and you, elder master, were unfortunately killed, so I think they'll understand. After saying that, he turned around and was about to walk out of the cave. Li issued a weak voice towards her back. Qingyi, you, come back. I don't want to die. Just take me to the medical center, okay? Don't leave me here Qingyi. Poof. Lu Qingyi didn't even need to continue her disguise now. She didn't even bother to speak to her. She just let out a light hum and walked out of the cave. No, don't. Looking at the distant back, the last trace of hope in Li's heart was completely dashed. At this moment, her appearance was destroyed, her cultivation was lost, and her sword bone was dug out. Hall of Mixed Realm 5 Major Cultivator. Sword Emperor Mantle Inheritance. Game Sword Pavilion Patriarch himself, but now even when immortal into a luxury. Just as she was despairing, a cold wind swept through the cave. Li endeavored to raise her eyes to look, but she saw Shen Lian lightly shaking his folding fan and slowly stepping into the cave. Shen, refining. Upon seeing this unruly figure, Li's heart was filled with anger. What are you doing here? Shen Lian folded his fan and let out a light laugh. Of course it's to see the jokes before you die. How about it? How does it feel to be betrayed by your close friends around you? When Li heard this, she immediately became emotionally agitated. So, all of this was planned by you behind the scenes? Why? Why did you do this to me? Ha ha ha. I really don't understand how you have the face to ask the 3 words why. Isn't what happened to you today your retribution for what you did to me in the first place? Li, you're just trying to get back at me? Shen Lian, how did you dare? Shen Lian, Li, after all this, are you still satisfied with this result? I swore, while I was sober, that what belonged to me, I would get back. If I could give you everything, I can take it all back. When has what Shen Lian decided not been reached? Seeing you in this miserable state right now, I have only one feeling right now. After the words, he unfolded his folding fan. That was unbelievably soothing. Ha 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 ha. Li gritted her teeth in anger. She really wanted to cut this trash who had once been stepped on by herself in 1,000 cuts. Unfortunately for her now, she couldn't even walk normally. The first order of business is to stay alive. Shen Lian, on the other hand, was the only person who could save himself at the moment. Shen Lian, Now that you've seen me in this state, you should have gotten over your anger as well, right? So, save me, will you? I really don't want to die. Chapter 114, 5 more. Nangon Li's words caused Shen Lian to be somewhat stunned. He even suspected for a moment that he had misheard. At this point in time, this bastard actually had the face to say that he wanted to save her? Shen Lian, please, save me. As long as you're willing to save me, I promise to fulfill the promise I made back then. Isn't marrying you as a wife what you've always wanted with all your heart? Nangon Li saw that Shen Lian did not say anything, and thought that he was soft, so he threw out his biggest card, in a vain attempt to let Shen Lian save himself from the sea of suffering. Not wanting to say this, it made Shen Lian almost not tense up. Nangon Li, how long has it been since you looked in the mirror? Want to take a look at this ugly look you're wearing right now? Even a blind man would be sickened at the sight of it. And to marry me? How on earth did you dare to think of it? Nangon Li sniffed and busily said, Shen Lian, you don't mind me. As long as you're willing to help me heal, I'll be sure to regain my former poise like that, and then you won't mind me. You mean, I'm not only going to save you, but I'm going to help you regain that old look? Shen Lian, this is what you should do. It's the promise you made to the 7 of us sisters in the first place. You can't just leave it alone. As long as you agree to my terms, I'll help you convince the rest of the 6 to marry you together. Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian was really amused by Nangon Li's shameless words. At a time like this, you losers are still trying to control me with that imbecilic rhetoric? Nangon Li, do you still think that the one standing in front of you is that licking dog who knows nothing and obeys your orders? If so, then let me tell you unequivocally that I feel nothing but an overwhelming sense of pleasure in my heart at seeing you in the position you're in right now. A wastrel like you deserves to die a slow rotting death in a pile of humble ants. After saying that, Shen Lian yanked on her arm, then ignored her heartbreaking hiss and twisted it down hard. Ah! Nangon Li's hissing sound had just sounded when Shen Lian kicked again, completely stomping her right leg. The pain that surpassed the limits of the physical body caused Nangon Li to stare at Shen Lian with wide eyelidless eyes. Ha ha ha, how about it? Nangon Li, how much pain are you experiencing right now? Say it, why don't you say it? After Shen Lian removed all of her limbs from her torso, he looked at her with a numb expression and then sneered. Greet the final moments of your ridiculous and laughable life well. Waiting quietly for death to come is the only place for you to go. After the death of your physical body, your soul will have to continue to suffer. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed fiercely within the cave, but Shen Lian's figure had already disappeared into the distance. Shen Lian, you shall not die well. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Do you hear me? No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Learning that Shen Lian did not have the slightest intention to save her, Nangon Li immediately let out a desperate cry. An overcast wind blew through, directly extinguishing the burning campfire, and the cave was instantly dimmed. Nangon Li's heart instantly tightened, and an intense fear struck her entire body. Help! Who will save me? I am the patriarch of the Game Sword Pavilion, and I will definitely give a heavy reward to the person who saves me. I am Game Sword Pavilion, Patriarch, Nangon Li. Responding to her was the mournful wail of the cold wind pouring into the cave. Not long after, a dormant soul entered the human emperor cauldron. The corner of Shen Lian's mouth gently hooked. There are 5 more. Very much looking forward to what a stirring scene it will be when the 7 of you meet in the human emperor cauldron after your deaths. On the other hand, Lu Qingyi, who had obtained the innate sword bone, flew all the way north. It was only after a full day and night of making sure that no outsiders were around to find out that she stopped in front of a pool of water and couldn't help but take out her innate sword bone and survey it. Great! I, Lu Qingyi, am also destined to go to a new peak. With this sword bone, my cultivation will definitely soar. At that time, even if the disciples of the Game Sword Pavilion knew that I had harmed Nangon Li, by that time, the wood had been turned. They thought that they wouldn't make things difficult for a newcomer to the Tao of the sword like me. Thinking about this, it was as if she had already seen herself being worshipped by 10,000 people. After calming down, she began to think again. We must first find a place to fuse the innate sword bones. I've heard that the process is very long and painful. I don't know if I can withstand it. I don't care about that much first. Before the people from the Game Sword Pavilion find me, I must implant the sword bone into my body. Except for the Pale King Valley, only the female emperor of the Xianshang immortal dynasty can do it. So why don't we go to the holy domain first to find a chance to approach the female emperor? Thinking of this, she immediately flew towards the holy domain where the Xianshang immortal dynasty was located. But just as she flew out 2 steps, a palm force fell from the sky through the air. No good. Danger. Lu Qingyi's pupils quaked as she dodged to avoid the attack. When she landed on her feet, she only felt the atmosphere around her plummet, and a suffocating pressure descended from the sky. In the next moment, Shen Lian's figure floated down from the void. Without waiting for Lu Qingyi to open her mouth, she heard Shen Lian shout in a deep voice, "Leave the sword bone. You can go." Lu Qingyi was stunned. "Senior, this doesn't seem to be the same as what we agreed upon." "Shen Lian, I only promised to let you take Nangon Li's sword bone, but I didn't promise not to come and snatch it. As for your ability to keep it after you fetch it, it's up to you." After saying that, he spread his hands. "Bring it, for the sake of you being so cooperative. I can spare your punk ass's life." Lu Qingyi immediately angry, body shivering, but forced by the opponent that terrible strength, but also can only the innate sword bone that has not yet been warmed up. Both hands presented to Shen Lian in front. Shen Lian took the innate sword bone and just casually touched it without even looking at it before dumping it into the nascent sword ring. Then he didn't even bother to say a single word to Lu Qingyi and turned around to leave directly. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingyi was trembling with anger. When things came to this point, she finally realized that this was being used as a gun by Shen Lian. From the beginning, Shen Lian had no intention of allowing himself to truly seize the sword bone. All he wanted was to lend his hand to make Nangon Li feel desperate. In other words, he was now a rebellious disciple who had deceived his teacher and destroyed his ancestor. And once the game Sword Pavilion learned of this, it would absolutely not leave him behind. "No, I must find a place to take refuge. The game Sword Pavilion won't let me go. I'm not willing to resign myself to my fate like this. I'm definitely not willing to. I, Lu Qingyi, am destined to walk the path of the peak of the sword path." Lu Qingyi disappeared into the darkness step by step with an almost twisted obsession. When she left, Shen Lian's figure reappeared in the shadows. "Let's leave your life for Su Mengyao to clean up personally. No matter who dies or lives in the end, there's no loss for me." After the words, he looked up into the void. "You say so? A defeated man?" Boom! In response to him, a dull thunderclap cut through the air. At the top of Phoenix Fall Mountain, Shen Lian stood above the clouds, lightly shaking his folding fan, feeling the rapid flow of heaven and earth aura in his body. Nowadays, his strength had already reached the 5th level of the mixed realm, but his actual fighting strength was that of the 9th level of the mixed realm, and he had even surpassed his predecessor's top moments. However, to Shen Lian, the mixed realm was merely a starting point, and only by continuously climbing upwards could he stand at the top again. The aura of the Taiku continent is indeed the most abundant region I've seen on the 100 Lives reincarnation path, but with such an aura, wanting to quickly raise your cultivation roots and recover to the peak of the 99th level of the extreme Dao realm in your previous life is undoubtedly a fool's errand. Why don't we go to the spirit world first to resolve the 2 Mu Shaking Light and Su Yuhan while we're at it? It's just that I've heard that Mu Shaking Light and the Lord of the Spirit Realm have a very shallow relationship, so if it causes the entire spirit realm to intervene, it would be unwise to do so now. It's just, those 2 wastes are not enough to be a problem. Killing them is as easy as a slap in the face. Right now it's still the main focus to enhance their own strength. Only if their own strength is strong, is the biggest dependence. Thinking of this, he immediately decided on his next direction. Almost, it's time to send this waste of a man Yifan on his way. I heard that the Yi family has been living very well these years. Then let's go to the sacred realm first to find out the reality. And I don't know how well the 6 Xian heavenly chi is prepared. Thinking of this, Shen Lian immediately transformed into the underworld carriage, galloping toward the direction of the holy domain. And at this moment, within the brilliantly golden and aura-filled Xianshang Immortal Palace, a stunning figure clad in a golden dragon robe slowly appeared in front of the Phoenix Algae Pond. This is the Xian Sacred Empress Nailan Mingyue, an absolute powerhouse of the sacred realm. Nailan Mingyue looked toward the watery Phoenix Algae Pond, raised her sleeve and asked, "Immortal friend, has your injury improved?" As soon as the words fell, a slight dragon's roar suddenly emitted from the Phoenix Algae Pond. A moment later, a solidified ancestral dragon emperor chi floated in front of Nailan Mingyue. Chapter 115 Empress Xianshang. Nailan Mingyue had her jade hand on her back, her phoenix eyes gazing at the dragon chi that was close at hand. Her face looked calm, but in fact, the aura in her body exploded, and behind her, a silver mangled flying dragon was even floating faintly. A moment later, Nailan Mingyue let out a light laugh. What a rich ancestral dragon emperor chi. It seems that immortal friend has recovered quite well during this period of time. As soon as the words fell, the ancestral dragon emperor chi dissipated into nothingness, and a heavenly clear voice came from within the Phoenix Algae Pond. I also have to thank Empress Xianshang for helping me and leaving me here to recuperate. Otherwise I wouldn't have recovered from my injuries so quickly. Nailan Mingyue laughed softly. Immortal friend, the word thank you is too much of a word. I only want to know, with a cultivation such as yours that is heavenly and worldly, why did you end up in such a state? It's a long story, and it's hard to tell you all about it in a moment. Has the Empress ever inquired about the whereabouts of my other 2 sisters? Nailan Mingyue shook her head. I'm sorry, immortal friend. I wouldn't dare to say about other realms, But within the sacred realm, there is no news of the sister duo you mentioned. In that case, it's a pain in the ass. The voice from within the Phoenix Pond was clearly tinged with a hint of loss. Nalan Mingyue, immortal friend doesn't need to be discouraged. If your two sisters are as deeply rooted as you say they are, I don't think anything will happen. Since ancient times, the lucky ones have their own destiny. Immortal friends don't need to worry about it. Alas. A soft, sultry sigh came from within the Phoenix Pond. Nalan Mingyue seemed to have heard the mood of the person in the pool and asked softly, "This sigh of your immortal friend seems to be mixed with many emotions. Is it thinking of your husband? More than 500 years ago, the outer heavenly universe was suddenly and inexplicably shaken, and husband consumed too much of his mind and soul to repair the passing Tao rhythms, so I think he's in seclusion to recuperate. And now that we haven't met for so many years, it's hard not to be a little hung up in our hearts. Nalan Mingyue, with your immortal friend's stature, I think your Tao couple is also a dragon in Phoenix among men. I wonder who exactly is it? I'm not at liberty to say who my husband is." A sigh of regret. But nothing more. Nalan Mingyue, that's just it. Since immortal friend doesn't want to talk about it, then I won't talk about it. I don't know how many % of immortal friend's strength can be recovered now? Barely 0.5% of strength. Why does the Empress ask? Nalan Mingyue frowned. 0.5%? Then let's pretend I didn't ask. The Empress may wish to speak up if she has anything to say. There may be something I can do to help. Nalan Mingyue, it's not a big deal. It's just some internal affairs of my immortal dynasty. Immortal friend, just feel free to recuperate here. Is it the internal instability of the immortal dynasty? Nalan Mingyue froze at his words. How does immortal friend know? To tell you the truth, I was once a king of a country in another world. Just like you. Those who are worried about the monarch are none other than their own rivers and mountains. And I think it's your immortal dynasty's internal and external troubles that have prevented your heart from quieting down. Nalan Mingzhu, in that case, immortal friend was once an emperor on one side as well. In that case, it would not be wrong for me to say that I will solve the problem with you. Nowadays, there are three forces within the Xianshang immortal dynasty that are holding each other back. One is dominated by my immortal dynasty, with over 100 million people under its rule. The other stream was the forces of the Haoyang sect, located in the southern part of the Holy Domain, led by Lin Yu and supplemented by Sima Jinghan and Lin Xianxiu. Hundreds of years ago, the Haoyang sect openly plagued the sacred domain under the banner of overthrowing the immortal dynasty, and it has also been a great danger to the immortal dynasty. Lastly, there is my brother, King Nalan Shu, who on the surface is peaceful and uninvolved in politics, but in fact has a very deep city, and will overthrow my throne at any time. I can't speculate on the depth of his cultivation. After all, when we left the school together, we haven't seen him fight for a long time. This situation has been going on for many years now, and I've been trying to destroy one of them, but I haven't been able to do it. I wanted to ask immortal friend to help me, but unfortunately, immortal friend's strength has not yet recovered, so it's really not good to ask you to do it. The Phoenix algae pond was calm for a moment, and then the voice resounded once more. Then may I dare ask the Empress, of the two forces you have to face, who exactly poses the greatest threat to you? Nalan Mingyue, the Haoyang sect has many disciples under its ranks, and it has fought with the immortal dynasty several times, with both sides suffering casualties. The king of Jing, however, is always in a state of hibernation, using the king of Jing's mansion as a stronghold, secretly bribing capable men and women, just like a poisonous snake. In my mind, both of these forces are a great danger to the heart of the immortal dynasty. Then which force was the first to be eradicated from the Empress' mind? Nalan Mingyue was silent for a long time, and returned. The so-called open spears are easy to dodge, and dark arrows are hard to guard against. Every move of the Haoyang sect can be predicted, but it is difficult for the Jing Wangfu to speculate on its specific movements. I intend to settle the Jing Wangfu first and then turn back to deal with the Haoyang sect with all my might. But, you seem to have doubts? Nalan Mingyue sighed. King Jing's plot has not been revealed. If I take the risk of making a move on him, I'm afraid that I will be suspected by all the people in the court. Then try to lure the snakes out of their holes and expose King Jing's plot, so that the people in the courtroom won't say anything more. Nalan Mingyue sniffed. Her jade brows locked. If there is a break with the Jing Wangfu, and there is a war within the immortal dynasty, and the Haoyang sect takes advantage of the situation to come and attack, what should we do? Empress, you can start by pacifying the Haoyang sect and agreeing to all the reasonable requests they've made, as much as possible. If we can pull the Haoyang sect and the Jing Wangfu to kill each other and end up in a lose-lose situation, and then the immortal dynasty will step in to clean up the mess, that would naturally be the best result for the immortal dynasty. If you can't bring them together, you should also make sure that the Haoyang sect stays neutral during the time you're targeting the Jingwang mansion. And when you're done cleaning up the Jingwang mansion, then focus all your energy on the Haoyang sect. Then the situation in the immortal dynasty can be quickly calmed. Naylan Mingyue recalled the words of the man in the pool, and finally nodded. I can try. Thanks to the immortal friend for pointing out the way. I won't disturb the immortal friend's recuperation. Farewell. After the words, Naylan Mingyue transformed into a silver dragon and left the Phoenix algae pond, and everything returned to tranquility. Just after returning to the Lin Xian Hall, Shangguan Xiong came to pay his respects. Greetings, Your Majesty. Be excused. Shangguan Xiong, how is the matter of letting you go and negotiate with the Xie family of Cloud Sky City being done? I beg Your Majesty's pardon. I fear that this matter cannot be accomplished by anyone. Well, what happened? Shangguan Xiong returned. Your Majesty, the upper and lower levels of the Yuntian City Lord's mansion were wiped out overnight. What did you say? Naylan Mingyue froze at his words. Having their entire family exterminated. What kind of person has such guts to even dare to touch the Xie family? Shangguan Xiong took out a piece of shadow-retaining jade and handed it to the Empress. Your Majesty, this is what happened at that time. Not only Xia Nianhua's family, but even the 3 mixed realm elders sent by the Xie family were all subdued by this person. Naylan Mingyue immediately released the staying shadow stone to look. When he saw the image of the unruly figure easily killing the 3 elders of the Xie clan, he could not help but light up. Who is this man? Your Majesty, this person is named Shen Lian, and he's the one who exterminated their entire family on the night before the city lord's mansion hosted their wedding. After my subordinate's understanding, this person seems to have a grudge against the Ice and Snow sect as well, and my subordinate witnessed him knocking Ice and Snow sect's current patriarch, Lu Yixue, unconscious and taking her away. The corner of Naylan Mingyue's mouth hooked. Very good. There aren't many cultivators in the world that are so courageous. Have you checked Shen Lian's background? Shangguan Xiong, still investigating. I believe there will be results soon. Naylan Mingyue looked at Shen Lian's wild and uninhibited demeanor in the picture, and couldn't help but see his eyes glowing. Carefully check for me. What I need most around me is such a person. Shangguan Xiong returned. Shen Lian said that as long as the sacred domain could help him fetch the 6 Xian Tianji, he would be willing to go out and serve the immortal dynasty. No way. Without wanting to, when Naylan Mingyue heard it, she didn't even think about directly rejecting it. The 6 Xian Tianji is the most precious treasure of the sacred realm. I will definitely not be able to give it away due to my admiration for Shen Lian. Since he is not willing to serve the immortal dynasty, then this matter will be put to rest. This, alas, obey. Shangguan Xiong was very sorry to miss such a talent as Shen Lian, but the emperor's order was hard to disobey, so he had to stop. Chapter 116, The First Battle of the Holy Realm. At the border of the Holy Realm, on the peak of infinity, 2 unearthly figures confronted each other 10 feet apart, and it had lasted for a full 7 days and 7 nights. After a long time, the person carrying the sword on the right side spoke. Zhuo Qianyue, it's been 7 days and 7 nights. How have you considered joining the Haoyang sect and overthrowing the tyranny of the female emperor, letting the hundreds of millions of living beings in the sanctuary be liberated? Isn't this your original long-cherished wish when you stepped onto the path of cultivation? Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, join us and you will be able to realize this goal. Zhuo Qianyue raised the heavenly sword in his hand and snorted coldly. Can the Haoyang sect really overthrow the rule of the female emperor? To be honest, I am skeptical of your abilities. I'll answer you in the capacity of the Haoyang sect's Qingxiang Hall master. The end of the Xianshang immortal dynasty is approaching, and the Haoyang sect will definitely be able to kill the female emperor and save the living souls. Oh, really? Then I would like to ask, Lin Qiuyang, with the unearthly roots of the Xian sage empress, what makes you so certain that the Haoyang sect can shake her position in the sacred realm? Lin Qiuyang's eyes went cold. You will naturally know this later, as long as you are willing to join us. The Haoyang sect hereby promises that the position of Supreme Elder will definitely belong to you. Zhuo Qianyue made a thoughtful attitude and then said, it does sound appealing. So after overthrowing the Xianshang immortal dynasty, how do you plan to govern the billions of living beings? Lin Qiuyang, naturally, new laws will be enacted, old rules will be broken, power will be returned to the people, and the world will become one. Zhuo Qianyue, it sounds like it's great, but it won't just stay in words. Zhuo Qianyue, Lin Qiuyang gradually lost his patience. This is not something you should be in charge of. I'm only asking you today, promise to join the Haoyang sect or not. Are you planning to force me? What can you do if I don't agree? Don't agree? That would be an enemy of the Haoyang sect. And when it comes to treating enemies, the Haoyang sect's purpose has always been to eliminate the roots and roots. Zhuo Qianyue immediately raised his sword and said back, that's a great pity. Zhuo Qianyue's life. The most can't stand to be threatened by others. Want to kill me? Let's see if you have this ability. Truly obstinate. In that case, my autumn water sword is destined to be stained with blood today. Lin Qiuyang's pupils were suddenly blood red, and the spirit sword behind him was sheathed, suddenly blooming with magnificent spirit light. Oh wow, letting in the light. Ha, I can do that too, Zhuo Qianyue teasingly smiled. And then the wild knife in his hand came out of his hand, and between the rotating body of the knife, it gathered the spirit aura around it, and blossomed into an extremely eye-catching dazzling light. The blossoming spirit aura of the sword shook the Wuji Peak, and the 100 miles in the vicinity were all affected by the unwarranted waves. Just as the two were about to engage in a male-female life and death duel at the top of Mount Wuji, cackling, iron hooves roared, and heaven and earth trembled. Zhuo Qianyue and Lin Xiaoyang were stunned and looked along the source of the sound of iron hooves. However, a red-eyed warhorse with a black body was seen galloping in the void. Without waiting for the duo to react, they heard an excited voice from inside the carriage. When you first arrived at the Holy Realm, you met such an expert. So let Shen Lian play with you. As the words subsided, a black and white figure suddenly flashed onto the battlefield, hanging in the air. Foot on the ground moment. Zhuo Qianyue and Lin Xiaoyang only felt a violent tremor underfoot, forcing the two to retreat more than 10 steps. Come on, let me have all the fun. Shen Lian raised his hand and pointed at Lin Xiaoyang and Zhuo Qianyue, showing the style of a patriarch. All together. For such a madman who suddenly appeared, Zhuo Qianyue was completely in a daze. Lin Xiaoyang, on the other hand, was provoked into killing intent by this provocative posture. Where did this madman come from? And do you know where this place is? The cold wind blew. Lin Xiaoyang Qiao Shui entered his hand, and between the sweeping of the sword flower, he exuded a vigorous sword qi. Shen Lian hooked his lips. It seems that you are very confident in your strength. So let's start with you. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian footed the ground and raised his hand to swing out a palm. The rigid and flexible palm energy traffic rotated and shuttled, charging straight at Lin Xiaoyang's physical body. Damn it! Lin Xiaoyang snapped, and the autumn water sword swept out a circle of sword qi encircling him. Boom! With a loud bang, the palm energy and sword energy exploded 7 feet in front of Lin Xiaoyang. Lin Xiaoyang only felt his chest suffocating with boredom and retreated 10 steps in a row with a soft chant. After stabilizing his stance, the corner of his mouth wiped out a wisp of blood, and he already understood that this person's cultivation was unfathomable, at least above the 3rd level of the mixed realm. The 1st level of the mixed realm being able to take a hard slap from me and only be injured and not die. You are qualified to make Shen Lian look at you highly. This palm was just a random shot by Shen Lian, intended to test rather than kill the enemy. Seeing that his opponent was actually able to catch and not die, a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. However, these words were very humiliating in Lin Xiaoyang's ears. He is the head of the Haoyang sect, 1,000 years of cultivation before today's achievements. When is it your turn to judge a crazy person? Kid, do you dare to take my sword? Please. Seeing that his opponent still dared to fight again, the excitement in Shen Lian's eyes became even more intense. Since coming to this world, he had been running around for revenge almost every day for the past few months, and now that he had a rare moment of leisure, he naturally wanted to do something he liked. That's wrestling. The more battle-minded the opponent was, the more it could arouse Shen Lian's strong interest. Keep your eyes peeled. This sword will make you realize how strong the Sword of Sanctuary is. Wait and see. Don't let me down. The autumn water in Lin Xiaoyang's hand instantly shot straight up into the sky. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and endless spiritual energy poured into the sword from all directions. In a split second, the sword aura surged, and the sheer sword intent endlessly converged on the sword body. When Zhuo Qianyue saw this scene, he was also greatly shocked. Lin Xiaoyang's rising sun sword intent, it's actually cultivated to this level? Seeing that the sword intent had reached perfection, Lin Xiaoyang leaped into midair. The moment he gripped the hilt of the sword, the vastness of the sword reflected the sky and the earth, just like the second round of the blazing sun shining on the earth. The 8th level of Sunrise Sword Intent, Sunrise Splendor. As the sword fell, Qiao transformed into a 100-foot giant sword, wrapped in unearthly might, and swooped toward Shen Lian. Shen Lian, however, was calm and did not interrupt his opponent's process of condensing sword intent from beginning to end. It was not until the sword intent was completed and the opponent's attack fell. It's a trick that's worth a try. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian flipped his palms. Instantly, the two yin and yang flowed around the body, inducing the Wuji Peak's aura to swirl back and forth, gradually forming an inverted mouthful of swirling airflow, void-hidden vast sea returning to the stream. Within moments of the sword qi coming into contact with the vortex, the reversing vortex directly swallowed up the majestic sword intent. What? How? Witnessing such an amazing scene, Zhuo Qianyue and Lin Xiaoyang were simultaneously dumbstruck. Go! In the next moment, Shen Lian raised his hand and pushed. The Xiang sword intent that was originally swallowed by the airflow vortex instantly formed a huge ball of water that shot straight up into the sky. Bang! Lin Xiaoyang did not expect this change and was immediately knocked away by the water ball 100 feet away. Boom! With a roar, Lin Xiaoyang landed hard on a rock, immediately spitting vermilion, already suffering from very heavy internal injuries. Not bad. Defeating Lin Xiaoyang, Shen Lian turned to look at Zhuo Qianyue. Next, it's your turn. Zhuo Qianyue knew that he was not at all a match for the madman in front of him, and was just about to open his mouth to admit defeat, when his pupils suddenly shrunk and he shouted at Shen Lian. Look out! Shen Lian frowned, feeling the killing intent approaching behind him, but his face sank, and without looking back he raised his hand and stretched out 2 fingers. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. However, the body of the autumn water sword was clamped by Shen Lian's fingers and could not move a bit, and behind Shen Lian, revealing Lin Xiaoyang's cheeks full of anger twisted. Chapter 117, Sneak Attack? Then use the human emperor cauldron as a medicinal herb. What? You? Because he felt that his dignity had been provoked, and was even more unwilling to accept being surpassed by a cultivator whose bone age was 500 years less than his own. Lin Xiaoyang directly chose to sneak attack after losing. This sword concentrated all the spiritual power in his body at one point. Coupled with a sneak attack, the speed can be said to be fast and ruthless. Even if Fang's cultivation foundation is higher than his own is also impossible to detect. He had used such a despicable way to get many strong people with higher talent than him killed, and he believed that this time against Shen Lian would have the same result. However, he never expected that the move that had never missed was so lightly caught by Shen Lian with 2 fingers, and he could not help but be shocked. Today I was just having a moment of fun, casually sparring, without any intention of killing anyone. I thought that with this cultivation sword realm, you were also a bright and open person, but I didn't want to. I actually looked away. Shen Lian flicked between his fingers and immediately scattered a spiritual pressure, directly shaking Lin Xiaoyang back dozens of steps. Since you're so uncaring of your life, let me send you to drink your hate with one move. The moment the words fell, Shen Lian appeared directly in front of Lin Xiaoyang in a flash. Ha! Lin Xiaoyang, who had just stabilized his stance, once again retreated 3 steps in shock when he met the deep pupils of Shen Lian's eyes. But Shen Lian was no longer going to give him any more chances to back off. A despicable person like you should enter my human emperor cauldron to undergo the baptism of the true flame of the great Tao. In the next moment, the human emperor cauldron appeared in the center of Shen Lian's hand, and with just a single rotation, he instantly disintegrated Lin Xiaoyang's physical body, and his cultivation as well as his soul were all sucked into the human emperor cauldron as it rotated. Ah! The moment the great Tao true flame ignited, the mournful screams of the remnant souls sounded out from within the human emperor cauldron. After stepping into the mixed realm, the power of the great Tao refining cauldron hands was even more geometrically enhanced than it had been during the transition realm, and the great Tao true flame that was produced was able to make the souls even more agonizingly painful. No! You can't kill me. I'm Hao Yang clan. Ah! Lin Xiaoyang didn't finish a sentence. His soul was completely grayed out under the forging of the human emperor cauldron. After Shen Lian put away the human emperor cauldron, it landed in the palm of his hand, a green-colored mixed yuan dan that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. This is the first mixed elemental dan I refined when I came to this world, and although you are despicable, you can experience the baptism of the true flame of the great Tao before you die, so it's not a waste of your life. Squeezing the mixed yuan dan, Shen Lian's gaze suddenly fell on Zhuo Qianyue. Being glared at by Shen Lian like this, immediately frightened Zhuo Qianyue slapped his chest and took several steps back. The scene just now gave Zhuo Qianyue an unprecedented shock, fearing that he too would become the material for the soul to be forged into a potion. Take that! Shen Lian directly threw the freshly refined mixed yuan dan at Zhuo Qianyue. Zhuo Qianyue subconsciously caught it, a look of doubt on his face. This is the reward for your reminder just now. Shen Lian never wanted to owe people favors. This hybrid dan is considered as a return. Compared to that moralistic hypocrite, you are more like a righteous person. Zhuo Qianyue took a deep breath and said to Shen Lian, fellow Daoist, listen to my advice. You'd better hurry up and leave the holy domain. Shen Lian was just about to leave. When he heard Zhuo Qianyue say this, he immediately stopped in his tracks. What do you mean? Zhuo Qianyue, do you know who you just killed? Shen Lian asked rhetorically. Why do I need to know who he is? Zhuo Qianyue froze, patted his head and said, it seems that you, Taoist friend, are not from the sacred realm, and don't know the situation of the sacred realm at the moment. The man you killed is called Lin Xiaoyang. He's the head of the Qingxiong Hall of the Hao Yang sect. He's very high up in the sect. Now that he's dead, the Hao Yang sect will surely investigate thoroughly to the end, so it's better to hurry up and leave. Shen Lian sniffed, his face full of disdain. Tiny Hao Yang sect can withstand my geometry? Want to seek revenge on me? Also have to see if they have the ability. Zhuo Qianyue sighed and explained. Alas, although you are strong, but as the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. And the Haoyang sect is second only to the Xianshang immortal dynasty in the sacred realm. There are countless people with high cultivation within the sect. Lin Xiaoyang isn't the strongest. As far as his younger brother Lin Dongyang is concerned, the Sunrise Sword intent has already been cultivated to the 9th level. Ha 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 ha, without wanting to. Instead of feeling scared, Shen Lian's eyes were filled with anticipation when he heard this. Just as Zhuo Qianyue was puzzled by Shen Lian's inexplicable behavior, he heard him say with a straight face, "In that case, killing a loser. It would attract more powerful people. So does that also mean that can I beat more opponents to add a splash of color to this boring life?" Zhuo Qianyue people numb, very doubtful that the man in front of him is not abnormal in the brain. The strength of the Haoyang sect is unfathomable. The sect's experts are like clouds, and there are even immortal realm powerhouses sitting in the town. And the patriarch Lin Yu, although he is young, he is both civil and military, and it is rare to see a wizard in 1,000 years. Ordinary people who encountered the Haoyang sect simply did not dare to provoke, but this one is good. It seems that he can't wait for the entire Haoyang sect to come to hunt him down and kill him. Is it really too much for his own life to be long? Hey, what's your name? Shen Lian let out a deep cry, pulling Zhuo Qianyue's thoughts back. Zhuo Qianyue, now I want you to do something for me. Spread the news that I killed Lin Xiaoyang. It's best to let the entire sacred realm know. Just say that the murderer, Shen Lian, is also. Zhuo Qianyue was immediately shocked and his head went blank. Fellow Daoist Shen, what do you mean by this? Shen Lian hooked his lips and smiled. Defeating the opponent is the true meaning of cultivation and searching for the way. And the only way for a strong person to experience the test of life and death again and again in the bloody wind and storm. Only then can I always be invincible. And I, Shen Lian, the only thing that can make me feel physically and mentally happy is the thrill of fighting for my life. Ha 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 dash. Before his laughter stopped, his figure turned into light and disappeared directly into the underworld carriage. Let me have a look at the elegance of a sacred realm powerhouse. Whether it's as wonderful as I expect it to be. Phew. Accompanied by a hissing and whistling, the underworld carriage directly raised its head toward the bottom of the Wuji mountain, leaving behind a patch of yellow sand that rose and rolled in the sky. Shen Lian. Interesting person. Zhuo Qianyue stroked his chin and looked at the faraway carriage. After a long time, he sighed. This person's temperament is really to my old use character. That's just it. For your safety, it's better not to proclaim it. Zhuo Qianyue glanced at the mixed energy pill in his hand and turned around to walk in another direction towards Mount Wuji. At this moment, in the Wind and Rain Pavilion 800 miles outside of the Haoyang sect, the Haoyang sect's patriarch, Lin Yu, holding a feather fan, stood quietly within the pavilion, his eyes closed as he contemplated something. Lin Yu handsome appearance, eyebrows and eyes, a Confucian dress, quite a few points when the wise man style. On the stone table, a kettle of tea had long been boiled and was steaming hot. Not far from the edge of the cliff, a female cultivator with a veil covering her face and wearing a purple-sleeved flowing fairy dress. Her jade fingers lightly plucked the strings of the zither, transmitting a long, melodious sound. Abruptly, a cold wind swept strongly outside the Wind and Rain Pavilion, bringing up a monstrous pressure. Lin Yu's hand that was lightly shaking the feather fan stopped for an instant, slowly opened his eyes, and softly spoke. Coming. As soon as the words fell, there was a flurry of birds all around, and a strange sight of flying dragons in the sky appeared in the void. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. Nalan Mingyue's figure floated into existence. Patriarch Lin, you really dare to come to the appointment. You really impress me. Lin Yu, who felt the pressure, but his heart was as if it was still water, and the moment he turned around, the feather fan that had stopped shook gently once again. Empress Xianshang has been invited. How could Mr. Lin not go? Chapter 118. Nalan Mingyue's jade steps were light, and with each step, a texture spread out under her feet, showing her unfathomable cultivation. Lin Yu feather fan negative back, quietly looking at Nalan Mingyue stepped into the stone pavilion, only then slowly opened his mouth. Empress, the tea has been opened. Please also take a seat and drink. Nalan Mingyue did not excuse herself and directly sat on the right side of the stone table. Lin Yu smiled faintly before he elegantly sat down opposite Nalan Mingyue. After pouring a cup of tea for the Empress, Lin Yu directly opened the door. I don't know what the Empress asked me to come here to talk about. Nalan Mingyue directly returned. I want to improve the relationship with the Haoyang sect, completely quell the civil unrest in the sanctuary, and return peace to the world. I don't know what Patriarch Lin has to say about this. Lin Yu smiled blandly at his words and put down the feather fan in his hand and said calmly, if the Empress really wants to calm the turmoil in the sacred realm, she only needs to abdicate the throne. Then I promise you as the Haoyang sect leader that the sacred realm will surely usher in unprecedented peace. I wonder if you are willing to do so. Empress? Nalan Mingyue, I am negotiating with you. Not listening to your nonsense. The mighty pressure was instantaneous, shaking the clouds in the sky and reversing the division. Linyu, then I would like to hear how the Xianshang immortal dynasty intends to improve its relationship with the Haoyang sect? Nalan Mingyue's eyes instantly chilled. If Patriarch Lin is willing to raise his clan to submit to the Xianshang immortal dynasty, I will also make an oath here that the world of the sacred realm has a share that belongs to the Haoyang sect. Linyu laughed. What does the Empress mean? Is that the Haoyang sect is under the command of the Xianshang immortal dynasty? This joke is too big. The conditions I have given are already very generous. Although the Haoyang sect is powerful, the internal composition of the sect is extremely complex. Even if Patriarch Lin can be subdued now, might it be possible to guarantee that the same will be possible in the future? Return to the immortal dynasty and I will not treat you poorly. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the Empress. Every single person within the Haoyang sect is a righteous person who has been forced by your Xianshang immortal dynasty to the point of not being able to live before they gather together. Our ideals, to make sanctuary a just and fair time, where there is no bullying, no discrimination, where all people are treated the same. If I were to agree to the female emperor's request now and have the Haoyang sect submit to the Xianshang immortal dynasty, I'm afraid that I'd be torn to shreds by the disciples under the sect in the turn of the head. Meh. Nalan Mingyue let out a disdainful light laugh. I didn't expect the Haoyang sect's patriarch to be this naive. Compared to ideals, I value reality more, whether it's connections or resources. The Xianshang immortal dynasty is all far superior to the Haoyang sect by more than 10 times, even if it is consumed. How long can your sect consume it? Linyu smiled faintly. What the Empress said is not wrong. In terms of realistic strength, the Haoyang sect is certainly not comparable to the Xianshang immortal dynasty. But the fact that the Haoyang sect has been able to maneuver around the Empress for 100 years without collapsing has never relied on strength, but on the hearts of the people. Nalan Mingyue, so, you're not going to accept my offer? Linyu, it's not impossible for the sacred realm to be at peace. It's just that the conditions offered by the Empress are too insincere. How about listening to my suggestion? Nalan Mingyue, you say. Linyu got up and walked to the edge of the stone pavilion, turning his back to Nalan Mingyue, and slowly said, I propose that the division of the sanctuary is the prerequisite for peace. Nalan Mingyue frowned. Partitioning? Linyu nodded. Yes, the conflict between the Haoyang sect and the Xianshang immortal dynasty is all due to different philosophies of governance. Instead of letting the people of sanctuary decide who to follow for a better future, which is more recognized by the people, the immortal laws under the sacred dynasty or the new policy of the Haoyang sect, everything should be spoken by the facts, and only after the people have experienced it for themselves will they, I believe, make the most correct choice. I wonder if the Empress has the guts to agree to this request? Killing intent flickered in Nalan Mingju's pupils, and he couldn't help but sneer. Is this Patriarch Lin's intention to split the holy domain? Not a split, but a suggestion. Linyu returned. Wouldn't it be more honorable for the people of the sanctuary to make their own choices than the endless fighting like this at the moment? Cluck cluck cluck. Nalan Mingyue couldn't help but laugh, and gazing at Linyu she couldn't help but shake her head. You are so naive that I can't help but be amused. By proposing a partition, do you really intend to let the people of Lebanon choose where to belong? Or do you have some other purpose? Linyu, the purpose is unimportant. This is the only condition that you, Empress, can make peace with the Haoyang sect. After speaking, he spread his hand and a sanctuary opinion map flashed with transformed light. Empress, the frontier north of the prime sky gorge, the booming sky wall, and the Sealing Yang Pass is temporarily under the governance of the Haoyang sect. Instantly, a cold wind swept across Lin Yu's face, but it was Nalan Mingyue's body that blossomed with an extremely terrifying pressure sweeping across. Lin Yu took a step back, his feathered fan half covering his face. Empress, is this your intention to take advantage of this opportunity to finish me off? Nalan Mingyue closed her eyes and smiled coldly. I was just thinking, sometimes why should dealing with problems be so complicated? If you are annihilated directly, the Haoyang sect will be like a scattered sand without a leader, and it will not be a matter of time before it is annihilated. Lin Yu placed the feather fan in his hand behind him, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. The Empress should have heard that I am a good writer and a good fighter. If I want to use force, I may not be without the power to fight. Then I'll give you a chance to take 3 moves from me, and after 3 moves, if you don't die, I'll promise to give up the land you want and for a period of 3 years, so that you, the Haoyang sect, can go and realize your philosophy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu decisively put away his feather fan. Then, Lin Yu is not talented, so he will be here to learn the high skills of the Empress. Then please stay alert, Patriarch Lin. The Empress' jade hand gently lifted. In just an instant, the 3 palms actually flew at Lin Yu's vitals in unison. Boom boom boom. However, Lin Yu had been prepared. Just see. The foot stepped on the Qian Kuan Naden Sea. The hand covered the wind and clouds to guard the square inch. Attack and defense alternated, shaking heaven and earth. It seems to be a test, but it also hides a killing move. Between the real and the imaginary, the depth of the root was already clear. Receiving such a raging chain of 3 palms, although Lin Yu's face was relaxed, he still retreated a full 10 steps backward, and a crimson red appeared at the corner of his mouth. After the 3 palms, a hint of complacency flashed in Nalin Mingyue's eyes, and he immediately turned around and said, Patriarch Lin's roots are really deep. Now I'll agree to your request and give your Haoyang sect a chance to prove itself. Lin Yu wiped down the blood at the corner of his mouth and smiled gently. Then I will thank the Empress for her fulfillment, and with immediate effect, the Haoyang sect will also stop all actions against the Xianshang immortal dynasty. Remember what you said. Nalin Mingyue got up and left. It wasn't until the Empress's figure disappeared that Lin Yu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The sound of the zither also stopped at this time. You're not badly hurt? Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. Nalin Mingyue's 9 extreme Shin Gong fused with the royal emperor's chi is really overbearing and unparalleled. Without breaking her Gong body, even if her foundation is deeper, it would be very difficult to shake her in the slightest. Woman, what do you have in mind? Lin Yu, Nalin Mingyue suddenly chose to shake hands and make peace at this time. So I think he's going to make a move on King Jing. She is unwilling to spread her energies around. And when the Jing king is resolved and the king's forces are annexed, then the Haoyang sect will have to face the Xianshang immortal dynasty that doesn't have any internal worries. Woman, are you planning to make an issue out of this? Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Let's wait and see what happens first. Perhaps it would be a good choice to have King Jing go and attract the female emperor's attention for us. It was at this moment that the sound transmission stone on his waist rang. Chapter 119, 1 month's duration. Patriarch, something big has happened. Just after picking up the sound transmission stone, an anxious voice came from inside. Lin Yu calmly returned. What is it? Don't be alarmed. Speak slowly. Reporting back to the Patriarch, an hour ago, the Patriarch's elders discovered that Green Fragrance Hall Master Lin Xiaoyang's life soul was shattered. When Lin Yu heard this, he immediately closed his eyes and took a deep breath, not responding for a long time. Sovereign, are you listening, Sovereign? Seeing that Lin Yu didn't respond, a more urgent voice came from within the sound transmission stone. After a long time, Lin Yu came back to his senses and picked up the voice transmission stone again. Say, what's going on? Patriarch. As soon as Hall Master Lin died, all the elders within the Haoyang sect gathered together and said that they would demand a statement from the Xian Sage Empress. I am about to be unable to hold on, so I would like to ask you to quickly return to the sect to preside over the situation. Got it. This Patriarch will be there soon. Tell him to stay calm and wait for me to come back for everything. After saying that, he directly hung up the sound transmission stone. The woman playing the piano locked her jade eyebrows. What's wrong? Ugh. Lin Yu sighed. Lin Qiuyang is dead. The woman slowly closed her pink eyes. Looks like you've got your hands full again. Without further ado, let's return to the Haoyang sect first to understand the situation. After the words, Lin Yu and the woman Chi transformed into light and disappeared in the wind and rain pavilion. Inside the great hall of the Haoyang sect, all the elders and hall masters were gathered together, each impassioned. An old man with a long beard at the head comforted in a kind voice. All of you please remain calm. I have notified the Patriarch. He will be here soon. And then we will discuss how to make good of this matter. This statement immediately attracted countless criticisms. What else is there to deliberate? It must be the work of this tyrant, Nalin Mingyue. Otherwise, with Hall Master Lin's status and strength, how many people in the holy domain would be able to kill him? And how many would dare to make a move against him? That's right. Nalin Mingyue is ruthless and will not let go of any opportunity to overthrow the strength of my Haoyang sect. Since she dared to provoke the Haoyang sect like this, she should pay the due price. Kill the imperial capital now and break Nalin Mingyue into pieces. Seeing that the group was furious, the crowd was rubbing their fists and planning to go to Nalin Mingyue to ask for a statement, when Lin Yu's voice rang out from outside the hall door. Elders, please don't get excited and listen to me first. In the next moment, a bit of cold aura scurried into the front of the main seat of the great hall. When the cold aura dissipated, Lin Yu's elegant stance was clearly presented in front of everyone's eyes. See Patriarch. Seeing Lin Yu, the people in the hall immediately stopped arguing and saluted him in unison. Lin Yu, everyone, such a great event has happened in the Haoyang sect. This Patriarch is as deeply pained as you are. However, please rest assured that this matter will be investigated by this Patriarch and will return Hall Master Lin's innocence. As soon as the words fell, a grey-clothed old man rose and said, what else does Patriarch want to investigate? Other than Nalin Mingyue being responsible for this matter, who else has the guts to? Please, Patriarch, give the order to gather all the disciples of the Haoyang sect right now. and together we will kill our way into the imperial capital to avenge Hall Master Lin. His words quickly gained the approval of the people in the hall. Elder, he is right. To avenge Hall Master Lin. How can our people from the Haoyang sect die in vain? Kill the female emperor and slaughter all of his family members to avenge the deaths of our strong men from the Haoyang sect. Lin Yu sighed softly. Gentlemen, this patriarch can assure you that the death of Hall Master Lin was definitely not the work of Nalin Mingyue. Rushing to war with the Xin Shang immortal dynasty at this time will only destroy the situation that the Haoyang sect has managed to achieve with great difficulty. He gang, what does the patriarch mean by that? Could it be that you are harboring Nalin Mingyue? Lin Yu, Elder he, aren't you clear about what kind of person Mr. Lin is? What exactly do you mean by that? Patriarch, don't misunderstand. I just want to know why Patriarch is so convinced and sure that Hall Master Lin was not killed by Nalin Mingyue. Lin Yu lightly shook his feathered fan. Because an hour ago, this Patriarch had just met with Nalin Mingyue in front of the Wind and Rain Pavilion to discuss the topic of dividing the sacred realm, and Qin Ji can testify to that. He gang's eyes turned cold when he heard this. Sovereign, do you mean to say that you made peace with Nalin Mingyue? It's not a negotiation for peace, but a wager, and within 3 years, to see who governs more to the hearts of the people. Who will be the lord of the sanctuary? Ha! Patriarch Lin, do you know if you're doing this? Do you stand up to the old patriarch's dying wish? He gang sneered and moved out the old patriarch Lin Zhanyang. You are the old patriarch's righteous son. What did he say when he handed over the Haoyang sect to you before he died? Remember? Of course I remember. Lin Yu clenched his fists, a trace of sorrow flashing across his face. Righteous father said that he wanted the people of the sanctuary to have peace, and that he wanted to give all of you in the Haoyang sect a satisfactory answer. He gang, since the patriarch remembers all of this, then why did he talk to Nalin Mingyue about the policy of partition? Wouldn't that be a betrayal to the clan? Lin Yu, Elder he, when did this patriarch betray the clan? Just because I met Nalin Mingyue in private. You're assuming that this patriarch has betrayed the clan. It's a bit too hasty. He gang shook his head. It's hard not to be suspicious when the sovereign meets with Nalin Mingyue in private to discuss the layout of the sanctuary, but doesn't discuss it with us. Even, I can suspect that Hall Master Lin was killed by you and Nalin Mingyue jointly. Elder he, Lin Yu was angered and let out a light cry. If you continue to suspiciously doubt this patriarch for no reason without being able to produce evidence, then don't blame this patriarch for being impolite. When he finished speaking, his aura changed abruptly, and he gang and the others only felt a heroic aura in front of them. When he gang saw Lin Yu's anger, he naturally didn't dare to act out. At that moment, a man dressed in sackcloth with a mourning strip wrapped around his arm slowly walked into the main hall. He was Lin Xiaoyang's younger brother, Lin Dongyang, who was also the head of the Haoyang sect's sword refining hall. Patriarch, my elder brother died tragically at the hands of Nalin Mingyue. Please Patriarch must avenge my elder brother. Lin Dongyang's expression was cold, and the spirit sword behind his back continuously emitted a faint clanging chant, a sign of his anger. Hall Master Lin, this patriarch understands how you feel at this moment. But even if you want to take revenge, you must still investigate what happened clearly. What if it's someone stirring up trouble and forcing the Haoyang sect to start another war with the Xin Shang immortal dynasty, and then profiting from it? Wouldn't they be taken advantage of? Meh. Lin Dongyang sniffed and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It seems that the patriarch did not want to avenge his brother's death before coming up with such a statement. So be it. Since this is the case, I will resolve this matter on my own. So I won't bother the patriarch. After saying that, Lin Dongyang got up and wanted to leave. Lin Yu's brows knitted slightly as he lightly shook his feathered fan and fell into deep thought. He gang called out to him in time. Don't go, Hall Master Lin. Now that your brother's death isn't your fault alone. It's a matter of my Haoyang sect's prestige. How can you bear the burden alone? Yes, this is our Haoyang sect's matter. If we want to take revenge, let's take revenge together. And we absolutely cannot let Nalin Mingyue get away with sanctions. Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, Lin Yu's feathered fan suddenly closed. Everyone, please listen to the words of this patriarch. The hall instantly quieted down, and dozens of pairs of eyes looked at Lin Yu in unison. Lin Yu said, please give me a month's time for this patriarch to investigate the matter clearly, and if it was really Nalin Mingyue's doing, then this patriarch will personally seek justice for Hall Master Lin. What if you don't have a clue after a month? He just asked rhetorically. Lin Yu, then I will step down as the Haoyang sect leader and no longer manage any of the sect's affairs, so I can let the law-enforcing elder Sima Jinghan choose a new sect leader again. Chapter 120, Jingwang Nalin Shu. When Lin Yu proposed a deadline of January to find out the murderer of Lin Xiaoyang, or else he would voluntarily step down from the position of patriarch, the whole scene fell silent. Sovereign, is what you say true? He just asked with some suspicion. Lin Yu replied back. Naturally, I would also like to ask the several elders and hall masters to put their anger to rest for a while and allow this patriarch to investigate the original cause of the matter. There was a murmur from the crowd. After a long time, he gang returned. Good. Since the patriarch said so, then we will give the patriarch 1 month to find out the truth of the death of the Lin Hall master. Just after 1 month, Lin Yu grabbed the words. After January, if still unable to find out the murderer, Lin Mao will definitely take the initiative to unload the position of the patriarch, and will never go back on his word. A trace of excitement flashed in He Gang's eyes, but he still returned. Alright, we'll give Sovereign 1 month's time. Thanks a lot. Lin Yu finished his speech and lightly shook his feather fan and left the hall door. When she came outside the hall, Shinji couldn't help but let out a light sigh. Why do you have to do this? If you can't find out who the murderer is within a month, then this sect leader position. Lin Yu didn't care at all. Sometimes it might be easier to let go. After all, the torture I've endured has gone on for too long. Jinji pondered for a moment. So what are you going to do now? First, we'll go to Wuji Peak to explore and see if there are any clues left. After saying that, Lin Yu transformed into light and disappeared inside the hall. On the other hand, the Xiansheng imperial capital, Liyang City. Shen Lian stood in the distance, gazing at the majestic palace wall in the distance, his eyes sunken. After a long time, he folded his fan and swept. There is a thick purple-violet emperor chi faintly surging in the palace. When did Empress Xiansheng possess this thick emperor chi? After a moment of contemplation, he couldn't help but have a smile on his lips. This is not bad, at least in this life of rebirth. I won't be alone anymore. Being able to defeat the strong and trample on their dignity to step on the top is what gives me a full sense of fulfillment. After he finished speaking, he was just about to march towards the immortal dynasty's palace. Suddenly the 3 rings of the sky's flood bells were deafening, spreading throughout the entire Liyang city. Abruptly, the air was flooded with sunlight, like millions of colorful chains flying in the air, illuminating the entire Liyang city as colorful as the 7 colors. The next moment, a voice came out of the air. His Highness the Jing King has opened a ring in Liyang Square, and in 3 days' time, he will invite cultivators from all over the world to come and meet friends in martial arts, and if they win the 3 top prizes, His Highness the Jing King will have a great gift to give. Shen Lian sniffed, put away his folding fan, and carefully searched for clues about King Jing from his memory, but after some thought, he gave up. What's decent in a lickspittle's eyes but those rotten crotch things? It's me who expects too much from him. How could I possibly expect this trash to know Nailan Shu? But there's nothing to do right now, and since that idiot Tian Dao said that the jade book and iron ticket would be useful to me, I'll take a trip to the Jingwang mansion to take a look. Having made up his mind, Shen Lian immediately moved in the direction of King Jing's mansion. Inside the Jingwang mansion, there was a sea of peace and prosperity. The royal palace hall was filled with beautiful women and the sound of the zither. A flamboyant and beautiful man sitting on the throne was holding a white jade wine bottle in his hand, laughing and giggling under the service of the maid beside him. Your Highness, there is a disciple outside the door who claims to be a Cloud Sea founder seeking an audience, and he is here to offer a spiritual treasure for your Highness. Quickly, please, do not be slow. Nailan Shu shallow drink a mouthful of mana. A command to go down. Dismissed the left and right after. Gently caressed the side of the beautiful beauty of the face. Your Highness, you're molesting your slave again. Ha ha ha, with a beauty at his side. If this king is not moved, then he is not a man. The woman sniffed and her entire body fell into Nailan Shu's arms, pouting. If your Highness really likes your slave, then let your slave serve you well tonight, but don't do that kind of false dragon and phoenix game again. Nailan Shu's fingers gently crossed the woman's blazing lips and softly said, this king doesn't only look at the outer appearance, but also at the heart. I wonder if Jiro girl's heart is beautiful. Shui Jiro sniffed and immediately opened the light veil on her body. Then wouldn't the king know by looking at it himself? Ha! Miss Jiro is afraid that she has misunderstood this king's meaning. Nailan Shu leaned down, his lips only half an inch away from Shui Jiro, only to feel a burning breath puffing out. The love of fish and water is too superficial, only communication on a spiritual level can be eternal. After saying that, he raised his hand to help Shui Jiro's body up. It was also at this moment that a cultivator wearing a Taoist robe stepped into the hall. Cloud Sea founder, Tang Snap, meet your majesty. Be excused. Sir, please sit down. Thank you, your majesty. After Tang Snapdragon got up, he immediately materialized a chess book from his nascent sacred ring. I've admired your Highness for a long time, and I've heard that among the 3 main hobbies of your Highness life, there is the category of chess. So I intend to present this immortal spirit chess book to your Highness as a token of appreciation. Nailan Shu looked at Tang Snapdragon's chess game, but calmly drank a mouthful of wine, and then slowly said, Mister, this gift is too expensive. This king is also the first meeting with Mr. Today, I'm afraid it's inappropriate to accept it. Tang Snap's face changed. Your Highness's disliking this gift of mine is too thin to enter your eyes? You misunderstand. This king is concerned about receiving a gift for a reason. The immortal spirit chess game is worth a lot of money. Mr. So-and-so gifted to this king. Is it because you want to get something from this king? Tang Snap, I don't want you to be such a worldly person. Since you don't accept it, there's no need for me to continue to stay here and get in your way. So I'll leave you here. When he finished, he got up and left. Boom. Ah. Just then, a rumble of spirit might exploding came from the Great Hall. Immediately after that, 2 of the royal family members fell into the Great Hall with miserable screams. Seeing this scene, Nalan Shu couldn't help but let out a cry of doubt. The next moment, the cold wind blew, and Shen Lian put his hands behind his back and stepped into the king's hall. His eyes directly bypassed Tang's Snapdragon and saw Nalan Shu, who was holding a wine bottle in his hand. Are you the king of Jing? Nalan Shu? Nalan Shu got up. It's exactly Little King. I don't know who your excellency is and why you broke into Little King's royal residence. Shen Lian unfolded his folding fan. Save all the small talk. I'm here just to ask. 3 days after the ring to win the championship. What can you give me? Nalan Shu, this. Please allow your excellency to allow the Little King to sell a secret. When 3 days later. Boom. Without waiting for Nalan Shu to finish his words, Shen Lian's surrounding pressure was released, directly overpowering what he was about to say. And Tang's Snapdragon, who was close at hand, was directly forced to kneel on the ground trembling by this pressure. I don't want to waste time on riddles. If you don't want to talk then do it. You pick one. Nalan Shu sighed, before slowly saying, naturally, it is something that has gained in cultivation. And since your excellency wants to know, it is not unavoidable for Little King to once again reveal it in advance. 3rd place, 1 ninth order grass returning pill, which allows the cultivator's strength to rise 2 small realms in a row. 2nd place, the ancient cloud divine sword. The bearer of the sword can break through their own limits and increase their strength by 30% in a duel with a rival. As for the first, Nalan Shu suddenly closed his mouth. What is it and why don't you say so? Only after Shen Lian repeatedly pressed him did he open his mouth. The first one, the jade book and iron coupon, a symbol of status. I wonder if there is anything that your excellency has your eye on among these gifts. Chapter 121, Little Grit Seeking Death. It seems that the jade book and iron ticket is really on you? Once he heard that the thing he was looking for on this trip was really on Nalan Shu, Shen Lian immediately became interested. Hand over the jade book and iron ticket and you will be spared. Nalan Shu's eyes stared, not expecting the visitor to make such a request. Your excellency, this makes it very difficult for Little King. If you really want this item, then you can only win the championship at the top of the ring. At that time, Little King will surely give it with both hands. Crap! Shen Lian let out a deep cry, interrupting Nalan Shu's next words. I, Shen Lian, dare to push for what I want, and a claptrap game like the ring is a waste of cultivation time. Does your excellency still want to take it by force? Little King reminds you that this is Liang City. And then what? A small imperial city that restrains mole crickets and trash. But restrains me in the slightest? Shen Lian said indifferently with a spread of his hand. Hand over the jade book and iron ticket, and you'll be safe and sound. Or else. Boom. A wave of air kicked up, and the steel rock slab behind him instantly cracked by inches. Seeing this, Nalan Shu couldn't help but grip the wine bottle in his hand tightly and said in an extremely suppressed tone, Your excellency thinks that, relying on the fact that your own cultivation is deeply rooted, you can do whatever you want in the Jing King's mansion? As soon as the words fell, 4 figures immediately appeared around Nalan Shu. These 4 people, a clear color transition realm cultivators, looked at Shen Lian each with sharp eyes. However, Shen Lian did not even bother to look at them. You don't think that with these 4 mole crickets at your side, you'll be able to rest on your laurels? The moment these words came out, the 4 people of the transitional abstraction realm immediately felt that their faces were offended, and immediately spoke out and drank at Shen Lian. Kid, before being arrogant, you'd better look at your opponent. This is the first time that I, Gao Tianqi, have seen someone who dares to talk to me like this. As a result, as soon as the words fell, Gao Tianqi was directly drawn into Shen Lian's hands by a strong suction force. Shen Lian smoothly pinched his neck and lifted him directly over his head with one hand. What? The remaining 3 were dumbstruck when they saw this scene. Gao Tianqi had the highest cultivation among the 4. Even if he was pitted against him in the same realm, he would rarely have an enemy. Now it was a photo op and a direct lock on the throat. That visitor's cultivation must be at least the mixed realm. You, let go. Gao Kaiyang only felt that it was difficult to breathe, and his body's aura seemed to have been drained in an instant, and his face was completely disfigured by the pain. Now, am I in a position to talk to you like that? Shen Lian asked in a stern voice, but Gao Tianqi where to say a word at this moment. since you chose to acquiesce, then as the price for offending me, you can only be left to die. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian hands of yin and yang qi instantaneous flashing transformation occasion. Ah! Boom! After hearing only a miserable scream, Gao Tianqi directly exploded into death. Ah! Seeing such a horrifying scene, the remaining 3 people immediately trembled. As for Nailan Shou, he kept stroking his chest with an extremely frightened look. Now, shall I continue? Shen Lian asked in a deep voice, his footsteps lightly stepping forward. The remaining 3 immediately took a step back. Ahem! Nailan Shou was busy coughing twice, then got up and bowed to Shen Lian. Fellow Daoist Shen has profound cultivation and deep roots. Since this is the case, why would the young king need to make an enemy of you for a mundane object? After saying that, he directly transformed a jade scroll. The jade book and iron ticket is here. Please bear with me. Your Excellency. Poof. Shen Lian snorted coldly and directly sucked the jade book and iron coupon into his palm, and then welcomed some sensations. This spirit artifact, it seems to be a key to open a certain boundary? When he was sure that the jade book and iron ticket was not the power of origin that he had lost in his previous life, Shen Lian could not help but feel a little lost in his heart. It was just that inexplicable force that was telling himself that this jade book and iron ticket was not simple. He still put away the jade book and iron ticket and turned around to walk towards the outside of the royal residence. Your Excellency, please stay. Just as Shen Lian was about to leave the door of the temple, Nailan Shou called out to him in time. Shen Lian didn't turn around, just flung his sleeve and said with great impatience, "What else do you have to do?" Nailan Shou, the young king hopes that your Excellency can stay in the royal residence and do the young king a favor. Shen Lian, help you. You deserve it? Your Excellency has taken little king's jade book and iron ticket. Shouldn't you pay something? Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian couldn't help but laugh openly. If you want Shen Lian to pay the price, you must first have the ability to talk about the price. Bluffing will only make your life worthless. After the words, Shen Lian walked to the entrance of the Wangfu once again stopped, slightly sideways head, obviously possessing absolute power, yet still playing with intrigues and schemes. The inferior roots of the royal family are truly incorrigible. Leaving behind a cold wind and dashing away. Looking at Shen Lian's departing back, Nailan Shou's eyes sank and gradually fell into deep thought. Your Majesty, you all retire first. This matter today, it is this king's ill thought. Let you all be frightened. All go down. After dismissing a few guards, Nailan Shou looked at Shuijiro, who had already passed out, and couldn't help but let out a light sigh as he leaned down and picked her up by the waist, walking towards the bedchamber. Rather aggravating, alas. After coming out of the royal residence and looking at the jade book and iron coupon in his hand, Shen Lian was very annoyed in his heart. It seems that this origin power is not here, and this jade book and iron coupon has no use other than accelerating the speed of aura operation in the body. How is it possible for something just like this to be taken as a spiritual treasure? Heavenly Tao, do you know how serious the price of deceiving Shen Lian is? Thinking of this, he instinctively made the impulse to destroy the jade book and iron ticket, but right at this moment, someone behind him called out sharply. Fellow Daoist Shun, don't be impulsive. Shen Lian looked back, but it was Zhuo Qianyue who was looking at himself with a smile on his face. It's you, Zhuo Qianyue? Luckily I warned you in time. If you destroyed it like that, I'm afraid you'd regret it. What do you mean? Is there another use for this object? Zhuo Qianyue nodded. Of course I only heard about it. The jade book and iron ticket was originally something that was left behind before the previous dynasty of the sanctuary was overthrown. It is said that with this jade book and iron ticket you can open the tomb of a former emperor and gain riches that will rival the realm. When Shen Lian heard this, he scoffed. What use is a district outside the body to me? Zhuo Qianyue, apart from that, what's more important is that there's a force of great power operating within the emperor's tomb. If we can absorb this force, our cultivation will surely be able to increase dramatically. More importantly, there is also a saint-level technique within that contains infinite power. So if you can obtain it, there will be no more obstacles in the path of cultivation. Shen Lian's face stared, and after quiet contemplation, he opened his mouth and asked, do you know where the tombs of the emperors of the previous dynasties are? Zhuo Qianyue thought for a moment. I'm not sure of the exact location, but after the destruction of the former dynasty, a golden immortal guan inexplicably appeared on the remains of the original old capital. So I think we can start from there. Where is the golden immortal temple? It's 2,000 miles north of Yang City. But it's heavily guarded by the Immortal Dynasty, so it's hard for regular people to get close. When Shen Lian heard this, he immediately came to the spirit, in the world. Only I don't want to go, but there is still no place that I can't go. Is the Golden Immortal Temple? I have to go and find out. After saying this, the black cloud in his body flashed and immediately transformed into a ghostly carriage, carrying Shen Lian to quickly gallop towards the outside of the city. Zhuo Qianyue ate a nose. looking at the carriage that went away, froze for a long time before shouting, "Fellow Daoist, I haven't gotten on the car yet. I haven't gotten on the car yet. I'll go. Wait for me. Don't leave me behind." Saying that, he immediately played catch-up in the direction where Shen Lian sped away. Chapter 122, The Sacrifice Outside Golden Immortal Guan. Senior, could you please be accommodating? We are under the orders of our master and must enter the Golden Immortal Temple to find out what's going on. Outside the Golden Immortal Guan, two coolly dressed disciples of the goddess palace were scratching their heads in a vain attempt to get a hair-bearing monk sitting on the lotus platform to let them go. The scene was already a bit eerie with the Taoist temple range being guarded by a monk. But for those two disciples of the divine feminine palace, monk or Tao, neither was as important as obtaining the opportunity hidden within. Amit Ba. The monk closed his eyes, flung his wrist beads slightly, and lightly recited a Buddhist phrase. Two female monks. The Golden Immortal Temple is a forbidden place in the sanctuary. If you want to enter, you need to receive 3 palms from a poor monk before you can verify the strength of your survival. Otherwise, even if the poor monk is willing to release you and let you in, it will just be a waste of your lives. It is not easy for the two Taoist friends to spend hundreds of years of their lives cultivating to the transitional succession realm, so it is better not to get involved in the karma of it. Senior, it's hard to disobey a master's order. Golden Immortal View. Today the two of us are bound to break in. Amit Ba. The monk had no choice but to silently recite a Buddha's name and let out a bitter sigh. What is the point of this? The Golden Immortal View is full of killing opportunities, and I don't know how many cultivators have fallen into it since the day it was born. The female disciple called Range Wind stepped forward and flung her jade arm with one hand. Senior doesn't need to say much. Please give a move. Ugh. The monk let out a sigh and slowly raised his hand. All of a sudden, the Buddha's light around them was great, and an abundance of holy power poured out outside of the Golden Immortal Goddess. In just an instant, Range Wind only felt that the blood chi in his body was surging and was not under control at all. Cold sweat trickled slowly down her forehead and down her cheeks. Cackling. Just then, the ordeal was interrupted by a distant roar of hooves. What a heavy hostile aura. The monk collected the Buddhist light from his body and slightly opened his eyes. Not long after, a dark-colored devil colt clanked and presented itself to everyone's eyes. After a short silence, Shen Lian slowly stepped down from the carriage, his eyes looking straight at the Golden Immortal Taoist temple behind the monks. This is the Golden Immortal Temple? A question, as if speaking to himself, and as if addressing a monk. Amit Ba Buddha. Poor monk Tian Xiu. May I ask what the monks are here for? Shen Lian unfolded his folding fan. I've heard that the Golden Immortal Guan contains a mysterious secret. I want to explore it. If you're sensible, get out of my way. Bold. When Range Wind heard this, he immediately shouted at Shen Lian. Master Tianxiu is an accomplished monk. How can he allow such disrespect from a madman like you? Why don't you hurry and kneel down and apologize to the master? When Shen Lian heard this, his eyes instantly turned cold. And only then did he notice that there were 2 women at the scene in addition to himself and Tian Xiu. After seeing what the woman was wearing, a thick killing intent instantly erupted in his eyes. You're from the goddess palace? Exactly. When Range Wind heard that, he couldn't help but straighten his pride. Since you know the name of the Divine Maiden Palace, then hurry up and back off. The Divine Maiden's anger will surely teach your soul to return to the 9 springs. Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian smiled broadly at his words. Great. I killed a pheasant named Yun Shiyu earlier. And here comes a flock of pheasants squawking in front of me. I was planning to destroy the goddess palace myself, but I didn't want to meet you interest. Since that's the case, before I enter the Golden Immortal Temple, I'll take care of you guys first. What did you say? Senior sister Yun was killed by you? Rang Feng and Zhu Ren were shocked when they heard this. A month or so ago Yun Shiyu's life soul shattered, and Patriarch Muing Shui was unable to find the murderer anywhere. I didn't want to be killed by this person in front of me. In an instant, the 2 women lit up their spirit swords in unison. Dare to kill my senior sister Yun. Are you ready for the realization? Report your name. Even if you're a murderer, the goddess palace doesn't kill nameless people. Shen Lian's demeanor was calm, and his eyes looked disdainfully and fearlessly, as if he was looking at 2 mole crickets jumping on their feet. Noisy. With a word, Shen Lian directly raised his hand and slapped it. Boom. With just 1 palm, the protective astral aura in front of the 2 women instantly shattered. After a shocking explosion, the 2 figures had already turned into pieces and perished. Amit Ba. What happened was too sudden. So sudden that Tian Xiu couldn't even react in time. Sure master. You have struck out too ruthlessly. Your move. Without waiting for Tian Xiu to finish, Shen Lian interrupted him without hesitation. Bald ass. Before you start preaching, you'd better think about your own situation first. It's best to stay out of things that you shouldn't be in charge of, so as not to get yourself in trouble. Amit Ba. Tian Xiu recited a Buddha's name and opened his eyes again. the anger in his pupils already unstoppable. The hostile chi on the scholar's body is too onerous. When you enter my Buddhist sect to dissolve it, let the poor monk come to ferry the scholar. I hope the scholar can repent and turn back to the shore. Turn back? The folding fan in Shen Lian's hand snapped. The path I'm on is destined to be impossible to turn back. Baldy, since you can't hide the murderous aura in your body, why bother practicing Buddhism? Right at this moment, the two life souls of Range Wind and Yuren slowly emerged. When Shen Lian saw it, he immediately raised his hand to destroy the human emperor cauldron. I was too excited to kill the mole crickets, and I almost forgot to send you into the human emperor cauldron to refine your souls. Stop. Seeing this, Tianxiu was busy showing up to collect the two life souls. The path of cultivation is not easy, no matter how they sinned against you in their lifetime. Since you've destroyed their bodies, you should settle the karma. You shouldn't have cut off this last thought of reincarnation. Now, no matter what the poor monk says, he will not let you destroy their souls. Shen Lian's eyes flinched. Bald ass. What is your relationship with them? We meet in passing, and have no dealings in the past. So for the sake of two unrelated people, you're not going to gamble with my life? Amitabha Buddha. Buddhists are compassionate, and should focus on sheltering the world's living beings. Even if the killing karma is entangled in their lives, Buddhists should focus on transmigration. What a compassionate monk. Then let Shen Lian see whether or not your compassion can guard the celestial beings in your hands, and whether or not you can enlighten me. The devil. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian stepped on his foot. All of a sudden, the heaven and earth roared with thunder, and the chi of the dual streams of yin and yang swirled back and forth, coalescing into the mixed deity, covering the entire golden immortal temple inside and out. Tianxiu frowned. I didn't expect that the cultivator is a mixed realm cultivator. Save the nonsense. Make your strongest move. One move to determine karma. Amitabha Buddha. Scholar. I'm offended. Tianxiu dropped a Buddha's cry and immediately unfolded his entire cultivation. Vast Buddha light condensed, gradually forming a 7-foot world-honored Rudra Dharma image behind him. 6th level of the mixed realm? You are qualified to receive this move from me. Shen Lian let out a cry of approval and then leapt into the void. At that moment, the heavenly thunder rolled, and all the thunder streams in all directions coalesced within him. Drink! In a deep cry, a black hole actually appeared behind Shen Lian. In the next moment, a 3-headed, 6-armed divine shadow full of solemnity came into the void and stood behind Shen Lian. It is? Destroy the Tao and destroy the 3000. Bo Sun kills Rudra, the heavenly cultivator, who felt the vast pressure, immediately stabilized his mind and tried his best to condense all the Yuan power in his body into supreme holy chi. He knew that there was only a chance of one move, and one move could be the difference between life and death. Rudraksh Nirvana toward reincarnation. Tianxiu raised his hand and without the slightest reservation, he directly made the strongest move, slapping his palm towards the void waveshift demon phase. God and devil infernal end of the world silence. Boom! A palm fell, shaking 1,000 miles in a radius, and for a time, the mountains and rocks crumbled, and the sky and earth darkened in a single night. As the smoke and dust cleared, two unearthly figures stood with their hands behind their backs. Everything seemed to fall into place. In the middle of the day, Tencho folded his arms. Amitabha. Chapter 123, The Strange Golden Immortal Temple. Amitabha Buddha. Monks, listen to the poor monk. Your hostility is not helpful to your heart. If you continue to do this for a long time, you will surely fall into the devil's path. Devil? Humph. Shen Lian laughed coldly, his laughter filled with disdain. What can the devil's way do to me? Monk, your mercy cannot save the souls of those two untouchables. Tianxiu let out a long sigh. Heaven's will, truly heaven's will. After the words were spoken, Tianxiu's body began to slowly disintegrate, peeling off bit by bit like an eggshell and floating away with the wind. In the next moment, 2 green and 1 gold life souls were left in vain. Mindful of your heart of abject compassion, I will leave you a wisp of life soul to remodel your flesh. As for these two, Shen Lian directly raised his hand and executed the human emperor cauldron, and in an instant, the divine souls of Rang Feng and Yuren were directly incorporated into the cauldron. Alas, all things come to pass. The Buddha soul sighed and then floated away in the direction of the Buddha domain. After resolving the trivial matters on the periphery of the golden immortal temple, Shen Lian then locked his eyes on the golden immortal temple in front of him. Peering through the periphery, the golden immortal temple in the distance was a more than ordinary Taoist temple, and it was impossible to see a single thing about it. However, Shen Lian still detected a hint of something wrong. Just now, when I fought with the monk, the airwaves spread over 1,000 miles in a radius, while the golden immortal Guan 3 miles away was not damaged in the slightest. What kind of mystery does this contain? Thinking of this, Shen Lian directly enabled the pupil of the great Tao and looked at it again. However, the golden immortal Guan, there is still no change. Only Shen Lian keenly felt that the golden immortal Guan seems to have a strange dense atmosphere flowing in the sky. Putting away the pupil of the great Tao, Shen Lian said in his heart, rather than consuming the spirit here internally, it is better to go in first to have a look before making a decision. Just as he was about to move, Zhuo Qianyue finally arrived. Fellow Daoist, I've finally caught up with you. Why are you running so fast? Why don't you wait for me? Shen Lian's expression was cold. Did I say I would take you with me? Don't follow me. Fellow Daoist, you're being too outgoing, Zhuo Qianyue said hurriedly. It was not easy for me to inform you of such important news. How can you leave me alone to eat alone? No matter what, you have to give me a hand. Shen Lian's eyes turned cold and stared dead at Zhuo Qianyue. Zhuo Qianyue's heart tightened, subconsciously averting his face to not meet his eyes. After a long period of silence, Shen Lian unfolded his folding fan. I won't stop you if you want to follow me, but it's best not to get in the way of me acting. Otherwise, killing you is just a matter of snapping your fingers. Don't worry, Zhuo Qianyue will definitely obey you. Shen Lian no longer paid attention to Zhuo Qianyue and turned around to walk in the direction of the Golden Immortal Temple. Inside the Golden Immortal Temple, the depression is bleak, and only Taoist priests can be seen shuttling back and forth in various places of the temple, but no believer who comes to salute the Tao is seen. Walking in the front hall of the Golden Immortal Temple, looking at the stream of people of all shapes and sizes coming and going, Shen Lian only felt a trace of indescribable weirdness. At this time, Zhuo Qianyue spoke. I didn't expect the Golden Immortal view to be like this. It's nothing like the rumors. Shen Lian sniffed and stopped in front of the Three Qing Hall, turned around and asked, what is the rumored Golden Immortal Guan like? Zhuo Qianyue returned. The rumored Golden Immortal Temple seems to require a 3-palm test just to enter the Taoist temple, but now that we've come in like this, it's clear that it doesn't match the rumors. Shen Lian frowned. Is that all you know? Zhuo Qianyue shook his head. No, there's more. I heard that quite a few people got lost shortly after entering within the Golden Immortal Temple, and their whereabouts are still unknown. Over time there have been rumors of cannibalism in the Golden Immortal Temple, where the ghosts of the old capital of the former dynasty come to claim their lives. After the news spread, no one came to the Golden Immortal Temple to burn incense and pay tribute, and the temple has been desolate ever since. Shen Lian sniffed, closing his eyes and letting out a deep thought. Opening his eyes again, he looked to the two Taoist children not far away who were carrying a tray of fruits and sacrificial vessels towards the Sanqing Hall. The two Taoist children seemed not to notice Shen Lian and Zhuo Qianyue in general, stepped straight into the Sanqing Hall, then set up the sacrificial vessels, lit 3 threads of incense, bowed and performed the Taoist salute towards the statue of Sanqing, and then turned around and went out of the Sanqing Hall. Throughout the entire process, the two Taoist children did not even look at Shen Lian and Zhuo Qianyue, as if the two had never existed. Zhuo Qianyue couldn't help but sigh. The Taoist priests here are so temperamental. One by one they actually completely ignore our existence. Could it be that they have some great background? Shen Lian ignored Zhuo Qianyue's tirade and directly stepped into the Sanqing Hall. Only just stepping into it, the words placed on a stone tablet on the left immediately caught his attention. Only a few rules were written on it in bright red letters. 1. The Golden Immortal Temple is a Taoist temple, and only Taoist Dharma images are enshrined in the temple, and absolutely no Buddha images are enshrined. Secondly, after entering the Sanqing Hall, please take 3 columns of threaded incense under the stone monument on the left side, and then burn them in front of the statue of Sanqing. Sanqing Taoist ancestor will surely be able to protect you. Third, after the thread incense is lit, your geographical orientation to the Golden Immortal Guan may be misplaced, so please keep in mind the route you took to get here and don't get lost. Fourth, if you accidentally see a statue of Buddha inside the Golden Immortal Guan, please keep admonishing yourself in your mind that it is a statue of the 3 pure ones, not a statue of Buddha, and that there is no statue of Buddha inside the Golden Immortal Guan. Fifth, if after 3 times of silent recitation, the 3 clearings you see is still a Buddha statue, then please carefully distinguish the Buddha statue's dharma. If the statue has not opened its eyes, please turn around and exit the Sanqing Hall. Then head inside the Heavenly King's Hall to drink a cup of holy water and grab a handful of talismans under the Heavenly King's statue. Light the talismans before the threaded incense burns out, and then leave the Golden Immortal Temple, where the Taoist children will guide you on the right path. 6. If you see the Buddha statue open its eyes, then you can only hope that your cultivation will be sufficient to carry through this crisis. After reading the above, Zhuo Qianyue couldn't help but touch his arms. Why do I feel an inexplicable chill? These rules look a little creepy even for a cultivator as strong as me. At this time, the corner of Shen Lian's mouth hooked. Creepy? Then if that's the case, do you still feel creepy? However, he saw a sweep of the folding fan in Shen Lian's hand, and a stream of light was instantly reflected on the stone tablet. Zhuoqianyue was shocked and was busy looking at the stone tablet. But see the 7th article written on it. All fear comes from lack of strength. In the next moment, Shen Lian's high voice resounded within the Three Qing Hall, pretending to be a trickster, but also want to disturb people's minds? Regardless of whether you are a Taoist or a Buddhist, the only one who can make heaven and earth tremble is me, Shen Lian alone. As soon as the words fell, Shen Lian directly slapped out, and the two qi of yin and yang instantly slammed into the Three Qing statue. Boom! After a loud bang, the Three Qing Tao statue instantly crumbled. Zhuoqianyue, who saw this scene, was completely shocked and could not say a word. I only heard Shen Lian close his eyes and drink in a deep voice. Now, tell me whether you are the Tao or the Buddha? Destroying you will also destroy the source of all the weirdness. What other means do you have? I am very much looking forward to it. In the next moment, the surrounding space began to gradually distort. Zhuoqianyue only felt a burst of dizziness. The next moment the ears came from a burst of low chanting sound, accompanied by the rapid knocking sound of wooden fish from far and near, almost caused him to fast mental collapse. Ha 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 ha. However, the next moment, Shen Lian's laughter stabilized his mind. Taoism and Buddhism share the same incense, but now they are one inside and one outside, confusing the living beings. And for what purpose? As the words fell, the two of them were already inside a dark temple. The Buddha statues all around were eerie, and everywhere there was mind-numbing chanting of Buddhist songs. Chapter 124, So what if it's weird? The eerie sound of Buddhist singing, the eerie Buddhist temple, should be solemn and solemn Buddhist holy place. Now it is actually giving people a feeling of fear and terror. Inside the Buddha hall, both sides of the Buddha statue opened their eyes in unison, and in the slightly closed pupils, there was not a trace of compassion, but the teasing of seeing a mole cricket. Zhuoqianyue was shocked in his heart, and the heavenly heavy blade directly entered his hand to carry it on his shoulder. Fellow Taoist, are we stepping into an illusion? Be careful of the surroundings. Instead, Shen Lian's eyes showed madness as he looked at the Buddha statues on both sides and said back sternly, Tiny evil phase, how dare you make a fool of yourselves in front of me? Who gave you permission to look at me with such eyes? With that, he directly raised his hand, and the yin and yang Dao rhythms boomed and swept vigorously. Boom! With a loud bang, the airwaves swept over the Buddha statues on both sides, directly reducing them to rubble along with the Buddha hall. It was only within the exploded Buddha statue that bright red blood mist actually burst out, instantly spreading in all directions. The Buddha's body is stained with blood. The sinful Buddha repents of his sins, the Prajna confesses his sins, and his karma takes care of itself. What about the Buddha? When a Buddha gets greedy, he becomes an evil obstacle. When a bodhisattva sits down upside down, all beings are miserable. Little trickster Buddha, how dare you make a fool of yourself in front of me? Zhuoqianyue was speechless. He had never seen such an arrogant person in his life. Shouldn't the average cultivator calmly respond to all crises when they arrive at such a place? He's good. He's completely out of line. Sure enough, as soon as the Buddha hall was destroyed, a monk in yellow robes appeared under the dark night sky. Only the monk's neck, face, arms, and even his bare chest were covered with throbbing sarcomas that made him sick to look at. Where are the rats that enter my guile Buddha hall and dare to be so disrespectful? Shen Lian folded his fan and raised his left hand, instantly condensing a mass of vast aura. Demon monks blame the Buddha. Their crimes should be punished. With those words, he slapped his palm out, and the aura that had condensed into a sphere shot out with a loud bang. The sarcoma monk did not expect his opponent to be of such an irascible character, and immediately folded his hands together in order to ward off the incoming Hwei. The result was a tragic scream in return, as the spirit ball rushed across and crashed into his torso, directly bursting the flesh tumor monk into oblivion. And the moment the sarcophagus monk died, that one disgusting sarcoma immediately burst into a dark mass of blood. Seeing this scene, Zhuoqianyue has been completely dumbfounded. Hey, I say Shin Dao Yu, people over the secret realm will at least have to use their brains. You're not giving them face by being so violent, are you? It's too much to move around and give people a whole body explosion. Shen Lian glared at him as he sniffed and said in a cold voice, Do you still remember the rules of the stone tablet in front of the Three Qing Hall? Zhuoqianyue thought for a moment. I seem to have some trouble remembering. You should remember the last rule. All fear is a lack of strength. As long as one possesses absolute strength, this stream of demonic atmosphere and trickery is nothing more than an unimpressive means of barricading one's eyes. After Shen Lian finished speaking, he once again pointed to the sky. Come on, what other means are there? Just use them. I've slaughtered all of the ancient god clan. How long can you, little guile Buddha, last? Abruptly, the sound of Brahma singing in the distance approached violently. A weird force shook the ground. After a long time, a burst of Buddha's light fell, and a Buddhist with a relic on his head fell. Since you have entered the guile path, You should abide by the rules of the guile path. Are you treating my guile realm as if it were nothing with such recklessness? Ha 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 ha. Shen Lian laughed up to the sky. Tiny tricksters, playing with the world by unorthodox means, mentioning rules in front of me. Then let me, Shen Lian, make a new rule for you. Da. The Buddhist was enraged and let out a deep cry, spreading evil Buddhist light around his body. Since the trickster road descended into the world, you're still the first person who dares to act so presumptuously. So let the seat see what ability you have to dare to despise the trickster road so much. Shen Lian put one hand on his back and turned around to say back, allow your ignorance to leave behind the end of drinking hate. Evil Buddha Dharma seal. The Buddha was furious and directly raised his hand to condense the reversed Buddha wheel with a palm and threw it at Shen Lian. Shen Lian did not flash and did not avoid. The true essence in his body was urged, and the void hidden chemistry power had already walked the 8 meridians. The evil Buddha Dharma seal struck Shen Lian for a moment, but it directly dissolved into nothing. Is this the strength of the trickster? Shen Lian turned around with a sneer. Then all I can say is that compared to the keto that the ancient god brought with him, you're so mild that I can't bear to hurt you. Hands raised. Then the surrounding airwaves like mountains and seas converged on Shen Lian's palms. In just a few moments, the left hand is yang and the right hand is yin. The twin streams of yin and yang fused the power of the heaven and earth roots within his body to form a vast yuan power that devoured the great wasteland. Void hidden yin and yang merging. When the extreme move was offered, the Buddhist was instantly startled and decisively activated his technique. Evil deity protector. Soon, a light green Buddha body phantom emerged around the Buddhist, wrapping him in death. However, where the yin and yang parallel flow of chi passes through, it is destroying mountains and cracking rocks, and heaven and earth are shaken by it. A move blasted at the Buddha's chi chakra, directly tearing his broken body into shreds. Looking at the rain of blood falling from the sky, Zhuo Qianyue couldn't help but say, so compared to that you seem to be even more intimidating than Tricky Road. Poof. Shen Lian did not say much. Seeing that the crisis around him had been removed, he just stepped forward and continued walking. Wait for me. Zhuo Qianyue looked around, could not help but shiver and hurriedly followed. Not long after Shen Lian and Zhuo Qianyue left, the originally destroyed Buddha Hall actually resurfaced again. At the same time, an extremely suppressed laughter came from within the Buddha Hall. The more worthy the old immortal is to conquer. Let you see what true fear is like. Walking in the courtyard of the Golden Immortal Temple, everywhere you can hear the sound of monks chanting sutras, but the only thing that you can't see is the figure of a monk. Inside a Buddhist hall in the distance, the candlelight was bright, and the sound of wooden fish echoed rhythmically one by one in the empty courtyard. Shen Lian gazed at him, then stepped forward. Suddenly, Zhuo Qianyue softly chanted, and sweat dripped down his cheeks like beads of rain. Fellow Daoist, have you noticed that the spiritual energy in your body is constantly draining away? I feel like my Danhai. It seems to be out of control. Shen Lian sniffed and closed his eyes to probe his own state. Indeed, the aura in his body began to continuously leak out, as if there was a pump constantly extracting the yuan qi from his own danci. However, Shen Lian had the heaven and earth root to rely on, and the more aura he lost, the faster he recovered, which had no effect on him at all. You stay here and don't move. Shen Lian dropped a sentence and slowly continued walking towards the opposite side of the Buddha Hall. When Zhuo Qianyue heard this, he immediately sat down on the ground with his knees crossed and began to regulate his energy to recover his vitality. Just as Shen Lian approached the Buddha Hall at a distance of 10 steps, suddenly the scene in front of him changed. The Buddha Hall that was close at hand was actually pulled 100 feet away in an instant, and a long corridor with tricky Buddhas all over the place appeared under one's feet again. A spatial shifting technique? Shen Lian murmured, and then his foot fell. You want to disturb my mind even with a small sculpture? What a joke! Bipolar Big Dipper formation. At that moment, Shen Lian's hand formed a Dao seal, and a wave of pure yuan power was poured into both feet. Taking another step, the paws that landed on the long corridor suddenly surfaced a circle of Dao marks, and step by step, he stepped towards the illusory and unruly Buddha Hall. The weird space began to distort, as if it was still planning to do the same trick. However, it was pulled to death by the bipolar Big Dipper formation, unable to move a single bit further. 100 feet distance, Shen Lian watched calmly until he stepped into the door of the Buddha Hall, and what he saw in his eyes was a statue of Buddha that was plastered with talismanic paper and covered with blood scriptures all around. And around the Buddha statue were 108 dry corpses that were moving with their hands folded. Upon closer inspection they were covered in cobwebs and had been dead for a long time. On the offering table, sheets and sheets of maggots wriggled, making people's scalp numb. Shen Lian stared and looked more closely. The Buddha statue was wrapped with a full 108 silk threads, which just happened to be connected to the 108 monks. In an instant, Shen Lian immediately understood what had happened here. Heretical evil spirits. self-appointed as Buddhas, using blood to feed their essence in a vain attempt to defy the heavens. He slowly unfolded his folding fan. It's a pity that not anyone can have the ability to act against the heavens. Mole crickets can shake the sky, but moths don't deserve it. A provocative voice immediately shook the entire Buddha hall. Between the shaking, maggots constantly fell from the top of Shen Lian's head, and the Buddha statue itself actually exudes a bizarre evil aura. Chapter 125, Meeting Luqing 1. Cultivator, do you know what kind of existence you have incurred? No matter you and dare to be as reckless as you are here. The Buddha statue let out a deep chant, and the sound waves swept and brought up distortions in the surrounding space, forcing people to go crazy. However, Shen Lian was indifferent to this. His body-spirit glow, the maggot nest falling from the top of the head touched the instant. Immediately gray smoke. In heaven and on earth, there is no place where I can't be reckless. A small trickster playing God in front of me. When you really don't know the vastness of the sky, show yourself to me. The sound of the drink rose, and Shen Lian's foot gave a beat. The terrain instantly produced violent turbulence. The Big Dipper totem emitted azure spiritual aura, layered on top of each other, wrapping the Buddha hall inside and out. Ah! With a mournful ghostly roar, the evil Buddha statue began to shake violently. The 108 lifelines that were originally entwined collapsed in unison at this very moment. Roar! The moment the lifeline snapped, the 108 dry corpses actually let out low ghostly roars in unison, permeated with an evil atmosphere. The next moment, all the dry corpses slowly got up in a gust of wooden fish knocking. Cultivator, step into the tricky path not respecting the rules of the Tao, then you will have to pay a heavy price. Stay and let this Buddha ferry you. The sound of Buddha stopped, and 108 dry corpses lunged at Shen Lian in unison. Shen Lian stared and frowned, and the wild voice rose again. A bunch of lifeless zombies are worthy of flailing in front of me? All of you, back off. A palm slapped out, and the vastness of the Tao rhythm was unceasing, directly centering on Shen Lian and continuously spreading outwards. Between the aftermath of the airwaves, all the demons and devils were reduced to nothingness. You, evil Buddha obviously did not expect Shen Lian to possess such strength, and with one move, he destroyed all the zombies that had been enchanted with evil power. What other means are there? Just show them off. Shen Lian shouted in a deep voice, his feet stepping on the Big Dipper's half-step cloud, showing his unearthly stance. The evil Buddha was completely enraged. Very well. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to annoy this Buddha like this. I'll refine you into an altar of flesh and blood. Imprison your soul for life in the infernal, and suffer the torment of purgatory reincarnation for eternity. Ha 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 ha. Imprisoning my divine soul? Then I can only say that the courage of your mouth does not match your own strength. Come out and talk to me. The void-hidden hands transformed the momentum, directly eliminating all the evil atmosphere in the surroundings. Void-hidden, one breath dividing yin and yang. The yin and yang chi is both rigid and flexible, floating and shooting out. The vastness of the Taoist rhythm directly bombarded the evil Buddha demon statue. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the Buddha statue shattered in response. In the next moment, what surfaced in front of Shen Lian was a heart that was 1 foot in size and still beating vigorously. Is this your real face? It's just too disgusting to look at. Between the heart flaring and spilling blood, it emitted an extremely resentful evil force, seemingly enraged by Shen Lian's previous words. Cultivator, you are the first person to see this Buddha's life source in thousands of years. For you, this Buddha must use the most brutal means to suppress you. Have you finished your last words? Finish, then it's time to drink. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Lian decisively executed the great Tao human emperor cauldron. In an instant, the vast and boundless Taoist aura dispersed the uneasy evil atmosphere of the world in the entire golden immortal Guanli. You dare to desecrate the Buddha. You, evil Buddha obviously did not expect Shen Lian actually had this hand. Accompanied by the human emperor tripod rotating moment, the beating hearts suddenly gradually shriveled and became smaller, and finally all of them were inhaled into the tripod. Don't you want to experience what purgatory is? I can fulfill that request to my heart's content. Shen Lian smiled coldly at the human emperor cauldron and directly turned the human emperor cauldron to catalyze the raging and boundless great Tao sacred flame. No! Extremely miserable screams came from within the human emperor cauldron, as if they had suffered centuries of agonizing torture. Finally, after dozens of breaths had passed, the mournful screams gradually stopped. The moment he withdrew the human emperor cauldron, Shen Lian had a black and purple pill in his hand. At the same time, the surrounding scenery crumbled. In the blink of an eye, Shen Lian once again returned to the golden immortal Guan Sanqing Hall, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than a phantom dream. It was just that the rule stone tablet that had shattered, the statue of the 3 pristine ones that had already been shattered by himself as well as the guile Dan in his hand were all telling him that everything that had just happened was real. What's going on? What happened? At this moment, Zhuo Qianyue, who realized that he had returned to the Golden Immortal Temple, ran to Shen Lian with a face full of confusion. Fellow Daoist, do you think what just happened was real or a phantom dream? Shen Lian turned around and walked towards the 3 Qingdao platform, saying as he walked, you can ask such a stupid question. Don't you still know the truth? Zhuo Qianyue was speechless for a while and could only scratch his scalp and follow Shen Lian, until he saw Shen Lian against the front of the Dao platform where the tribute was offered. There was an extra empty copper box. Only a small line was written on the bottom of the box. Only those who have broken the barriers of confusion will be able to realize the square. Zhuo Qianyue looked at it and wondered, what does this mean? Shen Lian closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment. Then his left hand transformed into a jade book and iron coupon and threw it directly into the copper box. Just at this time, the copper box scattered 10,000 channels of sunlight straight through the clouds. Fascinated people simply cannot open their eyes. Shen Lian decisively activated the pupil of the Great Tao without having his vision affected by the bright light. But see the copper box, placed a piece of purple jade simple, is presumptuous along with the haze light slowly floating, seems to fly to the sky. At a time like this, you still dare to cast a blindfold with me, almost letting you get away. Shen Lian made an instant decision and directly grabbed the jade slip, then raised his leg and kicked over the Dao platform. At that moment, the haze fell away and everything was restored to its original state. When Zhuo Qianyue returned to his senses, Shen Lian had already paced away from the Golden Immortal Temple. Fellow Daoist, wait for me. But when Zhuo Qianyue ran out of the Golden Immortal Guan, he no longer found Shen Lian's figure. Leaving the Golden Immortal Temple, Shen Lian sat in the underworld carriage to regulate his breath. The Golden Immortal Guan line and the large amount of spiritual energy consumed made him vaguely feel that his cultivation was about to break through again. It was just that. In comparison, he was more interested in what was within the jade brief. Inside the jade slip were 2 saint-level techniques, the undestroyable Dao body and the creation infinity technique. These 2 gong methods were not unfamiliar to Shen Lian, and he also knew the creation infinity gong. What really interests me is the non-destruction of the Taoist body heritage, because I have no spiritual roots, and all the cultivation techniques are based on martial arts as the root and thus enter the Tao. In the first 90 or so lifetimes, before Shen Lian stepped into the realm of enlightenment, the opponents he encountered not only had unbelievable qualifications and talents, but also had a variety of Dao bodies and golden bodies. As for himself, because of his wasted spiritual root, he could not fuse any Dao body, and to start a purge with those heavenly Dao powerhouses who did not move with a holy body and golden body, it was actually not that easy to think about it. But in this life, getting the undestroyable Taoist body cultivation technique, as long as the cultivation is successful, the technique will be completely fused with the physical body. And there is no longer any need to worry about one's physical body not being able to withstand the suppression that exceeds its limits. Find a suitable place to cultivate the indestructible Dao body into a fusion first, and this trip to the Holy Realm won't be in vain. Shen Lian gripped the jade slip tightly and drove the underworld carriage forward, looking for a place to stay. But just then, the sky rained flowers. The pupils of Shen Lian, who smelled the aroma of the spirit flower, shrunk violently, and a palm swung down to directly suppress the underworld carriage. At the same time, a stunning figure emerged from the sea of flowers. Immediately afterward, a mournful voice sounded outside the car. Dare I ask this fellow Daoist, do you know what the recent situation of the immortal dynasty is? Hearing the familiar voice, Shen Lian's eyes instantly turned scarlet. You're asking in the wrong place. You should be asking, where is the entrance to the Yellow Springs Road in hell? As soon as the words fell, the underworld carriage instantly transformed into a black cloud. And Shen Lian lightly shook his folding fan and proudly appeared in front of the woman. Did you say yes? Lu Qinghuan, with a suppressed angry cry. The airflow around him swirled and stormed, triggering a roar.